A strange smoke surrounded the planet. A dim ray of light pierced straight through Earth, destroying all structures. That was about 3 years ago, when Earth mutated, causing changes in all living things, from herbivores to carnivores. The world's flora and fauna began to evolve wildly, possessing special abilities like fire, ice, thunder, speed. The event caused numerous auroras and meteors to constantly sparkle throughout space, signaling the coming battle. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to maintain world peace, a mysterious man, the leader of humanity, successfully tamed the first beast as a pet, leading humans to awaken the ability to control monsters in battle. A mysterious woman with short hair held chalk and lectured. These awakened ones are called beast tamers. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at the students below, revealing her round face and red hair, known by her full name, Marong Kaiwei, homeroom teacher of Class 11.3 at Chang'an Third High School. Her face was serious, brows furrowed, holding chalk and constantly tapping the blackboard. Earth also entered a new era starting this year. Remember, all this knowledge will be tested. Suddenly, the class bell rang, signaling that class was dismissed. Kaiwei focused on tidying up the books on her desk, then instructed the students, "That's all for today's lesson. Tomorrow there is a beast tamer competition. Students who are interested can go watch with their parents." The sun began to set, giving way to the appearance of the sunset. Golden sunlight stretched across the schoolyard, shining on the backpacks of students wearing them on their shoulders, preparing to go home. In the bustling city, amidst the passing crowd, a young man with glasses and brown hair, wearing a simple white t-shirt, with eyes full of confidence, introduced himself. "My name is Gao Peng, 18 years old, a student at Chang'an Third High School, dreaming of becoming a beast tamer." He wore his backpack across his waist and walked down a small alley, then narrated some recent events. "I've encountered a bit of trouble." A system panel appeared in front of him, along with a strange voice ringing in his ear. "Congratulations, host, for binding with the monster evolution system. The system can help the host identify relevant monster information. We hope the host makes good use of this." Looking at the incomprehensible thing in front of him, his face darkened. He continued walking and recounting, "I often see some strange interfaces." Dismissing his earlier worrying, Gao Peng opened the door and stepped into the apartment building, comforting himself, wondering if it was due to too much pressure lately causing hallucinations. Under the dim lights and quiet space, he calmly walked up the stairs as usual. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound was heard, making him wonder. He looked up. A giant monster suddenly jumped out, blocking the way. With a fierce face and a pair of sharp fangs, it looked at him like an enemy. The system panel suddenly appeared, scanning the creature in front of him, then analyzing. Monster name, ring-spotted spider. Monster level, level 3. Monster quality, normal. Monster attribute, wood type. Monster status, healthy annoyed. Monster weakness, fire. Promotion requirement, elite quality. Gao Peng looked at the green information panel next to him in frustration, forcing a smile. Looks like it's not a hallucination. Suddenly, he remembered the image in his mind of the old lady next door also having one, a spider demon being cared for. He thought to himself, "Is the ring-spotted spider the one Grandma Chen raises? I remember Ms. Marong said this thing seems quite gentle." Not letting him dwell on memories for too long, it immediately jumped forward, pouncing on the juicy target in its sight, startling Gao Peng. He quickly leaned aside, dodging the dangerous attack. He couldn't help but curse, "Gentle my foot." The high-speed attack was deflected, making it unable to keep its balance and fall headfirst onto the ground, creating a strong impact, causing cracks around. Taking advantage of the time the beast hadn't recovered, he quickly ran away, his face frantic, shouting, "Grandma Chen, your spider is out biting people." Its eyes lit up. It was in the pile of dust, shooting out spider silk. Seconds later, the wall was cracked by its silk. Thanks to his agility, Gao Peng was able to dodge that move. He was sweating profusely. "Too dangerous." Gao Peng frowned, glancing back. He looked in a panic. "It is crawling towards me so quickly. It's already catching up so fast. What to do? What to do?" Gao Peng suddenly remembered its weakness was fire. That's right, use fire. He quickly flicked out a lighter. Gao Peng threw the lighter at the spider with force. It quickly caught fire. The spider fell down the stairs. He looked at its burning body and was relieved. Thank goodness, fire worked. However, things weren't that simple. Gao Peng was sweating profusely. Wait a minute, this fire is too little. The spider charged its burning body towards where Gao Peng was standing. Its eyes lit up. He was sweating profusely, looking at the system notification warning that the monster's status was enraged. Looks like I angered it. Gao Peng used all his strength to run up to his room. Only one more floor to home. Dorzi is home. Just getting home means safety. The spider continued shooting spider silk towards him. He didn't care and ran upwards with all his might. Gao Peng saw the apartment door was almost within reach, almost there. Just as the spider was about to pounce on him, he immediately yelled loudly, "Dorzi!" In just an instant, it immediately broke open the door. Dorzi hit a band directly, sending it flying far away. The spider was in pain. It trembled, looking at the situation in front of it. Behind Gao Peng was Dorzi with a fierce presence. He spoke, "Little guy, still wanna play?" "No." The spider ran away scared. Gao Peng frowned looking at it. "Little kid, I'll give you that. You ran fast." At this moment, Dorzi rubbed its head against his shoulder. After signing a contract with a monster, they can be telepathically connected. It urged Gao Peng, "I want to eat. I want to eat. Why are you so late? I'm about to starve to death." As it spoke, it changed back to its Dorzi form. Monster types are divided into two categories: combat type and non-combat type. In non-combat state, monsters shrink in size to reduce energy consumption and can also slowly recover from minor injuries. He stroked its head and replied, "Okay, then I'll cook for you." Gao Peng said to Dorzi, "Help me take the bag and put it on the cabinet." It quickly took the item found in the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeves and started showing off his skills. "It's time to perform my real technique. Real technique." Gao Peng sliced the meat skillfully with a knife. After that came slicing carrots. Not long after, a dish was ready. Special nutritious dinner is here. Dorzi's eyes lit up looking at the hot dish. It was so eager. He saw it eating too fast and immediately reminded it, "Eat slowly, don't choke." At this moment, Dorzi's information panel appeared. Monster name, Violet Scale Golden Claw Centipede. Level, 5. Quality, normal. Attribute, dark or poison type. Status, healthy, happy. Weakness, thunder flame. Below it also says, requires promotion to elite quality. Gao Peng was stunned, looking at that last line. What? Promote a normal quality monster to elite level. I'm not mistaken, am I? Monster quality is divided into normal quality, elite quality, and perfect quality, from low to high. Quality determines the monster's maximum development limit. Higher monster quality means greater strength. He mused, if it can be promoted to elite level, does that mean it can still be promoted to perfect level later? A monster with perfect quality, this is the legendary breakthrough hurdle, to be promoted to a leader level monster. Gao Peng happily hugged Dorzi. I'm rich, this time I'm really rich. Dorzi, I will definitely make you increase to elite quality. It didn't understand what he was saying, so its face was very bewildered. Gao Peng clicked on the information line to see what Dorzi's promotion requirements were. Very quickly, a requirements panel appeared for increasing quality to elite. It needs 10 pulses of shade grass, 600 grams thunderwood, and 1 lightning system essence core. He mused, the shade grass is easy to find. Thunderwood costs a bit of money but is also obtainable, but this lightning system essence core is a bit troublesome now. Gao Peng calculated silently. Normal 5 elements essence cores all require 8 credit points. Credit points, this rare lightning system essence core should cost at least 10 credit points, right? He turned off the panel, then said, it's a bit expensive. After the New World Alliance was formed, the common currency is Alliance currency and credit points. Credit points are a high-level currency based on the Alliance currency. 10 OR units of Alliance currency can be exchanged for 1 credit point. Gao Peng looked at the credit point balance on his phone. Before, when his parents had an accident, the state gave him 20 credit points as comfort. Currently, he has 11 credit points in his hand, barely enough to gather materials to help Dozy level up. He looked at it eating heartily below, just that. After leveling up Dozy, how will I get by next month? A moment later, the food bowl was completely empty. Dozy wagged its tail, saying to Gaopeng, hungry, want to eat more. Seeing that, he was speechless. Hey, are you trying to kill it? Dozy spoke loudly. Hearing this, Gaopeng waved his hand in agreement. Okay, I get it. A moment later, Gaopeng placed the bowl of food in front of it. Here, it's all for you, eat it all. If you get a stomachache afterwards, don't complain. While watching Dozy eat, he pondered, nothing is difficult. I'm just afraid of spending money. There's no way to level up without spending money on materials. It's really giving me a headache. Suddenly, Gaopeng remembered the need to promote outstanding quality. That's right, if the information on the system is true, he eagerly thought, perhaps I can try to become a beast tamer. Gaopeng pondered, the need for monsters to level up has always been a mystery explored by beast tamers. But now I can directly experience it, which means I can become a top beast tamer. He happily laughed. At that time, won't I have as much money as I want? Gaopeng suddenly remembered Qiyue's words. There's a beast tamer competition tomorrow. Students who are interested can come and watch with their parents. He said loudly, really? Gaopeng quickly opened his phone. I remember Ms. Qiyue said the beast tamer competition would be held tomorrow. I wonder if it's still possible to register now. He stared in surprise at the screen. There were only 3 minutes left. The system showed a notification. Do you want to register? Gaopeng quickly pressed yes. The screen continued to display. System busy. Please wait a moment. Very quickly, the result appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully registered. Seeing this, he happily said loudly, just in time. Early in the morning, as the sun began to rise, Gaopeng took Dozy and knocked on someone's door. The person who opened the door was Tang Tang, Gaopeng's neighbor. She was still a little sleepy. Good morning, Gaopeng. He was shy seeing Tang Tang's charm, so he turned his face away and stammered. Good morning, Sister Tang Tang, she spoke up. Coming to find me this early, is something wrong? Gaopeng got straight to the point. Well, I'm preparing for the beast tamer competition. He paused for a moment, then asked her for a favor. I was wondering if I could trouble you, Sister Tang Tang, to take care of Dozy for a few days. She happily accepted. No problem. You can go and take the exam with peace of mind. Seeing this, Gaopeng became completely energized. Great, then I can take the exam with peace of mind. After finishing, he left. Thank you, Sister Tang Tang. When I get back, I'll treat you to a meal, okay? She replied kindly, go on, and do well on the exam. However, Tang Tang's face did a 180-degree turn right after Gaopeng left. She frowned, looking at Dozy, normal quality, not even cute looking. How did Gaopeng get so unlucky as to contract with you? It heard Tang Tang looking down on it and immediately got angry, wanting to pounce on her. But the next second, Tang Tang squatted down and stroked Dozy's head. She sighed. If the old master knew, he would surely be furious to death. Inside the room, Tang Tang called Hanwu. She said directly, Old master, there's something I need to tell you, but please try not to get agitated. Gaopeng has contracted with a spirit beast. It's just a purple-backed, gold-clawed centipede of normal quality. As soon as these words finished, he immediately panicked and shouted loudly, is that a mistake? A spirit beast of normal quality, its potential is limited, and it's very difficult to raise. Why didn't you advise him? Tang Tang replied, how could I advise him? This grandson of yours is just like you. On the surface, he doesn't seem to care about anything, but in reality, he's stubborn as a mule. Besides, this purple-backed, gold-clawed centipede was left to him by your daughter and son-in-law. After saying that, she asked Hanwu, right, have you completely dealt with things on your end? If I were to say, Tang Tang looked down through the window, then finished the next part of the sentence, eliminate those who don't listen and replace them with a bunch of people who will listen. This world never lacks talented individuals. Tang Tang watched Gaopeng's retreating back and sighed. Never mind, you have your own plans, I'm being too talkative. As for Gaopeng, you can rest assured, she said with certainty, with me here, he won't be in any danger. Meanwhile, on HANWU's side, after talking, he ended the call. His assistant spoke up. "Chairman, you called for me." Hanwoo glanced at her and ordered, "Tell the R&D department I'm only giving them 5 months. If I don't have anything useful by then, they won't need to exist anymore. Also, tell Lee Hai to resolve the issue with the Qinghai branch within 7 months. I don't have much time for him to waste." The assistant trembled, bowed, and accepted the order. "Yes, I'll go right away." He looked at his phone screen with affectionate eyes. "Yao Peng, I will resolve everything within 1 year. Then I will come find you." On the phone was a picture of him carrying the boy on his shoulder. Hanwoo said with certainty, "Until then, no one will be able to harm you." At the Beast Tamer branch in Chang'an City, many people were gathered. Gao Peng looked around. So many people. Being a beast tamer is indeed a lucrative profession. Just then, someone called out to him, "Gao Peng." He looked at the person, Li Zigong, who was waving and saying to Gao Peng, "Over here." Zigong happily said, "It really is you, Gao Peng." Beside him were Li Hongdu and Zhong Hong. He politely greeted, "Hello, auntie." Zhong Hong smiled and asked him, "Gao Peng, did you come to watch the beast tamer competition alone?" Zigong, beside his mother, happily said, "We came with Mom to participate in the competition. Even though she's failed the exam 3 times, I believe this time she definitely pass." Hearing Zigong say that, Li Hongdu immediately hit his head with her bag. Zigong looked at her in pain. "Sister, how many times have I told you not to hit my head?" "I think my IQ is dropping." Li Hongdu frowned and replied, "That has nothing to do with me." At this moment, Gao Peng spoke up, "I'm actually here to take the exam." He and the other 2 were stunned when they heard that. "What?" Zhong Hong placed her hand on Gao Peng's shoulder and winked at him. "Not bad. This young man really has ambition. Who knows, maybe the youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City will be born today." Gao Peng smiled and replied, "It's not as impressive as you say, auntie. I just came to try my luck. It would be a fun scene if not for the appearance of one person." Wang Shu sneered skeptically, "The youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City, right?" He scoffed, "Since when was the threshold for beast tamers so low?" Wang Shu pointed directly at Gao Peng and continued, "Even cats and dogs can just casually participate." Hearing that, Zigong was immediately enraged. "You?" But Li Hongdu quickly grabbed his arm, cautioning him. He sneered at Gao Peng, "A little brat who hasn't even grown his feathers yet wants to be a beast tamer. It's enough to make you laugh your teeth out." Hearing this, he calmly retorted, "If being a beast tamer depended on spitting insults, then you'd already be a high-level beast tamer." Wang Shu was furious. He was angry but couldn't do anything, so he could only shout loudly, "We'll see." Zigong was speechless, looking at Wang Shu's aggressive appearance. "That person, 38, who is that? How ill-tempered?" Zhong Hong patted his head and replied, "That's young Master Wang Shu of the Wang family conglomerate. He's failed the beast tamer exam 4 times in a row. Seeing how young Gao Peng is, he probably feels insecure." Just then, the outer doors of the beast tamer branch opened. Everyone shouted loudly, "Look, the doors are open." Several security guards appeared on the field. Feng Xiu, the chief examiner of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer branch, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Beast Tamer competition will now begin. Will the participating contestants please enter in order?" At the Chang'an City Beast Tamer branch, Feng Xiu stood solemnly on the platform and spoke. "Welcome, everyone, to this Beast Tamer competition. This competition will be divided into 2 parts, a written test and a practical test." Gao Peng and everyone below listened attentively. Feng Xiu began explaining the first part, the written test, in more detail. Following this, 3 videos will be shown on the screen. As long as you accurately describe the information about the monsters appearing in the videos, you will pass. Without further ado, the competition officially begins. Immediately a dolphin appeared on the screen. It began to circle around and then jumped out of the water. After just a few brief seconds, the screen went dark, to the astonishment of the participants. Feng Xiu raised his hand and looked at his watch. "This is the first video segment. You have 20 minutes to think and answer. The participants immediately fell into a state of panic. Some even started crying. What kind of monster is this? There's absolutely no clue. It was too fast. What could you observe in such a short time? It's over. How can I keep trying? Feng Xiu saw their attitude and angrily shouted, anyone who makes noise again will be impeached and expelled from the exam room. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Wang Shu was currently grinning smugly. This year's written test is really the hardest in recent years, right? Good thing I got the exam questions long ago. Suddenly, he was startled and looked to the side, seeing Gao Peng was very calm. He immediately showed his attitude, thinking Gao Peng was just pretending, but Gao Peng didn't pay him any mind. To his surroundings, inwardly rejoicing, indeed, he could see it. Moreover, his system was influenced by his subjective consciousness, providing the information he wanted to know. This time, the monster is a storm dolphin. Likes gentle music, sunbathing, eating various fish and shrimp. Fears attacks from the dark attribute, hates disturbed sound waves. He quickly recorded all the monster's information. The next monster was a large monkey. It snatched a banana, then glared and aimed to throw it at the target. For Gao Peng, it was still easy game. He scribbled quickly, great strength chimpanzee. Likes climbing trees, eating bananas. Fears attacks from poison attribute monsters, hot-tempered, easily provoked. Next was a praying mantis. This one looked very aggressive. It jumped once and went from the ground all the way to the top of the tree. Gao Peng diligently took notes. Sickle praying mantis, brave, warlike. Carnivorous attribute monster. Likes eating various insects, fears fire attacks. Feng Xiu's clock bell rang, signaling the end of the test. He raised his hand, signaling the end of the written test. Stop writing and hand in your papers. The collector told Gao Peng, please wait here for the test results. Don't leave the branch office. An hour later, Feng Xiu returned, holding a stack of papers, and tapped the table. The test results are in. Next, I will announce the names of the valid candidates. He began reading the names one by one. Liu Zuqin, Lin Senolin, Zhong Hong. Zhong Hong felt a sense of relief upon hearing her name. As for Wang Shu, since he already knew the questions, there was naturally no surprise. Suddenly, Feng Zhu slammed the stack of papers onto the table. The few of you whose names were called, although there were some errors, the test results are still valid. I wish these candidates can perform well in the combat test. Wang Shu smugly turned to provoke Gao Peng. Gao Peng, right, why didn't I hear your name? Could it be that you didn't even pass the written test? What a pity. It seems today we won't have the chance to witness the birth of the youngest beast tamer in Chang'an City. Gao Peng sat frozen, his hands clasped tightly, trembling. No, something's wrong. Did the system give me incorrect data? Feng Zhu suddenly spoke up. Right, who is Gao Peng? He was startled, stood up, and raised his hand. It's me. Feng Zhu smiled and applauded, praising, I didn't expect the candidate who got a perfect score on the written test to be so young. Truly a hero emerging from youth. The entire exam room immediately erupted. What? A perfect score on the written test? That kid, he looks too young. Is he still in middle school? His future is bright. Who knows, he might become the youngest beast tamer in our Chang'an City. Finally, Gao Peng regained his confident smile. He turned to Wang Shu and smirked. Gao Peng, the candidate with the perfect score, must have disappointed you, right? Wang Shu was furious, gritting his teeth. Damn it. All candidates who passed the written test followed Feng Zhu into the elevator. He started operating it and led them to a very large and spacious room. Even Gao Peng couldn't help but quietly exclaim, this place is huge. After everyone had entered, Feng Xiu began explaining again. Welcome everyone to the second round exam room, the combat test. The combat test is very simple. In the room behind me are monsters provided by the association. You only need to upgrade the quality of your monster within 1 week to pass. All materials needed while you are being tested are paid for by the association. However, if you cannot upgrade the monster's quality, I'm afraid you will have to compensate them at market price. Of course, the materials also have a certain limit. If you exceed the limit too much, it will also be considered a failure. Gao Peng and the other candidates started feeling a little confused and worried. An unexpected round of applause sounded. The person who entered was Li Jin, the supervisor of the Chang'an Beast Tamer branch. He carried a small box. Now, please come forward one by one to draw lots for your rune number. Everyone started lining up and proceeding to draw randomly. Gao Peng thought to himself, this random selection method basically means you won't know what kind of monster you'll encounter. No wonder they say the Beast Tamer certificate is one of the hardest to get. Wang Shu stood behind him, looking at him with a sinister smile. You stinky kid, just let you be smug for a little while first, you'll see later. Gao Peng nervously drew his lot, hoping he could get a good one. However, his lot had been tampered with. A small monster was already inside, choosing the lot for him. As he walked past, Li Jin sneered. John Hong happily showed off to Gao Peng. Guess what? I drew rune number 6, Gao Peng. How about you? He smiled brightly too. I drew rune number 10. After the drawing process was completed, Feng Zhu clearly announced, now, please find your runes according to the numbers you have drawn. The combat test officially begins. Gao Peng quickly went to his room. As soon as he arrived, he met a young man who greeted him warmly. I am Zhou Yuan, in charge of rune number 10. If you have any needs during the test, you can tell me. Gao Peng also happily shook his hand. Thank you, I'll be bothering you then. However, as soon as he swiped his card and opened the room door, the smile on Gao Peng's face vanished. He was startled to the point of feeling chilled. Before his eyes was a huge monster with blood-red eyes, exuding dark energy. Its information panel truly terrified him. Hong Shui Ape, level 10, normal quality, earth attribute. Became negative, depressed due to illness, weakness is negativity. Gao Peng hesitantly asked Zhou Yuan, what happened to this Hong Shui Ape? He said, because it was experimented on too many times, a large amount of waste energy accumulated in its body, causing an energy conflict. This Hong Shui Ape should have been eliminated, but there were no extra monsters left in the association to provide for Gao Peng to raise. Zhou Yuan was lying to him while recalling the real reason. He had been very upset when Li Jin put the Hong Shui Ape on the list, but he didn't care at all. It turned out he had been bribed by Wang Shu beforehand. He was on the phone, grinning. Don't worry, young Master Wang, everything will definitely be handled properly. I guarantee that no matter how capable that kid is, he won't pass this combat test. Zhou Yuan said to Gao Peng in a sympathetic voice, the Hong Shui Ape has survived until now solely relying on its resilient will, but the possibility of upgrading it is very low, far beyond difficult. If you need to, I can help you apply to reserve your written test result and enter the combat test directly next time. Gao Peng silently looked at the gloomy monster inside the iron cage. He said to Zhou Yuan, thank you for your kind intention, but I have still decided to choose it. Zhou Yuan shrugged and gave a wry smile. All right then, good luck. Saying that, he immediately went out and closed the room door. Inside now were only Gao Peng and the Hong Shui Ape. Unexpectedly, contrary to its initial terrifying appearance, the Hong Shui Ape looked at him trembling. It recalled the words of its previous owners. The materials and culture fluid dosage aren't wrong, but why is there no result? The energy conflict in its body is severe. There's fundamentally no way to do it. I choose to give up. Stop messing around. This Hong Shui Ape is completely useless. The Hong Shui Ape suddenly tightly gripped to iron bars and roared terrifyingly. Suddenly, tears flowed from its eyes. Gao Peng gently stroked its head. Don't worry. I will definitely help you evolve. Gao Peng began researching the plan to upgrade the Hong Shui Ape. Suddenly, he was startled. Normal evolution. Eliminate negative attribute impurities in the body, then evolve into an elite Hong Shui Ape quality. Deformed damage enhancement. Absorb the power of the negative attribute. Completely eliminate the weakness of the negative system. High possibility of transforming into a new species. The lowest quality is elite. There are even two directions for upgrading the Hong Shui Ape. A lot of materials are needed for the evolution process. Normal and the changes in the illness. However, the normal evolution method consumes too much material, exceeding the limits set by the competition. Gao Peng was forced to take a risky move. He chose the deformed damage, enhancing the absorption of negative attribute power, completely eliminating the weakness of the negative system. A list immediately appeared. Half a catty of black bamboo grass, to be used for 3 meals over 3 days. After 3 days, use 1 elite level undead attribute monster core, 3 tails of fluorescent powder, 1 or 2 skull mushrooms, 3 tien of dried herb, and put the red river ape into sulfuric acid to soak. He went out and gave the list to Zhou Yuan. He was a little surprised. Is this the list of ingredients you need? Black bamboo grass, skull mushroom, dried herb. These ingredients are all poisonous. Are you trying to nurture the red river ape or kill it? Gao Peng calmly replied, severe illness requires strong medicine. Don't worry, brother Zhou, I know what I'm doing. Saying that, he closed the door in Zhou Yuan's stunned face. He sneered and criticized him, perfect score in theory, yet he's just a scumbag who only knows how to talk. Just 3 days later, someone in room number 2 was carried out in a withered, trembling, and tattered state. The person on the 7th floor shared the same fate. She cried out, damn it. I was so close to leveling up the monster. What went wrong? The old man on the 8th floor was also going crazy. It's not scientific. The ingredients and the dosage of the culture medium, I did everything according to the requirements, so why is there no result? At the same time, on the 10th floor, Gao Peng was still treating the red river ape. It seems the formula on the interface isn't wrong. Black bamboo grass can act like a stimulant. The external wounds on its body have basically healed. Eating black bamboo grass for 3 consecutive days has brought the red river ape's spirit and state to a peak in a short time. The undead attribute monster core has also started to take effect. Now, I just need to soak the red river ape in sulfuric acid. He took out the key, remembering Zhou Yuan's words. This is the key to the monster cage provided by the association. It basically has no attack capability. But this red river ape has undergone many experiments and torments, so it's hard to say for sure. You should be careful yourself. Gao Peng held the key, slightly hesitant. Monsters that haven't signed a blood contract are difficult to conduct complex breakthroughs with. Releasing the red river ape now still carries certain risks. It's come to this point, I can only choose to trust it. He approached it and said, I'll let you out now, but you have to listen, okay? He inserted the key and opened the door, then spread his arms, welcoming it. Come on out now. The red river ape suddenly jumped out, startling him a little, but it had no intention of attacking. Instead, it obediently rubbed against him. He stroked its head and smiled happily. All right, let go. Helping you level up is more important. Then he pulled back the curtain. Inside was a bathtub filled with acid. He put his hands on his hips and said, laughing, good little red river ape, go lie down and soak. I guarantee you'll transform completely. It looked at the tub with a pale face. It carefully pulled out a clump of fur from its behind and threw it into the tub to test. The fur immediately reacted and disintegrated, terrifying the red river ape. It shook its head vigorously, absolutely refusing to go in. Gao Peng felt it was very smart. He gently patted the red river ape's head. Trust me, I can give you power, but you must pay with courage, right? It looked up at him, then lowered its eyes, falling silent. Suddenly, it widened its eyes and resolutely dipped its foot into the water. Gao Peng watched it, hands on hips, and sighed. Truly mature to the point of breaking one's heart, right? After the red river ape submerged its entire body, its body began to react. The sizzling sound grew louder and louder. Gao Peng was slightly panicked. Too much smoke. The fire alarm immediately blared. Hearing the alarm, the person in the control room immediately announced over the loudspeaker, fire alarm coming from room 10. Please nearby personnel quickly handle the situation to prevent the fire from spreading. Everyone rushed with fire extinguishers. What happened? It seems the kid in room 10 made a mistake during some operation, causing a fire. Let's go over and take a look quickly. Ahead is room 10. Wang Shu watched the noisy crowd, extremely pleased. The money spent was not wasted at all. Old Li's work is indeed reliable. The alarm continued to blare. Zhou Yuan rushed in, kicking the door open to check, but when they entered, they were all stunned. Where's the fire, Captain? I only see smoke, no fire. Could it be a false alarm? Hearing voices, Gao Peng was surprised and turned around. Brother Zhou, why are you here? He pointed at the blaring alarm. It's getting a bit noisy in your area. I came to see what's happening. Gao Peng scratched his face sheepishly. Sorry, I was a bit too focused and didn't notice. Zhou Yuan also immediately reported back to the center. Room 10 checked, nothing unusual. Please turn off the alarm. The others also quickly left. Feng Zhu, hearing about the commotion, also immediately arrived. He walked in and asked, what happened? Someone whispered in his ear. He slightly furrowed his brow. A monster causing an unusual phenomenon. Those standing outside eavesdropping were also confused. Oh my God, this situation is a bit big, isn't it? This kid is too young. He doesn't have experience. Wang Shu saw there was no monster in the room and was extremely satisfied. It seems the experiment failed. Stinky brat, let's see how you act arrogant now. The calm water surface in the bathtub suddenly bubbled. A bony hand with purple aura stretched out of the water. Next, a skull emerged. The onlookers and Wang Shu were scared stiff. We've met a ghost. What is that thing? The Red River ape just stepped out of the bathtub in front of everyone's startled eyes. Its body transformed into an unusually large skeletal form with a purple aura swirling around it. Turning around, Feng Xiu was overwhelmed, his eyes wide. What is this? Li Jin was sweating cold. Is that the Red River ape? Zhou Yuan exclaimed in shock. Not empty theory, this kid actually did it. The Red River ape successfully evolved into a skeletal nether fiend, an elite level, perfect quality undead monster. Gao Peng smiled contentedly. I didn't expect it to actually succeed. The system is truly amazing. This time was just testing my talent a bit. From now on, as long as I have enough materials, I can level up any monster. Everyone gathered around the Red River ape. After evolving, its body got much bigger. The aura surrounding its body is a physical entity now. The bones also look like they're made of metal. Li Jin excitedly said to Feng Zhu, Lord Feng, this must be a type of monster never discovered before. Furthermore, it's a rare undead type monster, very precious. Feng Zhu smiled. He thought to himself, that's right, even within the Alliance, there are very few undead type monsters. But the truly precious thing isn't this new type of monster, but the person who created it. At this moment, Gao Peng was startled and turned back. Examiner Feng, look, I successfully evolved the Red River ape. Feng Zhu smiled and praised him, excellent, as expected of someone with a perfect score in theory. Suddenly, the Red River ape came again and tugged at Gao Peng's clothes. He gently put his hand on it to soothe it. All right, I've helped you improve your quality. Is there anything else you're not satisfied with? It seemed to want to say something to him, but couldn't speak. Li Jin stood watching the Red River ape, smiling cunningly. Monsters that successfully level up are usually given as rewards to staff in the association. The monsters I've seen before never appealed to me, so I didn't compete for them, but this time is different. This time, I must get it unexpectedly. Feng Zhu spoke first. Looking at this monster, it seems very much attached to you, Gao Peng. If that's the case, then I'll give it to you. His words struck Li Jin and Zhou Yuan like lightning. Gao Peng was extremely surprised. Feng Xiu extended his hand in front of everyone and announced, if so, I'll give it to you. This made Gao Peng so confused he couldn't believe what he heard. Give it to me. Seeing his reaction, he replied firmly, yes. Feng Xiu said generously, this is a new type of monster, never before documented. All data about it is hard to say, but looking at the skeleton standing there blankly, and then he affirmed, looking at its successfully evolved form, you definitely won't be at a disadvantage. How about it? Do you want to take it? Gao Peng looked at the information on the system. Successful evolution hasn't stopped yet. The system panel displayed the full information of the Red River ape, monster name, skeletal nether fiend, monster level, elite level 11, quality, perfect. This amount of information made him exclaim. Originally just normal quality, after evolving to perfect quality, the level only, a 20-level breakthrough, and it can even level up directly to a high B-level leader class monster. Gao Peng turned to look at it again and mused, saying it was indeed a standard leader-class monster, and it was even of the rare undead type. Zhou Yuan approached from behind, placed his hand on his shoulder, and advised, "Good boy, listen to me. Why do I feel like this flood dragon? No, not anymore. It seems no matter what, it wants to follow you. Stop wasting words, just agree quickly." Flood Dragon lowered their eyes and growled twice, as if agreeing with his idea. Li Jin stepped forward from behind, showing dissatisfaction with this matter. "Wait, Chairman, this doesn't seem right according to the rules." He tried to find words to change Feng Xiu's mind. According to the usual practice of the Monster Promotion Association, successful monster promotions seem to be rewarded to the association staff. Moreover, this flood dragon has undergone 6 experiments. Its promotion is not necessarily due to this experiment. Wang Shu couldn't sit still and also raised his voice in dissatisfaction. "That's right, Chairman. This monster was originally supposed to be eliminated. How can this young boy make a dying monster promote?" He stood there grinding his teeth, clenching his fists, allowing Li Jin to continue. Therefore, being able to promote a monster like this is definitely not something someone so young, with almost no experience, could do. As soon as he finished, Wang Shu immediately pointed his finger and blamed. "That's right, he must have cheated." These words made him unable to stand it anymore, so he frowned and retorted, "Cheating? How did he cheat?" Feng Xiu's cold face made both of them sweat and speechless. "It's not that I'm saying this boy definitely cheated. The main point is that the difficulty of this test is no longer something a beginner-level beast tamer can handle," Li Jin said anxiously, trying to appease him. Maybe this brother somehow accidentally learned a way to do something wrong and just healed this monster. So, the current result is not necessarily his true skill. Feng Xiu crossed his arms, his tone full of sarcasm. "What? You mean he completely just stumbled upon it like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, so the test result should be cancelled?" Thinking he could turn the situation around, he stated his goal directly, without hesitation. "It's not about cancelling the result. After all, the result is successful, and the certification should still be upgraded. Otherwise, the fairness of the association will be questioned, but this monster should still be promoted according to the usual practice." Suddenly, Feng Xiu's voice became several degrees colder. "Usual practice?" He laughed crazily at Li Jin's confusion. Feng Xiu turned his head towards Gao Peng. He said, "It's because I'm not strict in discipline. I really laughed this time. There are not many masters in Chang'an, so I don't know how to raise these frogs at the bottom of the well. Why don't you show your skills?" Feng Xiu frankly suggested to Gao Peng, "Let them also know that there is a world beyond." Gao Peng sighed softly. He confidently replied, "I just came to get a certificate. How did I get into all this trouble?" Then he glanced at Wang Shu and said, "I'm young. So I cheated in the test." Wang Shu shouted angrily, "You!" Gao Peng continued, "You can't do it, I can't do it, so I'm just blind." This left everyone else speechless. Gao Peng lifted his glasses slightly, not to mention in the incompetence and ignorance. "If must others do if you think it's impossible, there must be something fishy." He didn't hesitate to humiliate them in front of many people, directly cursing, "Just because the monster's name has the word flood, you think its attribute is water. Truly idiotic." Gao Peng recalled the wrong thinking of those before, judging based on its previous state. Not just one idiot thought that way. After that, they made it swallow a large amount of water and dark-type materials, unaware that the flood dragon's weakness is the dark attribute. "You don't even know this common knowledge, do you just live for nothing?" He spoke non-stop, ignoring Wang Shu's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Not only did he not admit his mistake, but he also tried to argue back, "Nonsense, you said the flood dragon's weakness is the dark attribute. It's clearly the wood attribute." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiu flatly rejected it. Although the flood dragon shows fear towards the wood attribute, its true weakness is indeed the dark attribute. This is also part of the test, even he said so, leaving Wang Shu speechless. Gao Peng reached up and lightly touched skeletal near the fiend, explaining softly, "Because the mixed power in the flood dragon's body has deeply rooted in its bones and marrow, it's difficult to completely remove. Therefore, I took a different path." He presented the solution used at that time. 3 days ago, I fed it black bamboo grass to increase its spiritual power, then supplemented it with a large amount of immortal-type materials from the undead system, and also the core crystal of an undead-type monster for stimulation. Then, Gao Peng warned coldly, "It's not good to hide these things, but I advise you not to experiment randomly." His resounding words made the faces of the 2 others turn pale, drained of all blood. Because the really important thing is the order in which the materials are added and their proportions. Without knowing these, don't mess around randomly. What the experimented monster will become, I can't say for sure. Anyway, if the flood dragon goes extinct from such experiments, I, a young person, really can't bear this responsibility. As soon as Gao Peng finished speaking, applause rang out. Feng Zhu approached, continuously praising his innate talent. "Excellent, young man. Based on your ability, granting you a beginner beast tamer certification is a waste of your talent. I will award you the intermediate beast tamer certification." He placed his hand on Gao Peng's shoulder and encouraged him. "A high-level qualification certificate like this is beyond my authority. You have to go to the headquarters in Yanjing for examination and evaluation. However, based on your aptitude, you will definitely succeed. Keep it up." Hearing these words, Gao Peng was overjoyed. "Chairman Feng, thank you." After the matter was settled, Feng Xiu turned towards the 2 others to deliver their punishment. As for cheating, who was the cheater in the end? Do you really think a chairman like me is just for show and can't investigate? Each of his words was like a lightning strike, leaving them wide-mouthed and terrified. Also, just now, who said this flood dragon was originally a failed experiment? If so, why did a failed experiment appear in the exam room? The people in the room also simultaneously spoke up, expressing their indignation for Gao Peng. "That's right, I always felt that Wang Shu's statement just now was strange, and also Examiner Li, there's no need to talk like that, always targeting Gao Peng." Right, isn't there really a problem?" Suddenly, an arm was raised. "I can testify." Zhou Yuan exposed him with an unwavering face. Manager Li intentionally put the flood dragon on the list of examinations this time. Li Jin panicked, trying to stop him, but couldn't. "Zhou Yuan, you're slandering." Without making him wait long, he pointed directly at Wang Shu, accusing him. Manager Li did that because he received bribes from examinee Wang Shu. The evidence is on the monster dispatch board. "Just check it and you'll know." He froze, only managing to shout, "What?" Wang Shu was so scared his legs gave way, and he fell backward. "It's over. It's really over." Hearing this, Feng Xiu didn't hesitate to pronounce judgment on both. "Since the witnesses and evidence are complete, as the chairman of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association, I declare examinee Wang Shu to have committed serious cheating. His qualification for this exam is revoked, and he is not allowed to participate in the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association for 3 years. Former manager Li Jin is expelled from the Chang'an Beast Tamer Association forever and will never be accepted again." Immediately after, the 2 were dragged out by security guards amidst cries of "well done," and "serves them right." Having handled everything smoothly, Feng Zhu awkwardly spoke to Gao Peng today. "You really had to witness a spectacle. How about coming to my office for a cup of tea?" He didn't hold back in stating his subsequent purpose. "I also want to ask you for a small favor." Stepping out of Gao Peng, holding the certificate in his hand, he was very excited. "This is an intermediate level certificate." Gao Peng sat and waited for the vehicle, looking at the certificate for a while. He heard that for university, you could even get an extra 30 points. As for the skeleton undead, it really likes to sit there in a daze, so Gao Peng named it Dumpy. When the vehicle arrived, he got on, still overjoyed. This competition was truly profitable. Not only did he get an elite-level monster for free. Gao Peng took out the card, unable to contain his joy. He also got his identification card. Normally, the efficiency of this type of organization isn't this high. Maintaining a relationship with the boss is beneficial. Saying this, he suddenly stopped and fell into thought. On second thought, Gao Peng recalled being in Feng Xiu's office. Feng Xiu was sitting opposite him and went straight to the point. "Mr. Gao, actually, I want you to represent Chang'an City in the World Beast Tamer competition." This made him a little confused. The World Beast Tamer competition. Feng Zhu replied to Gao Peng and explained, "Yes, I just told you. The beast tamers in Chang'an City, whether in number or quality, are not very optimistic. So, in the past few years, we haven't had good results in major beast tamer competitions." He held out his hand towards him and persuaded, but if Mr. Gao agrees to represent Chang'an City in the competition, to prevent Gao Peng from feeling apprehensive about his age, Feng Xiu immediately clarified. The new mutated world is only 3 years old, and the World Beast Tamer competition doesn't have strict rules about age limits. Whether old, middle-aged, or young, everyone starts at the same line. He clenched his fist, his eyes full of anticipation. However, from the perspective of growth potential, young talents like Mr. Jie definitely have an advantage. But conversely, Gao Peng wasn't very interested, so he had to awkwardly laugh and refuse the world competition. This made Feng Zhu a little confused. Mr. Gao isn't interested. He showed immense regret about this issue. What a pity. After all, high-ranked contestants can also receive prize money. The top 10 can get at least 10,000 credit points. I'm being too selfish, asking Mr. Gao. As soon as he heard about the prize money, he immediately didn't hesitate and jumped up, changing his mind. Wait a minute. Feng Zhu hadn't finished his sentence yet, but he was startled by this and startled him. Taking on such great pressure, Mr. Gao. Gao Peng put his hand on his chest and declared powerfully, "Chairman Feng, what kind of pressure is that? With greater ability comes greater responsibility. And I will participate in this competition." The flashback ends. Now, he is sitting alone, dazed, muttering to himself, "Do I really have to participate in some competition?" Just hearing about it sounds quite troublesome, right? People sitting in the back rows couldn't help but be curious about the strange creature. "Dumby, look in the front. Is that maybe a super rare undead monster? You can see all the bones, so it must be it." Another person, completely fearless, reached out with the intention of touching it. "An undead monster. That's really interesting. I wonder what would happen if I took a bone. Maybe I should try it." But before their hand could touch it, it was grabbed by red threads. Dumby turned its head and looked at him with murderous intent, terrifying him. Meanwhile, Gao Peng was completely unaware of what was happening behind him and just kept sitting and thinking. But there's prize money, and the top 10 get at least 10,000 credit points. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly. A person living under someone else's roof, a poor person, has no right to choose. Behind him, the man was bound so tightly by Dumby that he could only groan in fear, unable to speak. At this moment, Dumby's claws were close to his eye. In this critical situation, Gao Peng called out, "Dumby." Hearing this, it turned around as if nothing had happened and continued to sit and listen to him complain. "To support you and Dozy, I'm left with no choice but to sell myself off. Dozy eats enough, but looking at your build, you must eat a lot. It's really hard to support you too." As for the other person, they were so scared they could barely stand anymore. Gao Peng laughed cheerfully, as if comforting himself about the future difficulties. "Forget it. Who told me I'm still too young? Not only do I have to admit I'm too handsome for my age, but I'm also this talented. Heaven truly envies handsome faces, right?" The passengers in the vehicle, after what just happened, could only gape in astonishment. This kid hasn't even signed a contract with the monster yet, right? How can he make this violent monster suddenly obey him like that? Since when did our Chang'an City get someone this strong? Getting off the vehicle, he stood still for a moment, wondering if he should try negotiating with Sister Tang. From behind, something shot towards him at high speed, making rustling sounds. It was getting closer to Gao Peng. Sensing the danger approaching, Dumby turned around. The approaching danger. Dumby immediately turned its head. It quickly pushed him hard to the side, while he couldn't even understand what was happening. Dumby used both hands to shield and protect Gao Peng. It turned its head to glance at the object behind it but didn't forget to shield him. Gao Peng struggled to get up, his hip aching like someone in their 50s, constantly complaining, "Dumby, why did you suddenly push me?" When he saw what was in front of them, as well as how Dumby growled to show it was scared. He was suddenly startled and understood. Gao Peng gave a gentle smile and an affectionate look when he realized what had happened, that Dumby was worried he would be attacked. You were worried I'd be ambushed. He walked forward, not forgetting to reach out and comfort Dumby. Don't worry, it's okay. From now on, we're all family. Gao Peng excitedly reached out towards Dozi to introduce Dumby. Let me introduce you to Dumby. Get acquainted. It's Dozi. When he looked closely at its current appearance, he was stunned and speechless. Dozi, Tang Tang approached from a distance, waving friendly. Gao Peng, sister, and Dozi came to pick you up. Gao Peng looked at this scene and found it hard to believe. Sister Tang. He immediately gathered himself and confusedly questioned, What's going on? Seeing Gao Peng's reaction, she wasn't very surprised. You mean Dozi? Tang Tang confidently showed off her achievement in helping Dozi get fat. How is it? Doesn't Dozi look strong and robust now? I fed it a lot of good food. He stopped, unable to believe this. He turned to look at its information and indeed, it was extremely overnourished. This is strong and robust. Not only did she not realize she had turned it obese, but she proudly flipped her hair. Right, Dozi was too thin before, that's why I say boys aren't meticulous at all. This statement directly left Gao Peng speechless. This is a deformity. At this moment, Dumby was intently staring at Dozi's rolls of fat. After watching enough, it turned and smiled proudly. I won. This made Dozi so angry it was fuming. Meanwhile, Tang Tang was patting his shoulder, comforting Gao Peng's crestfallen face. Don't mind the minor details. Let's get back to serious talk, shall we? How was the exam today? When this was mentioned, he immediately brightened up again. It was all right. It wasn't anything special. It's just that during the exam, I immediately encountered the monster I had experimented on after a failure. I just messed around a bit, and it successfully leveled up. After that, I easily got my intermediate beast tamer certificate. Gao Peng gestured towards Dumby as he recounted this. Finally, the chairman of the Beast Tamer Association insisted on giving me the successfully leveled up monster. I couldn't really make him lose face. Hearing this, she was stunned. What? Tang Tang covered her mouth in surprise. Intermediate. You really got the Beast Tamer certificate? Intermediate Beast Tamer certificate. He happily took out the certificate to show it off. 100% real. But it seemed like it was still hard for her to believe. It's real. Tang Tang smiled happily at the news. She spoke up to praise Gao Peng. Gao Peng, your growth speed really startled me. He was left speechless by this. Sister Tang, she continued speaking first. She was originally planning to tell him something a little later. Gao Peng's curious nature was also roused by this. What is it? She continued. Do you know why the status of a beastmaster is so high? Tang Tang's gaze turned serious, no longer having her playful demeanor from before. Simply put, although our beastmasters tamed beasts are very strong, in the end, they are just external things. Gao Peng was meditating and studying the secret technique book, Tamed Beast Combat Damage Transfer. This is clearly a damage transfer technique that can transfer all the injuries he suffers onto his tamed beast. Although it has range limitations and can only be activated by active tamed beasts, the tamed beast's defensive power far surpasses that of humans, and moreover based on the beast's promotion, it will receive greater life force and defense. This move is more beneficial for him. He also realized that after studying, he and the great disciple seemed to be bound together by an invisible thread. He stretched his muscles after a long meditation and told himself that judging by this look, the contract must have been signed successfully. Yet Sister Tang can casually take out something like this. Her background is indeed not simple. He glanced down at the item below and as soon as he saw the great disciple's face, Gao Peng scolded, "Look how fat you've gotten." He even compared it to a pig, which made it completely unconvinced. Seeing this, he ordered Dumby to bring a mirror so the great disciple couldn't argue. Upon seeing its reflection, it immediately became heartbroken, turning to stone. He stood to the side, taunting, "Can you see clearly now?" Finally, he sat down and encouraged it, "Stop playing dead. Hurry up." In the next few days, I'll try my best to help you exercise and lose weight. After you lose weight, I'll upgrade your quality again." He suddenly imagined himself riding the disciple, looking like a flying pig in the sky, and immediately felt nauseous. The next day, Gao Peng went to Chang'an city center as agreed. Sister Tang was already waiting there. As soon as she saw him, she waved and called out, "Gao Peng, over here." He walked over and politely said, "Sister Tang, sorry to keep you waiting." She replied cheerfully, "How could you? Gao Peng is already a mid-level beast master. I couldn't be happier that you agreed to come to my struggling company to help me." Then she pointed to the tall building next door and said the reason she came to pick him up was to give him a brief overview of the situation. She also explained that she and some friends pooled money to open a small beast master training facility and invested a lot of money, but a while ago, her partner ran off with the money and all the beast masters in the facility were taken away. Gao Peng listened and sighed, "Sister Tang, this location is quite prime." He looked around at the street view, then asked, "Sister Tang, the rent here is probably not cheap, is it? This is the most prosperous street in the city center." She turned her face away awkwardly and replied hesitantly, "Business was quite good before, so we rented this place. But since the beast masters were taken away, business has plummeted." He noticed her attitude and felt she was very strange today. Sister Tang quickly turned around and led him upstairs. As she walked, she introduced, "The office is on the 3rd floor, and as for the benefits, as I said before, the salary will be the highest in the profession. On top of that, I'll give you 20% shares." When they got into the elevator, she repeatedly assured him, "This won't delay your studies at all. Just come here once on the weekend. The work of a beast master is actually very easy." Gao Peng was a bit skeptical and asked, "Aren't the benefits too high?" "Sister Tang, with these benefits, there are quite a few beast masters on the market. You could easily hire 1 or 2 people to handle things. Wouldn't that be okay?" She explained to him, "Better to lack than to be sloppy. Not having a beast master is a small matter. We can't let our reputation be ruined." He furrowed his brow, thinking about Sister Tang's unusual actions. First, her very strong beast taming skills. Then, she pulled out a facility in the most prosperous part of the city center, and on top of that, such good benefits. If it were anyone else, he would seriously suspect this was a trap. But this was Sister Tang for the past 3 years. As an orphan like him, if she hadn't secretly helped, making a living would have been a big problem. Thinking this, he clenched the strap of his bag and secretly made up his mind. No matter what, Sister Tang definitely wouldn't harm him. It's okay if the benefits are too generous. Anyway, with his current abilities, they aren't disproportionate. He can earn more money for her later. After clearing his thoughts, he happily replied, "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Tang." She crossed her arms and said to him, "Then I wish us happy cooperation." Outwardly calm, but inwardly, she was breathing a sigh of relief that he didn't find anything wrong. The elevator took the 2 of them to the 3rd floor. Quan ran out cheerfully and greeted, "Hello, Sister Tang." Seeing her, Sister Tang excitedly exclaimed, "Quan, you've come at just the right time." She introduced her, "Let me introduce you. This is the expert I invited, Gao Peng." Then she turned and told Gao Peng, "This is Quan, the company's receptionist. You can just call her Quan." Done with that, she waved goodbye to him. "I've already told Quan everything inside carefully. Gao Peng, let her take you to get familiar with the environment and meet your colleagues. Anyway, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." The 2 could only stand there helplessly watching the elevator doors slowly close. Gao Peng propped his chin dispiritedly. "Sister, aren't there too many holes in this?" Fortunately, Quan reacted quickly and immediately told him to start filling out his information. He politely told her, "Just call me Gao Peng, sorry to trouble you." She sat at her desk, occasionally glancing at him, and sighed, "So young." She looked at his mid-level beast master certificate and secretly scoffed, probably a dumb boss who was tricked out of money. Meanwhile, Gao Peng was drinking water and telling himself, "I have to earn a lot of money for Sister Tang. I must set a proper standard fee," he quietly calculated. Unlike other beast masters, as long as he followed the system's guidance, the success rate for beast upgrades was nearly 100%. If that was the case, his standard fees couldn't be the same as other beast masters. He confidently asserted, although he himself wasn't greedy for money, if he charged too little, it would be disrespecting knowledge and disrespecting his golden hand. So, he would have to take a slight loss and charge 3 times the price of current mid-level beast masters. Quanquan came over just then and handed him the certificate. "Mr. Gao, the information is filled out." Then she hesitantly reminded him, "Are you sure you want to set the price 3 times higher than other mid-level beast masters? Because you don't have work experience, the possibility isn't very high. If the pricing doesn't follow the rules and no customers come, that's one thing, but if it affects the office reputation, then it's not a small matter." Gao Peng asked in a low voice, "So, your point is..." Suddenly, someone aggressively walked in and interrupted, "The point is you have to prove you actually have this ability." Mr. M.A. stomped his heel on the floor, repeatedly emphasizing, "Charging 3 times the fee, right?" He said with red eyes, "As long as Gao Peng can cure my beast, I don't care if you charge 3 times, I can pay even 10 times. Mr. M.A. aggressively shouted at Gao Peng, "10 times. As long as you can help my beast successfully upgrade, I will give you 10 times the money." Quanquan stood aside, trying hard to calm him down. But he frankly refused the sky-high price. No need then. He firmly raised 3 fingers and said, "Consider this my first order. Consider it a big discount. 3 times is enough." Hearing that, he wondered, "Does that mean you're very confident you can cure my beast?" Gao Peng chuckled slightly and spread his hands, asking, "Why the rush? Where is your beast? I need to see it first before I can answer you." Half believing, half doubting, he opened the box he was carrying. Then Mr. M.A. took out a small pink thing that was lying there trembling for them to see. He anxiously asked, "Can you do it or not? Just say the word." The information panel of the small beast appeared, showing its name was Purple Electric Conflict Mutant Level 4, an elite monster with elite quality, lightning attribute, and its status was slightly injured. Gao Peng raised an eyebrow slightly, doubtful, upon seeing the thing in front of him. The system displayed a red warning, "Dangerous mutation conflict, please handle urgently." He immediately questioned Mr. M.A. "What kind of nonsense did you feed it to make it like this?" He lowered his head and honestly replied that he fed it a blood jade branch to make it evolve and mutate. He anxiously pleaded with him, "Can you cure it, please?" In the meantime, he had a basic grasp of the problem that needed solving. Indeed, this purple electric was in the process of evolving, but the conflict between its blood and lightning attributes led to this result. The system quickly listed the solution. Use 5 phantom fruits, 1 immortal pink maple heart, 1 or 2 lightning gold leaves. Then put them in a blender, mash them, and then cook them into a soup. Add 1 essence core of an elite blood realm monster to the soup. After reading, Gao Peng understood that by using the method proposed by the system, the mutation conflict could be turned into a supplement, allowing this purple electric to complete its evolution. So, he immediately turned to Quanquan and requested 5 phantom fruits, 1 immortal pink maple heart, 1 or 2 lightning gold leaves, and 1 essence core of an elite blood realm monster. Go quickly. Then he reminded Mr. M.A., "I'm sure you know the rules of a beast master. We provide the material plan, and we can even front the materials for you. At the cost, the fee must be paid by yourself." He quickly agreed, "No problem." He bent down to comfort little one. "Don't worry, with me here, it's hard for it to fail evolution." After everything was ready, everyone entered the treatment room. Gao Peng put on an apron and gloves. His demeanor made Mr. A both scared and skeptical. He asked, "Is this how you ensure my purple electric rat will successfully evolve?" "Master Gao Peng, are you sure?" He smiled gently, picked up a cleaver, and replied, "Is there a problem?" The 2 others shrieked in terror. "You tell us." Without another word, he directly dropped the purple electric rat into the pot, causing Mr. M.A. to panic and try to stop him. Quanquan despairingly calculated on her phone how much they would have to pay after this incident. The pet creature in the boiling pot was stirred by him until it was dizzy. Gao Peng scooped up a ladleful and teased him. "Want to taste some rat soup? This is good for yin and yang." He could only fearfully cover his head and refuse helplessly. He laughed and opened the lid of the pot, saying, "Don't be stressed. I was just joking to ease the atmosphere, Mr. Nye. Take a look." When he saw what was inside, he was startled and amazed again. He quickly explained, "This isn't cooking soup. This is a bath potion I meticulously prepared for your purple electric rat. Heating it up is just to speed up the absorption process." Although he kept reassuring them, the pressure he exuded when boiling the purple electric rat for the second time for another 10 minutes made Mr. Ame cautious. "I must remain calm. I must remain calm." There are only 2 high-level beastmasters in the entire city of Chang'an, both of whom are too high in status to even book an appointment. He decided to trust Gao Peng this time. At least, he was a mid-level beastmaster, but if anything went wrong, he wasn't without options. After waiting 10 minutes, he impatiently asked, "Are you done yet?" "Master Gao Peng, hasn't it been boiling for too long?" He immediately told him to relax. The work was almost finished. The pot on the stove suddenly made a loud noise, simultaneously signaling that everything was okay. A puff of smoke blew the lid into the air. The purple electric rat, having absorbed all the essence in the soup, lay in a heap inside. It suddenly opened its bright eyes, darting around every corner of the treatment room, trashing furniture and books. Seeing this, Mr. Ame joyfully exclaimed, "It worked, my pet creature really evolved." Quanquan, meanwhile, held her head and cried loudly at the mess it left behind. The system announced, "Purple electric rat has evolved into purple electric blood mouse, level 20, with perfect quality. Its attributes are lightning and blood elements." After reading the information, Gao Peng immediately congratulated him. "You've really made a big profit. This is perfect quality, dual element. With just a little more training, it can evolve into a leader-level pet creature." Mr. Ame, holding his pet creature in his arms, repeatedly apologized for his earlier rudeness. He himself hadn't expected that he could truly help it evolve. After that, he continuously thanked him. He calmly held out the bill and said, "There's nothing to thank me for. You paid. I just provided the service. Right, above are the damages to our office and the consultation fee. Please settle them together." He turned to instruct Quanquan again. "Please bring the materials to my place later based on this note. All costs will be deducted from my commission, Mr." And I looked at him admiringly and asked if he could book an appointment for another pet creature for tomorrow. However, he hesitated. Saying this, he held up 3 fingers and said, "Master Gao Peng, money is not a problem. Triple, I can pay." He immediately interrupted, "It's not about that. I don't have time tomorrow. I still have to go to school." Hearing this, he was puzzled. "Go to school? With your skill level, you still need supplemental classes. Is it an association training class or a personal lesson from some great master?" Gao Peng just calmly reached for his coat. "What are you thinking?" He grabbed his bag and coat, walking out of the treatment room, leaving only a sentence, "3rd year of high school, regular education. All right, I have to get off work and go home to do homework." Mr. Ame looked at him in shock, wondering, are high school students this terrifying now? Quanquan next to him was just as shocked because it was only now that she realized Sister Tang Tang had bought this office at a high price a few days ago and let all the beastmasters quit, telling her to deceive Gao Peng. She thought rich people were just having fun, but it turned out they were making arrangements for a grandmother to practice. In a dark room, Tang Tang, fiddling with an essence core, sighed. The quality of this essence core isn't bad. She raised her glass of red wine, lost in thought. Then she gave the essence core to her pet creature and ordered it to take the item there for her. It obediently and quickly climbed out through the window. The pet creature silently slithered to Gao Peng's room. Then it spit out the essence core from its mouth. Dorzi under the bed watched the essence core that had rolled in front of it intently. It immediately crawled closer to observe. Without thinking, it immediately snapped it up. Dorzi leisurely chewed the essence core in its mouth. Suddenly, its face instantly turned pale, and its whole body suddenly convulsed, scaring Dumby behind it. At the same time, Gao Peng was carrying a bag of recently bought goods, walking and muttering to himself, "This 7.5 kilograms of Yimtong snow pine needles is enough for Dumby for a month. Now Dumby is perfect quality. If it continues to evolve, it will be epic quality. Epic quality monsters. I've only seen them in books and on TV. Maybe I should just supplement DUMBY's nutrition for a while longer before continuing to evolve. That seems safer. When he thought about DOZ, he sighed dejectedly. As for DOZ, it's even less urgent. To evolve, it needs the essence core of a level 10 or higher lightning element monster. This item is really a bit hard to find. Moreover, even if I find it, there's a high probability I can't afford it. As he was about to reach the apartment, he suddenly heard Dumby crying out loudly. He was startled and realized something had happened at home, so he frantically dropped the bag of goods and ran home as fast as he could. Gao Peng took several steps at a time up the stairs. Finally, he reached the door. He quickly flung open the door, calling out to Dumby, only to see Dorzei lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The system informed him that Dorzei, at level 8 with normal quality, was evolving because it had consumed a large amount of flesh and blood and the essence core of a lightning diamond centipede. Because it also belonged to the centipede family and was compatible with the evolution goal of the golden claw purple centipede, Gao Peng was shocked and exclaimed, "It's evolving." The essence core of a lightning diamond centipede. He sat down and pondered, how did it manage to eat something so expensive? Suddenly, he noticed Tang Tang peeking outside the door. He immediately asked her if she was the one who gave Dorzei the essence core. When he saw her just smiling and standing still, he immediately exploded in anger. Why on earth would you do that? Couldn't you have just told me beforehand? Because Tang Tang knew that if she told him beforehand, he would refuse. That's why she did it. Currently, she could only change the subject. "Little, I came to deliver something to you." She dropped 2 bags of goods and complained, "Look how careless you are. Leaving your stuff in the middle of the road without knowing." Finished, she quickly ran back to her room door and then continued to taunt, "You've only made money for a few days, and you're spending it so freely." She left a sentence telling Gao Peng to rest early and slammed the door shut, leaving him speechless. That's Sister Tang Tang for you. If she needs anything, she just needs to call and say she needs it. He angrily turned and slapped Dorzei, scolding it, "Eat again. From now on, you're not allowed to eat anything that drops on the ground. Got it?" He knew scolding wouldn't help, and he couldn't just ignore Dorzei, so he sat down to study how to speed up its evolution process. He rummaged through things, but couldn't find anything. Gao Peng kept throwing out all sorts of potions and tree trunks, but nothing seemed useful. After searching for a while, he finally found a purple flower branch. As long as this mid-grade purple poison flower is ground into a liquid and fed to Dorzei, it can help it evolve. He immediately went into the kitchen to grind it. Once finished, he poured the liquid into Dorzei's mouth, forcing it to drink. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and its whole body emitted a powerful surge of energy, creating a pressure vortex that shattered the window. Dorzei's 2 horns became tougher, and even the glowing line on its head became clearly visible. Compared to before, its body was many times larger, looking incredibly powerful. The info panel changed. Purple-backed Thunder Centipede has leveled up to level 9, elite quality, with lightning and poison attributes. Requirements for quality increase. The perfect dose is silverleaf grass ground into powder and mixed with water to drink continuously for a week, along with the essence core of a high-level boss monster. Gao Peng saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. I didn't expect Big Guy to upgrade so easily. This is the luck of holding onto a big thigh, right? But just a few seconds later, it lay sprawled on the floor, unconscious. He chuckled and reassured Dumby next to him, "Big Guy usually bothers you so much, yet you still worrying about it." "Don't worry, it's just a little exhausted. It's just exhausted." He praised its kindness despite its appearance, then gave it a bowl of snow pine needles, saying, "This is something I specially bought for you today. Hurry and eat it." Dumby was still skeptical. It held the last needle it was fiddling with, then put the pine needles into its mouth. The needles that passed through its body had their spiritual energy drained, turning into ashes that fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Gao Peng hastily urged it to eat more, while he quickly swept the floor. He also said, "You've just finished upgrading. It's better to wait a while longer to stabilize. Wait until I find suitable materials. I'll upgrade you again. You must become a super powerful beast. Some time passed, and Big Guy finally woke up. It glanced over and saw that he and Dumby had already fallen asleep leaning on chairs. It thought for a moment before getting an idea. Big Guy eagerly dragged a blanket near the sofa. Tang Tang peeked through the window, observing the people inside, feeling a little worried, asking herself, is this the calm before the storm? She looked at the scene of one person and two beasts sleeping leaning against each other and silently urged, brother, grow up quickly. A new day arrived. The school was as lively as usual. In the principal's office, he was banging the desk, opposing the idea of letting monsters into the school proposed by the person opposite him. He snapped, the students in this school are all children and have never received professional training. The people above don't consider their safety. He sighed and retorted, at this age, in a time of peace, they are still considered children. At this age in ancient times, they would have had to stand up and take up arms to protect the country. The principal heard this and was stunned, realizing the current situation was already this tense. He slightly frowned and pointed out, although the whole world is researching new technology, the speed is too slow. If this continues, there will come a day when their science and technology are no longer a threat to the tamed beasts. By then, it will truly be too late. Outside the school campus, it was as peaceful as before. As soon as Gao Peng arrived at the classroom, he was met with countless eyes staring at him. Qian Jin, sitting at the desk in front, turned around and asked him, Gao Peng, did you really pass the intermediate beast tamer exam? He was startled when he heard this and asked, how did he know? With his eyes sparkling, he told him that he was already in the headlines. The students in the class joined in the lively discussion. Isn't that Gao Peng? You're a celebrity now, right? That's right. That can help our class save face. It's just that Zigong is miserable. I heard his mother was also at the exam site. After returning home, she hung Zigong up on the beam and beat him into a pulp. Qian Jin squirmed, asking him for a small, slightly unreasonable request. However, he immediately refused him. Then you shouldn't say it. Gao Peng analyzed seriously the thing you just said. Isn't that an unreasonable request? Saying it out loud doesn't just make you awkward, it makes both of us awkward. That's not beneficial at all, right? He was angry and about to retort, unaware that a large, stout figure had walked up behind him. Teacher Kaiwei, holding a stack of papers, hit him hard on the head with a loud thwack, then scolded, What are you all gathered here for? Go back to your seats, I have something to announce. As soon as the students saw this, they ran back to their seats in panic. After the class settled down, she cleared her throat softly and got to the main point. She announced loudly, from now on, all schools worldwide will undergo urgent reform. Second-year students will have additional beast taming classes and simultaneously a new subject, special selection for taming aptitude, will be added. She stated that this is a project jointly implemented by the Ministry of Education Alliance and the Military Alliance. If the academic performance in the taming aptitude subject is excellent, you can directly receive a major title or be recruited by a military academy. Teacher Kaiwei also revealed something that shocked all the students and made their mouths gape open. Military trainers will arrive shortly. Starting from this afternoon, students who become aptitude students will have to start training. Therefore, students who agree to become taming aptitude students, quickly find me to register after class. The whole class erupted in uproar as if a dam had burst. Some were still confused about why the reform was so sudden. Some were surprised because this involved the military. They even thought something big had happened outside the city. Teacher Kaiwei didn't care about the students' whispers and called out Gao Peng by name. She pointed to the door and told him to step outside for a moment because she had something to say in the hallway. She praised his performance this time, saying it wasn't bad, and that he was even able to pass the exam and receive the Intermediate Beast Tamer certificate. She added that the principal specifically mentioned and praised him during the recent meeting. She also said that tomorrow, the students from Base 7 would come here, and the school hoped he could represent the school and give a speech to the new students. Gao Peng awkwardly declined, saying giving such grand speeches wasn't suitable for him. Then he excitedly said, "Actually, teacher, I want to sign up for the taming aptitude class." Hearing this, Teacher Kaiwei wondered why he suddenly had this idea. She thought that while the taming aptitude class could indeed be considered a decent option, for him, it wasn't of great significance. The sounds of car horns below caught her attention. While observing the line of tanks moving around the school grounds, she said, "Your academic performance is very good. Just continue to perform normally, and with the points from the Intermediate Beast Tamer certificate, all the famous schools in China are nothing to you. You can even try applying to famous schools abroad." She advised him that if he truly wanted to become a combat tamer, he could use his academic performance to test into a military academy and then enroll in related fields. There was no need to rush like this. Meanwhile, soldiers were trying to control a monster pet on the school grounds. Gao Peng clenched his fists and said, "Teacher Kaiwei, thank you for thinking so much for me. Entering a military academy and becoming a tamer is indeed more stable. However, that way is too slow for me. I want to learn more knowledge from real combat during training, quickly grow up and become stronger. And besides, I can also participate in exams for both paths." He promised not to miss any opportunities and asked her to rest assured. Seeing that he had said so, she didn't persuade him further. Kaiwei turned around, leaving only a reminder, "All right, you have your own thoughts. I won't stop you, I just hope you think carefully." He immediately bowed down to thank her. By the afternoon, a large number of students had gathered on the school grounds to participate in the selection. Chen Jin, mixed in the crowd, was jumping and waving, calling out to Gao Peng and asking, "Gao Peng, did you also sign up for the taming aptitude class?" He squeezed past the others and came closer, asking him, "Aren't you a beast tamer, and your academic results are so good?" He retorted indifferently, saying that his results weren't bad either, but he still signed up. Chen Jin's eyes sparkled like stars as he shared with him that it was because of a childhood dream. The cartoon he used to like watching the most was about divine pets, and the pets in the movie were super cool, so he had to become the man of the strongest tamer. Therefore, an opportunity like this, how could he miss it? Gao Peng calmly raised a question. "If the strongest tamer is a man, then will you also become that man's man?" He turned pale and corrected himself. "The strongest tamer, I meant the type, not the gender. Okay." He turned and walked away, leaving him with just one sentence, "Got it? Hurry up and catch up. The training ground is up ahead." The group of students surrounding the training ground whispered among themselves, "Look, it's the newest type of armored tank. This is the first time I've seen something like this. They look so serious, I'm a little scared. I feel that way too." The teacher on the podium quickly invited Lieutenant Colonel to speak. Chen Jin below took one look and scoffed at him. "Except for looking a bit muscular, there's nothing special about him." He seemed to have heard that remark and glared down. Just one look scared the soul out of the boy. Gao Peng could also see the heavy killing intent emanating from the man. He was truly not simple. Lieutenant Colonel said sternly to the students below, "First, I want to commend you. Compared to those who didn't dare to come, you are more like humans. But you don't really think you're going to become tamers, do you?" He heavily mocked them for not having firm convictions or iron will, saying that if they saw a real wild monster, they would instantly wet their pants and their legs would go limp like noodles, unable to run away. The students heard this and retorted angrily, saying he was looking down on them too much. It's just controlling monster pets, as if they've never seen one before. He slightly curled his lips, mocking them, unconvinced. "Are you?" Colonel Chen wanted to broaden their horizons by ordering someone to bring out the extremely ferocious Silver Moon Wolf. Colonel Chen stood next to a ferocious Silver Moon Wolf. It had white fur and fierce, bright eyes. It bared its sharp fangs at the people opposite, even while it was muzzled. Colonel Chen ordered his subordinate to go. The person saluted him in a military manner and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he set up a camouflaged steel plate and said, reporting, "Sir, the target object, a 10 centimeters thick Type 3 armor plate, is ready. Colonel Chen ordered the Silver Moon Wolf to go, and it immediately charged. The Silver Moon Wolf charged towards the armor plate. Then the monster pet spun around and struck it hard with its tail. This move made the armor plate seem to explode, debris flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. After the smoke cleared, they saw that a large section of the armor plate was missing. They were amazed and gasped. Yao Peng thought to himself how thick the armor plate was, yet it broke with just one blow. Colonel Chen spoke up, "Have you all seen clearly now? This is the destructive power of a trained monster pet. In other words, the monsters you will face later will be like this, perhaps even stronger." He looked at the students gathered below and said, "Therefore, this is your last chance. Anyone who wants to withdraw, step out of the line now." People started leaving. Yao Peng looked at the number of people giving up and thought to himself, so many are leaving. Looks like there were quite a few impulsive ones whose blood rushed to their heads earlier. Colonel Chen asked loudly, "Why are you lowering your heads?" Those who were leaving turned back to look and heard him say, "It's not like you're doing anything wrong." Colonel Chen adjusted his hat and instructed them, "Study hard. Studying is also a good way out. You're not deserters, you're just making a rational choice. Hurry back to your classrooms." Suddenly, he turned to look at those who stayed with sharp eyes and a frightening smile. Colonel Chen threatened them, "But you are different, you have chosen to stay. From now on, if anyone dares to give up, that is a true deserter, and I do not hope for any deserters to appear, understood?" The students replied fearfully, "Understood, sir." Colonel Chen's loud voice echoed across the schoolyard, "Speak louder." "I can't hear you," the students shouted loudly, "Understood, sir." The sun gradually set. Yao Peng went home and collapsed onto the sofa. He thought to himself, exhausted to the point of fainting. Although he was mentally prepared extremely well, he didn't expect the situation to be even more serious than he imagined. Suddenly, Dozy thumped onto the sofa and cried out that it was hungry. Seeing this, Yao Peng sighed. As he walked towards the refrigerator, he thought about what Colonel Chen said today. Within 1 month, 1,200 registered students from all schools in the city would be eliminated. This elimination rate is too high. He opened the refrigerator door. Yao Peng exclaimed, "What?" Upon seeing the compartment empty, he searched around and wondered, "Where are the yin pine snow needles? I had stacked them here." He picked up a tiny leaf and said, "Only 1 leaf left." Yao Peng, burning with anger, went to the living room to confront his monster pets. What exactly happened, Dozy immediately reported. He ate it. While saying this, it pointed at Dumby. Knowing the culprit, Yao Peng said with resignation, "Dumby, you too." He patted its shoulder and comforted it. "Next time, if you want to eat a lot, just tell me, understood?" Dumby glanced at him for a moment, then continued to face the wall. Yao Peng sighed, "Indeed, I didn't give you the wrong name." Utterly dull, Yao Peng opened the attribute panel to check. He thought to himself, according to what's on the panel, Dumby needs to absorb 600 kilograms of yin pine snow needles to almost complete the first stage. The system notified him that he had successfully placed 30 kilograms of yin pine snow needles and 10 kilograms of thunder fruits. Yao Peng said, 1 kilogram of these needles costs 1,000 alliance currency. With 5 daily credit points, eating 15 kilograms of this every day, I can still bear the burden. He looked at Dumby standing nearby and analyzed, it's good that it can eat. The more material it absorbs, the faster it enters the next evolution. Dumby is still only an elite-level monster pet. When it reaches a higher level, the materials needed will be even more precious. Some materials even have a price, but are not available on the market. That's when it will truly be burning money. Then he glanced at Dozy and thought about this little one too. At this moment, it was eating happily. Yao Peng silently calculated that for Dozy to upgrade to perfect quality, it first needs 200 kilograms of thunder fruits. Thunder fruits are slightly cheaper than yin pine snow needles, only costing 200 alliance currency to buy 1 kilogram. He sighed and lamented, supporting a family is truly not easy at all. The next day, upon arriving at school, Yao Peng exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a newly opened zoo?" In the schoolyard, the students were bustling, shouting, and having to look after their monster pets. Don't be noisy, come back here, get down. He glanced at a creature shaped like a pig and thought, other ones are fine, but this pig is too ostentatious. Gao Peng said to the girl who owned the pig, "Is this your monster pet? It looks really sturdy, right? Could you ask it to move over a little?" The girl asked in surprise, "What?" At this moment, the pig was lying across the main entrance. Gao Peng reminded her, "Your monster pet is blocking the gate." The girl cried loudly. She suddenly recalled that when she first got this monster pet, it was only the size of her hand, but then it ate more and grew bigger. She said, "It wasn't like this when I first bought it." Gao Peng sighed, "She's completely ignoring what I'm saying." Suddenly, the instructor and his monster pet arrived. He asked, "What's going on?" Gao Peng exclaimed, "It's the trainer." The instructor saw the pig lying on the ground and asked, "Blocked by a monster pet, are you?" So he ordered his monster pet, "It's up to you." Yin, hearing this, Yin immediately bared its sharp fangs and glared at the pig. The pig, intimidated by the intense aura emanating from monster pet, immediately stood up. The instructor said dismissively, "The scene is over, isn't it? If it's over, let's start training immediately." The students stood attentively next to their monster pets on the grass. The instructor's voice rang out, "I know some of you want to contract with more monster pets later to form a complete combat squad. Therefore, today our first training lesson is about your command authority over your monster pets. This is a basic and especially important stage." He stood on a platform next to Yin. The instructor said, "Otherwise, no matter how strong your monster pets are, if they don't listen to commands, it's useless. I believe what you've seen before is only the negative side of the training materials." The girl who owned the giant pig blushed deeply with embarrassment upon hearing him say that. The instructor narrowed his eyes and smiled, sat down, and rubbed away Yin's head, making it purr happily. He said, "To train a monster pet, you must definitely understand their personality and preferences to establish a good relationship with them. Just like my Yin, every day I specially buy the black armored pork it likes most and feed it myself. I only buy the freshest and most delicious meat. Every day I play with it, sleep with it, and run with it. So now it relies on me quite a bit and is willing to listen to my commands. Before that, you saw the Colonel's monster pet smash the armor plate with its tail, right? But the tail is not the inherent strength of a silver moon wolf. It's just that through systematic daily training, its tail has become increasingly hard and its swinging speed has become increasingly fast and accurate. Therefore, in addition to its fangs and claws, it has gained another attack method. This is the Colonel's training method. Developing the diversity of its attacks increases its advantage." Saying that, he turned to Old Li and requested, "Old Li, please demonstrate the Silver Moon Wolf's special ability one more time." Old Li replied, "All right." He stood next to another Silver Moon Wolf. In his hand was a stone. Old Li said, "Just like the Silver Moon Wolf, different combat monster pets will have different training methods. They have different developmental directions. Students, watch closely." Saying that, he threw the stone far away. The Silver Moon Wolf immediately chased after the stone, then the beast bit the stone and crushed it. Gao Peng and Duzi were shocked. He thought the biting force was terrifying. The instructor explained that there are currently 5 main categories of companion beasts: attack, defense, support, healing, control, and strategy. Battlefield control. A companion beast can also serve multiple roles. Each role has a different identifying symbol. For example, the green devil vine can serve as defense and can also serve as battlefield control. It is a companion beast in the shape of a tree, and a few special high-level beast tamers can even train it into an attack type. After the lecture, the instructor clapped his hands and smiled with squinted eyes. He said, "I've demonstrated it for you. Now let's officially start training. I suggest we start with simple materials now. For example, for bite force training, you should first choose wooden stakes, then gradually increase the hardness. Regarding material sources, we have transported a large quantity here for training, so you don't need to worry at all." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction where there were some apes assisting in transporting material boxes. The instructor instructed, Whoever has decided on a training method can come and register to receive materials. Gao Peng heard the instructor say this and thought to himself, what strength does Dozi need to increase? He turned to look at it and pondered, should I train its wound shifting technique or improve its defense first? How can I train it to improve its defense? He recalled seeing the apes transporting the material boxes just now. He thought, they're so small, but they can carry such large boxes. That must be a type of strength. Wait, apes, that's right, apes. When I was reading books before, I saw a profile about a mutated monster ape species with sparse fur in the laboratory. These are tyrant apes. They are fierce and extremely aggressive, but their defense is very low. So, after tyrant apes are born, they have to undergo training from their parents. They have to practice from a young age by violently colliding their bodies with trees, first the trunk, then they will continue to attack harder things like rocks and cliff faces. Gradually, their skin after many injuries will become tougher. A grown tyrant ape doesn't just have bulging muscles, but the scar scales also gather together to form a layer like armor. It looks very strong with a powerful physique and bright eyes. At this point, even if they crash into a cliff, they won't suffer any damage. Gao Peng walked up and took a box of materials. He secretly decided that he could definitely rely on this training method to increase Dozi's defense. If that's the case, then I'll choose this training material. A little later, Dozi was sleeping comfortably under a tree when Gao Peng called out to it. Dozi, the beast, woke up. It saw him wave and say, "Come here quickly, I've chosen a training method for you. But training this way might be a bit hard on you. Sweating now is also you won't bleed later. I only want what's best for you. A little pain now is better than a lifetime of pain later, right?" Saying that, he pulled something out. Dozi screamed upon seeing Gao Peng holding a huge mace in his hand. He even smiled and coaxed, "Be good, I'll go easy." So the beast frantically ran away, Gao Peng asked, trying to run. He held the big mace and chased after Dozi, who was running for dear life, and yelled loudly, "Stop right there. This is all for your own good, you have to understand my hardship." A little later, Dozi was finally caught up too. Gao Peng threw the mace aside and sighed, "Mum, my hand holding the mace almost got dislocated." 1 week later, that morning, the alarm clock rang in Gao Peng's room. He reached out to turn it off, then grudgingly said, "No need to go training today. It's still early, I'll sleep a bit more." Suddenly, there was a noise outside that woke Gao Peng up. He walked out to the living room and saw Dozi continuously banging its food tray and constantly whining about being hungry. So he had no choice but to say, "Stop banging. I'll make you breakfast now, okay?" As he flipped the pancakes on the pan, he muttered, "Clearly you're the one leveling up, so why am I the one doing all the hard work? It seems not only has my strength and speed increased, but my pancake-making skills have also become increasingly proficient." He then looked at level 10 Dozi and Dumby who were waiting to eat and said, "Fortunately, during this time, Dozi hasn't just been eating idols. Not only has its physique grown, but it has also smoothly reached level 10. Dumby also hasn't eaten in vain, it has leveled up too." Gao Peng lamented miserably, "Training Dozi's defense almost broke my arm. Dumby is also about to eat up my entire salary. Having to raise these two ancestors, I'm truly too exhausted." Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Dumby picked it up and helped Gao Peng answer the call. A voice rang out, "Is this Mr. Gao? I am Liu Senilin, General Manager of Blue Shield Security Company." Gao Peng replied, "Hello, Mr. Liu, may I ask what matter you are seeking me for?" He thought to himself, Blue Shield Security Company, I've never dealt with them before, nor have I heard of Senilin. Senilin replied, "We would like to discuss a very beneficial matter with you. I wonder if you have time to meet and talk." At the office, Huang Quan saw that Gao Peng had arrived and said, "Mr. Gao Peng, your guest is already waiting in the room." Gao Peng replied, "Okay." Gao Peng walked in and met a man wearing glasses. He said, "Mr. Senilin, correct?" "Hello." Senilin immediately replied, "You are Mr. Gao Peng. It is a great honor. I am Senilin, General Manager of Blue Shield Security Company." He shook his hand and said, "The reason I came this time is to invite you to join our company as a beast taming consultant." Gao Ping replied, "General Manager, let's sit down and chat." He frowned and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "There are advanced beast tamers and intermediate beast tamers in Chang'an City, not just me. I don't know what reputation I have that would make the General Manager seek me out." Senlin laughed and replied, "Mr. Gao Ping is too modest. It's true that there are advanced beast tamers in Chang'an City, but one is President Chen of the Beast Tamer Association, the one with red hair. How could he possibly have time to be a consultant for my small company? Besides, there is also Mr. Gu Xianlin, but he simultaneously also specializes in being the government's beast taming consultant. He has short hair and wears a serious black suit. As for the other intermediate beast tamers, compared to those people, I am more willing to trust young and talented Mr. Gao Ping here." So Gao Ping replied, "First, I need to state my requirements. If you can accept these conditions, we can proceed. Otherwise, we shouldn't waste everyone's time and effort. First, I have to attend school from Monday to Friday. Unless the situation is extremely urgent, normally, you should not disturb me. Second, I have no problem being a beast taming consultant, but I will not sign an exclusive contract with you. I can only guarantee that I will not help your competitors." Senlin heard him say this, happily took out the contract, and said, "All right, I agree. Please take a look at this non-exclusive contract we have prepared to see if it is acceptable." Gao Ping read the contract and was surprised, thinking to himself, "This contract isn't quite right. There are no mandatory requirements. The annual salary is 500 credit points plus commission. For every demon mantis of this company that successfully evolves, I will receive an additional 50 credit points in commission. Don't tell me there's some legal loophole." This is truly a welfare package, so Gao Ping put pen to paper and signed the contract. He thought, are the owners of this company all so whimsical? But anyway, this contract has almost no constraints, so I can sign it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Quan entered and announced, "Mr. Gao Ping, Mr. Ma, who had an appointment, is waiting outside." Senlin picked up his briefcase, stood up, and said, "Since the contract is signed, I won't trouble you any longer. I look forward to our future cooperation, Mr. Gao Ping." Gao Ping escorted him to the door and replied, "Director Senlin, you're too kind." The elevator has arrived. Senlin stepped inside and made a call to his uncle, saying, "Uncle, it's me?" Yes, the contract has been signed." Mr. Gao Ping chose a non-exclusive contract. "I don't understand why there are so many intermediate beast tamers in Chang'an City. Why one or two? All right, I get it." Inside the treatment room, Gao Ping was observing a beast that looked like a cute little flowering plant. He asked, "Is this the one you mentioned last time?" Mr. Ma smiled and replied, "That's right." Gao Ping looked at the status panel. Name, for seasons begonia flower demon. Level 3, common quality, wood type. Weaknesses, thunder and fire types. Gao Ping turned to Mr. Ma and said, "Is this a plant type beast? This flower is actually very cute. The edges of the leaves have crimson patterns and serrations, carrying a light fragrance. You want to evolve this flower demon?" Mr. Ma scratched his chin and replied, "That's right." Half a month later, Chang'an City is holding a Flower King competition. I plan to take it there to compete for the Flower King title. Gao Ping thought to himself, isn't that Flower King competition a beauty contest? He was astonished to realize that although plants mutated wildly, it was extremely rare to produce intelligent living type beasts, and because they had healing properties, they were even more sought after than yin spirit types. And now, he's taking it to compete in a beauty contest. This guy's luck is truly enviable and makes others jealous. Quan asked, "But isn't the Flower King competition only for female students?" Mr. Ma replied, "I know, it's really strange for a big guy like me to compete for the Flower King. It looks really weird to others, but it's my second beast." He reached out a finger and touched the flower demon's hand. Mr. Ma looked at it with gentle eyes and said, "I hope to give it a good start. I believe my judgment is not wrong. I want it to be happy." Then he turned to Gao Peng and pleaded, "So, Master Gao Peng, please, you must make it evolve. That way, the chances of winning the competition will increase." Gao Peng thought to himself, "I didn't expect this Mr. Ma to care so much about his beast." So he patted his chest and squinted his eyes with a smile, replying, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Old rule, triple fee. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Quan Quan immediately brought out the PAS machine and said to Mr. Ma, "Please swipe your card." Mr. Ma hummed a few times. After swiping the card, Gao Peng instructed Quan Quan to prepare 200-year-old wood trees, 150 drops of spiritual flower dew, 1 spiritual flower leaf, 1 unit of golden spirit seed, 1 caddy of sea platter, and 1 root of black wind grass. Quan Quan happily obeyed and replied, "All these common materials are in stock and can be used immediately." A moment later, Quan Quan laid out all the materials on the table and reported, "Master Gao Peng, the materials are ready." Gao Peng praised, "Not bad." Then he chased Quan Quan and Mr. Ma and said, "So you to go out too." "Don't disturb my work." Mr. Ma couldn't help but stand outside the door peeking. Quan Quan cried out, "Mr. Ma, please don't peek. It's not good to disturb Mr. Gao Peng." Inside the room, Gao Peng was holding a syringe and smiling sinisterly. The flower demon was terrified to see him approaching. Gao Peng said, "Be good. It'll only hurt a little bit. Don't be scared." As soon as he finished speaking, he injected the needle into the flower demon's butt. Seeing this, Mr. Ma intended to rush forward to stop him, but Quan Quan held him back and reminded him, "Mr. Ma, please calm down. It's all for the good of your beast." Suddenly, Gao Peng said, "All right, you can come in now." He stood in the room and asked the two, "You are both knowledgeable people. Have you seen a level for plant-type beast before?" In front of him, the flower demon had now reached level 4 and changed its appearance into a beautiful flower maiden. Mr. Ma joyfully exclaimed, "It really succeeded." Quan Quan also cheered, "So beautiful." Mr. Ma hugged Gao Peng tightly and thanked him profusely, making him cry out, all right, thank you, just don't get too physical." Over at the school, a girl was kneeling beside his beast, saying, "Failed again." Other students also complained, "Seriously, what are we risking our lives for? Even if we pass the test, we're not guaranteed to get into a prestigious school exactly after graduation. We'll have to find a job. Maybe by then, we won't be able to be beast tamers and won't find a job." "Yeah, but is it easy to withdraw now? It's okay. Didn't they say they're only recruiting 1,200 people anyway? Otherwise, let's just put up with it for another month. After a month, we'll go back to the culture test. Let's just consider this month a holiday." The girl glanced at them and cursed silently. "These fools think they're smart. No matter what others do, I must try again, just to find that person. Classmate Gao Peng, wait for me." Under a vast forest, a rustling sound suddenly echoed. A beast that looked like a rat crawled out of a bush, preparing to eat mushrooms. Suddenly, clumps of spider silk shot out from the trees behind it. The silk stuck to the rat, forcing it to deploy its armor and sharp spines. Then it spun continuously to cut the silk with its spines, but then other bursts of silk shot out at it. The rat was now completely covered in spider silk. A swarm of spiders crawled out from the forest and on the trees, a layer of red energy covering them. Countless other spiders also emerged in droves. At the Chen Ji material shop, old Chen was sitting behind the counter playing with his iPad. Gao Peng walked up and said, "Old Chen, same as usual, give me 30 caddies of yin snow through gold." Old Chen frowned and replied, "Boss, Gao Peng, yin snow through gold is severely out of stock." "There's only 10 caddies," Gao Peng asked, "out of stock. Don't they have a specialized manner supplying it outside the city?" Old Chen replied, "Don't even mention it." A week ago, a swarm of vicious spiders appeared out of nowhere and ate all the medicinal materials in the garden. Now that area has been cordoned off by the army. Saying that, he showed Gao Peng a news report about the spiders on his iPad. He said, "Other monsters around the mountains and forests have also become their food. I heard if the manor owner hadn't run fast, he might have been eaten too." Gao Peng watched the news report with his mouth wide open. Suddenly, a customer walked in asking to buy mountain-grade spiritwood grass. Old Chen had to say goodbye to Gao Peng to attend to the customer. Gao Peng frowned, looking at the news report, and muttered, "This." He looked at the happy people living their lives outside and thought worriedly. First, the military cooperation case, then the security company came looking, and now unknown spiders have appeared. Something big is about to happen. He felt a terrifying, bloody future slowly emerging. Suddenly, Gao Peng got a call from Senelin. He answered the phone and heard him say, "Mr. Gao Peng, do you know about the brutal demon spiders just discovered in the Black Forest? Unknown spiders have appeared. Something big is about to happen." Gao Peng thought to himself, brutal demon spiders. A moment later, he appeared in front of the Blue Shield security company. Senelin ran out to greet him and exclaimed, "Mr. Gao Peng, the situation is urgent. Let's not waste time. I'll synchronize the background information with you first." Saying that, he invited him inside. In the office, Senelin showed Gao Peng a recording of the demon spider swarm and reported, due to the large number of brutal demon spiders attacking multiple resource points, the government has now summoned security companies and several private organizations to investigate the Black Forest. The purpose is to identify their weaknesses and behavior patterns. Our company just received the mission today and will depart in 3 days, but currently, the company's reserve beasts are not fully prepared. Therefore, we wanted to invite you to take a look beforehand. If possible, before we depart, evolving a few demon mantises will significantly increase our success rate for this mission. Of course, even if you can't evolve them, it's alright, either way, we've troubled you. Gao Peng said, "Let me see the condition of those demon mantises first." Senlin pleaded with him to put in his best effort, saying the company placed great importance on this opportunity. He mentioned that the government alliance had convened a meeting and abolished many regulations suppressing non-official forces. He then opened the door with a key card and added, "That's also why things have changed a lot in recent years. The monsters make the government response even more tiring. This conference opens up many policy directions. I'm afraid the alliance's direction is about to change. Mr. Gao, please take a look." Gao Peng entered the room. In front of him was a group of monsters that looked like green praying mantises. Senelin said, "All the company's demon mantises are here. We will also arrange enough people to assist you." He promised that as long as there was a result, the remuneration would surely satisfy him. Gao Peng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you." Then he began to inspect the summoned beasts. Senelin stood upstairs observing him. An assistant walked over and asked, "Sir, what is Mr. Gao doing?" He looked at Gao Peng touching each summoned beast below and disdainfully asked, "Since coming downstairs, he's just been touching them like an old master strolling down the street. I don't quite understand. He looks barely 20 years old. Can he really do it?" Senelin turned to scold him, "If you don't know how to talk, shut your mouth. Otherwise even your sister can't save you." The assistant was startled and replied, "Yes, sir." Senelin looked at Gao Peng below and worriedly thought, "I don't know if he can do it, uncle. I've staked my entire future on him. This Gao Peng absolutely must have the ability you mentioned." A moment later, Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and said, "The 8th one from the left in the 1st row, the 4th one from the right in the 4th row, and the largest one in the 7th row. Please leave the 10 mantises I just mentioned." He smiled and waved his hand, requesting a laboratory to be prepared along with low-grade bug system enhancement medicine, low-grade earth system crystal core, iron fine powder, and 10 portions of flower leaf. Senlin ordered his assistant to quickly prepare according to Gao Peng's request. The assistant replied, "Yes, sir." He stood upstairs looking at Gao Peng below and said, "In 10 minutes, among nearly 100 summoned beasts, he accurately selected the 10 strongest ones, no more, no less." Senlin smiled happily and praised him. "This speed and this accuracy rate, he is indeed intermediate level, no, even faster than advanced newbie. And the most terrifying thing is, he's not even 20 yet." The staff quickly brought the materials. Gao Peng immediately began preparing the medicine, and the result was a small blue round pill. A moment later, a shout of "It worked!" rang out, startling Senelin awake from dozing in his room. He left his seat and looked for his staff in the room, laboratory. The summoned beasts began to shed their skin together, transforming from small mantises into large mantises with bigger wings and sharp front legs. The staff happily hugged and cheered. The assistant said, "That's great, Sir Senelin indeed has sharp eyes. They are four-winged jade demon mantises, leader level, and of perfect quality." He smiled with satisfaction. Senelin looked at Gao Peng checking the summoned beasts and praised him. "This Gao Peng is truly unfathomable. I've really picked up a treasure." On the training ground, Gao Peng pressed the stopwatch and said, "Start timing." Dozi heard this and quickly ran over the obstacles according to his command. A moment later, Gao Peng pressed the stopwatch and said, 7 point for 7 seconds, 0 point for seconds faster than last time. He stroked its head and praised it. "Very good performance. Here, this is your favorite dried insect." Suddenly, laughter and chatter caught his attention. Some classmates were gathered, inviting each other to play. Gao Peng said, "Hey, some classmates have started fooling around during training time." He looked at Yan Bai, who was standing nearby. At this moment, he was talking with a classmate. "Your understanding is very good. Now you need to practice your reaction ability." The classmate replied, "Thank you." Gao Peng thought to himself, he only cares about the hard-working students and completely ignores the negative and slow ones. That's right, those who come to train but can't persevere definitely can't go to the battlefield. No need to worry. Suddenly, Tang called out, "Classmate Gao Peng, your summoned beast training is very good, isn't it?" Gao Peng looked up at her and secretly marveled. "My God, she's so tall. If she were a man, she'd definitely be a famous hero." He replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Tang spoke, "Classmate Gao Peng, I came here because I want to team up with you." Gao Peng pointed to himself and asked again, "Team up with me? Why?" Thinking of the S-rank team evaluation, Tang replied, "Mid-term and later-term training require combat. At that time, teams will be formed and performance will be calculated by team. The other's strength isn't sufficient, and I don't see eye to eye with them." Gao Peng praised, "This classmate looks innocent, but in reality, she's very good at talking." "Where is your summoned beast?" Tang awkwardly replied, "Just a moment." She whistled and called for Lianzi. Hearing the call, the beast immediately ran over. It was a giant grey beast that looked like a rhinoceros. Tang patted it and introduced, "This is my summoned beast, Lianzi. It's an iron rhino." Gao Peng and Dozi stared at it, dumbfounded by its size. He thought, "It's too big." Tang stroked her summoned beast and said, "But before you consider teaming up with me, classmate Gao Peng, there's something else I want to say. Lianzi is very timid. It's not a beast that likes to compete. Before, it even yielded the way to thorn bug monsters dozens of times smaller than itself. But now, it's very suitable for defense. Perhaps it's because its sense of pain is a bit slow. Its tolerance for pain is very strong." Gao Peng secretly pondered, "Actually, teaming up with her isn't impossible. There are quite a few summoned beasts here, but 99% are of normal quality. Only a few dozens can reach elite quality, and there are only 2 perfect quality summoned beasts. The Iron Rhino is one of them." Lianzi's status board appeared. Level 12, Elite, Metal Attribute. Gao Peng arranged his chess board with the summoned beasts. Dozi goes the attack path with Poison Attribute. A summoned beast that follows the defense path is perfect for us. It can create more opportunities and space for Dozi to attack. We'll also have more strategies. Tang saw Gao Peng thinking for a long time without saying anything and worriedly thought, "Classmate Gao Peng is hesitant for so long. Is it really not possible? So, it's really not going to work out." With regret, she turned around, intending to leave. She thought, perhaps Lianzi isn't suited to be a combat summoned beast. This isn't fair to classmate Gao Peng. Suddenly, Gao Peng called out, "Wait, classmate Tang, I accept your invitation." Tang exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Gao Peng narrowed his eyes, smiled, and extended his hand to her. He said, "A gentle disposition is fine. It can be trained later. Besides, I find talking to academic overachievers too tiring." Tang smiled happily. She excitedly shook hands with Gao Peng and replied, "That's great. classmate Gaopeng. Outside the Black Chin forest, in the joint operations area, many people were gathered. An announcement sounded, inviting team leaders and those in charge to assemble at the vacant area. Songzi spoke up. I didn't expect to meet the famous director Senilin here. Senilin replied, Captain Songzi is joking. He thought of her team members who used the fire attribute and said, according to the latest official news, the brutal rotten spiders show a fearful reaction to fire. Everyone knows your team is best at the fire attribute. It seems Captain Songzi will take first place in this mission. Songzi then thought of SENLIN's Mantis group and retorted, I wouldn't dare. Director SENLIN's demon mantises are called forest assassins. I'm afraid you will complete the mission before us. Both smiled and looked at each other with dagger eyes. The commander standing above spoke, I'm very happy that everyone could come. I believe everyone has seen the new document from yesterday. Our opponent this time is the six-sided brutal rotten spiders, which often hide in caves. They have hunted a large number of prey and brought them back to their nest, most likely to provide enough food for the mother spider. And everyone knows that once the mother spider gets enough food, it means it will produce a terrifying number of spiders. He instructed everyone with a serious expression. Therefore, this mission is very important. I hope you can sincerely cooperate. The priority is to complete the mission. As long as the mission can be completed, the reward will definitely not be small. The team leaders discussed among themselves. The military side also sincerely advised, fearing that organizations like them would clash over the mission. Indeed, by that time, the mission won't be completed, and infighting will waste the most time. Songzi turned to Senilin and said, What do you think, Director? Senilin replied, No hurry to look back. The commander said, It seems you have no objections, so let's start the mission according to the plan. We will suppress them with firepower first. Order fire at 3 o'clock. The officer repeated the commander's words and waved the flag. The tanks immediately opened fire. Firepower rained down on the ground where the spiders were, wiping them out and leaving a large hole in the ground. The charred remains also fell scattered. Senilin sighed, Look, even after talking nicely, we still have to use violence to intimidate a disorganized bunch like us. It's like, the deeper the wound, the more it hurts. Songzi looked at him with a hateful gaze. Senilin commented, But the government really takes this reconnaissance action very seriously. Although these cannons are meant to scare us, they also truly reduce the monster's strength and help us. If this mission wasn't serious, it wouldn't be clear. Songzi was annoyed and pointed at SENLIN's high-level familiar beasts, yelling, You're still not serious. 8 leader-level familiar beasts, other organizations only have 3 or 4. SENLIN laughed and replied, That's because they are holding back their final cards, unlike us who are too honest. Suddenly the ground shook. Everyone exclaimed, What's that sound? SENLIN's tall mantis familiar beast trembled. Someone said, Director Senilin, the devil mantises don't seem right. It seems they are very scared. Senilin asked, What? Something was walking towards them. Its legs were black with small sharp claws. It turned out to be Lord Black Chin. It looked like a giant gorilla, but its shoulders and head were not like chickens. Around its body was a bright golden light. Seeing it, Senilin said in fear, This light, this is a leader-level monster. This is the Lord of the Black Chin jungle. After saying that, he saw it looking at him with terrifying red eyes. Lord Black Chin walked closer. It roared loudly. Around its body were streams of bright golden light. Everyone was screaming and running away in panic. Run, don't panic, don't run, listen to my command. The commander glanced at the fleeing people and gritted his teeth, cursing, useless. Suddenly something flashed and plunged down from the sky. It was a bird with golden wings. Around its body was also a layer of golden light. Everyone cried out, It's the golden deity. The army is saved. The golden deity immediately flew to Lord Black Chin. It breathed a stream of fire, forcing Lord Black Chin to raise its hand to block the attack. Lord Black Chin was shocked to see its fur being scorched by the fire, so it immediately turned around and ran away. Everyone gathered again. They said to each other, Did it leave? That was really dangerous. That's great. I thought we were goners, the commander ordered. You should act quickly. We can only support you this much, Senelin replied. Understood. He looked at the people standing in front of him and shouted loudly, but don't gather the people from the Changan escort team here. Before leaving, the commander glanced at them and said scornfully, what a disorganized bunch. My army can handle this ourselves, why let these people do it? A person wearing black glasses standing next to him also added, although we discovered the anomaly first, seized the opportunity, and had quite a bit of preparation. The changes in the world are far more drastic than I imagined. The situation is becoming increasingly serious. To prepare for the future, we need to quickly let civilian organizations mature and participate. Meanwhile, Song Ziai's team was inspecting the inside of a cave. They found quite a few spiders and webs, so they burned them all with fire. A girl with purple hair said to Song Zi, Captain, we can't keep doing this, it's too wasteful of energy. Although our familiar beasts can easily eliminate these elite-level monsters, there are too many of them. The energy in our bodies will soon be depleted. Song Zi waved his hand and ordered, adjust the formation. Defense familiar beasts form the front line. Support familiar beasts stand in the center. Attack familiar beasts stand on both sides. Fight at close range first, don't use energy for ranged attacks. Continue moving forward, everyone responded in unison, understood. And they arranged the wolf pack to lead, with the flower familiar behind, as she said. Suddenly, two spiders crawled out and shot webs at a wolf standing in front. The girl with purple hair immediately instructed her flower familiar beast to use sharp thorns as armor. The flower familiar created a layer of green armor for the wolf. Song Zi looked at his red mouse familiar beast and ordered, it's your turn. The mouse jumped up and breathed fire at the pile of spiderwebs, causing it to catch fire and burn the nearby spiders. The girl with purple hair exclaimed, didn't consume much, yet defeated 3 spiders in an instant. The strategy we practiced earlier is effective. Song Zi also praised his mouse, well done. As the group went deeper into the cave, they heard a noise. The girl with purple hair exclaimed, someone got there first. The sound in the cave can travel very far, which means we still have a distance to go to the destination. Song Zi led the group running inside and ordered, let's go quickly. The others replied, yes, Captain. A while later, Song Ziai's group stood on a rock ledge. Below, many teams were attacking the giant queen spider together. The commander's voice rang out, don't break formation. The left flank's attack is too weak, provide support quickly. But the attacks were ineffective due to the spider's defense layer. The commanders watched the battle tensely. Senelin directed, the queen spider doesn't have much attack power left. Don't be fooled by its large size, this is just for reproduction. In reality, its fighting power is extremely weak among its equals at the same level. Everyone, work together to deal with this queen spider. Afterward, we will divide the credit based on the damage each party caused. Everyone, if you trust me, I guarantee the distribution will be fair. Listen to me, Commander. The back row attack the eyes from a distance. Other teams continue attacking the legs, the others replied, understood. But the team attacking the spider's eyes also encountered a protective membrane. They shouted, its eyes also have a hateful protective membrane. Increase attack power, Song Ziai's group had been observing from the rock ledge. The girl with purple hair said, Captain, the situation is tense, we have to go down there and help them. After this, if there's an investigation, the military will deduct our contribution points and other teams will also exclude us. Song Zi frowned and replied, you're right. Watching from the mountain like spectating a tiger fight only brings negative consequences. Now we are forced to go down there. But there's something strange about the queen spider's situation. I have a bad feeling. She watched the people below still attacking with all their might, even though the spider remained unharmed. Suddenly, the protective membrane on the spider's head broke. Senelin quickly said, the eye's protective membrane is broken. Attack quickly, his mantis rushed forward and slashed the spider's head. It paused for a moment. Song Zi quickly pulled the girl with purple hair behind him and shouted, this is bad. Just then, the spider let out a loud shriek. A layer of golden light enveloped its body. The people screamed and covered their ears in pain. Senelin also covered his ears. Someone shouted, who said the queen spider had no attack power. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and said, "Wait a minute, that's a leader's halo." He saw a bright golden halo around the spider's body. Senelin quickly grabbed a mantis, turned around, and ran for his life. He yelled, "This is a peak leader-level monster that is evolving. Moreover, we have interrupted this monster's evolution process." The mantis carried Senelin on its back and ran very fast. He said, "This is not something we can handle. Run quickly." Behind him, the female spider is slaughtering others, and the beastmasters are returning to the gathering point. One person there couldn't help but worrying, as it had been 3 hours and no one had returned, but the person next to him immediately reassured him, saying that according to the planned action time given by the intel group, it was 5 hours. The soldier standing nearby kept observing the surroundings. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look quickly. Someone's coming back. They finished the mission so quickly." At the same time, a dark figure was gradually flying from a distance, which attracted the soldier's attention. Immediately afterward, as if realizing something was wrong, the soldier immediately turned back and ordered the whole army to be vigilant and prepare for battle. Senelin, from high up, seemed to understand their intentions and quickly shouted, telling them not to shoot his beast. The beast of Senelin landed on the ground. Seeing that the one who returned was Senelin, one of the people there quickly ran over and asked why he was the only one returning and what had happened. But immediately afterward, the other person received Senelin's fury. He shouted, questioning, "What do you mean the female spider has no killing power? That's a female spider upgrading to the Lord level." He was now angrier than ever, veins popping on his face. At the same time, another figure gradually appeared in their sight, causing further commotion as someone had returned. A soldier nearby went over and asked the person if the Spider King was chasing them. Hearing this, the person replied, "I don't know. Maybe it's chasing the others because they split up and ran after going outside." Hearing this, the two soldiers couldn't help but glance at each other, their expressions becoming serious. After a while, everyone gradually gathered. Lively discussions began. Some sighed in relief for surviving, while others apologized to their captain for failing to protect their teammates. A soldier nearby spoke up, lamenting, "If they had known that Spider King was upgrading to the Lord level, they definitely wouldn't have sent this many people." The person in front quickly agreed with this opinion. On this side, the soldier wearing orange glasses was annoyed that things had turned out this way. In his opinion, if the Spider King could be brought back to the military zone for cultivation, his military zone could increase its strength. He also thought that these civil officials only messed things up, but the other person didn't think so. He believed the Spider King had failed its evolution and no longer had any value. They didn't need to worry about the rest because one mountain cannot hold two lords. The Lord of the Dark Ember would eliminate the Spider King for them. At the same time, in another place, the great beast Dorsey was using its tail to smash a large rock in one blow, making the orange-haired classmate behind gasp in surprise. "Well done." Gao Peng praised and rubbed Dorsey's head, while on this side, the orange-haired classmate was envious that his pet couldn't do the same. That pet also didn't want to lose and barked back. Here, Gao Peng ignored what was happening. He was still thinking about Senelin's situation. When undertaking a government mission, he encountered two Lord-level monsters and one half-Lord-level monster. The image in Gao Peng's mind continued to appear. As he knew, the body of a normal-level monster was worth very little, and the body of an elite-level monster could only buy a little food for Dumby. His thoughts continued that he had to quickly upgrade his pet to the leader level. Only then would his success rate in hunting and his reputation as a beastmaster be high and well known. By then, when he went to Yanjing City to take the advanced beastmaster exam, it would be easier. Only by developing along this path would he and his beast continue to grow stronger. The scene now shifts to a bustling city, the capital. Returning to the present, he murmured to himself, thinking about his pet Dumby, who was sitting foolishly waiting in front of the refrigerator because it had broken through to level 14. But no one in the guild had completed the distribution mission yet. so the pine needles at home were almost all eaten by it. As for the pet Dozi, after a period of training, it had reached level 13. Gao Peng smiled slightly as he watched Dozi training intently in front of him. At the same time, Tang appeared in front of him to greet him and introduce the book she compiled herself, Training Essentials for Defensive Beasts. Gao Peng read through the book, thinking that if he had chosen to form a team, he had to be fully prepared. He could base strategies on Tang's characteristics from this book. Inside was information on how to deal with defensive-type beasts. Looking at the information inside, he secretly smiled and sighed. Indeed, Tang is very serious. On this side, Tang saw the smile on his face and was puzzled, asking, "What's wrong?" But Gao Peng just patted her shoulder and replied, "Nothing, just felt that it's not easy for you either." This made Tang full of question marks, while he himself was tiptoeing so much his joints were tired just because he was short. At the same time, the loudspeaker announced, "All students gather at the podium." After a while, seeing that the students had fully gathered, the instructor stood on the podium and announced, "The first phase of training has ended. Before entering the second phase, I will announce the list." Following that, a series of names were read out, finally ending with Wu Yonghuan. The iron-like words of the instructor rang out, and at the same time, he invited those whose names were called to leave the training ground. As soon as he finished speaking, protests from the students below erupted because their names were on the list. But contrary to the students' agitation, the instructors above calmly replied, "We have clearly seen the performance of all students over the past few weeks. Don't you know who has been lazy?" With a gaze that couldn't be more filled with killing intent, he then pointed directly at Zi Zhongyi for playing on his phone and Hu Lotong for sleeping on the training ground, leaving both of them speechless. Speaking of this, the instructor turned and continued, "If you are lazy even in basic training, then you don't need to continue training." At the same time, he explained the content of the second phase of training to the students, practical combat. If they maintained their current attitude, not only would unexpected incidents occur, but they might even lose their lives and implicate their beasts. With just one sentence, the instructor successfully shocked the entire training ground. But immediately afterward, some people activated their bragging mode. The orange-haired classmate spoke first, stating that his pet was the strongest and could kill monsters without armor. He was immediately refuted by the black-haired classmate, who argued that the orange-haired classmate's pet only looked scared in a real fight, and would probably be scared stiff in an instant. If they wanted to fight, they still needed the kind of beast like his yellow-tailed scorpion king. Following that was a fiery gaze from both sides, neither giving way, as expected. The two started bickering. The orange-haired classmate thought that the yellow-tailed scorpion king of the black-haired classmate was just an ordinary pet, and the title king was just self-proclaimed by the black-haired classmate. Immediately, the black-haired classmate retorted sharply, saying he believed his pet could reach the king level. But the argument was quickly interrupted by the instructor's voice announcing, 5 people per team, prepare for practical combat. Each small team will be led by an instructor. This made both of them look over simultaneously. Immediately, both of them quickly went to where Gao Peng and Tang were. The black-haired classmate immediately spoke up, shooing away the other classmates. They wanted to team up with him. Soon after, teams were gradually formed. The orange-haired classmate and the black-haired classmate also immediately turned and offered to form a team with Gao Peng, leaving him helpless, but to force a smile. "Classmate Gao Peng, here I am." The instructor appeared with a surprisingly cheerful face, which surprised the whole group. Immediately afterward, he returned to a serious demeanor, introducing himself as Zhong Renbai and stating he would be responsible for practical combat training in this team. Very soon after arriving at the practical training site, Renbai asked with a strange smile, "Who wants to go in and try first?" At the same time, he pointed behind him to where a cage was holding a giant monster with full of demonic energy surrounding it. It was a giant level 9 steel spiny boar with normal quality, and it was scared. But the orange-haired classmate and the black-haired classmate on this side were so scared just by looking at it that they stammered, asking the instructor if they could change to a different monster. Renbai immediately complied and pointed to another monster in a cage that looked timid and seemingly harmless, but was actually dangerous. considering it was a human-level hairless blood-maned dog with elite quality, injured, watching them warily. On this side, as soon as Gao Peng saw it, he fell into deep thought. The blood-maned dog looked normal, but its quality was even higher than the poison-resistant wild boar, and it was injured. If it was provoked, it would go berserk. The attack power of the blood-maned dog might be much stronger than the wild boar. After a moment of considering the pros and cons, Gao Peng immediately decided that the instructor absolutely could not change the monster. Thinking about it, he immediately raised his hand to volunteer to challenge first. Very quickly after that, the cage was opened, and the ironclad boar instantly rushed towards Gao Peng and his pet beast. Go, Dozi. A command was given by Gao Peng, and Dozi right beside him immediately grew larger, with a golden light surrounding its body. The giant ironclad boar rushed quickly towards them, its eyes bloodshot and ferocious. In an instant, an attack with the monster's sharp iron claws was aimed directly at Dozi, intending to crush it. The giant foot came down, destroying the ground and rocks beneath, but in just a moment, Dozi transformed into a purple stream of light, completely escaping the attack. Appearing again, Dozi was right above the head of the ironclad boar, which surprised the wild boar monster. It quickly looked up at the flashing golden eyes. Dozi quickly bared its beautiful mouth full of sharp teeth towards the ironclad boar. Without any unnecessary movement, a small sound rang out as the sharp teeth sank deep into the flesh, causing blood to gush out non-stop. The intense pain from the bite caused the ironclad boar to roar in agony. Very quickly, it wouldn't allow itself to be at a disadvantage. The ironclad boar immediately powerfully shook its body, sending Dozi flying away. Now the situation seemed to have reversed. While Dozi was struggling to hold on, the ironclad boar still stood tall, looking at his pet beast with red eyes. Outside, the two students with orange and black hair saw the current situation and were also extremely tense. The black-haired student just yelled out asking, "Is that a loss?" while grabbing the orange-haired student's head, causing him to shout back impatiently. But right behind, Gao Peng, when seeing the current situation, still wasn't worried at all. In his mind, he calculated silently. It looked like his pet beast was at a disadvantage, but the ironclad boar had also been poisoned by the green fluid right on its mouth, and its injury level was increasing. Gao Peng could be sure that his Dozi had already grasped the situation early on. The toxin had been injected into the ironclad boar's body with Dozi Eye's bite. The harder it attacked, the faster the toxin would spread. Just as he thought this, the image of Dozi attacking appeared again in his mind. Back to reality, the ironclad boar's legs could no longer stand firm. It fell down immediately after, along with the notification that it was severely injured. This scene unfolded, shocking the orange-haired student and the black-haired student, as well as their pet beasts who were outside. They didn't know what had happened. While the ironclad boar was just dominating, it suddenly fell down, while his Dozi Eye was still standing firm, with only a few scratches on its body. The face of the ironclad boar had clearly turned green. It had been poisoned. Renbai quickly spoke up to explain. Hearing this, the orange-haired student was surprised that Dozi Eye had used poison. Immediately after, Renbai turned to congratulate Gao Peng on passing the practical training test, and at the same time praised Dozi for its very strong poison and excellent fighting spirit. At the same time, he reminded him to let it use poison less. Otherwise, when encountering poison-immune opponents, Dozi Eye would lose a large part of its combat power. Gao Peng also quickly thanked Renbai for the guidance, but his subsequent actions left Renbai speechless when Gao Peng praised Dozi for doing well and fed it at the same time. He thought to himself, Dozi is about to be raised into a dog by him. Immediately after, Renbai turned to ask the others, the ironclad boar can still fight. Who's next? The black-haired student on this side, while stroking his pet beast, replied that he felt his pet beast could participate in the battle with a face full of confidence, but the orange-haired student behind thought that his pet beast would be smashed. The black-haired student also quickly retorted that his pet beast could defeat the orange-haired student's pet, leaving him speechless. Following that was Renbai's intervention, telling them to stop wasting words and continue the training. Very quickly after that, the black-haired student ordered his Scorpion King to attack. While it's injured, take its life. Use the poison needle to attack and send it off. The black-haired student yelled, ordering his pet beast to attack. Its tail was quickly launched towards the ironclad boar, which was trying to struggle up. As expected, the ironclad boar was completely defeated. Following that was the black-haired student's moment of self-admiration. Worthy of being my Scorpion King, defeating the ironclad boar so easily, leaving those behind speechless. Suddenly, something happened that caused the black-haired student's eyes to light up with excitement, followed by his shout. He didn't know what had happened when his Scorpion King had fallen down, foaming at the mouth. Its poisoned GAOPENG's voice rang out, surprising the black-haired student. He repeated as if disbelieving, "Scorpion King is poisoned." Tying also agreed with GAOPENG's opinion. She explained that Dozy Eye's poison and the Scorpion King's poison was still in the monster's body, and at the same time, not all pet beasts with poison attack have poison resistance. Hearing this, the black-haired student seemed to realize that he had harmed himself. His face clearly showed confusion. On this side, seizing the opportunity, the orange-haired student immediately provoked again, making the black-haired student gnash his teeth and look at him. The black-haired student immediately retorted, telling the orange-haired student to check his own pet beast, and at the same time pointed behind him. At this moment, the orange-haired student's pet beast was rushing towards the corpse of the ironclad boar from earlier, making him panic and shout. He quickly ran over and immediately pulled his pet beast back, shouting, "That's not allowed," while his poodle's eyes were shining with two heart shapes. On this side, the scene was divided into two sides. One side was Tying wanting to ask GAOPEN some questions. The other side was the black-haired student coaxing his pet beast to drink the antidote. Renbai, standing right beside them, sighed inwardly, feeling that leading a team was really not easy at all. Witnessing everything happening also gave him a headache and made him sigh. That morning, Dumby opened the refrigerator drawer, closed it, and then opened it again. GAOPENG's face next to it was full of satisfaction as he said, "Poor Dumby, it seems to think that it can make food appear like that. It's truly stupidly adorable." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone on the table rang, catching his attention. GAOPEN immediately picked it up to see who was calling. It was definitely the Monster Association. It must be the Silver Snow notification arriving. He answered the call. The other end spoke, "Esteemed customer, mission number 0134871. A poster on the Monster Association has completed the mission product as scheduled. It is about to arrive at the receiving location. Please be ready to receive it." GAOPEN happily put on his shoes and went out to receive the delivery. Finally, it's here. If there were still missing items, I had already thought about giving Dumby an evolution path. While he was getting the delivery, a few people with purple and green hair were peeking. The green-haired one said first, "Boss, that might be the person who paid a big price to buy the Silver Snow." The purple-haired one said sinisterly, "That's right. We followed the delivery truck from the Monster Association warehouse. There's no mistake. Tonight we'll make a big score." An orange-haired one standing behind hesitated and said, "Boss, is it really okay for us to do this?" The purple-haired one gave the orange-haired one a fierce glare, "Useless." The green-haired one scolded while hitting the orange-haired one. "What are you afraid of? This world is originally about the strong preying on the weak. As long as we don't get caught, it's fine." The orange-haired one held his head in pain. "Don't hit me anymore, it hurts." The purple-haired one said, "Second brother, you're right. Besides, we aren't going to act immediately. We're just going to follow. If we really can't afford to offend them, we'll retreat immediately." The green-haired one sighed, "Well said, worthy of being the boss." Towards evening, 3 figures were creeping around under the apartment building. "Third brother, hurry up a bit. This is more exciting than stealing things." "What?" "No, boss. Why is this area so run down? It feels even poorer than the hellhole we live in. Is this kid really rich?" The purple-haired one said, "Isn't that better? Look at this kid. He didn't have any background before. He just got rich recently. That makes him even more suitable for us to strike. This time, I have to make a big score." "Lower your voice a bit. Why are you hitting me again? I wasn't even as loud as boss." The purple-haired leader started picking the lock. Suddenly, the door behind him opened and Tang Tang came out and asked, "What are you guys doing here in the middle of the night?" The orange-haired and green-haired ones shielded the purple-haired one. "Excuse me, miss, the hallway is a bit dark. Couldn't open the door for a moment." The green-haired one also said, "Yes, it's too dark." Tang Tang didn't seem to mind much and was about to close the door and go inside when suddenly a hand blocked it. "Wait a minute," the purple-haired one said with a lecherous look. "Miss, we're a bit thirsty. Can you let us in for a glass of water?" Tang Tang happily agreed. "Why not? Come on in." The guys exchanged wicked smiles, looking dangerous. The boss said, "Aren't you going to thank this young lady?" The guys behind him immediately thanked her. The four of them went into the boss's house. He locked the door. She asked, "Why are you closing the door?" He still looked lecherous and said, "It's late. We don't want to disturb the neighbors." Tang Tang smiled. "Then don't worry. My walls are made of high-quality soundproof material. Even if we jump and play, it won't disturb the neighbors." These brightly colored-haired guys started panicking. Suddenly, there was a monster behind Tang Tang. The guys asked themselves, "What is that?" The three men were extremely panicked. One of them picked up a knife. "Stinking woman." He raised the knife, intending to stab Tang Tang. "Stop pretending to be some god or ghost here." Before he could even touch a strand of her hair, she knocked the knife out of his hand. Tang Tang looked at him with bloodshot eyes. He sat there groaning, "My hand." Seeing this, the guy with green hair and the guy with orange hair spoke up. "Poisonous hedgehog boss. Hurry and help the boss." They threw up a black hedgehog. Suddenly, the hedgehog was caught by a tongue. The tongue belonged to the Tang Tang's monster. The green-haired and orange-haired guys kept shouting, "What? Our hedgehog?" Tang Tang walked closer, gently stroking her monster's head and saying, "Dear, did you eat another meal?" Suddenly, arrows were shot at her monster and herself. It was the guy with purple hair. He also had a monster. "Well done, bullet mouse, stinking woman. Let's see if you're still arrogant now." After speaking, the purple-haired guy was surprised again and shouted, "What?" He looked at her shoulder, which had been hit by the arrows, but there was no wound at all, just a torn shirt. The purple-haired guy asked, "How come you aren't injured?" Tang Tang replied wickedly, "Even if I told you the answer, you wouldn't understand." Both her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, looking very terrifying. "But it's all right. I will personally teach you. We have time." At this moment, the three colored-haired guys were trembling, their faces utterly terrified. All three of them shouted loudly, "Don't come over, Grandma. I was wrong." Gao Peng, in his room, heard the shouting and frowned, thinking, "Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Those three brightly colored-haired guys are really creating a scene, and she's even making a phone call. Old QI, send someone here. I have 3 volunteers. Don't worry, I've finished teaching them a lesson. I guarantee they'll protect the border until the very last minute." The next morning, Gao Peng helplessly thought to himself, couldn't the water bear worm even break through the defense? This is the first time I've seen a monster with such attributes and characteristics. The mutant water bear worm, level 12, elite monster, normal quality, healthy state. Attributes: weakness, fire, lack of water will cause death. Being broken into many pieces will cause death. Gao Peng rubbed his chin and thought, actually, it's time to think about getting a third pet beast. Should I contract a water bear worm? After all, water bear worms can survive in harsh environments like space, negative radiation, over 200 degrees, and microwave ovens. After experiencing hardship, their vitality will be greatly increased, and they have extremely strong resistance to various abnormal attributes. However, although this type of pet beast has very strong self-protection capabilities, it doesn't synergize well with Dozy and Dumby. Let's forget it. It seems choosing a ranged attack or defense type would be more suitable. Of course, a flying or healing type of pet beast would be even better. Next to him, Tying said loudly, "Well done, Yonzi." One person was stopping her. "Calm down, student Mu. When a pet beast has a large appearance, you must stay away from the battlefield during combat to avoid unnecessary accidents." Seeing this scene, Gao Peng thought, as for Lionzi, Her timidness has also improved greatly under student MU's training. Suddenly, he got a call. He picked up, and the other end said, "Mr. Gao, are you free today?" Gao Peng thought it was Director Liu Senelin. He replied, "What is it?" Senlin on the other end of the line said, "I'd like to invite you for a meal. I also have a few friends who want to come. I'd like to invite you to do me a favor and introduce them so they can get acquainted with you." Gao Peng thought to himself, Liu Senlin's attitude seems a bit too flattering. But after the incident in the Black Chen Forest last time, their company suffered heavy losses. They would naturally do their best to recruit beast tamers with strength like mine. Gao Peng replied, "Senelin, okay, then we'll meet at the back gate of the school after class." It was late afternoon, and the sun was setting. Gao Peng was sitting in Senlin's car. "Sorry to trouble you," he said. Senlin smiled and replied, "No trouble, actually, it's on my way. My daughter just happens to be at your school too. I came to pick her up after class today." Senlin's daughter, Liu Jiayu, spoke up, "Dad, this is the second time you've come to my school?" "The first time was for the opening ceremony." Senelin chuckled and nodded at his daughter. "That's right, Mr. Gao, if you have time, I wonder if you could take a look at Zhiyu's pet beast for her." Gao Peng looked at Zhiyu's pet beast, a very rare feline-type pet beast, named Silver Cat. "What? Level 12, normal quality, wood attribute, weakness, water attribute." Gao Peng smiled friendly and said, "I'm always in my office on Saturdays and Sundays." "You can come to the office to find me," Jiayu asked. "Really?" The car stopped. Senelin told his daughter, "All right, Jiayu, you go back first. Your dad and Mr. Gao still have things to do." She replied, "Okay, Dad, so we have a promise. All right, student Gao Peng, bye-bye." Gao Peng felt suspicious in his heart. If he's going to meet friends, why send his daughter home? This is getting stranger and stranger. He turned to ask him, "Director Liu, what are the identities of your friends?" He replied, "Mr. Gao, you'll know when we arrive." Senelin invited Gao Peng inside. Gao Peng walked behind him, thinking, this place is decorated in the style of mountains and rivers, gardens and forests. It's probably the work of a master skilled in southern and northern garden design. Having a meal here, it seems Director Liu's friends are not simple people at all. Senelin led him into a dining room where people were waiting. "You're here, Mr. Gao, come, let me introduce you. Mr. Gao, this is Captain Song Zi of the Firefly hunting team." Song Zi looked at him friendly. "Hello," Senelin continued introducing. "This is Captain Zhonggu of the Star hunting team." Zhonggu spoke up to greet him. "Before, old Liu spoke of you as being marvelous, but I didn't expect the person who came to be such a young lad." Gao Peng frowned as he looked at them, thinking, it's quite a coincidence. Everyone sitting here is a leader of a monster hunting team of the same rank. Moreover, the way these people look at me is full of scrutiny and suspicion, making me extremely uncomfortable. Senlin pulled him out of his thoughts. "If everyone is here, then let's begin." Zhonggu stepped closer to Gao Peng. "Wait, Mr. Gao's expression isn't good. Is it because our arrival was too sudden and made Mr. Gao unhappy?" Song Zi, standing next to him, advised, "I say, Captain John, why are you scaring this child? If it gets out that we're bullying a student, I don't want to lose face." Senlin broke out in a sweat and said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It's all because I didn't make an appointment with Mr. Gao beforehand. Mr. Gao didn't know so many good friends would be here today. I wasn't thoughtful enough. Please understand, everyone." Zhonggu understood the situation and immediately picked up a wine glass. "So that's how it is. We've also heard of Mr. Gao Peng's name for a long time and always wanted to ask for guidance, but Mr. Gao has been truly hard to schedule. We only got to meet him today. Come, Mr. Gao, do us the honor and let's drink up." The others also picked up their wine glasses. That's right, don't overthink things. Let's drink a toast to Mr. Gao Peng. Just drinking isn't fun, though. We must seize this opportunity to learn more from Mr. Gao Peng. That's right. The group kept laughing and talking like that, while Gao Peng sat silently, deep in thought. These people look enthusiastic, but their words are full of thorns. It's clear they aren't here for a proper meal. Senlin handed him a wine glass and said, "Sorry, Mr. Gao, I didn't arrange things properly." Gao Peng continued his train of thought. "As for Liu Senlin, I've given him value far exceeding the compensation he paid me. No matter how you look at it, he owes me. Now he's pulling these stunts. Let's see how this Honman banquet plays out." Someone slammed a pair of chopsticks on the table. Zhonggu said, "Mr. Gao, old Zhong here is a rough man. If there's something, just say it. Rumor has it in the industry that you are young but extraordinarily capable, not only having a 100% upgrade success rate, but also receiving a special promotion. I wonder if Mr. Gao is truly as legendary as they say, as miraculous as in the legends." Gao Peng chuckled awkwardly. "You flatter me too much, too much. It's mainly because of the judge's consideration. If Captain Zhong needs anything, you can come to my company for consultation." Zhonggu said, "Mr. Gao, your words are too distant. If Mr. Gao is Director Liu's friend, then you are also my, Zhonggu's, friend. Friends helping each other is only right. Why involve a company? That's too formal." The people present also spoke up. Right. If we're eating together, we're friends. If you involve the company, then that's Gao Peng's fault. He's still young and doesn't understand things. If we remind him a little, he'll understand better. Gao Peng, I also have a few pet beasts that need your help. If you're free, come and help." Gao Peng heard everyone say this and felt angry, thinking to himself, "Do these people think I'm a fool?" After eating, they went outside. The captains called out, "Who? Mr. Gao, Mr. Gao." Gao Peng replied, "Captains, I am just a high school student who has only recently entered the field. I am inexperienced and cannot handle such important tasks." Senlin said, "Mr. Gao, today old Liu did not arrange things properly. Please wait a moment, I will drive you." Before he could finish, Gao Peng interrupted, "No need, I have already booked a car, don't trouble yourselves." When the car came to pick him up and he left, the people who had just eaten with him started grumbling. "This kid really doesn't know better. Forget it, he's just a brat, don't pay attention to him." Senlin said, "I have made you all laugh. I originally only had good intentions, but it seems neither side gained anything this time." The people who had just grumbled about Gao Peng said, all right, everyone, go back to eating. Director Liu only had good intentions, and that's true. One can only say that Mr. Gao Peng is still young and arrogant." A hand was placed on Senlin's shoulder. It was Zhonggu. He said, "Director Liu, this time I helped you target Gao Peng and create a rift between him and other forces. The favor you owed me from the Black Chin Forest is now settled." Senlin smiled awkwardly. "Don't say that, Captain Zhong. We've been through life and death together. We should help each other more, shouldn't we?" Zhonggu raised a hand, indicating he didn't want to. "Let's keep things separate. We are not on the same path," he thought. "Gao Peng helped you so much just to tie him down to your boat, and you could even trap him. How much more so with others?" Gao Peng returned home, took off his jacket, and placed it on a chair. Dozi, who was crawling on the floor, saw this and looked at him curiously. He turned on the TV and tuned into a news channel. The Alliance News reported that the Llama gene optimization serum produced by the United Dragons Group has serious side effects. In Japan area, many pet beasts that use the Llama gene optimization serum have undergone malignant mutations. On the screen was an image of a moderately injured beast. The United Dragons Group announced a global recall of the Llama gene optimization serum, and customers who purchased it can return the product to the United Dragons Group specialty stores for a refund. Now, scientists from many countries have pointed out the uncontrollable nature of the gene optimization serum and called on the public to actively treat gene modification products fairly. Gao Peng was thinking about the news he had just seen when he suddenly received a call from Liu Senlin. Although he felt suspicious, he still answered the phone. "Director Liu, is there something?" The other side immediately replied, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Gao, everything today was my fault. I should have told you their identities beforehand. I didn't expect them to be so disrespectful today." Gao Peng replied coldly, "It's all right. I won't get angry over such a small matter. The person on the other side continued rambling. Mr. Gao, don't worry. If they don't respect you, they don't respect me. Liu Senelin, starting today, I will. Before he could finish, he resolutely hung up the phone. He then began to mock himself. It's no wonder those people feel they can toy with me. It's only because I don't have the power to tell all those unpredictable people to get lost. Gao Peng made up his mind. For now, he could only follow the rules when he was strong enough. Suddenly the TV was showing news about the Yongqing City Dog King Supremacy Tournament. The first round concluded successfully yesterday. Participants in this round of the Dog King Supremacy Tournament came from all over, and the winner of the first round's laurel wreath was the 21-year-old genius beast tamer, Han Ning. The news screen showed a picture and information about a person and a beast. According to the news, Han Ning is still a student, currently in his third year at Yongqing City University of Science and Technology. Gao Peng seemed to be pondering something. In just 3 years, he could evolve a pet beast to perfect quality, leader rank. These are probably the top experts in the world, right? But I won't be far behind either. Gao Peng started burying himself in potion research. After preparing and mixing various types, a liquid potion with a hint of purple mist was formed in a bottle. He called out, Dumby, take the potion. In another place, 3 people, Jiayu, Ziyu and her friend, came to Gao Peng's office to find him. Is this the Uncle Jiao's office you mentioned? Jiayu happily replied, that's right. Ziyu asked curiously, you said that Uncle Gao is close to your age. Does he look very old? Jiayu turned back angrily, let out a sound, and tickled her with both hands. All right, I owe you, daring to tease me about being old. Take this. The girl was tickled until she couldn't breathe from laughing. All right, stop tickling, I was wrong. As they walked up to the reception desk, the thoughtful Quanquan came out to greet them. Welcome to Flying ROC Studio. May I ask if the 3 ladies have an appointment? The 3 girls felt a little incredulous. Ziyu looked around. What? Your shop requires appointments. Business is that good? The other friend chimed in. I don't see many people here. Quanquan was a little embarrassed. If you don't have an appointment, I can also help you call the boss to schedule a time. Meanwhile, Zhaoyu recalled her father's words and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Dad said that Uncle Gio's beast taming skill is very high, like the #1 genius in Chang'an. The only downside is that the fees are too high. Could that be why there aren't many clients? Suddenly, a huge roar erupted from inside the room, startling them. Strange sounds then reached their ears, making them feel as if their hearts were being squeezed. What's that sound? Zhaoyu furrowed her brow and covered her chest with her hand. It sounds so scary, it makes me breathless. Me too. The pet beast in her arms was also extremely frightened. At this moment, Dumby's arm expanded with incredible speed. Its heart also underwent changes. It seemed to be evolving. Blue flames fiercely blazed around its body. That's right, Dumby had truly successfully evolved to epic quality and gained the blood silk heart appearance characteristic. Its appearance also changed significantly. Gao Peng was still excited when he suddenly discovered this evolution also granted a new characteristic with 2 effects. Effect 1. Consume a certain amount of blood silk and energy to condense the blood silk heart. While the blood silk heart exists, it will comprehensively upgrade the Vong Veen skeleton's physical quality. The effect disappears when the blood silk heart is destroyed. Effect 2. Actively activating the blood silk heart allows control over the heart rate. It's indeed quite powerful. Gao Peng was extremely excited to obtain this characteristic. With this, Dumby's combat power would be greatly enhanced. But after seeing Dumby's appearance, he hesitated. This form wasn't very convenient for going out. Following the principle of asking for help when things get difficult, he confidently stepped out to ask for assistance. Could you please help find something for Dumby to cover up a bit? This appearance isn't convenient for going onto the streets later. He suggested Quanquan, can you find something to help Dumby cover up? It will be inconvenient to go out like this later. Quanquan thought to herself, in just this short time, he managed to upgrade another beast. Gao Peng is getting more and more formidable. Suddenly, He heard Jiayu's voice, Uncle Ga. Only then did Gao Peng notice, what? I remember this is Director Liu's daughter. Could it be because I directly hung up on Liu Senilin? This old fox is probably unsure of my thoughts, so he sent his daughter to probe my attitude. Then he noticed the jellyfish floating in the air, thinking, however, her friend's beast is quite interesting. Adapting to a completely new ecological niche, taking the void as its seed, there's such a special life form. Seeing he didn't say anything, Jiayu forced a smile and continued, Uncle Gao, I want to ask you to examine my beast. Gao Peng replied, it's you, no need to call me Uncle Gao, you and I are the same age. Calling me that makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhaoyu seemed a bit surprised. Regarding the request, Gao Peng naturally agreed, same old rules. You probably know my fee standards, pay first. Your mint cat is normal quality, elite level. According to my fee standard, that's 60 credit points. Thank you for your patronage. Then he muttered to himself, forget it. Looking at Liu Jiayu's appearance, she probably doesn't know what her foxy father did. Bullying a young girl isn't nice. He generously said, out of respect for your father, I'll cover the material costs needed to upgrade your mint cat's quality. Jiayu beamed with joy. Thank you, Master Gao. Gao Peng wondered, right, where is your beast? Only then did Jiayu look around blankly, searching, where's the cat? It was just here. Zhaoyu's friend pointed to a corner where the cat was trembling in fear. Your mint cat is hiding in the corner. It must have been scared. The cat immediately jumped into Zhaoyu's arms upon hearing her voice, nuzzling her head pitifully. Jiayu comforted it. All right, don't be scared. Good kitty, good kitty. Meanwhile, Gao Peng was speechless. What a scaredy cat. Taking the opportunity, Gao Peng also asked about Zhaoyu's friend's jellyfish. Excuse me for asking, where did you buy this jellyfish? She immediately replied, Mr. Gao is also interested in this type of pet beast. He continued, I haven't encountered a beast with this attribute before, so I'm a bit curious. She told him, actually, this guy can barely be considered a beast. It's just a small pet that can serve as portable storage. After speaking, she took out her phone and pointed it at the jellyfish. A space opened up on the jellyfish, sucking the phone inside. See, it's stored inside the jellyfish's innate space. She reached out to touch the jellyfish and continued happily, flying jellyfish are originally a specialty of Pengcheng. Recently, a group of sellers imported quite a few from there. They are currently being sold on the business street at WUQU Square. Gao Peng fell silent, frowning slightly, thinking, I have a direction for my third beast. At WUQU Square, people came and went, bustling with activity. A vendor loudly advertised his display of flying jellyfish. The jellyfish swayed back and forth, looking incredibly cute. Several girls' eyes lit up. So cute. A woman hugged her boyfriend's arm, pouting, I want this little thing. Okay. He was both embarrassed and pleased, laughing. Buy it, of course. Gao Peng approached the older vendor, asking, can I take a look at a flying jellyfish? The owner casually handed him one. Here, immediately, the surrounding people clamored to buy. After seeing the first one was normal quality, he approached the owner again. No, what I mean is, can I see all of your remaining flying jellyfish? I want to choose one myself. The man led him to a room. He opened the door and introduced, the remaining jellyfish are all here. According to records, the emergence of floating jellyfish probably occurred during the early cataclysm when a group of jellyfish happened to be infected by spatial power, causing them to mutate. A few years later, they settled in that sea area and reproduced in large numbers. He added, afterward, they were nearly eaten to extinction by other monsters. Gao Peng lamented, these might be the most pathetic space attribute monsters. The man replied, though they're called space attribute, besides being able to float and having a small space inside their bodies, they have almost no combat power. If they weren't pretty and didn't taste bad, they might have really gone extinct long ago. Gao Peng thought to himself, so it's lucky they don't taste good. He looked at the level 1 and level 2 jellyfish swimming around. The man said, actually, the level of the jellyfish here isn't much different from those outside. Suddenly, Gao Peng was stunned by one jellyfish. It seemed more energetic and lively than the others. He felt it wasn't like the other jellyfish. The others floated quietly, only this one was extremely active. He asked the man, "How much is this one?" Hearing this, the man was delighted, praising him. "You have a good eye." He started rattling off, "My boss said this one is a rare mutant, a perfect quality floating jellyfish king with mutation speed. I'll sell it cheap to you for 100 credit points." Gao Peng couldn't stand the exorbitant price. There should be some conscience in business. "I admit it's a mutant, but floating jellyfish king? That's stretching the truth," he countered, 50 credit points. The man immediately agreed, "All right, I've met someone who knows quality goods. 50 it is, then consider it making a friend." Gao Peng paid with his phone. He saw the man didn't hesitate for a second, figuring that even 50 credit points were profitable for them. The man took out the jellyfish for him, still trying to solicit business. "If you have other friends who want to buy floating jellyfish, just bring them here. We'll give them a discount." Gao Peng didn't reply, but inwardly scoffed. Asking for 100 credit points right off the bat for some king. He hoped the discount wasn't just avoiding the rip-off price. But Gao Peng was quite satisfied because this time he truly hadn't lost out. Monster name, floating jellyfish level, 4 quality, elite, attribute, space or wind, likes, perfume. Nemesis, thunder, ice system and timid, he muttered, dual attributes of space and wind, elite quality, my beast team is formed. The little jellyfish looked terrified at this moment. Gao Peng gave it a sinister smile, "Looks like a balloon. How about we call it Silly?" Silly, having just been named, didn't understand what was happening. At home, Dozy was sleeping on its mat. Gao Peng's voice came from outside the door, saying, "I'm home." Hearing his voice, Dozy immediately woke up, its face full of excitement. Gao Peng held up Silly and introduced it to Dozy. "This is the new member of our family." Dozy heard this like a thunderclap, freezing like a stone statue. It angrily ran into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Gao Peng didn't expect Dozy could get jealous. He cracked his knuckles, "Ungrateful thing. Watch how I teach you a lesson." Gao Peng had specially bought its favorite dried bug bread. He called out softly, "There are also dried worms, swordworm leaves of flower spirit leaf." Dozy immediately raised its arms, eavesdropping intently. Gao Peng continued to entice it. "To help you level up, I specially posted a high-priced mission to buy a leader-level thunder system, Monster Core, offering 301 credit points. That's 1 credit point higher than the average price, enough for a family's living expenses." Hearing him, Dozy's eyes lit up, drool dripping down. It opened the door, looking at him with a greedy expression. Gao Peng smiled and asked, "Want some?" Dozy said, "Yes." Gao Peng immediately changed his tune. He raised the bag of food high, dangling it back and forth, trying to provoke it. "Not so easy, you dare slam the door in my face. Are you rebelling?" Dozy was provoked, demanding he give it the food, and even started cursing. Gao Peng decided he must discipline Dozy. Very good, it even knows how to scold others. "Little thing, catch this." Dumby got closer to look at Silly. "Brother will teach Dozy a lesson it'll never forget. If I don't beat it for a day, it'll tear the roof down." Gao Peng thought to himself, "Silly's level isn't high now. My mental power might be just enough. Let's try forming a contract now." Gao Peng transferred power to Silly, startling it. He closed his eyes and focused. Gao Peng discovered Silly's consciousness space was even smaller than Dozy's back then, and much weaker too. This is troublesome. Moreover, Silly's consciousness is too unstable. Gao Peng thought, "If I form a contract now, I'd be like a villain taking advantage of a child." He sighed and gave up the idea. "It seems I need to interact with Silly for a while longer, let it become more familiar with me and lower its guard." Gao Peng felt pleased with his thoughts. He decided to bring Silly to class tomorrow to cultivate their relationship. The next morning, Tying looked at Gao Peng as if wanting to say something but stopped. She hesitated before greeting him good morning. Someone asked in surprise, "Is this Gao Peng?" He appeared with Silly on his head, cheerfully greeting Tying. The image of Gao Peng with the strange floating jellyfish hat made everyone around whisper and snicker. He recalled Silly into a bottle. Gao Peng handed a cold bottle of mineral water to Tang and offered her a drink. She refused and asked about his hat. Gao Peng pointed to Silly on his head and asked back, "Hat?" "No, it's a floating jellyfish, a spatial-type tamed beast." Tang expressed that she knew about them too. She heard its liver is as small as itself. Setting that aside, she asked if he had seen the monster for today's practice. Gao Peng replied that he had. He looked at the monster locked in the cage and remarked, "This is a tough challenge. This monster is called the purple gold scorpion." Tang asked, "So, are you going first again today?" Hearing her question, the people around started discussing again. "Looks like the bonus points for the first winner today will go to Gao Peng again." The person next to them agreed, "What can we do? Gao Peng's strength is high, his winning chance is high too. If we refer to how he defeats it, we can also get a decent score. Just be content." But to everyone's surprise, Gao Peng refused. He wanted to give the opportunity to others in the group. He couldn't always go first. That wouldn't be fair to everyone. The person who was just discussing gaped. Another person immediately seized the opportunity and stepped forward. He brought his tamed beast, a dragon chicken, and proposed that since Gao Peng gave up the first win opportunity, then he would like to go first. Looking at the other person's tamed beast, the dragon chicken, he silently assessed it. Besides Dozi, it's the only elite level one here. Already level 11, unfortunately, its quality is common type. But it's enough to test the strength of that purple gold scorpion. Gao Peng intended to tell Dozi beside him to pay attention later, but he saw it drooling while looking in another direction. He asked, "Where are you looking?" Gao Peng gave it a resounding punch and scolded, "All you know is eating. Pay attention, observe the habits and attack patterns of that purple gold scorpion." Gao Peng announced that Dragon Chicken would be entering the ring soon and scolded it, "Quickly wipe that drool off your mouth." The instructor waved the flag and shouted, "Prepare. Begin." Dragon Chicken stepped in proudly. The purple gold scorpion and Dragon Chicken began observing each other, and then they charged at each other. Dragon Chicken kicked down from above, its claws exerting force, intending to finish the opponent in one move. But the purple gold scorpion was no pushover. It opened its mouth and easily bit Dragon Chicken's leg. Dragon Chicken was surprised to have its leg bitten by the opponent, causing it to cry out. Dragon Chicken's owner worried, "It's over." The instructor said, "Luckily, this purple gold scorpion isn't venomous. Otherwise, his tamed beast would have collapsed from this sting." Another stroke of luck was that this Dragon Chicken was strong enough, so the purple gold scorpion could only pierce the outer flesh. Its tail wasn't hard enough to cause a more severe internal wound. Dragon Chicken suddenly noticed a point. It pecked hard at a spot on the scorpion's body, causing the opponent's blood to splatter. Dragon Chicken's owner shouted, "We won." But Gao Peng thought, not necessarily. The purple gold scorpion, pierced by sharp yellow spikes, suddenly its eyes began emitting purple streams of energy. Its tail struck hard against Dragon Chicken's leg, causing it to fall onto the purple gold scorpion due to inertia. Then suddenly its whole body trembled, crying out in pain. The short-haired boy with glasses saw this and cried out in panic, "Dragon Chicken." An image of Dragon Chicken's two eggs cracking appeared. It howled and shed tears of pain. Everyone around saw this, and they all touched that area, feeling the pain for Dragon Chicken. At this moment, Renbai put a foot on the purple gold scorpion, then immediately ordered it, "All right, stop." Dragon Chicken also got off the purple gold scorpion. Immediately after, it ran away, causing the boy with glasses to run after it shouting, "Dragon Chicken, slow down." Renbai turned around and asked, "Does anyone else want to challenge the purple gold scorpion?" But everyone standing there shook their heads in fear. He questioned, "Previously, every challenge match was started by Purple Back Thunder. I know some of you were dissatisfied, feeling that I, the instructor, was biased and looked down on everyone, right? What about now?" Everyone below answered, "Let classmate Gao go first." "No, no." Renbai turned to Gao Peng, smiled and asked, "Classmate Gao." Gao Peng excitedly said, "Let's go." Then he happily went up with Dozi. The gate opened. Dozi also slowly stepped in. Its feet hitting the floor created sounds. The purple gold scorpion also got into a fighting stance. Tying stood outside, worriedly saying, although Dozy is formidable, considering the purple gold scorpion's strength, it's not something to be afraid of. Gao Peng agreed with her. He thought to himself, classmate Mu is right. This purple gold scorpion might be hiding its true strength. He trembled, clenching his fists, silently praying, now I can only trust Dozy. The purple gold scorpion quickly attacked Dozy. It used its tail to strike towards Dozy, but Dozy quickly dodged its attack. Tying saw this and happily praised, good. It continued to attack towards Dozy with its tail. When the tail was about to hit Dozy, it suddenly flashed with a bright red light. But Dozy had noticed it. It quickly used its tail to whip back at the purple gold scorpion. The purple gold scorpion was hit until it saw stars, its head spinning like a top. Not stopping, Dozy continued to whip its tail at the purple gold scorpion. A bright red aura emanated from around it. After defeating the purple gold scorpion, everyone watching from the outside gasped in admiration. Well fought. The purple gold scorpion was now flat on the ground. It had fallen into a critically injured state. Gao Peng saw that Dozy had successfully defeated the opponent and sighed in relief, stable now. Tying's eyes shone like stars. She praised, truly worthy of classmate Gao. Just now Dozy was in such danger, yet you, its master, showed no change in expression. Gao Peng pretended to be calm, laughed loudly, and replied, it's normal, everything was within my expectations. But inwardly he thought, actually, I was so nervous just now that my palms were sweating. Renbai, now worried about his tamed beast, called out, Gao Peng, call your tamed beast back. He saw Dozy eating the purple gold scorpion, green fluid constantly flowing from the scorpion's body. He thought to himself, there aren't many monsters for practice. If I let it continue eating, the monster will be gone for good. After eating for a while, it looked up and around. At this moment, the crowd standing outside saw this and whispered among themselves, could it be that Dozy isn't fully tamed yet? It looks so brutal, that's right, won't it be dangerous? Gao Peng put his fingers to his mouth and whistled, signaling Dozy. It looked up, its face crestfallen, looking at him. Then it ran straight to Gao Peng. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and scolded, you're only good at eating random things. Then he reached out to wipe Dozy's face and continued nagging, what if you get a stomachache from eating that? You also scared those timid people half to death. Aren't dried worms better, delicious and nutritious? The others standing outside heard this, and everyone felt annoyed. What does he mean by that? What's he being arrogant about? Right. Tying was afraid he would be sad from receiving criticism, so she spoke up to comfort him. Classmate Gao, don't mind them. They were indeed a bit scared by Dozy, but Gao Peng didn't care at all. He said, right now, we are fighting monsters locked in cages, protected by the instructor and the Silver Moon Wolf, so we still have the heart to pity those monsters. He reached out to stroke Dozy and questioned, but what if we enter the monsters' home turf out there? In a real battle, will the monsters pity you? Then Gao Peng sternly scolded those who had criticized him earlier. We came here to learn how to fight, not to play children's games. If you keep that hazy mindset, you might as well withdraw early for your own good. His words made everyone angry, shouting back, this brat. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out, praising, classmate Gao spoke well. It turned out to be Renbai. He walked over and announced, while the atmosphere is good like this, I will announce something important. Your basic training has progressed quite well. Starting tomorrow, you can register to go to the field training base out there. He continued, the training time is 1 week. The school has approved the leave. After returning home, you can negotiate with your parents. The registration fee is 5 credit points. Everyone started discussing excitedly, really. After waiting so long, we finally get real combat practice. However, some people were still worried, my basic training isn't very good. What should I do? Gao Peng silently sneered, the outdoor field training base sounds so fancy, doesn't it? The black-haired guy with parted hair came over and asked, Instructor, do we still have to pay for this registration? The guy next to him also wondered, that's right, Instructor, you should let us train for free. Why do we have to pay? Renbai turned around, smiled, and replied, "You can choose not to go, or you can go to private training bases." Hearing this, the guy in blue interjected, "Come on, stop complaining when you're already getting a benefit. Going to privately run places costs 20 credit points for a week." The kid with glasses also agreed, and those 20 points are just the entrance fee. If you want to use equipment, weapons, or resources, you have to pay extra. After hearing this, the guy's face fell as he exclaimed, "Heavens, in short, it's still because I'm too poor." The friend standing next to him spoke comfortingly, "If it really doesn't work out, I'll ask my dad to lend you some." At this moment, Renbai revealed another piece of information. Besides paying out of pocket, there is another way, which is to sign a contract with the Alliance. If you do that, the entire training cost will be covered by the Alliance. He continued, "Students who have signed the contract only need to serve in the army for 8 years after graduation, after which they can choose to be discharged. Also, if you get into a military academy, the time spent studying there also counts towards those 8 years of service." Tang heard this and found it reasonable, commenting, "That's right. For ordinary families, 5 credit points isn't impossible to afford, but it's indeed not a small amount. This government policy is truly humane." Yao Peng also praised, "This policy is very clever, letting us choose whether or not to enlist. It doesn't seem coercive at all." Then he pointed out the disadvantages of implementing this policy. "But even after graduating from military academy and serving another 4 years, you're still just an ordinary soldier contributing 8 years. In summary, the government's calculations are foolproof." Renbai reminded them finally, "I must seriously remind you all, if you register to participate, you must sign the death insurance form." As soon as he finished speaking, a female student raised her hand to ask, "Sir, does signing it mean we will die?" He patiently explained, "The high-level professional beast tamer competition is unlike other competitions, so you need to truly cherish this special training opportunity. Signing the death insurance form doesn't necessarily mean you will die, but if your intelligence level stays at this threshold, that knot will follow you always." After hearing this, everyone laughed loudly, teasing the female student who asked the silly question. Tang clenched her fist with determination and asked, "So, classmate Gao, let's team up tomorrow, okay?" Then the two of them fist bumped, and Yao Peng spoke, "It's an honor." Scene change. 2 trucks are driving on the road. The vehicle speeds forward. The orange-haired girl inside looks out the window, marveling, "So beautiful." Then she calls out, "Xia Rui, look over here, that mountain is so high." Her friend Ziru laughs loudly in agreement, "Yes, it is." Everyone on the truck is constantly exclaiming, "The flowers over there are beautiful too. There are wild beasts over here." Suddenly, the truck hits a rock, causing it to shake violently, making everyone on board panic. Heavens! What was that? The driver flashes a sly smile and calls back, "Sorry. Didn't see the rock on the road," but Gao Peng already knew his intention. He thought silently, "This old fox sees that they're too comfortable, so he's using this method to shut them up." Gao Peng recalled the events of the morning. Before leaving, he went to knock on Sister Tang Tang's door, but there was still no sign of activity. Calling her phone also went unanswered. Logically speaking, Sister Tang Tang's strength isn't weak. Perhaps nothing bad happened. He silently speculated, or maybe it's related to the secret that she's always been hiding from me. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing Gao Peng and everyone else to tumble forward. A guy cursed silently, "Are you kidding me? This trick again." 2 annoyed students went to the driver's cabin and shouted, "You've gone too far. That's right, you can't bully people like this." The driver forced a smile and apologized repeatedly. This time it wasn't intentional. The vehicle arrived at a location with 2 tall rock formations. The driver shouted, "We've arrived where you wanted to go." Someone was already waiting for them there and began giving instructions. "The valley behind me is your training area. Every inch of it has been cleared, retaining common grade and elite grade monsters. There will absolutely be no leader grade monsters appearing." Lieutenant Colonel Chen raised his watch and continued, "The identification watch issued to you has a positioning system and an emergency help button. Your mission is to survive in there for 1 week. Gao Peng looked at the watch on his wrist while listening to Lieutenant Colonel Chen continue his instructions. During the training process, withdrawal is not allowed, otherwise it will be counted as quitting. Finally, he asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Suddenly, a student raised his hand to ask, "Sir, is there a fixed supply point in the training area?" Lieutenant Colonel Chen immediately answered, "In the valley, there are safe houses made of special steel material. Only leader-grade monsters and above can break through their defenses. They also contain a certain amount of food." Then, full of vigor, he shouted, "So, if you want to lie low there for 7 days, it's not difficult either. How you choose is up to you. Move out, little chicks." Everyone walked inside, feeling both excited and anxious. Someone called out, "Big Dragon, hurry up. Let's go, let's find the safe house first. This time, we must prove our strength." In the crowd, Tang and Gao Peng looked at each other as if signaling something. An instructor yelled through a megaphone, "Move your feet. If you happen to get eaten by a monster, the positioning system will show us where to find the monster and avenge you." A student walked over to the orange-haired male student and said, let's go, stop looking, scene change." Gao Peng is looking up, seemingly observing something, when Tang approaches and asks, "Top student Gao, what are you looking at?" He explains, "A sparrow. This type of sparrow likes to gather in damp places with water. Furthermore, it's very sensitive to rainwater. Wherever it rains, it will fly there. That's why it's also called the rain sparrow." Tang agreed, "I remember the weather tower in the city also raises some of these. Their attack power isn't strong, but their speed is very fast." Suddenly, the bird perched on the tree flew away. He looked up and exclaimed, "Indeed, one must still go out into nature to observe. Unlike the monotony in the city, the variety of monsters out here is incredibly abundant. It truly is a monster paradise." Hearing this, Tang happily replied, "A top student is indeed a top student." Everyone else rushed into the valley. Only you, Gao Peng, stood here observing the surroundings. Indeed, one must have this kind of mindset to become proficient. Gao Peng turned his face and said, "It's not really that. I just dislike crowds. I'm waiting here for them to go first." She asked, "So, can we go now?" He agreed, "Let's go." Tang also happily agreed, "Let's set off." But suddenly Gao Peng was lost in thought. Did I see wrong? Just now, it seemed like I saw a human figure in the canopy over there. On the first day, Gao Peng and Tang were walking in the forest. They were looking around attentively. Suddenly Tang discovered a strange tree, so she invited Gao Peng to come over to see it together. After leaving the forest, they continued to look for houses. Both of them stopped. Tang pointed to a house. "There is a metal hut camouflage in green ahead." "That should be a safe house," Gao Peng said. "Let's take a look." They opened the door and looked inside with their beasts. In the room, they saw water bottles onto beds. Tang looked at the water bottles and said, "There aren't many beds in the safe house, which mean the instructors don't want us to flock together in large group." Gao Peng continued her words, "There are no commander-tier monsters within the valley at only less than 5% are elite-tier monster. If students were to flock together, that would defeat the purpose of this training." Gao Peng focused his gaze forward. He observed the bottles of water and packs of biscuits placed on the table. Each bed has 5 boxes of compressed biscuits and also 10 bottles of mineral water. If you conserve food, you can basically survive for a week. So the military did consider thoroughly the actual strength of these students. Otherwise, during monster confrontations, if they had to find food themselves, it might really cause casualties. Tang suddenly came over and asked, "Do you want to change into protective clothing?" Classmate Gao. Gao Peng was startled and replied, "What?" She explained, "Deep in the forest, there are a few types of striped mosquitoes with potent venom. If you get bitten, it will be uncomfortable." He raised both hands in refusal. "No need, I've applied herbal ointment. It's fine." Then he forced a smile, suddenly coughed dryly, and spoke, "Let's quickly go around and see if we can hunt some prey. I don't want to eat compressed biscuits for 7 days." Gao Peng turned to Tang and said, "Now that we have a safe room, we can rely on Lian Ziai's innate agility to quickly scout the way. Even if something happens, we can safely return to the room." Hearing this, Taiying's eyes shone like stars, joyfully exclaiming, as expected of classmate Gao, "Your thinking is truly thorough." Scene change. The two of them are in a forest. Lianzi and Dozi are leading the way. Gao Peng turns and explains, "First, let's find a nearby water source." The area around a water source is a natural hunting ground. Taiying agrees, replying, "Okay." The floral scent in the forest makes Taiying feel tired from smelling it. In this forest, the floral scent is too strong, and there's another foul smell. I'm about to faint. She felt a headache and was about to lean against a nearby tree trunk, but Gao Peng suddenly grabbed her hand tightly to keep her balanced. Taiying was about to thank him, but Gao Peng signaled her to be quiet. He looked at the tall tree ahead and explained, "Have your Lianzi strike this tree branch with its strongest force." At this moment, she stared blankly at him, thinking, "What? This tree doesn't look special at all. Why would classmate Gao randomly ask Lianzi to hit the tree?" Seeing Gao Peng staring intently at the tree ahead, Taiying pondered inwardly. But recently, classmate Jiao's judgments have all been correct. He must have discovered some clue. I have to trust him. Then she lightly nudged Lianzi and ordered, "Go, Lianzi." It immediately received the command and ran quickly forward. It seemed something was in the tree, trembling silently, praying, "It doesn't see me, it doesn't see me." Suddenly, Lianzi stopped abruptly. It used all its strength to ram into the tree ahead. A snake fell from above, hitting the foliage as it fell. When it landed on the ground, it looked like its soul had left its body. Taiying saw it and immediately thanked Gao Peng. "Thanks. If you hadn't warned me, I would have been hit. But this monster's camouflage is too good." It turns out this monster is called green tree snake. Gao Peng explained, "Green tree snake is a type of snake that mimics the green color of tree branches. This type of snake contains toxins. Monsters can eat it, but it's not good for humans." After speaking, he thought to himself, "But Dozi and I have signed a contract." Gao Peng recalled, "Theoretically, any harm I receive will be transferred to Dozi, and Dozi is poison resistant." He stroked his chin, his face gradually becoming more sinister. "So, I can actually eat it. I heard the more venomous the snake, the tastier the meat." Suddenly, a sound came from a tree branch. Gao Peng immediately turned to look. It turned out there was another green tree snake falling to the ground. Gao Peng turned back but saw nothing, wondering, "Strange, did I mishear?" Suddenly, Taiying waved and called, "Classmate Gao." She reported to him, "There seems to be a water source ahead." Now, the two of them are standing by a lake. Taiying sat down, touched the water, and remarked, "It seems to be clear water, no foul smell." Hearing this, Gao Peng was also delighted, exclaiming, "Excellent. As long as there's clean water, our probability of successfully surviving these 7 days increases greatly." Suddenly, a frog appeared on the lake. It seemed to spit water at him. A disgusting foul smell rose from the water spot, making Gao Peng exclaim in fright, "Damn, what is this smell?" The monster's information appeared. Its name is green-skinned frog, level 2, common quality. It likes to spit water at other creatures, is weak against lightning and earth elements, and hates other creatures spitting water at it. After learning all the information, Gao Peng thought with exasperation, "This green-skinned frog must be neurotic. It only likes spitting water at others and hates others spitting water at it. Most importantly, what boring monster would spit water back at it?" He turned away, ignoring it, and said, "Let's go," adding, "Trouble is worse than avoiding it. We need to figure out how to improve the purification efficiency of this pond." But the green-skinned frog continued spitting water at him. Gao Peng's face darkened as he looked at it. It also stuck out its tongue, teasing him. Looking at the small green-skinned frog in the water, Gao Peng angrily spat a mouthful of saliva onto its face. Before the helpless gazes of Dozi and Lianzi, Gao Peng raised his head, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Gave you a chance, you didn't cherish it. I have the system. You think I can't handle a tiny green-skinned frog like you?" Taiying, who was sitting and observing the activity under the lake, saw this and was puzzled. The green-skinned frog burst into aggrieved tears, Gao Peng's saliva still on its face. In an instant, the cries of a horde of green-skinned frog echoed everywhere. At this moment, Tying was quite astonished and looked towards him. Turns out this pond has so many frogs. However, she didn't notice Gao Peng's face gradually darkening, sweat continuously dripping down his face. He stammered, calling classmate Tai. What Gao Peng's eyes registered at this moment was a swarm of green-skinned frog, big and small, all looking very angry. But Tying had her back to the lake, so she didn't understand what was happening. "What's wrong? Why does your expression suddenly look so strange?" Before Gao Peng could explain, a green-skinned frog opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a small sphere. Gao Peng hastily grabbed Tying's hand. Under the attacks of hundreds of green-skinned frog from the lake, he urgently pulled her away. "Run, run fast." Gao Peng ran headlong for his life, while Tying still had no idea what was going on. What? Behind them was Dozi, and finally, the unlucky Yonzi, bearing the brunt of the attacks. After a chase, the four of them could finally stop and rest. Tying, though panting heavily, still had to check, "Is it safe?" Gao Peng, catching his breath, replied, "It's safe." Tying leaned back against Lionzi, her expression showing existential doubt. "Who would have thought I'd one day be scared into running away by a bunch of frogs?" Gao Peng was still gasping for air. He flopped down and explained to her, "Don't underestimate them. One or two aren't scary, but in one pond, there are at least thousands of green-skinned frog." As he recounted this, his complexion worsened and sweat poured out again. Lionzi, having taken the brunt of the green-skinned frog horde's attacks, was crying streams of tears from the pain. Only Tying wore an indescribable expression, thinking, "And you're the one who provoked such terrifying things." After resting for a while, Gao Peng stood up again, rubbing his chin, stating, "Let's organize the situation a bit." Remembering the pond where the green-skinned frog lived, he began to calculate. North, behind the forest, is the green-skinned frog pond, followed by a gate. To the west is the direction of the main valley entrance. Trees are sparse, and no large dangerous creatures were detected on the way. To the south is a dense forest where a large number of carnivore monster tracks were found. The trees are mostly very thick and sturdy, making it difficult for Lionzi to move. Finally, Gao Peng recalled a small, half-eaten tree. To the east is a small slope, followed by a rather large grassland with traces of herbivores. Hearing him, Tying gained a rough understanding of the situation. She asked him, "For now, we've only scouted this much information. What now? Do we need to go a bit further?" Gao Peng pondered. "Now." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his tone unable to hide his excitement. "Now, let's go back and cook." Hearing about food, Dozi immediately started drooling. Tying was speechless, dumbfounded. "What?" The antenna-like hair on Gao Peng's head started waving, as if radiating light around him. He began persuading her, "Relax a bit, partner, today's amount of exercise is enough. If we overdo it on the first day, we'll get tired quickly." Seeing him so excited, Tying could only sigh and agree, "All right." Then she immediately suggested, "Then let's quickly find something edible." Only to see Gao Peng smirk confidently, "No need." He took out the dead snake, much to Tying's dismayed expression, and proudly introduced it. "Look, this is the green tree snake from earlier." Then, out of nowhere, Gao Peng produced 4 spice jars. "This is mint, cloves, this is cardamom, and also blue-black grass." Looking at that proud appearance, the expression on Tying's face grew even more dismayed. "When did you collect these? But what I need to ask is, where did you store this stuff?" To this question, Gao Peng gave her a very reasonable answer that left her speechless. "This is wilderness survival. Naturally, one must always be well prepared." Elsewhere, the current image of the two appeared on a large screen in a control room. Countless voices and announcements echoed. "Switch back to camera 13 for me. Number 31 has sent a distress signal. 3 teams are now rushing to flank slope number 3. Safe room number 7 has been found." Standing before the control console, an instructor spoke up, asking about number 17. Is that the potential person John Renbai had mentioned? The contestant said to have extremely high potential. The operator heard this and replied, "It should be him." The beast companion and characteristic appearance match. Hearing this assertion, another instructor spoke sarcastically. Facing the green-scaled frog, he could only run away, but while running, he didn't forget to find food. Seeing this, another instructor spoke up for Gao Peng, thinking broadly, that could also be considered high survival ability, right? At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Chen didn't want them to argue further, so he interrupted. You guys are thinking too simply. Don't forget he's just a student who has undergone short training. Speaking of this, he looked over at another instructor and ordered, regardless of using terrain, mastering survival skills in the wild, or having the determination to leave without hesitation, it's enough. He has overwhelmingly outperformed most other teams. Focus on monitoring him for me. Hearing his instruction, the other person immediately replied, yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Meanwhile, on Gao Peng's side, the two were still moving towards the safe room. Tying excitedly said, then later, we must carefully taste student Gao's cooking skills. She reached out to grab the doorknob to pull it open. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her face showed panic. Gao Peng behind her didn't understand what was happening and stepped forward to ask her, what's wrong? Tying turned her head to look at him, her expression a bit awkward. It seems to be locked from the inside. Tying continuously knocked on the door, her voice gentle, student inside, please open the door. After waiting for a while, a voice came from inside the safe zone, there's no one here. It's already full, you guys go somewhere else. Seeing this, Tying turned back to look at Gao Peng. She began to explain everything. Wilderness safe zones truly don't operate on a first-come, first-served basis. Encountering this type of person, we're just unlucky. Seeing this, he also wanted to salvage the situation a bit. He raised his voice, shouting inwards for the people inside to hear, it's getting dark now. There are only two of us, sleeping on the floor is fine. However, contrary to expectations, the people inside paid little attention and started yelling, what crap are you still blabbering about? Just kick them out directly. The safe room is so small, who wants to squeeze in with them? While it's not dark yet, you guys go find another place. Hearing the arrogant tone of the group, Tying couldn't help but get angry. She clenched her fists, her face furious, shouting, you. But Gao Peng quickly stopped her, student Mu, wait a moment. His expression was calm, his eyes cold, his tone firm. It's not worth getting angry with this type of person. Someone will teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Tying immediately calmed down. However, she couldn't help but sigh, student Gao is right. Saying that, she turned around to leave, her voice soft, let it go, Leon Z, let's go. But feeling something wasn't right, Tying turned her head back, only to see Gao Peng quickly walking towards the safe room, so she wondered, what, student Gao, why are you going back? Suddenly, Gao Peng took out a large chain, just seeing it made Tying jump. This is, before understanding what was happening, Tying looked up and saw the two door handles being wrapped around by Gao Peng with a lock and then locked. This once again made her exclaim in panic, you locked the door from the outside. Realizing she had raised her voice, Tying quickly composed herself. Then she asked Gao Peng, student Gao, where did you get that lock? Flashing a confident smile, Gao Peng glanced at her, then he honestly said, I got it from the safe room, right next to the table. I guess the instructors wanted us to use it to reinforce the door for increased safety. When I left, I conveniently took it and put it in my bag. Speaking of this, Gao Peng remembered the position of the lock at that time. After dealing with the people in the room, Gao Peng and Tying began to leave confidently. Let's go. The two once again slowly walked into the vast forest. Along with his action, images of the two appeared on the screen in the control room. Suddenly, an instructor chuckled, followed by a burst of laughter from the others inside, along with words of praise for Gao Peng. Impressive, this kid is good, clever as a little monkey. Just like that, the instructors in the control room began to find Gao Peng interesting. Behind them, Lieutenant Colonel Chen was very sternly asking someone, well, this kid has great analytical skills, right? The person he asked had deep blue eyes, along with a sharp gaze. Compared to ordinary students, he's stronger. However, the real drama is next. This place is full of monsters. Can he survive one night? Along with the person's words, the sky also darkened. Gao Peng's group, along with Tying, was still walking around. He calmly proposed, "Let's continue in this direction and see if we can find a safe room." Hearing this, she also agreed. Okay, however, the two didn't notice a pitch-black foot appearing behind them, along with mysterious black smoke. A panther appeared. It cast a wary gaze to observe the two people. The sky grew darker. The stars also began to shine. After searching for a while, Tying was exhausted. She looked around and then spoke up. "It seems we can only rest out here for one night." Hearing this, Gao Peng also strongly agreed because continuing forward to search was too unsafe. They also couldn't find any caves nearby. Suddenly, he noticed a nearby tree. Without stopping, he immediately suggested, "Look at this tree. Its height is 3 to 4 meters above the ground, and it has branches. Let's just build a simple shelter right here." Looking up at the tree in front of her, Tying broke into a satisfied smile. "That works too." Saying that, she immediately had Leonzi ram forcefully into the nearby tree. Countless branches began to fall. Seeing this, Tying encouraged, "Keep going. Knock this tree down." After collecting for a while, Gao Peng climbed up the tree. He used leaves as bedding and branches as surrounding barriers. After arranging for a while, a beautiful sleeping spot appeared. Gao Peng excitedly exclaimed, "Done." Hearing this, Tying let out a breath, the tension also gone from her face. "We can finally relax." Upon reaching the top, Tying was surprised to see Gao Peng already fast asleep. In her heart, she thought, "Student Gao fell asleep so fast." Then she looked over at Dozi, deep in sleep. Glancing down below, she also saw her own Leonzi sleeping. She felt a bit speechless in her heart. Dozi and Leonzi are resting too. Without thinking further, Tying quickly reached out and took a blanket from her backpack. Lying neatly in the blanket, her heart felt at ease. "I should rest early too." Not far away, a hand parted the leaves on the tree to observe. Then that person sighed in admiration, truly daring. A girl was standing on a tree branch, her eyes cold. Daring to spend the night outdoors without a campfire and without arranging a guard. Along with crimson eyes, a sinister smile appeared on her lips. "Or should I do it?" Suddenly, on the adjacent branch, the shadow of something appeared. Hearing the sound, she glanced over. "Something is coming this way." A black panther quickly dashed away. Seeing this, the girl was also surprised. It's a shadow panther. Leaning against the tree trunk she was standing on to hide, she began to analyze. The shadow panther's strength isn't considered very high. Based on Gao Peng's current strength, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Over here, the shadow panther, still unaware, continuously moved. Its sharp teeth were also revealed. Before its eyes now was the place where Gao Peng and Tying were resting. Below, Leonzi's ears suddenly twitched. In an instant, Leonzi jumped up. It cried out a few times to wake the two sleeping people. At this moment, Tying was still not fully awake. She rubbed her eyes for a moment before asking, "What's wrong, Leonzi?" However, the response was Gao Peng's voice. He urgently prompted her, "Get down quickly." Hearing this, Tying immediately threw off the blanket covering her, rolled down below. Tying landed straight onto Leonzi's back. Once safe, Tying asked, "Student Gao, what happened?" Seeing this, Gao Peng pointed for him to look at the tree ahead. Although the other two were still relaxed, Dozi and Leonzi were already ready. Looking up at Tying, she was a little surprised. Before her eyes was a black shadow with a pair of glowing red eyes staring intently at her. It must be a shadow system or dark system monster, right? Her eyes gradually became worried. She turned to him and whispered, "Its form and strength are undetermined, and this light is this monster's home ground. Should we run or fight?" Hearing her question, his eyes became even sharper. Suddenly, Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. From within his eyes, the shape of the system interface could be seen, looking at the assessment of the shadow leopard growling there. So it was level 15. At this moment, he mentally repeated what the system displayed. Shadow leopard, level 15, common quality. After some consideration, Gao Peng's expression darkened. He maintained his composure in his words. running blindly will expose our backs to the beast, only further provoking the monster's aggression. Suddenly, that shadow leopard disappeared from its previous spot. Its eyes glowed red, its sharp claws already aimed straight at Gao Peng. Seeing its speed, Gao Peng couldn't help but be surprised. So fast, without further hesitation, Gao Peng quickly called out, "Dozi." Hearing him call, Dozi immediately appeared, calmly blocking in front of him. Seeing the shadow leopard rushing towards them, Dozi whipped its tail to attack. However, the shadow leopard easily dodged it. Just like that, the shadow leopard appeared right next to Dozi, its eyes looking like it wanted to eat Dozi alive. Seeing Dozi's eyes opening, the shadow leopard raised its claws. Suddenly, Dozi's eyes emitted a dazzling golden light. Catching the shadow leopard off guard, Dozi unleashed lightning, causing the shadow leopard to cry out in pain. Seeing the shadow leopard paralyzed, Dozi fiercely bit into its abdomen. Behind them, Gao Peng was very proud, a smug smile spreading across his face. He thought to himself, using electric-type moves to paralyze the enemy, thereby reducing their speed, training for so long wasn't in vain. Even when facing a monster of a higher level, Dozi can skillfully engage in combat. Over here, the shadow leopard could move normally again. Pained by the bite, it retaliated against Dozi, its face showing anger. After hitting Dozi once, the shadow leopard quickly teleported up a tree. The wounds and the previous shock had left the shadow leopard exhausted. It tiredly looked at Gao Peng's group. Suddenly, two red eyes appeared above its head. Feeling the pressure from them made its body tremble. Knowing something was wrong, the shadow leopard turned its head to look, but its body continued to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, the shadow leopard saw the huge mutated giant python waiting for it in the tree. Seeing it had been discovered, the mutated giant python opened its mouth wide and lunged forward, drool dripping down. Below, Dozi and Gao Peng were just as scared as the shadow leopard. Damn it! At this moment, the mutated giant python had snatched the shadow leopard into its mouth. As soon as it bit the leopard, its eyes locked onto Gao Peng and Dozi. Seeing this, he immediately turned tail and fled, run quickly. After swallowing the leopard, the python just stayed there watching Gao Peng's group run away, flicking its tongue helplessly. The python then grabbed a tree branch and immediately chewed and swallowed it. The young girl who had been watching Gao Peng revealed herself and said, "Looks like you're not interested in Gao Peng, right? Consider yourself sensible, otherwise, with the commotion of your fight, you might have revealed my whereabouts." After speaking, the girl dashed off, disappearing from the spot. The image of the python attacking Gao Peng's group was also recorded in the observation room. Seeing this, the instructor in the room immediately reported, "Emergency situation detected, Chief. Do we need to eliminate that mutated giant python?" Before the chief in the room could speak, someone else's voice came from behind, "No need. The true nature of the mutated giant python is quite docile. Its tendency for active attacks isn't strong. Consider it a test for these students. If they can't even handle this level of trial, it's better to give up early." The chief beside him heard these words and added, "Chief Chen is right. But also tell the Golden Eagle team to be ready for rescue at any time. As soon as someone presses the distress button, they must depart immediately." Acknowledging the chief's instructions, the instructor responded seriously, "Understood." On the second day, sunlight peeked through the leaves, shining on the sleeping face of Tang. The light gradually woke Tang up. She stretched slightly, opened her eyes, and sat there dazedly. Gao Peng, standing opposite, saw this and smiled, saying, "You're awake. Perfect timing, we can set off immediately." Tang, still not fully awake, asked drowsily, "Set off where?" Gao Peng thought seriously and said, "To yesterday's campsite to take a look. We left in such a hurry yesterday, a lot of things were dropped there." His hand was still fiddling with a string of candy beads for Dozi. Tang was surprised, "Yesterday's campsite? But we can't be sure if the giant python is still there or not. Besides, its attack patterns, weaknesses, we don't understand these crucial details at all. Going back like this is too dangerous." Gao Peng smiled and said, "Precisely because we didn't gather any useful information, we definitely need to go back." The ability to gather information about monsters is also part of a beast tamer's strength. Who knows, someday this information might save your life. The era we live in has changed. Or do you want to be like imagined before, just wanting to hide in a safe zone? You'll only get weaker hearing these words made Tying fall silent. Following Gao Peng's departing figure, in that instant, something seemed to click within her. Suddenly, she shouted, "Wait for me." But Gao Peng's steps didn't slow down at all, forcing her to hurry after him. "You walk so fast, I can't keep up. If you don't bring me along and encounter a monster, are you planning to escape riding Dorzy? Dorzy, don't be mad, but you really can't carry a person." From a distance, a figure continued to watch their every move. The two of them arrived back at yesterday's campsite. Looking at the surrounding trees knocked askew, Tying couldn't help but exclaim, "What a mess. If we hadn't run fast, our fate probably wouldn't have been better than these trees." As Gao Peng was walking, something flashed inside a broken tree trunk, catching his attention. He then approached the broken tree trunk to observe. Inside the tree's core, there was a glowing lump. Gao Peng vaguely recognized it. Tying, meanwhile, was calling out, "Classmate Gao, I'm going over there to take a look." Gao Peng moved closer to observe. Instantly, the system showed the result. Material name, Wood Hollow Heart, space-type material. Unexpectedly, it's Wood Hollow Heart. Gao Peng's heart was full of surprise to find it here. Wood Hollow Heart is the material Silly needs for upgrading, but there's absolutely no news of it on the market. It even seems like no one knows of this material's existence. So it was hidden in this tree that looks like a wine bottle. A guess flashed through his mind. Perhaps yesterday, that mutated python became so large because it ate this rare material. No wonder it didn't chase us when we fled yesterday. Turns out it just wanted to protect its food. Looks like I'll need to find a special occasion later to collect some Wood Hollow Heart. Gao Peng picked up this stone and put it in his backpack, smiling inwardly. And now, while on this field training, I can look for some other rare materials. Indeed, over the next few days, Gao Peng found various other materials each day, making him extremely excited. On the 7th day, which was also the last day of the training course, the students gathered back at the initial parking spot. The chief officer stepped up to speak. "You are outstanding trainees who have passed this training session. I am very satisfied. The next training assembly at Mountain Valley is tentatively scheduled for 3 weeks later. Students who registered this time can participate for free next time. This training session has concluded. I hope everyone has gained something. The next 3 days are a break. After 3 days, classes will resume." Just hearing that, the students immediately cheered up, buzzing with excitement. "Finally, a break. Awesome. I want to go home and have a hearty meal. Finally, we can contact the outside world again. I need to quickly call home and tell them I'm okay." Gao Peng also took out his phone, thinking, "I should also send a message to Sister Tang." The next second, he didn't know what happened, but the corner of his eye immediately twitched. Wait, on his phone screen now was news about a locust swarm at the pedestrian street in downtown Chang'an City. At this moment, everyone passing by had a worried look as they watched the news on their phones. A large screen was also broadcasting the news, now broadcasting the war situation in the north. Fellow viewers, my current location is the front line. Currently, the Chang'an Military Region Army has stopped the swarm of insects outside the front line. According to the latest research results from President Fun of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association, this type, dubbed the withered locust monster, is extremely afraid of fire. Based on this weakness, we have successfully implemented measures to block this swarm of withered locusts. It is estimated there are several billion adults. Each withered locust is 30 centimeters long. Gao Peng was sitting the TV broadcast monitoring room showed reactions contrary to the field reporter's words. Realizing the situation wasn't right, his phone on the table rang. It was President Fun calling. Gao Peng picked up the phone. "Hello, President Fun. Fun's you immediately got to the point. Gao Peng, training is over, right? Are you home yet? The military sent over a new batch of hollow-bellied golden toads. They want us to upgrade their quality. Do you have time to come to the association tomorrow? There's a reward, you know." Feng Zhu sat in the president's office, speaking sweetly. Gao Peng was surprised. Hollow-bellied golden toads. Does the military want to use hollow-bellied golden toads to deal with the withered leaf emperor? Feng Xiu was also quite surprised that he figured it out immediately. His call with Feng Xiu was on speakerphone, so the few beast tamers sitting in the president's room also heard his words. They immediately frowned. What? How does he know? That the military wants to use them. Feng Zhu glared sharply at those people, frightening them. Then, in an instant, Feng Zhu turned back with a smile and said into the phone, correct? That's exactly the military's thinking. Using conventional weapons to eliminate the withered leaf emperor is too ineffective. We still have to think of a way based on the laws of nature. Gao Peng's eyes sharpened. Deduce the laws of nature. Find the natural enemy of the withered leaf emperor. That's a highly feasible method. Feng Zhu chuckled lightly. So, Gao Peng, interested in joining this research project, the reward is negotiable. Gao Peng said, President Feng, since you put it that way, I won't be polite. Can the reward be exchanged for a monster core? A Lord-level Thunder-type monster core would be enough. Feng Zhu on the other end started to answer, but stopped before the words left his mouth. Feng Xiu's words changed. Theoretically, it's not allowed, but for you, Gao Peng, it's definitely a special case requiring a special solution. No problem. See you tomorrow then. The next day, Gao Peng arrived in front of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association headquarters. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Gao Peng. President Feng. Gao Peng turned to greet him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Feng Zhu personally came down to the lobby to welcome him warmly. The receptionist nearby saw this and whispered amongst themselves, what's this teenager's background? President Feng personally came down to greet him. Could he be the son of some leader? Feng Zhu made an inviting gesture and started talking to Gao Peng as they walked. Yesterday, the military personnel delivered the hollow-bellied golden toads. Let's go. Gao Peng replied politely. While standing in the elevator, Gao Peng suddenly asked Feng Xiu, did you stay up all night? Feng Zhu replied, looking a bit tired, yes, I watched them all night, but still haven't found any clues. We're here. The elevator doors opened. Gao Peng stepped into a very large space, making him sigh inwardly. Such a huge space. Feng Xiu spread his arms wide in a welcoming host gesture, saying, Welcome, Gao Peng, to the Beast Tamer Association's experimental base. Our lab is over here. At this time, many people were already standing in the room. Feng Zhu pointed to a toad in a cage and said, Gao Peng, look, this is the hollow-bellied golden toad. Gao Peng stood before the toad's cage, thinking, the hollow-bellied golden toad should have evolved from the root toad. Its jumping power is astonishing, and its earth attribute. A staff member standing next to Gao Peng said, Mr. Gao, please look over here. Gao Peng was surprised. What's this? Before him were several skewers, still steaming hot. The staff member explained, these are roasted withered leaf emperor skewers, fennel flavor. It's the hollow-bellied golden toad's favorite food. You can try feeding it. Gao Peng said nothing, but immediately picked up a skewer and put it in his own mouth. Fragrant, rich, savory, but not greasy. The crispy outer layer embraces the fresh meat. This roasted emperor worm, I give it 10 points. Everyone nearby looked at his actions, somewhat speechless. Feng Xiu was no exception. Gao Peng, the hollow-bellied golden toad in the cage, saw Gao Peng eating its food and croaked loudly. His action made it so angry that steam came out of its head as it punched the iron bars hard. Gao Peng held the remaining piece in front of it, saying, Don't rush, I was just tasting it for you. Unfortunately, there's a bit too much fennel. The taste is a bit strong. Come on, eat up. The hollow-bellied golden toad immediately snatched the piece into its mouth. At the same time, it also swallowed the entire metal skewer. Gao Peng looked at his remaining half skewer, thinking, it can even eat iron wire raw. The hollow-bellied golden toad's stomach must be very tough, otherwise it couldn't digest it. He turned to ask Feng Xiu, so, specifically, which aspects does the military hope to enhance? Feng Zhu replied, defense and digestive ability. Of course, increasing attack power is also good. Come over here and see my previous research results. Feng Zhu pointed to the display screen and said, I discovered that the hollow-bellied golden toad has a decent compatibility with the fire attribute. Then I took some epidermal skin samples from the hollow-bellied golden toad and combined them with fire attribute materials. Later experiments showed its skin, blood, and flesh had the highest compatibility level with fire orchid vine, with no rejection reaction. It's just that the fire orchid vine's attribute is too mild, and I haven't found a highly effective method yet. Gao Peng thought, there really is an evolution method using fire orchid vine as a supporting material. This evolution path is indeed fire type, but the formula needs adjustment. He raised his hand and said, President Feng, perhaps we can try a different way of thinking. Feng Xiu was surprised. What? You already have a new idea in such a short time. Go ahead. Gao Peng confidently unleashed his creativity, expressing his opinion. For example, suppose we make 3 dishes using fire orchid vine to soak the hollow-bellied golden toad, but fire orchid vine has a mild flavor and is difficult to permeate. At this point, we can consider changing the preparation method. For example, adding strong spices and cooking over high heat will allow for better absorption. Feng Xiu was also startled by this thought. Add strong spices, high heat. Gao Peng smiled and nodded. Yes, Feng Xiu seemed to have found a new direction. His face lit up with excitement. Let me think. Red-faced ghost peppers. Gao Peng's face darkened slightly at President Feng's bold idea. It might be worth a try. Feng Xiu turned back to instruct the staff. Xiao Jun, I remember the association warehouse has a batch of red-faced ghost peppers. Go bring them over. The young man, Xiao Jun, who was called upon, immediately nodded. Understood. But as soon as he turned away, Xiao Zheng's face frowned as he thought, evolution like cooking. This is a bit too much. Is this really the method of our city's youngest beast tamer? Feng Xiu watched Xiao Zheng walk out, thinking, although Xiao Zheng has great potential to shine on this path of a beast tamer, we need more talented people to participate and broaden this path. ZZAGNG, I hope you understand this principle soon. Not long after, Xiao Zheng returned to the lab carrying a suitcase. President, I've brought the materials. Very good, Feng Xiu replied. Then, Feng Xiu opened the suitcase, looked at the peppers inside, and said, this quality isn't bad, well preserved. Zheng, standing beside him, gave a cold smile and glanced at Gao Peng. Of course, we have to choose the best, so that after failing, this Mr. Gao won't have the excuse of blaming the material quality. Feng Xiu put the peppers into a converter. The peppers were ground and converted into liquid. He then poured the liquid into a large container nearby. Feng Xiu looked at the container holding the red solution of the red-faced ghost peppers and said, judging by the color, the medicinal properties might be a bit too strong. Zheng, get some suwood, king ginseng, moonai, and nangui. Xiao Zheng received the instruction and immediately nodded. Yes, President. Gao Peng, who had been standing nearby, heard the ingredients Feng Xiu listed and thought, it's still missing other supporting materials, but suggesting it directly now seems a bit deliberate. Better wait for the experiment results before saying anything. After putting all the ingredients in, Feng Xiu held the test tube with the liquid, smiled slightly. The evolution fluid is finally complete. Then he immediately took a syringe, drew the liquid, and injected it directly into the hollow-bellied golden toad. As soon as the liquid entered the hollow-bellied golden toad's body, it suddenly exploded. Feng Xiu said to the staff beside him, failed. Zheng, come check the blood for the cause of failure. Yes, Xiao immediately carried out the order. Soon, the results were available. Zheng said, Teacher, the cause of the explosion seems to be the absorption of too many fire elements, causing an energy conflict explosion in the flesh and blood. Many remnants of fire elements that haven't fused can still be seen. Feng Xiu muttered, energy conflict. Xiao added, according to your previous experiment summaries, if the experiment had a chance of success, perhaps a small amount or a portion of fused fire element could be extracted from the flesh and blood residue. In that case, we just need to continuously improve the formula and adjust the ratio. He quickly turned his head to look at Gao Peng and said, but the energy conflict also proves that these two energies fundamentally cannot fuse, meaning this experiment is a complete failure. Fengzhu retorted, "It's too early to say the approach is wrong. Continue the experiment. We need more data." Zijun got a little agitated. "Teacher," Fengzhu cut him off, "don't talk so much. Go get another set of materials." The second and third experiments all failed. The hollow-bellied golden toads all exploded. Other staff members also started whispering. It failed for the third time. There must be a problem with the formula. Just like Xiao Zhang said, the approach is wrong. Gao Peng is still too young, exaggerating things a bit. Gao Peng ignored those words, smiled slightly, looked at Fengzhu and said, "Director Feng, having tried so many materials, I feel maybe using only the red-faced ghost pepper as the main material isn't enough. Perhaps we can try adding another main material." Feng Xiu was a bit surprised. "To main materials, this idea is a bit bold." Gao Peng said confidently, "Since you already trust me, then trust me one more time." Fengzhu quickly asked what other main ingredient Gao Peng intended to use. Gao Peng gave a smug smile and said it was black soft soil because it's an earth attribute spiritual item, leaning towards yin and moistness. If the hollow-bellied golden toad swallows it, it can protect its internal organs. Then, a supplementary material, sparrow featherwood, can be added. Red-faced ghost pepper is wood generating fire, fire generating earth. Hearing this, Feng Xiu started muttering something about mutual generation and restriction, then quickly decided to give it a try. At this time, a formulator held to different medicinal ingredients. Zhang carefully dropped them one by one under the microscope to observe the process. Immediately, something miraculous happened, surprising him so much that he loudly called Feng Xiu over to look. This test showed that a large amount of fire element had successfully penetrated the flesh and blood. This naturally made Fengzhu very satisfied, praising, "Good results." Gao Peng continued to suggest that the next experiment should be done on a living body because several materials need to be swallowed to know their effect. Just taking a bit of flesh and blood for testing like this cannot be accurate. Hearing him say that, Fengzhu hesitated slightly before agreeing. Receiving his consent, Gao Peng quickly took the syringe to test it on the pet beast locked in the cage. But before doing so, he whispered to it, "Although the amount of flesh taken each time isn't much, it can recover later, and it's been anesthetized first, but there are still some rough holes, which is a bit miserable. So, later I'll give you a few more skewers of grasshoppers." After comforting it, he dripped a few drops from the syringe onto its body. Instantly, thick smoke appeared, enveloping the entire laboratory. This phenomenon allowed Gao Peng to judge the next ratio. He just needed to add materials based on the timing. Saying this, he asked everyone else to go outside first. Feng Xiu, although coughing violently, insisted on staying. He believed being closer would be convenient for observing the reaction. Seeing his determination, Gao Peng didn't persuade him further but handed him the syringe and said he would go outside for some fresh air. Fengzhu naturally didn't bother keeping him. A moment later, Gao Peng left the smoky room, feeling a bit uncomfortable and grumbling about this ghost pepper making him suffocate. Right then, in his heart, he was reflecting on his previous actions. They were probably quite natural, so they wouldn't make others suspect that he already knew the formula beforehand, because all he did was offer some suggestions for reference. Therefore, it could be concluded that the actual formula was discovered by Fengzhu himself through experimentation. Although he was careful, he still reminded himself to be even more cautious. If someone with ill intentions noticed, big trouble would surely come his way. Regarding the first research that made the hollow-bellied golden toad evolve into the fire system, how could a high school student like him, with no power or influence, possibly have such a formula before the experiment? Just then, the laboratory door suddenly opened. A cloud of red smoke rushed out, mixing with the crowd also running outside. Gao Peng looked at the pink smoke before him and realized the experiment seemed to have succeeded. From within the hazy red smoke, a bright red hollow-bellied golden toad suddenly ran out. As soon as Xiao Zhang saw it, he was overjoyed. He shouted loudly to Fun Xiu about the success in formulating two attributes, earth and fire, in the same pet beast. Unlike everyone else who was celebrating joyfully, Gao Peng noticed the weakness of this pet beast. Although it has the fire attribute, having dual attributes seems a bit unrealistic. However, to put it into use quickly, this was the only option for now. The system also displayed the information panel for the Red Flow Fire Toad, level 19, elite quality, fire attribute. Therefore, it fears water also because it kept the fire attribute, it lost the earth attribute. At the same time, at the northern front line of Chang'an City, Platoon 3 had assembled according to the summons. Ammunition had been checked, and components were being rushed over. Just then, the observation team hurriedly reported that the target was approaching Zone 3 and requested the unit prepare for battle. As soon as everything was ready, thousands upon thousands of dry leaf locusts flew over. They headed towards the human tanks. A captain loudly ordered the use of napalm bombs for attack. Immediately, a powerful wave of bombs appeared, burning countless dry leaf locusts. One by one, they were destroyed, making the soldiers happily report the effectiveness of the napalm bombs to their superior officer. Seeing this, the officer was very pleased and ordered them to keep up the rhythm and suppress the dry leaf locusts. However, something happened that startled him into shouting. It turned out these dry leaf locusts were stirring up a sandstorm to retaliate. Right after those words, a sand tornado appeared, forcing the soldiers to quickly report via radio to the commander that their ammunition was being blocked by the sandstorm. He immediately ordered a ceasefire for the soldiers in the armored vehicles. His order made one soldier worrying, "If we don't use bombs, what else can we do to counterattack?" His words were answered by the sound of the commander loading his weapon. He growled that behind them were countless ordinary citizens. Therefore, for these disgusting insects, killing one breaks even, killing two is profit. Just then, some pet beasts appeared. They were the newly bred Red Flow Fire Toads. The Red Flow Fire Toads appeared in a whole swarm. A red aura began to emanate from their bodies. This aura made the dry leaf locusts tremble with fear. The soldiers behind the armored vehicles asked in amazement, "Has the sandstorm stopped?" Another wondered about the appearance of these Red Flow Fire Toads. The company commander explained they were specially researched by highly educated people to deal with the dry leaf locusts. So don't call them big toads or whatever. Back to the battle between the dry leaf locusts and the Red Flow Fire Toads. At this moment, the Red Flow Fire Toads began to open their mouths. From their mouths, they spat out a red power. The power hit the dry leaf locusts, causing them to burn up. Thus, one by one, they fell to the ground like straw. Suddenly, the tongue of one Red Flow Fire Toad shot out, wrapped around the corpse of a dry leaf locust. It put the enemy's corpse into its mouth and ate it with relish. This scene amazed the soldier because just one attack had eliminated several hundred dry leaf locusts. The company commander happily said that thanks to these Red Flow Fire Toads, they no longer needed to risk their lives fighting these monsters. All the soldiers praised the person who researched them with two words: impressive. Back in the quiet city below, in a park, an old lady chatted with her friend Old Hon about his granddaughter also participating in the special training. Mentioning this, Old Hon began to complain because only on the second day, his granddaughter was eliminated. Because of that, his son gave this granddaughter a harsh lecture. At this moment, several military vehicles sped over. They stopped in front of these elderly people, making them wonder who these vehicles were looking for. Old Hon looked in the direction the soldiers were going and guessed they were heading to the 6th floor, deducing they must be looking for Gao Peng because wasn't there a similar vehicle that came to pick him up before? The curly-haired old lady, hearing him mention Gao Peng, remembered a time she was in the dog-walking area walking around, saw him bring a whole skeleton home. Her words startled him, asking, "Did you bring that back to scare ghosts?" Another old lady confirmed she had seen the skeleton too. That thing even flickered with ghost fire. So, Old Hon turned to ask Granny Chen if she had seen Gao Peng upstairs in her house. Granny Chen, stroking Stripey's head, explained it wasn't a skeleton at all. It was Gao Peng's guardian beast, just a bit scary looking. Actually, that beast protects and takes care of people. Hearing this, The other two old ladies looked skeptical and snorted coldly. Ignoring them, Granny Chen asked her beast to thread a needle for her. It obediently helped her thread the needle. Seeing this, Old Hon praised how clever it was and asked for its name. Granny Chen replied that she hadn't been able to name it. At the same time, upstairs on the 6th floor, Gao Peng heard some announcement that made him gasp in surprise. Is it official like this? The company commander handed him a box, saying that according to Fan Shu's wish, on behalf of the army, he was conveying a message, a core from a leader-level thunder-type monster as payment for the successful research on the red flow fire cicada. He invited him to open and check it. Towards this enthusiasm, he could only express thanks, not knowing what else to say. Then, the commander happily revealed that he had volunteered for this mission because he hoped to meet the lead researcher of this project. Saying this, he suddenly stood at attention and saluted Gao Peng. On behalf of the army, he expressed sincere gratitude and high respect to him from the comrades on the front lines. More specifically, he also wanted to represent the comrade who died in this operation. He proudly stated that protecting the homeland is the sacred duty of soldiers like him. They do not fear sacrifice, only worrying about not dying a worthy death. A moment later, Gao Peng stood by his window, watching the soldiers preparing to leave. He sighed and muttered about needing to quickly find a way to join this new experimental project to support the front lines while simultaneously protecting the system. However, he also recognized the system was just support. The urgent matter now was to quickly increase his own strength to be able to defend himself and have more say in the experiment. Just then, something startled him. It turned out to be Dozi. It suddenly came forward, clinging to him, making him wonder. And as if understanding it had the conscience to comfort him, he embraced it affectionately. At this moment, Dumby also approached from somewhere. Gao Peng then happily announced that just in time, the main materials had arrived. No day is better than today to help them upgrade their quality. So, he hurried off to prepare the ingredients for the little ones at home. With a strange expression, he offered a bowl of medicine that looked like poison to Dozi and told it to drink it all. It looked at his face and the bowl of medicine, trembling with fear. Gao Peng brought out a bowl of medicinal soup he had personally prepared for Dozi. This glutton even sniffed it repeatedly, finding it quite fragrant. After examining it, it slurped the entire bowl clean. Suddenly, the bowl fell from its hand, shattering on the ground. Dozi's entire body was enveloped in golden light, along with increasingly strong lightning energy. Its body seemed swallowed by the lightning. A moment later, the energy dissipated. Dozi lay limp, like a scorched centipede, black smoke rising from its body. Before Gao Peng could react, Dumby approached and poked it with a finger. It tapped Dozi lying flat on the ground. Noticing Dozi showed no signs of life, Dumby had an idea. It rummaged in the fridge, searching for something. From the fridge, Dumby pulled out a bunch of green leaves. It propped Dozi up and held the bunch of leaves close to its face, letting the fragrance waft directly into it. Gao Peng, who had been observing, finally stepped forward, patted Dumby's shoulder, and joked, "Don't mess around, leave Dozi alone here for a bit." Seeing its efforts unrecognized, Dumby's face fell. It quietly sat next to Dozi, feeling sorry for itself, lifting the leaves to its own nose to sniff alone. Gao Peng watched this scene, speechless, thinking, boy, to living treasures. Might as well settle Silly's contract too. No sooner said than done, he waved Silly over, which was floating nearby. "Silly, come here." Silly didn't bother listening, putting on a face pretending not to understand, whistling and gliding elsewhere, leaving Gao Peng helpless. He had to grab a bottle of fruit juice to coax it. "Silly, there's tasty fruit juice here." Clearly, Silly was also a glutton. It immediately dived towards the juice bottle with a delighted expression. Gao Peng thought, all right, one glutton to gluttons. Immediately after, he used a needle to prick his finger lightly, letting out a drop of blood. He touched his finger to Silly's head and closed his eyes, concentrating. Gao Peng began to connect with Silly's consciousness. He determined Silly's spatial awareness was still a bit weak, but its courage had indeed grown, as it was willing to approach Gao Peng proactively. Gao Peng smiled smugly, thinking it wasn't a waste of so many tasty treats. He extended a finger, touched Silly's consciousness, and said, "Become my friend." A contract appeared along with Gao Peng's promise, "Become my friend, and I will give you the strength to fear nothing." That was the hope, but in return, he received a blunt reply. Don't want strength, I want fruit juice." Gao Peng was utterly speechless, helplessly replying, "All right, I'll give you lots and lots of fruit juice." Silly was immediately satisfied. Very quickly, the contract between the two was finalized. Early the next morning, at Granny Chen's house, she was still sleeping soundly in bed. Suddenly, a dark shadow approached, calling, "Shiying, hurry up and wake up for breakfast." Granny Chen suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out to be the parrot mimicking her husband's voice. It kept repeating, "Shiying, wake up for breakfast." After calming down, Granny Chen praised it. "Good boy, so it was you?" Looking at the parrot, she thought sadly, "Since the old man left, thankfully you've always been by my side." Recalling the past, she felt sad. Since her daughter had the accident, her spirits had always been low. It was hard on the old man too. He was clearly suffering himself, but still had to take care of her 3 meals a day, especially breakfast. Every day, he would definitely wake up on time to cook breakfast for her, then call her to eat. Looking up at her husband's portrait on the wall, she mused, "Unfortunately, by the time my spirits improved a bit and I could take care of him in return, he was already gone." She smiled faintly. "At that time, I didn't even know how to go on living, didn't want to live anymore. Luckily, the words related to you buying this apartment gave me the motivation to continue living." She maintained a bright smile, saying, "Thank you for staying with me like this. But the old man has waited a long time for me. I have to go find him now." This time, Granny Chen truly saw her husband coming for her. She saw him sitting on the bed, holding her hand tightly, tenderly calling her name and saying, "Shiying, I've come for you." She was so moved she cried, covering her mouth to keep from sobbing, stammering, "Old man." He raised his pinky finger and said to her, "This time, let's not be separated again, okay?" She intertwined her finger with his, promising, "Okay, we won't be separated again." And so, Granny Chen's wish was fulfilled. Her arm went limp. She had gone to reunite with her husband. Painlessly, her face even wore a contented smile. At this time, at Gao Peng's house, he was still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a pitiful cry of pain rang out. He sat up in a daze, asking, "Dozy, what's wrong?" Suddenly, he jerked his head around when he saw Dozy rolling on the floor, clutching its mouth, crying, "Itchy, painful, itchy." It seemed to be in great discomfort. He helped Dozy up, worriedly wondering, could there be a problem with the evolution? Gao Peng strained his eyes to look closely. Finally, he realized what Dozy Eye's problem was. Dozy Eye's mouth was growing many teeth. This surprised him, and he exclaimed, "Teething, can centipedes teeth too? Could it be that after the world changed, its genes mutated?" At this point, Dozy Eye had reached perfect quality. Gao Peng gently stroked its head, saying, "That's right, Dozy Eye's current form probably can't be judged by common sense anymore." Knowing it hurts, he gently reassures, "Don't be afraid, this is the pain one must endure during growth. Try to comprehend it." He stands up and calls Silly. Silly happily flies over, landing right on Gao Peng's head. Gao Peng wonders which evolution path to choose for Silly. Should it be support or focus on damage output? He rests his chin on his hand, pondering, if he uses the Heartless wood found last time as the main material for the evolution path, it would become a dual attribute wood spirit water mother, possessing both healing and spatial abilities. However, if the space type attack is upgraded, its damage output would be terrifying. But giving up the direct attack path for support evolution always feels a bit unwilling. The problem is, nurturing it this way requires time and energy, which means money, definitely not a small amount. If it evolves towards the support path, the process is relatively much faster. Finally, he makes a satisfied decision. Forget it, let's just go with the support path and ascend to wood spirit water mother. Once I become stronger later, what type can't I nurture? Aligning with the current situation is best. Gao Peng changes clothes and steps outside. Suddenly, he notices it's very lively outside. People are gathered, discussing animatedly, "Damn it, what the heck is this? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" They simultaneously look up at the sky, concluding, "It's manifested. It's Granny Chen's old friend coming to pick her up. It must be old Chen's spirit manifesting." Gao Peng also joins the crowd, looking up at the sky. A blue phoenix, its whole body emitting rainbow light, glides past. This is a soul guardian, level 25, soul system. The lingering obsession of a powerful soul staying in the mortal realm, its form inconsistent. After fulfilling its obsession, it will return to the underworld. A man nearby asserts emphatically, "I saw them fly up." The two bodies on the iron frame both turned into light and flew away. That parrot and the person were clearly dead. Hearing this, Gao Peng murmurs thoughtfully, "Granny Chen passed away." Suddenly, he remembers something. He quickly realizes Granny Chen's house still has a grey striped spider. After the owner dies, the pet beast is unbound. If it chooses to enter the deep mountains and great marshes, that would be fine. But he fears its temperament might change due to this, becoming highly aggressive and attacking others. Thinking of this, he hurriedly runs towards Granny Chen's house, deciding he must find it quickly. Arriving at the door of Granny Chen's house, Gao Peng is tired and panting. He wipes his sweat, sees the door is locked, and there's no sound inside. He wonders, where could it be hiding? Gao Peng starts analyzing spider habits. Based on the habits of the grey striped spider, it should be, he looks up at the dark ceiling and immediately finds the grey striped spider. A grey striped spider is staring at him intently, its bright red eyes incredibly gloomy. Gao Peng has to immediately summon Dozi. The spider starts moving closer to him. Just then, the shadow of a giant centipede quickly flashes past. Dozi has appeared. It immediately surrounds Gao Peng and emits a terrifying murderous aura. Saying this, the spider is startled. It goes limp and falls straight from the ceiling to the ground, leaving both Gao Peng and Dozi speechless. Gao Peng says to Dozi, "It fell just because you scared it a little." The spider stands trembling on the ground. It starts sweating profusely. It recalls Granny Chen's words, "I am too old, I will die soon, so there's no need to sign a contract with me." She gently stroked its head, instructing, "Also, forgive Grandma for not giving you a name. This way, you can meet a new destiny." Suddenly, Gao Peng, just like Granny Chen, places his hand on its head and strokes it gently. He asks, "You must be very sad, right?" He holds out his hand with a friendly smile. "If you want, come home with me." The sky is clear blue over the bustling city. People on the street below murmur, pointing at something. Someone looking surprised asks, "What's the situation?" Gao Peng, wearing sunglasses, smiles proudly and smugly, hands in his pockets, walking confidently ahead. Following him are two pet beasts that look high level. Passers-by whisper to each other, "Is that the chief of the Five Poisons cult?" As he walks, Gao Peng calculates his current pet beast combination. It happens to be lacking just one high defense tank. Although using the spider as a meat shield seems a bit absurd, he knows that among the evolution paths of the grey striped spider, there is indeed one that evolves into a meat shield. The materials aren't considered hard to find. Lost in thought, he arrives back at the lab, takes the elevator up, and decides to wait until he contracts the little spider, then try hard to strengthen it. This way, he can gain a large amount of soul power, Gao Peng calculates, adding the soul power provided by Dozi and Dumby. "I believe it won't be long before I can sign a contract with Dumby." Thinking of this, tears stream down his face with regret. He shouldn't have upgraded Dumby's quality so early back then. It's hard to gather enough soul power in a short time. Just as he arrives, Quan Quan appears, cheerfully greeting him. "Good morning, little boss." Gao Peng is a bit startled, thinking, "Little boss? Doesn't this girl usually call me Boss Gao?" Unusual, very unusual. Quan Quan's eyes light up. She continues, "Little boss, it really has been a very, very long time since we last met, hasn't it?" Gao Peng becomes wary. "It has been a little while." Quan Quan's face darkens. She smiles with a threatening tone. "Little boss, recently quite a few people have come asking about you. There are even clients specifically requesting you. Even though I told them you don't have time and they have to wait, you just," she clears her throat, emphasizing each word, "couldn't be contacted." Quan Quan explodes in anger. while Gao Peng can only chuckle awkwardly, trying to placate her. I have time today. Let's take it slow, okay. Sweating, he holds out a piece of paper, saying to Quan, could you please prepare these materials first? I'll treat you to milk tea later, okay. Quan angrily snatches the paper from his hand and turns sharply away. Gao Peng clutches his chest, sighing deeply. Dorsey witnesses this and also sighs helplessly. Back in the lab, Gao Peng stands opposite the spider. Green energy flares up between them. He extends his hand, instructing it, don't be sad anymore. Become my partner. I will give you a warm home. Very quickly, a contract appears. He gently strokes the spider's head, saying, good, we can start the evolution now. After that, he focuses intently on preparing the evolution potion, even setting a timer to track the time precisely. He concocts a test tube of blue liquid, then adds a drop of another green liquid into the mixture he just made. Immediately, a red precipitate settles at the bottom of the test tube. Extremely satisfied, he exclaims, done. He takes the evolution potion and approaches the spider, telling it, your body is grey, and you are a grey striped spider. After evolving, your species will be grey shield armor spider. Let's call you Stripey. He holds the test tube in front of it, introducing, look, this is the evolution potion I painstakingly prepared. Just soak in it for a bit, and you'll become stronger. After speaking, he pours the evolution potion into the glass enclosure where the spider is sitting. The liquid flows inside. Upon contact with Stripey, it continuously emits black smoke. Then, its outer shell suddenly cracks open, even revealing flesh. Simultaneously, Gao Peng feels a sharp pain, like salt rubbed into his heart. He thinks silently, so painful. This is the soul feedback, a portion of the pain Stripey is experiencing. He gently pats his chest, encouraging it. Hang in there. To become stronger, you must endure this painful path. We can only rely into himself to endure it. At this moment, Quan hurriedly opened the door and stepped inside, calling out, young master, young master. Her face looked very eager. She said, young master, a customer is here, you know. The kind of customer who looks both impressive and wealthy. Gao Peng was happy to hear a tycoon had arrived, thinking to himself that with another mouth to feed at home, he needed to earn more money quickly. He took off his glasses and announced, coming right away. He took off his lab coat and stepped outside, slightly stunned to see the customer was a man in a neat, elegant suit, with a bald, stern-faced bodyguard standing guard beside him. Gao Peng thought, interesting, a leader-level tamed beast. Gao Peng handed his lab coat to Quan, instructing, Quan, let me handle these two guests. Go pay attention to little spider's evolution process. He didn't forget to add, see the liquid in the container on the table. As soon as it fades, pour the white liquid from the test tube in. Quan cheerfully obeyed immediately. After that, he stepped forward to shake hands with the guest, politely greeting him. The guest also introduced himself. I've admired Mr. Jiao's great name for a long time. Today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Lu Zi, currently a freelancer. Previously, my family opened a small botanical garden. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the brutal ash demon spiders and is currently under repair. Gao Peng asked curiously, could it be the garden in East City? Lu Zi humbly replied, yes, that's right. I didn't expect Mr. Gao to know about this small garden of mine. I am extremely honored. Hearing this, Gao Peng was speechless. This is too enthusiastic. My reputation shouldn't be this big. Lu Zi continued, Mr. Gao, judging by your appearance, perhaps you don't know yet? Some time ago, I had the opportunity to attend a military celebration party. At the party, I heard Chairman Feng say that during the research process of the red flowing fire toad, your contribution was fully deserving of being called the greatest. He signaled the bodyguard to lift the curtain covering the large cage behind them, introducing, this tamed beast of mine needs to be enhanced. After thinking it over, Mr. Gao is still the most trustworthy, so I brought it here. As the cloth was slowly removed, a black night hound with an angular neck, bearing its fangs and glaring, was revealed. Gao Peng was extremely surprised. Turns out it's a black night hound. He analyzed. it's said that all dog-like monsters can evolve into black night hounds, an alternative evolution path for dog-like monsters. The black night hound's fur is jet black, allowing it to merge perfectly into the night. It can also absorb large amounts of light, thus it's an assassin in the night and also the best guard dog in the dark. Many manors and gardens prefer raising this type of black night hound. Lu Xa got straight to the point. I know your rules. For a leader-level tamed beast, you set the price yourself. Just tell me the price. Gao Peng thought, eliminating the two most powerful yet rarest evolution paths, then eliminating 5 more powerful but also rare evolution paths, plus eliminating 5 paths with overly rare materials and excessively cumbersome and time-consuming procedures, leaving 13 methods. He told Lu Xa, improving its quality is definitely not a problem. Also, I have several good evolution paths here to choose from. After evolution, the level of strength will also differ relatively. Lu Xi understood immediately. He clenched his fist and decided, I understand. Then choose the most expensive one. This was exactly what Gao Peng was waiting for. He immediately quoted the price. Then it's a deal, 5,000 credit points. Hearing this number, Lu Xa's face darkened slightly, petrified on the spot, stammering, 5,000. Before he had time to think, Gao Peng quickly grabbed Lu Xi's hand, intending to use cuteness to pressure the price. He said enthusiastically, Mr. Lu, that's truly a wise choice. Just then, the container in the laboratory suddenly shattered, followed by a continuous strange sound emanating from the lab. Gao Peng turned his head worriedly, guessing Stripey was having problems. He rushed in, anxiously asking Quanquan, what's wrong? Inside the lab, Quanquan was sitting slumped on the ground, her soul seemingly detached from her body, trembling as she said, oh my God. She pointed at the scene before her. A giant, frenzied grey armoured spider had successfully evolved. It had shattered the container, glass littering the ground. Quanquan was so scared she trembled like a leaf while speaking. Saying this, Gao Peng was startled. He saw Stripey had successfully evolved, but immediately he flew into a rage, propping his hands on his hips and scolding, Stripey, why did you break the lab equipment and scare Quanquan like that? After scolding harshly, he immediately petted it. He caressed it gently, saying, no matter how strong you become in the future, you must learn to control your own strength, understand? As soon as he said this, surprisingly, Stripey's cheeks flushed red. It shyly retreated backward. Seeing this, Gao Peng was a bit surprised, asking, why? Stripey carelessly tripped over a piece of wood. After a thud, the giant spider fell flat on the ground. Gao Peng was speechless, thinking, why do all the tamed beasts in my hands have a bit of a foolish attribute? No, definitely not. He instructed, all right, Stripey, go wait outside for me. Be quiet, don't disturb anything. Stripey obediently obeyed immediately. It left, but walked sideways, making Gao Peng freeze, wondering, why is it walking sideways? Gao Peng helped Quanquan up, saying, sorry, this tank broke. Please order another, larger one, charge the cost to my account. After that, prepare the evolution materials for the Black Night Hound first. We have an appointment with the client next week to start the experiment. Looking at the wreckage before him, he crossed his arms and decided, hire someone to clean up the lab, also put it on my tab. The current equipment is damaged and cannot be used anymore. I have something to do, I'll head back first. Quanquan agreed, then complained, have to spend money again. Gao Peng walked out, leading Dorsey and Stripey. As he walked, he pondered, the number of mouths at home is increasing. It's time to change to a house with more space. Preferably in the suburbs, where it's convenient to go out to the city for training or collecting medicinal herbs. I should contact the broker first. Only then did he turn back to look at Stripey. It was walking sideways again like a crab. He stared at it. It also raised its eyes, putting on an innocent look back at him. Gao Peng stood frozen, thinking, did I miscalculate the formula? Gave it the wrong medicine. Why did it evolve into a crab like this? He got furious, kicked Stripey's leg, and scolded, walk properly, you're a spider, not a crab. At this moment, the adorable Stripey looked bewildered, completely clueless about life. This gave Gao Peng a headache, sighing, Gao Peng went to the real estate agency. The female agent came out to greet him. She asked warmly, "Mr. Gao, right? I'm the agent who spoke with you on the phone earlier." "You can call me Ziliu," Gao Peng quickly asked. "We agreed earlier that we could go see the house today, right?" Xiaoliu chuckled, "Of course. We even have a private car for pickup. This way, please. According to your requirements, a large house with a garden, basement, suburban villa, quiet surroundings, there happens to be one that fits quite well." She handed him a tablet, saying, "Mr. Gao, please take a look at this." Gao Peng took it and opened it. According to Xiaoliu's introduction, this was the picture of the villa. In the picture, the villa was incredibly magnificent, nestled among green trees, European style, looking very luxurious. Xiaoliu added, "Although this villa doesn't have a basement, there's a very large area around it that belongs to the villa, so you could build a basement yourself." Gao Peng scrolled through the tablet and asked, "So where is the location of that area?" Xiaoliu seemed a bit hesitant to answer when asked like that. She coughed dryly and explained, "It's in the prosperous Dragon Lake area. The price is very cheap, only 2,000 credit points." She leaned close to Gao Peng and whispered, "Although it's in the suburbs, the management is very lax. Besides the limited villa area, there's still a large plot of land included as a bonus, perfectly matching your requirements." Gao Peng wasn't swayed by those benefits. He still felt something was wrong, so he said, "Hold on, I still have some questions I want to clarify. Are these photos recently updated?" He pointed to a photo and asked, "This must be a picture from before the cataclysm, right? The background vegetation doesn't seem mutated." He showed that he wasn't easily fooled, held up the photo, and asked sternly, "You wouldn't be hiding any important information from me, would you?" Ziliu broke into a sweat, awkwardly rubbing her hands together and replying, How could we, boss? Please think carefully. A standalone villa from before the cataclysm, complete with over 10-move garden, would be impossible to buy in our Chang'an city. Now it's only 2,000 credit points. It's truly a bargain. Even though the place is remote," she further explained, "there's a road at the foot of the hill. You can buy a car. Getting in and out is very convenient." Gao Peng thought to himself, this sales pitch feels strangely familiar. It seems there are many hidden issues, like renovation or safety problems. If it really looks like the photo, this house should cost at least 3,000 to 4,000 credit points. He also told himself, anyway, during the early stages of the cataclysm, society was in turmoil. These kinds of suburban villas were either turned into fortresses or directly abandoned. As long as this house is 60% like the photo, I'll be satisfied. He adjusted his glasses. As for safety, it might be an issue for others, but having these guys at home is enough. Maybe they'll even get a free extra meal. Thinking this, Gao Peng grinned slyly, looking very pleased, which surprised Ziliu. "Mr. Gao," she asked, continuing her persuasion, "actually, this price isn't considered expensive. The seller is practically selling at a loss." Gao Peng was swayed and agreed. "All right, let's go take a look." They went out together to get in the car. Xiaoliu suddenly noticed something. Stripey was foolishly looking up at Xiaoliu. She also friendly bent down to greet it, asking Gao Peng, "Is this your tamed beast?" "What an adorable little crab. You have excellent taste." Gao Peng was stunned upon hearing this. He quickly explained, "It's a spider." Xiaoliu, realizing her mistake, tried to cover it up. Right. Just as Gao Peng was about to get into the car, he sensed someone watching him. He turned back with a worried expression, making Xiaoliu anxious too. "Mr. Gao, there's no one over there." He turned away again, thinking, "It's nothing. My eyes must be playing tricks on me." Let's go, however. Someone was indeed watching him. Hiding behind a wall, he smiled smugly, thinking, "The recently famous young Master Gao finally found you." The car quickly took Gao Peng to the villa. Ziliu walked ahead, proudly introducing, "Mr. Gao, look, this is the house I recommended to you." Gao Peng was also a bit surprised. He stood silently before the villa. Except for the slightly old exterior walls, it looked almost exactly like the photos. Stepping inside, he saw there was hardly any dust in the house. Could it be the seller regularly sends people to clean? The furniture was fully equipped. just old-fashioned. Some tables, chairs, and floorboards needed repair. He carefully observed and analyzed. The furniture in this house is quite expensive. Even with a poor location, it couldn't possibly sell for only 2,000. Too strange, right? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. You must be Mr. Gao. Gao Peng spun around warily, asking, Who's there? Ziyu quickly explained, Mr. Gao, this is Boss Liu, the person selling this villa. He laughed heartily and said, I heard Mr. Gao wanted to see the house, so I rushed over. Gao Peng was a bit curious and asked back, rushed over, Boss Liu, have we met before? Boss Liu stepped forward and explained, who in our circle doesn't know the reputation of Mr. Gao Peng? Your chairman Feng's right-hand man, the hero from that previous military operation. He held out a business card to Gao Peng and said, This is my business card. I also do some work related to mutated beasts now. If Mr. Gao is interested in collaborating, I can offer you a 20% discount. Holding the business card, Gao Peng thought, this Boss Liu really knows how to do business. Boss Liu continued, Mr. Gao, what do you think of this house? It's very well maintained, right? I have people clean it every quarter. If you want to buy it, you just need to pay an additional management and security fee, and you can move right in. So convenient, the extremely low price made Gao Peng a bit wary. He replied, I won't hide it from you, Boss Liu. The price you're offering is very reasonable. He said sternly, but that's precisely the problem. Although the location of this villa isn't great, it should be worth at least 4,000 credit points. He believed 2,000 credit points was indeed too low compared to the market price. I wonder if you could tell me the reason behind this. Boss Liu placed his hand on the table and began his story. Let me tell you, this house was originally intended for my parents' retirement. His face grew somber. My parents were from the countryside and weren't used to living in the big city, so I bought this villa in the suburbs for them. Remembering his parents, he reminisced. They worked hard their whole lives for me. As their successful son, of course, I wanted them to enjoy their later years. But, thinking of the cataclysm, his voice rose, that disaster destroyed everything. They hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it, not even for a single day. They worked hard their whole lives. Boss Liu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with clear resentment, cursing this damned world. His hand clenched, pressing down on the tabletop. Then he calmed down and added, I originally intended to keep this house as a memento, but I heard Mr. Gao was looking for this type of house, so I asked the agent to offer it to you for 2,000 credit points. Just consider it my investment in you. He smiled and explained, I'm not young anymore and my abilities are limited. My heart is willing, but my strength fails me. Young people like you are the future of this city. Gao Peng's face also showed a hint of sadness hearing the story. Boss Liu pressed further, I hope tragedies like this won't happen again. Gao Peng remembered his own parents. Boss Liu's story had softened his heart, so he immediately agreed, all right, thank you for your trust. He extended his hand, deciding, I'll buy this house. As evening approached, Gao Peng led his tamed beasts back to the training base. He eagerly opened the door and called out loudly, Dumby. Silly, we're back. The house inside was unusually quiet. Dumby and Silly seemed very well behaved, making Gao Peng wonder, why is it so quiet? He placed the bag of newly bought food on the table, inviting, you two, come quick and see. This is nutritious food I went out of my way to buy for you. Much tastier than that pine needle orange juice stuff. Hearing about delicious food, Dumby and Silly immediately turned their heads, paying attention. Gao Peng laid out several bowls of food that looked like colorful soup on the table. The food was still steaming hot. He invited, come on, eat up. Suddenly, someone's voice came from behind, your place seems livelier now. Gao Peng instinctively turned around. He jumped in surprise when he saw Tang Tang standing behind him all along. She cheerfully waved, long time no see, Gao Peng. She also quickly ran over to rub Dozi's head, exclaiming, Dozi leveled up. Tang Tang pulled its cheek to examine it, then added, oh, you even grew teeth. Dozi trembled helplessly while Tang Tang held it firmly, demanding, come on, let's just see if they're crooked. Duzi looked at Gao Peng, signaling for help. Gao Peng couldn't help either, turning away and muttering, "Just endure it, endure it." Tang Tang became serious again and asked, "Right, Gao Peng." She looked up at Gao Peng with gentle eyes. "I heard you bought a house." Gao Peng smiled back, "Sister Tang Tang, you sure hear news fast. But it still needs some repairs from a company. I can't move in right away." Tang Tang seemed to be waiting for just that phrase. Her eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. She rushed over, took Gao Peng's hand, and coaxed, "Then call me over when the time comes." Renovations involve a lot of work. You have little life experience. Don't let people cheat you. Gao Peng was speechless. He had no choice but to agree to let her go. Having gotten the agreement, meaning she got what she wanted, Tang Tang turned away, dropping a final sentence, "It's settled then?" "I have to go now." Saying this, Gao Peng felt helpless and thought to himself, suddenly starting to doubt the reason why that house was so cheap. Tang Tang left, slamming the door shut. She smiled smugly, "Done. When the time comes, I can conveniently buy the house next to Gao Peng's. We'll still be neighbors." The sky was beautiful, white clouds, golden sun. Accompanying him were Dumby and Dozy, while Stripey perched on Gao Peng's head. He had even tied a bow, treating it like a hat, looking quite amusing. They stood on a high hill, hiding behind a large tree trunk, looking down. Below was a military area with many tanks parked in front. He thought, "We've reached the checkpoint." Gao Peng speculated, "Then purple birch forest probably isn't far either." Beneath his feet, he stepped on a patch of green leaves. He tensed up, calculating, "It's best if we can gather enough materials today." In total, they had a 3-day break, and today was the last day. If they couldn't gather enough wood heart and empty heart today, they'd have to wait until next week's break to continue. That would delay things too much. Just as he was lost in thought, his other senses were sharp enough to notice something had just moved nearby. A black shadow flashed before his eyes. He vaguely recognized what it was. A level 13 grey sand bobcat wildcat had just jumped from somewhere, landing on a tree branch not far away. It bared its sharp claws, its eyes flashing fiercely, staring intently at Gao Peng. He exclaimed, "The first monster encountered outside the forest ring is elite level. It's not easy to survive outside the city." At that moment, the wildcat suddenly let out a terrifying growl. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into a black shadow and darted away. Then, it vanished instantly. Gao Peng realized this wildcat was coming to attack him. His face became tense. He said to his tamed beasts, "Not good, everyone be careful." However, because the wildcat's speed was too fast, Gao Peng could only vaguely see a few black blurs streaking past like rockets. In just a few short seconds, its fangs and claws were already heading towards Gao Peng. Dumby reacted very quickly, sensing the danger. It immediately tossed Dozy aside for safety, making our Dozy a bit dizzy. Next, Dumby delivered a powerful punch, aiming straight for the wildcat, but it luckily dodged just in the nick of time. The wildcat jumped back to its previous spot in front of them, waiting for an opportunity to attack again. At this time, Dumby's eyes emitted a green light, and a terrifying killing intent radiated outwards. It coldly said to the wildcat, "Your enemy is me." Saying this, the wildcat shrunk back in fear, its fur standing on end. Dumby decided to take the initiative. It immediately charged straight towards the wildcat. The ferocious wildcat was instantly scared into a timid cat. Without much thought, it turned tail and fled for its dear life. At this moment, the red blood vessels on Dumby's body began to glow. Instantly, several blood tendrils tightly wrapped around the wildcat's legs, quickly immobilizing its entire body, causing the wildcat to lose all combat ability. Behind it, Dumby had also prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Fear flashed in the wildcat's eyes. Helpless, it could only stare wide-eyed as it received the punch. Dumby struck with such force that dirt and rocks flew up. As a result, the wildcat was punched flat on the spot. Gao Peng, witnessing the whole event, stood before Dumby. He marveled. Dumby's current strength compared to when it was a crimson water ape has increased not just tenfold. He had expected it to be strong, but not this strong. Suddenly, the scene changed. Dumby stared blankly at its small hand, wearing a puzzled expression, which made Gao Peng pause too. He could only ask, "Still not used to your own strength yet?" He sympathized with it and immediately explained, "After all, I haven't let it fight since its evolution. Seems like Dumby needs a bit more training." After dealing with the wildcat, they continued on. However, Dumby drifted into the memory of when it first met Gao Peng. Although that day didn't understand what this young man was saying, it knew that from then on, that young man was its everything. It smiled. It seemed very happy with its new family. Meanwhile, its new family was busy arguing noisily in front. Gao Peng and his 3 tamed beasts wandered through the green forest. They had been searching together for 3 hours. He said, "We've basically covered all the areas suitable for purple birch trees to grow. We finally found them." On the branches, several thin-bodied snakes with something resembling leaves growing on their bodies were coiled. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't realize they were snakes. Gao Peng analyzed, "Last time, it was also in the purple birch tree area that we found green tree snakes. Perhaps this type of snake has a special preference for purple birch trees." Unconsciously, Dumby noticed something again. It turned out it had targeted the snakes coiled on the branches. It immediately identified them as a threat to Gao Peng. Without hesitation, it grabbed a snake. Even the snake stared in surprise. Not understanding what was happening, Dumby decisively tore the snake in half. Poor snake, it probably never expected its life to end in a flash like that. It took out a tiny green crystal core from the snake's body. Very proudly, it placed the crystal core in its hand and brought it over to show Gao Peng. Stripey nearby was a bit confused, while Gao Peng was speechless, thinking internally, "This is the core of a green tree snake. Good heavens, you fool. What is a green tree snake core worth? Today's mission is to find enough empty wood hearts." However, Gao Peng was also considerate. He didn't want his tamed beast to be sad, thinking, "But the core is also Dumby's kind intention. I can't refuse it." Since they had found the purple birch trees, he chose a very large one, pointed at it, and said to Dumby, "Break these purple birch trees." Looking at such a large tree trunk, anyone would probably think Gao Peng was crazy to tell his tamed beast to take it down. But in reality, facing Dumby's fist, it was the tree that had to tremble in fear. It was literally sweating bullets as Dumby approached. Dumby landed a blow, and the tree immediately shattered into many pieces. The tree was now left with only its stump. Dumby's punch even created a powerful force that affected the surrounding forest area. Gao Peng and Stripey beside him had bright eyes, overjoyed, praising, "Beautiful." Seeing that power, Gao Peng quickly signaled to Dumby, "Keep going, break a few more." Then he turned to the broken purple birch stump to collect the empty heartwood. Stripey flew beside him, happily looking at the empty heartwood with a craving expression. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of 3 people in black cloaks were searching for Gao Peng's whereabouts. It seemed they had been searching for some time. One started to get bored and asked, "Boss, is this kid really nearby?" The one called Boss replied, "The intel from that group wouldn't be wrong. Let's keep looking." Tu's small rodent-like tamed beast perched on the boss's shoulder, suddenly pricked up its ears, detecting some sound. It chirped non-stop, pointing towards the noise. One of the 2 followers observed Tu's expression and quickly spoke up, "Captain, Tu has a signal." The captain rewarded Tu with a small piece of food and said, "Tu says there's a strange echo over there. Not sure if it's that kid, let's go check it out." As they got closer to where Tu indicated, the sound grew stronger, to the point where they could feel the ground shaking. Yao Huan frowned, looking worried, and said, "Why does this sound a bit like when I practiced my punches before?" Hearing this, his friend mocked, "Practicing punches? Yao Huan, have you practiced until you're stupid? Who would practice martial arts in this monster-filled forest?" Before Yao Huan could retort, the captain spoke up, reminding Deng Sen not to be reckless. They couldn't miss any clues, as it was hard to get such a high-paying mission. He also pressured him, "Have you forgotten your younger sibling is waiting for school fees? We must complete this mission this time." Having said that, he decided to go check the slight commotion. After walking for a while, they found Gao Peng's location, hiding behind a large tree trunk to observe. Before them was Dumby, focused on punching down trees one by one. That was the source of the rumbling sound they heard. Yao Huan exclaimed in admiration, "This big guy is really powerful, able to break such a thick tree with one punch." The captain looked closely and said, "Look, you guys." He held up the photo he had secretly taken of Gao Peng when he went house hunting, comparing it with the person gleefully picking up wood in front of them, confirming, "That kid is our target." But he was also very puzzled. What is he looking for in that pile of broken trees? Yao Huan seemed very worried, urging, "Captain, let's go. The money those people gave us was to investigate this kid's tamed beast. Just observing like this is enough any closer and we'll be discovered." Deng Sen also agreed with this idea, repeatedly saying, "That's right, that's right." Those to watch Dumby finish punching trees then looked over at Dozy playing with a snail, complaining, "Captain, this tamed beast, you can tell at a glance it's extraordinary. Plus, there's that large centipede nearby, probably not easy to handle." "Let's go," the captain, hearing his two subordinates buzzing, got a headache. He put a finger to his lips, not afraid. He sternly lectured, "You kids, occasionally picking up scraps, spending days collecting corpses like that, is that enough for us to live on? With our abilities, we basically can't reach deep into that terrifying Black End forest. Now that an opportunity presents itself, we naturally have to try." He asserted, "This kid is definitely up to something." The captain was indeed not as shallow as his two subordinates. Looking at Gao Peng, he surmised, a beast tamer making such a big commotion in the forest for no reason. Could it just be to measure how thick the trees are? If we could find out if there's something valuable inside the trees, what's most abundant in this forest? Trees. With so many trees, wouldn't we strike it rich? Having said that, he issued orders, assigning tasks. Deng Sen, later, hide in the shadows and have your tamed beast attack that person directly. Yao Huan, you follow me to deal with that big monster. His two subordinates had no choice but to agree and obey. Having made the arrangements, the captain smugly clenched his fist, determined to try, thinking, maybe our fortune has arrived. Then we won't have to live fearfully day by day anymore. Meanwhile, Dumby was still diligently punching trees. Suddenly, Dumby and Dozy went on alert, both assumed ready combat stances, surprising Gao Peng, who quickly asked, "Dozy, Dumby, what's wrong?" He looked in the direction his two tamed beasts were staring intently. There, behind a large tree trunk, two figures in black cloaks were furtively observing him. Seeing this, he quickly shouted, "Who's there? Come out." The captain broke into a slight sweat, thinking tensely, "Not good, we've been discovered." But having no other choice, he had to reveal himself along with Yao Huan. Faced with the unexpected encounter with Gao Peng, the quick-witted captain feigned the friendliness of a chance meeting. He even said meeting was fate, claiming they just came to see if any help was needed. Yao Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Peng, suspicious, scrutinized them intently. He looked up at the armor-piercing cone beyond the skull butterfly accompanying the two men. Both were tamed beasts skilled at forest combat, proving they were formidable. Dumby's sensitive senses were suddenly triggered. Behind Gao Peng, indeed, a suspicious person was lurking furtively, looking highly suspect. The captain laughed awkwardly, explaining that his brothers meant no harm, but clearly his ambush plan had failed because Dumby was too sharp. Deng Sen quickly claimed he was just returning from relieving himself. He was level 18, an elite unit, metal and thunder-resistant type. Gao Peng's eyes widened. This grasshopper, is it a mutated species? Fortunately, Dozy happened to counter it, so it wasn't worth fearing. Therefore, Gao Peng directly refused their offer of help. His tamed beasts were extremely loyal and obedient, determined to follow Gao Peng's will. They didn't need this kind of help. But unexpectedly, the captain immediately gave up, making Yao Huan panic. "Are we really leaving?" he asked the captain. The experienced captain explained that they had lost the opportunity for a sneak attack after being exposed multiple times. Furthermore, failure would create another enemy. He knew this young man, Gao Peng, could already raise 3 tamed beasts. Moreover, one of them, Dumby in the black robe, emitted an aura that made his TUTU very uneasy. It was precisely Tu2's unease and intuition for danger that had saved him many times. The captain decided to leave and withdraw. However, they would wait for him later, let him get closer to the clue first, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Gao Peng thought that if Dumby hadn't discovered the one hiding in the shadows, they would have been attacked. Gao Peng was confident that if they had really attacked, he could have taken them down one by one. 2 hours later, they had collected 2.1 kilograms of raw materials. Then Gao Peng quickly stopped Dozi from bringing back more materials. Gao Peng grabbed Dozi's head and took a torch from Silly. When he brought the cloth-wrapped head of the torch near Dozi's head, it actually caught fire. Waiting for the flame to burn strongly and stabilize a bit, Gao Peng threw the torch onto the leaf litter at his feet. The edge of the forest was quickly engulfed in the blaze. The flames spread extremely fast. Burning the forest before the cataclysm would have incurred criminal penalties, but this punishment was eliminated after the cataclysm. The vitality and resistance of these plants were more tenacious than this ordinary fire. Starting a major forest fire was impossible, which conveniently allowed Gao Peng to erase his tracks. Yao Huan's group reappeared looking towards the burning area. Yao Huan thought Gao Peng was hiding something and burned everything out of fear of discovery, showing high vigilance. The captain thought to himself that perhaps Gao Peng hadn't yet realized the ruthlessness and resolve deep within him. Yao Huan asked again about their next action regarding Gao Peng. The captain simply replied, "There's no conflict between us. If Gao Peng had been holding some dazzling treasure earlier, I would definitely have risked attacking and then cleaned up all traces. Frankly, eliminating him now offers no benefit, but he knew someone else would handle it." He called to report to Dr. John. Mission complete. Surveillance data on the target's tamed beasts transmitted. Payment received. Yilong's bodyguard reported that group didn't dare to attack. The reconnaissance mission failed. Yilong smiled wickedly, confident in his next plan, having found the only relative, the maternal grandson of Ji Hanwu. Gao Peng, amazed. Stripey's growth rate was incredibly fast. Not only had its level increased, but its body also looked 2 sizes larger than when they left. Its appetite had increased accordingly. It could eat over 10 cans of food at once. Gao Peng picked up Stripey's old shed skin. The reconnaissance mission failed. He mused that maybe, like in novels, the shed skin of a mutated beast had miraculous effects, even though this one looked quite tattered. He encouraged it to eat more to get stronger in its new form. Gao Peng smiled teasingly. "Wait until you get fat, then we'll eat fried spider. That's precisely fattening you up, right?" At the frightening joke from the human before it, Stripey put the food can down, sniffled tearfully, and pushed it away. Gao Peng sighed, having warned it that eating less at once was better. Too much of this canned food would cause toxins to accumulate. He checked his inventory. He had the wood hollow heart, and enough materials for Silly's evolution were gathered. But this time, he wouldn't just mix it like a vegetable stew. Silly's constitution was weak and couldn't endure. The prepared materials required specialized processing. Gao Peng went to the Fei Beng Beast Tamer workroom, confirmed his fingerprint, and entered. Quanquan was coming home late today, which gave him more time to focus on his tamed beasts. The materials this time were rare, and the processing was incredibly complex and elaborate, involving freezing, high-temperature incineration, corrosive acids, and so on. Gao Peng followed the instructions exactly, finally concocting a green potion. Gao Peng was proud. He was sure Silly would love it. He poured the liquid into a tall water basin beside Silly. Silly caught a faint whiff of it. Though green, it smelled like apple juice. He then told Silly to get into the basin and soak for a while. It immediately obeyed, excited. Gao Peng hadn't even finished speaking when Silly was already soaking enjoyably in the tank. Suddenly, he noticed changes beginning. Silly was turning green, the same color as the water. Thinking about how Silly's favorite thing was sitting on his head, Gao Peng thought choosing the wood spirit jellyfish to evolve might have been a wrong decision. When he looked up, Stripey's whole body had turned fluorescent green. The materials needed to upgrade to this epic quality are also too scarce. What the hell are virtual space system materials? It seems that for now, Stripey's highest quality is perfect. Stripey is now level 6, perfect quality, adored by thousands, with space, wind, and wood systems. It can't reach epic level yet, but Stripey's upgrade also significantly upgraded Gao PENG's soul strength. He estimated that signing a contract with Stripey might not be far off. Just a little more effort should do it, maybe in a few days. Feeling a chill down his spine, Gao Peng quickly turned around. Stripey had crawled out of the tank and wanted to sit playfully on Gao PENG's head like before. But he resisted fiercely. In the end, he still had to accept this scene. It's just that Stripey is a bit bigger, its tentacles a bit thicker. Gao Peng sighed. At this moment, his phone rang. It was the company that Tang Tang introduced a few days ago for repairs. All the specific procedures were completed. He didn't know why they were calling him at this hour. On the other end of the line, they wanted to invite Gao Peng to the villa to help check some things that were malfunctioning. In response to Gao PENG's probing questions, the person on the line said they had discovered some mutated plants in the villa. If they weren't cleared out, they couldn't continue repairing the house. They also said that clearing them required dismantling architectural parts, so they wanted Gao Peng to come to the site to give some instructions. Hearing this, he accepted and started heading there. The person on the other end sounded unusually pleased and even said all his workers were waiting for Gao Peng. Gao Peng immediately sensed something was wrong. "Director Li, you say all the workers are there waiting for me now. Am I that important? It's already dark. So many people working overtime for my house like this. Are they getting overtime pay?" Gao Peng asked a series of probing questions. Director Li hurriedly agreed to everything, urgently pressing Gao Peng to come quickly. After hearing his voice confirm he would come to the villa, Yilong hung up satisfied. He then resumed his morbidly threatening demeanor towards Director Li, praising him for doing a good job and saying his son would get roasted chicken tonight. Director Li's recent call made Gao Peng restless and uneasy. It was very suspicious and strange. Yet, at times like this, he couldn't reach Tang Tang. Afterwards, to ensure safety, Gao Peng decided to bring Dum, By and Dozy along. With that thought, he and Stripey raced like the wind to the villa to check out the situation. They had waited for half an hour, but there was no sign of Gao Peng. The subordinate thought they might have been exposed. "Doctor, why hasn't that brat arrived yet?" Could he have figured something out? But Yilong didn't think so. Be patient. It's fine if he's a little late. We still have to meet Ji Hanwu's people. Honestly, I really don't want to use these kinds of tactics. After all, we are civilized people. He gave a sinister smile. I didn't expect Ji Hanwu to still have a living grandchild. If someone hadn't secretly told me this news, I would have thought he was all alone. The subordinate, not to be outdone, immediately said, if the news that GHANWU's grandchild is still alive gets out, many people will surely move secretly to eliminate this threat. Yilong swirled the red wine in his glass, his eyes reflecting its red glow anyway. Ji Hanwu has no family now. He will also grow old, but his grandchild is still young. Wealth moves people's hearts. The Southern Sky Group has now grown into a colossal entity. There are many high-level powers, each with their own agendas. The subordinate asked startled, "Doctor, according to you, are we going to eliminate Gao Peng later? But why don't we act directly instead of probing him time and again?" Unlike what he thought, Yilong explained, Ji Hanwu spent so much effort protecting and hiding his grandchild. He definitely pays close attention to his safety. There must be protectors nearby. Acting directly could easily lead to unexpected incidents. If we alert Ji Hanwu, it will be troublesome. He poured the red wine from his glass onto the ground. Besides, who said I want to eliminate his grandchild? I just want to capture him and then negotiate terms with GHANWU's people, that's all. He turned, threw the glass down, looked at the subordinate and said, "Do you think that just relying on us, we have the qualifications to contend for the great power of the Southern Sky Group?" The glass hit the ground and shattered. Yilong added, killing his only relative. What awaits us would be Ji Hanwu's towering rage. And the final victors would only be those who truly have the qualifications to fight for that position. In his mind, the structure of the group appeared. Our department, among the major research departments of the Southern Sky Group's Research Institute isn't considered the best. At the same level, there are at least 30 others. Furthermore, besides the research departments, there are also several large protection departments. Even if the sole heir of the Southern Sky Group kicks the bucket, that position wouldn't fall to me. Yulong gave a faint smile and continued, "Why should I get my hands dirty? Stirring the waters is what benefits me. Besides, from another perspective, Gao Peng is considered the future crown prince, very likely to inherit the throne. Even though we stand on opposite sides now, the definitions of friend and foe in this world have never been simple. Wait until I gain benefits and strengthen my laboratory. Later, he might not necessarily refuse my allegiance." Yulong looked at his watch. The time should be about right. Jie Che in WU's people should be arriving soon. He turned to look at Director Li and his subordinate, ordering, "Help me restrain Director Li." Director Li trembled. Wait a minute. You promised you wouldn't harm me." In the blink of an eye, a butterfly appeared in Yulong's hand. He kindly advised Director Li not to be nervous. The butterfly flew upwards, its pollen scattering. Simultaneously, Yulong's voice rang out, "I am a proper research staff. Unlike those brutes, the pollen spread more and more." Director Li became drowsy and fainted on the spot. Yulong smiled confidently. "Rest first. You won't be able to participate in what comes next. It's a pity to lose one person to witness my success tonight." Suddenly, at this moment, a beam of white light appeared in the sky, piercing through the clouds at astonishing speed. The subordinate immediately felt something was wrong. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Doctor, look!" Yulong was bewildered. Something wasn't right. Soon after, a beast appeared in the sky. He was extremely shocked and shouted. He came personally. At this time, in the watchtower center of the Chang'an military region, Jin Chen, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. It seemed to sense some terrifying power. Its eyes, red as fire, immediately spread its pair of wings, soaring up, continuously letting out roars. The soldiers were startled by the shouts. Someone asked, "What's going on? Is it the ape from the Black End Forest that ran out?" The other person replied, "No, Jin Chen's warning is towards the south. Quick, check it out." Suddenly, the chief appeared and calmly said, "No need to check. It's that person from the Southern Sky Group arriving in Chang'an." The soldiers turned startled. "Greetings, Chief." He stood sternly, raising the cane in his hand and pointing at the two soldiers. "No need to worrying. Just maintain normal alert status." The two soldiers snapped to attention, saluted, shouted "Roger," and turned to leave. The chief sighed worriedly again. Another storm is coming. Simultaneously, at this moment, Gao Peng's grandfather was furious. His beast stood behind him with fierce eyes, bared fangs, and an extremely ferocious expression. Yulong hurriedly begged for mercy. "Chairman, sir, wait. I have Gao Peng's son." As soon as these words were spoken, they further angered Hanwu. "You better think carefully before you speak." His subordinates were already gone. "Chairman, sir, earlier I misspoke just to save my life. Please give me a chance to speak." Hanwu coldly asked, "Regarding Gao Peng's matter, who told you?" Yulong was terrified, sweat pouring down his face, but he still answered evasively, "Don't rush, Chairman, sir. I haven't told anyone else about Gao Peng, but I have set up a program." He continued, "If I don't decrypt it on time, the program will transmit Gao Peng's information to the communication devices of all Southern Sky Group personnel." Hanwu turned back. "If you don't want to talk, then fine. Everyone has their own thoughts. I won't force you." Threatened, Yulong hurriedly shouted at him, "Don't go, I'll talk." It was Secretary Liu. Yulong backed down. "Chairman, sir, I just wanted a bit more capital. I never wanted to harm Gao Peng," he added forcefully. "As long as I have enough capital, I will definitely bring even more benefits to Southern Sky." Hanwu had already made his decision regarding Yulong, so no matter how much he begged, it was useless. "I see you usually work diligently. I'll give you a comfortable end." He reached out, trying to say, "Chairman, sir, Chairman, sir, I know I was wrong." A moment later, the image of a claw appeared in his eyes, along with Yulong's resounding scream. Yulong had fallen into a pool of blood. Ji Hanwu snorted contemptuously. Foolish. I have never yielded to any form of threat. He established communication through his wristband. The other side immediately responded. Chairman Han Wu ordered, investigate Zhang Yilong. He might have set up a program. If you can find the program, destroy it. If you can't destroy it, tell me. Gao Peng is the crown prince of the South Sky Group. This is the truth. At worst, just release this news. The other side acknowledged, understood. His mood was heavy. He crossed his arms, looked into the distance, and said, I prefer this simple kind of world. Around him, cries for help echoed. Don't. A girl appeared, kneeling on the ground, calling him teacher. Han Wu leaned down and smiled gently. You've worked hard during this time, child. Tang Tang smiled gently. She was the person he had arranged to be by Gao Peng's side. Remember, when I first returned from abroad, I couldn't completely control the group. The group's internal affairs were a mess. Plus, at that time, the news of his parents' death overshadowed his own news. I could only go with the flow and send people to clean up the remaining clues so he could grow up peacefully. Now, the group's situation is almost stable, but conversely, there's no rush to let Gao Peng return. This free-range method can increasingly temper one's will of a person. And Gao Peng's talent truly exceeds my expectations. Saying this, he prepared to leave, gently stroking the white dragon. The group still has matters. I'll trouble you with the cleanup. She was surprised. Tang Tang asked, Teacher, aren't you meeting Gao Peng tonight? Han Wu thought it wasn't time to tell her yet. Better wait for a more suitable opportunity. For Gao Peng, compared to external things that can be obtained anytime, a heart as steadfast as iron is more necessary. He thought to himself, Child, let me see how much you can grow. Not long after, Gao Peng arrived at the meeting point but saw no one. Director Li and the workers, where are they? I haven't been able to contact them for a while. What happened? On the ground, there was only a giant claw mark. Gao Peng was suspicious. Looking at this, it doesn't look like repair marks. This looks like a scratch mark. Tang Tang suddenly appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated your growth rate. Both Gao Peng and Silly were surprised by her appearance. She patiently replied, It's me, Gao Peng. He didn't seem surprised and even showed a look of disdain. It's you, Sister Tang Tang. No wonder Dumby didn't give a warning. She was disappointed. Wait a minute, what's with that expression? Why do I feel there's a hint of disdain? Suddenly, she said seriously, in this situation, don't let your guard down so easily. How can you be sure I'm not an enemy? He joked cheerfully, all right, Sister Tang Tang, if I even have to suspect you, then there's no one in this world I can trust. Ever since I became an orphan, his words were cut off by her. No, Gao Peng, you're not an orphan. Your maternal grandfather is still alive. Gao Peng was stunned. Grandfather is alive. Tang Tang told him what she knew before. When the mutation occurred, he was stranded on an island abroad. Along with him on the island were several of his confidants. The island was originally a tropical environment with many monsters, surrounded by the vast sea. The starting difficulty level was obvious without even thinking. If the city is normal difficulty, then his was hell difficulty. After all, there was no army on the island. Heaven never seals off all paths. Later, your grandfather was fortunate enough to have a lucky encounter. Then, relying on great willpower, he continued to survive on the island, constantly nurturing contracted beasts. Yao Peng marveled inwardly. Amazing. Tang Tang continued, your grandfather actually cares a lot about you, so he entrusted me to stay nearby to take care of and protect you. The reason he didn't acknowledge you is also due to difficulties. Gao Peng was unusually understanding. I understand. It's still that heaven is about to confer a great responsibility tactic. That's my grandfather. I understand him. He probably felt it wasn't safe by his side. Keeping me in the dark makes it easier to protect me and also tests me, hoping I can quickly mature on my own. He looked in one direction and then said to her, Sister Tang Tang, he's my relative. You don't need to worry that I'll misunderstand or resent him for not meeting me sooner. Seeing him so understanding, she felt a bit heartbroken. Gao Peng, his expression changed abruptly as he grinned brightly and asked her, So, What is grandfather's contracted beast? What level is it? Is it really powerful? Tang Tang didn't answer these questions, only saying, "You'll find out later." His face showed utter disappointment. At this moment, Hanwoo was standing with the white dragon, observing his grandson. He was extremely pleased. "Gao Peng, you truly understand me. Well then, let me wait and see." The next morning, upon returning to the training school, Gao Peng saw many people gathered in one spot. There was also an ambulance, with medical staff repeatedly saying, "Make way, please." He was surprised. What happened? He chatted with a fellow student, so early in the morning, so stimulating. Was it an accidental slip? The female student immediately informed him it wasn't an accident. Student Gao Peng, a beast tamer student, injured someone? On the stretcher was stripy-daged male student. Whispers surrounded them. I heard it's two students who always had conflicts. Later, one of them became a beast tamer student. Then this morning, in front of the school gate, the two had a conflict. That beast tamer student ordered their contracted beast to attack the other, almost killing them. A red-haired male student frowned, became a beast tamer student, right? The black-haired student reminded him, "Don't say any more, be careful, you'll get beaten." An orange-haired female student added, "Actually, the student who acted today used to be bullied by others in class because of his timid personality. The person who got beaten today was the most arrogant one who liked bullying him the most." People continued discussing, "That's right, before, he relied on his greater strength to bully quite a few people. Now someone else is stronger than him. Why can't they bully him back?" Someone else countered, "You can't say that either. Regard less of the reason. Using violence is wrong." Another opinion was raised, "What times are these? Still saying using violence is wrong. If you have the guts, go preach reason to the monsters outside the city." The parties argued, "You're just being unreasonable." Gao Peng led silly, Dumby and Dozy away. He thought to himself, "I wonder what the school's and the military's attitude will be. Will they move the training ground out of the school?" In the principal's office, he was shouting at Lieutenant Colonel Chen, "Why must the school prohibit students from carrying knives?" Because their age and mentality make them prone to impulsive actions. And contracted beasts are much more dangerous than knives. If they continue to stay at the school training ground, the safety risks are greater, and it's also very unfair to students who don't have contracted beasts. Lieutenant Colonel Chen spoke softly, "Principal, please calm down." "We didn't want this to happen either." The principal calmed down. "Sorry, I was rude just now. This isn't about anything else, just thinking about the students' safety." Lieutenant Colonel Chen replied, "It's all right, I understand." He stood up from his chair and continued, "I will consider your suggestion. I will also report it to my superiors. But I cannot guarantee what the outcome will be." Lieutenant Colonel Chen walked to the door. He turned back and explained, "Because, in reality, there is no truly safe place anymore. All we can do is rely on laws and force for restraint." Hearing this, the principal sighed worriedly. At this time, at the Chang'an military region, Lieutenant Colonel Chen was reporting to the bureau chief. "Chief, this is the situation." After listening, the chief couldn't help but worrying. "Sigh, schools should indeed be places just for studying, but," he continued, "that was before. You know, just last month, there were over 300 incidents of contracted beasts attacking people in Chang'an City. Furthermore, because the destructive power of contracted beasts is immense, most cases were very serious. And this is just the cases in Chang'an. If you count the whole country, the whole world, our crime rate in China is still relatively low. Several Western countries are much worse off. Their police are so overwhelmed they even have to rely on powerful civilians to maintain security and order." Lieutenant Colonel Chen lowered his head, gritting his teeth. "Understood, sir." The chief patted his shoulder. "I understand your feelings. Don't worry, the government alliance won't let the situation worsen. They will act quickly. These are special times requiring special measures. Our mission remains heavy." At the training ground, Instructor Zhong Renbai was lecturing all the students. "That's right, you lot are very capable. Haven't killed many monsters, but you're experts at bullying your classmates." Finally, he made an announcement. starting tomorrow, your contracted beasts are forbidden from setting foot in the school. We will begin construction on the training ground. You will take all your contracted beasts there? Understood. The students seemed indifferent. Ignoring Renbai's words, they laughed at Silly happily wrapping itself around Gao Peng's head. Even though he tried to pull it off, Silly resisted, refusing to get down, protesting no go warm place. Gao Peng coldly said, I heard exquisite jellyfish soup is delicious. Hearing this, Silly trembled all over. It took out a bottle of juice from its space. Silly handed it to Gao Peng, saying, drink flower crow juice, no drink jellyfish soup. This action left him speechless. Everyone seeing this scene was laughing. Because it was too noisy, Renbai spoke up to remind them, students down there, focus. He continued, the college entrance exam is in 2 months, time waits for no one. Your training results in these 2 months will greatly affect your scores. Don't think good scores are useless. Large corporations, the military, and the government all value beast tamer students with good results. They will focus on nurturing exceptionally talented individuals. Both treatment and development opportunities will far exceed those of ordinary students. He pointed towards the screen. Students, please look at the screen. Yesterday, the topics for the first Beast Tamer College entrance exam were distributed worldwide. According to the document released, it's divided into 3 rounds. Round 1 is a national competition. You will lead your familiars to challenge monsters. First, you can choose the monster's level and quality, but the monster type will be randomly assigned. You cannot choose monsters with counter attributes to fight. If the released monster has an attribute that counters your familiar, you get 1 chance to change it. Of course, if your familiar can defeat a monster that counters it, you'll get a 10% point bonus based on different levels. Common level monsters are worth 10 points, elite level 50 points, leader level 500 points. On this basis, monsters of the same level with elite quality get a 50% point increase, perfect quality gets a 100% increase. Second, the number of monsters challenged cannot exceed the number of familiars you own. For example, if you have 3 familiars, you can only challenge 3 monsters. This prevents candidates with high-level familiars from choosing many low-level monsters to boost their scores. The first round is basically the final round for most of you. Only a few candidates with extremely good results will qualify for the second round. In the second round, you will fight in the wild, and it will be broadcast live nationwide. Specific rules will be announced after the first round ends, but just reaching the second round means you can basically pass into top schools. As for the third round, wait until you get into the second round, then I'll explain. I hope you won't waste time. I believe you experienced the catastrophe 3 years ago. Remember that achieving today's peace wasn't easy. We must cherish it. Our instructors will also intensify training in the remaining time. Gao Peng thought to himself, based on my current strength, even though I'm only in 11th grade, I can probably participate in the exam. However, I need to speed up Stripey's evolution to perfect quality. Renbai spoke again. I went through a lot to get this variant dry leaf locust. Which student wants to try first? Inside the cage is a dry leaf locust, elite quality and level 10 common tire. Gao Peng thought again. Stripey went through its development stage and successfully reached level 10. Its level and quality aren't too different from the dry leaf locust. It's a good opponent for practice. Plus, locusts are naturally food for spiders, giving Stripey an advantage. However, he turned to look at it hiding behind Dozy. Why does Stripey seem so timid? It was fierce when it ambushed me last time. Could excessive fear have left lasting effects? It really needs more training. Having decided it needs more training, Gao Peng raised his hand to volunteer. Instructor, let me try first. Renbai was startled and asked, why do you have another one? NBR kindly advised, normally, a beast tamer will only focus on nurturing one familiar. Only after it reaches the leader tier will they start nurturing the next one. Only with a leader tier familiar can a beast tamer be considered to have self-preservation capabilities. Gao Peng, you are an outstanding student we value. If you want to nurture multiple familiars at once, it will definitely waste a lot of your time, especially with the exam approaching. Focus on nurturing 1 to leader tier, then, getting the points for a leader tier monster is the best choice. Gao Peng smiled and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, instructor. I've already prepared a nurturing plan, it won't cause any problems." He thought inwardly, although I know the instructor means well, I really can't explain to him that I have a system helping me easily upgrade familiars. After entering the cage, Stripey was still trembling. He stood outside encouraging it, looking at it now. Stripey has really gotten fatter. "Stripey, do your best." The dry leaf locust appeared above it. Because it was also hesitant, it didn't attack. Stripey, scared, kept saying, "Don't hit, don't hit." Around them, classmates started to discuss, why isn't anything happening? Are they going to fight or not? The orange-haired guy chimed in, "Gao Peng, how about letting my teddy have a go?" He ignored the surroundings, lost in thought. One is too suspicious to dare attack proactively, the other is too scared. It's a match of equals in a way. Gao Peng suddenly realized, finally understanding the personality differences instructors often mentioned. It was the first battle for both, but Dorzi's and Stripey's reactions were completely different. Dorzi was extremely bloodthirsty and would proactively attack prey, while Stripey chose defense, wanting to escape. If this wasn't a concrete floor, it probably would have dug a hole and hidden inside. Although worried, he still wanted to continue. "Sigh, Stripey, this is a path you must walk. To become strong, you must fight." The dry leaf locust suddenly attacked Stripey. Surprisingly, the dry leaf locust dared to grab a spider like Stripey, even using all its strength to pull it into the air. Gao Peng panicked. Damn it. The dry leaf locust wants an aerial battle. This situation gives it a huge advantage. Only this variant type could throw Stripey up like that. He blamed himself for his previous rigid thinking. Pulled into the air, Stripey immediately shot out spider silk. The dry leaf locust instantly fell into the trap, its attack immediately disrupted. But against the dry leaf locust's enormous variant strength, the spider silk couldn't hold for long. Soon the silk was broken. Then it attacked frantically, but Stripey managed to block everything. A female student said to Gao Peng, "Classmate Go, your spider is really strong. Even attacks from a special variant are being nullified." But he felt disappointed. No, just now was Stripey's best chance to attack. But after falling, Stripey was too scared and only defended, missing the opportunity. Gao Peng pondered, although the dry leaf locust is a variant, its attacks can't hurt Stripey. This proves Stripey is stronger than it. Having thought this, Gao Peng coldly ordered, "Stripey, punch it." But Stripey resisted desperately. "No way, I'm scared." He continued to encourage it. "Stripey, don't be afraid. You're much stronger than it. Climb the cage wall and hit it." Stripey still cowardly refused. "I won't fight, and climbing the cage is hard." At this, Gao Peng clenched his fists, trembling with anger. "You're a spider, and you're telling me it's hard. You really are the most cowardly familiar I've ever raised." But very quickly, he relaxed his hands. "Fine, maybe I was being too greedy. Training familiars isn't something that can be done overnight. Besides, Stripey is just a defensive familiar. I can't really rely on its proactive attacking ability. If it doesn't want to attack proactively, then I'll train its defense later." Thinking this, he called out, "Come back here." Gao Peng felt disappointed. "Didn't you not want to fight proactively? Then just come back." Stripey seemed to sense Gao Peng's mood. It suddenly recalled its past. Its old master left, didn't need Stripey anymore. Stripey was afraid the new master was unhappy, that Stripey would be thrown, abandoned. Stripey doesn't want to be abandoned anymore. Stripey is scared. It suddenly changed its attitude, jumped onto the top of the cage, staring intently at the dry leaf locust. Stripey's eyes turned crimson red, revealing a ferocious look. Stripey doesn't want to be abandoned. Then, it suddenly went berserk, diving down from above, attacking the dry leaf locust fiercely. The dry leaf locust didn't have time to react and was severely injured. Its green blood spurted out profusely. The classmates were all surprised. Just one counterattack severely injured the mutant. "I didn't expect this beast familiar of yours, Gao Peng, to have such a sharp attack. This kid, you've hidden your skills quite well. But Gao Peng noticed something wasn't right. Wait, Stripey's state is abnormal. The system continuously warned, danger warning, berserk state, loss of control. In this state, all the beast familiar's abilities are enhanced, its desire to fight skyrockets. Maintaining this state for a long time will cause irreversible damage to the beast familiar. Gao Peng couldn't believe it. Irreversible damage? How? Stripey continued to spray silk onto the dry leaf locust, immobilizing its opponent. It took this opportunity to stab the dry leaf locust with its two front legs, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This made Stripey even more frantic. Suddenly, Gao Peng caught the out-of-control Stripey with both hands. He softly comforted it. "It's okay, Stripey," he continued. "You performed very well. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. You're amazing." At this moment, Stripey slowly turned its head, its voice trembling. "Abandon, master. Angry. Fight." Stripey was still in a state of losing control. Gao Peng smiled gently. "I won't abandon you. You are my beast familiar. I am your beast tamer. We are friends. Since we are friends, how could we abandon each other? Come back now. That's enough." Not long after, Stripey's state returned to normal. Its eyes sparkled as it asked Gao Peng, "Really?" He continued to comfort it. "It's true. Trust me. I won't abandon you." This scene was witnessed entirely by Renbai. He recalled earlier when Gao Peng rushed over, wanting to open the door. "Instructor, quickly open the door for me. My beast familiar's condition isn't stable. I have to go in and save it." He thought to himself, interfering in a beast familiar's battle is extremely dangerous, but student Gao Peng didn't hesitate at all. Perhaps it's this kind of selfless courage that allows student Gao Peng to achieve such outstanding results. He sighed again. It would be great if such a talent could join the army. Gao Peng looked at the sleek Stripey standing before him. After a week of training, Stripey had finally succeeded in losing weight. On the other hand, he was still thinking about its issues. Although Stripey was no longer afraid of fighting, he still used his free time to ask Instructor John some things, devising tactics for Stripey to deplete the enemy's stamina and avoid brutal direct combat. Seeing it happily accept a cup of water from Silly, he realized many things again. "The last time Stripey lost control, I realized many things. Although the system's help is immense, if I think having the system means everything will be smooth sailing, sooner or later I'll suffer setbacks. Whether it's setting tactics or controlling information, I'm still too inexperienced. I should take it slow and not be too hasty." Gao Peng looked at Stripey's shed skin and thought, throwing this skin away every time feels like such a waste. I heard spider molts can be used as medicine. Or maybe dip it in egg yolk, sprinkle some breadcrumbs, and try frying it. Gao Peng felt excited by his own thought. What can't be eaten? If it's edible, Dozi will take care of it. Dozi seemed to sense the danger emanating from its master. Saying that, Gao Peng actually heated up a pan of oil and fried it. While eating, he exclaimed, "So delicious. Add a little cumin, and it's absolutely perfect." Afterwards, Gao Peng brought the food out to share with the beast familiars. "Stripey, Dozi, try this piece." Dozi happily ate continuously. Delicious, but Stripey felt suspicious. This dish the master made, why does it smell so familiar? He hung the apron back on the hook and thought cheerfully, if Stripey's level has increased, then my soul power must also be stronger than before. Let's try forming a contract with Dumby again. Dumby's blue flame enveloped Gao Peng. The contract thread floated in the air. Gao Peng closed his eyes, reached out his hand towards it, and said, "Dumby, are you willing to become my beast familiar?" Dumby immediately replied, "I am willing." Immediately after, the contract was completed. Gao Peng clenched his fist. Success, indeed, his soul power was sufficient. He turned and smiled at Dumby. "Dumby, let's help each other from now on." It smiled back in response. The next day, Gao Peng traveled by military vehicle towards the base. He folded his arms, thinking, finally, the second wilderness survival training. Last time, just wandering around a bit, we ran into that terrifying jungle python, which made us cautious for the next few days. But this time, with Dumby and Dozi along, we'll be able to explore freely. At this moment, 3 students on the vehicle were cursing. The grey-haired one sitting inside spoke first. "Let me tell you, that turtle from last time better not show its head in front of me again." The long-haired one agreed. "That's right, if I see it, I'll tear that beast apart." "No, even a beast isn't as psychotic as it is." The brown-haired one continued, "Just because of a few words, locking us in the house. Luckily someone unlocked it for us, otherwise we might have starved to death in there." The long-haired one seemed very angry. "I don't even know who it was, didn't see their face that time. Let me tell you, that guy, don't let me find out who he is, or I have 100 ways to make sure he can't study at this school anymore." Gao Ping opened one eye patch to look. He thought to himself, no wonder their voices sounded familiar. Turns out it's these guys. What a coincidence. Not long after, the vehicle arrived at the training base. As soon as Dumby got out, it terrified the group of beasts, making their faces turn pale. It walked towards Gao Ping, with Dorzy on its shoulders. He silently assessed that although Dumby's level wasn't high, its epic quality aura alone was enough to suppress the other beasts. Seeing his friends keeping their distance from it, he waved his hand and said, "All right, Dumby, tone it down a bit. Let's set off." But a group of classmates showed disdain. "It's just one beast. What's there to be proud of?" In the valley, Dorzy wrapped its tail around Dumby's body and hung itself on the left shoulder, while Gao Ping was carried by Dumby on the right shoulder. To save travel time, Gao Ping told his 2 beasts that this time they wouldn't team up with classmates, but acting alone was easier than dealing with a complex group. Dumby clenched its fists, boosting its own morale, and told Gao Ping, "Master, I will protect you." Gao Ping was touched and gently asked Dumby, "Where did you learn these lines, kid?" Dumby recalled the cartoon it watched before, where the beast in the movie bravely charged forward, saying, "I will protect you, master." Dumby then replied to Gao Ping, "Armor boy." Gao Ping was a bit speechless upon hearing that. He thought to himself, a children's cartoon. As the 3 were walking, they suddenly encountered a figure leaping past like lightning in front of them. What was that? Gao Ping wondered. He followed the shadow with his eyes. He realized the direction it disappeared seemed to be the lake where they previously encountered the green-skinned frogs. Seeing this, Gao Ping told Dumby, "Let's change direction. I don't want to be spat on by green-skinned frogs again." He looked towards the adjacent path and ordered, "Dumby, go that way." However, things didn't go smoothly. Avoiding the green-skinned frogs, they encountered another, even more terrifying monster leaping out. It had a thorny appearance with shiny yet sharp green scales. The monster stared with wide amber eyes towards Gao Peng's group. Dumby froze in fear. Gao Peng also recognized it as the giant forest python. Gao Peng silently speculated, encountering this monster twice in a row, it seems this area is its territory. But its target wasn't Gao Peng's group. The giant forest python slithered through the trees. Any tree, big or small, crushed by its enormous body, broke and scattered everywhere. The python crawled towards the green-skinned frog swamp. It flicked out its long tongue, intending to devour the frogs. Seeing the giant python before them, the green-skinned frogs were terrified. Some froze, some dived into the water to hide, and some trembled, trying to jump away to escape. Later, some frogs stood up to counterattack the giant python. They shot water jets from their mouths. The jets were fired continuously without stopping at the python's large body. But the giant python remained unharmed, without a single scratch. The giant python didn't let itself be attacked forever. It immediately lunged, diving its head into the green-skinned frog swamp, stirring up the muddy water, creating a large whirlpool that pulled the frogs towards it. Witnessing the entire scene, Gao Peng worriedly calculated silently, it completely ignores the green-skinned frog's attacks. Although this giant forest python is only level 20, its overall strength is no less than leader-level monsters above level 20. It can stir up that entire lake just by itself. Next, something happened that greatly surprised Gao Peng. He saw black shadows squirming at his feet. He wondered, what are those, tadpoles? Then he looked up towards the green-skinned frog swamp and saw large and small ones, along with tadpoles, gathering together. Turns out the whole family was fleeing. Gao Peng found this scene quite spectacular. He also understood why the tyrannical green-skinned frogs living in this lake didn't disrupt the ecological balance of the surrounding area. It turned out that this giant forest python periodically came to plunder. After stirring up the frog's habitat for a while, the giant python crawled out of the lake and moved elsewhere. Gao Peng, hiding behind an ancient tree all this time, peeked out, following the python's shadow, thinking, finished eating. Sigh, life isn't easy for anyone, right? In terms of level, this giant forest python was a few levels lower than Dumby, and Dumby's quality was also higher. But for safety, it was better to avoid direct conflict with this monster. Then Gao Peng turned to instruct his beast, Dumby, wait a moment. Finally, evening arrived. Night gradually fell, and strong winds unexpectedly picked up. The green-skinned frogs and their tadpoles hid behind grassy foliage, worried. They hid, looking towards the swamp, intending to return to the lake. Suddenly, a huge, dark hand grabbed a green-skinned frog and disappeared, leaving its tadpole watching incomprehensibly. The captured green-skinned frog was now butchered, becoming skewers for Gao Peng's group's dinner. Gao Peng's eyes lit up as he voraciously gnawed on the frog leg with delight. He praised the deliciousness of the green-skinned frog meat. This firm thigh meat, the juice is fragrant and sweet, spurting out too. It even carries a faint scent of green grass. No wonder that giant forest python frequently comes to eat them. Turns out you guys earned it through your own abilities. Both Dozy and Dumby were also immersed in the flavor of the meat. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Dozy caught the sound instantly, stopped eating, and turned to look towards where the sound came from. Seeing Dozy's strange behavior, Gao Peng asked it, "What's wrong, Dozy?" From behind a tree trunk, a black horse with a mane-emitting blue light walked out. Gao Peng was astonished. He didn't expect to encounter a blacklight horse here. Then, the system displayed summarized information for Gao Peng. From it, he learned this blacklight horse's monster level was 14, with elite quality and dark attribute. Its weakness was water attribute monsters. After reading the stats, Gao Peng silently calculated, high damage output, entirely black, like a shadow spirit. I really want to capture it. However, as soon as it saw Gao Peng, the black light horse quickly ran away, not giving Gao Peng a chance, who was fantasizing about riding it majestically while muttering, riding this kind of beast would be so cool. Then Gao Peng returned to reality. He went back to the campsite, telling himself, no, I already have beasts. He looked towards the campfire and saw that the delicious frog leg from earlier had disappeared. Gao Peng froze, let out an "huh," then shouted loudly, "Who ate my frog leg?" Gao Peng looked towards Dumby suspiciously. Dumby stood frozen, looking extremely pitiful. Then Gao Peng turned to glare at Dozy, seeing its guilty expression, pretending not to know anything, along with the meat scraps remaining on its mouth. Gao Peng knew who the culprit was. He had a way to punish it. Got it? Gao Peng chuckled inwardly. So, he pretended to be annoyed and accused Dumby, "Dumby, why did you eat my frog leg?" Dumby innocently replied, "Master, how could you suspect a skeleton would steal food?" Seeing an opportunity to shift blame, Dozy immediately framed Dumby. It was him. Dumby angrily approached Dozy, grabbed the two centipede-like tendrils on its tail, pulled Dozy's whole body up high, then shook it upside down repeatedly, making Dozy vomit the frog leg from its stomach. Seeing Dozy dizzy, drool running down its face, Gao Peng was satisfied, so happy that his mouth curled into a smug expression. As expected, only Dumby can handle Dozy. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. Dumby quickly noticed, its vigilance heightened to the extreme. Dumby didn't hesitate for a second and used its giant arm to grab Gao Peng and run. Gao Peng didn't understand what was happening. He grunted as he was held too tightly. Dumby lifted both Gao Peng and Dozy up high, then turned and dashed away from the previous campsite. Gao Peng frantically asked it, "Dumby, what's wrong?" Then he looked back and was startled to see the giant forest python from earlier chasing them. Gao Peng cursed inwardly. No way, launching a sneak attack again. Dumby quickly carried Gao Peng in one arm and Dozy in the other to another location. Gao Peng gritted his teeth in anger due to the sneak attack. If Dumby hadn't reacted in time just now, Dozy and I would likely be buried in the snake's belly. Gao Peng calmed down, looked up towards where the mutated giant forest python was slithering. This is the second time. I didn't provoke you, yet you came looking for trouble twice. He softly called, Dumby. Gao Peng frowned and suggested, can you handle it? Dumby stepped forward and confidently replied, yes. With that, Dumby jumped up, climbing from one tree trunk to another. It clung tightly to a tree branch, preparing to attack from behind. The mutated giant python, Dumby didn't hesitate, leaping forward. Meanwhile, the mutated giant python had just barely glanced over curiously. It was startled to realize Dumby was right above it. A straight punch pierced through the mutated giant python's skin. A few of its scales flew off along with it. The mutated giant python suddenly became furious, flicking its tongue out threateningly, but before it could do anything, Dumby landed another blow, right on its upper jaw. Dumby continuously attacked the mutated giant python, causing it minor injuries gradually. The punches increased, causing it significant damage. Gao Peng, hiding in a corner, chuckled inwardly, amazed that Dumby's combat power once again gave him a huge surprise. Dumby followed up with another blow. Dumby sent the mutated giant python staggering backward. It trembled, trying to pull itself together, but after only a few seconds, Dumby grabbed its body again. The mutated giant python's eyes widened, flashing with fiery light. The system suddenly displayed, giant python monster in a berserk state, making Gao Peng shudder. Berserk, not good. He instantly appeared and shouted, Dumby, be careful, it has a move. Hearing this, Dumby turned its head in confusion, losing focus. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind emanated from the mutated giant python's body, blowing Dumby away. That force knocked it backward, even shattering nearby trees. Although it took the full brunt of the attack, it managed to stand firm. The mutated giant python bared its fangs, displaying its dominance. Dumby's body suddenly trembled violently, making Gao Peng anxious from behind. Dumby, can you still stand? Seeing Gao Peng worried sick, it quickly waved its hand to signal it was okay. This made him pause. Dumby placed its hand on its chest. Where the hand rested, its heart began to show crimson rays. The mutated giant python now also felt as if its heart was being squeezed, panicking. Gao Peng was no exception. He placed a hand on his chest, unable to breathe properly. What immense pressure! Dumby's innate talent, blood thread heart, after awakening to epic quality, turns out it's used like this. It can remotely control the enemy's heart. The mutated giant python, having nothing left to lose, had to risk it all and charge forward. It bared its fangs, intending to end everything in one strike. Witnessing this, Gao Peng felt things were going bad. Not good. The giant python attacked quickly. Just then, Dumby opened its mouth, its hand also squeezing that heart tightly. The mutated giant python froze accordingly. As expected, it collapsed to the ground. The mutated giant python's entire body trembled with fear, looking at the creature before it. Dumby stood before it with completely overwhelming dominance. It clenched its fist, a punch was thrown, and immediately after, a loud bang echoed. On the other side, in front of the surveillance monitor, an exclamation was uttered, amazing. Chief Chen immediately requested his subordinate, this beast tamer that can handle a large mutated giant python, even if not leader level, has at least leader level combat power. Send me this teenager's file, he quickly acknowledged, Roger. But after checking, the computer only showed name, gender, and the words classified document, insufficient authority. The subordinate looked at this and could only report back, Chief, this teenager's file is somewhat special. Chief Chen frowned deeply, lost in thought. The training base has sea-level authority, which is insufficient. By definition, only a Tier 1 city mayor has sea-level authority. A provincial chief has B-level authority. What is his background? But if it has security clearance, it seems we can't recruit him casually. He turned to leave, not forgetting to request, pay close attention to him. Try not to let anything unexpected happen to him. He also replied seriously, Roger. Back with Gao Peng, he pointed at a mutated giant python's corpse and ordered, Dozi, come here and cut it open. Receiving the order, Dozi didn't hesitate, raising its claw and making a cut. Gao Peng watched, sweating nervously. Why doesn't this sound like tough hide, but more like paper? He observed the vine-like things beneath the layers of skin and understood the issue. There's such a large vine inside its body. That explains why such a large forest python could float in the forest space. Why falling from such a height didn't create a deep crater on the ground. Dozi, after finishing the task, gleefully said, "For you, for you." Gao Peng also gently praised, "Dozi, well done." He then turned around and saw Dumby sitting absent-mindedly in a corner, looking dazed, and couldn't help but feel pity. Dumby previously activated the blood thread heart, hence the empowered state. Now that the blood thread heart is gone, although it can be reborn, along with the loss of the passive effect, Dumby looks much weaker. Gao Peng looked at it gasping for breath, with eyes full of helplessness. Blood thread heart not only enhances the host's strength, but also has many benefits. To what extent this talent can be utilized depends on how Dumby develops and trains after the blood thread heart regenerates. Suddenly, a loud noise attracted the attention of all three. Dizzy waved its arms and legs, trying to convey, "Big guy." "It's the big guy from last time." Hearing this, he asked confusedly, "Big guy?" Upon understanding, Gao Peng didn't hesitate, running immediately. "It's Mu Tang and Leon Zi, let's go." Scene changed to Leon Zi and Tang. She was extremely tense at this moment. "Wen, Wei Wei, we need to be careful around here." Wei Wei worriedly supported Wen, asking, "Wen, how are you?" Wen grimaced in pain, explaining her condition. "Sprained my ankle, it hurts so much." The ground suddenly trembled violently again. A worm-like monster emerged from the ground. This situation made Tang feel alarmed, not good. That worm quickly moved its mouth towards them, when realized and shouted, "Danger." In the critical moment, she quickly ordered, "Leon Zi, block it." Leon Zi didn't delay, using her body as a shield. Tang picked up Wen, urging Wei Wei, "Let's go quickly." Wei Wei replied, "Okay." Before the two could run far, the ground in front of them shook violently again. Another worm emerged before them, stunning both. "There's another one." In that brief moment, Tang had to quickly deduce a plan. Leon Zi is held up by the other one. She looked at Wei Wei's beast but quickly realized Wen and Wei Wei's beasts basically can't stop the enemy. While Tang was feeling lost, "We're done for," Dumby arrived like a lightning bolt, punching the worm away, stunning her. "It's Dumby." It grabbed the worm's mouth, tossing it aside with one hand. From the other side, Dozi also slithered next to the worm. It used its claws and released electric sparks. Dozi unleashed a high-voltage electric current, sending that worm to its ancestors instantly. One down, Gao Peng continued to order, "Attack the remaining one." "Dumby, Dozi, help Leon Zi deal with the other one." Dumby immediately charged forward and swiftly dealt with the remaining one. When the situation stabilized, Gao Peng raised his hand, acting cool, asking, "Friend Mu, are you okay?" Tang, overjoyed, quickly replied, "I'm fine. Luckily, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been dead this time, thank you." He smiled and replied politely, "No need to thank me. We should help each other." While they were talking, the announcement speaker sounded again. "Attention all trainees participating in the training. This simulated Wild Valley training session hereby concludes." Hearing the announcement, she felt puzzled. What happened again? Gao Peng didn't say much, turned around, and left. It seems the appearance of these worms isn't normal. Perhaps there's been a recent monster surge. But isn't this just a common occurrence in our lives now? Let's go, let's regroup. Tang, happy to have escaped death, also cheerfully followed. Okay. As for Wei Wei and Wen, they were currently mesmerized by his handsome rescue earlier. So handsome. Now, Gao Peng was walking back alone. According to instructor, powerful new types of monsters have appeared in the Dolly Desert, luring these man-eating mandala worms to the human-based city. But luckily, when I talked to Chief Chin earlier, he said the government has already researched countermeasures. How could there be a bright future? Beauty is just having someone else shoulder the burden and move forward for you. Suddenly, he was stopped by someone. Before Gao Peng, a young man with an arrogant stance was waiting. One of them spoke first. looks like you let us investigate. Last time you trapped us in the safe house, now let's talk. He looked at them, exasperated. As expected, they came looking for trouble. Yao Peng didn't pay them much mind. Instead, he lectured them. You're all 18 already. Don't be so hot-headed. Fighting at the slightest provocation isn't good. He glanced at the 4 beasts, levels 6 to 9 respectively, speechless. You dare block me with 4 beasts that haven't even reached the elite level. Yao Peng's face clearly showed contempt. I suspect Dozi could handle this all by himself. Dozi, seemingly reading his thoughts, felt offended. Seeing it sulk, Yao Peng had to pat its head and soothe it. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I absolutely didn't mean to look down on you. Without further words, one of the group ordered his beast, about to attack. He even fearlessly threatened, Don't worry, we know our limits. We'll just break a few of your bones. Black Violent Ape, go get him for me. Hearing this, he was speechless. They even bought equipment for their beasts. For most beasts, their natural bodies are already the greatest weapons, tougher than steel. Worryingly, Yao Peng watched it charge fiercely, then sighed and ordered, Dumby, go teach this little monkey a lesson. Suddenly, a hand shot out. Dumby grabbed the monkey by the neck, lifted it up, and then flicked it hard on the forehead. Everyone just stood there, stunned. Why does this feel like bullying a child? The monkey cried and ran to hide behind its master, but was met with disdain. You, a 2.2-meter tall ape, acting like an aggrieved little wife squatting behind me, aren't you embarrassed? The long-haired guy was unwilling. Damn it, Gao PNG's beast is unexpectedly strong. I thought he was just good at sucking up. That's why the instructor favored him. I'll lower myself for now and find a chance to deal with him later. But before the long-haired guy could even open his mouth to apologize, sorry, friend Yao Peng, he realized he was already gone. He left, seeing the opponent disregard him. The long-haired guy got angry. So he never even considered me worth his time. Seeing this, the long-haired guy's subordinate spoke up. Boss, don't mind it too much tonight. Let's go to the bar to relax. But he had his own decision. You guys go ahead. Tonight, I want to do some real work, the other guy replied. Okay, we'll head out first then. The long-haired guy took a handkerchief from his pocket and called Kong. As he wiped the monkey's tears, he said, jealousy and anger are useless. These emotions will only make us waste time, widening the gap with the enemy. Tonight, let's go back and do special training. Let's work hard together and become stronger. The long-haired guy spoke with determination, planning to properly compete with Yao Peng in the lab. Yao Peng was seriously studying how to neutralize the potion. The data looks fine. This time it should be successful. He turned and called, Stripey, Stripey, wake up. After it opened its eyes, he patted its small head. All right, I'll help you become stronger. Saying that, Yao Peng told Stripey to jump into the machine containing the solution. Stripey skillfully shot silk to the ceiling and jumped upside down into the tank. Yao Peng stood with his arms crossed in front of the solution tank. All right, next is just waiting. The system only provides guidance. The materials and procedures rely on me. Luckily, right now, it's just brewing a big pot. Later, at higher levels, it will require the beast's cooperation in refining materials, controlling fire, controlling lightning, controlling ice. Even the refining temperature and time must be accurate to the second. It's a difficult challenge. At this moment, 2 thieves were standing outside Yao Peng's lab. The fat thief asked, Are you sure there's no one left in this lab? The thin thief replied, Don't worry, I've been watching it every day for the past few days. The people in the lab left work long ago. They touched the glass panel, and the fat one remarked, Heavens, it's special military-grade tempered glass. I don't understand why you insist on robbing this lab. Wouldn't it be better to find a bank? The thin thief thought he was foolish. Banks nowadays all use credit points and transfers. What damn money do banks have? Labs usually keep some experimental materials. Any of these materials can easily sell for hundreds of thousands. He was ready and told the other guy, Quick, get ready to open the door. A green solution covered his hand. This time, no need to worrying about fingerprints. You go. The other guy felt it was unfair. Yours is just infinite rebirth. This thing of mine gets used up each time. In his hand was a small wooden box. Inside was a small monster. The thin thief grumbled again. Once you have money, you can buy any powerful monster. The fat thief was attaching the monster box to the door. Stop complaining, I'm almost done installing it. After the box was fixed onto the door, there was a red button on it. He announced, "All right, step back, be careful of the glass shattering." Saying that, he pressed the red button. The box suddenly melted, gradually freeing the small monster. The next second, the monster shot through the glass, punching a small hole in it. The two thieves cheered in unison. Done. The sudden explosion sound reached Gao Peng. He turned his head and asked, "What sound was that?" So, he went to the computer to check. It seems like it's outside the door. Let's open the surveillance camera feed and see. Gao Peng looked at the screen and said, "The surveillance camera at the staircase door has a good signal, but I can't see anything. Something must be blocking the lens. Looks like someone with bad intentions has arrived outside the door. Just don't know if they're here to kill someone or steal something." He immediately called the police. "Hello, police. I want to report a crime. Someone has malicious intent towards me." Not long after, the thieves managed to enter the lab. They shone their flashlights around, examining everything. "Don't waste time. Hurry up and grab stuff. Then let's scram." But a noise caught their attention. "Look, there's movement over there. This sounds like machinery running." He's shown the flashlight on the room's nameplate. "It's a laboratory. There must be a lot of good materials inside. Quick, let's go in and see." After entering, they found a huge machine in front of them. "What is this thing?" But the fat thief didn't care. "Whatever it is, it must be valuable. Smash it first, talk later." He took out a small centipede. The fat thief held out his arm for the centipede to bite. The muscles on his left arm immediately bulged. Then, he picked up a hammer, intending to smash the container. Gao Peng saw this scene and panicked. Not good. If they destroy Stripey's evolution chamber now, it might fail. "I have to find a way to stall them." Having no other choice, Gao Peng was forced to speak up. "Hey!" They startled and turned around, asking, "Who?" He smiled sincerely, tired from searching. "Want to sit down and have a cup of tea." The two thieves glanced at each other, silently signaling one another. Then, the fat thief swung the hammer towards Gao Peng, yelling, "Have tea. Daddy here will treat you to a hammer." The fat thief struck hard, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The thin thief suspiciously asked, "Is he dead?" The fat thief nonchalantly replied, "If not dead, he's dying." He continued, "This is the result of daring to mess with me." During this time, Stripey had evolved into a demonic shield-armored spider. The machine container was gradually cracking open. Stripey's eyes glowed bright red. The thin thief heard the sound and asked, "Did you hear a strange noise?" But the fat thief was focused on grabbing things. "Nonsense. Hurry up and loot." Just then, Stripey was approaching the two thieves. When the thin thief turned around, it was too late. "What is that thing?" Behind them was Stripey, enraged, raising its sharp claws and fiercely attacking the two thieves. A moment later, the police arrived at the scene. The police officer reported via radio, "We have arrived at the reported location. The door has been broken down." Old Ho behind him smelled something. The smell of blood. Not good. They immediately ordered a search quick. The person who reported the crime might be in danger. While searching, they discovered two bodies lying on the ground. The bodies were mangled. The two police officers felt a chill down their spines. "This is too cruel." Old Ho spoke up. "Quick, report to the captain. Call the forensics team. There's been a murder here." At the same time, Gao Peng suddenly spoke up. "Officer, is that you?" The two scared policemen raised their guns. "Hands up, stay still, sit down, put your hands on your head. Let me explain." "Wait, I called the police." At this moment, Gao Peng was covered in blood, his hand comforting Stripey. He continued, "I am Gao Peng, the victim. You can check my information." After bandaging his wounds, Gao Peng was taken to the police station. Old Ho asked him agitatedly, "Why did you kill someone?" Gao Peng explained, "It was purely legitimate self-defense." Of course, he didn't believe it. Legitimate self-defense. Legitimate self-defense where you continue attacking after the person is dead. Gao Peng didn't answer but said, "They really attacked me first. Didn't you assess the wound on my head?" This answer truly infuriated Old Hull. "Stop beating around the bush. Answer my questions honestly." Just then, someone knocked on the door. It was the chief and Tang Tang. He called out, "Officer Hull, the expert team has reviewed the surveillance camera footage. The two of them broke in to rob first. Gao Peng indeed acted in legitimate self-defense." "All right, he can be released." Old Ho obeyed. "Yes, I understand." As soon as he left the police station, Gao Peng asked Miss Tang, "Your presence here means grandfather knows too, right?" She didn't hide it. "Yes, when teacher heard you were at the station, he was very angry and worried about you." "How's the wound? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Gao Peng replied, "Actually, Stripey took most of the damage. I only have minor external injuries." He pointed to his head, "And this one, I hit myself." In that situation, luckily I had this wound, otherwise, I could have been seen as the one who sent someone to their grave. Tang placed her hand on Gao Peng's shoulder, saying happily, "Handled well, Gao Peng. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Go home and rest. Leave the rest to me." Back home, while lying asleep in bed, Gao Peng suddenly sensed someone behind him. It was a dark figure covered in a green aura, holding a knife. Before he knew it, the figure stabbed down where he lay. Luckily, Gao Peng was prepared and managed to jump onto the floor in time. Gao Peng spoke, "Who's there?" He was stunned to see the thief. "It's you. Didn't you already ascend to heaven?" The figure grinned sinisterly. "I crawled out of hell to seek revenge on you." Then, the thief continuously attacked Gao Peng with the knife, saying, "Don't think I don't know. When that spider killed us, you weren't unconscious at all. Why didn't you stop it? You could have clearly told it to use its web to restrain us and hand us over to the police. That way, we wouldn't have died." He nimbly dodged and retorted, "So what? You guys were planning to kill me too. If you want to survive in this world, you have to learn to be ruthless." As he finished speaking, a hand grabbed his shoulder. The fat thief appeared, raising a hammer to strike his head. As the hammer swung down close to his face, his eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, Gao Peng opened his eyes and woke up. He was still lying in bed, covered by a blanket. "To think I'd have such a dream. Am I afraid they'll come for revenge, or is it guilt? Seems my heart isn't as tough as I thought." Then he turned to look at his group of tamed beasts. "Live hard, die peacefully. For them, I must also challenge myself." Early the next morning, at the training ground, Lieutenant Colonel Chen announced, "Yesterday, the Government Alliance and 12 top-level beast tamers established the Beast Tamer Alliance, imposing strict management on all beast tamers. The Monster Hunting Association and the Beast Taming Education Association will also join the Beast Tamer Alliance, becoming the official hunting department and beast taming education department. The grading standards for tamed beasts like common, elite, leader are unified. Everyone can study according to the levels, which will grant priority in certification, competitions, and missions." He continued, "This year is the first time the university entrance exam for Beast Tamer students will be held, organized entirely by the Beast Tamer Alliance and the Government Alliance. The exam is approaching, so the training difficulty will increase. This time, the monster is a top-tier elite blue-winged bone bat. To encourage you all, whoever successfully challenges it," Lieutenant Colonel Chen announced loudly, "this blue-winged bone bat will belong to that person." The system displayed its information: sleeping bat, level 20, elite quality, undead type, weaknesses, light and wind systems. Chen Hanqua pointed to himself and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, let me go first." Behind him stood a tall thunder light bear with white fur. The status panel showed, adult thunder light bear, level 18, elite grade, thunder type. Lieutenant Colonel Chen instructed, "Do your best." The students whispered, "It's Chen Hanqua. This guy had a fortunate encounter during the last practical training and evolved his tamed beast into a thunder light bear. His strength has clearly increased." Gao Peng silently assessed, elite quality, level 18. This thunder light bear is indeed different from other tamed beasts. Inside the iron cage, the thunder light bear looked up at its opponent, a blue-winged bone bat hanging upside down from the cave roof. The Thunder Light Bear roared, but the blue-winged bone bat remained sound asleep. The Thunder Light Bear paused, then angrily slammed the cage bars. This successfully angered the blue-winged bone bat, waking it up. It flew around behind the Thunder Light Bear. Before the Thunder Light Bear could react, the blue-winged bone bat shrieked. Its sonic wave instantly injured the Thunder Light Bear, defeating it. Chen Hanqiao cried out, "It's over." Lieutenant Colonel Chen ordered, "Treatment team, quick." They examined the Thunder Light Bear while Chen Hanqiao cried worriedly. Watching this, Gao Peng thought, the attack power of this blue-winged bone bat's sonic wave is terrifying. The Thunder Light Bear is only 2 levels below it, yet it was defeated instantly upon engagement. Lieutenant Colonel Chen asked the students before him, "All right, does anyone else want to challenge?" Several kids immediately dodged, saying, "Nice weather today, right?" Indeed, Lieutenant Colonel Chen glanced at another boy. The boy startled, then immediately clutched his stomach, groaning, "My stomach hurts." Lieutenant Colonel Chen criticized, "Cut it out. I think you all should apply to acting school. Normally during training, everyone does so well. Why are you so scared now over something like this?" Suddenly, someone raised their hand and called, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen." It was Gao Peng, raising his hand and volunteering, "Then let me give it a try." Behind him stood Dumby, wearing a tightly wrapped black cloak. Some students whispered, "Is that Gao Peng? His results have never dropped out of the top 5. Go, Gao Peng." Dumby threw off the cloak, revealing its sturdy, translucent black body. It entered the cage, jumping back and forth between the bars to climb up. Then, Dumby threw a punch that tore through the air towards the blue-winged bone bat. The bat panicked instantly upon seeing its face bleeding. A student said, "Awesome, big bro, I'm glad it didn't go hard on us that day." The other replied, "Yes, although it's a pity it didn't hit. Just the wind pressure from the punch was enough to injure the blue-winged bone bat. So strong, that guy turned to look at his own chimpanzee beast and said, 'Kong, we need to work hard to.'" Kong waved its hands frantically in fear. Inside, the blue-winged bone bat was using sonic waves to attack Dumby. A student said, "What a pity. If Gao Peng's tamed beast could fly, the situation wouldn't be this difficult." Hearing this, Gao Peng smirked and thought to himself, "Difficult? How so? From the very beginning, I had prepared a plan for Dumby. Although it can't fly, it can overwhelm the green-winged bone bat in all other aspects. Just need to fight it slowly and drain its stamina." He looked at the exhausted green-winged bone bat and muttered his assessment. "Its attack frequency is decreasing. Just need to wait for an opportunity." Just as he finished thinking, Dumby suddenly appeared behind the green-winged bone bat, raised both hands high, and delivered a powerful thunderous punch, knocking it flat to the ground. After that, the green-winged bone bat was continuously punched by Dumby. The interested classmates said, "How pathetic. Look, it's bleeding from the nose. This one's finished." Earlier, it looked so arrogant, thinking, no one could defeat it. Classmate Gao Peng is really strong. At this moment, Dumby was carrying the green-winged bone bat like a chicken. Gao Peng squinted, smiled, and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, can I handle this green-winged bone bat as I please?" Lieutenant Colonel Chen replied, "Yes, do whatever you want." So, Gao Peng immediately looked at the students behind him and started selling. "Is anyone interested in this green-winged bone bat? No need, not 199 or 299, but 500 credit points. After today, who knows when you'll find another suitable top-tier beast tamer mount. Gentlemen passing by, ladies stopping by, don't miss this opportunity." Tying patted his chest and said, "I'll buy it, sell it to me." Gao Peng asked again, "Have you decided to buy this bat?" He thought about the battered bat and advised, among flying types, the altitude the green-winged bone bat can reach isn't considered high, and its speed isn't fast either. It can only bully non-flying monsters to get by. If it faces large-bodied monsters, it's done for. Have you thought it through? Regarding flight advantages, it's a bit weak. Tying held up his phone and replied, "All right, stop nagging. You might not want this green-winged bone bat, but we find it very valuable. I've transferred the credit points to you." Gao Peng looked at the credit points on his phone with sparkling eyes and said joyfully, "So generous. I didn't expect classmate Tying to be a little rich lady. I offer package deals, you know. Next time you bring it for an upgrade, I'll give you a discount." That evening twilight, Gao Peng looked at a container truck model on his phone and exclaimed, "This truck has a total of 16 wheels. Large wheels support the entire rear container, which is not only detachable, but the container is also equipped with 2 layers of protective reinforcement. The entire vehicle is painted in alternating silver and black, not too flashy. The design is simple yet feels very grand." As he walked, he spoke to Dumby behind him. "Dumby, let's buy this. The Triple Steel Black Dragon series, my dream truck. The cabin of this truck is even bigger than the cargo beds of some SUVs. The driving experience feels great, the interior is beautiful, and it can fit all of you guys inside." Gao Peng turned back to look at Dumby and added enthusiastically, "Of course, the most important thing is that this aura suits me perfectly. Rugged, strong, a true man." Tang Tang approached and called out. Hearing her voice, Gao Peng was startled, glanced over, and exclaimed, "Sister Tang Tang, taking your cat for a walk." "This cat is really beautiful." She waved hello to him and replied casually, "It was quite messy when I found it. You know, its fur was patchy, and it even had a runny nose." Hearing Tang Tang's criticism, the cat meowed. Gao Peng looked at the black cat with 2 green stripes on its head and its status panel. Name, Dark Knight Shadow Meow, level 36, leader rank, perfect quality, ability, Yin Shadow Power level 2, he praised. "None of Sister Tang Tang's beasts are simple, are they?" The cat meowed angrily and continuously, forcing her to soothe it. "It grew enough, it grew enough. When I found it, its fur had already grown enough." The cat still sulked, jumped flat onto the ground, and ran off. Gao Peng asked, "Sister Tang Tang, do cats need dignity too?" She laughed and replied, "That's just its personality, don't mind it." "Right, why haven't you moved to the suburban villa yet?" Gao Peng scratched his head and replied, "I've been busy lately, so I haven't finished packing." Tang Tang patted his shoulder and advised, "Your beasts are increasing in number. This place isn't big enough, it will be inconvenient. I know you're reluctant, but this is your home, you can come back whenever you want." He lowered his head and replied softly, "Yes." That night, he opened the door and entered his parents' room. Gao Peng looked at the framed photo of the 2 of them and said, "Mom, Dad, I'm moving out soon. You always said that when children grow up, they move out, right? I think I'm grown up now too." He gently touched the photo and softly recounted, "It's a very large villa. I earned the money to buy it myself. I can live well on my own. You don't need to worry about me." He sat leaning against the bed and added, "Right? It seems maternal grandfather has encountered some trouble. After I finish my exam, I'll go help him. After all, he's my only relative left." The next day, at the examination venue for beast tamers, many reporters gathered outside but were held back by security. "Unauthorized personnel, please stay clear of the barrier." Gao Peng's imposing container truck appeared in the parking lot, causing people to marvel. Whose truck is so big? The container door opened, Gao Peng stepped down, followed by his group of beasts. Gao Peng stood in line to enter the exam venue with other candidates. An announcement sounded, "Beast tamers, please enter the grounds in order. No pushing, remember, to take out your examination cards for the proctors to check." Gao Peng handed his exam card to a security officer. The officer scanned his card and instructed, "All right, please proceed through this scanner one by one with your beasts. As long as it's a contracted beast, the scanner will show a green light, and then you can enter the exam venue." Suddenly, the scanner showed a red light when the student in front of Gao Peng passed through. The security officer asked him to try again. Suddenly, his large beast roared, then it pushed others aside and ran away. The security officer immediately issued an alert and dispatched the Silver Moon Wolf team to assist. The Silver Moon Wolves immediately rushed forward and tackled the beast. The beast, bitten on the neck by a Silver Moon Wolf, trembled and lay still. The security officer questioned its owner, "Classmate, please explain why your beast suddenly went berserk like that?" The student knelt down, hugged the security officer's leg, and pleaded tearfully, "No, I was wrong. This is my father's beast. I secretly brought it here while my dad was at work. I just wanted to pass the exam. Please don't disqualify me." The officer pulled his hand, telling him to stand up, and advised, "You are a man. You shouldn't kneel so easily." "A man's backbone is most important," the student replied. "Thank you, Proctor." But then his expression changed, and he stated bluntly, "Don't thank me yet, rules are rules." It was announced before the exam that candidates cannot bring beasts that do not belong to them. Violators will be disqualified from taking the exam. Come back in 5 years, take him away. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 security officers came and dragged the student away, despite his tearful pleas. "No, I don't want to go back. I have to take the exam." Gao Peng watched this scene, frowned, and thought, how could someone dare to act so recklessly in this kind of special examination? A security officer handed him a card and said, "This is your number." "Please take it," Gao Peng said. "Let's go." Then he entered the examination venue, followed by his beasts. He thought, if you want to pass the exam, you still have to rely on your own strength. He looked at the number on his yellow card and wondered, A, Y, B, C, D. Don't tell me they're already sorting by leader, elite, and common ranks in this round. If someone has a Lord-level beast, what then? Would they create a separate S-rank arena for that person? He walked past a row of iron cages and reasoned silently, "No, maybe I'm overthinking it. It's impossible for someone to have a beast of that level in this phase. The leader level has 8 grade arenas, meaning there are at least 7 contestants with leader-level familiars at level 25. Higher than Dumby is a girl whose familiar is a python named Blackwater Serpent, of elite quality. There's also a boy with a red tiger familiar." Yao Peng mumbled, "This is the first time I've seen a real tiger familiar. This person's background must be extraordinary." After all, even before the cataclysm, tigers were rare. Although their reproduction rate increased after the cataclysm, the tiger population remains very small. He looked down at the crowded arena floor and whispered his conclusion, "Looks like I wasn't wrong. Area B is all elite level familiars, Area C is common level. But actually, Dumby is currently only level 20, considered an elite level familiar. Roughly speaking, it only has the combat power of a leader level. Indeed, this world has never lacked geniuses. I feel like nothing compared to these people." Surrounded by powerhouses with leader-level familiars, Gao Peng entered Area A. In front of him were 7 other people also holding gold cards, including him. These are the 8 strongest beast tamer candidates in Chang'an City currently. In the monitoring room, security personnel were watching Gao Peng on screen. One person said, "These 8 are probably the freshest blood among the young generation in Chang'an City, right?" Officer Chen said, "Actually, only 6 of them. 2 are quite old, one is already 21, the other is 20, almost 21. The time their familiars reached leader level was probably recent. They still fall short compared to true geniuses." Lieutenant Colonel Chen added, "Who can say for sure about things like talent? It's too mysterious. I only know these 8 are rare among the over 30,000 beast tamer candidates in Chang'an City. 8 who can challenge leader-level monsters." The chief, sitting in the main seat, spoke up, "Everyone, 10 years ago, our world's nations detected abnormal signs. Small numbers of strange fire monsters appeared in sparsely populated areas. We initially thought we could control everything, but we still lost. To avoid causing public panic, textbooks and data released externally dated the beginning from the cataclysm 3 years ago." He frowned, speaking seriously. "Therefore, this beast tamer candidate competition absolutely cannot have any mishaps. They are the hope for the future." The security personnel immediately saluted military style and replied, "Rest assured, Chief, all military personnel assigned to the examination venue have been selected through multiple rounds. Furthermore, every detail of the venue is monitored by cameras. We use a 1-to-1 monitoring method. Each camera is monitored by one person. If any problems occur in any round, not only the person who made the mistake will be held responsible, but the monitor will also be punished." At the area examination venue, Gao Peng and Dumby were standing in an examination room enclosed by tight fences. An announcement came, "Contestant number 5, prepare." The mesh door in front of him opened. In the darkness, 2 eyes glowed. A blue scorpion emerged. Its name, Ice Lake Giant Scorpion, level 22, leader. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and ordered, "Dumby, attack its sides. That's its weak point." As soon as he finished speaking, Dumby charged. It circled around the side of the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion, but the scorpion reacted in time. It whipped its tail at Dumby. Gao Peng exclaimed, "This Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's reaction is really fast." Then, the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion channeled energy into its 2 large claws and raised them high. It was preparing a skill. Gao Peng worried silently. As expected, the level gap cannot be easily overcome. "Dumby." The Ice Lake Giant Scorpion slammed its 2 claws down where Dumby was, forcing it to raise its arms to try and block. Suddenly, an announcement, "Familiar upgrade." The familiar has reached level 21, advancing to leader level. Gao Peng rejoiced inwardly, thinking, a breakthrough at this moment. But Dumby was still struggling to block the opponent's claws. The ground beneath Dumby's feet had sunk slightly. Gao Peng thought, but it can only barely maintain this. The Ice Lake Giant Scorpion still has the advantage. In this type of fair one-on-one arena, even if a beast tamer has multiple familiars, they cannot be deployed simultaneously. He saw streams of the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's energy wrapping around Dumby's arms and commented, "Furthermore, after upgrading to leader level, monsters gain unexpected powers and begin to transcend the ordinary. This Ice Lake Giant Scorpion has awakened water control, able to manipulate water attribute power in a small range, constantly eroding Dumby. What should I do?" Suddenly, Gao Peng's eyes widened, and he grunted. He saw the status panel showing Dumby had a new ability. He asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Then Gao Peng silently ordered, "Dumby, remove some non-critical joint components, reinforce with blood threads. Transfer all excess blood threads to the legs." Dumby replied, "Understood." Bright red blood threads gathered and wrapped around Dumby's legs. Next, it raised its leg and kicked the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's head. A notification appeared. Name, Skeletal Undead Ape Ability. Hardened Skeleton. Level, increases skeletal hardness, enhancing defense and attack. Gao Peng watched this scene and smiled with satisfaction. He thought, perfect. By concentrating blood threads, it gained momentary explosive power. Combined with the new ability, even if this Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's armor were thicker, it couldn't defend against the hardened skeleton. Although it doesn't sound as cool as elemental abilities like lightning or fire, combined with Dumby's simple and brutal close combat style, it's the most suitable for it. One side of the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion's head was dented. It angrily whipped its tail at Dumby again. Gao Peng sighed, so heavily injured, and it can still counterattack. However, this time Dumby caught the opponent's tail. It forcefully threw the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion far away. Gao Peng cheered, "Dumby's condition is better." Then, it spread its sharp claws. Red blood threads surfaced on its hands. Dumby clawed the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion. Gao Peng said, "Hit the weak spot, General. We've won this round." Gao Peng praised, "Well done, Dumby." Dumby heard this, glanced at him, then approached and lifted Gao Peng high up. It said, "Thank you, Master." Dumby looked at him with a happy expression and said, "If it weren't for Master, I might just be an ape locked in a cage, counting down my time." Gao Peng replied, "All right, this victory is also the result of your own efforts." Then he pointed at the angry familiar nearby and reminded, "Besides, you've been hugging for so long, Dozi is getting jealous." At this moment, Dozi was furiously protesting. "Just one hug, why 5 hugs already?" "No, I want one too." It sprang towards Gao Peng, extending its multitude of centipede legs. But Gao Peng pushed it away disdainfully. He glanced towards the adjacent arena. He saw the giant snake was over there. Gao Peng thought, even faster than me, and no trace of injury on the familiar. He observed the girl who owned the giant snake and silently assessed, this contestant and her familiar are not simple. The monitoring room was showing Moyi's image. She was the owner of the giant python. People discussed, At their age, facing a leader-level familiar and winning so overwhelmingly, that young lady seems to be from the Junheng family, right? A military man replied, "She's Junheng's only daughter." "Heard her name is Jun Emiili," the chief said. "Don't talk nonsense. I've met that young lady once. Although her personality is cold, she's not a bad person." "Her name is Jun Moi." Hearing this, the others discussed. Heard that the Jun family's young lady didn't go to school after 12th grade, just stayed home with dozens of tutors. The rest of the time, she followed the Allied government's external dispatch teams to the communities. Don't know if it's true. It's true. This young lady has already become an official member of the Allied government's Black Flag, an official member of the Black Flag. Then she must have some real skills, a military man interjected. The beast tamer next to her is not bad either. His familiar is an undead type, which is very rare here. Lieutenant Colonel Chen laughed and said, "That kid is a student I'm in charge of. He's the youngest beast breeder in Chang'an City now. During the previous Withered Leaf Emperor incident, he contributed significantly." Other military personnel chimed in. "No wonder he looks familiar. So he's the young man Chairman Feng strongly recommended before. So young and already able to contribute to the alliance. He's a good seedling, not bad, good kid." The chief observed Gao Peng controlling Dorzi below and smirked. He mused, that old man sired a good grandson. Down in the arena, an employee told him, "OYI, contestant A3, you have completed the test. You may leave first." Moi glanced at the opposite arena and saw Dorzi had just defeated a tall opponent. Gao Peng was praising it. "Well done." Moi adjusted her hat and assessed, using an elite snatching tamed beast to defeat a leader-level opponent. A5, interesting. A moment later, Gao Peng stood beside Stripey in the arena. The cage door opened. "Announcer, the third round is about to begin. Contestant A5, please prepare." An orange praying mantis appeared. Name, Dry Leaf Mantis, level 16, common quality, wood element, afraid of fire. Gao Peng rubbed his hands and calculated mentally. Stripey's attribute is earth element. This monster is wood element, which counters Stripey. This adds a 10% bonus. Gao Peng saw the Dry Leaf Mantis put its hands behind its back and walk arrogantly across the field. He thought, this monster knows how to mimic human behavior. Its intelligence is relatively high, seems no lower than an 8 or 9-year-old child. He said, Stripey's intelligence isn't low either, and it's 2 quality levels higher. Looks like this match is for building confidence for this cowardly spider Stripey. The announcer declared the match started. The 2 beasts faced each other. The Dry Leaf Mantis looked at Stripey for a moment. It saw Stripey trembling nervously. So, it raised its sharp forelegs and performed a few moves as a show of force. However, Stripey looked back at it with sparkling eyes. Gao Peng thought, wait a minute, Stripey's expression gives me a bad feeling. He saw Stripey crawling back and forth, shaking and spinning in front of its opponent. Then Stripey boasted, Master, look, it knows how to square dance too. Gao Peng explained exasperatedly, Stripey, it's threatening you. It wants to attack you now, counterattack it. Dorzi covered its mouth, laughing at its friend. Stripey asked tearfully, so, it wasn't playing with me. Just then, the Dry Leaf Mantis raised its leg and slashed at Stripey's face. Stripey was not only unharmed, but also foolishly thought there was a mosquito on its face. Conversely, the Dry Leaf Mantis was shocked to see a long crack on its foreleg. So, it lifted its leg, spread its wings, and flew high. Seeing this, Stripey shot out spider silk. It successfully wrapped the Dry Leaf Mantis into a cocoon. It even asked, Master, is this mantis monster really that weak? The Dry Leaf Mantis channeled red energy into its forelegs and tore through the cocoon. Then, it rushed towards Stripey. It raised its fiery red leg and slashed Stripey. Stripey cried out, it hurts so much. Thus, Stripey frantically jumped towards the Dry Leaf Mantis and skewered it. The security staff frowned, watching the violent scene of Stripey mincing its opponent. He said to Gao Peng, all right, your match is over. Don't stay on the floor, please exit first. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes, smiled, and replied, understood, instructor. In the waiting area, Many contestants were standing around. They discussed, the first group hasn't even come out yet. I'm queuing for round 2. Don't even talk about it. I'm still queuing for round 1. Right now, only that military student from area has completed all the tests. She has a military background. Her strength is formidable. Suddenly, the door opened. Everyone clamored, look. The main door for completed tests opened again. Could it be another student finished the tests? As they spoke, they saw Gao Peng coolly riding Stripey out, followed by a line of tamed beasts. They exclaimed in amazement, this is contestant Gao Peng from area again. Are all the people from area monsters? Look at him. We're still queuing here, and he's already finished and going home. That's the gap in strength, damn it. He's showing off again. A moment later, Gao Peng stuttered nervously. He stood in front of a dilapidated villa and wondered, is this the house I just bought? Did 100 wolves run through here? Gao Peng stepped into the villa and saw everything was completely ruined. He said heartbrokenly, my new house, my credit points. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the sofa, making Gao Peng glance over. He angrily pointed at the sofa and threatened, the one who wrecked my villa dares to stay at the crime scene. Are you asking for it, or do you think Gao Peng, can't lift my blade? Dozy, Stripey, get him. Hearing him, the tamed beasts advanced aggressively. Dumby stood protectively in front of him. Gao Peng thought warmly, Dumby is so considerate. Without my command, it already knows to stand in front to protect me. Silly rushed towards Gao Peng, but he quickly caught it and said, this doesn't give me energy. How many times have I told you? Suddenly, there was a cry. The tamed beasts had caught the vandal. Dumby looked at it and asked, Master, can this be eaten? Gao Peng looked at the white bird pinned down by Dorsey and wondered, what kind of monster is this? A bird. Suddenly, Sister Tang Tang stood outside, looked into the house, and called, Gao Peng. He replied, Sister Tang Tang, so it's you. Tang Tang waved at him. She instructed, this is a little pet Grandpa asked someone to deliver to congratulate you on your new house. If you like it, keep it. Grandpa spent quite a bit of effort to get this monster. All right, I have other things to do, so I won't stay for dinner. Gao Peng remembered the villa next door and his face darkened, thinking, no wonder Sister Tang Tang said she'd conveniently take care of and protect me. In just a few days, she built a villa next door. It was clearly wasteland before. Besides, this isn't a housewarming gift, it's more like house demolition. Dumby brought the bird over. It looked at him and nodded repeatedly. It carried the bird to Gao Peng. By now, the bird was limp. This one had a red head, black neck, white body, and only one leg. Gao Peng said, a red-crowned crane, only one leg. This type is quite rare. Dumby squeezed it slightly. Careful, don't crush it. As soon as Dumby squeezed gently, the bird suddenly woke up. It flapped its wings and lunged towards Gao Peng, making him step back. Gao Peng said, quite the actor. He thought, better put it in its place first, otherwise, it'll rule the roost later. Thinking this, he turned his back and said to Dozy, tonight, let's have roasted crane. Hearing this, the red-crowned crane was startled. It immediately cried out and struggled constantly. Gao Peng sneered, keep pretending for me. Let me see what you really are. Gao Peng checked its status panel. Name, Red Flame Poison Fire Crane, Level 6, Epic Quality, Fire Attribute, Trait, Unawakened, Upgrade Requirement, Legendary. Gao Peng marveled, Epic Quality, Grandpa really went all out. He rubbed his chin and considered, although the Red Flame Poison Fire Crane's current quality is similar to DUMBY's, after maturing, it can automatically reach the Lord level. Upgrading gets harder later on. Dumby took a long time to upgrade to leader level, breaking through during battle. So, how powerful will this peak Lord level tamed beast be in the future? Behind him, Dumby and Dorsey were looking at the Red Flame Poison Fire Crane like it was food. Suddenly, Gao Peng turned to the crane and offered a bag of snacks. He said, once you enter my house, you're my tamed beast. Come, eat some small bugs first. Seeing this, the crane was overjoyed, while Dozy cried out, those are my small bugs. Gao Peng watched the bird eat happily and asked, shall I give you a name? Your name has flame and fire. That's like 3 flames. So, I'll call you Flamey. He placed his hand on its head and said, let's see if we can form a contract. A layer of light enveloped both of them. Gao Peng entered Flamey's mind. Inside, it was like a night sky with countless stars and rings of light appearing. Gao Peng thought, perhaps the clarity of the consciousness space is proportional to the monster's intelligence. These points of light might be Flamey's memories. He saw an image of a white crane standing by a lake. Suddenly, something rose from under the lake. Then, he saw a crocodile appear and devour the crane. He held the small Flamey in his arms and comforted it. So you lost your mother too. Flamey, can you be my friend? As he finished speaking, a contract scroll appeared. Flamey, now enveloped in a ring of fire, asked, then can you avenge me? Gao Peng replied, if we sign the contract, then we are family. Your business is my business. Then a red flame rose up, burning the contract. Gao Peng knew the contract was complete. Then he looked around and wondered why he was still in his consciousness space. Then Enga's blue contract, Dorsey Eye's purple, Silly's green, and Stripey's grey also appeared along with Flamey's red contract. The 5 contracts surrounded Gao Peng and shot 5 beams of coloured light towards him. A dazzling golden light surrounded Gao Peng. He thought, this is the beast tamer's knowledge, a new life-saving skill, the elemental shield. The elements will create a protective layer for me, consuming the energy in my beast's body, then transforming it into a protective barrier for myself. This skill's rarity level is probably not considered rare. It seems someone used this type of ability in the first round. So, the first leader-level beast, the first lord-level beast, the first king-level beast appear, and so on down the line. All beast tamers will respectively generate a life-saving ability. So this skill probably appeared when Dumby leveled up to leader level. There are also words suddenly appearing in my consciousness. I don't recognize them, but I completely understand them. They are strange characters with the content, leave the fighting to the beasts. Beast tamers should obediently hide behind the beasts, don't hold them back. Strange. The beast tamer profession seems like an inherited lineage through the blood contract, recording inherited memories. As the beasts grow stronger, information is continuously unlocked. Could it be that other places already have beast tamers? He looked at the contracts of the 5 beasts before him and thought, never mind, these issues are too distant for me now. But this life-saving skill is directly engraved in the soul. It fundamentally cannot be taught to others through any method. No wonder when teaching me the soul transfer technique, Sister Tang Tang told me not to casually pass it on. An ability that isn't restricted and can be freely given to others, if spread, would surely attract the attention of countless people. Gao Peng thought of his grandfather and Sister Tang Tang. He concluded, it seems Grandpa's and Sister Tang Tang's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. With my current strength, I wonder if I can provide any help to Grandpa. That morning, Gao Peng was leisurely lying down reading a book in the garden. Behind him, Dorsey, Dumby, and Stripey were training frantically. Flamy stood before a tree, then used its beak to peck rapidly at the tree trunk. Gao Peng looked at it and said, it looks full of hatred. Trying so hard to train like this is just for revenge for its mother. He sat up, looked around, and wondered, where's Silly? Wasn't it just rolling around scared of being eaten by Flamey? Then he saw Silly lying on the grass, fast asleep. Gao Peng said, to be able to sleep like that, truly brave. He lay back down on the chair and sighed, life's been comfortable lately. Ever since Grandpa gave me that credit card, beast raising has become my hobby. The book Chairman Feng Xiu gave me is really good, full of experience. Wait a minute. I think the exam results are out today. Saying that, he tapped the bracelet on his wrist. A notification popped up. This account has been logged in elsewhere. Login address, Thian Kung Building. Gao Peng frowned and said, Grandpa, at this moment, Hanwell was sitting in his office and sneezed. He said, that brat is complaining about me again? Let's check the exam results first. Saying that, he tapped the screen. A notification appeared. Besides the name and age, he saw his score was 710 points. At the villa, Gao Peng was also pushing up his glasses and smiling smugly when he found out he ranked first in Chang'an City. Gao Peng said, "Looks like I did pretty well." Suddenly, an unknown number called. Gao Peng answered the phone. The person on the other end asked, "Hello, may I ask if this is Gao Peng's number?" He replied, "Speaking." The other side said, "Hello, you have entered the second round of the Beast Tamer exam. Please arrive at the first test site before 9 a.m. on June 27th. The test duration is 15 days. You do not need to bring any personal items. Thank you for your cooperation." He lowered his gaze to look at Flamey and said, "Before the exam, I still haven't signed a contract with Flamey. According to the rules, Flamey cannot participate in the second round, so I need to find a place for it to stay." Suddenly, he saw Sister Tang Tang waving at him from the other side of the fence. She said, "Good morning." Gao Peng rejoiced inwardly. What luck! Sister Tang Tang. No, wait. How can it be such a coincidence? Tang Tang hid behind a tree trunk, secretly observing Gao Peng while he was thinking, "Grandpa already knows my exam score. The competition rules have also been announced. He definitely guessed my intention to leave my pet in someone's care. Maybe she already knew exactly when I would receive the notification call and made arrangements beforehand." He saw her appear again, looking at him with bright eyes. Gao Peng sighed when he noticed her face was practically written with the words "Quick, ask me." Gao Peng thought with admiration, truly so considerate. He smiled and said, "Sister, I'd like to ask you to look after my kid for about half a month. Is it convenient?" Tang Tang patted her chest and laughed, replying, "Why be so polite with me? Just leave it to me. Rest assured, I guarantee I'll raise it to be fair and plump for you." Gao Peng watched Tang Tang interacting with Flamey and said, "Why do I feel like you'll definitely fatten it up for real?" At another villa in Chang'an, an agitated voice rang out, "How am I second? Yesterday, I clearly saw that he and I both have 3 beasts, all consisting of 1 leader level and 2 elite level. On what basis am I ranked lower than him?" A woman reported back, "Young master, he has 1 elite level earth-type beast that fought against a wood-type monster, so he received an additional 10 points. That young master slammed his hand hard on the table. He was trembling with anger and roared, "I don't care. I won't let this matter go." The next day, Gao Peng arrived at the meeting point and saw that a few people had already arrived. He thought, "Only a few people, so I arrived early." The person in charge, wearing black glasses, spoke up, "Everyone is here. Hello, students. I am the person in charge of the next round of the competition. Please maintain order." Gao Peng thought to himself, "Everyone's here, only 8 people. Only this many people participating in the second round. Are they planning to rank the top 10 among these 8? The person in charge said, "The location for the second round is Sun Forest Park in Jiangnan City. This time, it's not an arena competition, nor one-on-one battles, but a practical combat test in the jungle." Someone asked, "Sun Mountain in Jiangnan, why go so far?" The person in charge replied, "Sun Forest has been screened by beast tamers. It's guaranteed that no big boss level monsters will appear. However, in that vast forest, there are still about 500 leader level monsters. Furthermore, among them, there are extremely strong leader level monsters of various shapes and types. In principle, the government and the Beast Tamer Alliance will try their best to protect your lives. At the same time, flares will be issued for everyone to use in emergencies. But regardless, this is still a primitive forest with up to 500 monsters. Therefore, this competition is not compulsory. All right, everyone decide." A young man and a young woman stepped forward. The young man said, "Excuse me, examiner. We feel it's too dangerous. Can we withdraw?" The person in charge replied, "It's all right. There's no shame in it. Does anyone else want to withdraw?" Moi raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, registering for the competition doesn't require parental approval, right?" The person in charge replied, "In principle, no." But he thought to himself, "But are your parents ordinary parents?" Moi narrowed her eyes and smiled, replying, "Then I'd like to register for the competition." The person sighed internally, "I'm just a minor person in charge." He looked towards 2 other young men and another young girl, then added, Then this time, the 6 of you will represent Chang'an. Later, there will be other contestants from the Huaxia region and other regions as well. He looked over at Gao Peng and the 2 others again and instructed, "You all must try your best. Compete well to uphold the reputation of our Chang'an region." Gao Peng thought, so there are still contestants from other regions. A red-haired young man extended his hand towards Gao Peng and introduced himself. "Hi, my name is Genshin. How should I address you?" Gao Peng also extended his hand and replied, "Gao Peng, nice to meet you." Upon hearing this, Genshin frantically shook his hand, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Gao Peng, you ranked first in Chang'an. I really wanted to meet you." He cheerfully put his arm around his shoulder and recounted, "These people are all children of influential families. Their parents, at least one of them, must be a beast tamer. Only you and I have commoner backgrounds." Gao Peng thought to himself, "Sorry, brother. I'm not exactly from a commoner background like you think." Genshin asked, "Rai, did any corporations look for you?" After the exam finished, several corporations approached me expressing interest in cooperation. Gao Peng replied, "Doesn't seem like it. I think Grandpa or Sister Tang Tang probably blocked all those corporations." Hearing this, Genshin slapped Gao Peng hard on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. You're the top scorer of Chang'an. Maybe they're discussing a reasonable price for you, don't worry." Gao Peng felt like vomiting from the slap, thinking inwardly, that was too hard. Genshin pointed at an ant beside him and introduced, "Rai, let me introduce my good brother to you." The angel ant once, it ate something by mistake and mutated. It mutated from a black ant into an angel ant, meaning a deity descended to the mortal realm. Gao Peng looked at its status panel. Name, Golden Armored Demon Ant, Level 21, Leader, Elite Quality, Metal Type. He thought, this guy is really lucky. Truly, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. Training a leader-level tamed beast requires resources and background. Relying solely on strength isn't easy. Where would one find medicine to make a tamed beast evolve so quickly? But why does the system call it a golden armored demon ant? Gao Peng frowned, wondering how the system names these monsters. Many names aren't even in the books, as if it has foresight. A plane zipped across the sky. The person in charge said, "All right, the plane is here. Prepare yourselves, students, let's go." At Jiangnan Base City Airport, a plane had just landed. A voice said, "Can a competition be this grand, using military aircraft for transport?" Another person looked outside, while another one replied, "You wouldn't know this. These are the chosen ones selected from tens of thousands of candidates. The military region naturally protects these geniuses well." Gao Peng looked at the large crowd of people and tamed beasts ahead and thought, are all these people candidates participating in the other exams? There are quite a few, almost 200 people. The variety of tamed beasts is nearly complete. He looked at a tamed beast that looked like stacked rocks, currently surrounded by many people watching and taking pictures. Gao Peng checked its information. Name, Vine Stone Monster, Level 23, Normal Quality, Rock Type. He said, "A rock-type tamed beast. This is rare." As he walked inside, two security personnel opened the door for him. In the room, a bald officer wearing a military cloak spoke up, "If all the candidates are here, we will now distribute the voluntary consent forms. Those who wish to participate in the second round must sign a voluntary life and death waiver. This competition is not held within the safe city. Even if you send a distress signal, the mortality rate of this competition is definitely not lower than 10%. He smirked and threatened, "Don't think I'm joking. Also, consider your tamed beasts. The lowest are all leader level. Think carefully, young people. You must take responsibility for your own future." Gao Peng stepped forward to receive the voluntary consent form from an officer and replied, "Thank you." He bowed his head to read the content, then assessed inwardly, 1,000 credit points, even for large companies, that's not a small amount. It seems this time it's truly very dangerous. The bald officer showed everyone a grey score pillar marked with red lines. He said, "The second round uses a point system. A large number of score pillars have been set up in the Sun Mountain Forest. Destroying score pillars and dealing with monsters can both earn points. The competitive pressure this time is not small. He stood before the candidates and reminded them, everyone has read the voluntary consent form and the rules for the second round, right? Now, I will announce some information regarding the third round. Candidates ranked in the top 12 in points will qualify for the third round. The third round even transcends the scope of a high school level beast tamer competition. It will have its own name, the strongest young beast tamer congress of the Alliance. Finally, the bald officer, full of enthusiasm, raised his hand high and listed the final rewards. Those who perform well in this competition can directly obtain an official title. Even your tamed beasts can receive a title. Furthermore, the final round of the competition will be broadcast live globally. Images of your tamed beasts fighting will also be displayed before the entire world. Hearing this, the students' eyes lit up, exclaiming, "A state-recognized title." "So cool," Gao Peng quietly muttered, "naive kids." Then he turned to look at his tamed beasts and said, "But honestly, thinking about it, what kind of king title would be good? After all, there are too many titles suitable for me." Helicopters hovered, shining lights on the entrance to Sun Mountain Forest. An announcement came. "All candidates, pay attention. This round of the competition begins now." Below the lights was Gao Peng, now changed into different clothes and wearing glasses. He heard the loudspeaker say, "You have 20 minutes to prepare. After 20 minutes, you will officially set off. Follow the direction indicated by the helicopter's light, straight ahead. Reach the target location within the specified time." Gao Peng sat on Dumby's shoulder and ordered, "Let's go." Silly, Stripey, and Dorsey were also clinging onto it. As he finished speaking, Dumby leapt forward and ran swiftly. After a while, they encountered a cliff. Gao Peng called out, "Stripey." It understood his meaning and spat out a stream of spider silk. The silk stuck to a tree branch. Dumby grabbed the end of the silk and swung across the cliff. Gao Peng activated a light blue protective layer around himself as small branches hit him. He thought, "Luckily, I have the star-shifting head, otherwise, just these dry branches moving at high speed could have torn my flesh open." Suddenly, from behind the trees, someone riding a tamed beast yelled, "Slow down." "Slow down a bit." Gao Peng saw it was Genshin riding on a white boar. He saw its name was Spirit White Boar, level 25, perfect quality, state, disdainful. Genshin was lying flat on the beast's back and shouted, "Don't charge so fast. There's no reward for first place. I told you to run slower." Gao Peng was intrigued by the beast's disdainful state. He smirked and thought, normally, the relationship between a beast tamer and tamed beast is dominated by the beast tamer. Of course, there are special cases, such as when the beast tamer's personality is too weak and the tamed beast's personality is too strong. But being disdained by a pig is truly a bit pathetic. He gave Genshin behind him a thumbs up and cheered, "Keep going." "Pig riding man," Genshin wondered. "Keep going. Why is he cheering for me? Is this guy nuts?" On the news broadcast, a red bird was shown spreading its wings and flying in the sky. The commentator said, "Now the candidate arriving at this field is from the Yanjing area, registered tamed beast, fire-type bird beast Flamey, who was watching TV, now fattened into a plump bird, was told by Tang Tang, 'Don't worry, Gao Peng will appear soon.'" A few seconds later, the screen showed Dumby carrying Gao Peng and the other tamed beasts. The commentator said, "This candidate is from the Chang'an area. He registered for tamed beasts and is also the #1 top scorer of Chang'an, a hot contender for the top 12 strongest this time." Flamy's eyes lit up seeing its master. Suddenly, Tang Tang brought it a tray of fish. She said, "Flamey, hurry up and eat a lot so you can become stronger. Keep up with your master's footsteps." The bird heard this and its eyes widened in horror. Thus, it had to eat the fish in misery. Back at Gao Peng's location, he was standing in a clearing when he saw Genshin's boar-tamed beast angrily charging over. It stopped in front of Gao Peng. Genshin also fell to the ground accordingly. Gao Peng looked at Genshin, who was foaming at the mouth, and said, "What a hot-tempered pig." Behind him, the stone man-tamed beast had also arrived. The loudspeaker announced, "All right, time is up. Candidates who have not arrived will be eliminated." Helicopters circled, shining spotlights everywhere. The bald officer's voice rang out, "Before you enter Sun Mountain, I have a few words for you. Through the entrance ahead lies Sun Mountain. At the edge of the entrance, there are field tactical supply cases. Inside are dried meat, canned food, and water, along with fast-acting heart-strengthening medicine for use in critical situations to ensure survival. 1 hour for each of you, limit 1 portion per person," he said while thinking about the prepared purple backpack. He leaned halfway out of the helicopter and added, "This time, a total of 197 contestants participated. In the end, 150 signed the contract. I am very pleased. This ratio exceeded my expectations. It seems there aren't many cowards among you. Perhaps some of you have wilderness survival experience, some are experts in it, and some have never left the city. But regardless, you must know that this forest is completely different from your imagination. My biggest advice to you is to survive. Only by surviving is there hope of getting high scores." "All right, let's go," his words echoed as dawn broke. Below were the contestants, ready. On the news bulletin, the anchor pointed to the screen behind her and said, "Hello viewers, welcome to the Competition Express report." Through the positioning devices on each contestant, we can see their current location. Sitting next to her was a young man named Duanwu. Some viewers commented, "Is that Duanwu from the capital city's Cloud Dragon? Isn't he uninterested in participating in these kinds of shows?" This person has quite the background. The experts in the capital city are quite old. Duanwu is one of the few young experts in the capital city who has already gained some fame. The anchor focused on MOY's performance, saying, "We can see the contestants participating in the competition, in order to get higher scores, are all heading towards the center of the forest. The point pillars are basically set up in the central area of the forest. Right now, the contestant with the highest score is MOYI, ranked first. It's a bit unexpected that it's a female student. I wonder what teacher Duanwu thinks." Duanwu observed the screen and commented, "Not too bad. The species of this black python is likely a black or water python. Its scales have a luster, its body is strong, its quality is probably not low. From a combat perspective, it probably engages in combat often. It's quite proficient, well raised." The anchor thought to herself, "I asked you to analyze the beast tamer, not talk about the tamed beast. What's there to say about a big black snake? The audience wants to see the cool, beautiful girl." The anchor forced a smile and said, "Teacher Duanwu's analysis is very reasonable, very professional at first glance." She thought, "I heard long ago that Duanwu has been single for 10,000 years. Meeting him today, his reputation is truly well deserved, definitely single by his own merit." The anchor continued, "All right, since we've seen the first place, let's take a look at the unfortunate student ranked last. Please look at the large screen." Then the screen panned to a large rock outcrop in the dense forest. She said, "This contestant might be quite diligent. He chose an environment with a certain altitude. It seems he might be preparing something. Okay, let's ask the director to zoom in." The image zoomed in. Everyone saw Gaopeng lying sprawled on the rock, his tamed beasts beside him. The anchor was stunned for a moment. Duanwu said, "This young man can be said to be very relaxed. This is laziness." The anchor thought, "If you act like this, you might not be seen next episode." She said, "What is he preparing for?" The third stance of the salted fish, turning over. Over at Gaopeng's spot, he was comfortably stretched out and sighed. Lying like this is really comfortable. After a while, he stood up, stretched, and instructed his tamed beasts, "The outer edge of the forest should be safe now. We should set off to." He pointed in a direction and ordered the beasts, "Let's go," towards the forest. In a secluded area deep within Sun Mountain Forest, Gaopeng was happily picking mushrooms. He said, "Silly, throw away all the silver leaf grass we picked earlier. This clear light warm flower is worth 1 more credit point than it. We have to calculate carefully, be thrifty." Suddenly, Dumby saw something. It pointed in a direction and called. Master Gaopeng poked his head over to look. It turned out to be a point pillar tightly wrapped in vines. Gaopeng said, "So this is the legendary point pillar." He read the name of the vine. White tiger sandstone vine, its effect is for earth and sand element animals to use, capable of attracting monsters. Gao Peng pondered. Destroying the point pillar could get points, but how to do this? On the ground, there was also a pile of vines resembling the white tiger sandstone vine, but Gao Peng saw it was a monster. Woodwater vine, level 22, weakness, fire element. He said, "This woodwater vine isn't moving at all. Is it pretending to be an ordinary, unintelligent vine, acting so realistically? Interesting. Since you like acting so much, I'll immediately give you a chance to win the Golden Horse Award." He snapped his fingers and ordered, "Dorzy, light it up." So, the monster shot a beam of light into a pile of leaves. The flames flared up. The vine monster started sweating. It thought, wait a little longer, an excellent hunter must learn patience. Suddenly, a small flame shot onto its body. The vine monster decided it couldn't bear it anymore. "It's so hot I'm going to faint," and it emerged from the ground. Between the two rows of vines was a large flower. Gao Peng immediately called, "Dumby." It obeyed at once and grabbed a large vine. But the monster immediately wrapped tightly around Dumby. Then the leaves of the vine monster shot through Dumby's body, aiming to chop it into pieces. Gao Peng smirked and said, "It seems it usually kills its prey by wrapping the enemy with vines, then using its vine leaves like knives to cut the enemy, causing them to bleed out and perish, or using the vines to crush the enemy's internal organs and bones. Then running into Dumby is really unlucky for you." At this moment, Dumby was indeed squinting and smiling because those leaves couldn't harm it. Gao Peng knew that flying leaves of this level, faced with Dumby's reinforced bones, were truly ineffective. Gao Peng waved its hand and ordered, "Dorzy, finish it quickly." Dorzy immediately went over. It used its sharp forelegs to cut the vines. Then its eyes lit up. Dorzy sent electricity through the vines to make them release Dumby, but the electricity also passed through Dumby. A moment later, Gao Peng looked down at the charred vines and said, "Unexpectedly easy. But still, although this one is leader level, it was just promoted and has ordinary quality." Facing the combined attack of Dumby and Dorzy, it really had no ability to resist. Dumby was grabbing Dorzy and shaking it violently, questioning, "You shocked me?" Dorzy replied, "Silly, I was helping you escape the binding." Gao Peng pointed at the point pillar and ordered, "Dumby, smash it for me." Dumby shattered the pillar with one punch. The red sensor inside the pillar lit up and beeped. Gao Peng's bracelet announced, "Congratulations, contestant, for destroying the point pillar. Gained 150 points. Current points, 199. Gao Peng waved to Dumby and Dorzy. He said, "Come help out. There must be a monster core inside the woodwater vine's body. Let's look for it." The fight just now was so intense, who knows where the monster core was knocked off to. "It's all money." Suddenly, he heard an announcement. Contestant Joe eliminated. Gao Peng said, "This is already the fourth contestant eliminated. Are the monsters of Sun Mountain that ferocious?" He frowned and worried inwardly. Or is it human-caused danger? Elsewhere, a rescue team in protective gear touched some leftover flesh on the ground. They said, "Too late, it's already over." Another person asked, "What about this tamed beast?" The first person took out a body bag and replied, "Take it back. Then deliver it to the family together." That person put the remains in the bag and zipped it up. Johi died from being shot between the eyes. The rescuer sighed. It even penetrated the specially made protective goggles. A scorpion crawled out of the bush. A contestant walked on it. That person said, "The smell of smoke is strong. Did a fight happen here?" Gao Peng looked at the scorpion monster's name. Dominator giant scorpion. Level 21. He thought, other contestants coming to scavenge. Although this competition didn't say whether fighting each other is allowed, if there are no clear regulations, I still need to be careful. The other contestant waved his hand and said, "Didn't expect the point pillar to be taken by you first. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, my king of insects will definitely get it first." The green mountains don't change. The clear waters flow long. "We'll meet again." Gao Peng sighed in relief, saying, "Luckily, I met a fool." On the set, the announcer told Duan Wu, "It seems these two contestants won't clash. This competition doesn't actually restrict beast tamers from fighting each other. Of course, that's not really good either, Duanwu replied. This way is more realistic. This isn't an arena where they go one by one. The wilderness is much crueler, much bloodier. In the wilderness, taking lives and stealing goods isn't rare. After killing someone, just throw the body outside and guarantee the next day it won't even be there anymore. Not every place has the base's cameras. That's a lawless wasteland without protection. Fighting over some treasure, a precious monster corpse, or the cub of a powerful monster, leading to killing intent, is very common. Deep in the Sun Forest, Gao PNG's beast horde was searching everywhere. He said, "What is this rotten smell? And why is it so strangely quiet around here? While you guys are digging for materials, pay attention to any strange movements around." A rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Gao Peng wondered, "What's happening?" Then, a one-horned rabbit jumped out. Gao Peng said, "It's a one-horned rabbit," startling him. Suddenly, a sharp leg from some monster unexpectedly shot out from the bushes and skewered the rabbit. Gao Peng cursed inwardly. Seeing the rabbit trembling in a pool of red liquid, he ordered, "Let's retreat first." He thought, with just a limb visible, "I can't see this monster's attributes. I need to see at least 4/5 of its appearance. Right now, the enemy is hidden, and we are exposed. This isn't the time to act tough." He turned and ran, worrying inwardly, "I still lack long-range attack methods. Otherwise, I could at least scout out this monster's appearance, see its attributes and weaknesses, and wouldn't be so passive now." The group ran to a stream bank. He said, "We should be about 40 or 50 meters away now." Suddenly, that sharp leg emerged from the bushes behind Gao Peng, covered in a layer of red light. He yelled, "Not good." Dumby immediately reached out to shield him, but the leg dodged Dumby's hand and successfully stabbed Gao Peng in the back. His injury also affected Dozi. It immediately coughed up red liquid. Gao Peng cried out. Dozi used its elemental shield skill and still got hurt so badly. Dumby immediately grabbed Gao Peng and Dozi and fled. Gao Peng ordered, "Stripey, use spider silk quickly." Stripey immediately shot out white silk. The spider silk stuck to the tree trunk and the monster's sharp leg, holding it for a moment. Gao Peng said, "Let's go." At the Special Operations Team's competition observation room, an officer saw a bug monster on the screen and turned to report, "This nightmare flame bamboo segment quine can't be kept anymore. It has already taken the life of a beast tamer. It knows that a tamer's defense is weaker compared to their beasts, so its primary attack target is the tamer." Another person reported, "White Rose is 5 kilometers from the target location. She might be able to arrive in time to help." The team leader replied, "That's good. This has already caused casualties. If more casualties occur, tell me, are those people crazy?" Setting a death quota was their idea. Saying it's to temper the beast tamer students was also their idea. Wanting more realism was also their idea. Now that someone has actually died, they are more anxious than anyone. An officer added, "Team leader, aren't they always like this? It's not the first time." Then he looked back at the monitor and asked, "But team leader, isn't this guy too timid?" The team leader laughed, "This isn't called timid, it's called strategic. Knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding gains and losses, this is the quality a successful person should have. No one is an undefeated general. If you truly think you're invincible, sooner or later, you'll lose due to your own arrogance." The officer chuckled, "Team leader is right." But after just a brief encounter, how did he know he couldn't win? Suddenly, the monitoring staff yelled, "It's bad." At that moment, near Gao Peng, he also discovered a bug monster with long sharp legs appearing behind him. It was a level 35 elite quality nightmare flame bamboo segment quine belonging to the wood and undead types. In the center of its abdomen was a small white dot, its fatal weak point. Gao Peng exclaimed, "Heavens! Attacking that kind of weak point would cost me my life. Better give up." Run quickly. The nightmare flame bamboo segment quine channeled red energy into its front leg, then launched the leg towards Gao Peng's group. The sharp leg pierced Stripey's head. Gao Peng shouted worriedly, "Stripey!" Stripey weakly said, "Master, run quickly." It was pinned under one of the nightmare flame bamboo segment quine's legs and couldn't escape. Yao Peng roared, "We're not leaving today. We'll make minced meat out of it. Its abdomen has a small white dot. That's the weak point." Hearing this, Dumby immediately attacked. It channeled red energy into its arm, then punched hard at the opponent's head. Yao Peng assessed the situation. The Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quin's attack method mainly relies on its limbs, which can extend and retract, sharp as long spears capable of piercing through. But facing an opponent like Dumby, who is just a skeleton, is very awkward. Dumby's punch made the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quine immediately use its sharp legs to counterattack. Yao Peng sighed inwardly. Not good. Although it temporarily can't inflict fatal damage on Dumby, Dumby is also surrounded by the opponent's limbs and has no way to create distance for an effective attack. Suddenly, Dumby grabbed one of the opponent's legs. It was now using both hands to firmly grasp the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quin's two front legs. Yao Peng realized its purpose. Dumby wasn't trapped. It was afraid that after dodging, the opponent would attack us behind it. Yao Peng ordered, "Dumby, dodge. Don't try to endure it. We are at a safe distance now. It's being restrained. It's definitely not its match. Let's see if we can find the abdominal weak point first." Suddenly, Dorzy trembled and weakly spoke. "No." Yao Peng called out its name in surprise. Then he saw Dorzy angrily charge towards the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quine. Dorzy yelled, "Don't bully Dorzy, Eye's friend." Above the sun forest, a white bird was soaring over the woods. White Rose, a female officer, sat on the bird's back and said, "Before I reach that narrow path." On the ground, Dumby was holding one leg of the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quine. Dorzy took the chance to climb onto it. Yao Peng commanded, "Dorzy, follow its abdomen and climb up." Finally, Dorzy found the white dot on the opponent's belly. But before it could do anything, the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quine flicked its leg, sending Dorzy flying. Then, it quickly skewered Dorzy with its sharp leg. Yao Peng yelled, "Dorzy." Seeing its friend beaten so badly, Dumby roared, "Dorzy," and used its bare hands to break off one of the opponent's legs. It held the broken leg high and stabbed it directly into the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quin's head. Feeling the pain, the creature angrily used its remaining leg to stab Dumby, causing it to fall to the ground. Yao Peng looked at his three injured and weakened tamed beasts, while the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quine was still very strong. He worried inwardly, "This is bad. We can't hold on anymore." Although the Nightmare Flame Bamboo Segment Quine had one eye crushed and its face covered in blood, looking miserable, it wasn't actually too heavily injured. Its combat power remained at a very high level, while Stripey, Dorzy, and Dumby had all suffered varying degrees of injury. "What should I do?" Yao Peng said. "Dorzy, try using external lightning discharge. Attack that small white spot." So Dorzy tremblingly stood up. Streams of lightning appeared on its back. Dorzy shot the lightning stream straight at the weak point of the Dream Flame Bamboo Jade Quine. Its white spot had now turned black, but the monster still hadn't fallen. Yao Peng thought to himself, "Heavens, that was close, but it worked." Dumby attracted its attention. Dorzy prepared to do it again. In the sky, White Rose was reporting via radio, "I have arrived at the scene. Should I handle it directly or act according to the situation?" "Understood. Handle it." Her bird spread its wings wide. A stream of blinding light shot out. Yao Peng thought, "This is..." He looked at the bird. A layer of golden light covered its body. Its name was Light Faith Heavenly Bird, level 38. Yao Peng recognized it. Someone from the military. The bird approached the Dream Flame Bamboo Jade Quine, grabbed its opponent with its two talons, then carried the Dream Flame Bamboo Jade Quine away. Yao Peng watched and mumbled, "Just like that, it's gone." He slumped to the ground and said, "But it's good. If we continued fighting, casualties might have occurred, even wiping out the team." The surveillance personnel also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, White Rose was fast enough. "This kid is not bad either. If I'm not mistaken, both of his tamed beasts are leader level." At this age, having to leader level tamed beasts simultaneously is very rare. The team leader added, "But relying on these two leader level tamed beasts to defeat the Dream Flame Bamboo Jade Quine is still a bit difficult." Someone asked, "Team leader, why did you let White Rose handle that monster?" According to the initial regulations, we must wait for the signal light before we can intervene. The team leader replied, if we waited, people would have died. The higher-ups need to ensure the number of these student beast tamers. This was a mistake. It seems performing well in the arena doesn't mean they can perform well in actual forest combat. Still too inexperienced, in Sun Forest, Gao Peng checked the injuries of his tamed beasts. He thought with admiration, it's already starting to grow flesh. The vitality of tamed beasts is truly strong. He looked at Dorzi's gloomy face and added, don't say it, the meat is quite tender, like fish meat. Dorzi glanced at Stripey, who was looking soddily at its broken leg. Dorzi's eyes lit up, it said it wanted to eat. Stripey angrily retorted, I consider you my boss, yet you want to eat my leg. Dorzi coaxed, eat it and the flesh will grow back faster. Stripey frowned and didn't answer, then it painfully offered its leg and said, if you want to eat it, then eat. Gao Peng said, injured like this and still thinking about eating. Wanting to eat someone else's leg, I really don't know who you take after. Hearing this, the group of beasts glanced at Gao Peng in unison. He asked them, why are you looking at me? The group wandered around. There was an announcement, contestant Pan Feng eliminated. Gao Peng said, another contestant eliminated. Let's go, let's find something nutritious for Stripey so it can molt and grow a new leg. That night, the group sat grilling meat and eating by the campfire. Gao Peng mused, another batch eliminated today. It seems to get high scores, you just need to persevere longer. Gao Peng discussed with the beasts, actually, the point pillars in the outer ring of the forest aren't few. Now everyone is running to the center of the forest, no one is competing with us. So the remaining ones in the outer ring are enough. Your injuries also need rest, we should still be careful. For now, let's practice on the outer ring monsters. Let's go. Hearing this, Dorzi nodded vigorously. He looked at Stripey eating the monster they just found and said, this leader-level primal earth wind chant beast is dual wind earth attribute, rich in energy. After Stripey eats it and undergoes another molt, it might reach level 20. Unfortunately, the nurturing time is still a bit short. Although its defense is not bad among its peers, this time facing a leader-level tamed beast, it still couldn't fight back. Then he saw a change in Stripey's shell. He asked, molting already? Maybe it can successfully molt by tomorrow morning. He crawled into his sleeping bag and instructed the beasts, sleep, everyone is tired today. The beasts fell asleep soundly around him. The next morning, Stripey's old leg cracked open and a new leg immediately appeared. Gao Peng checked the status panel and saw it was very healthy. Level 20, he said, excellent. Stripey has fully recovered, even the leg has grown out. Now Stripey's level is 20, just one step away from leader level. Once it reaches leader level, I'll have 3 leader level tamed beasts. Moreover, it specializes in defense and control, definitely able to compensate for the team's shortcomings. He looked at the bushes ahead and ordered, let's go. We'll find a new point pillar, the 4 beasts cried out in unison. The group ambled along, Dorzi busy watching insects, Dumby responsible for destroying point pillars. Reaching a stream bank, Gao Peng saw a blue frog with white spots and thought, why does this frog look so familiar? The status panel appeared above the blue frog's head. Name, blue skin frog, level 8, quality, normal. He thought, the name is similar too, isn't it a relative of the green skin frog? Suddenly, the frog spat saliva towards Gao Peng, forcing him to lean aside to dodge. He thought, as expected, why doesn't the attribute panel show this strange hobby of theirs? Has this habit of spitting saliva evolved into an instinct for the blue skin frog? Suddenly, he saw a flycam flying above his head. An image of Gao Peng smiling at it was shown on the screen. The bulletin announcer said, does everyone remember the salted fish turning over expression of our protagonist? That contestant hasn't been eliminated yet. Let us check his current ranking. The scoreboard appeared. She exclaimed in surprise that salted fish beast tamer has reached 15th place. Duanwu looked at the board and commented, this rank is not low. Currently, there are 121 contestants left in Sun Forest. This 15th rank is equivalent to the total points of eliminated contestants. Qualification for the third round is the top 12. His total score is already close to 10 points. He's not without a chance. The announcer continued, then let's hope this contestant can, as Master Dwan was said, smoothly enter the top 12. Next, let's look at the contestants ranked ahead. Then the screen switched to other contestants and their tamed beasts, a large python, a bat, and a scorpion. The announcer said, we can see that second place is a manhwa. She gained another 40 points. It seems besides finding point pillars, most students also chose to beat up monsters to quickly gain points. A few days later, Gao Peng's wristband announced the competition has ended. Point calculation is now stopped. All contestants, please proceed to the designated safe zones for pickup. His group was exhausted. He said, it's over. We can rest now. These past few days, although we didn't find too many point pillars, thankfully Stripey successfully advanced to leader level, compensating the formation, allowing us to beat up quite a few leader level monsters. At the same time, we obtained quite a few rare materials and earned a fair amount of points. Gao Peng endured the cold and looked up at the high sky. He said, do your best and leave it to fate. I've given my all. Regardless of the result, I won't regret it. He didn't know that he was currently ranked 11th on the board. In Jiangnan City, in a certain hotel room, a scolding voice was heard. Dad told you to try hard to get into the top 12. If you can participate in this Youth Beast Tamer Alliance conference, it will be greatly beneficial for your future growth. The speaker was a middle-aged man named Yuanming. The person facing him replied, I tried my best too. The young man with glasses facing him tried to explain, Father, it's not that you didn't see my performance. Or maybe, Father, find some connections to get me in. Yuanming slammed the table, scolding, nonsense. How could I arrange for you to get into this kind of congress? Do you really think you're almighty? When will you ever be of some use to me? He said angrily, right now, countless eyes outside are watching me. If I make the slightest mistake, those people will pounce like greedy dogs to divide our power. Go away. Let me think. Try to be a bit more modest these days for me. Don't hang out with that worthless crowd anymore. If I find out again, I'll break your dog legs. Elsewhere, Gao Peng was eating street skewers. He looked around and said, the strongest Youth Beast Tamer Congress will be held in 3 months. The time's been extended. This time, the performance of the student beast tamers was poor, so the government gave us 3 months to grow. But the age limit is 20 years and 3 months. What's this? So careless. Is it to prevent someone turning over 20 due to the delay? Zhenshen waved and called him. Gao Peng. Been looking for you for ages. Want to grab a meal with me? Everyone's in Chang'an. Let's gather. Hearing this, Gao Peng hummed. Zhenshen put his arm around Gao Peng's shoulder and whispered, let's go eat. Look. Even Moi, who never smiles, agreed. Gao Peng replied, take your hand off first. Neither noticed Moi behind them, arms crossed, radiating killing intent. Zhenshen led everyone out, saying, let's go, I know an authentic seafood place nearby. Suddenly, a blonde man approached Gao Peng. Mr. Gao Peng, may I speak with you? But Gao Peng coolly ignored him and walked past. So, the man held out a gold card. Pin is 6 sixes. It has 1 million alliance credits. Regardless of the outcome, this compensates for your time. Gao Peng asked, is my time worth that much? The blonde man pointed, there's a coffee shop over there. Gao Peng smirked, not so fast, wait a moment. Dumby appeared behind him. The blonde man stammered, this, Gao Peng said, my beast is timid. It needs its head patted to sleep at night. It must have woken up and came looking for me. The man sweated, quite cautious, but good. It's always better to be careful out here. Inside the coffee shop, the blonde man said, actually, I came to make a deal with Mr. Gao Peng. Gao Peng asked, what deal? The blonde man offered a business card. Someone offers high compensation if you withdraw from the Alliance's strongest Youth Beast Tamer competition. This amount is definitely higher than the first place prize. To show sincerity, I'll share some inside info with Mr. Gao Peng. According to my sources, in the American region, a beast tamer contracted a Lord-tier beast. He's basically the contender most likely to win the championship right now. He's a young man with a 250 beast that looks like a dinosaur. Which means, realistically, even if you participate, you basically can't win first place. Mr. Gaopeng, think carefully. Gaopeng said, I'm a poor orphan, what value do I have for someone to offer such a sum? Seems your employer really dotes on their child. The blonde man tentatively said, so, shall we talk? But Gaopeng replied, sorry, compared to money, I hope for the chance to participate on a higher stage. The blonde man started getting angry. He said, Mr. Gaopeng, what do you mean by that? I still hope you'll reconsider carefully. Don't you like money? The blonde man said, well, that's a pity. Gaopeng put his cup down, waved, left, and tossed back, enjoy slowly, my treat. The blonde man called someone. The voice on the other end asked, what did he say? Watching Gaopeng leave, the blonde man replied, he refused, sir. Young, but stubborn, wouldn't be persuaded. He stepped out, thinking, I'm easygoing, but my boss isn't. This kid's too young, hasn't tasted life. After getting roughed up a few times, he'll learn how cruel the world is. Well, what's it got to do with me? I'm just a messenger. Suddenly, the blonde man startled, right? He looked at the empty space ahead. Where'd he go? Suddenly, chains clanged. To his left, a person in a wide-brimmed hat appeared, leading a giant dog beast. He said, what? When did they appear? He turned right. Another person was leading a green bird beast. He exclaimed, this side too, bad intentions. Didn't expect them to show their hands so fast. Who wants to mess with me? He gritted his teeth angrily. The two beast tamers stood before him. One said, Mr. John, don't resist. Your ice mountain green vulture is subdued. We mean no harm. Please cooperate. The blonde man thought, can't connect. My green vulture didn't even get to warn me. Looks like I'm the one getting roughed up today. The hatted person invited him back into the coffee shop. Someone wants to meet you, please. The blonde man thought, all right, I have to see who this mysterious figure is. He returned to the coffee shop. Inside, Mr. Hanwoo was already waiting. He said, Mr. John, correct. The girl beside him threw a card. It stuck in the wall next to the blonde man, making him jump. Mr. Hanwoo glanced contemptuously. Sorry to take your precious time. 5 million alliance credits in the card. Ping 6 5s. Compensation for wasting your time. I want to know what you just said to that innocent boy. The blonde man replied, sir, I only advised him to withdraw from the youth beast tamer competition. He thought, innocent boy, they came for Gaopeng, they're definitely connected. Didn't we investigate his background? How does he have ties to such rich people? Mr. Hanwoo stepped forward. How did the kid answer? The blonde man replied, he refused, sir. Said he didn't want to miss the chance to learn. He wondered, who on earth is this old man? Suddenly, he startled, realizing, could he be? Mr. Hanwoo asked, so, what else do you plan to do? I don't want lies. I'm sure your little sister wouldn't want to hear her brother lie either. It might spoil the child. Just then, a little girl was led out behind the blonde man. She called, brother, making him panic. The blonde man turned, my sister, why are you here? His sister replied, Grandpa said he'd bring me to see you. You're always busy and haven't come home. I haven't seen you in ages. The girl unhappily added, Grandpa wanted me to play a game. If you couldn't find me, he'd buy me 5 ice creams. Brother, I'll share my ice cream, but please don't be angry, okay? I just missed you so much. Mr. Hanwoo patted her head. Why would your brother be angry? Lovely princess, why don't you go out for some ice cream? I need to talk to your brother. The blonde guy also bent down and told his sister, that's right, why are you angry? I'm not angry. My dear, be good. Okay, the little girl replied, yes. After she was taken away, the blonde guy shouted, my sister is innocent. She doesn't know anything. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. I haven't done anything yet. I've only talked to Gaopeng. Mr. Hanwoo replied, that's why you can stand there and talk to me now. Sit down then, let's negotiate. How about working for me? The blonde guy asked, you're not going to kill me. Mr. Hanwoo replied, as long as they are human, everyone has value. Taking a life is easy, but doing so would be too wasteful. Continue. After the blonde guy finished telling his story, he said, "That's how it is, sir," Mr. Hanwoo replied. "The mayor of the Chang'an region, Yuanning, right? When I received news that someone was investigating young Gaopeng, I thought about it for a long time. I didn't expect it was because of this." The female assistant beside him asked, "Chairman, should we deal with it, Yuanning?" Mr. Hanwoo replied, "No need, let the kid handle him himself. Since this matter arose because of him, let him resolve it. Only then will he get a sense of accomplishment. However, young Gaopeng participating in this competition is wasting his time." "On this, I strongly agree," the blonde guy asked, "right?" The old man looked out the window, thinking to himself, "It's been almost 4 years since we last met, hasn't it?" At this moment, Gaopeng was also standing on a high floor of the hotel. He muttered, "Who exactly is behind today's events?" Then, Gaopeng rolled onto the bed and said, "Let's deal with it tomorrow. Anyway, since they were rejected like that, they'll definitely find another way. I'll just play it by ear." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gaopeng thought, "Why so fast?" He cautiously approached the door and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside replied, "Being young and liking to sleep in like this isn't good at all." As soon as the words finished, the person swiped a card with a beep and turned the doorknob. The door swung open. Gaopeng was surprised, thinking, "This voice." Then he saw Mr. Han was standing in front of him, smiling. "Kid, long time no see." Gaopeng threw himself into Hanwu's arms and cried out, "Grandpa." He patted his back and replied, "Haven't seen you in years. This kid looks much taller, right?" He sat down and praised, "I watched you compete. You did well, both smart and strong." Gaopeng scratched his head and replied, "Actually, because I wasn't capable enough. I could only circle around the edge of the forest to earn points." Mr. Hanwoo laughed and said, "Being able to protect yourself is already very good. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Back when I founded the Southern Sky Group, I also had to compromise on many things. But now I've returned. As long as I'm here, no one can bully you." Gaopeng asked, "So, about your group now, if you need it, I'm always ready to help. I have quite some experience with my beast taming abilities." Hanwoo replied, "Only small fries are left. They can't cause any trouble. Let's talk about important matters. Someone wants to snatch your qualification for the competition. It's Yuanming, the mayor of the Chang'an region. Although I know you've refused, he won't gently persuade you to give up your qualification. He just wanted to give you a polite warning." Gaopeng said, "The mayor, right? Then this is serious. So, what else does he plan to do?" Mr. Hanwoo replied, "Just ruin your reputation. Find some random girl, invite you to dinner, then arrange a scenario where the girl falsely accuses you of wanting to do indecent things to her. Then just blow the whole thing up. A kid with no background like you, how could you possibly fight back? No matter how you argue, it's useless. You can only swallow the grievance for the rest of your life. I want you to get revenge yourself. After all, I'll help you with all my might, but it's also good to give you motivation." Gaopeng replied, "Yes, thank you, Grandpa, I'll remember." The old man teased with a laugh, "Remember my teachings or remember the name of that bastard, right?" Gaopeng scratched his head and chuckled. Suddenly, the old man said, "All right, let's talk about something important." Mr. Hanwoo suddenly became serious. He requested, "I want you to withdraw from that junior tamer competition." Gaopeng smiled and replied, "Yes, I'll contact the organizers tomorrow." Mr. Hanwoo asked, "What?" "I'm asking you to give up a good opportunity that you didn't easily obtain, yet you don't object at all." Gaopeng smiled and replied, "Since Grandpa said so, you must have your reasons." "I'll listen to you first." Mr. Hanwoo stood up, leaning on his hand, then said, "You rascal." He looked out the window and recounted, "You also know it's been almost 3 years since the cataclysm occurred. Actually, people haven't changed much. The world is devastated, monsters run rampant, but humans remain the same. Age brings no advantage at all. Whether 30, 40, or 50 years old, we all have the same starting point." He looked at Gaopeng and said, "Kid, why must we fight for the title of strongest junior tamer? Isn't it better to just remove the word junior?" Gaopeng frowned and asked back, Strongest tamer. The old man replied, "That's right, strongest tamer. It's a different era now. This is now the era of the ambitious. Although the alliance is currently in control, that's only temporary. There will surely come a day when major conflicts arise." Gao Peng asked, "Grandpa, what you mean is," he said, "tell me, would a tamer with boundless power, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, be content staying put, living a normal life? Or would he seek to stand at the pinnacle to fully utilize the boundless power of his tamed beasts? Human ambition is always proportional to one's ability." Gao Peng thought to himself, "Suddenly, I don't dare imagine that day coming. What will the future be like?" Mr. Hanwoo patted his shoulder and advised, "Therefore, find ways to make yourself stronger. Participating in those kinds of competitions is just a waste of time." "Men must have ambition," Gao Peng said. "Grandpa, I have something to ask. When that day comes, will someone voluntarily step forward to guard the world's order? There will surely be many who don't want to live a life bound by law. Grandpa, will you be the protector of order? Or," the old man smiled warmly and replied, "Silly boy, of course, I'll protect you. I know asking you to withdraw from the competition is upsetting. How about this? 3 months after the competition starts, I'll recommend you participate as a referee." Gao Peng asked, "A referee?" As he spoke, he immediately thought of a row of judges sitting and scoring. Mr. Hanwoo continued, "However, I can recommend you, but whether you have the qualifications to participate depends on how hard you strive in these 3 months." Gao Peng thought with interest. Participating in competitions like these is indeed boring, but participating as a referee is different. Imagine the scene, previously a contestant, now suddenly becoming a referee of the competition. The contestants will surely be thrilled. At the Chang'an-Ki area airport lobby, a green airplane had just landed. Gao Peng pulled his suitcase home with his group of tamed beasts. He thought, finally back home, but if there are no relatives at home, is it still a home? Wait until everything is resolved. I must go to Yuzhou immediately. I'll just attend university in Yuzhou then. Since I have the system, it doesn't matter which school I go to. Although I can't help Grandpa much, it's still better to be near him." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was Fen Jizu calling. He was sitting behind his desk and said, "Kid, you're back. Are you free? I have a favor to ask you." Gao Peng replied, "Okay, it just so happens I needed to go to the association anyway." Feng Zhu replied, "I've already withdrawn from the Beast Rearing Association." Gao Peng asked, "Why did the president leave the association?" Feng Zhu thought of the unpleasant people in the association and replied, "Things have changed. It's no longer the Beast Taming Association I expected. It has now become a subordinate unit of the Alliance, the Beast Tamer Alliance. Let's not talk about this anymore." At this moment, he was sitting in his office with security personnel nearby. He continued, "I'm working for the army now. There's a very profitable deal. Do you want in? The profit isn't much, but I can give you some high-grade items." Gao Peng, pulling a suitcase behind him, replied, "President, just tell me. If I can help, I'll do my best." Feng Zhu replied, "Then I'll be straightforward. You probably know about the group of man-eating worms transferred from the Dolly Desert, right? Someone discovered that one among them is about to evolve to the big boss level. It's that bunch of worms with the sharp teeth." Gao Peng asked, "You want to capture the one about to evolve to the big boss level?" Feng Zhu reassured him, "Don't worry, we won't participate in the fight with the big boss. We'll just clean up the scene when it starts the evolution process. There will be many army vehicles accompanying us." Gao Peng chuckled. The Dolly Desert already has one ferocious big boss. Although the Dolly Desert area has expanded after the disaster, it definitely can't hold to big boss level entities. A huge battle is bound to happen then, so the Chang'an army wants to reap the fisherman's profit. Suddenly, he saw Stripey was on the verge of tears and called out, "I wasn't talking about you." Gao Peng asked, "Why look for me? Doesn't the army have many skilled people?" Feng Zhu coughed a few times and replied shyly, "I was the one who came up with this plan, but the army side doesn't value it much, so I had to find people myself. But rest assured, it's definitely not too dangerous. Besides, My side has several army tamers. Moreover, if the plan succeeds, the golden deity will handle it personally. Yao Ping teased, "It seems like you haven't been living too well after joining the army, right?" Feng Zhu laughed out loud. Yao Ping asked, "All right, when will that worm evolve?" Feng Zhu shouted into the phone, making Yao Ping hold it away. "So you agree? It should be within these 2 days, don't worry. Are you this time? If you need anything in the future, just find me." Yao Ping replied, "Of course, I have to join this fun, then I'll wait for your contact." Yao Ping continued pulling his suitcase home, followed by his tamed beasts. He calculated inwardly, "I can't possibly participate in such a high-level battle. Going there is just for show, but if I want to become skilled, I must observe the battles of skilled people. Only then can I broaden my horizons." Arriving at the villa, Yao Ping met Tang Tang waiting for him. He temporarily put aside thoughts of the strongest beast tamer and waved hello. Then he looked at the fat bird standing next to Tang Tang's leg and asked, "Wait, what's with this fat penguin, Flamey?" The next day, on the outskirts of Chang'an, at Mirror Lake, Yao Ping was there with his tamed beasts. He said, "It's not too far. This place isn't deep into the Black Chin Forest. It's even considered the outer ring." He walked towards Feng Zhu. Standing next to him was a large crocodile, Tang Tang's tamed beast. Feng Zhu pointed in a direction and said, "Ahead and further inside is the territory of the Black Chin Lord. The Black Chin Lord has always had a bad temper. It dares not provoke its name." Yao Ping looked at Tang Tang's crocodile. He thought to himself, "She has such a strong tamed beast." The status panel displayed, name, Phantom Skink, level 39, perfect quality, with hard skin LV trait, Phantom Assassin, capable of blending into the surroundings in terms of skin color and body temperature. Its skin can absorb sound waves, allowing extremely quiet movement, hard to detect. Yao Ping looked at the pale-colored crocodile and muttered, "This attribute is a bit scary. I understand why Grandpa sent her here now." Then he looked at a bearded man with a snake on his shoulder. Next to him was a wild boar. This person was the assistant Feng Zhu brought, named Li Qing. His tamed beasts were an iron-skinned porcupine LV, 24 and a poisonous green snake LV. There was also a short-haired person named Qin Yi, whose tamed beast was a brightly feathered firebird LV, completely different levels, he thought. Wait, Li Qing, Qin Yi, sounds familiar. Suddenly, Feng Zhu held out his hand and said, "We can't get any closer here. The monster about to break through is at its most vigilant state. We must not provoke it now." They stood on a cliff, below which countless worms wriggled. Seeing this, Yao Ping exclaimed, "Heavens, so many!" Feng Xiu continued, "Actually, we might not need to act in the end. These Shatuo man-eating worms will protect their leader, both hid behind a tree trunk." Yao Ping asked, "Speaking of which, is the Black Chin Lord's real name Black Chin Lord?" Feng Zhu replied, "No, currently it occupies the entire Black Chin Forest, hence it's called the Black Chin Lord. After all, not all Lord-level monsters have territories. For example, the Desert Tyrant, if it could occupy the Dolly Desert long enough, perhaps we could call it the Dolly Lord. It was a goat-like monster with sharp spines on its back, ruling the desert region." Feng Zhu instructed the group, "Everyone, be careful. The Shatuo man-eating worm is about to advance in rank. There will definitely be quite a few monsters taking the opportunity to launch sneak attacks." Yao Ping said, "President Feng Zhu, we have a visitor." It was a huge rooster running out from the forest. Yao Ping marveled, "Whoa, what a big rooster." Feng Zhu laughed, "The huge rooster eats worms. The Lord-level Shatuo man-eating worm about to level up is very attractive to it." As he finished speaking, the huge rooster immediately jumped down towards the Shatuo man-eating worms. Feng Zhu said, "Yao Ping, look there, the rainbow chicken relies on its racial pressure to easily avoid the blockade of the worms." The huge rooster nimbly stepped on the worms as it ran. After a moment, it stopped running and raised its head, looking around erratically. Yao Ping imitated its posture and said, "Where's the worm? Mummy, such a big worm." Seeing this, Tang Tang burst out laughing. Feng Zhu reminded him, "Be serious, worms can burrow. The Shatuo man-eating leader worm, during its advancement, is probably hiding underground." Of course, You can't find it, Gao Peng. Your talent is very good, but your experience is still lacking. You still need to strive to learn more, Gao Peng thought to himself. You are the elite of the beast-rearing world. If I don't pretend a little and you see through some flaw, I won't be able to explain it. Suddenly, the ground shook. A worm abruptly emerged from the ground right under the huge rooster's feet. It wrapped tightly around the huge rooster's legs. Several other worms also assisted it. Feng Zhu said, "Look, once those worms are prepared, that huge rooster can't fly even if it wants to." It was pulled down to the ground. A swarm of worms rushed forward to bite and tear at it. Gao Peng said, "This huge rooster's combat power is really bad." Feng Zhu added, "Don't rush, this is just the appetizer." Suddenly, Tang Tang raised her index finger to her lips and made a shushing sound. The ground moved again. Tang Tang looked towards the nearby forest and said, "A big one is coming." It was a giant spider. Name, Spider King, level 40.5, rock type, with abilities, enhanced spider silk and iron skin. Gao Peng said, "These stats are somewhat familiar." The spider's eyes glowed with red energy. It crushed the Shachuo man-eating worms underfoot. This spider was missing one eye. Gao Peng said, "This Spider King might be the terrifyingly brutal spider mother that Senelin wanted to crusade against before, right? I remember that crusade failed, many members lost their lives, but it also interrupted the Spider King's advancement." "It can only be considered a flawed lord level," Feng Zhu replied. "That's right. But the army always thought it would be killed by the Black Chin Lord. Unexpectedly, it's still alive. It was my lack of consideration. Try to stall for some time." Gao Peng asked, "Are you serious? Although it's a flawed lord, it has still stepped halfway through the door." He looked at Tang Tang, who was smiling with narrowed eyes, and said, "Just relying on us?" He thought, "Wait, it seems like it might not be impossible." Tang Tang spoke up, "We can take action, but this Spider King belongs to us." Hearing this, Feng Zhu snorted and said worriedly, "We just need to stall the Spider King for a bit. With just a few of us, we're not strong enough to take its life." But Tang Tang had already turned and left. She waved and left a sentence, "All right, let me and Gao Peng handle it. You guys stay alert and prevent other monsters from attacking first." Feng Zhu watched her retreating back and muttered, "Gao Peng's older sister even has a familiar with the extremely rare invisibility trait. In the military zone, anyone with this type of familiar is immediately cultivated as a core member." "This sister is not ordinary," Gao Peng said. "Sister, let Dumpy help you." Tang Tang replied, "Okay, then stand behind me and watch the surroundings." Feng Zhu also said, "Then we also." Tang Tang glanced at him coldly and replied, "Don't cause trouble." Feng Zhu cried out hurt, "Don't discriminate like that." Sister Tang Tang put down the cat in her arms and said, "Go, Softy." Instantly, the cat transformed into a large lynx, enveloped in strong blue light. Tang Tang ordered, "Go test that spider." Softy jumped onto the Spider King, simultaneously delivering several scratches. A layer of blue light covered Softy. Feng Zhu said, "The claws of this familiar are really sharp." Tang Tang replied, "Not yet." She looked at the shallow wounds on the Spider King and said, "The wounds caused by Softy are completely superficial. They haven't injured its internal organs at all." Suddenly, the phantom lizard's tongue wrapped around the Spider King's leg. The lizard yanked hard, causing the Spider King to fall to the ground. The irritated spider raised its sharp leg. It stabbed down towards Softy, but the cat dodged. Seeing this, the Spider King started shooting webs, but Softy managed to evade them all. Gao Peng frowned. He said, "We can't continue like this. Although the Spider King can't injure Softy, we can't attack the Spider King effectively either." Dumby used Blood Silk Heart. Dumby immediately touched his heart. The Spider King seemed to sense it. Glaring over at Dumby, a layer of red light surrounded its body. Gao Peng thought, it lost effect so quickly. Fighting across levels is still too difficult. Let's drag it out as long as possible. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Gao Peng wondered, an earthquake. Could it be? Just then, the Shachuo man flesh-eating worm emerged. It used its mouth full of sharp teeth to bite one of the Spider King's legs. Feng Zhu said, "Level up successful." Gao Peng thought, "This thing isn't like the Spider Mother. It's a Shachuo man flesh-eating worm. level 41, elite quality, earth type, weak to fire. Gao Peng looked at the large worm emitting a golden light and understood that this was a genuine Lord-level creature. The Shachuoman flesh-eating worm opened its mouth wide and charged towards the Spider King. Fan Xiu worriedly thought, "You don't need to go all out against that Spider King. The potential of this failed evolution Lord-level creature is almost zero. You should go find the desert tyrant and discuss things with it. That way, the military can reap the benefits." But he saw it plunge its head into the ground. Turns out, it was digging a hole and wanted to run. Seeing this, the Spider King frantically dug the earth after it. Gao Peng laughed. The angry Spider King destroyed the tunnel too. "Looks like we've completely lost track of that big Shachuoman flesh-eating worm," Fan Xiu added. "Correct. It seems our operation this time was successful." Suddenly, Li Qing said, "Old Fan, look, that spider's behavior is very strange." Everyone saw the spider pacing back and forth. Li Qing wondered. It started spinning in circles continuously just now. "Isn't it because its food ran away, making it mad?" Tang Tang said, "It expended a lot of energy fighting the spider mother earlier. Maybe it's hungry." The group watched it sticking its legs into the ground, listening to Tang Tang explain, "Look, it's deliberately compressing the space of the other worms, forcing them into one place." Then, the Spider King spun webs. The spider silk immediately entangled the worms. Next, the Spider King hooked the silk-wrapped worms up and slurped them down. Seeing this, Gao Peng said, "Why does it look like eating black bean noodles?" As he spoke, his stomach rumbled. The other three men in the group looked at him strangely. Gao Peng asked, "What are you looking at me for?" He said to Tang Tang, "The Spider King isn't seriously injured. It seems we still have no way to capture it." Tang Tang replied, "Don't be impatient. The good part is still coming." Suddenly, Softy cried out. A black shadow shot out from it. The black shadow slashed across the Spider King's leg, successfully severing it. The phantom lizard also sneaked out. It exhaled a stream of poisonous gas, then suddenly bit another leg of the Spider King and fled. The furious Spider King roared. It used its leg to fling Softy and the phantom lizard away. Gao Peng saw that the two familiars' injuries were somewhat serious. He exclaimed, "No, Sister Tang Tang, the Spider King's combat power is still too strong." "We should reconsider," Tang Tang said. "Don't worry. It won't escape this time." Suddenly, a bird appeared in the sky. Gao Peng muttered, "That is." The bird landed on the ground. It had greyish-brown feathers, a tuft of white feathers on its head, and a golden light surrounding its body. Gao Peng exclaimed, "Lord-level bright light. It's a Lord-level bird named Blood-Eyed Golden Rooster, level 42, common quality, defense type." Feng Xiu warned, "Everyone be careful. This Lord-level creature might have been led here by the flesh-eating worm. Now there's also the half-Lord level Spider King attracting its attention. As long as we don't actively provoke it, we should be safe." They saw the bird bowing its head before the Spider King. Fan Xiu asked, "Right, why isn't it attacking the Spider King? Instead, it's bowing its head. This doesn't fit avian behavior." Tang Tang replied, "It's mourning for these monsters." Hearing this, Fan Xiu went right. Gao Peng asked, "Wait, why is it mourning?" Tang Tang replied, "Because it watches too many movies." Li Qing asked, "Could it be that this Lord-level monster belongs to you?" Tang Tang narrowed her eyes, smiled, and replied, "When we girls go out, we need ways to protect ourselves, right?" Li Qing thought silently, what kind of self-protection is like this? Gao Peng thought, even if she said now that her grandfather's familiar is a dragon, I wouldn't be surprised. The bird walked closer to the Spider King, then shook its head. Tang Tang said with disgust, "This one still keeps this habit." Gao Peng asked, "What habit?" The other three men pricked up their ears, wanting to understand the habits of a rare Lord-level familiar. She said unhappily, "It thinks it's a street sweeper. It can only eat rotten meat. It's not allowed to kill, so it's adjusting its mentality." The three men were shocked hearing this, their mouths agape. They simultaneously thought, adjusting mentality, there's such a thing. Tang Tang said to the bird, "You can't eat this Spider King, injure it severely, then we'll take it back." The bird cried out, "Can't eat it." So it dipped down then soared high into the sky, leaving behind a stream of light and thick dust. Then it flew in circles and extended its leg with sharp claws. Seeing this, the Spider King trembled like a leaf. The bird attacked like a whirlwind, instantly dealing with the Spider King. After eliminating its opponent, it even stuck out its tongue to lick the spider blood off its face. Its eyes were full of ferocity. Feng Zhu said, "The half-lord level monster has been dealt with." "It seems that was too easy," Tang Tang ordered. "Cut off its legs." So the bird hardened its wings, making them sharp. It slashed several times to sever the Spider King's legs. She explained, "This way, it can't run anymore." Feng Zhu praised, "Little sister, your beast is really strong." Gao Peng said, "Chairman Feng Zhu, can we take this Spider King?" He replied, "Yes, all right." Qin Yi asked, "Have we completed the mission then?" Feng Zhu replied, "Probably." The sky gradually darkened. At Gao Peng's villa, floodlights brightly illuminated the yard where the Spider King lay. The system reported severe injuries, stating that moving would worsen them. He could also see the materials needed to upgrade it. He said, "Upgrading the quality only shows one option, meaning there's only one way to upgrade, or its potential is too damaged and the upgrade paths are lost. Moreover, I've never heard of these upgrade materials. It seems this mother spider is useless now." He looked at Tang Tang, who was feeding Flamey Fish, then asked, "Sis, do you need this Spider King?" Tang Tang replied disdainfully, "What do I need a spider for? It's ugly. If you don't like it, give it to your grandpa as an experiment subject." Hearing them talk, Stripey was about to cry. Tang Tang patted its head and soothed it. "I'm not talking about you. Our Stripey is the best." Gao Peng stood at the entrance and said, "Sis, it's late." "Stay for dinner," Tang Tang replied, "next time. I still need to find someone to deal with this Spider King." So Gao Peng opened the door and went inside. As soon as the door opened, Dulcie pounced, crying out, "Master!" He asked, "What's wrong?" Dulcie ran around his legs, wailing, "Want ribs?" Gao Peng replied, "There are no ribs left in the house. How can you eat? Do you want me to magically create a bone for you?" Hearing this, Dulcie immediately had an idea. It pointed at Dumby, who was sitting nearby watching TV, and gave an inhuman smile. Gao Peng also grinned slyly and replied, "Very interesting." He boiled a huge pot of soup until it was bubbling vigorously, then called Dumby, "Come on, come over here once you're clean." Dumby naively asked, "Is Master preparing food for me?" Dumby exclaimed happily, thinking, "Even though I'm just dry bones and can't eat anything, Master didn't forget me." Then it sat in the pot of soup for a moment. Its expression changed when it saw Gao Peng ladle some soup into a bowl and taste it. He even said, "It smells delicious. Besides, this bit of heat is nothing to Dumby, so it seems I won't need to buy ingredients for rib soup anymore." He ladled the soup into a small pot and brought it to Stripey, Dulcie, and Flaney. Gao Peng cheerfully said, "Come on, drink the rib soup." No one noticed Dumby, looking dejected, sodly sitting facing the wall. Gao Peng looked at the moonlight outside the window and thought, the map should be unlocked soon, right? Yuzhou, a large, modern city surrounded by mountains. A flight attendant informed Gao Peng, "Sir, we are about to arrive in Yuzhou." Gao Peng looked at the scenery outside the airplane window and replied, "We've arrived." At Yuzhou Airport, Gao Peng looked around and silently assessed, "So this is Yuzhou Airport. It doesn't feel much different from Chang'an City, just the sense of technology is stronger." Behind him, Tang Tang was talking on the phone. "Yes, I know, understood. You get to work," she said to Gao Peng. "Master has some business and can't come pick us up, but he has made arrangements at the company." "We can go straight there," Gao Peng asked. "What happened?" Tang Tang smiled and replied, "Just a small matter, no need to worry." At a large lake, the water surface churned violently, causing a nearby boat to rock. A large monster was showing its back spikes. Han was stood on the boat with his arms crossed and asked, "So this is the thing interfering with my reunion with my grandson?" Suddenly, the monster surged up from the water, opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, and lunged towards Hanwu. The assistant behind him shouted, "Chairman, it's dangerous here. Let's get away first," but Hanwu just coolly ordered, "White, make it quick. I still have to go meet my grandson." A white dragon suddenly appeared. It bit into the other monster's neck in one go. Blood splattered everywhere, thick fog enveloped everything. People could only vaguely see white silhouette along with purple lightning surrounding it. The spiky monster was dead, its blood spreading across the water surface. Mr. Han watched the logistics vessels approach the monster's corpse and ordered, "Tell the retrieval team to be careful. The body of a monster of this level is entirely a treasure. Logistics team, quickly follow up, the alloy is ready. Tell the blue monkey team to prepare to enter the water." The blue monkey team consisted of monkeys. They carried large hooks and jumped into the water. Then, they attached the hooks to the monster's corpse. After finishing, they surfaced and waved to signal, "Blue monkey team has completed the task, begin pulling." In the monitoring room, an image of the monster's corpse being towed ashore was displayed on the screen. Someone commented, "Again, we can only see this. Every time it's just mysterious fog, we can't see the actual battle inside." Old man Hanwoo, "Our master is too spoiled, did you say, a one-eyed officer?" At the Southern Sky Group, Tang Tang handed a business card to the security guard. He said, "This way, please, after entering the door, turn left. There's a rest area for large tamed beasts." Tang Tang replied, "Okay." Gao Peng looked at the monster with a large flower growing on its head standing guard at the door. Its name was White Demon Plant, level 34, he marveled. A leader-level plant-type beast guarding the door, truly rich, no humanity. Tang Tang said to Gao Peng, "Let's go. We'll go in first and wait. Just treat this place like your home, understand?" Gao Peng replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a woman in a red dress standing nearby snickered. Tang Tang frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" The woman replied, "Sorry, little brother up from the countryside." The man accompanying her said, "Why explain to them? We don't even know where these visitors came from. Let's go quickly, we still have to meet an important figure today." This man was Cao Xiong. After speaking, the two left. Gao Peng teased, "Sis, how come people don't recognize you? Looks like you still need to put in more effort." Tang Tang evasively replied, "Haven't I been in Chang'an for the past 2 years without coming back?" Suddenly, she waved her hand and called out, "Old Hon." The person she called was an uncle wearing glasses. He was Secretary Hon. He asked, "This is Gao Peng." Seeing this, Cao Xiong thought, Secretary Hon knows them. Secretary Hon said to Gao Peng, "You must be Gao Peng, right? It's good that you're here. Director G is back and waiting for you upstairs." "I'll take you there," Gao Peng replied. "Sorry to trouble you." Cao Xiong frowned, thinking, Director G of the Southern Sky Group, there's only one. As Gao Peng walked past the woman in the red dress, he gave a slight smirk, causing her to let out a right. She angrily scolded, "Little devil, you're so impolite," but was stopped by Cao Xiong. Gao Peng said to Secretary Hon and Tang Tang, "My biggest advantage is that I don't hold grudges, because I usually retaliate immediately when offended." Tang Tang said, "You really are something." Secretary Hon added, "Quite a personality. Not bad." The elevator in the building dinged. As Gao Peng walked out, he met Mr. Hanwoo. He said, "Gao Peng, you've arrived," he exclaimed, "Grandpa." Secretary Hon said, "Chairman, I'll go arrange Tang Tang's accommodation first then." Hanwoo replied, "Go on." Gao Peng asked, "Grandpa, is there something you wanted to tell me?" "HANW," replied, "Before you start school, come work temporarily at the Southern Sky Group." Gao Peng asked, surprised, "Now, isn't that a bit fast?" Mr. Hanwoo replied, "I'm old now. Perhaps something unexpected will happen one day. The Southern Sky Group will have to be handed over to you eventually, so you need to quickly learn how to manage it." Gao Peng exclaimed, "Grandpa." Mr. Hanwoo thought to himself, "Am I being too strict?" After all, the kid is only a high school student. He said, "All right then, go to the personnel department first." He instructed, "Even though you are my grandson, when you join the company, you must start from the beginning. Go to the personnel department for a couple of days first. After that, I'll find an opportunity to move you to the experiment department and set up a dedicated lab for you." "Do you need to hide your identity temporarily?" Gao Peng asked. "Hide my identity? Why?" Mr. Hanwoo replied, "Well, I heard young people nowadays like to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger." Gao Peng grimaced and said, "That's other people, I don't have such strange hobbies." The old man bundled against the cold, laughed heartily and praised, as expected of my grandson, none of those bad habits. Gao Peng thought, has Grandpa been reading too many novels? Secretary Hon knocked and reported, "Chairman G, it's all arranged." The old man grunted, then snapped, "Go on, Gao Peng, let Secretary Hon introduce you to a different kind of battlefield." Secretary Hon led the way, saying, "This is the HR department." Gao Peng suddenly flushed. Secretary Hon asked, "What's wrong?" Gao Peng smiled, "Nothing, just ran into an acquaintance." In front of him were Minister Cao and the woman in the red dress. Secretary Hon introduced Gao Peng. "This is Minister Cao from our marketing department." Minister Cao bowed 90 degrees, obediently greeting, "Young Master Gao Peng, I was presumptuous this morning." Gao Peng replied, "Minister Cao, you jest, what presumption? It was just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." He thought, I just arrived, and a minister runs over to bow and apologize, how imposing. Losing a bit of face, but also conveniently digging a pit for me, this Minister CA is truly a talent. Seeing Minister CAO's calm and healthy state, he smiled, "Well, you must have a lot to handle today. I won't disturb you further, we must have a meal together another day." Secretary Hon watched Minister CAO's retreating back and said, "You and Minister Cao." Gao Peng replied, "It really was just a small matter, Minister C. I overreacted." He frowned, adding, "But for him to bow to a kid like me in front of so many people without showing any emotion, is his emotional control really that good, or is his personality inherently terrifyingly calm?" Secretary Hon patted his shoulder, replying, "That's something you'll need to discover yourself. But with him acting like this, your work might be tiring later. Why don't you head to the Bai district area and take charge of recruitment there?" Gao Peng asked. Bai district, that is sat in a large truck carrying Gao Peng's beast companions. Secretary Hon replied, "Yes, Bai district. It's considered a slow-developing economic zone in Yuzhou City." Gao Peng looked at the scenery outside and asked, "How slow?" The scenery flashed by as Secretary Han's voice sounded. During the cataclysm, many lives were lost. Afterwards, the social structure changed drastically. Many areas couldn't adapt to the changed communal life. As for why it's called 100 Industries, he looked at the dilapidated streets and buildings outside, saying, "Because the job-seeking population here consists almost entirely of pre-cataclysm professions." Of course, some people were initially unwilling to accept the status quo back then, struggled, and eventually left Bai district. Those who remained are all, "We've arrived." The truck stopped in front of a building. Secretary Hon introduced, "This is the Southern Sky Group's branch in Bai district, also responsible for managing personnel in this area." Gao Peng looked up at the sign. Suddenly, he looked in one direction and asked, "What's that?" Beside the building was a scattered crowd of people standing and sitting. Secretary Hon replied, "That's the recruitment hall for Bai district. Inside are all the 100 Industries masters." Gao Peng asked, "100 Industries masters? What's that?" Secretary Hon replied, "Just kidding. Many people there lost relatives, or their homes collapsed, or they refused to sign blood contracts, thinking it's a devil's curse. Most are just living day by day." Saying this, he extended his hand to introduce the newcomers. "Come, meet your new colleagues. This is the new HR department head dispatched from headquarters. This is Director XUE of the branch." Department head Wang said, "Hello." Director Zhu followed up. "Hello, Director Gao Peng," he said. "Department head Wang, we're all colleagues from now on. Please address me by my title, like Director XUE does." Department head Wang replied, "No problem. Whatever you say." Secretary Hon waved, preparing to leave. He advised, "This place is indeed a bit chaotic, but it's also easy to manage, a very suitable place for training. Keep it up. Chairman G has other instructions. I'll be leaving first." "Call if you need anything," Gao Peng said to Department Head Wang. "Let's go. Show me around a bit." Department Head Wang led the way, replying, "Certainly, young Master Gao Peng, this way please." Hearing him call him that, Gao Peng was slightly irritated. They arrived at a training ground full of equipment. Department Head Wang introduced young Master Gao Peng. That was the branch warehouse just now. Then, this is our beast companion training ground. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and threatened Department Head Wang, from now on, call me Director Gao Peng, call me wrong once, and I'll deduct your salary once. Department Head Wang replied, understood, Director Gao Peng. He cursed inwardly, this old fox. He touched a sandbag rack and asked, does every branch have these? Department Head Wang, thinking of the company gym, replied, yes, every branch has them, just that no one uses them. Who uses this stuff? The security and guard department personnel have higher-end, more luxurious training grounds. Plus, they regularly go into the forest for practical field training. That's when they get to face the monsters in the woods. Gao Peng smiled. All right, Department Head Wang, go about your work. As for the recruitment in Bai District, Department Head Wang smiled and continued, Director Gao Peng, rest assured. All matters, big and small, will be reported to you periodically later. You just need to look at the recruitment results and specific personnel deployment. Normally, nothing will disturb you. Then I won't bother Director Gao Peng any further. Saying this, he bowed deeply to him. Gao Peng touched the sandbag. He thought, no one uses them. Then where did these wear marks come from? He waved, calling, Flamey, come here. Looking at the bird hopping on one leg, he thought, Flamey, truly a Lord-tier newborn monster. Levels up fast, already level 20. Once it breaks through to Commander tier, it can be considered part of my combat strength. Moreover, it can fill the gap of me not having a flying beast companion. He looked at the fat Flamey bird and asked, can you fly yet? He pointed to a row of rings ahead and ordered, then fly up it. Go through those rings. Let me see how much agility you still have. Flamey flapped its wings, then shot high up. Gao Peng praised, very good. Acceleration speed is considered top tier among bird-type beast companions. Just as he finished speaking, the bird flew off course, hit and broke a ring post. Then Flamey fell flat on the ground and rolled a few times. It tried to stand up, but its head was spinning. Gao Peng secretly mocked it. He patted its head and comforted. Let's do something simpler first. It's okay. Don't be discouraged. You can definitely do it. Flamey tried a few more times, but still hit the rings. Gao Peng continuously encouraged it. On the last try, Flamey flew through all the rings at super speed, a layer of red light surrounding its body. Gao Peng praised, good success. Flamey is amazing. Flamey squinted its eyes, smiling happily. The light around its body became clearer. Suddenly, it breathed out a mouthful of fire. Gao Peng asked in disbelief, right, so it broke through. What's this? Hard training plus outstanding talent. Flamey leveled up. An orange-red flame enveloped its body. It was now level 21. Gao Peng looked at the bird radiating light flying before him and sighed, unexpectedly. The phenomenon caused by Flamey's breakthrough is so significant. The system reported, name, Crimson Flame Poison Fire Crane, level 21, fire attribute, can ride fire to fly, fire resistance, can launch feathers towards enemies, causing explosions. He looked at the blazing fire around Flamey and said, the monster's abilities and characteristics are all awakened and unlocked. The first type, passive effect, is easy to understand. But the second type, active ability, is a bit unclear. It's not that the fire element within the feathers causes the explosion, but rather like the fire element in the fire type igniting the air, causing an explosion. The power should be quite good. Yes, exactly, its feather itself won't burn, but it will ignite the fire elements in the air. The only pity is that using this ability consumes feathers. If used frequently within a period, Flamey will become a fat, pot-bellied, bald bird. Gao Peng asked the nearby flying Flamey, do you know what model you advanced with? This model will be fixed. Flamey trembled upon hearing this. Seeing the bird's reaction, Gao Peng laughed, just teasing you. He turned to tell Dumby, who was lifting weights, let's go. Dumby immediately put the weight down and followed Gao Peng. Late at night, the training ground was deserted when suddenly a rattling sound came from a tile. The tile was pushed aside, and a boy with a mouse-like beast poked his head out, looking around. He was Junzong. Junzong held some training equipment, gave it to his beast, and said, "This time, we'll practice this." Suddenly, a large shadow covered the master and his pet, startling them both. The shadow asked, "How long have you been coming here?" Junzong looked at Gaopeng and Dumby in front of him and stammered, "Half a year now, sorry. I know this isn't right." But Gaopeng said, "Let it go this time, but don't enter from here anymore." Junzong replied dejectedly, "Sorry for secretly using this equipment, and also, thank you." He softly turned to leave. Gaopeng thought, "It seems not everyone who comes here just wants to get by. Some people, even in hell, still strive towards the light." Gaopeng said, "Stop, from now on, enter through the main gate. I'll have someone make an ID card for you." Hearing this, Junzong was overjoyed to the point of tears. Gaopeng waved his hand and instructed, "If anyone stops you, just say Gaopeng told you to come." Junzong bowed deeply and said, "Thank you." The next morning, Gaopeng was practicing the fat bird spitting fire ultimate move with Flamey in the courtyard. Section Chief Wong brought Junzong over and reported, "Director Gaopeng, the boy you mentioned has arrived. His ID card has been made." Gaopeng replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Gaopeng bent down and asked, "What's your name?" The boy replied, "Junzong." Gaopeng pointed in a direction and said, "There's a bathroom over there. Go wash your beast, then go train." Junzong obediently replied, "Okay." Gaopeng watched the master and his pet leave. He saw the beast's type was Nourishing Blood Mouse, level 4, elite quality, metal element. Section Chief Wang recounted, "This kid is quite lucky. To think he could pick up a monster in the sewers and even make it obey him. Lucky he has this mouse, otherwise, this young orphan wouldn't know how to survive." Gaopeng asked, "In the sewers?" Section Chief Wang thought of the dark sewer system filled with red-eyed monsters and replied, "Director Gaopeng might not know, but in the sewers of our Bai district, there are quite a few monsters, all surviving on the city's various wastes." Gaopeng asked, "Isn't that problem managed? Are they just left to breed freely in the sewers?" Section Chief Wang replied, "Those monsters used to come up to the surface initially. After the beast tamers dealt with them a few times, they now stay obediently underground." Gaopeng frowned, imagining swarms of mice crawling all over the ground. Section Chief Wang continued, "We don't know how other base cities handle it, but Yuzhou City absolutely doesn't need to worry. Director G has a beast underground that feeds on the sewer monsters." Gaopeng thought, "Interesting, humans control the city's light, while monsters occupy the city's darkness, surviving on the waste generated by humans. Completely different from the situation in Chang'an City." Junzong was wiping Nourishing Blood Mouse dry. He came up behind Gaopeng and recounted, "There are many monsters in the sewers. Many people in the city don't dare go down. Last time, I was really hungry, so I went down to find food and happened to find the injured this little blood rat. He is very agile and can avoid monsters, helping me find food." Gaopeng asked, "So you mean this little, he is raising you?" He looked at Section Chief Wang and asked further, "Recently, the workshop expanded, and the task of recruiting staff isn't easy to complete, is it?" Section Chief Wang hinted, "Director Gaopeng, you mean?" Gaopeng said to Junzong, "How about coming to our workshop? Although you're young, the basic salary will surely be a bit lower than others, but room and board are included. Also, after work, you can use the training ground for free." Hearing this, Junzong was astonished, his mouth agape. The boy happily shouted, "Thank you." Gaopeng sighed inwardly, "This soft heart of mine." At the dormitory building, Gaopeng's room light was still on. Gaopeng was startled to see Dozi happily flexing its muscles. He saw it was now level 25. He thought in panic, "Didn't I just ask Grandpa to look after it for a bit this morning? What kind of high-grade food did he feed Dozi?" He thought about his two beasts, Dozi and Stripey, and calculated, neither of these two has reached the peak potential of their current species, so this period of leveling up might be within a very high range. But jumping levels like this is too exaggerated, or should I let Grandpa look after them? He glanced at Silly flying above his head and thought dismissively, this one also reached level 20 when idle, but its quality is still just elite, so it can't break through to the leader level. I remember after it evolves into a wood spirit water mother, it also has wood element healing properties, let's find a white mouse to test. Half an hour later, Silly extended its tentacles, transmitting green light to heal the wound on the mouse lying on the table. Gao Peng said dismissively, "This effect is too poor. Such a small wound, if you healed it a bit slower, it could heal on its own. Yet you spent half a day's effort and could only heal a third of it for them." But Silly completely ignored him. It opened its storage space and happily took out a drink cup. Gao Peng collapsed seeing this scene. He said, "This is hopeless. What kind of friendly healing ability is this? The most important thing is this guy still looks so proud." He clenched his fists and tried to shout optimistically, "Not necessarily. Maybe the level just isn't high enough. I heard Grandpa has collected quite a few materials. After we go back, these beasts can be strengthened again once they level up. They'll be usable." Suddenly, he saw Dumby sitting by the window, gazing at the moon. Gao Peng asked, "What's wrong, Dumby?" Dumby looked at the moon high above and replied, "Want to go see? It misses its daughter." Gao Peng was startled hearing this. He said, "Daughter? Didn't realize you were a monkey who's already a father." He pointed in a direction and said enthusiastically, "Don't worry, tomorrow we'll go to Yu's house to check. Let's go." Hearing this, the beasts behind him reacted differently. At the Red Sand River Chuanchu, the river water was bright red. A boat was moving on the river. Gao Peng asked the sailor, "Uncle, aren't there monsters at the bottom of the river?" He thought, "These boats are too bold. A small boat, just over 10 meters long, dares to sail openly on the river." The old man squinted and smiled, replying, "Of course, there are. But don't worry, the bottom of our boats all have scales from the Red Carp King. As long as we don't actively attack those monsters, they won't attack us. The Red Carp King is very good. Just by offering a few monsters as sacrifices to it, we can get its scales. We often offer sacrifices to the Red Carp King on the riverbank. Its scales can protect us while drifting on the river without being attacked by monsters." Hearing this, Gao Peng thought, "Never heard of this before, but it's understandable. The safety of the common people below, aren't they protected by the alliance government? How could they fall to the point of sacrificing to monsters? It's truly shameful." He looked at the nearby forest and thought, to protect the safety of a base city, one needs at least a lord-level tamed beast or a monster. Yu Zhou and Chang'an both have skilled beastmasters guarding them, so there's no need to fear monsters from the surrounding forests invading, but these small cities don't. The sailor said, "The boss is here." Gao Peng asked, "Dumby, do you recognize this place?" Dumby looked around for a moment, then faced a small trail leading into the forest. A troop of crimson water apes lived in the forest. Suddenly, a hunting net shot out abruptly. A crimson water ape was caught in the net. It screamed as if telling the others in the troop to run quickly. Over by Gao Peng, Dumby was kneeling on one knee, examining traces on the ground. Gao Peng asked, "Are these the tracks they left?" Dumby replied, "But these are tracks from months ago." Gao Peng said, "It's okay, maybe they just moved." Suddenly, Dumby heard something. Gao Peng asked, "What's wrong?" Dumby didn't answer, but rushed quickly into the forest. Gao Peng, riding on Stripey's back, ordered, "Follow quickly." At a large waterfall, Dumby stood on a cliff, watching the troop of crimson water apes bathing in the stream below. Gao Peng looked at Dumby's violently beating heart and thought to himself, "This is the first time I've seen Dumby so agitated." He coaxed, "Go visit them, after all, they are your kin. Didn't you say you were the king of this group?" Dumby looked at its current body and said sadly, "Not going, not going." Gao Peng saw Dumby's extremely low spirits and guessed inwardly, "Does it feel like it's not a living creature anymore?" He patted its shoulder and encouraged, "It's okay, go visit them. We'll hide in the shadows and won't disturb you guys." Dumby hid behind a thicket to observe a female crimson water ape near it. It shed tears, thinking silently, "It's good that you're living happily, child. Dad was useless, captured when you were only 3 months old, unable to shelter you from the elements, but Dad has always loved you." Gao Peng thought to himself, "So skulls can cry too." He spoke up, "Aren't you going to take your daughter?" "Rest assured, I will give her the best life." Dumby shook its head and replied, "Living with me, she wouldn't be free. Here, she is free, Then it placed its hand on Gao Peng's shoulder and said, "But being with Master, I am very happy." Suddenly, a noise startled the Crimson Water Ape troop. Gao Peng exclaimed, "This is bad, it must be hunters." Dumby immediately became enraged. It switched to combat mode, its killing intent thick, sharp claws extended. 10 minutes earlier, in a clearing, a group of hunters was gathering. One asked, "Brother Eli, why are we wasting effort catching these Crimson Water Apes? They aren't valuable monsters." The man, holding a sniper rifle, replied, "Recently, Miss Zhou of the Zhou family's tamed beast likes eating Crimson Water Ape hearts, so they're offering a high price for them. The market price for this has tripled." Hearing this, the subordinates glanced at each other, smiled, and thought in unison, "Zhou family, triple the price." The man aimed at a Crimson Water Ape and assessed, "Smooth, glossy fur, one look tells you the heart is delicious. It can definitely sell for a good price." He licked his lips and said disdainfully, "A bunch of normal-level monsters. Moreover, this is the middle section of the Red Sand River Chuanchu. It's almost impossible to encounter powerful monsters here." The hunt begins. A bullet slammed into the ground, startling the Crimson Water Apes. The man said, "Missed. After this job, I need to buy better weapons." Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes behind him. The subordinate shouted, "Boss, there's something wrong." The man waved his hand, ordering the wolves, "Go check it out." The tamed wolf beast leapt into the bushes. The man ordered his subordinates, "You guys stop standing around too. Pack up and hide up in the trees first." The bushes rustled continuously. Something jumped out from there. It turned out to be the wolf from earlier. It lay on the ground, blood pouring from its mouth. The man, hiding in the tree, said, "The ironback wolf is dead." So fast, suddenly, Dumby emerged from the bushes. The man exclaimed, "Since when did Lijo have an undead system monster?" And its leader level, the nearby Crimson Water Apes saw Dumby approach and cried out in fear. But the female Crimson Water Ape sniffed Dumby a bit. It immediately recognized the familiar scent of its father on Dumby. Dumby picked it up and placed it on its shoulder, delighting the Crimson Water Ape. The henchman said, "We're done for. This undead system monster is with the Crimson Water Apes." The man calculated, "We don't have weapons that can damage undead system monsters. We're surrounded this time." Suddenly, he saw Gao Peng riding Stripey out of the forest. He said, "This is a Beastmaster. His tamed beast is also leader level." "No, Beastmasters won't be interested in wild undead system monsters. We're saved this time." So Brother Eli, sitting in the tree, shouted, "Big brother, save us." Gao Peng thought that saving this person was too awkward. He couldn't do it. Whether trash like him was worth saving or not, he still had to think carefully before deciding. At this moment, Dumby stroked its little monkey's head and reassured it not to be afraid because Dumby would protect it as a good father. Seeing this, Gao Peng volunteered, saying he would watch over its son. He immediately ordered Flamey and Dozy to protect Dumby's daughter. Back to the illegal hunters hiding in the tree, one henchman saw the scene before him and screamed in terror to Brother Lee about Gao Peng and Dumby being together. Brother Eli thought his teammate was a bit of an idiot, already hiding but still shouting so loudly. Now both of them were extremely panicked, seeing Dumby advancing towards them step by step. Without a word, Dumby uprooted the very tree they were hiding in, causing the two men to tumble to the ground. Unluckily for Brother Eli, the fall caused him to break a rib. He hurriedly looked for his two subordinates, Xio Wong and Xio Lee, only to be startled to see both of them caught by Dumby. Seeing the situation was bad, he quickly turned to flee. Of course, Gao Peng wouldn't let him escape so easily. He ordered Stripey to shoot Spider Silk. Thus, Brother Eli was neatly bundled up by the Spider Silk. Knowing he couldn't escape, he started begging him for mercy. His mother was 70, his father 72, his younger and older brothers died during a disaster. Now he was the only one left in the family. If the family didn't have him anymore, his parents and his 13-year-old child would starve to death. He also offered to hand over the Crimson Water Apes he had hunted. Furthermore, he used their shared species to ask him for mercy. Having said all this was still not enough, this guy even swore to be his ox and horse. then called him grandpa affectionately. After listening to him talk for such a long time, Gao Peng only wondered one thing: what hunting? He thought they were capturing the crimson water apes to bring back as tamed beasts. Brother Li tremblingly confessed that it was because the second miss of the Zhou family's tamed beast liked eating the hearts of these apes, so he and his subordinates went hunting them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be crazy enough to come to such a remote place to hunt monkeys like these. His words infuriated Gao Peng. He laughed loudly and asked back, "Which monkeys? Not valuable." They dared to kill crimson water apes arbitrarily just to curry favor with that second Miss Zhou of the Zhou family. It seemed he wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin, still daring to argue back with him, saying the Zhou family was a top-tier major power in Lizhou City. Now, Brother Li's to subordinates also spoke up, begging him to spare their lives. They blamed everything on Brother Li. One even tried to flatter him, saying these crimson water apes were very gentle and wouldn't actively attack people. The other one, seeing his friend say that, immediately chimed in, revealing that Brother Li had ordered them to kill all the crimson water apes so that other teams couldn't deliver, allowing them to raise the price. Hearing this, he just replied coolly, "So that's how it is." Then Gao Peng casually walked away, leaving everything for Dumby to handle, while he would wait for it by the riverbank. Seeing him leave, Brother Li shouted after him, even warning that if he dared defy the Zhou family, there would be no good outcome. He demanded Gao Peng release him, promising he would remember the favor and help him smooth things over with the Zhou family. Ignoring the man's screams, Dumby pointed to the flood apes hiding nearby and called them over. Then, it simply said one sentence: "Avenge your grudges, settle your scores." As if understanding its words, the flood apes began to go berserk. They advanced step by step towards the man, making his face pale with fear, his mouth stammering for them not to come closer. Later, on the boat waiting for Gao Peng's group, Dumby's son slept on its back. While Gao Peng was talking to Hanwu, he felt he hadn't done anything wrong, but why did he feel so sad? Hearing this, Hanwu simply asked if he regretted it. He replied that he didn't know either. So, Hanwu quickly asked him another question. If he could do it again, would he stop his tamed beast from taking revenge? He remained silent for a moment, then firmly replied, "No." This answer greatly satisfied Hanwu, but he also scolded him for being nosy. Furthermore, he taught him to persist in what he believed, to do what he wanted to do. Being tough on the outside meant he wouldn't suffer losses. He'd rather let others suffer than let Gao Peng suffer. As for the flood apes, he would send people to pick them up and relocate them to the Mount Youzhou area, because if the Zhou family still had demand, countless others would come to hunt them. Seeing there was nothing else to instruct him on, Hanwu coldly hung up and told him to go have fun. Only then did Gao Peng regain his interest and went to look at the red carp. A fisherman on the boat heard him call it wrong and corrected him, saying it was the king red carp, and reminded him that it understood human language, so he shouldn't call it incorrectly. Hearing this, Gao Peng chuckled and said he understood. A moment later, the staff member pointed ahead and explained that was the place for offering sacrifices to the king red carp. It would distribute fish scales to everyone based on the level and quality of the sacrificed monster. Suddenly, Gao Peng asked how the king red carp delivered the goods. This question baffled the staff member, who didn't understand what he meant by delivered. Just then, a whirlpool appeared in the crimson river below. From it emerged the red sand dragon blood koi. It was the lord of the red sand river, level 44, with perfect quality, wood type, possessing level 3 water control and level 2 hard scales. Upon reading its data panel, Gao Peng hadn't expected it to be a lord level with perfect quality. By now, everyone on the boat, after seeing the king red carp, hurriedly took out their offerings. They dropped the offerings onto the water surface. Immediately, the king red carp sucked the tributes towards itself. It swallowed all the offerings in one gulp, then spat out something round. A staff member on the boat immediately recognized it as a 7-colored water bubble, indicating the king red carp was very pleased with their offerings. As soon as the water bubble landed on the boat, it instantly shattered into many different fish scales. Immediately, the staff on the boat instructed everyone to take the scales according to the order of offering, otherwise, they would anger the king Redcarp. Suddenly, Gao Peng spoke up again, expressing admiration as this was the first time he had seen a lord use its abilities. Furthermore, he praised its water control ability, likening it to demons in mythology. He hoped he could observe it closely at a nearer distance. Suddenly, he wondered what HANWU's lord-level tamed beast was. If wild lords couldn't be approached for observation, maybe he should just go home and admire his own. At the fortress insect city in southern Africa, Lusaka something black suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. Instantly, alarms blared. The city's residents immediately stirred, wondering what had happened and where. A resident reported a high-energy space reaction nearby. The fortune void insect became very agitated. It was highly likely that a space rift had appeared. Therefore, they needed the red gold eagle cannon to bring a fortune void insect to the target location for investigation. Immediately, a tamed beast rider on an eagle went to check the rift. He noticed something strange. Just then, something stepped out from within the rift. This beast rider didn't seem to notice it. He was only focused on ordering his eagle to fly a bit higher. Even so, he still had an ominous feeling in his heart. But by the time he realized the danger, it was too late. A force shot up from the ground, tearing him and his tamed beast apart. And the monster that committed this cruel act was none other than a centaur. It began to move around the city. At the same time, in a suburban villa in Yuzhou City, Hanwu's home, the TV broadcasted news about a high-energy reaction appearing in Lusaka. A new space rift had appeared there. Lusaka warmly welcomed beast tamers from all over the world to this electromechanical city. After receiving this news, Gao Peng immediately suggested to Hanwu that they should be cautious about the appearance of the space rift. Furthermore, he felt like it was some kind of good fortune. HANWU casually read the newspaper while saying that place was dangerous, but where wasn't dangerous? Only 3 permanent space rifts had ever been discovered. Temporary space rifts only appeared during the early period of the cataclysm. In the last 2 years, there had been almost no new traces. From this, he deduced that many people who felt strong would hear about the appearance of the rift and see it as an opportunity. A space rift represents entirely new tamed beasts, moreover, monsters from another world. That's why he said that foreign goods are always very welcome. He advised Gao Peng to understand this principle. Suddenly, he remembered the card for the Villa's laboratory and took it out to give to him. Some of the materials he had asked him to find earlier had been located. See if they are useful. But according to him, if Gao Peng wanted to train a tamed beast, it would be better to find a high-level beast trainer within the group for advice rather than fumbling around on his own. Faced with Hanwu's concern, Gao Peng could only awkwardly thank him, perhaps because Hanwu didn't know about his system, which was more reliable than any high-level beast trainer. Seeing that the necessary things had been said, Hanwu stood up and told him since he had just returned, he should freshen up and stay here to play for a few days. Just then, Gao Peng proposed wanting to see his tamed beast. Of course, Hanwu didn't refuse him, just told him to go find White in the house himself to play with. Later, by the lake in the backyard, Gao Peng stood at the railing there, wondering when Hanwu said the word White, he guessed it was the name of the tamed beast. But he had searched the whole house and couldn't find it anywhere. However, he decided to ignore this matter. In this hot summer, he felt he should just soak comfortably in the lake. So, he and Silly relaxed, soaking in the lake. He even sighed with comfort. While relaxing his whole body, suddenly his head was pulled upside down, leaving him stunned, wondering why all of a sudden. Before he could finish wondering, he was unexpectedly flung high into the air. Others fly up and fall down, but he was tossed back and forth like a toy, making him quickly cry out for Flamey's help. But how would it dare do anything? It was trembling all over from the pressure of the tamed beast in the lake. But because of its master, it had to take flight to save him. As it flew, it encouraged itself not to look down. Just then, Hanwu appeared, reminding White of Gao Peng's identity as its little master, telling it not to play too rough with him. While Gao Peng was being lifted high by the whirlpool, HANWU's words made him exclaim in surprise. Flamey had now flown close to him. It loudly called out Master. Gao Peng quickly responded and grabbed its talon. Its mission to rescue the master was successful as it brought him safely ashore. He didn't know what he saw behind him that made him cry out in alarm, "Oh my God!" It turned out that the white hand we mentioned was actually a dragon. Instantly, the system displayed its information panel. Its name was White Flood Dragon, Level 50 Lord, Perfect Quality, Cloud and Water type. Its current state was healthy, with a hint of coquettishness. It possessed level for water manipulation and cloud manipulation, and level 3 hard scales. Its characteristic was rain summoning and cloud arrangement. The first effect, in a cloudy environment, its speed and agility increase rapidly. The second effect, in an environment with water, its scales become harder and its strength increases. These two effects can stack. It had 3 epic upgrade requirements: Pureblood Evolution, Disaster Evolution, and Water System Evolution. This information panel made Gao Peng exclaim in admiration, "Truly the bloodline of a dragon." Regardless of level or ability, White absolutely overwhelmed the red sand dragon blood. As he approached White, he thought, both of its monster traits are passive effects. One increases speed and agility, the other increases scale hardness and strength. Therefore, he could imagine its abilities must be terrifying. At this moment, his face suddenly showed a bit of audacity. He excitedly mumbled that it was the highest level tamed beast he had ever met. But perhaps because they were on the same side, it had hidden its aura. Therefore, he didn't feel suppressed at all, so he boldly had the idea of petting it. But before he could do anything, White's gaze froze him in place. Frightened like that, Gao Peng could only pretend to stretch his arms, saying he was a bit tired, but inwardly teased it for being stingy, not letting him touch. Since things were like this, he turned around wanting to go inside the house, completely unaware of White's claw. It suddenly raised its paw, placed it on him, then lifted its chin arrogantly. Its expression, asking "What can you do to me?" left him helpless. Perhaps realizing it looked down on him, he felt hurt and decided to return to upgrade Silly's quality. Dorsey and Stripey dropped a rank after leveling up, so he needed to upgrade them back to perfect quality. A while later, Gao Peng and Silly were in his simple home lab. While mixing the potion, he muttered that the last test tube was light green, turning Silly jade green, but this time it was red, so he didn't know if Silly would change color. After the potion was ready, Silly excitedly took a deep sniff and quickly plunged its head into the flask. Gao Peng just stood there watching it drink. He suddenly felt the potion's smell was very pleasant this time, even a bit like some kind of fruit. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered it was light green apples. Just as he finished speaking, Silly jumped out of the flask, its whole body bright green and even glowing like a traffic light, leaving him speechless. The system quickly displayed Silly's information panel, level 20, perfect quality, space and wood attributes. Weaknesses: fierce lightning, ice, and fish. Gao Peng wasn't paying much attention to the panel at this moment. He only focused on the bright green light emanating from it. He tried to reassure himself that at least in poor lighting conditions, the glow wouldn't be noticeable. Easier said than done, because when Silly sat on his head, his entire head emitted a bright green light, leaving him helpless again. The other familiars peeked inside and giggled upon seeing this scene. Early in the morning, when Gao Peng arrived at the training ground, he already saw Junzong. He greeted him, while Gao Peng remarked how early Junzong was. Watching him train diligently with little Bloodwing made Gao Peng feel a bit moved. At almost every training session, he saw Junzong was the first to arrive and the last to leave. Such hard work really made recruiting him into the group worthwhile. Watching him train was enough, so Gao Peng turned to train Flamey. The training routine was the same as before, throwing 2 discs at once. Having said that, he threw the discs high up. Flamey immediately spat fire, incinerating both discs. Seeing this, he could feel its power was considerably stronger than the previous week. 2 discs were now very easy for it. From this, he deduced the training was very effective. However, during this summer, hot enough to make dogs pant, training a fire-type familiar was truly torment. While Gao Peng was resting, someone suddenly called him. Section Chief Wong smilingly reported to him that the personnel recruitment had started. Following his instructions, they had specifically opened a few positions this time for orphans or children from single-parent families. Everything was prepared, so whenever he was free, he could come and supervise the work. However, he declined, stating that although nominally they had a superior-subordinate relationship, he would mostly focus his time on training familiars in the future. Therefore, Mr. Wong could decide on this matter himself. Hearing this, he didn't refuse but also took the chance to flatter him, praising him as a kind person. Previously, employing children was illegal, but now allowing these children to do simple jobs to earn a living was truly a benevolent act. Towards this exaggerated praise, he simply told him to tone down the display of kindness in front of the children and also instructed him to keep an eye out for any good prospects. If any were found, keep an eye on them for him. Abilities could be assessed later. Character was the most important thing. Hearing his instructions, Mr. Wang chuckled and agreed. Just at that moment, Gao Peng noticed a whole crowd gathered in one place, making him wonder what was happening. Section Chief Wong explained that he heard there were monsters in the factory, many workers went missing, and their family members had come to the factory causing a disturbance. Therefore, he guessed Director Xue was currently negotiating with Chief Inspector John from security regarding the rescue. After observing for a moment, Gao Peng thought this negotiation didn't seem to be going smoothly. So he approached the crowd and spoke up, asking Chief Inspector John about the situation and also wanting to know if they had found the monsters yet. As soon as she saw him, Director Xue called out, "Director Gao." She explained the situation clearly. The workers had been found and taken to the hospital. All had minor injuries, but their lives were saved. However, the monsters were not seen. Just then, Chief Inspector John also spoke up. He stated that those monsters were very cunning. They had all run down into the sewers. Outwardly, he respectfully reported this, but inwardly he was annoyed, wondering who had told Gao Peng about this matter. Moreover, he disdained him as a young master type who knew nothing, and his eagerness for credit was the most troublesome. Of course, Gao Peng had no idea what he was thinking. Currently, he was just wondering how the monsters got in through the sewers. Could the factory's underground defense system have been destroyed? If that was the case, he felt it absolutely had to be dealt with quickly. If more monsters entered through the sewers, it would be troublesome. Hearing him say that, Section Chief Wong informed him that there was no defense equipment beneath the factory, only an alloy gate for waste discharge. Learning this made him angry, and he questioned Chief Inspector John about why there were no defenses, asking what exactly was going on. Confronted by him, John just hesitated and explained that it was because they initially assumed the water pressure was so strong that no monster could approach. Furthermore, wasn't there still the alloy gate? Naturally, these words of his provoked his anger. So he immediately raised his voice, reprimanding them, asking if they thought this was the time to discuss this with him. He himself only knew that the working environment should fundamentally be safe. If someone was seriously injured, the factory's progress would also be affected. This was the result of negligence. After the reprimand, he told Jing to lead him to the scene for inspection, while Director Xue was to stay and handle matters concerning the injured workers. She, of course, happily complied with Gao Peng's command, while Chief Inspector Zhong showed obvious displeasure. He thought inwardly, talk is cheap, anyone can say that. Later, in the factory yard, he pointed to a crack in the middle of the yard and told Gao Peng, this is the exact spot where the monsters disappeared. Gao Peng observed the crack and reasoned that there were certainly no Lord-level monsters in the sewers. Moreover, he recalled that his maternal grandfather had a familiar living in the sewers. Although the threatening monsters had all been dealt with, he still had to check again to be sure. Therefore, he told Chief Inspector Zhong that he would go down to take a look. Seeing him intending to go himself, Zhong hastily tried to stop him, arguing that his team should handle this. However, Gao Peng countered that sending his four-winged locust down served no purpose. The environment was narrow and damp, not its playground, and unsuitable for it to fight. Hearing him say this, John didn't know what to say because it was too correct. Thus, he could only resentfully think to himself. He thought, Did Gao Peng assume he didn't know his familiar was unsuitable for going down there? If it weren't for that, he would have gone down there long ago. He scorned Gao Peng as a dandy type who loved playing the hero. In the end, wouldn't someone like him have to clean up the remaining mess? After cursing inwardly, Chief Inspector Zhang still stubbornly insisted that he believed in his familiar's strength, claiming it could definitely adapt to all kinds of environments. These words left his own familiar looking bewildered and confused. However, Gao Peng still disagreed. Although he trusted Jing's capabilities, no familiar was omnipotent. A spacious environment was where the four-winged green locust was suited to fight. Furthermore, with such a major incident occurring at the factory right now, Zhang was needed to preside over and stabilize the situation. This statement made Chief Inspector Zhang feel strange, as he hadn't expected Gao Peng to make excuses for him. He thought Gao Peng wasn't like other young masters. Knowing he couldn't stop him, he just warned him to be absolutely careful. That monster, although not high level, was very agile and could also climb walls, so he needed to be careful overhead. Furthermore, he directed him to descend from here and head west to see the alloy gate. Gao Peng casually replied, "Got it," and called Stripey, Dozy, and Flamey to come along. A moment later, Gao Peng descended with the three familiars. Watching them frolicking about, he sighed helplessly, wondering if they thought he was taking them out for fun. But on second thought, it seemed like there wasn't really anything to be tense about. While strolling leisurely like this, Dozy suddenly tensed up, startling him. "Is there something above?" he asked. He looked up and was horrified to see a huge cockroach diving down unexpectedly. That cockroach charged to attack him without any fear. He immediately yelled for Stripey. Instantly, Stripey shot out spider silk, entangling the cockroach. Dozy quickly coordinated, unleashing electricity that blasted the cockroach apart. A complex pine scent emanated from it, making Stripey blush with delight. It hurriedly asked Gao Peng for permission to eat it. He naturally didn't stop it. With his permission, it skipped happily towards the cooked cockroach, but before it could eat, its meal spread its wings and flew off. Dejectedly, it watched its food fly away. However, in Flamey's eyes, that flying cockroach resembled a large flying disc. Instantly, it spat fire, incinerating the cockroach. The cockroach, now turned to ash, fell at its feet. This action was even applauded and praised by Gao Peng and Dozy. A while later, Gao Peng reached the control panel. While entering the password, he wondered to himself, normally the alloy gate is always closed. Perhaps it only opens during waste discharge. So, could those two monsters have gone upstream during the discharge? Watching the gate gradually open, he was rather puzzled how that cockroach could withstand the strong current and surge upwards. Also didn't know what made that cockroach so persistent. As soon as the gate opened, countless crimson eyes appeared inside. This scene startled him, making him curse silently. Stripey aimed his flashlight inside. A whole swarm of crowded cockroaches made his hair stand on end. Suddenly, he heard something inside. Unexpectedly, a swarm of cockroaches rushed to attack him. Without panicking, he ordered Stripey to lead, Dozy to cover the rear, and Flamey to breathe fire. Following his command, Flamey breathed fire, roasting a whole swarm of cockroaches. Just then, he noticed something. It turned out he discovered a fat one among the cockroaches commanding the others. He guessed it might be the leader of this swarm. The noise earlier must have been its attack order. Immediately, he ordered Stripey to attack the leader. It quickly obeyed. Stripey instantly rushed towards the leader, simultaneously killing a few others along the way. Seeing it approach, the cockroach leader hastily ordered its minions to attack. However, those small fries couldn't stop Stripey. It lunged forward and bit off the leader's head. Seeing their leader killed, the remaining ones quickly turned and fled. Gao Peng saw this and sighed, finally retreated. It seems the incident at the construction site was caused by these oversized insects. With such a large number, just slightly opening the door would let one or two slip in. After saying that, he turned to check on Stripey and saw it suddenly rolling around on the ground, making him worriedly ask what was wrong. While twitching on the ground, it loudly said something was moving in its mouth. As soon as it opened its mouth for him to check, a notification panel appeared. The tiny monster in its mouth was called the Dark Rabbit, a level 19 parasitic child, perfect quality, dark attribute. Its preference is metal, weakness is light, characteristic is sucking the host's blood, however, its fat can greatly help the host. After reading the panel, he knew the wriggling thing in its mouth was a parasite child body, a parasite child. Moreover, its quality and enhancement were quite good. Seeing Stripey in pain, Gaopeng had to ask Flamey for help. But before letting it help Stripey, he patted its head, saying it had worked hard. Being so young and having endured so much, his sudden words confused it, but later, when it had to endure helping Stripey remove the worms from its mouth, it understood why he had comforted it like that. Meanwhile, he stood behind, encouraging it and guiding it to catch the worms. After all the parasites were removed, suddenly they opened their eyes and revived. They saw Gaopeng scolding Stripey for not rinsing its mouth properly usually, which made Flamey vomit after helping it. Taking advantage of his distraction, the dark rabbits quickly ran away. But they didn't know he intentionally let them escape so he could have Dulcie use its sense of smell to track them to their nest. Because by following the parasite child, one can find the parasite mother. While chatting happily, the sewer suddenly shook, making him wonder nervously what was happening. Dulcie immediately said there was someone very big behind them. Flamy also noted that this big guy seemed to have no malicious intent. Hearing this, Gaopeng turned around to see what creature bore them no ill will. From a corner in the sewer, a large worm peeked its head out. It was a level 39 monster, then it suddenly hid somewhere. Seeing it leave, Gaopeng breathed a sigh of relief because it was level 39. If they really fought, they would definitely not be its match. However, he was a bit puzzled. Why was there such a powerful monster in the underground waterway? Wasn't it said that his grandfather's tamed beasts had already cleared it? Suddenly, he remembered, could that worm be his grandfather's tamed beast? If so, his grandfather would probably know about the things he did in the sewer and laugh his head off. Perhaps feeling overly embarrassed, he decided to retaliate. He quickly called Dulcie and asked if it remembered the smell of those black things from earlier. He needed to find them to mend his damaged soul. Back to the dark rabbits crawling on the ground. Just when they thought they had escaped Gaopeng, he suddenly appeared, shining his flashlight on them, startling them. Fearing capture, they quickly ran away, but he calmly told Flamey to stop them. Following his command, Flamey breathed fire, blocking the dark rabbit's escape route. Dulcie immediately rushed towards them. Suddenly, from the sewer water, a little blood tick jumped out. Seeing it about to bite, Dulcie quickly used its two claws to block. However, its bite force sent Dulcie flying into the wall, while its own teeth chipped. Gaopeng then ordered Dulcie to use electricity. Following his command, it immediately discharged electricity. Suddenly, a parasite fell from the little blood tick's body. Seeing Dulcie was too scary, it turned and ran away. The parasite remained, taking the hit. Dulcie itself was a bit confused why the little blood tick suddenly ran away. But Gaopeng understood that most of these types of parasites have a symbiotic relationship. The dark rabbit child cannot forcibly command its host monster, but he found that acceptable. He only needed the dark rabbit's ability, not its consciousness. Looking at the helpless dark rabbit on the ground, he gave a sinister smile and said resistance was futile. Chief Wong asked Gaopeng about the situation. He reported it was resolved and requested someone repair the cracked section later. He handed the dark rabbit child to Dumby and told it to hold on tight. He told Dulcie to go rest too. Dumby looked at the dark rabbit in its hand, which was constantly struggling to escape. Suddenly, a dark rabbit flew onto Dumby's face. Then, habitually, it tried to burrow into the fur on Dumby's face. Gaopeng looked at this dark rabbit, finding it a bit foolish. Trying to find flesh on bones, Dumby immediately slapped the dark rabbit flat. Gaopeng frowned and asked Dumby what it was doing. Dumby replied, moving around randomly, annoying, don't like. The dark rabbits it slapped were knocked unconscious on the spot. He thought, forget it, haste won't tame them. Gaopeng ordered Chief Wong to find a bulletproof glass box and put it inside. While talking, Hanwu called. Gaopeng answered and asked what was up. Hanwu said he could return now. He wondered, return. I just got here not long ago and haven't done anything yet. Hanwoo announced that his personal laboratory was finished and he should return to inspect it first. Gao Peng was overjoyed. The lab is ready, great, departing immediately. Behind the Via's lake, in a cave, Hanwoo's place. Gao Peng exclaimed, "This is too awesome." Hanwoo smugly said, "This is nothing, quick, go touch that light beam." He stepped forward and touched the light beam in front. As soon as Gao Peng touched it, the adjacent door opened. He gaped in amazement. This is too high-tech. Looking at the modern and luxurious layout of the laboratory, Gao Peng couldn't help but be impressed. Hanwoo asked, "Well, are you satisfied with this lab?" "If not, we'll rebuild it," Gao Peng excitedly said, satisfied. Hanwoo introduced two people to him. These are the only two high-level beast tamers in the company, Deng Yumiao and Xu Hemming. Yumiao greeted him and introduced herself. Hemming reported that this experiment was already half done. HANW generously said, "Increase the experiment budget by 20%. Hemming smiled brightly, Director Jie. Hanwoo introduced Gao Peng as his grandson, an intermediate-level beast tamer. YMIO praised, "So young and already intermediate, truly talented." Hearing his grandson praised made Hanwoo extremely proud. He laughed heartily and humbly said, "Not at all, his talent is just average." "Everyone, don't praise him anymore, otherwise the kid will get arrogant." Then he turned to instruct Gao Peng, "These two gentlemen are here to help you complete the experiments. If there's anything you want to do, please consult them." Gao Peng expressed that first, he wanted to make several evolution potions. He stated that he had previously found several substances that inhibit beast evolution, which could be directly used as medicine. If they could be formulated into pharmaceuticals based on this, they could surely sell much more and also increase the reputation of the Southern Sky Group. The three men listened to Gao Peng's long explanation and were momentarily stunned, unsure what to say. Hanwoo burst out laughing, "Really? My grandson is so capable. Truly a great genius, I'm so happy." Saying that, he laughed again quite exaggeratedly. Gao Peng thought with exasperation, "Grandpa really can't act. His acting skills are worse than Sister Tang's." He looked at Deng Yumiao and Xu Hemming, who had been silent until now. Gao Peng guessed these two were probably laughing at him internally for talking nonsense. After all, even high-level beast tamers like them couldn't necessarily devise drugs to stabilize beast evolution. Gao Peng silently resolved, "Looks like I'll have to let the experimental results do the talking." He walked over and operated a machine. Then, a red liquid flowed down into a test tube. Gao Peng held the test tube with the red liquid and presented it to everyone. "This is a new potion I personally formulated," Gao Peng explained. "I call it Blood Essence Butcher. The main ingredients include blood red fruit, golden thread fungus, and the internal organs of a black demon spider." He pressed a control button. The experimental subject is a common fierce monster, the black ape. An image of a black ape sitting and peeling Stripiono appeared on the screen. Hemming commented, "Ape, isn't the potion for its two evolution paths already very mature? YMIO sighed, "The ingredients you just provided are easier to succeed with than the main formula. If this medicine can evolve the black ape, then this is a successful improved product." Gao Peng smiled, thinking, "An improvement. The first experiment will naturally leave a deep impression on you." He continued the experiment. "Because it's a bit intense, a large amount of anesthetic is needed." The next second, a large amount of anesthetic was released, affecting the black ape in the chamber. After the black ape fell asleep, machinery would be used to inject the medicine. The needle began injecting the medicine into the black ape's body. After the injection, a stream of red gas remained at the injection site. Next, a huge source of red energy burst out. Yumiao looked at the screen in surprise. This kind of intense, conflicting reaction, the conflict process itself is worth studying. Even if it fails in the end, this potion might still yield something useful. This kid Hanwoo brought is really something. Inside the room, the black ape's eyes turned completely white, veins bulging. It used its claws to tear apart the tough energy shell. The system panel displayed its information. Name, Blood Raging Kong, Level 10, likes soft music but fears sepsis, fruit, and leech-type creatures. It's a high-level evolution of the blood crystal line. The people outside saw the blood raging Kong and cheered excitedly. It evolved. It really evolved. Yamia was very satisfied with this result. Amazing. He had never seen this type of evolution before. Hanwoo guessed, does that mean this monster might be previously undiscovered? Yamia agreed. Currently, among known monster species, there's no black ape. Yumiao told Hemming, quickly use the black bruistone spirit to check it. Gao Peng asked, what's a black bruistone spirit? Yamia explained, it's a naturally mutated variant of black bruistone. After processing, it can test the quality of monster species. The black bruistone spirit lit up green. Hemming exclaimed, it's elite quality. Hanwoo looked at the remaining test tubes. He wondered, the red tube was successful, so what about these three? Gao Peng truly never ceased to amaze him, but if outsiders knew about this talent, it would attract considerable danger. Hanwoo immediately ordered, today's events are group secrets. Absolutely no leaks allowed, the other two said, understood. Hanwoo asked Gao Peng, have you named this monster yet? This is the first monster type you've created, go ahead and name it. Gao Peng looked at the monster happily eating Stripiona. He decided, let's call it Blood Raging Kong. Gao Peng named the remaining 3 potions respectively, Earth Potion Type 1, Petrification Potion Type 1, and Royal Potion. He pressed the control panel, selected the second creature, an ant appeared on the screen. Gao Peng introduced, this strong ant has been injected with the Petrification Potion. Next, let's see the result. Lacking ranged attacks is almost a common weakness of all early-stage monsters, but increasing their agility is too difficult. Here, directly changing the body structure and then enhancing their defense is much simpler. The ant gradually transformed into a monster named Stoneheart Ant, level 7, with a fondness for sugar and tree sap. Gao Peng introduced, this is the result of the potion. Hemming looked at the black bruistone spirit, which showed green. This is also elite quality, Gao Peng said, it's not over yet. Let's check the effect of the royal potion. Inside the room, a mountain wolf sparrow appeared. This is the most common bird type familiar in the mountain city, evolved from the mountain demon sparrow. The wolf sparrow's body isn't large, but its speed is very fast, and its temperament is fierce, with a beak full of sharp teeth. After using the royal potion, it evolved into the mountain wolf emperor sparrow. Its quality directly increased from common to elite. Gao Peng felt it was a bit regrettable because the royal potion had a small issue. Although continued use could allow evolution to perfect quality, the difficulty of ascending to the Lord level would also increase accordingly. Hemming and Yumiao were dumbfounded hearing him. A potion that can reach perfect quality with continued use, and the only drawback is increased difficulty reaching Lord level. You call that a drawback, Gao Peng continued, using the Earth Potion. Finally, it could turn a Golden Light Hound into an Earth Golden Light Hound. Strength and toughness also increased to varying degrees. HANWU laughed, patted his shoulder, and said, from now on, if you need any materials, just tell me. Also, report the experimental results from this lab directly to me. Others in the group don't need to know. Gao Peng agreed with Hanwoo. Hanwoo instructed, starting now, we can mass-produce the Blood Raging Kong Potion, Earth Potion Type 1, and Petrification Potion Type 1 for large-scale external sales. The Royal Potion is more valuable, so it won't be sold yet. Hemming and Yumiao respectfully acknowledged the order. They asked permission to continue their work. Hemming sighed, young people these days are really formidable, looks like he's already catching up to us. Yumiao, walking ahead, agreed with him. Maybe in less than 2 years, he'll surpass us. Gao Peng thought, having a lab was just convenient for him to bring all sorts of potions to Hanwoo. With the system in hand, the path of researching monster evolution didn't need slow experimentation anymore. Just staying in the air-conditioned lab was a waste of time. He asked Hanwoo, does the group have any external missions recently? Hanwoo wondered, why interested, want to become a world hunter? Gao Peng replied, don't you think world hunters are very cool? Among beast tamers, there's a very special group called world hunters. Every world hunter has their own title, They are the largest and strongest special group among beast tamers. Unlike other beast tamers, they venture into deep mountains and great rivers, searching for unknown areas. World hunters are world explorers and also wilderness warriors. The army needs to defend the central city and protect the people. Nowadays, nearly half of the places discovered by humans are thanks to the efforts of those world hunters. Gao Peng's eyes lit up. Just thinking about it was exciting. HANWU helplessly thought, this kid has been like this since he was young. He didn't object. Going out isn't impossible, but your familiars need proper training. Their fighting style is too sloppy. The real wilderness isn't like the small forest near the central city. Danger is everywhere. Hanwu threatened, so, without my permission, you are absolutely forbidden from entering the wilderness. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, and you can just lie in bed recovering. Gao Peng trembled inwardly. He had the ability to swap places, so to cut off his legs, you'd first need to cut off the legs of all his familiars. Dozy, Stripey, Silly, Flamey, maybe not Flamey, Hanwu ordered. Tomorrow, wake up at 6 o'clock. Bring your familiars for special training. The next morning, the clock showed 5:57. Hanwu stood with his back to him, saying, I said 6 o'clock, but arriving early is also good. Seeing as you're so punctual, I'll reward you, Gao Peng, with 30 push-ups. Loosen up your muscles. Gao Peng heard this and was instantly confused. He scratched his head, but human strength can't compare to familiars. Besides, with familiars protecting us, we don't need to. Hanwu coldly asked back, don't need to. Saying that, he lifted his leg and kicked the tree in front of him hard. The innocent tree was kicked in half. Gao Peng's jaw dropped. This was too much. Even a normal grade black 8 couldn't necessarily break a tree with one kick. Hanwu snapped. Just because you have familiars protecting you, you don't need to train. Naive, don't talk nonsense. Doesn't running away require stamina? Hanwu lectured, as beast tamers, protecting our own lives is paramount. Because as long as you're alive, there's always a chance to come back. Gao Peng admitted he wasn't wrong. Hanwu continued, the feedback power from familiars, although small, will actually gradually increase as the familiars levels get higher. Therefore, as the number and level of familiars increase, the beast tamer's strength will also slowly surpass that of ordinary people. He acted modestly, saying he only used 30% of his power earlier. Hearing this, Gao Peng looked at him with admiration. Hanwu secretly felt smug, thinking Gao Peng must really worship him now. White, underwater, watched Hanwu judgmentally, thinking he was just showing off for his grandson. HANWU then focused on Dozy. Dozy's ability is lightning-based. Coincidentally, Hanwu has a beast that might help Dozy. Hanwu summoned Thunder God Snail, level 39, with the lightning attribute and water attributes. Its control ability is somewhat passive, while its lightning control ability is +1 active. When the energy stored in the lightning snail is fully released within a certain area, it summons a disastrous lightning storm. Hanwu explained he found Thunder God Snail in the sea. Although its power isn't immense, its temperament is very gentle, sufficient for training Dozy. Gao Peng exclaimed in admiration. Found on land and under the sea, it truly is Grandpa's beast. Dozy was now trembling, hiding behind Gao Peng's back. He told Dozy, go on, Thunder God and you have similar attributes. It's your senior, you have to listen to your senior. Dozy fearfully shook its head at him. Gao Peng called Dumby. Dumby, following orders, came forward, grabbed Dozy, and lifted it up despite its struggles and cries. Gao Peng doesn't want me anymore. He's changed, Gao Peng angrily shouted. Train properly for me. Why is my beast so cowardly? Dozy stubbornly argued back. Gao Peng is the coward. You're the biggest coward, I learned from you. Gao Peng then negotiated with Thunder God. This beast of mine is disobedient. I'll have to leave its upbringing to Thunder God, please don't get angry. Thunder God cheerfully agreed. Hanwu translated, it says no problem, just leave it to me. After dealing with Dozy, Gao Peng asked Hanwu, what about Dumpy, Stripey and Flamey? Hanwu said Flamey should also learn with Dozy. Although Thunder God masters lightning and water elements, related elemental types also share many similarities. Dumby is an undead type. Its fighting style relies on close combat. He asked what role Stripey was intended to develop into. Garpeng replied, defense and control. He pondered, so, a control tank. Needs training in control and resistance abilities. With that, manhwa snapped his fingers. White emerged from the water. He ordered, next, White will train with Stripey and Dumby. Seeing White, Silly fainted on the spot, muttering, such a big fish. manhwa shouted, all right then, let's begin. Dumby faced off against White. White easily tossed Dumby away. The long flight sent Dumby crashing to the ground, creating a crater. Stripey generated light around its claws and dug furiously. Garpeng saw this light and thought, Stripey actually comprehended Earth abilities here. Is it creating a cave? Could it be planning to use it as a trap? I didn't expect Stripey to use tactics like this, but then he saw Stripey jump into the cave, clearly an act of hiding. Stripey couldn't escape. It was caught by White. Using its claws, lifted it out of the cave. White threw Stripey far away, making it roll across the ground like a ball. Treated like this, Stripey entered a state of fury. Garpeng worried. No, Stripey gone berserk again, he yelled. This is bad. When Stripey goes berserk, it's really troublesome. Stripey flew towards White, but before it could even touch its opponent, White gently flicked it away with a claw. Dumby had now sat up after its earlier fall. Dumby gathered its strength and attacked White, and White responded to the blow. From Dumby with an arrogant tail whip, Dumby was once again flung far away. Suddenly, White noticed a patch of scorched skin on its body. That spot was where Dumby had just hit. manhwa chuckled and assessed, Stripey and Dumby still need more training. Garpeng couldn't help but be stunned, although the level difference was quite large. This was too fast. Garpeng asked where Dorzy and the others were, then saw them standing by the riverbank. Dorzy stammered, Thunder God is amazing. I'm not as amazing as Thunder God. Thunder God reassured, this is just a way of playing suited to Dorzy's current level. Thunder God generated countless lightning bolts in the air, saying, this is my current level. Dorzy gazed at its senior's power, eyes gleaming with admiration. Thunder God gently explained, actually, it's not as difficult as Dorzy thinks. For Thunder God, controlling lightning is an innate talent, much like Dorzy walks using its many legs. Because it's an innate talent, it can be done just by becoming proficient. But for Flamey, walking with dozens of legs simultaneously is impossible. Thunder God asked Flamey, isn't that right? Flamey replied, what does that have to do with me? So what if Dorzy has many legs? They're still short. With that, Flamey spat out a flame. Thunder God exclaimed, to create a fireball on the very first try. Even Thunder God took several tries initially to do that, yet the little one-legged bird succeeded in one go. Thunder God praised Flamey. You have great potential. Being praised made Flamey even more smug. Dorzy, beside it, looked at Flamey with dissatisfaction. What's there to show off about? Provoked, Dorzy thought, isn't it just about using the power hidden deep inside the body? I can do it too. Dorzy tried hard to draw upon the power within its body, constantly muttering, this is my power. Garpeng watched silently, thinking, so the next step is to release the power within the body in a stable manner, right? He silently cheered Dorzy on, keep going, but in the end, no power was seen, only Dorzy embarrassingly farting, leaving Flamey and Thunder God speechless. Garpeng fainted immediately. He lay motionlessly on the ground in despair. Forget it, I'm tired. Silly was still unconscious, muttering quite loudly, don't eat it. Half a month later, Dumby moved at wine-tearing speed to dodge the opponent's dense attacks. White tried to swat Dumby away with its tail, but it nimbly dodged. Dumby used White's tail as a springboard to leap high and continue attacking the opponent. Dumby's punch landed directly on White's body. Garpeng was very satisfied and praised it. Well done. After hitting White, Dumby did a flip in the air and landed straight and proud. Stripey, nearby, asked, is the fight over? White assessed, not bad. Dumby's reaction force and speed have both met the standard. Just now, White's water control ability reached the full power of most leader-level water-type monsters. DUMBY being able to approach the enemy under such an attack level means this match is halfway over. White looked towards Stripey. Anyway, it's just a meat shield. Its only job is to take hits. Hearing this, Stripey was close to tears. Gao Peng consoled it. It's okay. At least you're not afraid of being hit, right? FLAMY flew high above, creating fire sparks. Through this training, it had gained proficient control over the fire element. Its power was decent. Dorzi, however, seemed to still need more training. On the other hand, Silly had finally reached the leader level during this half-month. Its spatial capacity had increased dramatically, becoming as large as a car trunk. The mobile warehouse concept was finally achieved. Gao Peng considered his grandfather's training objectives mostly met. Food, medicine, tents, essential items for wilderness survival were all prepared. Just then, Han Wu suddenly handed over a bag and said, "This is for you." Gao Peng wondered, "What is this?" He opened the bag. Han Wu explained that inside were a map, a tablet, and a compass. He introduced the tablet as solar-powered, containing an electronic map and capable of making phone calls if there was signal. As for how to use the map and compass, he had already taught him. This map was an internal map of the large and small regions near Zhou City, and dangerous places were clearly marked on that map. Study it carefully. Han Wu advised Gao Peng, "You have a flying-type beast, so compared to most beast tamers, exploration carries an additional level of risk. When facing danger, you must learn how to choose. I'm here. I will always be your support. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it boldly." Gao Peng looked at him. He remembered his grandfather's hair used to be black, but now there were strands of silver. He smiled obediently and said, "Wait for me to come back." In the deep forests on the outskirts of Yuzhou City, Gao Peng's group stopped to look at the map. He guessed they were probably here now. Gao Peng remarked, "The red circles on this map are really dense. A quick glance shows no fewer than 10. These are all territories of Lord-level monsters." No wonder Han Wu said the wilderness is dangerous. Gao Peng checked the system panel. The condition for Stripey to evolve to epic quality was to swallow an Earth Spirit core, then be buried in black cyan soil and sleep soundly for 72 hours to evolve into 120 Great Earth Shield Turtle. He muttered, Earth Spirit Core, Earth Spirit Core." Gao Peng wondered if perhaps his soul strength had increased. Earth Spirit Cores easily grow deep inside caves surrounded by mountains. When his attention focused on certain materials in the data frame, it could display the habitat of that material. Suddenly, countless large mosquitoes appeared in the sky. Flamey cried out, "There are so many giant mosquitoes." Flamey prepared to create fire to attack the swarm of giant mosquitoes, but Gao Peng stopped them. "Wait, don't attack first, go down here first." Flamey didn't understand why he wouldn't let them attack while they were off guard. Gao Peng explained that in the deep forest, the light was dim, full of thick tree trunks, and the vegetation was dense. Flamey didn't know if other mosquitoes were hiding somewhere. If they got surrounded, they'd be in trouble. Gao Peng opened Silly's space. Against this type of monster, one must use intelligence. He took out a super mosquito repellent bag, a mixture of various mosquito-repelling plants like tuberose, purple golden incense, artemisia, heavenly bamboo, golden osmanthus, giant fragrant camphor, golden rim, mild fragrance. Stripey flew out from Dumby's clothes. Gao Peng excitedly said, "Next is the moment to witness a miracle." Each large mosquito inhaled the scent, then the whole swarm inhaled it. As expected, they all foamed at the mouth, fell to the ground, and entered eternal sleep. Gao Peng's group, hiding behind a tree trunk, marveled at the easy control. The familiars all looked at him with bright eyes. Gao Peng proudly replied, "Basic operation." "This is just a basic operation." They continued moving. He sat on Dumby's shoulder, looking at the map. "First, cross this stream, then go right." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. A swift-winged leopard with wind attributes suddenly dashed out. The swift-winged leopard appeared and charged very quickly. Luckily, Dumby intercepted it fast, or he would have been attacked. Stripey also engaged it, using its pincers to attack the swift-winged leopard. Attacked repeatedly, the swift-winged leopard quickly fled. Gao Peng stopped Flamey, who was preparing to chase it. He thought to himself that several of his familiars weren't particularly fast. Dumby's strength was only explosive at close range, but ineffective at long distances. Letting Flamey pursue alone was too dangerous. Gao Peng shouted a threat at the swift-winged leopard. "Don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely skin you." But before Gao Peng could rest, another attack came. Tree roots suddenly shot out, striking hard where he was standing. Luckily, Gao Peng dodged nimbly. That monster was a golden rim Bodhi trait, earth wind quality and wood attribute, but afraid of fire and lightning attributes. Gao Peng was annoyed. Again. "This is the second time. You're really bullying me." Gao Peng decided to teach it a lesson. If the tiger doesn't show its might, it's treated like a sick cat. Dozi, Flamey, attack. Flamey and Dozi immediately got spirited, ready for battle. Both advanced simultaneously to attack. In an instant, the two energy sources combined, creating a shocking explosion at the Golden Rim Bodhi tree's location. Now, only an empty crater remained, with black smoke rising, proving it had been destroyed. Gao Peng approached the crater. He provoked. "Like pretending, right? Try pretending for me now." Gao Peng picked up a crystal. It was the crystal of a leader-level plant monster. Taking it to the market could fetch at least over 1,000 credit points. He gave the crystal to Silly and told it to find a place to tidy up a bit. Gao Peng went to the front of a mountain cave. It blocked the wind, suitable for hiding. There was a water source nearby. "Let's stay here." It also needed to be marked on the map. It could serve as a temporary safe point later. Suddenly, a creature appeared at the cave entrance, quacking. Gao Peng wondered. A duck. Its call is quite special. He asked it to lend its nest for a while. "Stop quacking. While my familiars aren't hungry yet, quickly go further away." The duck refused, flapping its wings continuously, quacking loudly. Gao Peng grumbled. Even its quack sounds wrong. How embarrassing. Being criticized, the duck stopped quacking and started cawing. Gao Peng thought, with this level of intelligence, I really doubt how it survived until now. This monster was called King Kong Duck. Epic quality, status, healthy or tired. Passive characteristic. When attacked, has effects causing its body to enlarge, simultaneously increasing strength, defense, 130, and speed. Realizing it was epic quality, Gao Peng felt he had been disrespectful. He decided, "Forget it, let's go. We need to reach the destination today. This fool being able to enlarge its body like this isn't easy. If you encounter humans later, don't get close to avoid losing your life someday without knowing why." Dumby whined that it was hungry and wanted to eat the duck. Dozy also chimed in, "Hungry, eat the duck, eat the duck." Stripey, walking ahead, mocked Dozy, "Hungry. Dumby carried you the whole way." Dozy retorted, "Stripey is riding Dumby, just like Stripey." Flamey came beside Gao Peng and called him. He said he knew. Behind a nearby tree trunk, a monster was hiding. It had been secretly following them. And then, the duck from before ran out, cawing, trying to get their attention. Flamey replied to it using monster language. Hearing this, Gao Peng asked, "Flamey, you understand?" Flamey boasted, "I have level 8 submerged language." The duck ran quickly towards him, constantly cawing. Flamey translated, "It's saying big duck, wait for me." Flamey thought this duck considered Gao Peng its own kind. He guessed, could it be because I helped correct its accent? Gao Peng turned away coldly. "Ignore it." Dumby quickened its pace. If they didn't hurry, they'd have to spend the night in this deep forest, which was too dangerous. The duck behind kept running after them, running and calling out. Flamey diligently fulfilled its translation duty. "Stop quickly, stop quickly." Gao Peng told it to shut up. The duck, running too fast, tripped over its own feet, causing it to tumble to the ground. The poor duck thought, "That strange big duck doesn't like me. Everyone dislikes me. Mommy and Daddy didn't want me either." Suddenly, a hand lifted it from the ground. Gao Peng looked at it sternly. The duck cried out, "Big duck hasn't left yet." Flamey felt some sympathy. This silly duck seemed abandoned by its parents and was still young. Should we really leave it here? Gao Peng turned around. He decided, "Forget it." We already have enough trouble, let's take it along. He thought, anyway, it's epic quality, no loss. Dumby extended its large hand, telling the duck to come up. Dozy promised they would protect it in the future. Outside Yuzhou City, messy stone forest, this place has an extremely high chance of earth spirit hearts appearing. Gao Peng guessed it must be nearby. He looked at the hole in front. Stripey, Dumby, Flamey couldn't fit inside. Gao Peng suggested Dozy try. He ordered Dozy to go inside and search, see if there's anything with a strong earth element aura. And be careful, pay attention to safety. If there's a monster inside, come out immediately, don't force it. Dozy immediately replied, got it? Yao Peng detected a sound. He looked up at the high cliff. A level 11 rock scorpion, normal quality, appeared there. It made a zar sound. The duck heard the strange monster, flapped its wings and cawed. Gao Peng felt lucky that the monsters in this area weren't strong. Dumby approached and asked, chase it away. He stopped Dumby. No need to worry, although this scorpion's level is higher than the silly duck's, it's just normal quality, no problem. Gao Peng ordered the duck, go on. Let me see your fighting strength after using full power. 10 minutes passed. Flamey yawned and asked, how long are those two going to keep cursing at each other? In the distance, the duck and the scorpion were passionately cawing with no sign of stopping. Gao Peng had to say, Dumby, quickly chase the scorpion away. Dumby, with just a small move, made the scorpion flee in terror. He looked suspiciously at the duck. How did it survive safely until now? The only reply was clueless cawing. Dozy Ai's voice rang out, found it. Gao Peng praised with satisfaction, well done, bring it out. Dozy held a small earth spirit heart in its mouth. This item contained dense earth element power and also had the ability to evolve earth attribute monsters. He observed the small earth spirit heart. This one is only small, but it should probably work, right? I remember Stripey's evolution requirement only stated it needed an earth spirit heart, but didn't specify the size. Gao Peng set off again, heading to the place they had noted had black-green soil. Stripey, holding the small earth spirit heart, jumped into a pit. He told it to lie down obediently. They let Dumby fill the pit back up. Gao Peng decided they would wait here for Stripey to awaken. Perhaps the owner of this place will return soon. Let's wait a bit. Night fell. A centipede monster crawled back to its cave. It was surprised to see a newly erected tent under the tree, with a duck sleeping there. The centipede wondered, where did this duck come from? It's blocking my entrance. The centipede rushed forward and bit the duck, waking it up. Being attacked, the duck immediately grew larger, frightening the centipede. The duck asked why it bit it. The centipede continued to spit power from its mouth. The duck panicked, cawing, then held its injured eye and cried loudly. The centipede beside it laughed snugly, but then it couldn't laugh anymore. The duck once again swelled up even more. Its giant body completely overwhelmed the centipede. Gao Peng heard the noise, opened the tent, looked out, and asked, what's wrong? Why is it so noisy outside? He saw the duck with its giant body and couldn't help but be stunned. How did this duck become so big? Gao Peng finally understood why this silly duck lived so well. The scared centipede scurried away, but it was too late. The silly duck used its big foot to crush the centipede. Gao Peng thought, at first, he thought its power only increased its volume partially, and this growth couldn't stack, a rather useless passive ability. Now it seems this is truly miraculous. As expected, the silly duck is blessed. The duck has now shrunk back down. Gao Peng considered, looks like he could try signing a blood contract with this silly duck. He called it over. Gao Peng used his mental strength on the silly duck. He saw the outer layer of its consciousness, space brightly colored. Recalling what President Feng once said, this represented comfortable and happy emotions. Suddenly, he was surprised to find a winged tree floating around. Not only that, but flowers and grass had mouths and eyes. He assessed this duck. It looked foolish, but unexpectedly, its inner world was so rich. Suddenly, he saw a dark area with colors contrasting the others. That dark area enveloped him. Gao Peng wondered why it felt so heavy. Duck Dad asked Duck Mom, is this their child? Duck Mom replied, it's their child, its eyes are very big. Duck Dad then shouted, "But it has 5 toes. It's truly a monster." The silly duck looked down at its toes. What does monster mean? It watched its parents bring food to its siblings. The silly duck thought, "We are all siblings. Surely they'll give me a bite." But the response was only rejection from the other ducks. Whose siblings with it? They said, "Silly duck, don't come over here, monster, stay away." Suddenly, the silly duck's body grew large. Seeing its huge body, the other ducks trembled, yelling, "Monster! It's really a monster." One duck ran to tell their dad that the monster was bullying them. Duck Mom and Duck Dad decided to abandon it. Duck Dad fiercely shouted, "You 5-toed monster, just stay here and fend for yourself." The poor silly duck wondered, why abandon it? Why? Because it has 1 extra toe. Is it a monster? Gao Peng now understood. No wonder its calls were unusual. No wonder after he taught it for only 2 hours, it followed him here. He guessed it must be because it was driven away before that this diamond duck became particularly sensitive. Wait, if he turns back, it'll surely follow again. After all, no one had ever patiently listened to it before. Gao Peng reached out his hand and smiled. Why think so much? Follow me from now on, eat as much fish as you want. The silly duck, eyes still teary, looked towards him. This strange big duck, the blood contract officially took effect. He happily suggested, since the contract is signed, we should give the silly duck a name. Seeing its whole body is yellow, let's call it Goldie. Okay, Goldie still didn't quite understand. Suddenly, from the pit in the distance, a light source emerged. A sharp pincer rose from the ground, then, Stripey, with its transformed body, appeared. This monster is called Earth Shield Spider. Loot, Chieftain level, epic quality, Earth element, ability, Earth control. Characteristic, Earth Spirit Heart, replaces original heart, enhances interaction with the Earth element, loses affinity with other attributes. Passive, Earth Control Energy level +1, when protected by the power of the Great Earth, as long as it stands on the ground, it continuously absorbs the power of the Earth to form an Earth element armor. Armor is closely related to the Earth Control ability. Gao Peng was very satisfied. Stripey evolved successfully. It also successfully evolved a monster characteristic. This trip into the mountains can be considered a successful harvest. He said, let's go back." At the Yuzhou Prefecture Villa, Gao Peng had just come out after showering when he saw a letter and a glass of milk on the table. The letter read, "Company business, eat breakfast first, then look at the documents." Gao Peng sighed, "Grandfather is really too worried. Am I still a child? Let's look at the documents first." The documents showed that in the domestic West Yellow Sea area, many large yellow fish gathered. A senior explorer from the group saw a glowing spiritual object at the bottom of the lake attracting attention. He discovered the document had an image of a monster called Forbidden's Demon Stone water system. Gao Peng thought to himself, yesterday I just mentioned to Han with the necessary materials for Goldie to upgrade its quality. Is this meant for me to find it? The Forbidden's Demon Stone is one of the must-haves. The final evolution path is Forbidden's Demon Diamond Duck. Gao Peng made up his mind. This Forbidden's Demon Stone, I must obtain it. After upgrading, Goldie can awaken a second-level monster characteristic. The communication device chimed. Hanwu called, asking, "Seen the documents yet?" "Are those the materials you need?" Gao Peng said, "Yes. Sorry to trouble you." Hanwu instructed, "I'll send someone to get it. Just rest assured at home, I have a meeting. Hanging up now." Hanwu just hung up like that. Gao Peng looked at the silent device. "Is it done already?" he thought resentfully. "Shouldn't it be me fighting bravely against wild monsters, going through countless hardships, and then obtaining the treasure? Couldn't I also meet the crown prince of another force and inadvertently create enmity? How is this so different from what I imagined?" However, Gao Peng felt happy. By the West Yellow Sea Lake, boats surrounded a water pit. Someone asked, "How many yellow fish are actually here?" Another said, "The yellow fish in this West Yellow Sea are becoming a disaster. We knew there were many yellow fish in the lake, but didn't know there were this many." The one-eyed man replied, "For this mission, the Black Gate Group has offered a price of 300 million Alliance coins plus 3 mid-level boss monster crystal cores. Could it be an easy job? Don't worry. With so many teams involved, we just need to hold on until the end to get the treasure. A teammate suggested, or should we go back? Even if we get the thing at the bottom of the lake, I'm afraid we won't get out of the West Yellow Sea. Unless we have a flying type tamed beast, another person said. A flying type tamed beast probably won't work either. He pointed to a spot. Boss, look over there. In the distance, a flock of birds was flying over. Everyone recognized them. The Golden Goose Kings. They urged each other, let's leave. Whoever wants this money can earn it. We're going. Deep in the West Yellow Sea, a yellow fish was still swimming. It encountered the Forbidden Demon Stone. It guessed, this must be the fate Mom talked about, right? I heard Mom became so strong after eating one. It saw that the formidable purple-backed yellow fish in the clan were all born from Mom. It also wanted to give birth to many powerful yellow fish like that, as many as Mom gave birth to. Suddenly, another giant yellow fish swam over, asking, who's there? It threatened, what kind of thing are you, yellow fish offspring, daring to talk to me like that? Believe I'll eat you, the purple-backed yellow fish retorted, stay away. This is the territory of the purple-backed yellow fish, but unfortunately, the opponent was the leader of the giant yellow fish. The purple-backed yellow fish sighed inwardly. No, why did I attract the leader over here? The purple-backed yellow fish blocked the giant yellow fish. Don't come over here. Behind me is the daughter most favored by the king of the giant purple-backed yellow fish. If you dare harm her, our king will be furious. The giant yellow fish sneered. Would a bear fear retaliation for eating a fox's cub? Saying that, it lunged forward. No, because if the fox had the chance, it absolutely wouldn't spare the bear's cub. The king of purple-backed yellow fish killed so many giant yellow fish today, eating her daughter isn't too much, right? The purple-backed yellow fish said, young yellow fish, run quickly. We'll buy time, use the water shield to block it. The giant yellow fish, under attack, roared. It scorned those weaklings. Wrong evolution path. Strong muscles gradually appeared on the giant yellow fish's body. The giant yellow fish opened its wide mouth with sharp teeth and lunged at the purple-backed yellow fish. Muscles are everything. The giant yellow fish approached the Forbidden Demon Stone and swallowed it. People on the boat shouted. The glowing stone disappeared. The flock of the Golden Goose Kings flying in the sky started to clamor because the Forbidden Demon Stone was snatched. One Golden Goose King flapped its wings, creating a wine-tearing slash. It dived quickly into the water, using its iron-like claws to grab the giant yellowfish king. It threatened, don't even think about running. Hand it over. The giant yellowfish king struggled free from its opponent's claws, leaving a gruesome bloody hole on its back. The giant yellowfish king quickly swam away. The people on the boat shouted, what are you standing there for? Hurry, chase after it. That fish got away. Someone else guessed, that thing must have been swallowed by the giant yellow fish leader. Don't worry, that fish is constantly under our observation. The school of giant yellow fish swam towards one direction. Among them, one stood out with a bloody wound on its back. That was the giant yellow fish leader from earlier. It handed over the Forbidden Demon Stone for another fish. A man stood on the shore waiting. He shouted, it's here. The recovery team prepared. The giant golden fish opened its mouth, revealing the anti-magic stone. He ordered, the target has arrived. Get the item quickly and let's go back. The man turned and spoke to the boy chewing gum. Next time you control these monsters, don't be so stupid. Your foolish words are embarrassing. The boats chasing the school of fish were clamoring. Found the lead golden fish. There are too many fish. We can't get through. Be careful, King Sinking Eagle. Someone said, don't worry too much. Destroy the lead fish first. Someone from another boat yelled, the mercenary group, don't be unreasonable. The man reported to another man, we've safely retrieved the item. That person was Secretary Hon. He smiled, let's go. Let them search slowly. In the laboratory, Goldie, still unaware of what was happening, was brought into a sealed room. Hanwoo looked at the testing device unexpectedly, its epic quality. He silently watched Gao Peng, who was seriously researching, this is epic quality. So Gao Peng wants to continue upgrading it to legendary quality. Currently, among the publicly known experiments, no one has manually upgraded something to legendary quality. At least, he had never heard of it. Hanwoo smiled encouragingly. Go for it. I believe you can definitely succeed, Gao Peng obediently replied. Don't worry, grandfather. Gao Peng looked at the anti-magic stone in the container, thinking, other materials are fine, but there's only one anti-magic stone. I can't fail. He observed the anti-magic stone placed in a type of liquid. The reaction speed is a bit slow. Suddenly, tiny bubbles emerged around the anti-magic stone. The anti-magic stone reacted and turned sky blue. Gao Peng rejoiced. Success! Gao Peng took out a yellow duck toy to entice Goldie, asking it, look what this is. Goldie immediately flapped its wings excitedly. It's a yellow duck. It wants the yellow duck. Gao Peng pointed to the test tube, telling Goldie to drink it, and then he would give it the toy. Goldie obediently took the test tube in its mouth. Gao Peng stopped it. I only told you to drink the water, not swallow the whole test tube. After drinking, Goldie fainted on the spot. The feathers on its body gradually fell off. Gao Peng panicked. Why is it losing so much fur? After all of Goldie's feathers fell out, the muscle fibers on its body began to bulge. Goldie's body became strong in an instant, with rippling, powerful muscles. Although without a single feather, it looked very healthy. Gao Peng wondered, is this the legendary bald but stronger? Goldie transformed into a monster called the Vira Anti-Magic Duck, level 10, legendary quality, metal element. Gao Peng rested his chin on his hand, pondering, so the next step after legendary is mythical quality. The materials are Iron Essence, Destruction Demon Stone, and Essence Core. Just the locations of these materials are enough to cause a headache. Whether they can be collected on Earth is another problem. Thinking too much wouldn't help, so he temporarily set it aside, clicking his tongue. Let's show grandfather the results first. Right after Gao Peng pressed the button, the stone turned red. Hanwoo witnessed it and exclaimed, red, legendary quality, it's a success. Something no one on Earth has achieved, my grandson did it. Although overjoyed, Hanwoo didn't lower his guard. He had always calculated carefully. He turned serious and instructed his grandson, only you and I know about this. When announcing it publicly, say that when you found this duck, it was already legendary quality. Remember, Gao Peng seemed a little hesitant about this request. Hanwoo understood what Gao Peng was thinking. He didn't make it difficult for him, saying, all right. I know you definitely have your own secrets. You don't need to tell me your secrets. I don't care to hear them. He turned his back, letting him decide for himself, only adding, however, the matter of upgrading the quality of my familiars is entrusted to you. Gao Peng watched his grandfather's retreating figure, feeling a bit conflicted inside. He smiled a happy smile, thinking, only grandfather would trust me unconditionally like this, right? Goldie, who had been unconscious in the glass cage all this time, finally started to stir gradually, and the first person it saw upon opening its eyes was Gao Peng. As soon as it lifted its head, he cheerfully greeted, you're awake. Goldie was still dazed, quacking. It seemed it wasn't fully awake yet. Gao Peng, being experienced, smiled brightly and gently reassured it, it's okay. I just think you look really cool now. Goldie jumped down onto the floor with a thud. It frowned. It seemed it wasn't comfortable at all. It charged straight towards the door. Gao Peng followed, observing carefully. Along the way, Goldie passed by a mirror and happened to see its new form reflected in it, causing it to pause slightly. Seeing the duck in the mirror, it clutched its stomach and burst out laughing, immediately criticizing, quack, quack. This is definitely the ugliest duck I've ever seen. It hadn't laughed for long before it seemed to realize. Its face darkened, its eyebrows furrowed again. It stammered, quack, quack, this ugly duck seems to be me. Gao Peng's group of familiars also sneakily followed behind, observing Goldie. Knowing it was ugly now, it rushed towards Gao Peng, crying and bouncing, complaining, big duck, what did you do? Flamey immediately stepped forward to teach Goldie a lesson for daring to have a bad attitude towards the master. It continuously hit the duck's head, scolding while hitting, Master went through trouble to make you stronger. What are you? We are familiars, noble birds, we must be polite. Seeing Flamey acting high and mighty, Dorsey, standing behind, judged silently, you dare criticize others. Gao Peng was currently focused on reading about the secret power of the secret pattern technique. It strongly resists elemental power, and the intensity of this ability is influenced by the host's physical constitution. It has both passive and active effects. Gao Peng read and understood that, according to his interpretation, the first effect passively increased Goldie's magic resistance. The second ability was to form an element null space around it, like holding nothing. Looking at Goldie crying while hugging its bald head, which had been hit until it swelled, Gao Peng also found it funny, thinking, a bald duck immune to magic damage that gets stronger the more it's hit. Gao Peng's next destination was Yuzhou University, the main campus here. Students were bustling about. Gao Peng pulled his suitcase and got out of the car, exclaiming happily, finally arrived. It seemed he had travelled quite a long distance. In front of him was a manhwa. She was being eagerly approached by a senior student. Hi junior, need help? But she politely refused. Seeing this, Gao Peng wondered slightly. She's also attending Yuzhou University. He looked towards the school gate, deciding to register first. He pulled his suitcase with one hand, walking across the vast campus, trying to figure out in his head where he needed to go, muttering, the registration point for beast tamers should be nearby. At this moment, a senior student loudly called out to Gao Peng, "Buddy, are you a freshman? What major, beast tamer or beast breeder?" Hearing this, Gao Peng answered honestly, beast tamer. The senior who had called him over, upon seeing Gao Peng was just a beast tamer, his expression changed immediately. He clicked his tongue, looks refined, thought you were a beast breeder. A girl next to him added, nowadays, this major, beast tamers are everywhere. Unless you join expedition teams later to breathe sand, finding a job is very difficult. Gao Peng felt a bit speechless at their reaction, thinking, their attitude changed so quickly. Beast breeders seem to be more welcomed, right? The white-haired senior sitting in front of the computer seemed friendlier. He asked Gao Peng, all right, register here, do you have your ID? And Gao Peng handed his card to him for verification. The white-haired guy quickly swiped Gao Peng's card. As soon as the information appeared on the screen, he was slightly stunned, his surprised expression unconcealable. He gaped at Gao Peng in front of him, then looked back at the screen displaying the information, thinking, a big shot has arrived. Ranked 11th in the entire Asia region, and also the top scorer of the first round of a large base city. Knowing Gao Peng was no ordinary person, the white-haired senior warmly suggested, Junior, let me take you to the dormitory. And Gao Peng, of course naturally, he agreed immediately. The white-haired guy spoke first, introducing the topic, mentioning the celebrities of our major. Actually, people have given all sorts of cool titles to monster tamers across universities, but these titles are only known among us, just for fun, no one outside acknowledges them. Saying this, he clasped his hands, eyes sparkling like stars, boasting impressively, but there are exceptions. These are truly top monster tamers among all universities in Yuzhou. Even the entire Yuzhou city acknowledges them. Their status and strength surpass the university level. Among them, our Yuzhou University has two. One is Senior Zuming, now the permanent honorary manager of Yuzhou Base City. The other is Senior Lin Xinrui, a world hunter, usually not in Yuzhou. Many areas near Yuzhou Base City have been explored by Senior Lin. Soon, the two arrived at the student dormitory gate. Standing before the large building, Gao Peng couldn't help but admire how luxurious it looked. The blonde senior continued his presentation. That's right, this dormitory building has single rooms, one per person. Though not large, the interior decoration is very exquisite. He described it meticulously. Furthermore, each room has air conditioning and a refrigerator, donated by the chairman of Yuzhou University Council, Mr. G. Hearing this name, Gao Peng curiously inquired. The white-haired senior pointed towards the stone stele in front of them, introducing, Junior, look, this is the statue of Mr. G. Gao Peng looked in that direction, while the senior continued, chairman of Southern Sky Group, Ji Hanwu, but we all call him Mr. G. Mr. G is also the guardian deity of our Yuzhou city. Our Yuzhou city has been invaded by monsters several times, and it was Mr. G who repelled them all. Yuzhou City's geographical location isn't great, surrounded by mountains nearby. After the cataclysm, monsters became numerous. If it weren't for Mr. G, we certainly wouldn't be living so peacefully. Gao Peng didn't speak, but he wasn't surprised, because the Mr. G the senior was proudly talking about was none other than his grandfather. When left alone in silence, he propped his chin, looked up at the scenery, and thought to himself, Grandpa really does a lot quietly. Meanwhile, outside Yuzhou City, a hunting squad was exploring the wilderness. While walking, the female captain suddenly sensed something unusual, raised her hand as a signal, and ordered the team to halt. Her beast, Bei Bei, a cat with 3 tails, was trembling all over, its eyes wide with fear, unable to take another step. The female captain thought, Bei Bei's reaction isn't right. This reaction only happened once before, when a Lord-tier monster flew over our heads. Before she could think further, a strange sound came from nearby, causing Baby Eyes Fur to stand on end, and the entire team immediately panicked, asking, "What's wrong? What was that?" The scene changes. It's raining heavily outside. Gao Peng is standing by the window. He heard that dozens of monster hunters have gone missing in the forest northeast of Yuzhou City. He pondered thoughtfully, is it that serious? They had to use the white dragon to dispel the personnel's unease. At this moment, a white dragon was also soaring through the sky. Gao Peng watched and said, Level 5 alert. This is an alert level that has never been issued since Yuzhou City was founded. Suddenly, the doorknob turned. It was Ji Hanwu. Knowing his grandfather had returned, Gao Peng happily went down to greet him. Ji Hanwu brought good news, he announced. Tang Tang's illusion lizard has reached Lord Tyre. Thunder God is close to right now. Thunder God is at the peak of Leader Tyre, likely to break through to Lord Tyre soon. Grandpa sat down, and Gao Peng quickly brought out the teapot. He asked caringly, was it successful? And Ji Hanwu replied, successful. This time, the illusion lizard's transformation is huge. You might not even recognize it when you see it again. Gao Peng poured tea for his grandfather, taking the opportunity to ask him about the level 5 alert. Ji Hanwu knew he was curious, so he explained directly, it's a new type of monster. Hearing about monsters, Gao Peng broke into a slight sweat. He asked worriedly, a new monster, meaning it has never been discovered before. Ji Hanwu solemnly confirmed, that's right. Moreover, it seems it's not just our Yuzhou. Signs of abnormalities are appearing in many places around the world. These monsters have many strange characteristics. Some scholars have begun to believe that ancient myths and legends are not meaningless, starting to research fairy tales and legends. Then he showed Gao Peng a photo, explaining, this time, the monster is named Mountain Spirit. A top-tier monster tamer from Yuzhou took a picture of its true form from above. Its true form is a mountain, a living mountain. Gao Peng was somewhat puzzled by the term living mountain. Ji Hanwu stood up, preparing to leave. He patted Gao Peng's shoulder reassuringly. Fortunately, the size of the mountain spirits discovered so far isn't very large. The biggest one is only over 300 meters tall, occupying a few miles. Calling it a mountain is more like calling it a large hill. Moreover, perhaps due to its immense size, the mountain spirit moves very slowly. He didn't want to hide other information from him. However, the surface of the mountain is extremely dangerous. We suspect the missing monster hunters carelessly stepped onto hills camouflaged by the mountain spirit and were then killed. Ji Hanwu slowly walked up the stairs. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, Grandpa can hold it up. Besides, those mountain spirits have developed intelligence, meaning negotiation is possible. Furthermore, as a last resort, the military has used rockets and explosives for carpet bombing. Watching him leave, Gao Peng's mind was filled with thoughts. He felt he wasn't like his grandfather, being a selfish person without grand ideals like sacrificing oneself to save the world. I never hoped my relatives would be some guardian deity, nor did I hope they would be heroes, because being a hero is the most dangerous. Ji Hanwu suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Right, that Wanzai moon goldal you asked me to find earlier, there's a lead now. It should arrive in a few days. Hearing this, Gao Peng quickly waved his hand. He was more concerned about his grandfather's rest, saying, "Please rest quickly, Grandpa." "Don't worry about that anymore." Gao Peng stood frozen. He stared intently at the socket on the barrel, thinking, the magic prohibition stone was given to me by Grandpa. The Wanzai Moon Goldol, the necessary material for it to reach legend quality, was also found by Grandpa. These are truly days of being weighted on hand and foot. He started blaming himself. Gao Peng, you've really been slacking lately." Then he decided, opened his umbrella, and stepped out into the rain. "Before, I was alone, completely self-reliant, so I had to hide," he resolved. "But now, with Grandpa backing me, moreover, the situation is worsening. It doesn't allow me to continue hiding. I need to quickly get more reagents. Let's make a big move then." A few days later, at Yuzhou University, Gao Peng had just finished class and was about to leave the classroom. He overheard two friends discussing. One asked, "Dingley, how effective was that bloody spray potion you bought the other day? Has your black tyrant ape evolved yet?" The classmate named Dingley replied, "The potion is indeed very good. After the black tyrant ape used it, its fur turned bright red, and its strength increased significantly. It's just that its temper also became a bit irritable." The remaining classmate heard this and seemed anxious. He sighed, "I just don't know when the potion will be sold again. The situation is very tense now. Everyone wants to become stronger." Gao Peng walked out of the classroom, thinking as he went, Grandpa produces potions really fast. At this moment, he received a message sent by his grandfather. The message content was an image of a mountain. Gao Peng recognized it immediately. "This looks like the mountain I passed by in the forest last time." Along with the image were some attributes, abilities, states, and weaknesses of the monster. It's the monster, a level 48 mountain spirit monster, also a lord level. Reading this info, Gao Peng was alarmed, but he hadn't seen this mountain having attributes before. It's only been a few days, yet the mutation happened so quickly. This made Gao Peng break out in a cold sweat. He rubbed his chin, thinking, a level 48 Lord monster feels a bit tough. Moreover, according to Grandpa, this isn't the only mountain spirit near Yuzhou City. Near Yuzhou City, there's a mountain range called the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just then, the radio suddenly vibrated. When Gao Peng opened the image to talk, he found the screen pitch black, making him wonder, right? Isn't this a video call? Why is the screen black? After a moment, a blurry figure appeared on the screen. Perhaps the signal on Grandpa's side was weak. He asked, "Gao Peng, are you still at school?" Gao Peng replied, "Just finished class, about to head home." Grandpa said something, but Gao Peng couldn't hear, so he asked again, "Grandpa, where are you now?" "The signal isn't very good." Hearing this, Hanwu clicked his tongue. "Bad signal, it's unavoidable." Turns out, he was riding on the back of White, his big white dragon, soaring through the sky. After all, he was at such high altitude. Gao Peng tried again. "Grandpa, what did you say just now?" "I couldn't hear clearly." Hanwu quickly instructed, "Gao Peng, go home first. Grandpa needs a little exercise today before coming home." After informing him, he hung up. His face immediately flushed red. Then he said to White Dragon, "Old friend, let's get a good workout today." And White's eyes also lit up. Elsewhere, on a mountain top, a huge hole appeared, surrounded by wood debris. At this moment, a reconnaissance team flew in from the sky. They had arrived. They all landed together. After a while, a soldier discovered the mountain spirit's core had already been taken. The captain, standing on the ground, shouted, "Roger. Requesting you continue gathering data. I'll report back to headquarters first." He quickly made a call back to report on behalf of the Yuzhou base. A level 1 mountain spirit was destroyed, its core taken. The one who did it was Mr. Ji Hanwu. The people at headquarters were extremely angry upon hearing this news. They flew into a rage. It must be Mr. Ji disliking the mountain spirit's attitude, stepping up for us. They demanded we stop hunting monsters, or they would annihilate disobedient humans. Truly hypocritical. Our experts discovered a large number of monster corpses on the mountain spirit's body. If those mountain spirits remain so stubborn, we will continue to deal with them nicely. Their captain became even more agitated. He clenched his fist and shouted, "That's right. This time, Mr. G has shown humanity's will to the mountain spirits. We can negotiate with them, but we absolutely will not yield. This is humanity's bottom line, and Mr. G has struck a blow for us. Continue sending people. We must reach a consensus on control rights over the outside with the mountain spirits." At the South Sky No. 2 open-air experimental field, a man in white was reporting the sampling results of the Mountain Spirit Chairman G dealt with to Hanwoo Chairman G. "Regarding the mountain spirits you handled, the sampling work is complete. The lab results will soon be synchronized with our group." He didn't forget to flatter. "Fortunately, you took action. The military side says a temporary peace agreement has been reached." Hanwoo raised his hand to stop him. He said, "When they gain consciousness, they also gain immense power, able to easily annihilate all life within their perceived range. So it's inevitable they feel invincible, the overlords of the wilderness." He analyzed, under those circumstances, even if the mountain spirit had intelligence, effective negotiation was never possible. Now, feeling their own kind defeated, realizing they are not invincible, negotiation becomes possible. Hanwoo crossed his arms, concluding confidently, "When facing monsters, sometimes persuasion through force is more effective." The man listened intently, his eyes sparkling with admiration, thinking inwardly, "Truly worthy of being Chairman G." He pointed towards a flock of birds flying nearby, introducing, "Chairman G, please take a look. This is the Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow Legion we've cultivated. It has met the expected standards." After speaking, he put his hand to his mouth and whistled. A large bird appeared, the alpha bird of the Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows. Its overall strength was much higher than the others, and it could boost the entire Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow Legion. Hanwoo showed no surprise or satisfaction. He simply gave a cold command, "Test their combat strength." The man obeyed, turned, and pressed a button on a controller to open a large iron box, simultaneously explaining, "Chairman G, the combat power of these Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows absolutely surpasses imagination. I really want to meet the person who researched the royal medicine." As the door opened, a ferocious boar-type monster appeared. This was a leader-level boar monster. Under normal circumstances, mountain wolf sparrows certainly wouldn't attack a monster of this level, unless it was a massive flock of over 100,000, or they were starving. At this moment, the Alpha Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow began to cry out. Immediately after, the entire flock of mountain wolf sparrows, numerous as ants, recklessly attacked the boar monster. The frantic sparrows bit and tore at the boar monster, rendering it unable to resist. The boar monster was indeed no match for the flock. The man explained to Hanwoo, "This is not their limit. As long as we continue using the royal medicine, the strength of these Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows can still increase." Then he didn't forget to praise the inventor of this medicine, truly a genius. Hanwoo, seeing the performance, also praised, "You all performed very well. Continue." Although unspoken, Hanwoo was very proud inside. He looked into the distance and thought, "My grandson is naturally a genius. The materials have been delivered to Gao Peng. He should have started by now." Indeed, Gao Peng had already begun. He focused on drawing a strange ritual circle on the ground. The circular formation surrounded Dumby, who was buried in the center of the altar. It was also decorated with several dried bones. Seeing everything arranged properly, Gao Peng put his hands on his hips and said, "Done, but this evolution altar is too creepy, isn't it?" He held out his hand and said to Akun, "Give me the box containing the 10,000 yin gold." Silly quickly brought the item over. It hid behind Gao Peng, seeming a bit shaky before the stone. Gao Peng held the stone in his hand, feeling the energy radiating from it, and remarked, "Worthy of being a super rare material. Even just holding it makes my whole body feel ice cold." After speaking, he didn't hesitate to throw the stone towards Dumby, telling it, "Swallow it." Dumby decisively swallowed the stone. Immediately after, an eerie beam of light shot out from the ground. Instantly, only Dumby's pained expression could be vaguely seen. The light was too strong, blindingly bright. Even Gao Peng standing nearby didn't dare look directly. At this moment, Dumby was buried underground. Above the spot where it stood, a tall white bone stele appeared. Gao Peng also noticed several figures gradually appearing behind him. Silly was scared out of its wits. He turned to look behind him, observing from behind a tree trunk. Not just one, but many white ghostly figures hovered in the air. He tried to look closely and realized they seemed to be bowing to their king. That's right, they were kneeling before the white bone figure that had just appeared. Just then, a hand broke through the soil from below. Dumby emerged. It had successfully evolved, becoming a skeleton tyrant. It stood tall, its body much more robust. It was now level 30 and had legend quality. Gao Peng saw this and was impressed. Dumby's level jumped significantly this time. Besides the quality upgrade, its level jumped by 4 levels. Gao Peng was also provided with detailed information about Dumby's new blood thread heart trait. The first effect is passive, related to consuming blood and energy to condense the blood thread heart. The second effect is active. Activate the blood thread heart to rely on controlling the heart's beat. The new trait also includes Undead Flame. The active effect is the ability to resurrect corpses. The second effect is that resurrected undead can continue to develop, but not able to surpass the level of the skeletal tyrant. Gao Peng put his hands in his pockets, looking quite pleased. Thinking further about this evolution line, this child gained a new ability, Necromantic Flame. It looks like a summoning type ability, however, it also has certain limitations. It must have a corpse. Without a corpse, it's useless, but the second effect is that it can absorb necromantic power to revive things. As expected of a tyrant, at this moment, Dorzy, standing next to the sturdy Dumby, was stunned. It asked Dumby, "How did you become like this?" Gao Peng witnessed this and thought gleefully. Before evolving, Dorzy struggled just to barely leave a few marks on Dumby's bones. After this evolution, I wonder if Dumby's defense has increased. So the best way to test it is, he put on a scheming face and told Dorzy, "Bite Dumby's leg bone." Dorzy knew Gao Peng was egging it on, and immediately refused. No need. Gao Peng tried to provoke it. Even though you're so close, Dumby's or after evolving still makes Dorzy feel danger, right? Dorzy was indeed provoked by Gao Peng and snapped back angrily. "I'm not scared." It gathered all its strength and bit hard on Dumby's calf. Dumby stood still and let it bite. Unsurprisingly, Dumby's leg was so hard that one of Dorzy's teeth broke off. The group stared at the chipped tooth on the ground, stunned for a few seconds. Dorzy felt wronged, ran off crying, not forgetting to lament, "Everyone is stronger. Only I can't protect Gao Peng." Dumby saw its friend so sad, pointed, and told Gao Peng, "I'll go after it." Gao Peng reviewed his list of familiars: Epic Grade Stripey, Epic Grade Flamey, Legendary Grade Dumby and Legendary Grade Goldie. Looking at the powerful familiars, he didn't forget he still had a clueless familiar, Silly. He thought to himself, the only one similar to Dorzy in being carefree and thoughtless is Silly. But Dorzy isn't the type who doesn't pursue strength. Only needing juice every day like Silly, he wasn't too worried, just told himself, it's a pity the materials aren't enough, can't level up, can only wait. Seeing Dorzy sobbing pitifully, he comforted it. "Are you feeling insecure because those who came later are so strong?" "Dorzy, no matter how strong they are, you are always my most important, indispensable friend." Just as he finished speaking, he was a bit startled. Dumby was holding out a plump roast chicken in front of Dorzy, asking with a cheerful face, "Food here, want some?" As for Dorzy, it seemed to have forgotten its sadness. Now it was bouncing excitedly, eyeing the roast chicken, urging, "Quick, give it here." Gao Peng was speechless seeing this. Later, he brought Dumby a dead white wolf, requesting, "Dumby, try your necromancy skill." Dumby immediately obeyed. It raised its hand towards the wolf's corpse. Instantly, a soul was pulled out. The wolf's soul revived, floating in the air, looking very cheerful. Gao Peng was stunned again, thinking, didn't Grandpa say this was the corpse of a wine-chasing wolf? Why does it look so much like a husky? Returning home, Gao Peng immediately went to find his grandfather to inform him Hanwu was reading a report. Seeing Gao Peng's suggestion, he asked in surprise, "You want to go out and find upgrade materials for Dorzy?" Gao Peng explained confidently, "Dorzy was the earliest familiar to join me, but just because I couldn't find suitable materials, its strength is now indeed the weakest, so I want to use this free time to upgrade it. Hanwoo also supported his grandson. He agreed immediately, but didn't forget to remind him, don't stay outside too long. The situation with the mutane spirit is only temporarily quiet. Monsters are best known for being unpredictable. He truly understood the temperament of monsters. Despite the warning, he still wasn't completely at ease. He decided, all right then, your sister Tang Tang is also free lately. Ask her to go with you on this trip. Yao Peng didn't seem to agree with this arrangement. He quickly refused. It's okay, Grandpa. Before Gao Peng could finish his sentence, Hanwoo had already picked up the phone to call Tang Tang. He cheerfully called, Tang Tang. It's teacher. Seeing this, Gao Peng sulked, Grandpa, why do you always treat me like a little child who needs protection? Very quickly, Hanwoo took Gao Peng and his familiars outside to meet Tang Tang. She also arrived quickly, flying in. One of the two familiars she brought was Phantom Jopalura, a level 41 monster, Lord level, with elite quality. Its passive effect was that it could blend into the surrounding space. Its second passive effect was that its skin could absorb sound and sound waves. Yao Peng stared intently and marveled. This is the giant dragon from Western mythology, isn't it? Goldie, just like Yao Peng, looked up at Tang Tang's familiar, its eyes sparkling, exclaiming, so cool. I sense a similar aura on you. Tang Tang's familiar stood majestically tall. It glanced down at Goldie with a sharp look, making Goldie jump. Goldie got scared stiff, quickly running to hide behind Flamey. This display left Gao Peng speechless. He thought to himself, Sister Tang Tang once said the blood-eyed rabbit must constantly challenge its limits to break through to the Lord level. It can get stronger by challenging limits, while you get stronger from being beaten. And you still dare say the aura is similar. I am lucky it doesn't despise you, that's what. Tang Tang had now appeared radiantly. She greeted Gao Peng. Gao Peng, long time no see. Gao Peng blushed slightly. He didn't hesitate to praise, Sister Tang Tang seems even more beautiful. She came forward, grabbed Gao Peng's collar playfully. What are you spacing out for? Teacher already told me the specific situation. Let's set off right away. This haste surprised him a little. Very gently, Tang Tang threw Gao Peng straight onto her familiar's back, shouting, let's go. Phantom Jopalura also quickly grabbed Dumby with its feet and flew up gently. Silly had quickly latched onto Dumby's arm to follow along. Riding on Tang Tang's familiar, Gao Peng shouted, wait. I haven't brought my other familiars yet. Tang Tang immediately dismissed it. This isn't playing house, why bring so many familiars? Let's go early and come back early. Hanwoo was pleased to see this. He laughed heartily and waved, calling after them, be careful. Very quickly, the two of them reached the first destination. Tang Tang looked at the image on her phone screen and asked, Gao Peng, the first location is here, right? Looking back at Gao Peng, he was shivering from the cold, his whole body trembling, saying with difficulty, that's right, this is it? He didn't forget to complain, Sister Tang Tang, before, I struggled running through the dense forest, it took several days to get here. Who knew that in your hands, it only took half an hour. The two of them walked towards the large, clear lake in front of them. Tang Tang also had some knowledge, she asked, previously, someone discovered lightning moths right at this lake, didn't they? Gao Peng explained further, lightning moths likes damp environments and also likes to rest in sunny places. Most importantly, where they gather in large numbers, there will be the snow element. Looking at the vast lake, he scratched his head in confusion and asked, but how do we find them? If I knew, I would have brought Dozy along. It has the snow attribute and would be very sensitive to this element. Not letting Gao Peng worrying, Dumby stepped forward. It seemed to have a solution. It cupped its hand, creating a small energy flame. It aimed its hand towards the lake's surface and shot the energy flame down. Immediately, many fish spirits floated to the water surface. Gao Peng witnessed this and marveled, my God, so many spirits. Dumby, this is truly a necromantic harvesting technique. It turned to Gao Peng and said, Master, whatever you want to find, just order them to do it. Gao Peng instructed, just bring up anything with spiritual energy from the bottom of the lake anyway. Silly's space is quite large. Seeing this, Tang Tang came closer, nudged his chest, winked, and asked, "Can this little skull of yours resurrect monsters?" Gao Peng replied with a proud face, "That's right. This is Dumby's new ability." Tang Tang's analysis is right. It's not a bad new ability, but isn't Little Skull a close combat type? Why does it now have this summoning ability? Having too many mixed abilities isn't good. Gao Peng knew that too. He just scratched his head and explained, "At that time, I didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the chance to upgrade to legendary quality was purely based on luck. With my current strength, I'm not in a position to pick and choose." Seeing this, Tang Tang strongly agreed. She didn't forget to praise, "Your current state is quite good. If there's a chance for a legendary upgrade, you must take it first. Only by upgrading your strength do you have the right to talk." Recalling Dumby's abilities, Gao Peng added, "To be rated as legendary quality, it must definitely have potential and ability. The number of undead that Dumby's Abyss of the Undead can resurrect is unlimited, meaning Dumby can rely on itself to create an undead calamity. Based on this alone, it can be confirmed as legendary quality." The two of them were engrossed in conversation, while the school of undead fish quickly returned with their findings. Gao Peng observed and wondered, but most of it was just miscellaneous junk. Among those undead fish, Gao Peng noticed two water spirit stone monsters. On their tongues, they held elemental energy, which easily forms mineral veins and is easily absorbed. The appearance of this monster helped Gao Peng deduce, it seems there is a water spirit stone mineral vein under this pond, but it seems the mineral vein has just formed, so the purity when extracted is still very low. Purity when extracted is still very low. He turned to Dumby and said, "There's probably nothing else underwater. Let your friends rest first." Although discovering the water spirit stone mineral vein was already an unexpected gain, Dumby followed the request, once again spreading its hand towards the water surface and shooting out rays of energy. Immediately after, its whole body flared with energy rising like flames. It officially leveled up to 31. This news struck Gao Peng like lightning. He stood dumbfounded with his mouth agape, seeing Dumby had reached level 31. Even he had to marvel, is the effect of undead energy really that obvious? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Tang Tang sighed, "Damn it, there's a mountain spirit nearby." Sensing danger, she quickly grabbed Gao Peng's collar and threw him onto the back of her familiar. He flew up like a doll, sighing. Again, the mountain spirit had truly awakened and was bothering them. Gao Peng, riding on Tang Tang's familiar, flew past the mountain spirit. He commented, "What? Before, looking at inanimate objects didn't feel like much. Why does this monstrous thing seem so terrifying now that it has consciousness? If it was someone timid or mentally unstable, they would collapse immediately." Although I also turned and fled immediately. The mountain spirit slowly emphasized the word human. Gao Peng seemed to hear this word. He called over to Tang Tang, "Sister Tang Tang, that mountain spirit seems to be calling us." She turned her head back, puzzled. "What did you say?" Gao Peng seriously pointed towards the mountain spirit behind him. He repeated, "It seems to be saying, 'Human, I want to trade with you.'" Gao Peng and Tang Tang rode their familiars, circling above the mountain spirit. Gao Peng smiled faintly, seeming very satisfied, thinking to himself, "This is truly an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect to get such valuable information in this mountain range." Thunder Spirit Golden Pine. The evolution path for this treasure is the six-winged Thunder ROC. After evolving, Dozi will possess flight ability, perhaps becoming more agile in terms of mobility. The mountain spirit was still trying to repeat, "Human, pour their blood and flesh onto me. I will tell you the location of the treasure." Hearing this, Gao Peng wondered, the depression. There doesn't seem to be any monster here worthy of the mountain spirit's fear, does there? The two of them were riding on their familiars, so they could see from above. Looking closely, there was indeed a hole in the depression. Looking closer, they noticed it was a drill mountain armor monster poking its head out of the hole. It was a level 30 to leader tier monster, but of normal quality. Waiting for the two of them to notice, the mountain spirit continued to explain, "There are many down here." Seeing this, Gao Peng whispered his speculation, Could it be that these drill mountain armors specifically counter mountain spirits? Gao Peng also had some knowledge about this type of monster. He was a bit confused. The legendary pangolins can traverse mountains, burrow through earth, and roam between heaven and earth. Drill mountain armors after evolution will surely have extremely powerful abilities. But for a Lord-tier mountain spirit to be suppressed like this by a leader-tier drill mountain armor seems a bit surreal. Grandfather once said that mountain spirits rely on their senses and special abilities, similar to brainwaves, to scan all nearby life. Would it really be afraid of this tiny drill mountain armor? Tang Tang ordered her familiar, "Blow all this dirt away." The familiar immediately obeyed. Its eyes lit up, bringing its wings together to create a powerful energy ball. When the energy gathered was strong enough, it shot the ball straight towards the hole, causing the ground to crack open. The small drill mountain armor was immediately thrown into the air. The familiar seized the moment, using its full speed to charge straight towards the drill mountain armor. Gao Peng, who had been sitting on the familiar's back all this time, its lightning-fast speed caused him to be jolted. One hand desperately clung to the familiar as he tried to shout, "Sister, I'm still on it." Tang Tang's familiar rushed forward and snatched the drill mountain armor in its sharp talons. Once done, it tossed the drill mountain armor onto the mountain spirit's head. The pitiful drill mountain armor stood dazed, not yet understanding what had happened. Before it could orient itself, the mountain spirit rose up, controlling protruding rocks, and swallowed the drill mountain armor whole. Seeing the mountain spirit had finished digesting, Tang Tang said loudly, "I've given you one drill mountain armor. Now can you tell me where the nearby thunder spirit golden pine wood is?" The mountain spirit still didn't want to talk, bargaining, "Not enough. One drill mountain armor is not enough, not enough." Gao Peng, because he was tossed around in the air, was now busy feeling nauseous and couldn't say anything. Tang Tang remained very vigilant. She wouldn't easily give in to the mountain spirit's wishes and set a condition. "You tell me the location first, then I will catch them for you. Otherwise, what if you pretend to be mute then?" The mountain spirit revealed the location, to the east. "As for the specifics, I need drill mountain armors to speak." It also set a condition immediately, for "I still need the blood and flesh of for drill mountain armors." Tang Tang agreed, saying curtly, "I hope you are a good beast that knows how to keep its promise." Then she signaled her familiar again, "Snow Eye, continue." Hearing this, Gao Peng asked in alarm, "Again?" Tang Tang's familiar followed the order and continued chasing the drill mountain armors. Gao Peng, sitting on its back, could only suppress his nausea and endure. The group of drill mountain armors fled desperately below. But they couldn't run far because some energy was lifting them up. To escape, they tried to dig and burrow back into the ground. Seeing this, Gao Peng quickly warned, "Sister Tang, they're digging down there." To prevent the drill mountain armors from escaping, Tang Tang decided to act herself. She curtly said, "Gao Peng, make way." Then decisively jumped down from the back of the black dragon's spine. Gao Peng looked up and saw this. Couldn't help but marvel. "Sister Tang Tang." She landed very accurately on the back of the familiar Gao Peng was riding. She also very quickly snatched Dumby from the claws of the black dragon's spine. Tang Tang shouted, signaling, "Let's go, black dragon's spine." And it quickly obeyed. Black dragon's spine didn't hesitate and charged, slammed its head into the ground, shattering rocks and dirt. It used its claws to dig and easily tossed up one mountain-piercing armor. Two more were quickly pulled out by the black dragon's spine. There were now 3 mountain-piercing armors as requested by the mountain spirit. Seeing them sprawled out, Gao Peng thought even 3 leader-tier mountain-piercing armors couldn't escape. To Cruel, they handed the 3 mountain-piercing armors to the mountain spirit. Tang Tang demanded, "Now you can tell us, right?" The mountain spirit kept its promise and told them, "To the east, 5 mountains away, the item you seek is right on that mountain side." Tang Tang remained vigilant. She threatened, "You'd better not be tricking us," and asked the black dragon's spine to go check. Hearing this, the mountain spirit asserted, "We mountain spirits never deceive anyone." Hearing its firm claim, Tang Tang and Gao Peng looked unconvinced. Following Tang Tang's instruction, the black dragon's spine went to find the material. Exactly 10 minutes later, it returned. Gao Peng's sharp eyes spotted it from afar and alerted Tang Tang. In Tang Tang's hands was a large thunder spirit golden pine. Seeing the real item, they were both impressed. Tang Tang turned to Gao Peng for confirmation, asking, "How is it?" Gao Peng was satisfied and signaled his approval, indicating it was fine. Both sides had achieved their goal. Tang Tang mounted her familiar to leave, not forgetting to bid farewell to the mountain spirit. Pleasure cooperating. "We're leaving on the way back," Tang Tang wondered. "That mountain spirit is already Lord Tier, right? Why is it so interested in the flesh and blood of a few leader tier mountain piercing armors?" Gao Peng, sitting behind her, replied, "I don't know. Maybe the mountain piercing armor's blood has something useful for its evolution, or maybe there's something near their habitat that attracts the mountain spirit. Ostensibly, it wanted help catching the mountain piercing armors, but its real goal might have been to drive them out and monopolize a treasure there." Hearing Gao Peng's analysis, Tang Tang grinned, turned back, and teased, "Long time no see, Gao Peng. You've become quite shrewd, haven't you?" Hearing this remark, he was somewhat speechless. Tang Tang was still smiling. She asked, joking aside, "Why didn't we just take whatever the mountain spirit wanted while we were there?" Gao Peng had considered it but had his reasons. He explained, "That's just your guess. We still need to confirm if it's true. Besides, getting the evolution material for Dozi was lucky enough. Insatiable greed can backfire." Sister Tang Tang, he thought silently, "What's the rush? There's plenty of time." After returning from the trip with Tang Tang, Gao Peng quickly took Dumbi, following his grandfather to the outskirts of Yuzhou, to the Kitong workshop district. Welcoming them was workshop head Zhao. He eagerly introduced, "That's where we process monster bones. Please come this way." He led them to a large storage area with two conveyor belts feeding bones into a large pit in the middle. Workshop head Zhao explained, "Unless necessary, we don't discard the bones. We either grind them into highly nutritious monster bone meal or feed them directly to familiars." Gao Peng carefully observed the bone pile, silently analyzing. The bones Dumbi needs for reviving undead need to be at least 3/4 intact. But most bones processed here don't qualify. He had to ask, so he turned to the man, "Workshop head Zhao, are all the bones here so fragmented?" Workshop head Zhao seemed surprised. "Fragmented?" He asked back, then explained, "These are all still in large chunks." Hanwu seems to understand Gao Peng. He instructed, "Starting today, when the workshop processes monster carcasses, try to keep their skeletons intact." Workshop head Zhao acknowledged the order, bowing deeply, and said, "Yes, Chairman Ji." Gao Peng also turned to instruct Dumbi, "Remember the way here. Starting tomorrow, come to this workshop, revive all the processed skeletons, then retrieve the undead flame. I've taught you several times, you understand the process, right?" Dumbi obediently replied, "Got it?" Seeing him instruct the familiar, Hanwu asked, "Just doing that is enough to upgrade Dumbi. Don't you need Grandpa to find other materials?" Gao Peng immediately declined, "No need for other materials, this is enough. Thank you, Grandpa." He added, "Though this method relies a bit on luck, in the current situation, any approach with benefits is good." Hanwu smiled warmly, placing a hand on Gao Peng's shoulder. "Kid, why be so polite with your grandpa?" he added. "Dumbi's side is sorted. The centipede materials you need will arrive tomorrow. You can arrange things after that." Having finished at the workshop, they headed to the helicopter. Gao Peng suggested, "Let me take a little walk with Grandpa before going back." Hanwu knew exactly what he meant and said bluntly, "This kid, so sentimental, what's this about a walk?" He didn't forget to ask, "Right, that tree you kids brought back, what was it?" Gao Peng proudly explained, "Grandpa, it's called Thunder Spirit Golden Pine. Its fruit can help Dozi evolve into a flying type familiar." Hearing this, Hanwu praised, "Excellent." Gao Peng, brimming with pride, continued, "Grandpa, I just found out there's a Lord Tier flying type familiar nearby. It's so convenient," he continued boasting excitedly. After returning, Gao Peng had the materials needed for Dozi's upgrade. He put on a lab coat, held the box of materials, and called, "Dozi, Dozi, come here. Time to prepare for evolution." Dozi, hidden in the foliage, heard evolution and poked its head out, asking, "Evolution?" Gao Peng held up the box to show it off. Look, the materials are here. Holding the box, he decided, let's go to the laboratory. Dozi followed him, cheerfully repeating, evolution, evolution. Inside the box were many golden-winged cicadas. Gao Peng thought about the special processing. The cicadas had been treated with a special solution. Then the purple-backed thunder centipede needed to be soaked in the prepared mixture. Seeing the workload, he sighed, I should have asked Grandpa for an assistant yesterday. Just then, a voice greeted him. Gao Peng startled and turned. A figure stood at the door. It was a girl. She introduced herself warmly. Hello, Mr. Gao, my name is Xu Chingy. I'm your assistant. Gao Peng looked the girl over, focusing on her hair. He thought, that hairstyle, it seems familiar. Gao Peng asked, concerned, your surname is Xu. So, you and Professor Xu from the group's laboratory, Chingy quickly clarified. He's my granduncle, Mr. Gao. Although I haven't graduated, I've been a core member of the Student Council's familiar department since I enrolled. You don't need to worry about my abilities. Gao Peng cut her off. All right then, he instructed. Don't just stand there. Come help out. I'll show you how to process the golden-winged cicadas. Chingy quickly came forward under the watchful gaze of Chingy and Dozi. Gao Peng demonstrated, explaining as he worked. Use the awl to pierce the head, then switch to the knife. Pierce firmly, accurately, and quickly. Don't hesitate, or the struggling cicada might damage its wings. He described meticulously. When removing the wings, don't rush at first. It's okay to be a bit slow. You must find the joint, then make a light cut with the knife. With his skillful hands, a wing detached cleanly. The cut was precise. Gao Peng happily told Chingy, see. This way you can get the wings perfectly intact. Your turn. Chingy, impressed by his demonstration, applauded enthusiastically. When it was her turn, she got nervous, beads of sweat forming. Chingy mumbled his instructions, fast, precise, firm. Gao Peng watched her, thinking, the niece of a Sioux researcher. Does that mean her father and her granduncle are both core figures in the Southern Sky Group? I guess she counts as one of us. It makes sense. The lab, experiments, have many things that cannot be revealed outside. Grandpa will definitely send someone trustworthy and knowledgeable to handle things. After fiddling for a while, Chingy finished. She cheerfully exclaimed with sparkling eyes, Mr. Gao, it's done. Seeing her expression, Gao Peng mentally assessed her, thinking she increasingly resembled an innocent person with an intelligent face. Chingy repeated, Mr. Gao, it's all processed. Indeed, before her lay several cicada wings, neatly cut and arranged. Gao Peng carefully examined the results. He rubbed his chin, looking tense. This made Chingy nervously ask, what's wrong? Gao Peng looked a bit longer, then gave a thumbs up. He praised her, very good, they're all placed correctly. Chingy was overjoyed upon hearing this, even high-fiving her disciple. Before she could rejoice for long, Gao Peng raised his hand. He requested, since it's processed, you can go out first. This news hit Chingy like a thunderbolt. She uttered, right, disbelieving what she had just heard. To prevent Chingy from objecting further, Gao Peng coldly kicked her out of the lab, much to her astonishment. After dealing with Chingy, he cracked his knuckles, determined to focus. First, he poured the cicada wings Chingy had separated into a large beaker, soaking the wings in the reaction solution first. Then, he added the fruit of the lightning bell pine. The mixture was ready. He turned and said to Dozi, jump in. Dozi obeyed immediately. It eagerly plunged into the solution beaker, continuously chanting with joy, evolve, evolve. Just as Dozi jumped in, outside, Chingy saw a loud noise accompanied by lightning. She made a disgusted face, spitefully saying, it would be best if a lightning bolt struck that cold-hearted face dead. Use and discard insight. After jumping into the solution, Dozi successfully evolved. Amidst the smoke, it stood tall, spreading its new wings. Dozi had reached level 28, epic quality, with the thunder attribute. However, it had a weakness, the central joint, the seventh on its back. It also gained passive effects, increased flight speed and increased wing flap frequency. The second effect was that the thunder wings would passively strengthen the host's wings. Simultaneously, the system also indicated the upgrade path to legendary quality. Seeing Dozi standing proudly, hands on hips, Gao Peng smiled with satisfaction. He praised, "This pose looks cool." It confidently said, "This time, I'm definitely the strongest among those under your command." Having dealt with Dozi, Gao Peng turned his whirring to Dumby. He thought that Dumby must have arrived at the butcher's place by now and wondered how things were there. Inside the bone collection factory, the conveyor belt was automatically delivering skeletons to Dumby. Dumby was already accustomed to collecting souls. It continuously absorbed souls from the skeletons brought by the conveyor belt. Thousands upon thousands of souls appeared before its eyes. This entire process of Dumby happened to be recorded by surveillance cameras. A worker sat before a computer screen observing. The factory owner, Zhao, walked over and proactively turned off the screen. He instructed, "Act as if you saw nothing today. Delete this footage. After it enters the warehouse, turn off all cameras. Understand?" The worker was somewhat frightened and could only obey. Inside the warehouse, Dumby was still very focused on its work. It stood tall, raising its hands high to collect souls, its eyes burning with determination. Each soul absorbed increased Dumby's strength. It smiled, seemingly very satisfied. Once done, it went to a button on the wall and pressed it. Outside, several workers were continuously feeding bones in. The factory foreman ordered, "Quick, move the next batch of skeletons." The worker seemed puzzled by this request, but the foreman didn't allow him to question, just briefly demanded, "What are you hesitating for? Don't ask so many questions. Go quickly." While Dumby was concentrating at the factory, back at Yuzhou University, Gao Peng was busy with many thoughts. He wore his bag, wandering the campus, analyzing as he walked. Dozi was now level 28. As for Dumby, after all the operations at the slaughterhouse yesterday, it had gained the whole levels, reaching level 33. At this rate, before participating in the World Youth Beast Tamer competition, Dumby might even break through to the Lord level. Lost in thought, suddenly someone's voice calling him made him jump. "Classmate Gao Peng, are you free in a bit?" The caller was precisely Moyi. Seeing her appear radiantly, Gao Peng thought to himself, "When did Moi come over here? Scared me half to death." Moyi cheerfully recounted, "The student council just discovered a new type of monster, never discovered before. Want to come see it together?" Gao Peng was somewhat interested in the new monster, but also wondered, but can outsiders participate in student council matters? Moyi explained, "It's not exactly a student council matter. It's just that the person who commissioned this task is a senior from Yuzhou University, so the student council had to be the one to call for help." Gao Peng found this reasonable and agreed, "In that case, it's fine." He coldly turned his back, curtly requesting, "Lead the way." Moyi was a bit speechless at his haughty attitude. She pointed in another direction, guiding, "This way." The two of them walked together to the buffet restaurant near the campus. A group of students was gathered around a male student with a haggard face. He looked like he hadn't slept for days. They were comforting him. "It's okay, we'll help you." Gao Peng looked at the person and turned to ask Moyi, "Is this the discoverer?" "Why does he look so worn out?" Moya replied, also annoyed. "I was also dragged into this." "Let's just listen to what they have to say." As the two approached, a male student stood up and introduced, "This is Senior Liu, also a graduate of Yuzhou University." Another male student turned to Senior Li and said, "Senior, everyone's here. Tell us about the current situation." Senior Ly, with a worried expression, held his face and began to recount, "It's been a month. Even now, I still don't dare to go home at night." He recalled and narrated, "The first day the loud arguments appeared, I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, I even found it amusing and interesting. It wasn't until several days later that I suddenly realized I live on the top floor. How could there be a room above me?" Extremely worried and scared, he took his familiar, the Earth Gold Light Hound, up to the rooftop to investigate. But standing before the rooftop door, he could still hear the intense arguments. Senior Ly gathered all his courage and turned the doorknob. He flung the door wide open, but the moment he opened it, the rooftop was completely empty. There was nothing at all, empty and serene. Absolutely no trace could be found. Hearing this, the girls turned pale, held hands, and screamed in fear. A male student reassured Senior Lee, "Don't worry, Senior. We have so many people today, plus our familiars. Even if there's a monster, it will be scared away by us." Hearing this, Senior Lee felt reassured, so he agreed, "Well, all right, that would be best." Gao Peng turned to instruct Goldie, "Godel, if we encounter danger later, just carry me on your back, then try your best to run outside. Run with all the strength you use when drinking milk, understand?" Goldie, hearing the instructions, only focused on drinking its milk. It immediately retorted, "But I've never drunk milk before. I'm just a little duck." Gao Peng mentally evaluated this answer. He recalled the time Goldie kicked down an entire large tree with one blow, thinking, "Little duck, my foot. What kind of little duck kicks down a whole tree with one leg?" As night gradually fell, Senior Ly led the group of students to his apartment complex. He pointed at the tall building before them. "Everyone, that's my home ahead." Gao Peng walked at the very back, observing attentively, thinking to himself, "Indeed, I can't see anything strange. Nor do I see any eerie dark night fog or ghostly sounds as imagined." Just then, he looked at the familiar Moi had brought along and asked curiously, "Where's your black disaster water python?" Moi, who was currently leading a two-headed dog familiar, explained, "Its body is too large now, inconvenient to walk on the streets. The roads in Yuzhou City are too narrow, much narrower than Chang'an." Absorbed in their chat, the two were left behind by the group. A student had to look back and call them, "Those behind, hurry up." Seeing this, Gao Peng also had to urge, "Let's go." The group went up to Senior Ly's apartment. He led the way, opened the door, and immediately called, "An, come back." As soon as the door opened, an unpleasant odor wafted out, making the entire group grimace. They felt this smell wasn't right. Someone identified it as the stench of a corpse, alarming everyone. Suddenly, Senior Ly's scream echoed from inside the room. He was terrified. A scream rang out, "An, it's all your fault. You shouldn't have left her home alone." The students outside sensed trouble and decided things were bad, quickly going to help. One student panicked, speculating, "It could kill a tamed beast, which shows the monster's attack power isn't weak. Should we call the police?" Another disagreed, "We're already here, let's just finish it. The monster's rank probably isn't high, otherwise it wouldn't be so sneaky." They started arguing, "Are you scared of dying?" Another, not wanting to be seen as cowardly, shouted, "I've faced bigger things than this. Why fear this small matter?" Gao Peng and Moi quietly stood behind, observing the noisy crowd. Gao Peng, bored, remarked, "A disorderly mob." Suddenly, the lights inside flickered off, plunging the house into darkness. Just then, a student who went in first to check the situation hastily opened the door and fled for his life, repeatedly screaming, "Help! Save me!" Seeing this, Gao Peng worriedly asked, "What's going on inside?" He quickly looked into the room, also somewhat surprised. From the darkness, a long, sinewy hand with sharp, blood-red nails reached out, aiming straight for them. A female student crouched on the ground in fear, covering her mouth, while the male student who had been very active earlier stood frozen, stuttering, "What kind of monster is this?" Gao Peng quickly moved forward. Flickering in and out of sight in the dark corner was a humanoid monster with wisps floating around it. It was Green Haunt, level 20 of the undead system, currently in a stressed state. It could absorb fear energy from other creatures to grow. Witnessing this, Gao Peng muttered, "Illusion art, right?" A layer of fog began to spread throughout the room. Seeing this, the male student tensed up, thinking, "Not good. A monster that can change the environment must be at least leader rank or higher. It's definitely not something we can handle." Sensing the danger, the male student shouted, ordering everyone, "I'll hold the rear. You guys go first, remember to call the police." Among the top students accompanying them, some sobbed emotionally, while others were worried and reluctant to leave. Only Gao Peng, hands in his pockets, felt this display was meaningless. The fog grew thicker. Amidst the mist, a pitch-black eye flashed, looking terrifying. Immediately after, the monster lunged forward. It had several heads, a large body, and sharp, blood-red claws. The male student facing the monster trembled all over. He was terrified. "Mommy, what kind of monster is this? How did it get bigger? How can I possibly fight this? Looks like today I'm done for." The monster's appearance also scared the group of students following them. They scrambled away, no longer lingering or crying, telling each other to hurry and not let down their leader. I was also about to run but stopped when she saw Gao Peng still approaching the monster. She asked, puzzled, "Student Gao, aren't you afraid?" Gao Peng remained calm. With Goldie, he turned back. While walking, he replied, "Afraid? Why should I be? If this green haunt lived in ancient Huazia times, it would just be a tiny monster." He entered the room, approached the male student, and explained, "But in reality, this is just a monster. Since it's a monster, it has weaknesses. If it has weaknesses, it can be defeated." He calmly signaled Goldie, "Goldie, go." It immediately rushed forward without fear. Seeing Goldie's small size compared to the giant monster's wide mouth, the male student worriedly shouted, "Don't go. It's at least a leader-rank monster." Goldie raised its leg, intending to kick the monster, but its body immediately passed through it. The image of the giant monster gradually vanished. Goldie flew straight through the monster's image, leaving the witnesses startled and wondering, right? Where's the monster? Where's the fog? Why did it all disappear? While the situation was still chaotic, someone pointed towards the window and shouted, "Everyone, look!" By the windowsill, another monster appeared, but this one standing by the window was small in shape, and its expression even held a hint of fear. The male student turned to Gao Peng, asking, "What's going on?" Gao Peng, still calm, explained, "Nothing strange. It's illusion art, and a very good one at that." While they were talking, Goldie quickly approached the small monster and kicked it straight out the glass window, gruffly saying, "Scream. Scream again, I dare you." Gao Peng didn't anticipate this move. He rushed over, scolding, "Wait, why did you kick it down?" Goldie looked bewildered, not knowing what it did wrong. Gao Peng approached the broken window. He had planned to take the monster back and train it well, but unexpectedly, Goldie kicked it away. Looking down below, he thought, falling from this high, it surely won't survive. Suddenly, Moyi popped her head out and also looked down, humming thoughtfully, startling Gao Peng and Goldie. Gao Peng thought to himself, "Does this person really walk without making any sound?" Moyi pondered something, then sent her tamed beast to investigate. Gao Peng asked, and she explained, "Look down there, someone's collecting the monster's corpse." Indeed, down in the yard, right next to the body of the monster that had just fallen, a man was crouching. He was likely trying to take the monster's corpse, but was stopped by Moyi's tamed beast. Seeing this, Gao Peng was speechless. Someone would actually pick that up. Seeing the matter settled, he turned to leave with Goldie, not forgetting to inform Moyi, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I've dealt with the troublesome monster. As for Senior Ly, please have your student union console him." Seeing him leave, Moyi asked, puzzled, "Aren't you interested in this monster's corpse?" Gao Peng didn't turn back. He waved his hand and explained, "Someone called the police earlier. They should be arriving soon. Anyway, the police will take the monster's body for investigation, so staying won't let us see anything. Better to just head home early." When Gao Peng reached the ground floor, the police had already arrived and detained the man who intended to pick up the monster's corpse. The man desperately explained, "It has nothing to do with me. This isn't a monster I raised. I just saw a monster corpse on the ground and planned to pick it up to sell for a little money." Gao Peng still felt something was off. He thought to himself, "Although monster corpses can be sold for some money, I still feel this scavenger arrived too conveniently." After leaving the apartment building, Gao Peng headed home with Goldie, pondering Goldie's earlier attack. He realized, just as he thought, Goldie's anti-magic domain countered the functions of the illusion art system very well, and it also had the trait of getting tougher the more it fights. Thinking of this, he grew excited. The future looks promising. Gao Peng decided to catch a ride home. He then considered some backup tactics. Just as he pulled out his phone and finished booking a car, A sedan immediately appeared right in front of him. Gao Peng wondered, "Is this the car I booked? How did it arrive so fast?" Despite his suspicion, he still got into the car with Goldie. He told the driver to Southern Sky Group, while remaining vigilant in his mind. Was there just an empty car conveniently nearby? The driver glanced at Gao Peng sitting in the back, his face showing a clear, calculating look. After a while, Gao Peng seemed to realize something was wrong. He asked, "Driver, please pull over ahead for a bit. I need to use the restroom." The driver coldly looked at him through the rearview mirror, refusing the request, saying, "Young man, hold it for a bit. I'll drive faster. We'll reach the Southern Sky Group in another 10 minutes. Gao Peng tried to stay calm and retorted, "Is that so?" Then he immediately pointed out, "But this isn't the way to the Southern Sky Group, is it?" Knowing he might be in danger, he immediately ordered, "Goldie, kill him." Following the order, Goldie immediately lunged towards the driver. He understood he couldn't fight the beast barehanded and tried to placate him. "Young man, don't be agitated like this." Without letting him say more, Goldie rushed forward, hitting his head hard with its wing with a loud smack, frowning and cursing, "Damn your head." Attacked, the driver lost control of the car. The vehicle swerved and finally stopped. Gao Peng kicked the car door open hard to get out. Seeing the driver grimacing and holding his head, he immediately asked, "Wouldn't it have been better to stop earlier?" "Speak up, who sent you?" The driver got out, raising both hands to show he wasn't carrying any weapons. He tried to reconcile, "Little brother, don't misunderstand, we don't have any conflict." While he was trying to distract Gao Peng, a hand reached out from the trunk. Gao Peng repeated the driver's words, "No conflict at all, right?" While he was confronting the driver, a monkey-shaped monster lunged forward, fist raised, intending to attack Gao Peng from behind. That ape ambushed Gao Peng from behind, giving him no chance to react. At this moment, the driver thought everything was settled and smirked contemptuously. "Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself, stinky brat, for being nosy." Gao Peng, after being ambushed, didn't have a single scratch. The only thing he felt was pain. Immune to injury doesn't mean immune to pain. That punch to the head still hurt a bit. This made the driver's jaw drop in panic. How is this guy unharmed? This isn't scientific. Gao Peng turned around and saw the system displaying the ape's information. Name, Frost Corpse Monkey, level 20, Yin, Corpse Attribute, Elite Quality. Another corpse attribute, the earlier Ghost Curse was a ghost attribute. It was still bewildered and didn't dare to move. He looked at the system and couldn't help but ponder. Now it's a corpse attribute monster. Emotionally, this must be revenge from their accomplices pretty fast, right? Suddenly, Frost Corpse Monkey rushed forward, seemingly aiming to attack Gao Peng's lower body. He guessed its intention and quickly moved to cover himself, not forgetting to shout, "Mom?" Doing that is going too far. Just then, Goldie appeared, blocking Frost Corpse Monkey's misbehaving arm. Goldie growled accusingly in a gangster tone, "You dare touch this duck," making Frost Corpse Monkey shiver. The driver went from one surprise to another, witnessing Goldie's body enlarging. "What's with this duck? Why did it suddenly get so big?" Hearing this, Gao Peng just silently looked down on him. "Savage people like you who only know brutal punching and kicking, how could you understand my beast? Combat relies on tactics." He recalled Goldie's enlarging mechanism. "When I made the contract with Goldie, I tested it. Transferring damage can perfectly trigger its passive ability. It can both ensure my safety from the risk of decapitation and quickly enhance Goldie's combat power." The best of both worlds, returning to the battle, Goldie had decisively taken off its shirt. It delivered a perfect kick, just enough to knock down Frost Corpse Monkey. Gao Peng cheered enthusiastically from the side. "Perfect." The driver couldn't stay calm anymore. He angrily went to the trunk and took out an iron bar. While Gao Peng wasn't paying attention, the driver attacked from behind again, "Go down to the Yellow Springs." Along with that event, memories of being trained by his grandfather flooded Gao Peng's mind. "Gao Peng, if you already know that a beast tamer can draw energy from their beast, next, Grandpa will teach you a set of fist techniques that can both nourish life and train you on how to actively use this energy. The first step is to use your spiritual power to sense the beast's energy coming from within your body. And so, now, Gao Peng turned around to face him. Then you just need to guide this energy to activate your core strength, enhancing your explosive power. Thigh, inner thigh, outer thigh, waist, back, shoulder blade, arm, gradually gather force. Gao Peng delivered an uppercut, catching the driver off guard, straight to your fist. He dusted off his hands, looking at the driver lying helpless on the ground, doesn't know his own limits. Turning back, he saw Goldie gnawing on Frost Corp's monkey's head. Gao Peng had to stop it, right, Goldie, don't eat it. After dealing with it, he suddenly remembered he didn't know his current location and took out his phone to call for help. Where did that driver take me? I remember Grandpa said if I need help, contact this person. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end spoke first. Young Master Gao, what are your instructions? Gao Peng, sounding slightly awkward, recounted the story, ran into a bit of trouble. Now I don't know where I am, probably near the old city. Can you find my location and then send some capable people? The person on the other end also asked professionally. Young Master Gao, as soon as you called this number, your location was sent immediately. May I ask if you need us to come to the location right now? Hearing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but exclaim, so high-tech. Come, I'll wait for you all. It only took a short time for several helicopters to appear. Seeing people arrive, he waved his hand, calling out, over here. Huangya smiled, took off his hat, and stood before Gao Peng with the others, asking respectfully, Young Master Gao, what are your instructions? Seeing them dressed like that, he was speechless. Even wearing matching uniforms, making it look like villains. Gao Peng put his hands in his pockets. Hard work, how should I address you? Huangya quickly understood his meaning and replied, Huangya, we have all received favors from Director G. Now we specialize in handling matters in the shadows for him. If young Master Gao has any matter that is difficult to resolve openly, entrusting it to us is most appropriate. Gao Peng looked towards the driver from earlier, indicating he wanted help investigating them. Tonight, when my friend and I went to handle a matter, we accidentally got into trouble. The opponent is likely not a legitimate force. This is probably a member of their group. Huangya calmly accepted the order. I understand. Please leave it to us. Another person among them took out a computer, searched for information, and reported back, Young Master Gao, Big Brother, this group is likely an underground gang that came here from the Xiongxi area. Total core members, 7 people to leader-level beasts. Specifically, 1 intermediate rank leader-level white ghost curse and 1 beginner rank leader-level yin ghost. Seeing nothing to worrying about, Gao Peng turned to leave, leaving space for them to work to leader-level monsters that week. I thought it was some kind of dark organization with hundreds or thousands of core members acting cautiously. Didn't expect it to be this kind. All right then, I'll leave it to you all from now on. Huangya also quickly gave orders to his subordinates. Just a motley crew, Young Master Gao, rest assured. All units, listen up. Target, Xingmao in Old Town, Yuzhou. The remaining people also responded, understood. Gao Peng, standing below, called up, if possible, capture the 2 beasts alive and bring them back. Of course, safety comes first. Scene changes to Yuzhou, in a village of some province. In the room, there was only a man and a woman. The woman saw the man pacing restlessly and asked, Why aren't you sleeping yet? He gritted his teeth, unable to sit still. There's a problem. Still no news from Brother Si. Can't reach him by phone either. Saying that, the man immediately crawled under the bed and requested, This time, we probably ran into someone tough. You pack up a bit, let's leave first and figure things out later. He opened the jar, and a beast appeared inside. My good kid, having you here puts my heart at ease. The man in the lead furtively peeked outside. Seeing no one, he felt relieved and went to leave with his accomplice through the back door. No one's here, let's go quickly. Suddenly, someone shone a bright flashlight on them. It's so late, where do you think you're going? Seeing this, the man exclaimed in shock, Someone's here. Huangya, holding the flashlight, ordered his subordinates to aim their guns at them. Unit, attention, fire tranquilizer darts at the targets. Understood. All of Huang Yu's men surrounded them from all sides. They fired almost simultaneously and at the same targets, making it impossible for the two men to resist. As they both lay unconscious on the ground, the jar the man had taken from under the bed earlier began to shake violently. A beast appeared, causing everyone to panic. Not good. The white ghost nightmare has lost control. Huang Yu was the calmest. He waved his hand to reassure his subordinates. Don't worry. Be careful not to be affected by the illusory sound. Suddenly, the figure of a horse flashed by. It stepped forward and quickly dealt with the spirit beast. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu wasn't very surprised. Mission completed quickly. He stood before Gao Peng in less than 2 hours, very fast. Huang Yu replied politely, fortunately, I didn't fail the order. He gestured towards the spirit beast being pinned down by his warhorse. Young Master Gao, please take a look. The system then displayed information on both. First was Huang Yu's beast. Name, Crimson Blood Warhorse. Level, Chieftain. Status, Healthy. Attribute, Arrogant. Type, Fire. Below was the captured spirit beast. Name, White Ghost Nightmare. Level, Chieftain. Status, Heavily Injured. Type, Spirit. Gao Peng looked at the Crimson Blood Warhorse and guessed this horse must belong to Huang Yu. It conveniently countered the spirit type. Suddenly, he paused. Beside it was a little ghost trembling like a leaf. Name, Drought Ghost. Level, Chieftain. Status, Healthy. Type, Spirit. It had various characteristics, but overall it was timid with a childlike personality. This scene piqued Gao Peng's interest in it. Interesting. One of the 24 legendary ghosts, aside from the aquatic dragon. This is the first time I've seen a legendary monster appear. Seeing Gao Peng staring intently at the drought ghost, Huang Yu immediately caught on. Young Master Gao, are you interested in this ghost infant? Hearing the strange name, he couldn't help but wonder, ghost infant. Gao Peng also realized something strange had occurred again. The common name of the monster was completely different from the one provided by the system. Gao Peng pointed at the drought ghost and proposed, leave this drought ghost with me for a while. I want to study it a bit. Brother Huang, this trip must have been tough. If you're free now, please come to my laboratory for a visit. Huang Yu replied, okay. Huang Yu happily looked at his Crimson Blood Warhorse. Recently, the group acquired over 10 types of potent heat potions, all produced in Gao Peng's laboratory. And the sole researcher in this lab was also Gao Peng, my little ancestor. This person might help you evolve further. Don't you dare complain, but contrary to Huang Yu's wishes, the Crimson Blood Warhorse acted arrogantly, making him dumbfounded. Poverty cannot tempt, wealth cannot sway, injustice cannot break. This is a true man. He now regretted it. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have let him watch the story of Lu Bu. Lately, from morning till night, his spirit is unstable. Thinking he's the pure-blooded red-haired Gao Peng paid little attention to this issue and calmly took out a Type 1 Earth potion to entice it. True man, do you want to eat this? The Crimson Blood Warhorse tossed its head, not even deigning to look. I will not, for that. Before it could finish, he opened the cap. The aroma immediately spread everywhere. Seeing the delicacy right in front of it, the Crimson Blood Warhorse couldn't help but drool, making Gao Peng satisfied. How about now? It turned, shedding all its dignity. Is this smell fragrant enough? This is. The Crimson Blood Warhorse wagged its tail like a dog seeing its master. I want it. I want it. This scene left Huang Yu speechless, while Gao Peng laughed heartily. After finishing, Huang Yu led the Crimson Blood Warhorse away. As it walked, it kept muttering, who dares to battle me for 300 rounds? Not only did he not find it annoying, but he also indulgently replied, all right. I know you're very excited about just evolving. When we get back, I'll prepare more herbs for you. Gao Peng was moved by this scene. Their bond is really good. Suddenly, Hanwu appeared out of nowhere. He coughed once to announce his presence. Seeing Hanwu appear, Gao Peng beamed. Grandpa, you're back early today. I thought you'd be in meetings until 12. Hanwu didn't reply, directly asking about his recent situation. Where are those beasts of yours? Have they made any progress lately? Gao Peng pointed in the opposite direction. They're all training right now, just in time for you to see. Over here, Dorsey and Stripey were fighting fiercely. Dorsey and Stripey were both epic quality, around level 30, not far apart. One specialized in offense with flight capability, the other specialized in defense. Although it couldn't fly, it had web control, the other one was elsewhere. Right now, Goldie was stepping on Dumby. Dumby was consequently pushed back. It glared at Goldie with a murderous look. Pretty good. But Dumby's hand transformed into a weapon. It then chased after Goldie, slashing wildly non-stop. Goldie, caught empty-handed, was forced to flee like mad. Since when did you learn to transform weapons? This is cheating. Gao Peng let them play to their heart's content. He briefly explained about Dumby and Goldie. Dumby spent 3 full weeks in the slaughterhouse. It's now level 39, only 2 levels away from Lord level. 2 weeks ago, Goldie broke through to Chieftain level, regaining its previously lost legendary quality. Therefore, it's most suitable for these two to train together. There's only 1 week left until the World Youth Beast Tamer competition. Your current strength is barely acceptable even just to be a referee. HANW listened for a while, then offered advice. However, to convince the public and completely stop negative comments, you must possess a Lord-level beast before participating in the competition. His words left Gao Peng speechless. Based on the current situation, perhaps Dumby could reach level 40 by the competition, but reaching Lord level would still require a bit more time. Hanwoo wasn't concerned with that issue. He turned, encouraged him, and didn't forget to announce some good news. Keep training hard. Besides, the White Dragon is preparing to break through tonight. Hearing this, his spirits were instantly lifted. It's that sudden. But if the White Aquatic Dragon continues to evolve, it will become a legendary king-level beast, which is precisely the highest beast rank known to mankind in the world. Gao Peng looked at HANW's retreating back and made a promise. Okay, tonight I'll go stand guard for Grandpa. He heard this, scoffed 3 times, and refused. With your meager power, you want to stand guard. Go get some rest. Scene shifts to the suburban lake. The calm lake surface suddenly erupted with large water columns. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings, obscuring the view. Gao Peng is standing by the railing, watching. It seems the evolution has begun. How could I possibly sleep? This is king level. Suddenly, he noticed something. HANW's White Flood Dragon is screaming non-stop. Screaming from within the hazy silhouette obscured by smoke and dust. System notification. Level 51 monster. Gao Peng was confused by this scene. Level 51. It's already level 51. Wasn't the breakthrough supposed to happen tonight? If it already broke through, why is it screaming like that? Many questions raced through his mind. Did something go wrong, or does Grandpa have a plan? No wonder he told me not to worry elsewhere. In an army briefing room, the situation was already being monitored. Urgent report. GHANW's tamed beast, the Flood Dragon, is undergoing a level breakthrough. The Flood Dragon tamed beast is breaking through. It's currently at the peak Lord level. Another breakthrough means it will reach king level. One man among them voiced his opinion first. Old Master G relies precisely on this peak Lord level tamed beast. It's why the South Sky Group can maintain its unique independence. Even the government, and we have to yield to them somewhat. Now, the Flood Dragon is about to break through again. Someone across from him found this disagreeable and immediately objected. That's right. Regardless, Ji Hanwoo is one of our Yuzhou people. The man beside him also chimed in. Actually, Ji Hanwoo is considered pretty decent. At least he isn't arrogant, and he treats our military quite respectfully. The opposing side found this unpleasant and retorted. You simply don't understand Ji Hanwoo. He doesn't respect our military. He's just shrewd and opportunistic. If you looked into some of his past dealings, you would know he's not someone known for his leniency. That's right. If you people want to be lapdogs for those businessmen, go right ahead. The two sides clashed fiercely over this. What did you mean by that? Watch your mouth. Was I wrong? Do you know how the other base cities mock our Yuzhou military region? This left the neutral parties bewildered. So, what's the decision? Do we act or not? A man couldn't bear listening to their squabbling any longer. He slammed the table and stood up. What are you all thinking? We haven't even dealt with the monsters outside, and now you're caught up in internal strife. What is it you want? Keep arguing if you want. I'm out of here. He left decisively, slamming the door hard behind him. Long Xing left first again. Seriously, that guy is always so high-strung. It's just a good tamed beast, that's all. Seeing the tension, the chief of the Yuzhou military region made a ruling. All right, let this matter rest. Everyone, listen to the order. Do not interfere. Violators will be punished according to military law. Just as he stepped into the corridor, the Yuzhou chief was stopped by a young subordinate chief. He turned, puzzled. What is it? The young man didn't want to waste the chief's time, so he got straight to the point with his suggestion, reporting, Chief, I have an idea. I understand it's inconvenient for us to intervene directly, but isn't it possible someone else could? We could leak the information. There must be someone who doesn't want Ji Hanwu's tamed beast to achieve its breakthrough. Hearing this, the chief began to frown. He wasn't receptive to the idea and turned sharply away. All right, go back now. Don't even think about leaking this information. In all of Yuzhou, nobody dares to make a move against Ji Hanwu. Behind the chief's back, the subordinates started formulating a perfect plan. No one in Yuzhou. That might not be entirely true. Back at the location of the White Flood Dragon's breakthrough, another tamed beast was observing from a distance. That human didn't deceive me. There really is a flood dragon preparing to break through. A monster containing dragon blood would be immensely beneficial to me. Could it be a trap, or should I take the gamble? After some deliberation, the tiger-like beast decided to risk it and charged forward, screaming so pathetically it must still be in the middle of its breakthrough. Never mind, I can't miss this opportunity. Upon arrival, it froze. Where's the dragon? Suddenly, claws appeared out of thin air and impaled it. The White Flood Dragon grabbed it, crushed it tightly, sending the tiger swiftly to the afterlife. Gao Peng and his animals are having a great time partying. In an office, Xu Heti was using a long-range communicator to call Chairman Ji. Hanwu responded, It's handled on my end. How are things on yours? Suechi Ti's expression was grave. His brows knitted as he replied, The security department brothers made a significant find. We purged the group internally once, but a few rats slipped through. We'll use this chance to clean them out again. Indeed, the moment you show any sign of fatigue, those little imps seize the chance to pounce. Hearing this, Hanwu gave Suheti the order act. Suegti immediately complied. He and his subordinates headed to the technical department in the corporation's tower to get started. A young woman trailing behind called out, Minister Xu, seemingly unsure. One subordinate grabbed the doorknob, but couldn't open it. Boss, the door's locked. Hearing this, Xu Heti glanced towards Golden and commanded, Go. It instantly charged, kicking the door off its hinges with blinding speed. Inside the room, a huge, enraged monster appeared. But Suheti remained completely unfazed, even scoffing at their methods. Hiding a tamed beast behind the door, such a low-level tactic. Golden swiftly lunged, striking the beast with a powerful blow, sending blood splattering. That seemed to clear things up. Now there were no remaining obstacles left. Suheti immediately assigned tasks. Ziwon, take a few men inside and conduct a thorough search. Xiaoli, notify Team 2 to secure the exits. With their assignments given, Xiaoli and the others entered the room, inspecting everything, searching every nook and cranny, then reported back. Captain, a lot of documents are missing. The computer data has been completely erased too. Suheti turned and commanded Golden, Find our dear Minister Zhao for me. Golden's eyes suddenly gleamed, as if nothing could escape its sight. In a flash, it struck out towards a young woman clutching a stack of documents. Her face filled with panic as papers flew everywhere. She appeared to be an employee of Minister Zhao. Down in the parking garage, Minister Zhao was hurriedly making his escape. He got into his car, his face grim, muttering complaints. That damned tiger failed again. Refused to sign a blood contract with me, even after I gave it so many offerings. All wasted. I never expected that old fox Ji Hanwoo to hold back like that. That flood dragon probably evolved long ago, yet he always pretended it couldn't break through. He didn't stop there, continuing to scheme. I still possess quite a few internal documents from the South Sky Group. If I can deliver these to the Sky River Group, they'll surely offer me at least a vice director position. As head of the technical department, I never had clearance for the South Sky Group's core technical details. That damn dog G never trusted anyone, always suspicious of everyone. How despicable. Minister Zhao sped up rapidly, trying to flee, but things didn't go as planned. Golden suddenly appeared, blocking his escape route. Zhao's face went pale, seemingly uncomprehending. Golden lifted the entire car effortlessly into the air with both hands, then it abruptly released its grip. The car plummeted, crashing heavily, buckling the ground beneath it. Golden peered into the wreckage. Minister Zhao was inside, upside down, motionless. Elsewhere, Hanwoo was chatting with his grandson Grandpa. While I was helping Captain Huang level up his tamed beast, I had a new insight. It might enhance a tamed beast's endurance and burst power. Hanwoo was full of praise upon hearing this. Suheti approached from afar. His daughter unexpectedly asked why. Hanwoo put his arm around Xuheti's shoulder and introduced him. I asked him to come. Gao Peng, this is old Xu's son, Xuheti, my most capable subordinate. Go on, call him Uncle Xu. Gao Peng immediately complied. Hello, Uncle Xu. Xuheti smiled and replied, Chairman G must be joking. Young Master Gao is a genius my father constantly praises. How could I accept being called uncle? Gao Peng looked at Suheti's appearance and thought, Suheti, the security minister of the Southern Sky Group. I'd heard of him long ago, but had never seen him in person. Compared to elder Xuan Suchingi, he looks very refined and courteous, completely different from this minister. He looked over at Golden and thought, compared to people, beasts are somewhat more interesting. Golden's monster information panel appeared. Title, Glorious Golden Boxing Kangaroo King, Level 40, Perfect Quality, Ability, Supernatural 6 Senses. It's a light element monster in healthy condition. Golden is a kangaroo passionate about kickboxing and muscle training. Through arduous training and innate talent, it gained a sixth sense far surpassing ordinary monsters. Gao Peng rested his chin on his hand and continued thinking. Supernatural 6 senses ability, first time seeing it. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and the sixth sense for danger perception, can they all be enhanced? For a monster relying on kickboxing like the glorious Golden Boxing Kangaroo King, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Golden's face lit up, smiling brightly at Gao Peng. Indeed, the longer the monster's name, the more badass it is. Guanji knelt, hands on the floor. Hanwoo immediately interrogated him. Guanji, when your father owed a gambling debt of 3 million back then, I helped you pay it off. I also treated you as a confidant and nurtured you. How have I treated you? Guanji trembled, sweating profusely, and stammered, Chairman G, wasn't unfair to me. HANWU's eyes darkened as he continued, people always strive to climb higher. You have your ambitions, leaving here is nothing blameworthy. But you took the company's internal documents, wanting to trade them for prospects from our rival group. Guanji bowed his head and pleaded, please, give me one more chance. HANWU clenched his teeth tightly, angrily calling out, Gao Peng. Gao Peng heard his grandfather ask him, if it were you, how would you handle this? After pondering deeply, Gao Peng's decisive voice rang out, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Hanwoo chuckled lightly and said, not a bad idea. If this were a peaceful era, naturally, we'd use the law to resolve it. But this is the new world now. Then he coldly announced, handle it cleanly. Then tell the outside world that an unfortunate technical incident occurred in the laboratory. Compensate his family with a 2-rank promotion. Suheti immediately dragged Guanji away, ignoring his pleas. Chairman G, please spare me. I was wrong. Please, considering my many years working for the Southern Sky Group, even if there's no merit, there was hard work. The night was quiet, surrounded only by mountains and forests. White was swimming in a large river. Hanwoo and Gao Peng were chatting on the bank. Hanwoo asked, still thinking about what happened earlier. Gao Peng replied, I was just thinking. A high-level executive gave internal documents to our competitor. If we don't deal with it strictly and swiftly, what will others think when they see it? Gao Peng looked up at the starry sky and continued, will they feel they can try it too? After all, if they get caught, just begging for forgiveness might be enough. We cannot set this precedent. HANWU agreed with his grandson's words, then confided, I hope you never have to deal with these kinds of dark matters in your life. But my grandson cannot grow up like a flower protected in a greenhouse. From afar, suddenly, a streak of light shot over incredibly fast, impossible to follow with the naked eye, breaking a table. It turned out to be a small beast. It seemed to have accidentally bumped into Hanwoo and Gao Peng, approaching the giant white with a refreshed look. Then Hanwoo said, these past few days, white has also been playing wildly, unable to rein in its playful nature anymore. Just as well, I'll let it go out and catch some high-level monsters to use for upgrading your little Dumby, Gao Peng gratefully replied. Then I'll have to trouble White. Dumby is just a little short of being able to level up. A few days later, at the Imperial Capital Airport, Moyi and her friends were on their way to the World Youth Beast Tamer competition. They cheered her on, Junior Sister June, you have to perform well in the competition this time. You must show the style of our Yuzhou University. Junior Sister June can definitely get into the top 3. Go, Junior Sister June. Moyi's friend, walking with her, saw Gao Peng's figure in the distance and said in surprise, isn't that Gao Peng over there? Her friends started discussing, it really seems to be Gao Peng, he's at the airport too. What's he doing at the airport? I remember he withdrew from the World Youth Beast Tamer competition himself. Could it be that he regrets it and wants to come watch the competition? Gao Peng stood from afar, thinking, grandfather said someone would pick me up after arriving in the imperial capital. Moyi's friend continued with a sigh of regret, if Gao Peng also participated, then our Yuzhou University would have 3 competitors. Another friend added, I remember Imperial Capital University has 3 competitors, which makes them so smug. Every day they boast about how they'll sweep the top 3 spots. Suddenly, many large, grand cars drove up, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Passers-by pointed at the cars and said, look everyone. There are 10 Alliance vehicles coming to pick someone up. Could it be a big shot from another base city arriving in the imperial capital? Seeing this, Gao Peng mentally judged, just picking someone up, why make such a big show, afraid others don't know they have money. From afar, he saw his grandfather's subordinate approaching. He felt helpless. Why do I have a bad feeling? The subordinate placed a hand on his chest and politely said, young Master Gao, please get in the car. Gao Peng replied, please wait a moment, I need to pick up my familiar first. The subordinate responded, we have already arranged for people to place your familiar in another car. If you confirm there are no issues, we can depart. Gao Peng was surprised, didn't grandfather say to act low-key? Moyi and her friends stood behind, staring intently at Gao Peng, then said one after another, Gao Peng has such a background. The person they're picking up is Gao Peng. Didn't they say his parents passed away early? Upon arrival, Gao Peng entered a large room with elegant yellow lighting and cheerfully greeted, hello, Elder Zhou. Zhou Chunmin, one of the 12 elders of the Beast Tamer Alliance and former chairman of the 9 Mountain Group, saw Gao Peng and praised him profusely. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. So young, your age isn't much different from the competitors, right? Hearing Zhou Chunmin's question, Gao Peng was speechless. It's not just not much different. I am the competitor who withdrew. Zhou Chunmin continued, actually, regarding you becoming a referee, both Elder Yi and I strongly agree. But that old fellow Ping Zhong doesn't quite agree. He doesn't believe someone as young as you has sufficient strength, wanting to choose a more steady referee. Gao Peng wondered, Ping Zhong, one of the 12 elders? Zhou Chunmin's face was resolute. That's right. So, fundamentally, there was no need for a test. What kind of relationship do your grandfather and I have? How could I not trust him? But someone is looking for trouble, so you'll be slightly aggrieved. Now, let's go to the test. let's shut those people up fair and square. Gao Peng's expression was sly, without a trace of fear, as he replied, all right. So, he led Gao Peng to the training hall. We're here. The hall was extremely spacious with countless training devices. Zhou Mengmeng, who was training there, came over to greet, Grandpa, why are you here? Zhou Chunmin introduced Gao Peng. This is my granddaughter. Zhou Mengmeng is a third-year student at Imperial Capital University, 2 years ahead of you. He instructed Zhou Mengmeng on how to address him. This one, you should call younger brother. His elder Ji's grandson, Gao Peng, smiled brightly. Hello, elder sister Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng asked curiously, is that elder Ji from Yuzhou? Zhou Chunmin reminded her, yes, don't just see that your younger brother is 2 years younger than you. This time, he came to the Imperial Capital to participate in the World Youth Beast Tamer competition, and he's also serving as a referee. Zhou Mengmeng was extremely surprised and asked, such a young referee? He turned his back, walking away while replying, because he's young. Some old folks suggested we need to informally check the actual strength of Gao Peng's tamed beast a bit. Gao Peng, the testing room is inside. Zhou Chunmin glanced at Gao Peng and said, I remember old Ji saying you have 6 tamed beasts. At your age, having just 3 leader-level monsters is already considered a rare genius. If you have to leader-level ones, he added, applying more pressure. Gao Peng gently adjusted his glasses, smiled, and replied, Mr. Zhou, if that's the case, then there's no need for a test. Dumby, immediately, a beast wearing a black cloak appeared right behind Gao Peng, its eyes blazing like fire. Then he confidently ordered, show Uncle Zhou a little something. Dumby raised its hand to its chest as if casting a spell. A golden light surrounded its body. Zhou Chunmin exclaimed in alarm, wait a minute, this is, Dumby's Beast Attribute panel appeared, showing the title Skeletal Tyrant, level 41, along with other abilities and characteristics beyond imagination. Zhou Chunmin was astonished, a lord level aura? This undead tamed beast of yours is actually lord level. Gao Peng scratched his head shyly, just lucky, it's all thanks to Grandpa. Zhou Mengmeng, standing nearby, admired him silently. I've been training tamed beasts for over 3 years, but my strongest beast is currently only late-stage leader level. A lord-level beast could already defend some small base cities. Zhou Chunmin laughed triumphantly and said, Kid, you've hidden yourself so deeply. I really want to see the looks on those other people's faces. There's going to be a good show to watch. At this time, the stands of the World Youth Beast Tamer competition arena were packed with people. Lights covered the entire stage. A female host began reporting, Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the World Youth Beast Tamer competition arena. There's only 1 hour left until it starts, but the atmosphere on stage is already incredibly vibrant. Another host continued the announcement, I am a reporter from Mado Satellite TV. With half an hour to go, the participating contestants have entered the arena. The time is counting down second by second, only 8 minutes left. Finally, the competition officially began. The MC appeared, stirring up the atmosphere. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first World Youth Beast Tamer competition. This is also the first time all new generation beast tamers from around the world get to interact. Let me introduce the competition rules for this event. A total of 64 contestants are participating. The MC continued to announce the competition format. The first round will see 32 people advance. The second round will select 16 contestants, and so on, until the strongest is chosen. The contestants were still waiting in the waiting room. Honlei spoke up, asking, the competition is about to start. Are you guys nervous? But no one paid attention to his inquiry. Everyone ignored him. This made Honlei very angry, clenching his teeth and thinking, isn't it just because I got in relying on Dad? Just wait, I haven't wasted these 3 months. I will definitely make those who look down on me eat their words. I am not inferior to anyone. I am not Gao Peng's replacement. After the rules were announced, the system began pairing contestants for matches. The MC announced again, Dear audience, the draw results are now displayed on the screen. The first match of the first round is Hon Lei from the Huaxia region versus Lucas from the Britain region. The MC shouted, "Contestant Hon Lei, please enter the arena first." Hon Lei rode a rhino-like beast with a very large horn into the arena, waving to the audience, then arrogantly thought to himself, "See that, so many people are watching me now." The MC continued, "Contestant Lucas, please enter the arena." Lucas simply walked into the arena, smiling and waving to the audience, looking very friendly. Below, the crowd cheered and praised him. "Lucas, I love you." "Bro, you're so handsome," Lucas enthusiastically thanked them. Seeing Lucas was more popular than him, Hon Lei acted petty. "Pretty boy, isn't he just a little more handsome than me?" Next, the MC introduced an indispensable important figure, one of the 3 referees for this competition, the youngest referee among the 3 referees for our competition this time. A dark figure slowly walked out, and the spotlight focused on him. Hon Lei looked back, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be him? That young referee was precisely Gao Peng. He stood solemnly, one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of maturity and confidence. In the stands, everyone was surprised by Gao Peng's appearance. What? People started murmuring. "Is this the referee, the youngest referee? But this age is way too young. If you said he was a contestant, we'd believe it." Someone in the stands recognized Gao Peng and stammered, "That's Gao Peng." The person holding a sign replied confidently, "The name might be the same, but the appearance surely isn't." In Chang'an City, Han families Yuanming watched the match on TV and grumbled to himself, "Didn't this brat accept our favor and withdraw from the competition? How could he take the referee position? Besides strength, you also need connections." Could it be the initial investigation materials were wrong? Gao Peng's scheming runs really deep. What should I do now? Absolutely cannot let him secretly trip up Hon Lei. Yuanming pressed a call button on his chair's armrest and called, "Router, contact Manager Chen of the Beast Tamer Alliance." The person on the other end immediately answered, "Mayor Hon." He then made a request, "Mayor Hon, could you help me contact Gao Peng?" The person on the other end laughed loudly and replied, "Mr. Jie is currently serving as the referee for the match. How about you look for Mr. Gao after the match ends? If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Then came the beep beep of the call ending. Yuanming angrily ground his teeth and growled, "Gao Peng." Scene change. Gao Peng was present in the arena. He shouted loudly, "Silence, I am indeed a referee for this match. I am only 18 years old this year." Everyone reacted negatively, "Only 18. The minimum requirement for signing a blood pact is 18. Did he just get a tamed beast and immediately become a referee? How can a wet behind the ears kid be a referee, on what basis?" Someone even shouted loudly, "Shady, shady." Gao Peng snapped his fingers and called, "Dumby." Immediately, Dumby appeared right behind Gao Peng. He ordered, "Show them. Remember to control the range a bit, don't let anyone get accidentally injured." Upon seeing Dumby, everyone was astonished. "That's a Lord level, alright?" Gao Peng's tamed beast is Lord level. Then he asked, "Now, does anyone still doubt my qualifications?" Suddenly, a guy in green frowned suspiciously, "Too terrifying. Only 18 years old and already subdued a Lord level tamed beast. Is this fellow hacking?" But the guy in white did a U-turn, praising. He was invited to be a referee, otherwise, the other contestants would be hard-pressed to compare. The officials really thought this through. The guy in green saw the guy in white flip-flop like flipping a pancake and said annoyedly, "Didn't you just shout shady?" Why the sudden change of heart? At this moment, Gao Peng also began announcing the competition rules. Combat is restricted. You cannot go beyond the arena boundaries. At the same time, there are no restrictions on combat methods or skills. Actively attacking the opposing contestant is strictly prohibited. If one of the 2 tamed beasts loses the ability to fight or actively surrenders, the match will end. Remaining tamed beast, please have the contestants proceed to the command area. He extended his hand forward, signaling first round, first match officially begins. As it started, the ossified horned rhino quickly ran forward, ramming straight into the slime monster. Seeing this situation, Gao Peng could only sigh and think inwardly, is victory and defeat already decided? A bit boring. It's a pity that as a referee, I can't place baits. Suddenly, an information panel about the ossified horned rhino appeared. Ossified horned rhino, level 27 quality, elite, attributes, undead type, bone type, status, healthy, competitive, weakness, holy type. Next, the information panel for the tidal marsh slime beast also appeared. Tidal marsh slime, level 25 quality, elite, attributes, earth type or mud type, status, healthy. Fierce weaknesses, wood type and water type. After seeing the information panels of the two tamed beasts, he mentally commented, although it seems this white-bone giant rhino has an advantage in level and status, suppressing the slime monster, then Gao Peng inwardly noticed something. But this giant rhino has a very big weakness. The skill notification panel for the slime monster appeared, skill, slime body, level 2. As long as the body is not completely separated, learning its skill grants immunity to all physical damage. He thought silently, though the white-bone giant horned ox is undead type, it hasn't awakened undead magic. It can only rely on its iron-hard body to fight. Its attributes are naturally countered. Seeing this, Hon Lei gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. The intel clearly said this guy's beast was a silverback giant ape. Why did it suddenly change into a slime monster? At that moment, the white-bone giant horned ox was held fast by the slime monster. He yelled, "Fool, move for me." After a struggle, the white-bone giant horned ox finally escaped the slime monster's attack. Seeing this, everyone shouted, "It escaped." The man in white in the stands quickly shouted, "Everyone, look, the slime monster caught up again." Just then, the slime monster was chasing the white-bone giant horned ox. Gao Peng asked Dumby, who was standing behind him, "Dumby, if you fought this slime monster, what would you do?" It answered bluntly, "Chop it into pieces." He then turned away, thinking regretfully, "Too bad, classmate Hon Lei is about to be eliminated." It's truly a pity. The white-bone giant horned ox had now suffered moderate damage. Gao Peng approached Hon Lei, asking, "What do you say? Want to forfeit?" "Honestly, your performance wasn't too bad, just a bit unlucky. I hope you won't let this defeat leave a shadow on you." Hon Lei retorted angrily, "Forfeit what? I haven't lost yet. If you're not convinced, kid, we can have a match, trying to sabotage me." Gao Peng questioned, "Please, I'm the referee right now. How could I possibly use my position to target you? Am I an idiot?" He pointed to the injured beast, persuading, "I'm just kindly reminding you, where there's life, there's hope. The slime monster is constantly corroding your beast. Defeat is only a matter of time. If you forfeit now, your beast can still recover. If you keep pushing, the white-bone giant horned ox is already severely injured." Hon Lei angrily pushed Gao Peng away, yelling, "Get lost, white-bone giant horned ox, attack for me." Hearing this, Gao Peng felt somewhat dismayed, thinking, still not giving up. Suddenly, a purple glow enveloped the white-bone giant horned ox. It struggled, got up, and tried to break free from the slime monster, then looked at Hon Lei, saying, "Master, I'm standing." Seeing this, Hon Lei urgently commanded, "What are you standing there for? Go kill it. You must win for me." The white-bone giant horned ox trembled, calling out, "Master," but Hon Lei stubbornly commanded, "Stop wasting time, attack." Gao Peng watched from the side, sighing inwardly. This beast is indeed quite good, with a strong will, but saddled with such a master. Suddenly, the white-bone giant horned ox's face bled, and then it collapsed. Gao Peng was surprised. What? Seeing a large crack on its face, he thought with a sigh, it withstood the attack from a commander-level white jade black tortoise rock monster, creating a large hole. Now it's dying, needing immediate treatment. He continued his thought, but looking at the beast's current state, was that attack its final burst? Gao Peng announced, "Contestant Hon's beast has been down for over 30 seconds. I now declare the winner of this round is contestant Lucas." The white-bone giant horned ox trembled, calling out, "Master." Hon Lei said, "Useless, die for all I care. I'll just have father find me a stronger familiar." Gao Peng, in front of Lucas, "Congratulations," Lucas said, "Thanks. Is that familiar okay?" Does that contestant Han not have any morals? He just ignored his own familiar. Gao Peng replied, "Don't worry, we'll take care of the rest." Gao Peng approached and gently patted the beast, comforting it as it whimpered in pain. Later, Gao Peng was featured in a news article. Referee becomes hottest topic of today's matches. Gao Peng, Huaxia region's 11th seed, 18 years old, acting as referee, owns a Lord-tier beast. The announcer said excitedly, "After watching matches all morning, you must all be tired. But don't leave yet. Soon, we will begin the 32nd match of the first round, which is also the final match of the first elimination stage." She announced loudly, "Let's welcome contestant Yu, the number 1 seed from the Huaxia region." His beast's information board appeared. Black scale violent tiger level, 32 quality, perfect, attribute, dark type, abilities, hardened scales LV.1, dark element mastery LV.1, trait, dark pupils, unaffected by darkness, extremely strong perception of dark elements, targets seen fall into a darkened state. Then, the announcer continued, "Next, from the England region, the number 1 seed, contestant Brown, his information board appeared. Wailing Serpent Tree, quality, epic, level, 30 type, wood abilities, fast climb LV2, enhanced regeneration LV.1, trait, acid sac, automatically generates acid, causing severe corrosive damage. Constricting and devouring prey produces large amounts of acid, which can either increase corrosion or add a paralyzing effect. Weakness, fire type." The crowd started murmuring. An orange-haired person said to his neighbor, "Huaxia's number 1 against England's number 1. The other person replied, "Yu will surely win. But Brown isn't weak, he's England's number 1, after all." Gao Peng announced, "I declare the match begins." He watched the two beasts approach, thinking, the black scale violent tiger is 2 levels higher, but its quality is 1 grade lower than the Wailing Serpent Tree, thus, the level gap is offset by quality. They're evenly matched, maybe the Wailing Serpent Tree is slightly stronger. Their attributes don't counter each other. The tiger's trait ability has little effect on the tree, offering minimal support. But the tree's corrosive attack trait has a very wide range of application, Gao Peng thought. However, the Wailing Serpent Tree is still a plant-type beast. Their common weakness is slow movement speed. The odds for this match are probably 50-50. Seeing the black-scale violent tiger charge forward, he thought, the tiger attacks first. It roared, launching a new attack. Gao Peng observed the shadow it cast ahead, assessing. The tiger created a dark zone again, however, seeing from the perspective of the Wailing Serpent Tree, he thought, the Wailing Serpent Tree, being plant-type, uses biowaves for location, not sight. Right after, it lashed out with vines. The vines relentlessly attacked the black-scale violent tiger, and branches also struck at it. Seeing this, Yu exclaimed happily, "Nice. This tree's vine whips, it can't even defend. Victory is certain this time." But Gao Peng thought otherwise, certain victory unlikely. The Wailing Serpent Tree's vines themselves don't have much destructive force, but the acid they carry is the real killing weapon. By now, the black-scale violent tiger was lightly injured from accumulated corrosion. The Wailing Serpent Tree lifted the tiger and sprayed acid onto it. Gao Peng silently praised, "This Wailing Serpent Tree is quite impressive." Attributes are secondary, its patience is the most fearsome aspect. It's like an experienced hunter, patiently waiting for the tiger to attack, then slowly corroding its opponent with acid. The outcome is set. Although the black-scale violent tiger landed, it was clearly trembling. Seeing his tiger trembling like this, Yu raised his hand to surrender. "Forget it, I give up, stop fighting, let's go back." Gao Peng approached Brown. "Congratulations, contestant Brown, you have won this match." BROWN replied, "You are very strong, but I hope we can fight in the future." Gao Peng smiled, "I'll do my best to give you a dignified defeat." BROWN replied humbly, "I will try my hardest." He then turned and walked away, bidding farewell. Gao Peng watched him, exasperated. Try hard at what? Meanwhile, Yu was comforting his beast. "I know, you're unwilling to. But fighting on is too risky. That serpent tree can regenerate. You can't recover on your own. Seeing this, Gao Peng called out, "Wait up, contestant you." Yu turned back sharply. "We lost, fair and square." "My skills were lacking. Nothing more to say. If you're here to offer pity, save it." Gao Peng arrogantly replied, "I don't have time to comfort others. I recall your mother is the leader of the Blood Shadow monster hunting troupe. I have a business proposal for your mother. Also, do you know where you fall short compared to Brown?" Yu scratched his head, answering, "In this fight, I lacked experience." The black-scale violent tiger got too agitated. "Maybe I should wait a bit and figure out the sorrowful howl snake tree's abilities first." Gao Peng explained, "Not that. It seems you still haven't grasped the true essence. Your tamed beast's quality is one grade lower than his. His sorrowful howl snake tree is epic grade, while your black-scale violent tiger is merely perfect quality." Yu asked in surprise, "Epic quality? No wonder he dared to bring such a plant-type monster to the first match." Plant-type monsters lack mobility. Facing a beast tamer with long-range attacks, they become a punching bag. Furthermore, they are heavily countered by fire-type monsters. Gao Peng patted his shoulder and offered advice. "If your black-scale violent tiger were epic quality, it could shred all the snake tree's branches, making its other abilities useless. I have a way to help your black-scale violent tiger evolve. If you want to advance further, find me after the competition ends." He watched Gao Peng leave, thinking, a way to evolve tiger to epic quality. What exactly is this Gao Peng's background? In the waiting room for the World Youth Beast Tamer coaches, referee Li was checking news on his phone. Seeing Gao Peng enter, he said, "Yesterday's news was all about you. You're quite the hot topic now." Gao Peng replied, "Don't joke, referee Li. It's just temporary hype. A new hot topic will soon make them forget me." Referee Guo looked at the tournament bracket and asked, "There are 32 contestants left in the second round, and the Huaxia region only makes up a quarter." Referee Li replied, "This ratio is indeed much lower than some expected, but it's not surprising. Although the Southeast Asia and Africa regions were economically behind us before the cataclysm, their natural environments are highly suitable for monster survival, so their beast-taming combat strength is very formidable." He then frowned, emphasizing, or should I say, very savage. Referee Guo agreed, "I've heard about this. I'm from Kanzhou, which borders Southeast Asia. Their method of training tamed beasts is like pitting them against each other." Hearing this, Gao Peng asked again, "Pitting them against each other? Referee Guo, please tell me more." Referee Guo sighed and recounted what he knew. The Southeast Asian nations, collectively known as the Southeast Asia region after the World Alliance government was formed during the early cataclysm, countless casualties resulted in many orphans. These orphans were gathered by the Southeast Asia region government into training camps under harsh, militarized management. Upon turning 18, they were issued tamed beasts and then subjected to the most brutal nurturing system. From each batch, they would select the strongest. The other orphans had virtually no chance of survival. After listening, Gao Peng remarked, "That ruthless." Referee Li also criticized, "Although we live in extraordinary times where some drastic measures might be excusable, this is just too much." Referee Guo added, "The elites emerging from such a ruthless system are fiercely competed for by the major local families, corporations, and government. Overnight, women, money, and status become readily available. But without this path, these children, being orphans, would find it hard even to survive. It's difficult to pass judgment." Hearing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, "Orphans. This training camp model, could our family perhaps try it? Not so cruelly, of course. After all, I can directly upgrade tamed beast quality. For children in similar situations, like Junzong previously, it could be a path to survival in this post-apocalyptic world." Scene change. Dozi is lying on the grass, resting lazily, when a voice suddenly asks, "Dozi, what are you doing?" Startling it, making it leap up, "Gao Peng's here, where is Gao Peng?" Gao Peng's voice came from a camera. "Perhaps you don't understand the power of technology." He threatened, "I knew the instant you started slacking off. I only wanted to give you a chance to regret it, but you pushed your luck. From now on, for every hour you're lazy, Your training reps increase by 1,000. Duzi looked remorseful. Gao Peng, let me explain. Gao Peng demanded. I've been monitoring you. I saw everything you did clearly. What is there to explain? Explain what? It stammered. I then put on a cute expression and blurted out an excuse. I like you the most. But this tactic had little effect on Gao Peng. He scoffed. You think that works on me? On the screen, footage showed Duzi trying to fawn over him. Gao Peng. Gao Peng is the best, but Gao Peng stood firm. No, next time. Do 10,000 reps today. Go, I'll be monitoring you. No slacking. Referee Guo witnessed this spectacle looking slightly baffled. Referee 51 appeared understanding. They say geniuses have their eccentricities. I understand. Referee Li turned and said, time flies, the break's over. He smiled brightly. Want a reminder from your senior, Gao Peng. Referee Li continued. Of the Huaxia region contestants, 8 reached the second round. Out of those, 3 were eliminated in matches you presided over. Gao Peng glanced over, asking, so? Referee Li calmly replied, so, right now, there isn't a so what. But if more Huaxia contestants are eliminated in matches you officiate next, it's not guaranteed that some people won't habitually find excuses to mask their own shortcomings. Referee Li turned to leave, leaving a parting word, tall trees catch much wind, good luck. Then the announcer declared, next, we begin the third match of the second round's Team Beast battles. It's Gang Mu from the Africa region versus Kim Mu-en from the Goryeo region. Cheers erupted. Kim Mu-en, fight on. In the arena, Kim Mu-en stood beside his tamed beast. Gao Peng saw this and thought, Silverback Rage Ape and Swamp Slime again. Their appearance rate is way too high, especially the Swamp Slime. Nearly every representative team has one. He observed the opposing team's beast, noting inwardly, in contrast, the African contestant's tamed beast is one I haven't seen before. An info panel displayed the monster's details. First, Giant Illusion Spectacled Monkey, level 33, perfect quality, wood attribute. Trait, great chest spirituality, enhancing its mental fortitude. Strong psychic power enables it to control one monster, but its oversized chest weakens its close combat capability. Gao Peng observed the seated monkey, pondering, a spectacled monkey, quite rare. The info panel displayed the next tamed beast, Rainforest Demon Scorpion, controlled, level 29, elite quality, wood attribute. Abilities, armor hardening LV, weakness, wood attribute. Gao Peng thought spectacled monkeys are endemic to Southeast Asia, timid, feeding on crickets and other insects. Most interestingly, they're said to be extremely homesick. Once removed from their native land, by any method, they supposedly cannot be raised. How exactly did it form a blood contract and become a tamed beast? Suddenly, Gang Mu whispered to the spectacled monkey beside him, Mom wants to. It looked confused, then placed its hand on Gang Mu's head. Gao Peng, observing from the sidelines, overheard their conversation mentioning Mom. He then recalled hearing about a peculiar nurturing method, pairing a primate monster whose infant had recently died with specially trained youths. Using certain methods, these youths would carry the scent of the young beast. So on a certain level, they gain the sympathy of the primate monster. Then it will be much simpler for them to sign a blood contract with these monsters, he observed Gang Mu and silently remarked. But the most interesting point is that this type of beast tamer calls their monster familiar Mom, meaning they consider themselves the adopted child of the monster familiar, not the master. It seems this African contestant used this trick. No wonder he could make the spectacled monkey go against its nature. Only those who are cruel to themselves can be truly cruel. The announcement sounded, the match began. Mu-en's and Gang Mu's monster familiars stared at each other. Mu-en thought carefully, I must have met this monster familiar before, I should test it carefully bit by bit. Then he ordered, Swamp Slime, pin down that forest demon scorpion. Immediately, it appeared, flying towards the opponent. The forest demon scorpion also twisted its pincers slightly, then it thrust its pincers straight at the Swamp Slime, but was immediately stuck fast by the Swamp Slime on both pincers, causing its whole body to tremble. Realizing the opportunity had come, Mu-en shouted loudly, Chance, Silverback, attack that spectacled monkey. The silverback rage ape received the order and rushed forward, throwing a punch towards the spectacled monkey. At this moment, the spectacled monkey's eyes also emitted hypnotic circles. When the silverback rage ape looked into the spectacled monkey's eyes, it immediately fell into a state of mental control. Gao Peng stood watching, thinking silently. The main mental control attack of contestant Kim's silverback rage ape was controlled so easily. The power difference is too large. Gangmu stood far away, constantly calling, "Mom, it wants to harm us, kill it." The spectacled monkey began to use its tricks. It raised its hand and snapped its fingers. The silverback rage ape was immediately hit by an invisible force and fell backwards. Muen saw this and shouted loudly, "Silverback!" Over here, Gangmu smirked and continued manipulating, "Mom, there's another bad guy. All bad guys must die." Muen trembled as he looked at the spectacled monkey emitting strange auras, then thought silently, "That spectacled monkey, something's not right." Gangmu glanced at Gao Peng, smugly thinking, and the referee who forfeits matches is indeed just for show, didn't notice anything. "Don't rush, you're next." Suddenly, a beam of white light attacked the spectacled monkey, making it cover its eyes and fall backwards. Gangmu saw this and immediately called out, "Mom." Gao Peng warned, according to the rules, attacking the participating contestant is not allowed. First warning, it turned out that just now, it was Dumby who attacked the spectacled monkey's eyes. Hearing this, Gangmu showed hostility. "Damn it, I must kill you." At this moment, Muen also raised his hand and said, "I surrender, I surrender." Gao Peng pointed at Gangmu and announced, "Third match, Gangmu wins." He walked over, placed his hand on the spectacled monkey's shoulder, and said happily, "Mom, we defeated the bad guy." Then he glanced towards Gao Peng and silently communicated with the spectacled monkey, "Mom, even Gao Peng's skeleton, at the same level, wouldn't be your opponent, right? Since childhood, I've known that some things must be fought for. If you don't fight for them, no one will actively give them to you. Maybe I can fight for more." A few minutes later, someone came over, handed Gao Peng a bottle of water, and greeted him, "Hello, referee Gao, you've worked hard. Have some water." He took it and said, "Thank you." Although respected, being a referee is really boring. Suddenly, Gao Peng remembered the rules for referees and had an idea. That's right, although the rules prohibit referees from betting, they don't specify that the referee's monster familiar cannot bet. If that's the case, meanwhile, Goldie was standing outside the fence, looking into the house. Inside the house, someone was singing while showering. Suddenly, from Goldie's bag, a voice came out. "Under the bridge in front of the door, a flock of ducks is swimming. Quickly, quickly, count the ducks. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The voice attracted the attention of the girl inside the house, letting her know she was being spied on. She shouted loudly, "Which bastard is peeking at me showering?" It immediately jumped down the fence, but because it was too hasty, it stumbled. However, it quickly got up and ran away. When it reached a safe place, Goldie opened its phone. The person on the other end asked, "What were you doing just now?" "Why didn't you answer the phone?" It replied, "I was busy." A notification popped up explaining, "The blood contract allows two-way communication with the monster familiar, but there are distance limitations. Beyond a certain distance, it cannot be used." However, after signing the blood contract, the beast tamer can understand the monster familiar's language. Then, the person on the phone decided, "All right, I'll give you a task. Later, help me place bets on the outcome of a few matches. Don't worry, you'll definitely get a share of the income. You can use next month's allowance to bet more. In the future, you can have 2 extra servings of dried fish with every meal." Goldie happily accepted the order. Yes, at the Happy Lottery branch, Purple Sea District, Imperial City. Goldie was currently walking in. The salesperson saw a customer and cheerfully said, "Welcome." Upon realizing the customer was a duck, the salesperson froze, thinking silently, "A duck." Goldie also let out a quack. It held up the phone and pointed at it, then continued quacking. On the phone was the message, "Bet on Zhongyi, Huaxia region, match 7, round 2 to win. Also, add a bet that the win time is within 15 minutes. The salesperson read it aloud and exclaimed, betting on Zhong Yi to win, and betting on winning within 15 minutes. That's rare, unexpected, the salesperson explained. Zhong Yi's opponent is Yanagu Tsunami from the Neon region. Zhong Yi is number 9 in the Huaxia region, while Yanagu Tsunami is number 1 in Neon last time. Yanagu won with an absolute advantage. Zhong Yi's previous match was a narrow victory. Right now, the win-loss betting odds for this match are 1 to 16. The odds for winning within 10 minutes are even higher, 1 to 98, which means it's almost impossible to win. He picked up the money and asked, "How much do you want to bet?" On the ticket like this, there's this drawing printed. Goldie poured out a pile of money from its bag onto the counter. It pushed all the money it had towards the shop owner, its heart aching as if cut. Seeing this, he thought silently, this duck is about to become sentient. The salesperson finished counting the money and announced, total 5,129 Union Yuan and 7 Jiao, betting everything. Goldie nodded in agreement. Then, he handed Goldie the slip and instructed, "All right, take this slip. Don't lose it." It took the paper and walked out with a determined look. Goldie did it. The shop owner went outside the door and muttered to himself again, the betting odds for Zhong Yi, if this bet actually wins, this duck's owner will really make a lot. But how can he win? Then he went into a room, calling out, "Guys, let me tell you a joke. Just now, someone placed a bet on Zhong Yi to win." In the room, 2 people were intently watching the match. From the TV came the sound, Match 7, First World Youth Beast Tamer Competition. Yanagu from Neon region versus Zhong Yi from Huaxia region. Referee Li looked towards Zhong Yi and shouted loudly, "Zhong Yi wins." Hearing this, the salesperson was shocked, his face pale, asking, "Did Zhong Yi really win?" Scene change at the villa belonging to the capital branch of the Southern Sky Group. Gao Peng walked in saying, "I'm back." Goldie quickly ran out happily, bumping into him. Its eyes suddenly shone like stars, showing admiration. Dried fish, so much dried fish. "You're so cool, you're the coolest, most handsome among the featherless things I've ever met." Gao Peng immediately asked, "So, did you get the money?" Goldie immediately hugged the bag, claiming credit. "Mine?" He stood up, dusted himself off, and replied, "All right, I know it's yours. I won't steal from a money grubber." It then asked, "Right, do you have any more inside information?" Gao Peng patted its head and replied, "Betting isn't easy. Today was just for a bit of fun, and conveniently earned some snack money for you. Don't get addicted, okay? Go to sleep early. Don't think about these unrealistic things anymore." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Gao Peng answered, "Hello." "Hello, this is Gao Peng. May I ask what's the matter?" "Zhang Zi. He's a contestant from our Huaxia region. I know him. He has strength, vitality, and also ambition. I think highly of him. Okay, let's find time to eat together after the competition ends." As soon as he hung up, he sighed, "I'm really popular." Well, the young master of the Southern Sky Group, a Lord-level beast tamer, turning 19 in another month, a genius monster familiar breeder, it would be problematic if people didn't want to associate with me, right? He took off his coat and said irritably, "But this world still talks with strength. Even these small competitions want to cause trouble. Whatever, I'll shower first. There are still several matches tomorrow." Goldie stood outside eavesdropping, thinking silently, he has inside information but won't say. Zhang Zi, I've remembered this name. Scene transition. Zhong Yi continues his winning streak. An announcement rings out. World Youth Beast Tamer Competition, First Season, Match 1, Round 3. Zhong Yi wins. He looks at referee Li and sighs with relief. Luckily, the referee for this match isn't Gao Peng. Of course, the 6 eliminated contestants were truly less skilled, but among the 8 eliminated Huaxia contestants, 6 were knocked out while Gao Peng was refereeing. This rate is really something. Suddenly, Gao Peng approaches to receive orders from referee Li. "Referee Gao, the rest is up to you. I'm heading to the rest area to wait." He replies, "All right, referee Li." Seeing Gao Peng, Zhong Yi becomes flustered. Gao Peng. He walks over, raises his hand in greeting. "Hello, referee Gao." Gao Peng thinks to himself, this Zhong Yi wears his thoughts all over his face. "I'm also from the Huaxia region. Would I really help an outsider? Does he even have a brain?" Gao Peng looks at the information on the computer, thinking, if the contestant can't win, am I, the referee, supposed to roll up my sleeves and step in myself? Anyway, I should check the profile of the next contestant. The information panel displays contestant Daisy, Brazil region, ranked second in the Brazil region, beast, sea blue dragon. After reviewing the information, Gao Peng comments, the sea blue dragon is a monster similar to the serpent whale dragon from the dinosaur era. Only shallow water environments allow it to unleash its full combat potential, but the competition arena is a land environment, which will likely severely affect its mobility. He silently analyzes, based on the current match progress, the probability of the Skyfire Hound facing this sea blue dragon is very high. Although it has a terrain advantage, the sea blue dragon's size advantage and attributes here, if it encounters the Skyfire Hound, it's dangerous. Announcements of contestant rankings ring out. Gao Leishi, 11th place overall. Long Bingyu, 7th place overall. She raises her hand, sighs, and admits, I forfeit. Next is the announcement. Jun Moi, 5th place overall. Finally, only Zhong Yi and Disy remain. The champion of this Youth Beast Tamer competition will be decided between two contestants. One is contestant Zhong Yi from the Huaxia region, and the other is contestant Daisy from the Brazil region, who has overcome all obstacles along the way. Gao Peng looks up at the screen and thinks, my prediction was spot on. It really is the Skyfire Hound versus the Sea Blue Dragon. Then he suddenly wonders, I wonder if these big guys trained well today. Gamma makes a sound, calling Goldie, startling it into letting out a quack. Goldie looks at Gao Peng and squawks a few times. Seeing it's not training, Gao Peng scolds it and sets a punishment. Are you slacking off like Dozy again? Go train. If you can level up 7 times in 1 month, I'll give you a 300,000 reward so you can eat whatever you want. Goldie waves its wing, replying, no need to train. I'm about to get rich. I'm very smart. I bet on ZHENGZ, he asks, puzzled, Zhang Zi. You went gambling again. How did you even buy the ticket? The vendor wouldn't understand you, right? Goldie replies, Stripey wrote it for me. Stripey is a cultured spider. His writing is beautiful. As it speaks, it holds up the paper, bragging, all in on ZHENGXIO. Hearing this, Stripey appears, smacks Goldie on the head, and reminds it, I told you not to sell me out. Gao Peng sighs upon hearing this. Why did you bet on ZHENGZ to win? Are you stupid? Your little stash is gone now. My wallet, you've lost everything. Hearing this, Goldie freezes as if petrified, shouting, what? Gao Peng tells Goldie, don't be heartbroken, train hard. If you can level up 7 times in a month, I'll give you 300,000. Basically, for every level beyond that, the reward doubles. This is much more money than you'd get from betting. While doing muscle exercises and shedding tears, it replies to Gao Peng, I don't need money. I just want to know who beat Zhang Zi. Hearing this, he asks suspiciously, what do you want to do? Gao Peng frowns and explains, it was a fair arena match. The contestant who beat Zhang Zi was genuinely stronger than ZHENGZ, unless he wasn't fighting seriously, he didn't do anything wrong. He reminds Goldie, all right, as a duck, you should be a bit more magnanimous. Just train well, and I guarantee you can eat the most expensive duck feed in the world. At this moment, referee Li asks Gao Peng, are you really not considering refereeing the final? He bluntly refuses, no way. Right now, many people online are already accusing me of being against Zhong Yi. If Zhong Yi loses the championship match, they'll definitely blame it all on me. A moment later, the battle is about to begin. The commentator speaks, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the long-awaited final of the first World Youth Beast Tamer competition. The commentator introduces contestant Zhong Yi. This time, he deploys 3 beasts, the wild gold-unbacked boar, the Skyfire Hound, and the black-shaped poppy. The system displays information. First, the wild gold-unbacked boar, normal quality, level 30, metal attribute. Second, the black-shaped poppy, elite quality, level 27,132, wood or illusion attribute, level 1 numbing vitality ability. Gao Peng ponders, the black-shaped poppy's ability is quite interesting. It releases an illusionary gas that causes prey beasts to enter a state of excitement for a short time while losing their sense of pain, then uses vines to constrict the opponent. Using the black-shaped poppy as a support-type monster, this Zhongyi is quite clever. He thinks the only worrying is whether the black-shaped poppy's illusion ability is addictive. If it really is addictive, that would be a big problem. At this time, the commentator continues the introductions, and over here is Daisy. Her ace monster is the sea blue dragon, along with two great earth otters. The system displays information for the great earth otters, elite quality, level 28 and 29, earth or water attribute. Gao Peng comments, these two otters aren't particularly rare. The main focus is this sea blue dragon. The system displays its information, mutated body, double pupil, epic quality, level 34 abilities include resilient scales and level to dynamic vision. Level to water control mastery, water attribute, weakness, lightning type. Not stopping there, the sea blue dragon also has the double pupil characteristic, innate accompanying abilities, +1 passive and 2 active effects. He is surprised, double pupil, it even has double pupil. I thought only humans like me could have such a mutation. Moreover, it comes with unknown monster traits. Gao Peng frowns and thinks further, like Dumby's blood thread heart, perhaps it has some kind of super organ with extraordinary abilities. Just looking at these stats, I know this kind of ability is definitely not a helpful kind. It's the type where bad things are effective. This Zhongyi needs to try his best, otherwise, I'll have to bear the consequences again. At this moment, referee Lee announces, finals, begin. Zhongyi commands his beast, black-shaped poppy, release pollen first. Very quickly, a large amount of pollen is released. It sticks to his beasts. In an instant, they seem buffed with power, each becoming ferocious. The commentator quickly describes the developments, distinguished audience. Currently, contestant John Yi's wild golden-backed boar is charging forward. How will contestant Daisy respond? She orders, great earth otters, quickly use shield wall. The otters obey, erecting a large wall to block the wild golden-backed boar's attack. Daisy thinks, luckily, the white jade basalt floor is extremely solid and also contains dense earth elements, so the elemental earth wall condensed by Otter 1 and Otter 2 is also incredibly sturdy. Otherwise, that wild golden-backed boar would have crashed through it. While she was still thinking, the Skyfire Hound quickly leapt up. Without hesitation, it attacked straight towards the sea blue dragon. Unfortunately, the sea blue dragon reacted in time, using its tail to strike the Skyfire Hound directly, thwarting its attack. Not stopping there, the sea blue dragon turned to attack the wild golden-backed boar. With just one move, it successfully wounded the wild golden-backed boar. Seeing this scene, the commentator exclaims, contestant Daisy's sea blue dragon's power is truly terrifying. Even the earth wall was shattered by a single blow. Gao Peng thinks to himself, Daisy's sea blue dragon's combat power is truly extraordinary. However, the status of the wild golden-backed boar appears before his eyes. Minor damage, high excitement. Gao Peng considers, after losing the sensation of pain, it's hard for it to lose its fighting spirit. To win, they must bring out their true skills. The Skyfire Hound's entire body is enveloped in blazing red flames. It leaps aggressively. The commentator continues describing the battle's developments. The situation reverses. The sea blue dragon of contestant Daisy is pinned down. The Skyfire Hound, previously repelled, attacks again with even greater momentum than before. However, things aren't that simple. The sea blue dragon's eyes light up. It channels its power. In just an instant, the ground is transformed into water by the sea blue dragon. The commentator exclaims in amazement, this is a terrain-changing skill. Contestant Daisy's sea blue dragon has a terrain-changing skill. It has turned the surrounding environment into a swampland. Although the wild golden-backed boar can still advance, its speed is very slow. It can no longer form a pincer attack with the Skyfire Hound. The Skyfire Hound grits its teeth, glaring at the sea blue dragon. The two beasts face off. The next second, the Skyfire Hound launches itself, directly clashing with the sea blue dragon. The commentator calls out, the sea blue dragon's water pillar cannot stop the Skyfire Hound's charge. It seems in terms of explosive power, the Skyfire Hound still has the upper hand. However, contrary to the commentator's thoughts, Gao Peng sees something else. No, you're thinking wrong. The water pillar was just a feint. The sea blue dragon's real body already dived underwater. Its real target is the gold-unbacked wild boar. It seems Zhang Yu also realized this, so he loudly warned, "Not good." Gold-unbacked wild boar quickly turned back. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sea blue dragon easily took a bite out of it. The gold-unbacked wild boar could only endure the pain. Gao Peng silently assessed, that blow probably finished it off. Damn drug addicts. The Skyfire Hound has incredibly sharp innate combat instincts, so its battle performance is commendable. But this gold-unbacked wild boar, after being buffed by the black poppy, truly has a pea brain. Its fighting is purely instinctual, fundamentally flawed. Zhong Wei's face paled again. He ordered, "Skyfire Hound, take out her earth otter. She destroyed one of my beasts, I must take out one of hers." The Skyfire Hound charged madly towards the earth otter's position, but life isn't a dream. The sea blue dragon's eyes lit up as it controlled its tail to attack the Skyfire Hound. Zhong Yu watched this scene, stunned. Such fast movement. Has this sea blue dragon still not used its true strength? With just one move, the Skyfire Hound was sent flying, spewing blood. He looked in horror at the Skyfire Hound trembling on the ground. "Fire?" Daisy casually asked Zhong Yi. "Well," he replied in despair, "I forfeit." The commentator quickly announced, "The match is over. The winner is the contestant from the United Kingdom, Daisy." Many spectators cheered, celebrating this result. At this moment, in the stands, two people whispered to each other. One spoke, "Damn it, boss, we lost. This will be difficult for the media." The other replied, "Are you stupid? Quickly change the topic, let me think." "Right, shift the blame onto that Gao Peng guy. Listen to me, it'll definitely be hot news, very quickly." News articles appeared, slinging mud at Gao Peng. Huaxia region suffers painful loss of championship. Whose fault is it ultimately? Not being a contestant, but acting as a referee? Personal honor versus national interest, which weighs more? Now is the urgent crisis demanding reform of the education system. Gao Peng pensively looked at those tabloid news articles. As expected, I'm taking the fall, what a pity. If I had participated in the competition, the outcome might have changed. At this moment, Goldie cried out. He looked at it puzzledly. "Why did you come here?" Suddenly, Gao Peng had an idea. "Wait a minute, if Goldie is here, I have an idea." Not long after, the awards ceremony began. Referee Lee spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, after a series of fierce battles, we have finally chosen the ultimate winner. Thus, I declare the champion of this World Youth Beast Tamer competition." Before he could finish, Gao Peng and Goldie appeared. Daisy looked puzzled. "Gao Peng? Is that his tamed beast? What is he doing up here?" Up above, the chief referee turned to the chairman. "Just now, a man sent an invitation to Gao Peng. He wants, Chairman, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" The chairman laughed and replied, "Isn't it normal for young people to get a little stirred up? Tell the people below to cooperate a bit." Down below, Goldie angrily pointed a wing at Daisy. "It's you. You made me lose all my snack money." She didn't know what was happening and looked a bit bewildered. Gao Peng spoke up. "Hello, can everyone hear me?" He thought to himself, "Signal's not bad. Those guys didn't cut the feed." Gao Peng said to Daisy, "First, I must congratulate Miss Daisy on successfully winning the championship of the World Youth Beast Tamer competition. However, we have a friend here who is a bit unconvinced." He continued, "My friend here just turned 1.5 years old, mid-tier leader level. Although the contestants and tamed beasts who reach this competition must undergo extremely rigorous selection, how can they be compared to a country bumpkin duckling? Therefore, our champion, Miss Daisy, could you perhaps let your sea blue dragon help me discipline this disobedient duck?" Daisy gave a forced smile. She thought, "There's nothing to gain from winning this match. But if I lose, my reputation will be greatly affected. The champion of the World Youth Beast Tamer competition, unable to even defeat a country bumpkin leader-level beast." Daisy pondered. The higher-ups on the platform, the chairman, show no reaction. Obviously, they've already tacitly agreed. Perhaps it was even their idea. This is clearly a trap I can't refuse. Finishing her thoughts, she spoke. I accept, but I wouldn't dare discipline it. After all, it's the tamed beast of a Lord-level beast tamer. Hearing this, Gao Peng realized something. Sarcastic words, right? Forget it. You're about to become the victim anyway, so venting a few complaints is understandable. He gestured towards Goldie. Go ahead. As soon as Gao Peng's words finished, it lunged towards the sea blue dragon. The commentator began describing the current situation. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is an exhibition match between this year's champion and a leader-level Goldie Duck. The Goldie Duck takes the lead, charging towards the sea blue dragon. The sea blue dragon again uses its special ability, turning the surroundings into its swamp. Contrary to the previous battle, this time the swamp is no longer an obstacle. Goldie charges through easily. The commentator was stunned. The water current around the yellow duck vanished without a trace. It jumps up and attacks its opponent. The sea blue dragon was hit and injured. Daisy quickly shouted, "Waterfall!" The sea blue dragon forcefully swung its tail, hitting Goldie hard. It was slammed straight into the wall. Just as the sea blue dragon wanted to bite Goldie, it quickly dodged aside, causing the sea blue dragon to miss narrowly. However, Goldie was still hit by another of the opponent's moves. Seeing this, the commentator exclaimed, "Hit the target." Although the yellow duck avoided the sea blue dragon's giant maw, it couldn't evade the pursuit of the dragon claw. Daisy suddenly noticed something unusual. Not right, she stared intently at Goldie. The light on this yellow duck is too strange. Moreover, hasn't this duck gotten bigger? Goldie shouted while attacking the sea blue dragon with its feet. Not enough. Not enough. Your attacks are fundamentally insufficient. Haven't you eaten yet, lizard? Provoked like this, the sea blue dragon became furious. Its eyes lit up, and it launched a continuous assault on Goldie. Daisy felt smug. With such a ferocious attack, can this yellow duck still resist? I've won. This Gao Peng is nothing special after all. However, very quickly, she was stunned by the scene before her eyes. What? Daisy was horrified. This duck grew bigger. Currently, the image showed the sea blue dragon trying to use its claws on Goldie. Unfortunately, it was easily stopped by Goldie's muscles. Lizard, thanks for your attack. As soon as the words were spoken, Goldie swung its wing, sending the sea blue dragon flying into the sky. Goldie's entire body pulsed with energy, covered in muscles. Goldie concentrated its strength and punched the sea blue dragon straight in the chin. This was the ultimate destruction fist. In an instant, it was knocked unconscious by Goldie. Goldie shouted triumphantly, "Awesome!" Daisy turned pale. She raised both hands in surrender. Seeing this, everyone cheered joyfully. Gao Peng is too awesome. It still takes Gao Peng to get things done. That's right. This is the true powerhouse of our Huaxia region. The newspapers spread baseless rumors all day. What does the contestant's failure have to do with the referee? Knew they were just looking for someone to blame. Gao Peng said to Daisy, "Miss Daisy, don't worry. The sea blue dragon looks terrible, but it's just external injuries. It'll be fine after a few days' rest." He handed her his business card. "I deeply apologize for today's matter. This is an admission ticket to my laboratory. Anytime you wish, you can join my lab." Daisy turned away angrily. "I come from a noble family in the United Kingdom. Why would I run off to Huaxia to join someone else's laboratory?" Gao Peng saw her disdain, but didn't get angry. He thought to himself, it won't even take 5 years, perhaps even shorter, for my laboratory to become the top lab in the world. You're cold to me today. Be careful you won't be able to cling to me in the future. In the dining room, Hanwu happily brought food to the table. He mumbled, "Gao Peng likes cold skin noodles, and also tangerine sweets." Just then, the phone rang. Hanwu looked at the screen suspiciously. This number. After the call connected, the chief told him, "Oh gee, something happened on my end. I know Gao Peng just got back. If this wasn't truly urgent, I wouldn't have planned on calling you." "HANW," replied. "I knew it. You calling me never means anything good. Go on, what is it?" The chief explained the situation. The thing inside the mausoleum of the first emperor came back to life. Hanwoo heard this and panicked. What? Northeast of Chang'an City, outskirts of Lingtong district. The team captain spoke up. This is the 10th day. A subordinate asked doubtfully, Captain, is the person in there really mausoleum? Soon, he got his answer as an earthquake suddenly occurred. The captain panicked. Not good, something's happening. The man ordered, the ground is starting to collapse. Prepare quickly. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky. The subordinate looked at the scene in panic. What is that? A hand emerged from the ground and gripped the earth. A voice also came from there. Heroic old Chin, share the nation's plight. Several terracotta warrior statues emerged from the dust. The voice continued, Heroic old Chin, restore the rivers and mountains. Until the blood runs dry, death won't stop the fight. The captain stared blankly at the scene ahead. Those terracotta warrior statues had come back to life. Right after, a loud noise rang out, someone yelled in panic, the main tomb cracked open. Suddenly, two horses pulled a coffin out. They were surrounded by streams of green energy. A disbelieving voice rang out, is that a coffin? The captain hastily gave instructions, all units, level 1 alert. Prepare to open fire. Just then, a golden bird appeared in the sky. A scornful voice came from the coffin, a mere little golden bird dares to call itself a god. But it wasn't just the golden bird. HANWU's white dragon also appeared. Everyone was surprised. White dragon, Mr. G. Mr. G is here. A person with a loudspeaker spoke to the terracotta warriors. We have no intention of angering your excellency, nor do we intend to besiege Emperor Qin, but currently, before you lies our alliance government's territory, a place that cannot be invaded. If your excellency still insists on forceful entry, we will fight to the death. The voice from the coffin continued, Dragon, the negotiator spoke. If your excellency is willing to reach an alliance agreement with us, we are willing to provide current world information to His Majesty Emperor Qin. The voice from the coffin echoed, agreement. After the agreement succeeded, the person on the helicopter reported, target has returned underground. Then, someone replied, received, continue observation. The chief laughed and said to Hanwoo, you old fellow, the older you get, the healthier you become. If you said you could live another 100 years, I'd believe it. He replied, that won't be necessary, I just need to be able to hold Garpeng's child. Hearing this, the chief raised his hand in mock disgust. Enough, enough. I know you brag about your grandchild all day. Doesn't everyone have grandchildren? Hurry back. Hanwoo turned to leave. He said to the chief, pay close attention over here. I still feel something isn't right about that thing inside Mausoleum's tomb. Call me if anything happens. Later, by the lake, Flamey was swimming happily, so comfortable. Just then, the white dragon flew down from the sky into the lake. Seeing the white dragon, it trembled and explained, Big brother, I just wanted to help you test the water temperature in your lake. The white dragon ignored it and slapped its tail down near Flamey. Garpeng, watching from upstairs, sighed, we're all in the same boat of misfortune. He pondered, grandfather finally returned safely. It seems that during crises, there will be deployments. It's very likely some kind of secret agreement between grandfather and the government side. It might even be the unspoken condition that allowed the Southern Sky Group to grow to its current scale. Garpeng thought, the alliance government needs to rely on grandfather's strength. Therefore, grandfather is very useful to the alliance government. This is naturally a good thing for the survival and development of the entire group, but it also means grandfather will frequently have to put himself in dangerous situations. I wonder what kind of high-level enemy grandfather will encounter next time. He pulled out his phone. An idea began to form in Garpeng's mind, or perhaps cultivate a reliable Lord-level beast tamer to place in the open. This could increase the deterrent power of the Southern Sky Group and also reduce the number of times he is forced to deploy. First, they must be reliable. Otherwise, cultivating a Lord-level beast tamer only for them to betray us like that disgusting guy before would be ridiculous. He thought to himself, they don't necessarily have to be loyal to me, loyalty to grandfather is enough. Got it. Not long after, inside the laboratory, Huangya mused, last night, I received orders. From now on, I'll be under Garpeng's command. My life was given by manhwa. Next, I shouldn't have any objections. But this feeling of being treated like an item passed around is really uncomfortable. At this moment, Gao Peng said to him, "Captain Huang, you're here." Huang Yi replied seriously, "Young Master Gao." He stepped forward to receive orders. Gao Peng stroked the horse that was looking at him with star-like eyes. All right, stop rubbing against me." Seeing this scene, he was speechless. Whose beast is this kid anyway? He said to Huang Yi, "Captain Huang, let me call you old Huang, do you want a lord-level beast?" Hearing Gao Peng's words, he was stunned. Sir, what did you say?" Gao Peng spoke up, "I can give you a lord-level beast. Of course, there's no way to guarantee it 100%, but as long as you work hard, the possibility is very high." Huang Yi was determined. "Of course, I want it." He reminded him, "Don't be too quick to agree. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Once you have a lord-level beast, you need to bear the corresponding responsibility." Gao Peng spoke about what Huang Yi needed to do. "In the future, you will be pushed onto the stage, becoming the new hero of the Southern Sky Group. At certain special times, you will also have to represent the Southern Sky Group to face some troubles." Huang Yi replied without hesitation, "I understand." He turned away and said, "I hope you don't disappoint my grandfather. Follow me." Before them was the Spider King, chained up. Gao Peng spoke up, "Next up is our Spider King. Long time no see." He told Stripey to translate for it. "You once failed to advance. Barring any accidents, your level will remain stuck there for the rest of your life. But I happen to have a way to help you complete that unsuccessful evolution." Not long after, Stripey turned and relayed the Spider King's words to Gao Peng. "Master, it says as long as you help it complete its evolution, it won't eat you and will forgive you for capturing it." Hearing this, he chuckled lightly. A layer of blue light appeared around Gao Peng. He called out, "Dumby." It was reading a book with its daughter when it heard Gao Peng call Master. In an instant, Dumby appeared behind him. Gao Peng ordered it, "Let's help this beautiful Spider King understand the current situation." Not long after, it had been thoroughly beaten by Dumby. He spoke calmly, "I don't have much patience for you. If you submit, not only can you continue to live, but you can also become a lord. If you continue to stubbornly resist, I don't mind adding a semi-lord level core to my collection." The Spider King trembled and said something. Stripey quickly relayed, "Master, it agrees to sign the contract." Seeing this, Gao Peng turned and said to Huang Yi, "Old Huang, try again." He agreed. "Okay." Huang Yi activated his power and touched the Spider King's head. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before he had to withdraw his hand. He asked Huang Yi, "How is it?" He held his hand and replied, "Young Master Gao, wait a moment. This spider's mental defenses are a bit strong, so I need to try a few more times." Gao Peng turned to give orders to Stripey, who acknowledged understanding. Stripey used its pincers to strike the Spider King's face. "Sign the contract obediently." "Got it." "Right, got it." "Or do you want another beating?" Soon after, this was completed. Huang Yi happily told him, "Young Master Gao, I successfully signed the blood contract." Gao Peng poured two solutions, orange and green, into a cup. Then he called the Spider King over and poured the mixture into its mouth. Just seconds later, the Spider King's eyes lit up. Its whole body surged with power. The Spider King's body became enormous, even shattering the chains on it. Stripey was startled by this sight. How could there be such a big spider? Several lumps of earth appeared under its feet. Gao Peng observed the scene and spoke, "Mud and earth are enveloping the Spider King. The potion works very quickly." "The Spider King has started to evolve now," he told Huang Yi. "Evolution will probably take some time. If you're worried, you can guard here and wait for it to finish evolving." He replied, "Thank you, young Master Gao." Outside Yuzhou City, there are many large mountains. Several people in white hoods stood before a mountain spirit. They were members of the Silver Hand sect. "This is indeed the place." The red-haired woman spoke up, "Is this the mountain spirit recorded in the Holy Scripture?" The person beside her replied, "Perhaps it is. I didn't expect the legendary mountain spirits to actually appear." Another person showed an obvious expression. "This isn't surprising at all. Haven't you seen Uncle Jerry's griffin, composed of a lion and an eagle?" Hearing this, the red-haired woman shouted loudly, "You!" At this moment, the sect leader stopped them. "All right, both of you be quiet." He revealed a sinister smile. If mountain spirits truly exist, then the things recorded in the Holy Scripture are very likely all true. Then the other things recorded in the Holy Scripture manuscripts at the headquarters. Before finishing, the sect leader called his tamed beast over. The tamed beast waited as he approached the mountain spirit. The sect leader continued, "Today, let's first have a talk with this mountain spirit elder." At this moment, one of the Spider King's claws protruded from the mud layer. Seeing this on the screen, Gao Peng wondered, is it about to complete its evolution? He asked Huangya, "Old Huang, how is it?" He replied joyfully, "Young Master Gao, it's a success." Behind him was the Spider King that had completed its evolution. The system displayed its information: level 41, elite quality, rock attribute, status, healthy, happy, weakness, wood type and platinum king vine, abilities, enhanced spider silk, hardened spider skin, level 2, sharp claws, level 1. Huangya was thrilled. "I never thought I could possess a lord-level tamed beast," Gao Peng said. "Train diligently. If you want to show off, take it for a walk around Yuzhou City." He replied, "I understand, thank you, young Master Gao." Gao Peng's phone on the table rang. He looked at the screen curiously. From Chingy. "Didn't she ask for leave? Why is she calling me?" After answering, Chingy laughed and said, "Hi boss." He asked her, "What's up?" Chingy looked at Lin Xinrui then replied, "Actually, I have a friend who wants to meet you. She's also from the Beast Tamer Academy. It seems she was even voted as one of the 4 stars of Yuzhou or something." Gao Peng asked. Lin Xinrui. Hearing this, she questioned, "You know her?" He explained, "I've heard of her." Gao Peng stated the information he knew. Lin Xinrui is a world hunter who often explores deep mountains, large rivers, desolate and uninhabited areas, searching for unidentified materials to gain her current reputation. She must be a talent. If we could cooperate, Lin Xinrui could greatly help the Southern Sky Group. He arranged to meet them. "I don't have anything later. If there's no problem, let's meet in the city center. You come along too." After ending the call, Chingy said to Lin Xinrui, "Senior Lin, don't worry, our boss is very easy to talk to." She replied, "Thank you, Chingy." 20 minutes later, they saw a bright spot appear in the sky. Very quickly, Flamey had successfully landed Gao Peng on the ground, although not very grandly. He asked doubtfully, "Flamey, why did you suddenly fly so erratically?" "It didn't know the reason either, Gao Peng. I'm sorry, it was my unstable flying. Just now, I was flying fine, then suddenly my head felt like it was spinning." He didn't answer Flamey but thought, after Dumby leveled up to Lord rank, she gained a new life-saving ability, Soul Shackles, which can lock my soul with a tamed beast under a blood contract for 1 month, unchangeable afterward. Using Soul Shackles to connect with a tamed beast for a long time will increase my soul power to a certain extent. If someone tries to attack this soul power level, it's tantamount to attacking the soul level of both myself and a lord-level tamed beast. Gao Peng frowned. It can be said to be a decent ability. Just now, I felt a sudden urge to try it out. Didn't expect Flamey to react like that. He turned away. Better not tell Flamey the truth, or it'll chatter all day. Behind him, it was still trying to explain. "Gao Peng, believe me, I really didn't mean it just now. My head felt like some idiot hit it. It was very uncomfortable." In the restaurant, he greeted Chingy and Lin Xinrui. "Senior Xu, Senior Lin, sorry to keep you waiting." Chingy spoke up. "Not at all, it wasn't long. Please sit down." Gao Peng looked seriously at Lin Xinrui. "Everyone is busy, so let's get straight to the point." "Why did you seek me out?" she asked him. "Classmate Gao, do you know the Silver Hand?" Gao Peng replied, "Silver Hand, if you mean that notorious extremist organization, then I've heard a little about it." Lin Xinrui provided information. The Silver Hand's base is in Jinsha country. Its members are all extremist fanatics of Luotian. These people love using suicide bombing methods to carry out attacks and terrorism, with no regard for civilian lives. There's absolutely no way to communicate with these lunatics. She continued, and a few days ago, outside Yuzhou City, someone saw what seemed to be followers of the Silver Hand lurking around. They gathered at the mountain spirit's location. Hearing this, Chingy was stunned. Yao Peng thought to himself, really now, can't they just obediently stay in the Jinshi area? Why do they insist on running to my doorstep? Lin Xianui spoke up, never mind how crazy the Silver Hand people are, what's more frightening is that the number of remaining mountain spirits is very small, only about 100. Among them, the weakest has Lord-level combat power. If the Silver Hand people really stir up some trouble, causing the mountain spirits to go berserk, I'm afraid Yuzhou City, in an instant, will be flattened, he seriously said to her, speak plainly. Why did you look for me, or rather, what do you want to get from me? Lin Xinrui answered frankly, my purpose is very simple. I don't like these Silver Hand people, I don't hope for them to loiter nearby. But I also don't want a direct confrontation with them. Therefore, I hope a powerful force like the Southern Sky Group can extend a hand, acting as an umbrella to protect this Yuzhou City. Hearing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, how embarrassing. I thought she learned about my abilities from that silly girl Chingy and came to me to upgrade her divine beasts. Turns out she wants to borrow strength from the Southern Sky Group behind me. Luckily, I didn't use my own identity to directly recruit her. After thinking, he spoke up, Southern Sky Group will accept this matter. Additionally, I have a suggestion. Yao Peng presented a card to Lin Xinrui. Southern Sky Group's laboratory is of very good quality, currently among the top in the world. If you join Southern Sky Group, all your tamed beasts will have the opportunity for free upgrades. She asked him directly, such a big pie falling from the sky, so, what do I need to give in return? Some things need to be clarified first, I'm only interested in girls. Gao Peng explained, currently, there are only 3 world hunters in the Yuzhou City base. Therefore, your value is worth it, we can sign a temporary contract first. Wait until after your first tamed beast successfully evolves, then we can decide whether to sign a formal contract. After speaking, he turned to leave, think about it carefully, I'll wait for your news. Yao Peng mumbled, these guys are so sneaky, I don't know how strong they really are. Anyway, let's go check out the situation first. He contacted Huangya, old Huang, are you still home? Good, bring Dumby, Stripey, Flamey, and Goldie to the north gate to meet me immediately. Dozy heard Gao Peng and frowned unhappily. You're not bringing me, you're unfair, you biased thing. He didn't comfort it but instead asked it a series, are you as strong as Dumby? Can you fly faster than Flamey? Do you have defenses as good as Stripey? Can you beat Goldie? Under the same training conditions, while you were slacking off, your strength has fallen far behind theirs, how can I trust you to come along? Stay home and train diligently. Dorsey could only remain silent. Goldie smiled and told it, don't worry, I'll protect Gao Peng well. Dorsey ran off crying, you're all bullying me. Goldie looked confused at this scene. Gao Peng sighed, you should still stay home, Dorsey. This time it's really too dangerous. Not long after, outside Yuzhou City, in the dense forest, he and Huangya rode their beasts to the destination. He noticed something unusual. What? Something's not right. Huangya told Gao Peng, young Master Gao, there's only a large lake left here. He wondered, mountain spirits are usually lazy, so they wouldn't move randomly. Could it be that the Platinum Hands group has already started making their move? Gao Peng spoke up, let's hurry and pursue them. Flamey, fly up ahead and scout first. If you spot any trace of mountain spirits or humans, report back immediately. It received the order, understood. Very quickly, Flamey reported the situation back to Gao Peng. I see them. So many, he asked it. What are there so many of? Before Flamey's eyes were many mountain spirits. Gao Peng pondered, so this Platinum Hands group has some method to attract mountain spirits. If they used this method inside Yuzhou City, after thinking, he told Flamey, be very careful not to let the enemy know you are a tamed beast. Quickly disguise yourself as a wild monster now. Ahead, I can feel the lingering fearful aura of many mountain spirits in the air. It frowned and acknowledged the order. Got it. Flamey quickly played its role, pretending to be panicked. So many mountain spirits, so scary, can't stop. Gotta keep going, keep going. Not stopping there, Flamey even pretended to fall line dead. A member of the Platinum Hands saw this and was suspicious. Is that one-horned bird a tamed beast? Normal monsters from afar, sensing so many Lord-level monster auras here, would definitely not come close, yet it flew so near. The red-haired woman replied, maybe it's just an idiot. The sect master reminded them, don't worry about that stuff, it's about to begin. Before them were several mountain spirits at the bottom of the abyss. The sect master crossed his hands and chanted, evolve, evolve, Saint Laotian, please bless us. While he was performing the ritual, a bug flew towards where he stood. When it managed to crawl into the sect master's clothes, it was suddenly eaten by a beast. In an instant, his brain was flooded with images of Gao Peng's current situation. A subordinate asked, Sect Master, Sir, are you all right? Sir, are you okay? The sect master spoke up. We have guests. He ordered his beast, the winged thunder ape. Go entertain them first. At this moment, Flamey had returned to where Gao Peng was standing. It shouted loudly, asking, Gao Peng, I'm back. How was my acting? Hearing this, he gave it a thumbs up in praise. However, things weren't that simple. Flamey suddenly saw a green orb hurtling towards it. Not good. In the next second, flames appeared around Flamey's body. It quickly used its power, causing its feathers to shed and shoot forward. Flamey struggled to resist the enemy's attack. Gao Peng saw this scene and was stunned. We've been discovered, it shouted loudly. No. I can't hold on much longer. Huangya saw this and shouted, protective shield. Very quickly, Flamey was protected by a shield. The Spider King had helped block the attack. Flamey was sad, tears welling up. My feathers were the prettiest. Goldie heard this and made a sound. It offered its own feathers to Flamey, for you. The sect master spoke up, you've seen us, then leave all your lives behind. As soon as the words fell, a green orb shot towards Goldie. It braced itself and used the power of the anti-magic barrier. However, Goldie was struck by the orb. It cried out in pain. Gao Peng worriedly called its name, Goldie. He was astonished. Even the anti-magic barrier couldn't block the damage from the attack. Even after using the technique, it's still stunned. This is an attack from the Lord level. The sect master looked contemptuous. Looks like that duck is crippled. Still 2 Lord level beasts left. After thinking, he snapped his fingers. In the next second, the wood peacock appeared before Gao Peng. The system displayed its information. Monster name, wood peacock, level, 44, quality, perfect, attribute, wood system, abilities, plant manipulation LV 3, rapid healing LV. Additionally, it had active characteristics and effects. The sect master spoke up, so that you may piously repent for your sins after death. I think it's necessary to let you know who will take you to meet Saint Laotian. He grinned sinisterly. Remember clearly, the one who will take you to meet Saint Laotian to repent is the greatest sect master of the Platinum Hands sect. This abundant life source will strengthen the sect master's beasts. Gao Peng frowned thoughtfully, a Lord-level beast with perfect quality, and it also provides support, healing system. There's still another Lord-level beast hiding nearby. The opponent also possesses 2 Lord-level beasts. This is going to be tough. Huangya discussed with him, young Master Gao, the situation is a bit tricky. How about I use the blood contract to contact the blood contract army horse and have it report to Chief G? Gao Peng replied, please do. Flamey angrily shot streams of fire towards the sect master. Damn you. It's you guys who ruined my feathers. Go to hell. However, its attack was easily handled by the winged thunder ape. His face darkened. Dare to interrupt my words. Eliminate them. The winged thunder ape quickly received the order. It lunged towards where Gao Peng and Huangya were standing. Seeing this, the 2 shouted loudly, Spider King, Dumby, so the 2 sides faced off. Ho Dongthan spoke up, kill them for me. The Spider King tried to attack the winged thunder ape with its legs, but it was quickly blocked by the ape's hands. Dumby saw the winged thunder ape distracted and seized the opportunity to throw a punch. However, before it could succeed, it was stopped by vines controlled by the wood peacock. Gao Peng saw this situation and reminded it, Dumby, ignore the wood peacock. Quickly destroy the vines supporting the Spider King. Hearing this, it punched the vines hard. They were quickly broken by Dumby. However, it then faced another challenge. Before Dumby was a large log hurtling towards it. He found it hard to believe the wood peacock can actually control such a large tree at will. Dumby's palm glowed with red rays. It created another blade on its arm. In the next second, Dumby used that blade to slash the large log. Gao Peng worried. Not good. Dumby is completely pinned down. The Spider King just reached the Lord level. Without Dumby's support, I'm afraid it can't fight that Winged Thunder ape, he thought, and the guy who summoned the beast has been hiding on the wood peacock's body all this time. There's no chance to execute the hit the snake on the head tactic. This fight is difficult. That wood peacock has plant manipulation ability, and the area within 100 meters around us is dense forest. This place is entirely their playground. If it were desert, thinking up to this point, Gao Peng suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He turned and said to Flamey, spit fire into the surrounding forest. Burn it down for me. It quickly received the order. Flamey spat fire onto the trees, causing the fire to spread. The cult leader calmly spoke, thinking, will that work? How naive. Peacock would quickly control those burning trees to attack those two. Huangya stared in amazement as the burning trees rushed towards him. What? Although the Spider King created a shield to protect him, he was still affected. Gao Peng called out worriedly. Huangya, old Huang, despite being in pain, reassured him. I'm fine. Pay attention to the situation. Don't worry about me. The cult leader, seeing the situation turning in his favor, arrogantly declared, the fight is over. He calmly continued, your two strongest tamed beasts are already under control. But we are not alone here. Behind the cult leader were many subordinates. He grinned sinisterly. I remember now. You seem to be the young referee who participated in the World Youth Beast Taming Competition. What a pity. A genius from the Huaxia region is about to perish in these mountains. The cult leader ordered his tamed beasts, eliminate them all. Don't let a single tamed beast escape. At this moment, in the conference room of the Southern Sky Group, a subordinate was reporting to HANWU about work progress. Director G, regarding the expansion of the Xiongxi region, this is the situation. Currently, we have obtained preferential policies from the local government as long as, before the person could finish, the meeting room door was forced open from the outside by the blood-winged stallion. Someone shouted, quick, stop that horse. Don't let it hit Director G, he wondered, what is going on? Secretary Hon spoke up, Director G, it's Huangya's blood-winged stallion. Hanwu was puzzled. Huangya? He was surprised. Didn't Huangya go out with Gao Peng today? Could it be? Scene cuts to Gao Peng and Huangya, surrounded by a group of tamed beasts. Huangya told him, young Master Gao, when there's a chance, you run, don't worry about me. Someday, just place the heads of these people before my grave, that's enough. I'll have no regrets even if I ascend to heaven. Hearing this, Gao Peng reassured him, don't rush, it hasn't reached that point yet. He continued, we still have an ace up our sleeve. The red-haired woman stared dumbfounded at the scene before her. This is, a giant Goldie stood right behind the trees. Both the people and tamed beasts of the white platinum hands stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Isn't that the duck from earlier? How did it get so big? Gao Peng thought to himself, the previous fire not only destroyed the Peacock Wood's terrain advantage, but under the cover of the flames, it also conveniently moved Goldie to a safe place according to my instructions, waking Goldie up while also increasing its passive ability. He recalled Flamey trying hard to wake Goldie up. He pondered, the Lord-tier beasts on both sides are locked in a fierce battle. As long as Goldie's passive stacks high enough, it can suppress those of the same level. This is the key to breaking this deadlock. A member of the White Platinum hand ordered their tamed beast. What are you afraid of? There are many of us. Attack. Knock down that ugly, featherless duck. Gao Peng heard this and tattled. Goldie, they're mocking you for being featherless and ugly. As soon as he finished speaking, it became enraged. Goldie stomped hard on the lion below. How dare you mock me? Not stopping there, it kicked the crocodile while questioning, featherless. One of the White Platinum hand members ordered his spider, don't fight it head on. This duck's head has immense destructive power. We need to restrain it. Quick, use spider silk. In an instant, Goldie's legs were bound by spider silk. It couldn't move. Seeing this, the person told the red-haired woman, "Take this chance, quickly eliminate those two." She swiftly ordered her tamed beast, "Go." The glass mantis received the order and flew towards the two. Wangya saw this and panicked. Not good. However, contrary to him, Gaopeng smiled faintly. He thought, just in time. Gaopeng pushed Wangya aside. He was stunned. What? Ignoring Wangya panicking behind, young Master Gaopeng used his body to shield him. The red-haired woman saw Gaopeng sacrifice himself to shield Wangya and rejoiced. Excellent. Take one down first. However, the person next to her noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. Look. He was stunned to see him without a single hair out of place. That guy is completely unharmed. Things didn't stop there. Goldie, originally restrained by spider silk, continued to grow larger. It easily snapped the silk threads. The white platinum hand members saw this and were astonished. Why did this duck get bigger again? Goldie stomped the glass mantis with one foot. That tamed beast was sent to meet its ancestors instantly. The group looked fearfully at the imposing Goldie. Can we really defeat this monster? The cult leader gritted his teeth, miscalculated. I thought 8 tamed beasts could definitely eliminate those two. Suddenly, he saw the mountain spirit causing tremors in the distance. The cult leader rejoiced. This is great. It's halfway evolved. He laughed sinisterly. The mountain spirit's condensation process is secured. The strongest mountain spirit will be born. This is the first step for us to conquer the world. By then, you'll only be able to use the entire Yuzhou city to appease my wrath. Gaopeng heard the cult leader and became suspicious. What? Mountain spirit? He broke into a sweat, looking up. Could he be talking about? The system displayed its information. Monster name, Mountain Spirit. Level, 50.5, Attribute, Earth, Quality, Epic Perfect. Introduction. A large number of mountain spirits gathered in one place, stimulated by the formation, undergoing mutative fusion, currently in the process of evolution. Gaopeng was shocked. A new king tier. So this is their plan. The cult leader sinisterly ordered the mountain spirit, surround them. Don't let a single one escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, its eyes lit up. Both his side and the enemy's side were captured by the mountain spirit. The cult leader saw this and wondered, right? He shouted at the mountain spirit, what's going on? Why are we trapped too? Unfortunately, he heard no answer. Gaopeng used small glowing green bars to see clearly inside. He reached out to support Wangya. Old Huang, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Gaopeng questioned, we're completely trapped. Is this kind of tremor coming from the mountain spirit? He glanced at the group behind them. Those white platinum hand people are arguing. Seems like they don't have complete control over the mountain spirit either. Gaopeng looked at the crater ahead. And this crater is constantly emitting heat. It looks like the only way out, but who the hell knows where it leads? He rubbed Stripey's head. Grandpa is probably on his way here. As long as we hold out until Grandpa arrives, everything will be over. At this moment, somewhere else, Secretary Hon told Hanwu, Director G, according to reliable sources, the young master left the city from here, but we cannot pinpoint his exact location. He continued, the blood contract can only allow communication between the tamer and tamed beast within a certain range. It cannot sense the specific direction of the other party. Hanwu understood upon hearing this. Thank you for your hard work. He mounted the white dragon and declared loudly, I'd like to see who dares to touch my Ji Hanwu's grandson. He ordered it. Let's go. Inside the mountain spirit, everyone was thinking of a way to escape. Gaopeng thought, it's really hard. This is still Lord Tier. If it were leader tier tamed beasts, they probably couldn't break through. The mountain spirit wasn't stupid. It definitely wouldn't sit still and watch a group of monsters break through the wall under its nose. The speed of breaking the stone wall probably can't match the speed of creating a new wall. He said to Flamey, if you have nothing else to do, supervise Goldie. Just in case something unexpected happens, it quickly replied, understood. Gaopeng was sweating profusely from the heat. He muttered, it's getting hotter and hotter in here too. If this continues, we might die of dehydration. Stripey below heard Gaopeng and called out to the master cult leader, telling Gao Peng the current situation is urgent. Let's cooperate first. As long as our beasts attack the stone wall together, we will find a way out. And I have another method that can buy us more time. Hearing this, he proposed his plan: sacrifices. Currently, the mountain spirit is in a critical upgrade period and needs a large amount of energy, so it instinctively devours us. In its eyes, we are also excellent food. The cult leader pointed to the hole ahead. As far as I know, this cave connects to the center of the mountain spirit. The heat continuously radiating from it will cause the trapped plants to dehydrate and die. Then it will slowly absorb them. As long as we actively offer sacrifices before it enjoys this perfect meal, it will stop releasing heat. Gao Peng was doubtful. Where do we find sacrifices for it? Then he suddenly thought of something. Wait, don't tell me you intend. He grinned sinisterly. We take turns sending out beasts to fill its stomach. I send one from my side, you send one from yours. Take turns to prolong the time. What do you think? To express our sincerity, I will go first. After speaking, the cult leader ordered a beast. It obeyed and entered the cave. Go, go. Gao Peng was stunned. Wait, he didn't care what Gao Peng was thinking and just said casually, I have expressed our sincerity. Now it's your turn. Gao Peng flatly refused. I disagree. They are all my friends. I cannot sacrifice my friends' lives to buy time. However, suddenly Stripey voluntarily went into the cave. Gao Peng frantically asked it, Stripey, what are you doing? It quickly crawled in while answering him, Gao Peng, I'm going to help you stop this big rock. I'm going, but I'll be back. The red-haired woman laughed mockingly at him. You Waxia people are so hypocritical. Clearly sending your crab away, yet insisting otherwise. Saying one thing and thinking another. Hearing her words, Gao Peng glared. What did you say? Before the red-haired woman could say more, he punched her hard in the cheek. Gao Peng was filled with killing intent. He coldly threatened, say one more stupid word, and I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Saying this, the red-haired woman trembled with fear. She could only utter the word you, and nothing more. Gao Peng and Goldie walked towards the cave. Through the blood contract, he could sense that Stripey was still alive. Goldie, let's go save that idiot. The cult leader's subordinate saw this and asked him, My lord, he attacked our people. It seems he doesn't want to cooperate. Should we? But before the person could finish, the cult leader raised his hand to stop him. No need. If they want to die, let them go. It just so happens they'll help us buy more time. Just as Gao Peng and Goldie wanted to enter the cave, many rocks suddenly fell from above. He saw the white dragon's claw appear. It had punched a large hole in the mountain spirit's body. Gao Peng called its name, White Dragon. Hanwu called down from above, Gao Peng, how are you? Are you hurt? Gao Peng replied from below, Grandpa, I'm fine. Can the white dragon's body break this cave wall? Stripey is inside, Hanwu told him, all right, step back a bit. Gao Peng thought to himself, there's still another cavern below, I can't see where it leads at all. Damn it, he called out loudly, Stripey, can you hear me? Come out quickly. Stripey replied, so sleepy. Gao Peng worriedly thought, it replied, seems like its life isn't in danger right now. He kept calling, Stripey, come out quickly, Grandpa's here, we're safe now. HANW reminded from above, Gao Peng, it's too dangerous down there, come out first. Gao Peng thought, first, we can only rely on the white dragon to break these rocks to save Stripey. Me being here will only hinder the white dragon, better leave first. Gao Peng helped Huang Yu up, Grandpa, Captain Huang is injured. Please take him away first. Huang Yu protested, young Master Gao, you go first. Before he finished, Gao Peng continued, listen to me. Since Grandpa's here, nothing unexpected will happen. Inside the cave, the cult leader shushed, wait for them to leave, then we'll sneak away. Unfortunately for the cult leader, Gao Peng turned back and said, did you think I forgot about you? Grandpa, the Platinum Hand Group is still in the cave. They are our sworn enemies, the cult leader cursed silently, damn brat. Hearing Gao Peng, the white dragon immediately trapped them. It lifted Gao Peng up. Gao Peng looked down at where the group had just stood and thought, the team below, this minute, if it were my beasts, it would also just take a minute. Is the difference really that big? Unknowingly, I've gradually formed a habit of only valuing quality and overlooking level. As if as long as the quality is sufficient for promotion, one can fight across a large level gap in battle. But monster strength increases step-wise. The further along, the greater the power difference between levels. Whether it was the Mountain Spirit King's turtle trapping trick earlier, or the White Dragon's domineering claw, both demonstrated the absolute crushing advantage of the King tier over the Lord tier. Gao Peng looked at the cave and continued his thoughts. The Mountain Spirit King's roar sounds completely helpless. At the same time, the flowing rock is becoming increasingly grey. The information panel appeared. Mountain Spirit King entering eternal slumber state. Gao Peng muttered, "Not good. The Mountain Spirit King's strength is getting weaker and weaker." At the same time, I can feel Stripey's life force gradually disappearing. He said to Hanwu, "Grandpa, let the White Dragon kill these mountain spirits." Grandpa was puzzled. "Kill mountain spirits?" Gao Peng replied, "Yes. Use the mountain spirits' hearts to nourish the Mountain Spirit King through the blood contract. I've discovered the Mountain Spirit King is growing weaker. Stripey's life is also threatened. Currently, only ensuring the Mountain Spirit King is okay can save Stripey." The White Dragon suddenly exhaled pure white mist. Within the mist were strands of the White Dragon's power, destroying the rocks of the cave. It held a gold nugget in its hand, then gradually released a whole pile of gold. Those gold nuggets evaporated. The system panel showed a notification. Evolution process encountered error, preparing to conceive a new life. Gao Peng thought, the Mountain Spirit King's activity has stopped, but the system shows it's evolving. It seems the previous method was correct. But it feels like a new force is being generated within the mountain, being conceived. Although very small, it has a very strong desire to survive. Is it Stripey, or is it because of me that Stripey fell into peril? Gao Peng, what are you being complacent about? Haven't you always followed the principle of caution and carefulness? Your recent behavior really doesn't fit your style at all. Don't tell me being a referee once messed you up. Hanwu patted his shoulder. Gao Peng, don't blame yourself. Let's go back and discuss it thoroughly. Grandpa will help you rescue Stripey. Gao Peng's eyes were bloodshot. He was lost in his thoughts. Stripey, if you die, I will make all the mountain spirits outside Yuzhou Prefecture buried with you. Half a month later, Goldie looked at Flamey, puzzled. Why have your feathers grown back? Didn't we agree to be bald together? Gao Peng watched Goldie and Dumby practicing. He thought, because of Stripey's matter, these kids have been training very hard for the past half-month. Especially Dorsey, although it doesn't say anything. Every day it's the first to train and the last to sleep. Through the blood contract, I can sense Stripey's life isn't in danger, just fallen into a deep sleep. But Grandpa organized a team to scan every position on the Mountain Spirit King's body, yet still couldn't find aware of Stripey's specific location. He suddenly felt a strange sensation flow through him. What is this? The ground beneath his feet sank slightly, and the tree he touched was slightly hollowed out. What is this? Is this my strength? Why did it suddenly increase so much? Gao Peng pondered with a headache. Wait a minute, it seems like there's an additional voice in my head. Is it the special sense, the third ability of a beast master, awakening? Could it be? A voice echoed in his head. Gao Peng, where are you? I'm scared, Gao Peng asked happily. Stripey, you're awake. Where are you right now? Stripey replied, I don't know, so sleepy. Gao Peng thought, Stripey is probably absorbing the Mountain Spirit King. Otherwise, it's hard to explain this sudden surge of energy. So, perhaps it's at the same place as last time. Although it's said that a beast master can obtain a physically strong body through the 1/10th energy feedback from their beast's body, they cannot inherit any of the beast's abilities. That's why I always found it quite dull before. But now, how wonderful! Combined with a special sense, not only are the 6 senses strengthened, but I can also perfectly control all my abilities. Gao Peng waved his hand and called out, let's go. Let's go pick up Stripey. Dorsey heard this and was puzzled. Pick up Stripey. So, Gao Peng, this time, please ride on my back. Gao Peng refused, no need. How about this time, we race to see who's faster, Dozy, I asked. Race. So, if you win, will you still give me delicious food? He glanced at Dozy. If I lose, I'll buy you delicious food, but if you win, you get nothing. It immediately scoffed. Foolish Gaopeng, you're definitely losing today. Gaopeng challenged, then bring it on. After speaking, he immediately ran off quickly. But there seemed to be something on his back helping him run faster. Seeing this, Dozy shouted, "This isn't this silly clinging onto Gaopeng. Silly, wait for me." Gaopeng sent a message to Stripey. "Stripey, don't be afraid, I'm coming to get you." Stripey heard it and wondered, right? Is Gaopeng coming to find me? Stripey gradually woke up. Where on earth is this? It's so high. When Gaopeng's group arrived, they saw a huge creature standing there. Silly said, "Such a big fish, run quickly." Dozy also told Gaopeng, "Run quickly." He held Silly's cheeks and said, "Look carefully. Who is that?" "You're too timid." The system displayed. Name: Heavenly Calamity Mountain Spider. Level: 51. Quality: Epic. Attributes: Earth, Rock, Lava. Abilities: Giant Body Level 1, Lava Control Level 2, Solid Rock Level 3. Gaopeng looked at it, thinking, King level. Stripey really took a huge leap this time. Currently, Stripey is epic quality. Perhaps during evolution, it broke through the legendary quality, then ascended to king level. But Stripey being this big isn't suitable for bringing along anymore. It's like a large fortress, only suitable for guarding a specific place. He said, "Stripey, welcome back." It immediately flopped down and said to him, "Master, I want to hug you." "But I can't do it right now," Gaopeng asked. "You can open your mouth and talk now." He wondered, not through the blood contract, but truly through the spider's throat to produce sound. Gaopeng approached and gently patted its body. "Good boy. Now that you've become such a big fellow, you should be a bit calmer, understand? You've absorbed all the essence from the Mountain Spirit King, so, from now on, you shall take the position of Mountain Lord of these 100,000 mountains." Stripey said, "Mountain Lord, okay. I will manage the mountain spirits for Master and become the Mountain Lord." Later, Gaopeng told Hanwu, Grandpa, about Stripey's matter. "Just say it directly like that." Hanwu said, "I also wanted to help you hide the news, but your beast is so large, how can it be hidden? Others aren't blind now, the entire Yuzhou city knows. The government side says they will provide us with equivalent benefits and simultaneously report it to the main government headquarters of the Huaxia region, and even if it's revealed, so what? Who dares to do anything to you? Remember, these people bully the weak and fear the strong. Back when I went missing, they treated Southern Sky like a piece of fat meat to be devoured. When I returned, they practically ostracized me secretly. At night, various attacks constantly occurred, snipers, beastmasters, even explosives." Gaopeng wondered, "Who was that?" Hanwu said, "Look at your grandpa. Do I look like the type who waits 10 years for revenge?" The second day, I brought White, just me and the dragon, personally went to their door and killed until blood flowed like a river. Only then did they learn fear. Originally, Grandpa wanted to help shield you from the storm for another 2 years. As a result, in the blink of an eye, you've grown to this level. You don't need this old grandpa anymore." Gaopeng laughed awkwardly. "Grandpa, under these circumstances, shouldn't I perhaps act a bit shy?" Hanwu was exasperated. "You, this rascal." Huangya approached and called him, "Young Master Gao, Chief Ji, those 2 beast corpses have been transported to the laboratory." Gaopeng said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go prepare first. I'll be right there." Then he turned around, "Grandpa, then I'll go handle those 2 beasts." Suddenly, Hanwu's face darkened. His eyes turned red. He rushed to attack Gaopeng, but he blocked the blow. He said helplessly, "Grandpa, you're doing it again." Hanwu turned his back. "Not bad. Your strength has improved a bit. Hungry, aren't you? Let me go make some food for you." In his mind, he thought, that naughty brat doesn't even know how to respect the elderly and yield to his grandpa. Why use so much force? His hands started trembling slightly. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have held back 3 parts of my strength." His face turned angry. "But Now that Gao Peng has the ability to protect himself, it's time to let go of many things. That evening, Huangya and Gao Peng stood by the riverbank. Huangya spoke up, "Young Master Gao, the two beast skeletons brought back earlier are both here. The winged thunder ape died instantly. We brought the corpse back directly. The flesh and blood have already been taken for analysis material. As for the wood peacock, it could have been saved, but after bringing it back, it refused to eat or drink, determined to starve itself to death." Gao Peng said the beast wanted to die, showing its loyalty. "Let it have its wish, no need to force it. It's not your responsibility, don't worry." Behind Gao Peng, a beast appeared. "Dumby, it's time for you to take the stage." Dumby immediately used its skill. The beast corpse on the ground remained still. Gao Peng deduced Dumby is currently level 43, while the wood peacock was level 44 when alive. So, Dumby can only convert undead whose level does not exceed its own. He thought, this possibility is very high, but conversely, this side is going very smoothly. The flames created by Dumby enveloped the entire skeleton. Gao Peng continued, "Within these fragments of light, perhaps lie the memory fragments contained within the soul. Every life has a story that belongs to it," Dumby said. "Absorbing too many memories will cause chaos. It's useless, burn it." That skeleton gradually transformed into a beast. The system displayed, name, winged skull ape. Gao Peng thought silently, success. Stripey's ability, the monster characteristic heart of the earth, it replaces the original heart. After leveling up, it only harmonizes with earth, not intersecting with other attributes. It has the ability to control the ground. The earth's power creates protective rock armor. The armor's defensive power is related to its ground control ability. Calamity cloud. Power hidden deep within the earth is absorbed and drawn to the top of its head, forming a calamity cloud. Within the calamity cloud, energy can be continuously absorbed. The calamity cloud can create lava disasters, causing great injury to enemies. Its large body makes its movements inflexible. At the same time, only when in contact with the ground can it exert its best strength. The earth spider successfully devoured the mountain spirit king's heart, evolving into the extremely rare heavenly calamity mountain spider. Gao Peng looked at the skeleton creature before him, thinking, every time I refresh this scene, it always leaves one endlessly shocked. This is the power that can bring the dead back to life. The system panel appeared, name, winged skull ape, level 4 quality, common. Attributes, undead bone, weakness, holy light. Gao Peng thought silently, the level dropped by 1 tier, and the quality also dropped by 1 tier. Revived undead cannot contain all their strength from when they were alive. Even among undead of the same species, their strength varies. Specifically weak, the factors affecting their strength are still unclear. Currently, there's no time to research these things. Gao Peng said, Dumby, have the winged skull ape bring the peacock wood to the mobile laboratory. Be gentle, its owner isn't someone good, but it's a good beast nonetheless. As for Stripey, perhaps she successfully evolved this afternoon. When I went out, she was still snoring in her room. Go back and check if she's awake. He turned to leave. That beast silently thanked him. While he was monitoring Stripey's situation, Gao Peng saw several tangerine trees growing on Stripey's head. Suddenly, a spark of power flashed across his camera feed. He turned and saw Dozi, immediately scolding it. Dozi, what are you doing? It immediately denied. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Gao Peng asked, what's that on your claw? Dozi turned away, ignoring him. Gao Peng grabbed its head, spinning it around, saying, how many times have I told you not to bully Stripey? Dozi shrieked loudly. Gao Peng let go. Stripey spoke up to defend Dozi. It's okay, Gao Peng, it's all rock, so I don't feel anything. Dozi was just playing with me. Dozi turned away. Gao Peng, stay put. Come back, and I'll give you tangerines to eat. Inside, Wangya called Gao Peng. Gao Peng asked, what is it? Has there been progress on the arrangements we made earlier? Wangya replied, yes, the school established in your name is complete. Regarding sheltering orphans to study at the school, the first batch has been arranged. The school is built not far from the group headquarters, ensuring good security. As per your request, all tuition and dormitory fees are waived. Regarding teachers and curriculum, specialists are in charge, and there will be results very soon. Gao Peng praised, not bad, after the disaster, there are many orphans. The government alliance can't cover everything. Therefore, the living conditions of orphans aren't as rosy as the media portrays. Of course, we don't force them, this is just a fair exchange. We guarantee that what they learn is absolutely top tier. If their performance is outstanding, gifting a beast is not impossible. But in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Once something is gained, something must be given in return. What we need is just a little loyalty, good work, continue with the plan. Huang Ye said, there's one more thing. A lady named Lin Xinru wants to see you, Gao Peng said. Senior Lin? No problem, we had an appointment, just bring her to the laboratory. Half an hour later, Lin Xinru inquired, seems like you had quite a harvest last time. Gao Peng replied, good news, it seems Senior has thought it through carefully. Trust me, joining Southern Sky, you absolutely won't regret it. Gao Peng asked about the beast behind her. Is this the beast you want to upgrade? She said, that's right. The system panel displayed a notification. Name, Golden Whisker Paradise Shrimp. Level, 40 quality. Elite abilities, explosive muscles, hard carapace. Type, metal, weakness, fire type. The third and fourth whisker segments overlap, quite weak, mantis shrimp. Gao Peng looked at it, thinking, mantis shrimp, not its original form, maybe a sparrowtail mantis, a relative of the mantis shrimp. The system showed the upgrade path to perfect quality. 6 types, 290. He continued his thoughts. Some materials are available in the laboratory and some can be found outside. But regardless of the evolution method, gathering all the materials immediately is very difficult. Gao Peng said to Lin Xinrui, the upgrade plan is ready, but quite a few materials are missing. I'll immediately send people to collect them. If lucky, it should take about a week to find everything. But if unlucky, just wait for me first, 1 week. Lin Xinrui spoke up, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. After all, no beast tamer in the world has a 100% success rate. If it fails, I can understand, but I trust you. Gao Peng beamed, rest assured, I always deliver on my promises. For now, let's toast to our happy cooperation. Meanwhile, near the Diamond Bridge, a murder had occurred. Chief Luo was wondering where the witness was. A guard replied, the witness is in the car, just mentally unstable. He rubbed his chin, thinking, no wonder. According to the forensic examination, the head was directly severed from the body. The wound is extremely brutal and vicious. Around the wound, however, there are traces of a blunt object. Using a blunt object to cut off a head, the culprit's strength must be far greater than an ordinary person's. A guard called out, Chief, there's a new situation on the surveillance. Chief, look at this, it was surveillance camera footage showing the Guangdong sculpture. Isn't that the landmark at the Diamond Bridge? Why did it move here? The chief ordered, quickly check the surveillance records, we must find its specific location. A guard came to inform him, Chief, the team in the West City just called. They've located the statue in the Magnet Mouth Plaza. He thought, the Magnet Mouth Plaza, that's the top major commercial area, this is bad. The chief ordered, immediately evacuate all civilians currently in the Magnet Mouth Plaza. Starting now, except for the army and guards, only exit is allowed, no entry permitted. Scene change. Gao Peng was strolling around, thinking, this Magnet Mouth Plaza is a bit quiet today. I've walked a full circle and still haven't found enough experiment materials. Maybe I should check the black market and see if I can make a little profit. Suddenly, he noticed the statue nearby. This sculpture looks familiar. Isn't this the Guangdong statue from the Diamond Bridge Commercial Street? Why is it here? Suddenly, the system panel appeared. Name, Living Bronze Statue. Level, 4 quality. Elite type, metal abilities. Bronze body iron bones, super endurance. Weakness, bronze, lightning, items containing heavy filth. Seeing this notification, Gao Peng was extremely surprised. What the heck is this thing? The system showed again. Monster introduction. Originally an ordinary statue, but not by votive power. It gave birth to elemental life and spiritual power. The more excited it gets, it becomes a living statue. Gao Peng looked thoughtful. Votive power, unlikely to be belief. At the Diamond Bridge Commercial Street, there's no place for incense burning or worship. At most, pedestrians passing by might glance at the foot of the statue. He picked up his device, seemingly interested. This is quite interesting. I should call grandfather about this. HANWU appeared via projection screen, contacting him, I know. But interestingly, the Yuzhou city government didn't inform me at all. Normally, if this kind of thing happens, they always report it to me. Gao Peng deduced. Either they don't want to make it public, since the citizens don't know the details. Han Wu said softly, I'm not that petty. Thunder God is relatively close to your location, so hurry over there. He replied, all right, grandfather. After disconnecting, Gao Peng sank back into thought. A living statue within Yuzhou City shouldn't cause huge waves. But things like the Guangong statue, which have a very long history in Huazia, aren't numerous. He looked up, his expression grave. Plus, some time ago, those things crawled out of the mausoleum. If this incident isn't a coincidence either, I hope I'm just overthinking. Gao Peng noticed the people dressed in black giving orders for the Black Hound team to advance. He assessed them internally, judging by their uniforms. These are the Black Flag. Grandfather once mentioned that within the government alliance, the major departments are kept extremely secret. The Black Flag is one relevant department specializing in handling urgent matters occurring within the base city. The system panel displayed information about the Black Hounds, monster name, Black Hound, level, 23 to 35 quality, common, elite, attribute, dark type, status, healthy, fierce, alert and highly defensive. Bang thought to himself, it seems there are about 50 leader-level Black Hounds here, all systematically trained, acting in sync. But whether they could pose a threat to that Lord-level living statue remains to be seen. At this moment, Thunder God appeared before the Black Hounds. He glared with his fierce eyes. The sound of his horse neighing echoed to the heavens, striking fear into everyone. What? This beam of light? It's a Lord-level monster. Director Luo urgently ordered through the radio, immediately notify the Lord-level beast tamers in Yuzhou City. Evacuate all security personnel immediately. Designate this entire area as a red alert zone. Meanwhile, near Thunder God, a Black Hound leapt, attacking him with its sharp claws. But compared to its level, it was only enough to scratch an itch for Thunder God. Seeing this, Director Luo was quite surprised. A leader-level beast could only leave a white mark on its body. Thunder God counterattacked. He used his spear to scoop up the Black Hound. After that Black Hound went to heaven, the rest of the Black Hounds rushed forward to attack Thunder God. He also charged forward to fight the pack of Black Hounds. Thunder God swung his spear, attacking them. Just a gentle gust of wind from it was enough to make them disappear. Seeing the situation was not good, Director Luo decided to retreat. Damn it, these are all elites. If more get killed, there won't be enough left even to maintain order. He ordered, return, quick, get them back. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making him a bit confused. What's happening? An earthquake, a drill emerged from the ground. It was grandfather Gao Peng's beast tamer, Thunder God. No, wait. It appeared abruptly right in front of Director Luo. He gaped upon seeing it. Wait, isn't this that person's beast tamer? At this moment, Gao Peng spoke up. Excuse me, are you Director Luo? Hearing his voice, the soldiers became vigilant, pointing their guns at Gao Peng. Stop. Who are you? Facing the gun barrels, Gao Peng wasn't panicked but smiled gently. Everyone, no need to be tense. I am Mr. Gao, a kind-hearted passerby. And this is my grandfather's beast tamer, Thunder God. Hearing this, Director Luo stopped the soldiers and thought to himself, Thunder God. So it really is that important figure's beast tamer. Grandfather surnamed Gao. Could he be the rumoured young Master Gao? After thinking, he spoke up. Why are you pointing guns at such an enthusiastic citizen? Put them down, put them down. Director Luo hurriedly grabbed Gao Peng's hand and pleaded, Mr. Gao, this monster is rampaging in the urban area. Please, Mr. Gao, for the safety of the majority of the people and the stability of Yuzhou City, lend us a helping hand. Of course, this is what a citizen of the Alliance should do. Dozi appeared out of nowhere and said to Thunder God, Master Thunder God, then bye-bye to you. But it seemed Thunder God was angry and about to discharge electricity to vent. It shot electricity off course, right near Thunder God, startling him. Other electric spheres appeared one after another, flying towards Thunder God, but he dodged them all. Thunder God rode his horse forward, intending to attack Grandfather Gao PNG's beast. However, it had no intention of standing still. It emitted a powerful electric current. Blinding lightning bolts tightly bound Thunder God, including his horse. He trembled, wanting to break Thunder God's electric restraints, but unfortunately, he was still controlled by Grandfather Gao PNG's beast. Gao Ping stood aside, observing and very satisfied. This attribute counter is really powerful. The situation is decided. Just then, he happened to overhear Director Luo's conversation with his soldiers. Director, so it's over. Did that statue exhaust too much energy fighting our people earlier? Is it out of energy now? Director Luo frowned and scared the man. All right, let me ask Mr. Gao's beast tamer to stop. I'll send you over to test it out. How about that? Gao Peng heard Director Luo's words and smiled, satisfied with the answer. This one seems quite smart. We can interact more in the future. A moment later, the battle ended. The system panel updated the statue's status. Monster name, living bronze statue status, lightly injured, paralyzed. Gao Peng waved at Director Luo. He said cheerfully, Thank you, Director Luo, for being so generous. Rest assured, the credit for handling this Lord-level monster has nothing to do with me. It's all yours. At the villa behind the mountain, Dozi confusedly said to Gao Peng, Master Thunder God said he's a bit tired. Hearing this, Gao Peng felt sympathetic. After all, it was a Lord-level monster. To suppress it, the power Thunder God consumed must have been considerable. At this moment, Thunder God suddenly tensed up, throwing off the electricity. Quick as lightning, he swung his blade straight at Gao Peng. However, Gao Peng simply blocked the move gently with one hand. He gripped the blade tightly and said mockingly, Such weak strength, haven't you eaten yet? Suddenly, Thunder God flinched as he felt an intense killing intent behind him. A giant pit unexpectedly appeared. Thunder God, caught off guard, fell into it. His entire body was buried under a pile of rocks. Gao Peng looked at the large rock pile, shocked, and had to exclaim, So big. This diameter must be around 50 to 60 meters, right? Truly worthy of king level. Just a gentle move can have such destructive power. Then he said to Stripey, This is for you to guard. Stripey obeyed him and immediately sat down, hugging the rock mass. Gao Peng sprayed glue. I told you to guard it, not incubate it. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Wang Ye. He reported to him, Young Master Gao, according to your instructions, our people have captured images around the Huanshan Great Buddha. Gao Peng looked at the projection. He thought that since there was no attribute list, this great Buddha was probably just an ordinary stone statue. But after the cataclysm, most mountains and rivers had undergone mutations. The river in front of this stone statue was definitely not some gentle river, but in the picture, it behaved like a well-behaved child. So, it's possible that this great Buddha has mutated, it just hasn't awakened yet. Additionally, there's the Yuncheng base city in Bingzhou. Outside the city, there's a place called the Yangon Grottos. In just one night, 10,000 Buddhas came to life, but no one knows the specific situation inside. It's said that the Huaxi Alliance government headquarters has already sent people there. This incident initially didn't cause reactions in other regions because mutations weren't only happening in the Huaxia region. Whether it's Rome, Greece, or Egypt, similar situations have appeared. Gao Peng felt that the credibility and control of the alliance government were gradually decreasing. Regardless, after the cataclysm occurred, the World Alliance government was immediately established to make great contributions towards prolonging human survival. But the evolutionary speed of the entire world is truly too fast. He pondered, humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. If the world continues to evolve so crazily, it's truly unimaginable what form it will take in the future. The only thing that can be done is to accept the reality and make oneself stronger. As long as one keeps heading towards the evolutionary peak of the entire world, then no matter how cruel the world becomes, one can survive. Huangya said to Gao Peng, "All right then, let's see who mutates faster. Those people or my beasts evolve faster." He agreed, told Huangya to continue monitoring, then hung up. Gao Peng stood still, observing Thunder God. Healthy state hobby, standing still pretending to be a sculpture and performing beheadings on bad people. He thought, has this sculpture accepted its fate? After all, the one guarding it is king level. It can't win a fight, nor can it escape. On the contrary, that weakness, power of filth. Gao Peng immediately thought of releasing some chickens to continuously defecate on Thunder God. However, it had no reaction at all. He thought very seriously, it's ineffective. Unexpectedly, filth isn't black dog blood or excretions like the ancients said. Or is it like a tree without a heart, an undiscovered hidden material? Right behind him, Thunder God looked at him, trembling with anger, but still had to grit his teeth and endure it. Finally, Gao Peng instructed Stripey to attend to other matters first. Just leave this bronze statue here. When you have nothing else to do, chat with it. It's best to ask about its reasons for killing. As soon as he left, Stripey eagerly approached Thunder God. Finally, someone to talk to me. He initiated a friendly conversation with him. Little bronze buddy, have you ever eaten insect bread rolls? I forgot, you're just bronze, so you've probably never eaten food, right? How pitiful, you can't even taste what food feels like. You know what? Insect bread rolls are delicious, but I think the most delicious food, the best, was still the thing Gao Peng bought for me back then in Chang'an City, but unfortunately, I haven't eaten such delicious insect bread since. Stripey kept chatting away, not noticing it had crushed the bronze statue into the ground. It continued rambling, that's right, have you heard of Chang'an? You probably haven't been there, right? It's a large base city, just like Yuzhou City. I'm telling you, have you heard of me before? I feel like you must have heard about me. Recently, the foolish humans outside are all praising me. They're all calling me the most formidable beast companion. I feel the same way. Why aren't you paying attention to me? Let's talk about something you find interesting. Why did you kill people? The Thunder God's face turned pale, his whole body sunk into the ground with only his face showing. Answer me, I just saw those hooligans harassing innocent people, so I killed them all in one go. Now, can you please shut up? Stripey again pressed its face closer to the Thunder God, so you can talk after all, let's keep talking then. Let me tell you, later, at the entrance to the secret forest outside Yuzhou City, Gao Peng had to take off his outer jacket because it was too hot. Although it was very safe on Stripey, he looked back at the scene behind him and continued, once Stripey teleports, it constantly absorbs heat energy from the ground and spews out extremely hot black gas. It's really too hot. As Gao Peng walked, he thought, these days, the frequency of living stone statues reappearing can be considered normal for now. Their willpower is too stubborn. They'd rather let their bodies crack than submit to becoming beast companions for humans. Therefore, the alliance government could only make peace agreements with them for control. But this gives me some premonitions. With such rapid mutations, in the vast mountains outside Yuzhou City, there must be unknown monsters and endless treasures, right? Before, the forest area was restricted because it was unsafe, causing hunting teams in Yuzhou City to only search near the city. Now, the wilderness closest to Yuzhou City has basically been completely exploited. As for areas far from the city, only a very few high-level hunting teams dare to explore. If we could cooperate with the mountain spirits to create something like wilderness mountain relay stations, then individuals and teams could dare to go further. When they can't go on or need supplies, they could rest safely in the rest area. Supplies could be sold at prices 3 to 4 times the market rate. After all, transporting goods to the wilderness requires manpower and resources. Charge for overnight stays, and charge by the hour for daytime rests. After pondering, Gao Peng laughed excitedly, thinking about it. We can make a fortune. Let's go scout the way. 1 month later, Gao Peng excitedly told Stripey, all right, the 4th place is dealt with. we will continue to the next destination. Currently, we've allied with over 10 mountain spirits. This is truly a huge project. All the time is spent traveling. During this month, the levels of Flamey, Goldie, and Dorsey I have all reached level 39 and 40. They are just one step away from breaking through to Lord level. So, it won't be long before I have 4 Lord level Beast Companions plus 1 King level Beast Companion. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. A swarm of mutated bees from somewhere unexpectedly swarmed over. The incoming mutated bees are called lion blade bees, swarm level 10 to 20 quality, common, elite, perfect. Attributes: metal, poison, or wine systems. Abilities include level 1 armor piercing sting, high paralysis poison 1, trait, sound wave, plus some other information. Gao Peng frowned. So it's lion blade bees. The sting of the lion blade bee carries a paralyzing poison. Once stung, the whole body becomes numb and powerless, watching helplessly as these greedy predators eat you alive. It can be said to be one of the most terrifying punishments. He smirked slightly. Well then, let's use you guys to test Stripey's new disaster ability. Without wasting time, Stripey directly spewed fire, roasting the entire swarm of bees black. Gao Peng exclaimed in admiration. The power of lava is truly something else. And this roasted smell isn't bad either. He waved to Flamey. Let's go to where the lion blade bees fell. Riding on Flamey's back, Gao Peng felt excited. These creatures are likely elite monsters. Tens of thousands of monsters mean tens of thousands of monster cores. I might strike it rich again. As soon as Flamey landed near the swarm of bees, its eyes lit up. Drooling smells so good. It didn't hesitate and immediately gobbled one up while it was hot. Gao Peng could only watch helplessly. Seriously, he called out, Dumby. It appeared immediately. Gao Peng pointed at the charred bees. Try and see if you can resurrect these corpses. Dumby quickly channeled spiritual power into the bees, but the result was that they all crumbled into charcoal dust. It said to Gao Peng, Master, these monsters don't have skeletons in their bodies. There's no way to resurrect them. Seeing this, Gao Peng had no choice but to give up. When he turned back, the spot where the lion blade bees had been completely devoured by Flamey, Gao Peng was a bit stunned. I remember there were many more over there. How did it finish eating so quickly? However, it wasn't the only one. Both Dorsey and Goldie were also engrossed in eating their fill. He was surprised. Damn it. Dorsey, Goldie, when did you guys appear? Gao Peng had to ask Dumby to directly resurrect those who had died underground. With Dumby's ability, countless skeletons were resurrected. Gao Peng saw an explorer among them. He said to Dumby, let this one rest in peace underground. We shouldn't disturb him. Dumby immediately returned him. Suddenly, Gao Peng detected a noise behind the trees. Dumby stood protectively in front of him. Master, there's movement over there. The summoned skeletons are encountering other monsters. Let the Legion go first. The skeletons leapt towards the source of the noise. Suddenly, a yellow mouse jumped out from the bushes. Gao Peng was startled. What? This mouse? He immediately ordered Dumby and Flamey to catch it. Flamey swooped after it, continuously breathing fire. Dumby closed in behind it in just a second, grabbed the mouse, and brought it to Gao Peng. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. This is a money-grubbing mouse, common quality, mystic attribute, healthy state. He felt its name was really ugly, and its level wasn't high, but the mystic attribute was something he'd never encountered before, so it could be considered valuable. Gao Peng told Dumby, take this mouse and throw it to Stripey to guard. While you're at it, have Dumby's undead army gather the corpses of the lion blade bees in one place. After the bee corpses were piled into a pit, Gao Peng let Flamey unleash its power. It immediately spat fire, incinerating the swarm of bees. The corpses quickly turned into countless monster cores. Seeing this, Gao Peng mused, it's true, as long as you have power, getting rich is indeed an extremely easy task. Once everything was done, he assigned Dumby to have the undead army transfer these monster cores onto Stripey. It quickly received the order. Dumby commanded the corpses to transport the cores. Gao Peng looked at the huge pile of cores, his eyes shining brightly. Although they were just low-level elite monster cores, with such a large quantity, It was worth at least 100,000 credits, profitable. Full of excitement, he told Dumby to send the undead army to scout ahead, then continue penetrating deeper, aiming to persuade all the remaining mountain spirits remaining. Gao Peng was completely unaware that his beast companions were secretly snacking on spirit stones. Hurry up and eat. If Gao Peng finds out in a bit, we won't get to eat anymore. In the villa, Gao Peng walked to the edge of the lake and exclaimed in surprise, since when was there a lake here? Suddenly, a giant crocodile emerged from the water, startling everyone into shouting. He had to quickly pat and calm down the furious Flamey. All right, calm down Flamey, this isn't your enemy. Hanwu then told him that a month ago, there was a flood in the Pearl River Delta, causing an underground cave system to collapse. This crocodile came from there, carried by the water. Just when he wanted to catch a monster to raise, he saw it. After hearing this, he nodded, realizing it was his grandfather's new beast familiar. The monster is a mutated jade-armored primordial crocodile, level 46, Lord Tyre, with perfect quality, water attribute, and abilities, water control and armored back, hardness level 3, savage bite level 4. Quite ferocious due to a bloodline mutation causing savagery, easily triggered into a berserk state. The passive effect can be summarized as, when injured, based on the degree of pain and the severity of the wound, it bursts out with corresponding ferocity, enhancing strength and burst power for a certain period. It is currently healthy and calm. To upgrade its quality, the jade-armored primordial crocodile bloodline needs to be activated through a breeding process, an irreversible process. Before the breeding reaches the peak bloodline, no other type of evolution can be undertaken. After reading its information, Gao Peng admired it, exclaiming, "This beast familiar is truly impressive." Hanwu heartily praised back, "Your beast familiar isn't bad either." He turned to look at Flamey, who was literally burning brightly, and asked if it wanted to level up. He didn't hide anything and told his grandfather that Flamey had reached level 40 2 weeks ago and was waiting to find a place to formally evolve after returning. He handed the tablet in his hand to his grandfather, then reported that this trip out discovered a total of 168 mountain spirits, all of whom agreed to cooperate with them. His grandfather praised him and then asked if he had any plans for the future, whether he just wanted to build this station or had other ideas. Gao Peng humbly replied, "I still need grandfather's guidance." So Hanwu seriously analyzed things for him. Although the mountain spirits are allies, the most crucial core is still your beast familiar. With it here, even if others have ambitions, they cannot shake your position. Therefore, simply using the mountain spirits to make money is the shallowest approach. Conversely, the hunters adventuring outside the mountain spirit station are the group with much value. Bringing them all together, even if it only yields a little money, there's no fear of loss. He nodded and said, "I understand." Establish a guild organization, transform the mountain spirit station into a membership program. After becoming a member, staying at the station gets a 50% discount, and they can also get items sold by the Southern Sky Group, for example, at a 90% discount. His grandfather added another suggestion. Besides that, take the best part of the net income from the Mountain Spirit Project and give a bit to the Yuzhou city government. This not only creates stability but also reduces a lot of trouble from the official channels. Besides this, Gao Peng calculated that a portion of the income could become year-end bonuses distributed to guild members based on their rank and position size. Everyone shares the money. Hoarding profits is the biggest taboo. This will distribute considerable benefits, but the remaining portion would still be a considerable profit. He seriously pondered, waiting for the pilot project here to stabilize. The next goal would be to expand the project worldwide, for example, the Dongting Cave Recreation Area, the Sky Villa, Amazon Mansion, Bermuda Triangle Resort. Since the Cataclysm, these areas have become forbidden zones, but historically, these areas have had countless legends. Perhaps in this special new era, the most unique monsters could have evolved there. Thinking about this, he excitedly decided the name of this organization would be the Hanwu Exploration Association. Hanwu behind him was extremely proud, praising, "Indeed, my grandson understands immediately after a little explanation." Duzi was currently curled up sleeping soundly on the grass mat. Gao Peng suddenly grabbed its two antennae, lifted it up, and then decisively dropped it into a water tank. When it reacted, it panicked and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Why did Gao Peng put me in here?" He quickly explained that inside was a medicinal solution containing special thunder elements prepared for it. Then he turned away, leaving only a sentence telling it to stay obediently in there and evolve, breaking through to the Lord tier. Gao Peng looked at the treasure-seeking mouse in Dumby's hand and pondered. The evolution path of the treasure-seeking mouse has 3 types. Among the monsters he had encountered, it was considered rare. Was it because it was mystic type, or was the influence of this type of mouse not very widespread? Finally, he decided to put that matter aside and prepare to sign the blood contract first, then upgrade its quality later. He brought out a pot, enticing it to jump in. Seeing it was still worried, he raised his hand to show it their connection, encouraging it, "Don't be afraid, let's sign the blood contract first. With the blood contract here, I won't harm you." The mouse obediently lay in the broth, watching him sprinkle scallions on its head. After finishing the preparations, Gao Peng heated the broth to 180 degrees and waited for 10 minutes. When the time was up, he opened the pot, but when he saw what was inside, he was astonished. He picked up the soaking wet mouse by the scruff of its neck and asked, "I say, how did you evolve?" Gao Peng couldn't believe his eyes because it was too ugly. Its information panel updated at the same time. Treasure-sniffing mouse, level 18, elite quality, mystic attribute. Current state, very healthy but listless. Monster introduction. Evolved from treasure-seeking mouse into treasure-sniffing mouse, therefore its sense of smell is relatively strong, capable of smelling the traces of treasures lingering in the air. He knew it could still be upgraded further. There were 2 options. One was to enhance the treasure-finding ability. The other was to continuously devour treasures to trigger other types of abilities, like a class change. He frowned, thinking he had so much money and many treasures, and had easily succeeded in contracting a treasure-seeking mouse, so naturally, he chose. Gao Peng's eyes shone like stars, deciding to choose having more and more money. At this point, he racked his brain to figure out the upgrade materials. Most materials were readily available at home, only the blood of a king-tier monster. Stripey is formed from rocks, making it a bit difficult. Looks like I have to bother grandfather again. Later, he went to plead with the white dragon. "White dragon, help me out. Lend me a bit of blood. 1 bucket is enough." He even acted cute and wheedled it. All right, I've already asked grandfather." "Didn't grandfather already discuss it with you?" The white dragon finally agreed to give him a bucket of blood. Just then, someone called him on the phone. Feng Xiu's face appeared on the screen. He quickly called out, "Young Master Gao." Gao Peng pulled down his mask and replied, "President Feng, that's too formal. Just call me Gao Peng," he politely said. "You are not the same as before now. I can't rely on our past friendship and be too casual." He smiled and told him to just say whatever was on his mind, because he had treated him well in the past. Feng Xiu slowly explained that after the man-eating sandworm King Shachuoman successfully evolved, it brought its entire tribe back to the Dolly Desert to fight for territory. They had originally intended to let the 2 lords slaughter each other, but the troublesome thing is that the man-eating sandworm King Shachuoman was subdued by the desert tyrant. Currently, 2 lord-tier monsters occupy the same area. After hearing this, Gao Peng felt sighed. That's truly a headache. "So, what do you hope I do? It couldn't be to deal with these 2 monsters, right?" "Then you're overestimating me. Although I have a king-tier beast familiar, its body is too large. It can't fight at such a long distance. I only have 1 lord-tier skull in hand." He immediately denied that. This time, Golden Deity will also personally participate, and they hope you can hold back the desert tyrant. Golden Deity will go deal with the man-eating sandworm King Shachuoman first, and then they will jointly surround and kill the desert tyrant. Gao Peng smiled dangerously. This plan sounds quite good, doesn't it? In reality, he understood why they needed him. Seeking him out was a pretense. Leveraging him to make his grandfather act was the truth. As long as he took action, his grandfather, to ensure his safety, would definitely follow secretly. Are they treating me like a hired gun? I considered you a friend, yet you're leading me into a trap. Do I look like an idiot? Gao Peng asked Feng Zhu directly. Lord-level monsters have high IQ. Unless humans truly threaten their survival, they won't attack human bases. President FENG, I consider you a friend. Tell me the truth. Why does the Chang'an military region want to eliminate these two Lord-level monsters? He stammered for a long time before replying that someone in the military region, the grandson of a high-ranking official, was attacked by the desert tyrant while on a mission in the Dolly Desert and unfortunately died in the line of duty. Hearing this, Gao Peng immediately ended the call. He remarked that Feng Zhu, having entered the system, had really become increasingly diplomatic. He guessed that the story about the important figure's grandson in the Chang'an military region being killed by the desert tyrant wasn't false, but saying he died for duty wasn't certain. Perhaps it was due to a desire for fame from defeating a Lord-level monster, or he didn't know his own limits and wanted to subdue it, or maybe he went crazy wanting its core. In short, a selfish, reckless fool who didn't know his limits paid with his life, and now they want revenge. Since they aren't close to Hanwu, they targeted the seemingly ignorant kid, Gao Peng, given his previous relationship with Feng Zhu. Asking his grandfather to intervene wouldn't be a big issue. But if they want to use him to manipulate his grandfather, then Feng Xiu is not worthy of being his friend. Just then, the white dragon nudged him with its claw. It pointed to the blood container nearby, indicating it was done. He immediately hugged its claw, thanked it, and hissed. Now he noticed the wound on its leg was almost healed. Gao Peng looked at the blood container in his hand, a bit puzzled, wondering, this weight isn't like water, more like mercury. After being lifted, the surface doesn't ripple at all, and it reflects like a mirror. Is this still blood? It seems king-level beasts have surpassed our understanding of creatures, becoming a higher form of life. Thinking this, he smiled with great satisfaction. Next, the treasure-seeking mouse could achieve perfect quality. He went to observe Flamey's egg and noticed it was changing more and more. It seemed it wouldn't be long before it evolved. He glanced over, checking on his two beasts that leveled up effortlessly, Dozy at level 41 and Dudu at perfect quality. Hanwu arrived just then to inform him that Thunder God had been stationed at the gate of his welfare school. He also happily mentioned that just today, while on guard duty, Thunder God had killed a honey badger, adding a dish for the kitchen. Gao Peng listened and nodded. Well, that counts as making full use of his abilities. The sky suddenly turned dark, and simultaneously, thunder rumbled, making him think it was about to rain. But the experienced Hanwu realized Flamey had successfully evolved. Just as he said, the egg began showing strange signs. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, causing it to burst into furious flames. The eggshell slowly cracked open. Flamey spread its wings, broke through the outer layer, and majestically appeared amidst the sea of fire. Gao Peng looked at it, his eyes filled with pride because it finally resembled a genuine red-crowned crane. Before, it looked just like a penguin, or more delicately put, a slightly chubby red-crowned crane. Hanwu opened an umbrella to shield him and asked, "This breakthrough is considered successful, right?" He quickly replied, "Considered successful." It also awakened a type of bloodline, but the specifics will be determined later. FLAMY's information panel updated. Monster name, Wood Flame Spirit Crane. Level, 41. Quality, perfect. Monster attributes, fire type or wood type. Abilities include fire control level 4, fire resistance level 4 trait, fire cage. Monster introduction summarized as follows. Another bloodline has awakened within its body. It just needs to devour a large amount of fire-type spiritual items to continuously upgrade its quality. HANW suddenly mentioned that someone had come to him asking for help regarding the incident at the Chang'an military region. He knew Gao Peng had refused, but he suggested Gao Peng should go take a look. When the time comes, assess the situation, help if he can. If it's inconvenient, just turn back. Hearing this, Gao Peng reluctantly agreed, also because he was very curious why even Hanwu suggested he go check it out. He quickly brought his beasts to the Chang'an city base. Gao Peng felt a bit nostalgic, sighing, "Back home." Living with his grandfather in Yuzhou City was also very happy, but indeed, he still felt Chang'an was home. First, he had to take care of business. Gao Peng went to the reception desk and asked if there were any tour packages heading towards the Dolly Desert ahead. She hesitated and apologized, saying there were currently no packages going there. He was puzzled, asking, "None?" Another receptionist came over to explain to him, "I heard it's very dangerous over there. Quite a few people have died already recently. No one dares to go anymore. Besides, the military region over there and the border control are very strict. Every person wanting to enter the Dolly Desert needs to register." After hearing this, Gao Peng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Quite a few people died, right? The situation isn't as simple as the Chang'an military region said. He began planning his next steps. It seemed going through the military region's route to enter the desert wasn't very reliable. He still needed to go see the real situation for himself. Especially, he couldn't reveal his trump card under the noses of those people in the military region. Then, he looked left and right, searching for a detour. Finally, he found a guide from the Black Road standing in the crowd. Gao Peng immediately raised his hand high and called out to him, "Brother, over here." He understood the meaning and quickly led Gao Peng aside to talk. Gao Peng presented a bag full of money and got straight to the point. "I want to go to the Dolly Desert, preferably starting today. This is the deposit. How about it? Is there a team?" Money is not a problem. Seeing the money, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, yes." This guide rejoiced inwardly, thinking he had met another rich fool. He led Gao Peng through a dark, trash-filled alley where his beast lay in ambush. However, it was spotted by Gao Peng. With just one look, Gao Peng scared the snail so much it retracted into its shell. This made the guide both terrified and curious, wondering who on earth Gao Peng was. Just staring at his beast for a moment, why did it feel so terrifying? He wisely became polite, led Gao Peng to a door and said, "Big brother, ahead is our gathering place. Please rest for a bit first. At the latest, 10 o'clock tonight, whether we have enough people or not, we will depart. Please rest assured." Outwardly, Gao Peng calmly replied, "All right," but inwardly sneered, "With a face like that, you also want to play dirty." The next day, Gao Peng woke up on a bed in the rest room of a tavern near the Dolly Desert. He lethargically stretched and complained, "Sitting in the truck yesterday really made my whole body ache. Luckily, I summoned a few wolf-type monsters along the way, which counted as some activity." He got out of bed and pulled back the window curtain. This place felt like being sealed in bed at night. The more he slept, the more tired he felt. He observed the crowded scene below. This was the final supply point before entering the desert. Previously, he heard they sold many unique items here. Some sold thorny cactus that could be applied directly externally, effective for healing burns and also usable as medicine with pharmacological properties. Others sold common-grade sand-type monster cores. These condensed energy within the bodies of sand-type monsters. Monsters or beasts using them could increase their power somewhat. Sand-type monsters would benefit the most. Beside them were also sand-earth spirit stones, stones containing concentrated sand and earth elemental spiritual power that could be utilized. Gao Peng looked back and forth, then decided to buy those 3 types. He said to the person next to him, "I've finished choosing, thank you." At that moment in the tavern, a group of people were discussing among themselves, "The army is about to blockade the Dolly Desert. Recently, people from Chang'an City aren't allowed out, only in, no exit. Those damn guys in the military region, you can tell they want to monopolize it." The only girl immediately reminded the 2 men to speak carefully. Gao Peng overheard their entire conversation. He realized the reputation of the Chang'an military was still very strong, at least in public places. Not many people dared to loudly discuss and condemn the military region's actions. Just then, the waiter brought a drink to Gao Peng. He gently said thank you, thinking to himself, "But the army has sealed off the Dolly Desert, not allowing anyone in or out. Looks like something big is about to happen. After breakfast, I should leave quickly." Not long after, he and his beasts arrived at the Dolly Desert. Dizzy walked while mocking, "Silly big brother Dumby, you're too heavy." Your feet are sinking into the sand. It even taunted, "Look at me. I can crawl however I want." Seeing this, Dumby immediately got angry, jumped up, and shouted, "How can this little bit of sand stop me with my strength?" But it quickly got smacked in the face when half of its body got buried in the sand. Flamey flew over, used its claws to pull it up, and scolded Dorzy, "Stop teasing it and come help." Gao Peng encouraged them, saying, "The desert isn't like the mainland. It's normal that you're not used to it." Dumby suddenly told him that the sand element here is very irritable. When he looked confused, it quickly explained, when a Lord-level monster lives in an area for a long time, the surrounding environment will be affected. The elements in the air will also be influenced. Gao Peng then realized that the white dragon had lived in that lake for a long time, making the water extremely clear and cold. Thinking back, the reason was probably the white dragon's presence. Similarly, perhaps deep in this desert, there was also a hot-tempered red brother. Although the sand element was excited, its nature wasn't originally like this. Flamey slightly raised its head as if it heard something. It reported to Gao Peng, "There are people fighting monsters ahead." He exclaimed, then ordered it to lead the way. They first needed to find a high point to observe. Just as Flamey had heard, a fierce battle was taking place in the distance. Looking at the people's clothes, he guessed they weren't military personnel. However, the leader of this group was quite skilled, immediately organizing a defensive formation to counterattack. Relying on a few thick-skinned, meaty beasts on the perimeter, they managed to hold on temporarily. However, these sand monsters gathered more and more. At this rate, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. He looked over there, eyes wide with surprise. A rhino beast familiar was fighting a sand pile. When the sand layer was blown away, a crystal core appeared. Info displayed sand monster, level 12, critically wounded. Attribute, sand weakness, ice, sand core in the body destroyed. Additionally, after the monster's body is severed, its strength weakens partially. The severed part can quickly rejoin. To absorb sand to create a new body takes a long time. He guessed this core was like a heart, perhaps the sand core of the sand monster. Only when the sand core is knocked out of the body does the sand monster fall into a coma. Gao Peng called Dumby out and said, "If the sand core is like the heart of the sand monster, let's do an experiment." It obeyed, channeling power from its heart. Over there, someone noticed the strangeness and reported to their leader that these sand monsters were unusually strong. They suddenly twisted and contorted strangely. After struggling for a while, they exploded, accompanied by countless sand cores falling to the ground. After observing, Gao Peng commented, "The effect is average. The scene is grand, but the crystal cores suffered little damage. If only there was an ice-type beast familiar here." Based on previous experiments, sand monsters have strong resistance to both thunder and fire attacks. Therefore, Dorzy and Flamey were ruled out, leaving only Dumby. But in this desert environment, it's also heavily restricted and doesn't have any advantage. The feeling of having attributes countered made him extremely uncomfortable. If he wanted to help the army now, it would probably be a fierce battle. Gao Peng looked at the row of tanks below and guessed, a few days ago, the army urgently evacuated all civilians nearby. It seems they don't want to drag this out any longer. Suddenly, a sandstorm rolled in, signaling the appearance of the main character. He is the Desert Tyrant, with a monster level of 44 currently. It has minor injuries, but is very enraged. Accompanying it is the Desert Worm King, level 41, in healthy condition. Gao Peng looked at its imposing might, utterly surprised. So this is the Lord's aura of the Desert Tyrant. He also noticed the ground gradually turning into desert, causing the defensive plants to wither. He frowned, thinking, areas covered by the Lord's aura will gradually be desertified. It's already fighting on home turf, yet it can still expand its advantage over a large area tough to deal with. The group quickly threw bombs towards the Desert Tyrant. It calmly extended a hand enveloped in a layer of magic power. With just a clench of its fist, humanity's modern weapons exploded in midair. Then, it let out a roar, summoning its legion, causing the crowd extreme panic. The commander immediately ordered via radio, rapid fire, Don't let them form up. But their attempts to attack were blocked by the desert tyrant's incredibly sturdy defense. Gao Peng covered his ears tightly while sighing, first time discovering that good hearing is also a type of suffering. The failed attack earlier unintentionally caused the sandstorm to disappear. The desert tyrant growled, "Humans," it roared in anger, "die." Then extended sharp drills towards them. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot up from the ground. The crowd cheered joyfully. "It's Golden Deity, brothers, hold the line." Golden Deity, swift as lightning, pierced through the enemy's shoulder. Attacked, it became extremely angry. It immediately turned, intending to counterattack. The desert tyrant forcefully threw its drill straight up. Golden Deity, with agile movements, both dodged the attack and cut a line into its back. This scene made the people here incredibly reassured and excited. Great hit. Such a severe wound, even a Lord level couldn't withstand it for long. However, they all misjudged, as its wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gao Peng truly didn't expect it could turn a part of its body into sandbone, using it to dodge the enemy's physical attacks. This tactic requires precise reaction speed and timing. A bit slow, and the body gets hit. A bit fast, and the enemy will react to adjust the impact point. At this moment, Golden Deity's impressive stats appeared before his eyes. Currently level 47, healthy state, perfect quality, metal attribute. Abilities: Hard Feather level 3, Sharp Feather level 3, Metal Element Control level 4. Its feathers, through repeated tempering, have been continuously strengthened. Both attack and defense power are very strong, with high rigidity and certain resistance against attacks from other elements. But he was still worried because this was the home turf of the Lord-level Desert Tyrant. If the Changan army didn't have a trump card, it was still hard to say who would win or lose this battle. At this time, the Desert Tyrant gradually regained the upper hand. It moved extremely fast, back and forth, harassing Golden Deity. It immediately used its wings to create a sturdy shield, but it was instantly smashed flat by its opponent. Witnessing this, Gao Peng felt a bit intimidated by its ferocity, breaking a Lord-level defense with just one blow. A soldier, seeing things weren't right, ran over to ask the commander for instructions. Golden Deity is currently grappling with the Desert Tyrant. Should we continue firing missiles? The man, observing the battle through binoculars, refused, not now. If it were another beast familiar, friendly fire would just be friendly fire. Even a peak Lord-level beast familiar, if it could bring results to the battle, sacrificing it as a pawn wouldn't matter. But the problem is, Golden Deity is not only the strongest beast familiar of the Changan military region currently, but it's also the spiritual symbol of all of Changan. So, he ordered his subordinate, "Get ready. As soon as Golden Deity moves away from the Desert Tyrant, fire the rockets immediately." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Countless creatures with bright red legs emerged from below, attacking their armored vehicles. Everyone saw them and screamed in panic. Giant desert worm kings. And lots of man-eating earthworms too. The vehicle formation is under attack. The commander lost his composure, cursed, "Damn it. Artillery vehicles, spread out, beast familiar units, move forward." Instantly, a flock of giant chickens was released. They immediately pecked ferociously at the worms in front. Behind them, Flamey asked Gao Peng, "Do we need to go help?" Gao Peng raised his hand to stop her. "Wait a moment. The situation isn't clear yet. Going down there now won't do much good. It's like throwing meat buns at a dog, a futile effort. If they thought this force alone could level the Dolly Desert, they'd be too naive. The army wouldn't send an idiot to command an entire battle. They definitely have a trump card," Gao Peng thought to himself. Furthermore, that black-cloaked monster standing behind the commander, judging by that height, it can't possibly be human. Damn it, completely wrapped up, I can't see its stats. Suddenly, Desert Tyrant rushed over and grabbed Golden Divine Eagle's neck. Golden Divine Eagle immediately breathed fire in the Desert Tyrant's face. The Desert Tyrant was instantly knocked back. It stared intently at the chicken. Gao Peng thought, the Desert Tyrant must be hacking. As long as its sand core is okay, even major wounds can heal in an instant without affecting its combat strength. A light appeared nearby. Gao Peng thought, sand monsters merging into the tyrant's body. The desert army isn't suitable. Could there still be some secret move? The desert tyrant raised its claws, slamming Golden Divine Eagle's head forcefully into the ground with its hand. Gao Peng spoke up. The Golden Divine Eagle is Chang'an's guardian deity. We can't let it die here. Preparing to intervene, he suddenly widened his eyes. The Divine General statue charged forward rapidly. The system panel displayed, name, Divine General Statue, Level 44, Epic Quality, Corpse, Dark Type, Abilities, Divine Power Level 2, Armor Enhancement Level 4 Trait. Corpse Statue Surface has a mysterious evolution. Passive effect, can use Corpse Chair to enhance the statue's toughness. Active effect, consumes Corpse Chair to increase all attributes for a short period. No side effects, but the burst duration is quite short. Monster introduction. In life, it was an illustrious great general. After being poisoned to death, buried in a tomb, and made into a terracotta statue, it could not reincarnate. The black-robed boss behind that commander turned out to be the Qin General statue. That black mist is probably Corpse Chair. It can increase the power of all attributes in a short time. The Divine General statue charged rapidly towards the desert tyrant. Seeing it, the desert tyrant punched the ground hard. The Divine General statue continued charging on horseback, slashing the desert tyrant's arms into dozens of pieces in just moments. Suddenly, he touched desert tyrant's face, and a flash of light appeared. The Divine General statue charged again. The chicken nimbly flew away, leaving the desert tyrant there. The Divine General statue suddenly grinned, then abruptly turned and left. The desert tyrant saw this and had a huge question mark. Flamig stood there thinking, using a feint to attract the desert tyrant's attention, creating a chance for the Golden Divine Eagle to escape. Not bad performance, that monster has such combat ability. The Golden Divine Eagle almost suffered, forcing me to reveal my trump card. Unfortunately, the desert tyrant refuses to leave the desert, and we have no way to kill it in the desert. The stalemate cannot be broken. Flamig raised his hand. We retreat. A soldier came and gave something to the commander. Commander, the general is calling. Flamig said, answer it. The commander answered the call, General, because the estimation of the desert tyrant's strength was insufficient. So, before he could finish, the general spoke up, Flamig. That was my only bloodline, and I'm already 66 years old. I don't have time to wait any longer. Right now, I just want that monster sent to hell to atone for my grandchild, no matter the cost. Do you understand? Hearing this, Flamig's face turned pale. The commander gritted his teeth and said, Understood, General. Gao Peng spoke up, let's go. The army has retreated, and the desert tyrant has returned to the desert. We shouldn't provoke it for now. Wait until we have a Lord Ti-type familiar, then we'll come back to subdue it later. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over him. What? Why this sudden sense of unease? It feels like a threat I haven't encountered in a long time. Dumby suddenly yelled, Careful. Gao Peng wondered, what's wrong? Dumby, something fell from the sky. Gao Peng asked, what is that? It landed with a huge explosion. Silly, standing behind Gao Peng, said fearfully, Mushroom cloud, so big. Gao Peng was also terrified. They actually used a nuclear bomb. Luckily, the battlefield was far away. Let me tell you guys, surviving a great disaster means good fortune awaits. How are you guys feeling? Can you withstand the radiation and the explosions after shock damage to your bodies? Gao Peng's familiars chorused, Gao Peng, we're all fine. He said, good, all three Lord Tiers are uninjured. Nuclear radiation can't affect a monster's bloodline level either. He looked towards the explosion's aftermath. The military is too bold. Let's go. Let's see what the situation is. Deep in the Dolly Desert, Gao Peng stood there. He said, a nuclear bomb might not necessarily kill a lord. Only being at the epicenter of the explosion could vaporize a lord. Currently, there are no traces. We don't know if the tyrant escaped or died. He reached out and touched a piece of crystal. It still felt moist. The sensation in his hand was like glass. The treasure-seeking mouse on Dumby's hand called out, Treasure, treasure, treasure. Gao Peng glared at it. Everything looks like treasure to you. Yesterday, Because of that common crystal core, you made me dig for hours. The treasure-seeking mouse shouted loudly, "It really is treasure. Truly treasure, big brother. Please believe me." Gao Peng was skeptical but still trusted it. "All right, I'll trust you this once. Dig." As he dug, he asked, "Digging this deep, are you sure the treasure is buried here?" The treasure-seeking mouse urged from above, hurry up, big brother, keep digging." A sound like hitting brick echoed, hitting something. Gao Peng turned and asked Dumby, "Did you hit something? Bring it here, let me see." It picked up the strange bone it had dug up and brought it to Gao Peng. Suddenly, it dropped the bone because it burned its hand. Gao Peng thought the nuclear explosion didn't even injure Dumby, yet this weirdly shaped bone. He immediately ordered, "Silly, bring out my protective suit. We need to handle this thing first." The system panel appeared. Name, bone, followed by a string of characters. Gao Peng said, "Since my ability appeared, this is the first time I've seen a bunch of meaningless characters like this. This bone is definitely not simple. Or does it mean my ability can still be upgraded?" He looked at the treasure-seeking mouse and Dozy, "You've made a great contribution this time. If it's a bone, maybe we can try putting it on Dumby." Dumby held the bone to its chest. Gao Peng looked and said, "Placing it on the chest as armor isn't bad." Suddenly, the spot where Dumby placed the stone turned bright red as if burned. Gao Peng ran over to check. "Dumby, what's wrong?" he worriedly thought. "What?" Gao Peng found himself lost somewhere. A creature appeared there. "Starry sky giant beast, is this an illusion?" "My old swan, returning to the present." The bone had fallen to the ground. Gao Peng asked Dumby, "Are you uncomfortable anywhere now?" Dumby replied, "No." He noticed the pattern on Dumby's body at some point. Gao Peng thought, that pattern is similar to the one on the bone. The system panel appeared. Monster gained new ability. Black flame control level 2, he thought. Gained a new ability. This flame doesn't seem to burn objects. The black cloak on Dumby is covered in flames, but isn't damaged at all. Gao Peng said, "Interesting. Dumby, go store the bone. Let's head back first." On the second evening, in Chang'an City, someone reported, "Commander, radar shows an unidentified object rapidly approaching Chang'an City." Hearing the news, everyone panicked. "Run, quickly summon familiars, go intercept it. Quickly grab weapons and head to the guard posts, prepare for battle." "No." That monster accelerated. Everyone was shocked. "Crystal glass, what the heck is this?" Then that monster blasted a hole through the city wall. In a room at the tavern, Gao Peng read the information on his phone. "Warning, seems like the level isn't low." What happened? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He opened it to find guards. They said, "Mr. Gao Peng, correct? Chang'an City is issuing a level 5 alert. All beast tamers within Chang'an City must unconditionally accept the government's conscription." Gao Peng replied, "No problem. I'll prepare a bit and be right over." He closed the door, feeling a bit anxious. Level 5, the last time I heard a level 5 alert was when the White Dragon was advancing. It seems this problem is not small. On the east wall of Chang'an base, Gao Peng looked down and thought, "Right, so it's you." The system panel displayed, name, Radiation Tyrant, quality, epic, level 46, Earth-type abilities, body hardening, elemental resistance, gravity control. Trait, nuclear heart, passive effect, can absorb nuclear energy and convert it into its own energy. Active effect, activating the nuclear energy in the nuclear heart, like, when hardening body parts, it will make the body weaker. Introduction, Desert Tyrant, mutated under high temperature and massive radiation exposure. Gao Peng thought, it seems the Desert Tyrant mutated after radiation exposure. Its defense and elemental resistance increased, but its wound healing speed might not be stronger than before the mutation. Nuclear energy isn't as common as sand. Is this mutation good or bad? Gao Peng looked up at the golden deity flying overhead, surrounded by a golden halo, currently in a healthy state and enraged. He thought, the golden deity has recovered already. The golden deity emitted a powerful beam of light, striking the radiation tyrant. Gao Peng sighed. Seeing old enemies truly makes one's eyes red. It immediately used a powerful skill. The golden deity's ultimate move kicked up a cloud of dust. The dust settled, revealing the radiation tyrant, still intact with only a few scratches. Gao Peng asked in surprise. The golden deity's attack only created a few small wounds. He ordered Dumby, standing nearby, "Go help the golden deity distracted a bit. No need to be too reckless." Dumby grunted. Gao Peng thought Dumby was inconvenienced in the desert, but this place is its home turf. Dumby immediately jumped down from above. Seeing it charge, the radiation tyrant raised its palm and shot a beam of red energy. Dumby raised the thick skin on its right arm to disperse the energy beam, then clenched its left fist, enveloping its left hand in a layer of silver light. The radiation tyrant was astonished to see bony legs, resembling Dumby's limbs, sprout from the ground around its feet. A giant, undead-type skull centipede emerged, even taller than the city walls. The soldiers cried out, "An undead wave! Isn't that the centipede king summoned half a year ago?" Not only the giant skull centipede, but many undead-type monsters also rose from the ground simultaneously. Lieutenant Colonel Chen looked at the battlefield, now divided in two. On one side was the solitary radiation tyrant, on the other was Dumby and the other undead-type monsters. He said, "Together with Gao Peng's familiars, they've formed two opposing forces. This is a good opportunity." He waved his hand and ordered, "The golden deity, now's the time, go, cut it in half." As he finished speaking, the golden deity began to glow, the halo around it radiating brilliantly from the sky. Seeing this, the radiation tyrant jumped back. Gao Peng ordered, "Dumby, help the army block the tyrant's nuclear energy. Don't let it escape." The horde of monsters of undead type immediately rushed forward to block the radiation tyrant's path. At the same time, the golden deity unleashed a golden beam, striking it directly. The tyrant saw a long crack appear on its body. So, it leapt up and punched towards the golden deity. Unexpectedly, the skull centipede's tail swept out and knocked the tyrant down. It immediately retaliated with a punch. Gao Peng said, "Such great strength." It shattered the skull centipede with just one punch. "Flamey, provide fire support from the air." Hearing this, it immediately spat out a fiery vortex at the opponent. The radiation tyrant raised its arm towards Flamey, its arm covered in a layer of black light. Flamey was enveloped by the black light and immediately bound tightly. Watching this, Gao Peng thought, another ability. If the desert tyrant could rampage freely due to the infinite advantages of its environment, then the current radiation tyrant's offense and defense seem perfect, except perhaps in close combat. Just as he thought this, Dumby appeared. Dumby shouted loudly and charged towards the tyrant. Gao Peng knew the tyrant was no match for Dumby. At this moment, the black halo around Flamey disappeared. Gao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Good, Flamey broke free. The radiation tyrant and Dumby both raised their fists and charged at each other. Dumby's fist successfully landed, causing the tyrant pain. More cracks appeared on its body. Simultaneously, Flamey and the golden deity above also assisted with fire blasts and light beams, causing the ground beneath the tyrant to explode. After the dust gradually settled, the fallen body of the radiation tyrant was revealed. Gao Peng said, "It's over." He patted Dorziai's shoulder and said, "Let's go." "Leave the rest to the army personnel." Gao Peng stood before the officers and reminded them, "The condition for inviting me here was the priority right to choose the spoils of war. How about this? I have 3 Lord-level familiars. You have 1. So, I'll take 75%. You get 25%, an arm and a leg. What do you think?" An officer negotiated. This time, Mr. Gao Peng's contribution was indeed great. However, the Chang'an army has the most complete laboratories and 5 high-level beast tamers. Therefore, this corps can only reach its maximum potential with us. Of course, your Southern Sky Group can also participate in the research with us. Gao Peng glanced at the tyrant's corpse and calculated inwardly. After the cataclysm, human science and technology nearly collapsed. The existence of the radiation tyrant gives the conservative faction illusions of another way out. He knows the radiation tyrant's potential is insufficient, but bringing it back and having people covet it daily would be very troublesome. Gao Peng grinned and held up two fingers, saying, I have two requests. If you agree, this Lord-level familiar's corpse, you can take it all away. First, I will take the radiation tyrant's core crystal. Second, I heard your warehouse has to meet grinding stones, I want one. The officer frowned and replied, well, Mr. Gao Peng, the core crystal accounts for at least half the monster's value, and the meat grinding stone's value is not insignificant either. It can refine monster flesh and blood. It belongs to a big shot in the military district's laboratory. Gao Peng said, I only need one, leaving one for you. Besides, you can give this corpse to him for research as part of the exchange. The officer looked at his colleague beside him, then said, Young Master Gao, could it be pretended to be interested in this corpse from the beginning, just to negotiate terms with us? The one standing beside him said, There's no other way. Besides research, the general said we must obtain the corpse this time. Agree with him? In the laboratory, thick smoke billowed. The transformation chamber door opened. Goldie stepped out, saying, This feeling, it's the feeling of my whole body brimming with power. It threw a few punches and shouted loudly, I've gotten stronger again. In this world, the number of scumbags who can steal my affection is getting smaller and smaller. My cosmos explodes, invincible under the heavens. With that, it kicked the transformation chamber door flying. Gao Peng and Tang Tang stared dumbfounded at this scene. It was now Lord level, extremely boastful. Angrily, he pointed at it and scolded, Goldie, what are you doing? If you have nothing better to do, go train for me. And this door? Use your pocket money to install a new one for me, quickly. Being scolded, Goldie rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Bad Gao Peng, I've become stronger, yet you still steal my affection. Tang Tang said, Your familiar is getting cuter and cuter. Praised, Gao Peng scratched his head shyly and chuckled. He said, Sister Tang Tang, the Changan army has delivered the meat grinding stone. We can start the experiment now. Tang Tang turned her head to look at her red-eyed vulture eagle familiar and replied, Please understand, the evolution of the red-eyed vulture eagle is very special. It relies on constantly tempering its body. I firmly believe that painful tempering will bring even greater strength. The beast tamer who once examined it said that reaching its current level was already a miracle. Gao Peng reassured her, Don't worry, sister. I'm sure this is the most suitable evolution path for it, and it will definitely succeed. Gao Peng stood before the large vulture and asked, Are you ready? He picked up a test tube and started mixing chemicals. A moment later, a green stone was created, emitting streams of red smoke. Gao Peng held the green stone high and said to the vulture, Swallow this stone. The vulture obediently swallowed it. Suddenly, its body shuddered, its eyes glowing an eerie red. Gao Peng snapped his fingers. Dumby pushed forward a slab of meat covered in sauce. Gao Peng said, Eat up, this is all raw meat specially prepared for you. The vulture quickly finished the piece of meat. As soon as it finished eating, red smoke also emanated from its body. The vulture's body transformed, surrounded by powerful red light streams. System notification, name, Red-Eyed Vulture Eagle, quality, star, level, 43, type, Wind. Gao Peng said it had reached a bottleneck before. Now, it has finally broken through. Considering its insane arduous training, it can be considered man-defying fate, or rather, bird-defying fate. Tang Tang was moved to tears, saying, I can feel the soul has responded to the body, and the level up was successful. Gao Peng instructed it that it just needs to continuously devour fresh meat to increase its strength. The rest depends on its diligence. Additionally, there's a rough idea for the formula to evolve to perfect quality, but the materials will take some effort to find. Tang Tang replied, I appreciate the thought, but for now, elite quality is sufficient. The main thing is that if it can break through the bottleneck, it can continuously advance. Suddenly, the communication device on his desk rang. Gao Peng opened the contact screen. Huang Yu reported, Young Master Gao Peng, Yon Cheng is calling. They want to invite you to participate in a program as a guest. Gao Peng looked at Wang Yu and replied, Not going. I've said before, refuse these kinds of invitations if possible. Huang Yu said, Yong Cheng is willing to offer a thunder snail as payment. Gao Peng rubbed his chin and considered. A thunder snail, all right then, when does their program start? He thought of his grandfather's Thunder Duke familiar and that thunder snail next week at Yongqing's live recording location. The thunder snail is a necessary material for the Thunder Duke to advance to epic rank. He mumbled, if beast familiars levels keep increasing to obtain higher grade materials, one can only go to forbidden lands that no one has ever set foot in before, or perhaps there are other worlds within the spatial rifts ahead. A few days later, at Yongqing Airport, near the exit gate, a man was waiting for Gao Peng in the lobby. He greeted, "You must be young Master Gao. The younger generation of our HU Asia region has admired you for a long time." He shook Gao Peng's hand and introduced himself. "I am the assistant director of their Sharp Eyes Like Pearls program, Wang Muzi. You can just call me old Wang. Let's not stand here, let's get in the car and talk more," Gao Peng replied. "You're too modest." After getting in the car, Wang Muzi spoke up. "Let me introduce the program to you briefly. We will be collecting a large quantity of materials and monsters from wild areas. Most are rare and seldom seen, some even entirely new types never discovered by humans before, like fossilized bones or strange monsters. I just sent you some information, you can take a look first." As Gao Peng skimmed the information, he heard Wang Muzi add, "The appeal of the program this time is identifying the attributes and characteristics of these materials and monsters." Gao Peng thought, indeed, there are many rare materials. This program is quite dedicated. Suddenly, he scrolled past a flower with a black pistil. The program listed it as Dalingshan dandelion. Gao Peng thought, that's not right. The system clearly displays its name as Yin Yong Needle Grass, elite quality, level 3, light or dark type. Gao Peng silently assessed its abilities, healing and weakening, right, truly a rare combination of abilities. Gao Peng asked, "Do the monsters and these materials all belong to the program team?" "This Dalingshan dandelion, I quite like it." "Name a price." Wang Muzi smiled and replied, "No problem. Let me discuss it with the chief director and supervisor, and I'll have it delivered to your room tonight. You don't need to pay for this small item." He thought to himself, people with status like Gao Peng aren't usually easy to get close to. Now that there's an opportunity, of course, I can't miss it. The car continued down the road. Gao Peng said, "Thank you then." Wang Muzi replied, "Not at all, not at all." At a villa in Yongqing, the ground floor lights were still on. Gao Peng opened the box. Inside was the Yin Yong Needle Grass, looking like a daisy with a black pistil and two green leaves. Gao Peng said, "This Wang Muzi is quick. He brought it over tonight already." He picked up the plant and blew on it. Gao Peng grinned slyly and praised, "Your acting isn't bad. No wonder they thought you were just a normal plant and not a plant-type monster." Hearing him say that, the Yin Yong Needle Grass broke out in a cold sweat. Gao Peng snapped his fingers and ordered, "Silly, bring out an elite-grade light-type crystal core." As soon as he finished speaking, Silly pulled out a green gem. Gao Peng asked the Yin Yong Needle Grass, "Well, do you want it?" The plant nodded frantically. So he gave it to the plant, saying, all right, take it." Watching it quickly take the crystal core, he thought, such an easily coaxed little one. Gao Peng held out his thumb to Flamey and told it, "Peck it." The bird followed his command. He smeared a little blood from his thumb onto a petal of the Yin Yong Needle Grass. He thought, nowadays, a normal needle probably can't even pierce my skin anymore. This thickness is no different from rhino hide. The flower, receiving his blood, immediately asked, "Master." Hearing this, Gao Peng silently assessed, contract successful. Compared to Silly's amateurish healing ability, this needle grass seems a bit more professional. He handed the plant to Dumby and said, "Protecting this little flower is your job now." Dumby immediately placed it on its head. Gao Peng praised, "Not bad, it looks good on you." On a coastline, waves crashed violently against the rocks. The receding tide left small pools on the boulders. Hidden deep within these pools, strange eggs were slowly hatching. In another desolate, rocky desert region, strange noises were emanating. In his room, Gao Peng was lying on a chair. He thought lethargically, just as I thought, extremely boring. Some of the displayed data is wrong, and those fake lines too, only putting up with this for the thunder snail and the yin-yang needle grass. I'll endure it. Wang Muzi, standing opposite, said young Master Gao Peng, let's not beat around the bush. The chief director is a princeling sent from above. All the tedious matters fall to me, so, Gao Peng interrupted, all right, I can see it's not easy for you either. I'll help out a bit. Wang Muzi smiled and replied, thank you for understanding. He looked at his phone and noticed many missed calls. Gao Peng wondered what happened with his grandfather. He called him Grandpa. Aren't you supposed to be holding this quarters meeting today? Why did you call me? Grandpa Hanwu asked. Is the program over? He was currently with Secretary Hon. The old man said, Southern Skies branch in Yongqing is besieged by a monster tide. The media has already gotten the news. Go over there and stabilize the situation first. Gao Peng replied, don't worry, Grandpa. Before you arrive, I will definitely stabilize the situation. He looked at the wall clock and thought, the other missed calls are probably also about this. That monster tide has likely been going on for over 2 hours. The strength of the Yongqing branch isn't considered strong. Being able to hold out for so long proves the strongest monster among them is only Lord level. But why hasn't the Yongqing military come to reinforce? Logically, their forces should have been ready, unless the monster tide isn't just happening at the Southern Sky branch, which is why the military is too busy dealing with their own problems. This thought made his expression grave. In the southeast area of Yongqing New District, at the Yongqing branch of the Southern Sky Group, countless green-headed monsters were gathering outside the walls. Many were climbing the ramparts, getting electrocuted by the electric fence as they reached the top. Inside, soldiers were lined up, ready. There was a monster enveloped in a layer of red light amidst the smoke and dust, its eyes also glowing red. The captain was encouraging the soldiers. Soldiers, don't be afraid. Reinforcements are coming soon. Everyone, try your best to hold on. Our relatives and friends are in the factory area behind us. We absolutely cannot retreat. Suddenly, a small cloud of smoke shot out and flew towards him, making him exclaim, what is that? Abruptly, an orange shield popped up, protecting him and blocking the smoke cloud outside. The captain looked at the three-tailed fox behind him and said, Three Tails, thank you. He told the other soldiers to hold on. Everyone just needed to hold on for another 10 minutes. Everyone replied dejectedly, another 10 minutes, we've already waited 2 hours. That's right. When will the reinforcements finally arrive? Captain tried to convince everyone, believe me, this time it's real. Suddenly, the black smoke rushed towards him again. This time, he saw clearly that within the black smoke were many small water demons. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and charged. The water demons lunged towards the three-tailed fox beast. Captain thought grimly, not good, their target is Three Tails. As soon as the water demons touched Three Tails' fur, they bit it, drawing blood. Three Tails frantically used fire to burn itself and the enemies. However, Captain Zheng discovered that among the black smoke, there was also a four-armed water demon. That water demon continuously punched Three Tails in the head, severely injuring it. Captain shouted, Three Tails. The other soldiers abandoned him and turned to flee. They said, we fundamentally can't beat them. The four-armed water demon glanced at him with terrifying, blood-red eyes. Seeing this, the crowd ran even faster. They shouted, run quickly. Just as it stood up to chase them, its head was blown off. After delivering the killing blow, Goldie coldly watched the water demon's corpse fall. In the sky, Flamey carried Gao Peng on its back. A layer of golden light surrounded its body. Gao Peng stood on Flamey's back and scolded the soldiers below, a bunch of useless trash. If word of you acting like this gets out, I wouldn't dare admit your people from the Southern Sky Group. He jumped down onto the city wall and added, of course, I'm only targeting the lazy ones. I'm not forcing you to sell your lives for the group, but at the very least, you should be worthy of the high salaries you receive, right? And also the beasts the group provided. The crowd stammered. Young Master Gao Peng, he mocked them. Advantageous terrain, 3 layers of surrounding walls, several hundred elite-level beasts, over 10 commander-level ones, plus guns, grenades, and an electric fence setup, yet you were still breached. I originally thought there was a Lord-level monster in the Dimensional Tide, but it turned out to be just a bunch of ordinary elite-level water demons and one Commander level 1. The men and their beasts could only remain silent and listen to his scolding. Gao Peng glanced at the crowd with sharp, cold eyes and warned, "Quite a few people here have problematic mindsets." He turned and ordered Dorsey and Dumby, "You to go handle the monsters where the others are, Goldie, and I will take care of things here." As he finished speaking, Goldie jumped down from the city wall, surrounded by brilliant golden light. It punched the ground hard, sending the water demons flying far away. Goldie glared at the water demons through the dust cloud, and next was a scene of Goldie's massacre dedicated to the water demons. Suddenly, one sneakily bit Goldie on the shoulder. Enraged, Goldie unleashed its power, smashing the water demons into pulp. Gao Peng stood on the city wall, watching Goldie slaughtering everything below, while reporting to his grandfather via phone, "Grandfather, you don't need to come all this way. There isn't even a shadow of a Lord-level monster here. I know, I'll pay attention to safety, please rest assured. Okay, I'll use your authority to handle matters here." At the west gate, a group of red ape beasts stood in a long line, raising shields to block the turtle monsters. The commander here was injured on his face. He ordered, "Squad 3, move forward, switch places with Squad 2, don't let these monsters get inside. These monsters' heads are just full of dirt, basically no intelligence, no need to be afraid." Suddenly, a purple bolt of lightning struck down, making him wonder, lightning strike, the lightning struck the turtle monsters. After Dorsey attacked, it looked satisfyingly at them, charred black and smoking. One turtle became angry. It gathered red energy around its body to protect itself and stood up straight as if to challenge Dorsey. So, Dorsey vibrated its wings and activated the Thunder Wing skill. This time, the lightning bolts were brilliant gold. Wherever Dorsey flew, golden lightning struck. After one round, the turtles were dealt with. The commander cheered, "It's a Lord-level beast from our southern sky. Brothers, these turtles are paralyzed. Charge forward and finish them all." At the east gate, water demons lay scattered on the cracked ground. The huge, muscular Goldie stood imposing. The trembling water demons knelt at its feet. Goldie just needed to stomp once to finish them all off, a soldier praised, "So strong." Gao Peng glanced at him and thought, some people fight lazily, clearly treating the beasts provided by the group as personal property, reluctant to deploy them. It's a pity contracted beasts cannot be transferred, but this situation absolutely cannot continue. Perhaps a beast cause should be established, separating the security department. Combat should be left to professionals, then the group will have its own separate security and military forces. He thought again about the water demons and monster turtles, pondering, this attack is still strange. Monsters can't just suddenly attack humans without reason. We need to investigate clearly their reasons and objectives. He looked over at Captain Zheng and Three Tails, then ordered, "Pick a few people who fought well just now." "Come with me," Captain Zheng replied, "Understood." He waved his hand, calling, "XIA-1, old XIA, you guys come over here." Gao Peng stood before an army of both humans and beasts. He said, "You are the true warriors." He looked at them standing seriously, despite being covered in wounds, and continued, "Warriors will receive the rewards belonging to warriors. Every wound is a medal. After the battle ends, I will reward and punish clearly." Saying this, he pointed to a camera behind him. Gao Peng looked at the battlefield with the dilapidated old buildings ahead and promised, "Of course, I can give some people a chance. Capture the remaining water demons alive. Each one counts as a contribution." A few cowardly ones expressed displeasure. "In this world, my life is paramount. At worst, I'll just run away. The young master really just knows how to boast. If I had his resources, I definitely could also have a Lord-level beast." Another guy patted his beast's head and said, "You guys talk less nonsense. I admit I was scared facing the monsters just now, but I don't intend to be a coward for life. Let's go capture some water demons." The two complaining guys angrily yelled, "What do you mean?" Seeing him leave, they hurriedly chased after him, saying, "Wait for me, I'm going to, me too. The other soldiers saw this and cursed. What are you pretending for? All a bunch of idiots. Gao Peng glanced at the three and thought, it seems not all these people are beyond saving. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, as long as they know how to seize opportunities. I don't mind opening a door for them. As for those stubborn ones who refuse to change, still hoping for luck, who will play the villain then? After capturing the water demons in cages, Gao Peng checked their information. Name: Deep Sea Blue Bearded Water Demon. Quality: Common. Level: 14. Type: Water and Shadow, a species living near the sea. The assistant behind him reported, Young Master Gao Peng, the captured monsters are all here. He looked at them and thought, the paths to upgrade to elite quality, along with the monster data, are becoming clearer. Is it due to increased soul power breaking a threshold? He ordered, ordinary people buying beasts usually look at the price. The price of this type isn't high, so sell these water demons only after they're dead. While alive, keep them. He went over to the cage holding the turtle monsters. Their name: Six-legged deer-horned turtle. Quality: Common. Level: 18. Type: Earth and Wood. He silently assessed this six-legged, deer-horned turtle has several healed wounds, proving it can regenerate. But those clearly don't look like deer horns, so why the name? Maybe it's due to its function. He leaves with his assistant and orders, take this back for care, harvest its horns periodically. The assistant replies, yes. He asked again, have the security personnel involved in this monster tide all been appropriately rewarded? The assistant replied, yes, according to your plan, sir. The security department is being divided into combat and exploration divisions. Defenders with outstanding performance will be rewarded, and other excellent personnel will also be promoted and receive raises. He frowned and asked, what about Zhong Yue, Hon Fu, Chen Zhong, and Li Jiaxian? The assistant replied, yes. The decision regarding these four will be announced to the entire corporation. Expulsion from Southern Sky, and their tamed beasts will be confined to the underground laboratory. Gao Peng asked, did they accept this obediently? Didn't cause any trouble? The assistant, sweating, replied, Hon Fu protested, saying that according to regulations, tamed beasts are the beast tamer's private property and the corporation has no right to confiscate them. Then, he was beaten up by Zhang Tiju. He took a punch and lost a tooth. Hearing this, Gao Peng went, oh my god. The assistant added, it's said that a childhood friend of Zhang Tiju had a leg bitten off by a water demon, becoming disabled. Previously, that friend was Hon Fu's subordinate. He waved his hand and said, these high-level managers are used to being idle. When trouble arises, they just run, ignoring the life and death of their subordinates. Tamed beasts are personal property. Send them lawyers' letters. Teach these legally ignorant fools a lesson. The company provided them with the tamed beasts, so it has the right to reclaim them. Make them bear the maximum compensation for breach of contract. As for the others who ran away, deduct 3 months' salary and 1 year's bonus. Those who participated in the battle and were injured will be rewarded with half a year's salary. Also, note in the personnel files, for employees who sacrificed themselves, their remaining family members will be fully supported by Southern Sky, from education to living expenses. The assistant replied, understood, thank you. Just then, Flamey was waiting ahead. Gao Peng mounted Flamey and flew into the sky with Dozi. He ordered, let's go to Nanhe village. Let's see the origin of this incident. Flying over a small, ruined, desolate village, Gao Peng lamented, for years ago, when the disaster broke out, it was like this too. Facing such immense, brutal power, all life is so fragile. Suddenly, a sound came from a ruined house. He ordered, Dozi, go down and take a look. Dozi jumped to the ground and phased through the house wall at light speed. Seeing him land, it immediately reported, Master, there's a small shrimp. It held the shrimp high with both hands, boasting, I caught it. He saw this was an underground earth shrimp, elite quality, level 8, wine type. He praised Dozi, all right, I know you're formidable. It's not our target, let it go. So, Dozi tossed the shrimp to the ground. Seeing the shrimp lie motionless, it wondered, it was jumping frantically just now, why is it lying still? Only Gao Peng realized the shrimp was healthy, just playing dead. He found it quite interesting. Gao Peng turned his back to leave and said to his tamed beasts, "Forget it, let's go check ahead." Immediately after, the shrimp startled, got up, and dashed across the ground. Gao Peng hid behind a house. He asked Flamey, "Status?" Flamey replied, "I've left a bit of my scent on it." He ordered, "Good, keep a close eye on it." This village is in a coastal area, so having this type of shrimp monster is normal enough. But for such a low-level one to still be left after the monster tide, that's very abnormal. Flamey saw the shrimp jump into the water and yelled, "Gao Peng, looks like it's escaping to the seabed." Gao Peng ordered, "Follow it." The shrimp dived into the water. Suddenly, it saw glowing rings appear around it. An indistinct monster hidden in the pitch-black seabed opened its two brightly glowing eyes and scolded the shrimp, "You idiot." Fell right into the enemy's trap without knowing. Flamey reported to Gao Peng, "The scent I left on that shrimp's rear has been erased." Flamey flew over the sea surface, Gao Peng riding its back, analyzed, "Doesn't matter. The fact that it could erase the trace you left proves it must be at least a peak leader-level monster, or higher. The one behind this isn't far. It's possibly hiding in the sea right beneath us. This sea surface is to come. Stop flying so low, gain some altitude," Flamey replied. "Got it?" Suddenly, a column of water shot upwards. It was a stingray monster, mouth agape, charging towards Flamey. Dizzy moved in front, asking, "Which bastard is this?" As it spoke, it fired countless lightning bolts at the stingray monster. Gao Peng saw the stingray was completely unharmed and thought, "It has inner armor under its scales." Even Dozi's lightning has no effect. Saying this, Dozi charged at the opponent and used its claws to inflict several wounds on its body. After that, it continued firing lightning through the stingray, targeting those wounds. Gao Peng praised, using claws to break the armor first, then striking with lightning. Dozi has really matured. Feeling the pain, the stingray immediately dove into the water to escape. System report. Name, Night Shadow Demon Ray. Quality, Elite level, 46 type. Water, Dozi boasted to Gao Peng, "I made that big fish run away." Gao Peng replied, "Not bad. When we get back, I'll reward you with a barrel of dried worms." Seems its strength wasn't that great. Probably not the mastermind. Gao Peng praised, "We were lucky to have you this time." Hearing this, Dozi snorted smugly. He then said to Flamey, "Try attacking the sea surface." The bird gathered a mouthful of fire, then sprayed it straight down onto the sea. Suddenly, Gao Peng's expression changed. He wondered, "What is this?" He saw the sea surface suddenly turn pitch black. Below, something was gradually rising, its two eyes glowing brightly. Gao Peng yelled, "This is bad, run!" And the three of them fled for their lives. Underwater, a huge, dark monster spoke. He ran away. "But he will bring even more humans back here. This place has been exposed." At the Yongcheng Military Region, Office of Combat Readiness Department No. 3, a manager sat in his chair and said dejectedly, "It's so idle today I'm going numb." A subordinate replied, "Boss, being idle is a good thing. It proves our war preparation zone is safe. Look at Zone 1 and Zone 2. Think how much they lost in the monster tide 2 days ago." Suddenly, the alarm light flashed. The manager asked the monitoring personnel, "Why is the alarm sounding? What happened?" The person looked at the radar screen where a green dot appeared and replied, reporting, "Boss, extremely high energy fluctuations under the sea surface." Suddenly, countless more green dots appeared on the screen. That person shouted, "Not good. The creature's reaction signature is rapidly increasing." The manager ordered, "Quickly dispatch drones for reconnaissance." Reconnaissance drones immediately took off. In the sea area they flew over, countless pairs of glowing red eyes watched them from beneath the waves. The monitor viewed the images on the screen and reported, "Data from the front has been transmitted. Heavens! This area might be over 300 kilometers. A swarm of living, unknown monsters. But what kind of monster can simultaneously suppress both of our Lord-level monsters?" An officer spoke up, "Another large-scale monster tide." The manager ordered, "Don't just stand there gaping. First, bomb them to see if we can drive away some monsters." "I'll report to the superiors now. Take action." The other person replied, "Understood." Thus, In the sea area outside Yongcheng, bombs were continuously dropped into the water. Upon contact, the bombs released red smoke. The fish trembled and convulsed upon smelling it. The giant black monster under the sea saw the fish flee and spoke, "The smell is awful." Even the little shrimps were scared away. All the nearby sea monsters have gathered. "When will we let humanity taste our wrath?" The monster's eyes flashed as it asked this. A purple eel monster continued, "But why do we want to attack humans? Aren't the fish tasty enough, or is the vegetation insufficient? I hate the land, it feels unpleasant," the stingray monster said. "A few days ago, I was bitten by a winged centipede. This time, I want to eat it." Hearing this, the purple eel snorted. The giant black monster said, "They're here, everyone, prepare." On land, Gao Peng looked up at the formation of flying familiars, consisting of dragons, birds, insects, and bats right before his eyes. He said, "So many flying familiars, and even a few Lord-level ones. This time, the Border Defense Forces probably intend to commit everything." He looked at the sea surface filled with flashing red eyes, and further beyond, a massive wave. He said, "When a large number of sea monsters gather in one place, they can create a tsunami." Fortunately, the military managed to raise the shore defenses beforehand. There probably won't be a major problem. On the shore was a towering seawall, topped with a line of defensive tanks. A commander was giving orders, "Don't let the tide rise any further. Otherwise, the defenses will be destroyed instantly. Those with long-range attack capabilities attack the distant tide. Rocket artillery vehicles prepare to attack the central area of the tide." Gao Peng said to Flamey, "Let's go, join the familiars out there attacking the tide." "Dorsey, you go too." The tide rose close to the city wall. The tanks fired continuously into it. Many fish and crab monsters were injured. Seeing this, the underwater monster's eyes turned red with anger. Gao Peng looked at the towering tide before him and thought, "This wave is huge, at least 6 or 7 meters high. The waves crashed against the wall. If it rises just a bit more, it could overflow." An officer ran up to Gao Peng and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Gao Peng raised his hand and replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, a snail leapt out from the sea and charged towards him. Goldie quickly appeared, wearing its yellow feather coat, and said, "Scoundrel, you dare attack Gao Peng? Are you ignoring my presence? Then let this venerable one teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Gao Peng thought, "What weird stuff has this duck been watching lately?" Golda clasped its hands together, yellow energy bursting from its body. System prompt, secret ability, secret art, pattern vacuum barrier. It threw two punches full of brilliant golden energy and shouted, "Invincible duck fist." This move successfully obliterated the snail and blew away other shrimp, fish, and small fry monsters. Goldie smugly cried out, "Indeed, this venerable one is already invincible." Gao Peng reminded, "You're not even leader level yet. What's there to be so happy about?" At the same time, a huge shadow rose from the sea, causing the seemingly calm surface to churn violently. It was the electric eel sea king, level 43, common quality, water or electric type. Abilities include water control, lightning control, slippery skin, healthy state. It evolved from a deep-sea electric eel, lives in coral reefs, can grow up to 10 meters long, and can discharge electricity. As soon as it appeared, it rushed to attack Goldie. Goldie, refusing to back down, blocked its head with both hands while shouting, "Big dummy, lend a hand." Dumby nearby, not wanting to be called Big Dummy, cried out, "Goldie, don't call me that." Simultaneously, it drew its sword brimming with sharp purple energy and charged forward like lightning. Dumby plunged the blade straight into the electric eel sea king's body, but soon after, Dumby was blasted away by the electric current on the eel's body. Goldie quickly appeared behind to catch Dumby. "This fish is quite formidable. Watch my new move." As Goldie spoke, it swung its fists. Rapid duck fist was unleashed by Goldie, with dozens of punches aimed straight at the electric eel sea king's head. The electric eel was no pushover either. It roared, "Goldie, don't push your luck." At the same time, it unleashed a powerful electric current straight towards Goldie in the air. Those currents struck Goldie directly, but they were completely blocked by the golden energy sphere enveloping Goldie's body. This scene left the electric eel stunned. Meanwhile, Gao Peng, observing the battle, also made an assessment. He guessed this eel didn't know why half of it was electric and half wasn't. Although the electric eel's Sea King had the battlefield advantage, his Dumby and Goldie coordinated perfectly, one attacking, one defending. The electric eel had to obediently take the hits. Suddenly, the water level rose strangely, catching his attention. Far out, giant waves churned violently, signaling that something enormous was about to appear. Immediately following was the image of a massive coral tree rising from the water, followed by a colossal figure even larger than the electric eel Sea King. It was the Coral Sea King beast, level 51, perfect quality, with dual water or earth attributes. Powerful abilities like rapid regeneration, hardened body, water control and earth controlled characteristic. Coral reef monster. The entire body of the Coral Sea King beast is formed by living coral bodies fused with coral corpses after mutation, possessing a unique physiological structure. It can simultaneously create a weak barrier beneficial to water-type creatures, providing to different effects. It also has passive effects, active effects, and brief information. Coral rock is formed from countless corals and coral corpses. After corals parasitize the coral rock for a time, they will spray out a large number of larvae. The larvae will grow rapidly into new adults, then repeat the process countless times, year after year, gradually forming a huge colony. Until one day, it gains sentience, gathering into a conscious body. Because humans once discharged large amounts of polluted wastewater into the ocean, the Coral King extremely dislikes humans. Seeing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but worrying, silently assessing. The Coral King's huge body is formed by some kind of collective consciousness. If it were a single living entity, he and his familiars would struggle to survive returning to shore. Its most terrifying aspect is its reproductive ability combined with the mental power allowing it to communicate with other creatures. It looks just like an aircraft carrier. To subdue it, one must directly strike the command center on its back, then subdue a large number of sea creatures and plankton. Only then could he dominate this sea region. As Gao Peng thought, he observed the giant monster before him. At the same time, arguing voices nearby about the appearance of a sentient coral reef caught his attention. Gao Peng quickly appeared beside the two and said, "Don't worry about that now. Currently, the monster's energy can control and lure other sea monsters. Now that the water has risen past the defenses, this place is likely to be attacked." Immediately, someone nearby voiced agreement with his opinion. They needed to quickly notify the residents to evacuate this place. The two professors also quickly left. Over here, Gao Peng turned to order Dumby and Goldie to finish their fight quickly. Very soon, Gao Peng appeared on the front line. Seeing the group below, he asked, "Why are there still people here?" "Why? The front line has forbidden civilians from entering or exiting." The person behind immediately replied that they probably snuck in here to loot monster corpses, adding, "Just ignore them." Right after, that person turned and shouted a warning. The front line ahead is in danger. A swarm of golden sidefish has broken through. They are as dangerous as sharks. Following his words was panic. One of them shouted for his comrades around him to run quickly. "It's over. The golden sidefish have caught up." One of them screamed as a golden sidefish reached him. But very quickly, the golden sidefish was pierced by Blackie's sharp claws, causing the person to shout with joy when having been saved. He quickly clung to Blackie's back, swimming towards the shore with it. But before they got far, another school of golden sickle fish caught up to them. One of them leapt out of the water, attacking Blackie. As it screamed, the man yelled Blackie's name in panic. Immediately after, Blackie turned and bit the man's clothes, surprising him. Before he could react, Blackie used all its strength to throw him back to shore, while it faced the entire school of golden sickle fish alone. On the shore, the man was so worried he knelt down, begging the people around to save Blackie. He believed that because of his greed, he should have been the one to die, not Blackie. But in return, he only received awkward looks from the bystanders. "Flamey, Goldie," Gao Peng's words were like a command. Instantly, Flamey shot a stream of blazing fire towards the golden sickle fish, roasting them all. Meanwhile, Goldie grabbed Blackie and quickly left the area, successfully bringing Blackie back to shore to its owner. Seeing his beast return covered in wounds, the man worriedly asked how it was. Nearby, Gao Peng told Dumby to take out a petal. Following that, though reluctant, Dumby had to remove her hood and pluck a white petal, then used it to heal Blackie. Seeing Blackie's body gradually recovering, the man joyfully thanked him, but Gao Peng only coldly replied, "I only helped because of this beast's loyalty to you." Don't overthink it. With just that sentence, Gao Peng filled the man's heart with a mix of joy and guilt. The conversation quickly ended when Flamey's voice called out, announcing that the golden sickle fish were attacking again. While spitting fire to destroy the monsters, Flamey also reported there were many large fish, including shrimp and bluefin tuna. Nearby, a panicked team member's voice reported to their captain that the beast tide was too strong. They and their beasts couldn't hold on much longer. The captain behind them ordered them to hold on for one more minute, which could help more civilians evacuate safely. They had to try, even if they couldn't. Fall back. Gao Peng's voice ordered them back, quick as lightning. Dumby beside him became a blur as it dashed forward at extreme speed. It quickly launched a powerful attack aimed straight at the monster crab ahead, piercing its body and finishing it instantly. Following that, Dumby placed its hand near its left chest, where a blazing red, power-filled heart manifested. The Undead Awakening skill was activated, followed by the appearance of a series of monstrous beasts rising from the sea, each enveloped in blazing red energy with glowing eyes. Elsewhere, a soldier was mourning his beast named AFU, blaming himself for being useless, unable to even save his own pet beast. Suddenly, a strange fragment of light flew over and touched the top of AFU's head. Immediately after, the beast, thought to be dead, suddenly showed a reaction, enveloped in red energy, surprising its master. Following that, it unexpectedly rushed forward, attacking the fish monsters in front with sharp claws and fangs. AFU seemed to have completely lost its reason and awareness. The soldier behind didn't know what was happening. Meanwhile, the battle raged fiercely, with the undead army summoned by Dumby and Gao Peng on one side, and the extremely ferocious water-type monsters on the other. The scene then changed. A soldier joyfully reported to his superior that Gao Peng had used his beast to organize an undead army branch alongside the garrison defending against the beast tide. General Li and General Gao decided to gather their forces and launch a counterattack. The superior couldn't help but beam with joy, simultaneously criticizing Hanwu for being subpar while praising him for having such a good grandson. Back on the battlefield, the fight had ended. "That monster island isn't coming ashore, it's leaving," a soldier exclaimed, pointing towards the distant island. Those nearby couldn't help but rejoice that the battle was over and they had held the line. Everyone was exhausted. Gao Peng, standing behind, felt fortunate that the undead army had stopped the beast tide, forcing the Coral King to flee without the strength to attack. At the same time, Gao Peng noticed Goldie picking up monster corpses behind him and frantically called its name. "Just bring back the body of that Sea King electric eel, leave the others." He called out helplessly from behind, but Goldie ignored him, continuing to collect monster corpses while counting the money it earned, even fighting over a monster's body with a guy nearby. Gao Peng could only give up and turn to answer a call from Huang Ye. He asked what was up. The other end couldn't hide their joy, congratulating him on the victory and noting his fame was spreading far and wide. Hearing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but praise him for getting news so quickly, while also reminding him to get to the point. Huang Ye immediately said, "Regarding the phenomenon you asked me to pay attention to some time ago, there's a clue. Yin soldiers pass through, myriad ghosts build platforms." Hearing what he needed, Gao Peng's eyes flickered. He immediately asked, "Where?" Huang Ye quickly replied, "It's Bingju, Godping City." At this point, he wondered if Bingju would have materials to help his beasts ascend to mythical grade. At the same time, Gao Peng told Huang Ye to continue investigating. He wanted precise information. The scene changed again to a laboratory in Yuzhou. Gao Peng, now wearing a lab coat, had his eyes fixed on a test tube showing a perfect reaction on the table. He determined the medicine was successful this time. Immediately after, he turned and called the flower-shaped beast over to inject it. "Don't be scared. It might hurt a little, but it will make you stronger. Gao Peng reassured it, holding the syringe. The flower beast showed no fear. Instead, it rubbed its head against his hand. Very quickly, the medicine in the tube was injected into its body. At the same time, a roar from outside caught his attention. Gao Peng recognized it as White Dragon's voice, meaning his grandfather had returned from the heavenly lake. He guessed that Thunder God had successfully evolved successfully. He then turned and told the flower beast it was currently very weak and needed to rest within a protective barrier for a while. Gao Peng quickly went out to greet Hanwu. At this moment, most of his beasts were present, intently observing a giant entity behind Hanwu, who stood beside it. Seeing his grandfather, Gao Peng asked, "How is Thunder God's snail's situation?" Hearing this, Hanwu calmly replied, telling him to see for himself. It turned out the huge creature crackling with lightning was the Thunder God Snail Beast, level 45, legend grade, lightning type, in a healthy state. Both its abilities and characteristics were upgraded and stronger, especially its Thunder Snail trait, which had two effects, passive and active. Seeing the lightning element control effect in Thunder God's characteristics, Gao Peng whispered in awe, "This is the highest level of elemental control I've ever seen." Therefore, Thunder God was now a heavily armored lightning-type mage. Just thinking about it excited him. Hanwu, standing beside him, saw his grandson's excitement and spoke up, "I used materials to test Thunder God's grade. It's currently legend grade." Hearing this, Gao Peng exclaimed, "It really evolved successfully." Seeing his joyful expression, Hanwu couldn't help but feel a sliver of worrying. He thought to himself, after these few breakthroughs, it proves he can stably cultivate legend-grade beasts. Even if the success rate isn't 100%, it's still extremely terrifying. Currently, Southern Sky is still peaceful as of now. To protect him, I must also become stronger. At this moment, Gao Peng's voice brought him back to reality. He planned to take Flamey on a trip to its birthplace. Gao Peng asked if he remembered where it was. Hanwu thought for a moment and replied, "Perhaps a swamp area west of the Jiannanbei city." Hearing the destination, Gao Peng turned to Flamey and said tomorrow they would go to its birthplace. Flamey quickly replied, "Okay," thinking about its mother. Very soon after, the two arrived at the Jiannanbei city, Southern Sky region. Currently, Gao Peng was listening to Director Chen's report. "Young Master Gao, these are what you requested, all the materials regarding crane-type monsters, the crocodile monster in Jiannanbei City and the news about the Western Swamp." He politely replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Director Chen." At the same time, Flamey's voice called out to him, stopping the image on the screen. It was now a crocodile monster. Seeing this, he quickly asked Flamey if this was the crocodile species that had injured its mother. Flamey firmly replied yes, simultaneously pointing to the cranes hiding behind a tree and saying, "They are all its kin." Immediately after, Gao Peng turned to ask Director Chen if he knew this place. Director Chen quickly replied that this was the Qian family's territory, the swamp of the crocodile spirit. The Qian family's territory, there's such a saying. As he spoke, he propped himself up. At the same time, Gao Peng continued asking, "Can a wilderness area be called someone's territory?" Director Chen beside him quickly smiled hoodly and explained, "This is an unspoken rule, just like everyone says Yuzhou is Southern Sky's territory." Hearing this, Gao Peng spoke up to correct him with a somewhat displeased expression, "Yuzhou belongs to the Alliance. The Southern Sky family is just the best ally of the Yuzhou government." Seeing this, Director Chen replied, yes, in his heart, he secretly marveled that Gao Peng was clearly a young prodigy. Over here, Gao Peng returned to the main topic, prompting Director Chen to talk about the Qian family. As if receiving an order, Director Chen immediately stated that currently, there are 12 Lord-level beast tamers in Jiannanbei City. The government has 3, the military district has 2, the 4 families Zhao Qian, Sun, and Li have a total of 5, and the remaining 2 are unaffiliated wanderers. Among the 4 families, the Qian family alone possesses 2 Lord-level beast tamers, so the 4 families implicitly consider the Qian family the leader, plus the support of the government. Hearing this, Gao Peng asked if any Qian family beast tamer has a red-eyed marsh green forest crocodile. Director Chen immediately replied that it was Qian Wuliang, the second master of this generation's Qian family. Having identified the target, he told director Chen to help him send a challenge letter to Qian Wuliang for 3 days later in the northern outskirts. Then, he turned and left with Flamey. Life and death are one's own responsibility, his cold voice echoed, his eyes burning red, filled with the desire to fight, with Flamey behind him, also burning with the will for revenge. Assistant Chen worriedly said, challenging Qian Wuliang is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Qian family. The 4 great families, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, are allies. Declaring war on one family is like declaring war on all the other families. Gao Peng didn't care, allies. They are just losers allied together to oppose the government and fight for resources. Gao Peng instructed, send banquet invitations to the other 3 families. The Southern Sky Group will replace the Qian family so the game can continue. Is that okay? With that said, Gao Peng suggested they should go see the mayor tonight. In the evening, at the Qian family residence, a girl rushed in to report they just received news that Southern Sky has invited the Zhao, Sun, and Li families to Stripe Equate. All have agreed to attend. The man immediately worried. Could it be that someone has offended the Southern Sky Group? Otherwise, why would they cause trouble for us? But we are part of the 4 great families. How could? Perhaps it's better to refuse. It's just a challenge, right? Another person also agreed. That's right, Gao Peng's grandfather is too powerful. It will be troublesome if Han Wu intervenes if they win. Qian Wuliang angrily slammed his hand on the table, shouting, enough. He furiously asked, why should they refuse? I have never feared anyone. All they need to do is spare his family members after I deal with him. Qian Wuliang sneered, famous, undying calamity. Kids nowadays all like these worthless things. He ordered, spread the word, say I will accept his challenge. I want this to be done in the western countryside within 3 days. With that, Qian Wuliang left. Those remaining were still bewildered. Are they really going to war with the Southern Sky Group? Shayu's mother approached him. He asked, what's wrong? She said, in the Qian family, only Qian Wuliang and you possess Lord-level familiars. Everyone will have to rely on you in this matter. When Qian Wuliang accepts the challenge, please stay by his side and support him. Okay, Shayu didn't think so. He said, are you worried he will hurt Gao Peng? Don't worry, Gao Peng is much stronger than him. Shayu's mother continued to persuade, the Qian family can accept any outcome, but Qian Wuliang, although not talented, is an arrogant man. I worry that if he loses, he might resort to some dirty tricks. That's why he wants it to take place in the West. Finally, she instructed, if anything happens, bring Qian Wuliang back here immediately. Just act according to what you think is appropriate. At the Crocodile King Swamp, western countryside, Jiangnan City. A crocodile was lazily crawling on the ground. It told the person next to it, don't treat me so casually. Although it took advantage of them years ago and made a blood pact after they were injured by the old Red Crane man, it never treated them badly all these years. Qian Wuliang put on a flattering smile. He said someone wanted to challenge it. Remember the white dragon you met a year ago? That trainer is the grandson of that white dragon's master. The crocodile was surprised. That white dragon wants to challenge me? Qian Wuliang replied, no, but maybe a skeleton. If possible, don't destroy that man's familiar. Spare its life. Okay, at Tai Lake, Jiangnan City. Gao Peng asked, are there any silver carp for sale? He remembered silver carp were a specialty of Tai Lake. The female guide said that fishing for silver carp in Tai Lake is prohibited, of course. Hunting them is also banned. She explained the reason is that a silver dragon prince was born in Tai Lake. All the monsters in this area dare not attack Jiangnan City. People are allowed to catch any type of fish in the lake except silver carp. Gao Peng thought to himself, the silver dragon prince is quite strategic, burrowing human hands to eliminate other types of monsters in the lake so that the silver carp have a more stable territory to grow and develop. Lost in thought, Goldie beside him happily called out, Gao Peng. It wanted to take a picture. Goldie handed the camera to the female guide. She enthusiastically said she would take a beautiful picture for them. Gao Peng's group and their familiars happily posed for the camera. At the western countryside of Jiangnan Bay City, on the day of the challenge, the man assured, "We represent the alliance, so we will be as fair as possible," Qian Wuliang said, "Thanks in advance." The crocodile emerged, eye to eye with Flamey. Flamey silently radiated killing intent. Gao Peng stood beside it. This was the first time he had seen Flamey this angry. It seemed that crocodile was indeed its enemy. Gao Peng assessed the surroundings. The location Qian Wuliang chose was indeed a swamp. There were many aquatic plants and many pools of water. It was very suitable for crocodile-type creatures. However, the territory where the cranes lived had many overlapping areas. Flamey also had the ability to fly. Even if it couldn't win, at least it could fly away. Qian Wuliang put on a fake smile for Gao Peng. He thought they could simply avoid this fight and put aside their mutual grudges. Gao Peng frankly stated, "Flamey's parents were destroyed. You want it to give up its hatred and forgive the one who did that." "How?" he coldly said. "Maybe you can't, because it's impossible. I won't interfere in this battle because it's a conflict between them." Suddenly, everyone around gasped at the sight before them. The man was confused. Isn't the necromancy type familiar fighting? That crane is barely a year old. Is that person crazy? Gao Peng smirked and said, "Flamey, show them your power." Flamey let out a roar, and at the same time, fire energy radiated from its body, causing everyone present to widen their eyes at its might. The crocodile was not at a disadvantage. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of air, intending to obstruct. Then, it swung its tail to hit Flamey. Flamey quickly dodged, flew high, and then spat out a stream of fire, striking directly at the crocodile's tail. Gao Peng thought to himself, "This combo move is terrifying." Just by using suction, it pulled Flamey into its attack range, and then launched a powerful attack. This crocodile king is indeed very formidable. If it wasn't for Flamey's quick reaction, using the recoil force of the flames to dodge that massive tail, then this battle would probably have ended already. Monster name: Jungle Swamp Red-Eyed Crocodile King. Level: 45. Quality: Normal. Attributes: Wind Element, Water Element. Abilities: Solid Armor Level 3, Sharp Fangs Level 2, Water Source Control Level 3, Wind Storm Control Level 2. Status: Healthy, calm. Description: An extremely large type of crocodile, living in swamps, with a brave and domineering nature, strong attacks, and prefers to live in groups. Gao Peng immediately said, "Flamey, it has a wind attribute. You must be careful. Absolutely do not let its wind attribute attacks hit you." On this side, Qian Wuliang also reminded, "This crane has a fire attribute and can fly. You must pay attention to safety." Also, the crocodile was impatient. Muttering, Qian Wuliang stepped back. Well, a series of fireballs struck the crocodile from above, and it roared. "Attacks are missing. No, I cannot accept being so passive." It immediately dove into the water and formed a barrier to block the fireballs. Gao Peng thought to himself, using the terrain to create elemental barriers. After all, this is a playground chosen by others. It indeed has other tricks. Flamey's eyes turned red. "Can a wall of water really stop my flames? Then I will burn your shell, dry up your water." As soon as it finished speaking, the fire aura on Flamey's body became more and more intense, as if it wanted to incinerate the entire sky. Gao Peng dodged, thinking, "Even from hundreds of meters away, I can feel the temperature rising. Even if this crocodile king doesn't die, it will have several layers of its skin peeled off." As expected, after this move, when Gao Peng looked again, the monster's status showed moderate injury and burns. Flamey charged down again. "Want to run?" "It's not that easy." The crocodile's eyes flashed, waiting for Flamey to get close. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out several wind blades, one of which hit Flamey. Gao Peng shouted, "Flamey, are you okay?" Flamey's eyes turned red. "Gao Peng, don't worry. I won't let myself be hit a second time. This time I must burn it to death, to avenge my parents." The crocodile felt the increasing temperature and was frightened, thinking, "The heat from this fireball is even higher than before. This crane is not a normal lord level. If I don't think of a way, I might actually be burned to death by it." It glanced at Gao Peng standing in the distance and thought, "That's right, the tamer. Just deal with its tamer." Sensing what this red-eyed crocodile wanted to do, Qian Wuliang roared, "No." "What do you want to do, Crocodile King? Are you crazy? Don't attack him." The crocodile ignored Qian Wuliang's warning and charged forward, wanting to bite Gao Peng. The young master of the Qian family, who had been observing from a distance, slightly changed his expression. "Hurry, let's stop the Crocodile King." However, his lord-level familiar said, "Wait, Shaoru, look, that undead-type familiar standing next to him is only strong, not weak." Before the crocodile could attack Gao Peng, Dumby, standing beside him, kicked it with full force, sending it flying far away. Flamey immediately charged forward. Running, Gao Peng sighed, "I didn't expect it to learn how to escape by using recoil, but Flamey has won." This crocodile's movements are very agile, and its explosive power is also great. If Flamey hadn't had my help, and just matured normally to become a lord, it might not have been able to successfully get revenge. The young master of the Qian family slowly approached and said to Qian Wuliang, "Second young master." Qian Wuliang raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Don't worry, I lost. I won't resort to any tricks." The young master of the Qian family thought to himself, "Second young master is more cooperative than I imagined." Currently, the people on his side are gradually following mother's management. Although the Qian family experienced some setbacks, at least they are more cohesive than before. Suddenly, Qian Wuliang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The young master of the Qian family was startled and rushed to support the second young master. "Second young master, the bite wasn't that serious. It seems the Crocodile King is more likely to be gone than good. I'm afraid from now on there will be no more Crocodile Kings in this Jiangnan-based city." Gao Peng stood on the rooftop, listening to director report the situation. The Qian family is willing to give the Crocodile Spirit Swamp to the Southern Sky Group, including all familiars within it. Furthermore, Flamey's former kin are also given to you, and there's a very large sum of compensation. Gao Peng said, "No need, it was originally just a grudge between two familiars. I will accept the Crocodile Spirit Swamp and pay them according to market price. Directly refuse that compensation money." Director Chen added, "Yes, furthermore, cooperation agreements have been signed with 3 major families. Later, the group's branch will support the Explorers Guild, and this Crocodile Spirit Swamp will be developed into the second member project of the Explorers Guild. Finally, the group has, according to your wishes, regularly arranged relevant personnel to search for the living conditions of the fiery crane." Gao Peng nodded. "You've worked hard. Flamey, are you really not going to visit your kin?" Flamey replied, "No, they will probably find their own path of evolution." "Gao Peng, I'm already very happy that you could help me get revenge. As for other matters, let them take their natural course." Suddenly, waves rose from the sea, and the silhouette of a monster emerged. Mysterious Divination Turtle. Level, 46. Quality, Perfect. Attribute, Mystic Element. Abilities, Reflective Mirror Armor Level 4, Jade Bone Level 3, Water Flow Manipulation Level 3. Trait, Mystic Shell. A strange armored turtle. It grows year-round, capable of divining fortune and misfortune. Trait, 1. Passive effect, approaches advantage and avoids harm, can sense approaching danger and evade it, or sense approaching good fortune and move closer to it. Gao Peng thought, could it be that this turtle can read people and came here to ask for my help? Should I take it in? The turtle approached, stuck out its tongue, on which rested a round orb. Material name, Dragon Saliva Orb. Purpose, a type of material condensed by dragon-type monsters, capable of storing the language and information of dragon-type monsters. Gao Peng reached out and took the orb, and the turtle immediately turned and left. Gao Peng held it, feeling puzzled. Why did it give this orb to me? Lake Tai, the Silver Dragon Prince. Could it be that this turtle was sent by the Silver Dragon Prince to find the White Dragon? Gao Peng immediately threw the orb to Director Chen. "Director Chen, tell someone to take it back to Yuzhou for the White Dragon to examine. Next, I still have to make a trip to Changping Village." The director nodded. "Yes, young Master Gao." Suechiti's group was outside Changping Village, Gaoping Bay City. Suechiti spoke up. Looks like we're almost at Changping village. Lin Xinru replied, the report says it's full of undead-type monsters inside. Let's crush these undead first. Then she took out a box of ashes, making Su Hedi freeze. Lin Xinru said sternly, stop playing dumb, move quickly. The quality assurance time isn't long, only for hours. Just using a bit of undead monster ash, it's not human ash. Su Hedi reluctantly smeared the ash on himself, and Lin Xinru reminded him, don't forget to put some on your familiar too. Suddenly, she saw red grass on the ground and exclaimed, this is blood sword grass. It can sell for tens of credit points, which is hundreds of thousands. We're rich. Su Hedi reminded her the danger level here might be higher than we thought. The pink-haired girl heard this and asked puzzledly, right, why? Lin Xinru enthusiastically picked the blood sword grass and sighed, valuable things everywhere, but no one's picking them. Then someone asked her, why do you think that is? At this moment, crows were flying near them. Xuheti praised, this ash is really useful. The previous two teams that came here encountered many ambushes, but we walked straight through. Suddenly, something emerged from the ground. It was a hand, trying to grab Xuheti's ankle. His beast quickly rushed over and punched the hand. At this time, Lin Xinru also warned, careful, we're only masking our body odor. If the distance is too close, monsters can still detect us. Suddenly, voices echoed, go home, seeing the wandering spirits. Lin Xinru realized, it's passing ghost soldiers. Just looking at the numbers, there must be over 1,000. This commission from Junior Gaopeng is really not easy. She pointed forward and instructed, the Bone General and 1,000-year Yin Heart are usually in the center, but the location where the mysterious Yin Nether Fire appears is random. Let's search the surroundings first, Su Hedi replied, 1 hour limit. If we exceed the time, we'll immediately charge into the central area. Soon after, they began searching the surroundings. The pink-haired girl shivered as she walked, wondering, so cold, are there really living people here? Lin Xinru held a piece of paper and explained, the documents say that after the disaster, everyone in Changping village moved away. Then she continued, but there are strings of corn hanging on the wall, looking like they were hung up just a few days ago. Suddenly, seeing two people approaching, both Lin Xinru and the pink-haired girl shouted in unison, who's there? The two strangers greeted them. Hello, the general wants to see you, Lin Xinru asked back. Which general? The black-haired man replied to General Zhao. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl clapped her hands, showing she knew this person, General Zhao Changping. Right, the Battle of Changping was Jiaokuo. Immediately, both Su Heti and Lin Xinru glanced at each other, then the man agreed to the two strangers' suggestion. Let's go there first, surely, the renowned General Zhao wouldn't use such despicable tricks. They followed the black-haired man to a house guarded by undead soldiers. The black-haired man spoke, we're almost there, then a spirit pushed the door open. Lin Xinru saw General Zhao sitting there waiting. Behind him was a group of undead soldiers. She thought silently, we've walked into a den of undead soldiers. She respectfully greeted. Lin Xinru pays respects to General Zhao. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. General Zhao. General Zhao, after laughing his fill, he asked, can I interpret this as you insulting me? As soon as he finished speaking, the undead soldiers pointed their weapons at Lin Xinru's group. Seeing this, she quickly explained, how would we dare to insult your excellency, General? He observed the summoned beasts and continued, you are the strongest group we've encountered in recent years. Then he proposed, we want to cooperate with you. If you want the specialty of this place, fine, but you must offer something of equal value in exchange. Hearing this, Lin Xinru breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, a problem that can be solved with money isn't really a problem. She asked, what does your excellency the general require? We belong to the South Sky Group. At least in terms of financial resources, we can definitely satisfy all the general's demands. General Zhao replied, tell me what you want first. Lin Xinru didn't hold back and stated her request, 1 portion of General's bone and 1 portion of 1,000-year Yin Heart. Hearing this, he asked again, General's bone. You want my bone? That's fine, It's just a piece of bone. But what is 1,000-year yin heart? Why haven't I heard of it? She answered softly, 1,000-year yin heart. Immediately, she pointed at him and emphasized, it's your heart. At the same time, her summoned beast was released to attack General Zhao. It launched a strike straight at his chest. Then he was thrown back, creating a loud noise. Su Heti, standing beside her, sighed, you really are. After using this move, your crystal mantis shrimp probably won't be able to attack for the next month. Your mantis shrimp is an assassin. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl turned around and saw they had been surrounded by a group of undead soldiers since who knows when. She shouted, not good, we're surrounded by undead soldiers outside. Lin Xinui shouted instructions, don't let them gather. She ordered her summoned beast, the sacred light deer, from its antlers. A small creature parasitizing it spat out something yellow. That thing suddenly enlarged and attacked an undead soldier. The pink-haired girl saw that the undead soldiers couldn't approach the circle created by Lin Xinui's beast and looked relieved. Looks like we've temporarily suppressed these undead soldiers. Lin Xinui observed the situation and deduced, something in the ruins is absorbing the yin energy. Jiaokuo probably isn't dead yet. While he's weak, Kangaroo received the order. It rushed forward to attack General Zhao. At this moment, General Zhao's sword was trembling, wanting to escape the ground. It finally broke free and attacked Kangaroo in return. General Zhao also appeared, grabbing the sword. He held the sword, slashed forward, and roared, audacious dog thieves. Then he raised his sword high, ordering the undead soldiers behind him, follow me and kill. Seeing such strong yin energy, Lin Xinrui realized, yin energy condensing like a blood cloud, not good. If the blood-colored yin aura covers this place, we'll be worn down to death by those undead soldiers. Su Heti, while dodging the yin energy, ordered, quick, hairball, deploy the black smoke. Everyone else, retreat. Everyone received the order and climbed onto Su Heti's bird-like summoned beast. He shouted, go. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, obscuring it. Additionally, lightning flashed. Su Heti also noticed this and asked puzzledly, why is there a strange phenomenon in the sky? No, wait, the lightning is dispersing the blood-colored yin cloud. He recognized the beast flying ahead and shouted, White Dragon? It's Chairman Ji, below. General Zhao couldn't let them leave so easily. He snorted and chanted an incantation. Watch me sever this with one slash. He slashed forward and shouted, break. Immediately, the sword energy flew towards the energy circle created by the White Dragon. But unfortunately, his power wasn't strong enough to break the White Dragon's energy circle. Hanwu walked over, mocking, what Jiao Kuo or Li Kuo? Then threatened, if you dare block our path, then accept your fate. General Zhao saw him and asked, who are you to dare? But Hanwu didn't answer, coldly ordering the White Dragon, take him away. Be gentle, don't kill him. In another scene, General Zhao had been brought to a strange place and thrown down with a thud. Hanwu smiled at Gao Peng. I didn't understand how you said to get the general's bone and 1,000-year yin heart, so I captured him alive and brought him back. The flames of darkness Lin Xinrui collected was brought back to. Hearing this, he thought to himself, the materials came so easily. It feels like there was no difficulty at all. If that's the case, only the final step remains to gather enough materials to help Dumby advance to mythical grade. Gao Pen called out to the White Dragon swimming underwater. White Dragon, White Dragon, he asked curiously, what did that silver dragon crown prince say to you? Is that your son? No way, you're so young and already have a son. Who's the child's mother? The White Dragon didn't answer but splashed water from the lake, soaking Gao Peng. At this moment, Hanwu also turned to leave and reminded him, right, there's something I didn't get to tell you before leaving. A spatial crack appeared in the Bai area. With your current strength, it probably won't be a problem. It's good to go experience the world. Yao Peng, completely soaked, asked puzzledly, spatial crack. In the Bai area, Gao Peng asked curiously, the spatial crack is right inside. The guard there replied, yes, at noon today, the weakening black fog is at its strongest. Its spread will be greatly suppressed. At night, the entire building will be enveloped by the black fog, completely hidden. The guard pointed to the monster inside the bay area. Young Master Gao, look. This type of monster is the most common primary monster in the black fog, and the most numerous. Moreover, normal weapons don't inflict damage on it. This monster is called the black-cloaked wall gecko, level 20, normal quality, yin shadow type, ability, yin shadow power level 1. Wall gecko 2, a lizard with a black appearance, agile movements, long body, and likes to devour fresh flesh and blood. Gao Peng ordered Goldie standing beside him. There probably aren't any Lord-tier monsters inside. Goldie, you go in and investigate. Goldie accepted the order and slowly walked inside. Seeing this, the guard quickly called for backup. Team 2, prepare for support, but Gao Peng stopped him. No need. You guys don't need to go in. Goldie alone can handle it. With just a few simple moves, Goldie quickly eliminated the swarm of black-cloaked wall geckos. One guard whispered to the person next to him, "That sounds like the screams of the black fog lizards." Then Goldie walked out with hands clasped behind his back, reporting, "All monsters inside have been dealt with by this humble monk." It held a lizard in its hand and asked, "Look, the monsters inside are all four-legged fishy things. Can this one also fetch 500 each?" Seeing this, Gao Peng was surprised and asked, "This is the lizard. Where is your other companion?" The security team was ready. They even brought their tamed beasts. Gao Peng suddenly spoke up, "All the monsters inside have probably been dealt with. Let's go in first." Then everyone followed his words and went inside. Nearby lay the corpse of a black-robed jade tiger. Suddenly, Gao Peng saw a large crack. Immediately, an information panel appeared. Spatial rift connects to different worlds. He wondered, a spatial rift is considered an item. If it's an item, it can definitely be taken away. Maybe I can catch the spatial rifts, take them home, and place them at the back door. Suddenly, strong vibrations came from the crack, making Gao Peng wonder, vibrations. What's happening? A monster crawled out of the rift. Its name was Yellow Robe Demonic Octopus, level 26, lead attire, normal quality, psychic type, healthy state. Specialty: manipulating and controlling the enemy's psyche, thereby satisfying its perverse nature, finally devouring the prey while it's in a state of fear. Gao Peng looked at it and thought, black robe jade tiger, yellow robe demonic octopus. I just don't know what yellow robe and black robe refer to. Perhaps they indicate their attributes. Black robe represents shadow, yellow robe represents psychic. While he was thinking, Goldie suddenly rushed out from nowhere, yelling insults. What a damn ugly thing. And you're copying me by wearing yellow robes? Gao Peng put his hands in his pockets, turned, and asked, have you guys ever explored the other side of the spatial rift? The guard replied, we tried throwing electronic devices through, but received no signal. Then we experimented using monsters, but they were all killed. He had made his own decision. Looking at Dumby, he ordered, you, tell the Electric Sea King skeleton to come over here, tell it to scout the way for us. Then, Dumby lightly raised its hand, and a giant fish appeared, frightening tamed beasts into trembling. The guard had to constantly reassure them, don't be afraid, it's not an enemy. Not long after, the Electric Sea King skeleton crawled into the spatial rift. At this moment, Dumby sensed the other side of the rift. Master, on the other side of the rift, there are only a few black-robed jade tigers, no other strong monsters. It decided to go in and check for itself. After checking, it spoke up, Master, it's safe. Gao Peng didn't hesitate. Flamey, Goldie, Durzi, follow me. Finally, he also entered. The sensation of passing through the spatial rift was magical, like passing through a layer of quite dense ink-wash painting. The black fog behind the door wasn't too thick. His mind wasn't affected much. He looked at the walls doubtfully. Why do these walls look like a maze? On the other side, the guard also quickly gave orders. Hurry up. Prioritize measuring data and collecting samples. Gao Peng raised his head, looking up at the sky, blazing red like blood, and couldn't help exclaiming, so this is what another world looks like. Just then, the sound of giant monster footsteps came from ahead. The security guards were bewildered. The captain turned and asked, what's that sound? A guard pointed in one direction, bewildered. "Captain, look." It was a blood-robe maze supervisor, level 49, Lord Tyre, elite quality, shadow attribute. Abilities: shadow power level 3, muscle enhancement level 3, hearing enhancement level 3, extreme healing level 3, special trait, blood tracking, meaning when its attack hits a target within a certain range, the blood-robe maze supervisor will gain true sight of the target. Its only weakness is the light attribute. Brief info about this monster, a specialty product of the desolate maze in the Black Fog world. Playful personality, enjoys teasing lost travelers in the desolate maze. After taking damage, it becomes agitated and extremely vengeful. If attacked just once, it will remember the person's face even after 100 years. The giant monster seemed to be looking at them and smiling. Moreover, it held an axe in its hand. They even have weapons. Could it be that this world also has its own civilization? Flamey thought it was just putting on a scary act and couldn't resist charging straight at it. Unexpectedly, just as it charged, it seemed the path was clear, but Flamey crashed loudly into a wall. It couldn't help but suspect, could there be an invisible wall here? Its foolish appearance became a joke in the eyes of the blood-robe monster, making it roar with laughter. But as everyone was preparing to run away, Gao Peng shouted, "Quick! Whoever can leave, go first." The maze supervisor immediately went berserk. It even smashed through the surrounding maze walls to chase after him. Realizing things were bad, he yelled, "Damn it, it's caught up. Dozi, hold it back." Dozi quickly gathered several electric orbs, but these orbs had no effect at all. The maze supervisor could block them all with just one hand. Seeing this, Goldie also rushed forward. "Big Bug, I'm coming to help." But Gao Peng stopped it from behind. "Wait," it asked doubtfully. "Quack." He explained, "If you transform and become too big, you won't be able to get through that rift later. That would be troublesome." But Dozy Eye's electric orbs couldn't block the supervisor's axe at all. It had to plead, "The axe is too big. Quick, help." Dumby was already prepared with a fist to block it. Thus, Dozy escaped an axe blow. Then, as soon as Dumby landed, it jumped up again, attacking swiftly. Taking advantage of the maze supervisor's delayed reaction, it kicked hard at its knee, causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Blue blood poured from its knee. Dumby had no intention of letting it go and jumped up in front of it again, aiming straight for its head, delivered a decisive blow, leaving its face distorted. At this moment, the blood-robe monster temporarily lost its ability to fight, only able to lie sprawled on the ground, coughing incessantly. Gao Peng spoke up, "Dumby, translate this. We come from the world on the other side of the spatial rift. We have no intention of fighting. Actually, we didn't mean to injure your leg. It's just that my subordinate couldn't control its strength properly earlier." After speaking, Dumby repeated the words he had just said. Just at this moment, the ground began to shake again. Gao Peng shouted, again. Several more maze supervisor monsters appeared before them. He quickly counted, 1, 2, 3, unexpectedly. There are 7. Looking at the monster Dumby had just knocked down, its wounds had already begun to heal. 8 elite maze supervisors. Furthermore, they possessed the extreme healing ability. After this maze supervisor monster roared a few times, Dumby began to translate again. "So, you came from another world. Outside the maze, there is a ceiling barrier. I thought the maze's defenses had a loophole. I didn't expect it was a spatial rift." Meanwhile, Dumby was also relaying information. "Master, they say they bear us no ill will. They just need our help. They want us to go and awaken their master." Gao Peng began observing the group of monsters. Who knows if these bulging-eyed guys will secretly take us as sacrificial offerings. Gao Peng stood with his hands in his pockets and said to them, "Give me some time. Wait until I am well prepared, then I will come back." The monster growled, "All right, human. I hope you won't deceive me." He continued, "Right, could you pick out a few black-robed jade tigers for us to raise?" The monsters immediately said, "You can't raise these insects. They cannot reproduce together. However, if you can awaken my master, I am sure the master will be willing to trade." Actually, the desolate maze is not hostile towards the human race compared to many forces in the Black Fog world. Gao Peng wondered, Are there humans in the black fog world too? Are they close to the maze? The monster turned its back, humans. I haven't seen a human in over 70 years. Those deceivers ran to another world. The monster walked forward and said, "All right, human, you go back first. Wait until you agree to help awaken my master, then come back and find us." Gao Peng realized that humans in this world seemed to have left traces, but their reputation was very bad. He just didn't know if the human race in this world also had beast tamers. But if Dumby could communicate with them, it probably meant they did. However, humans of other races, if the power difference isn't large, it's fine. If the power difference is too large, it will only bring war and invasion. The scene changes. Gao Peng is in the lab. The yin-yang calendula's level has increased to level 31. This type of jelly-like soil fruit truly lives up to its name. The only drawback is the rather expensive price, 15 credit points per cubic meter. Dumby needs materials to ascend to Undead Lord. Only lacking the soul core of death, he originally thought it might be in Changping, but Changping doesn't fit the concept of a land of death of the 400,000 people in Ninghua. Before they died, their resentment must have soared to the heavens. Just then, his phone received a video call. Is there something wrong at school? The guard's panicked face appeared along with a loud voice. Principal. Principal, another activated bronze statue has appeared at the school gate. He asked in astonishment. What? In front of Gao Peng's school gate, another activated bronze statue, level 41 Lord Tier, had appeared. He didn't understand why a Lord Tier bronze statue would suddenly show up at his doorstep. Never mind, I'll just bring it back first. Let it play with Stripey for a while, then make it a guard. Gao Peng turned and ordered, "Dozi." He gave the command. Dozi raised its hand to receive the order, then Dozi crossed its arms in front of its chest. Next, electric sparks were released from its body, continuously shooting out. The activated statue, afraid of the electric element, was tightly bound by ropes made of electricity. Now, only screams could be heard. He exclaimed, "This is electrotherapy." The activated bronze statue lost its ability to fight, letting Gao Peng drag it wherever he wanted. While dragging it, he hummed, "Next up is my turn." The guard was bewildered. This is a bronze statue weighing tens of tons, and young Master Gao is dragging it with one hand. He grinned brightly, flexing his arm muscles. "My current strength is 1% of Stripey's, and Stripey's strength isn't just tens of millions of tons. I scared you guys. How embarrassing." The guard and Dozi were speechless. The scene changes. In Yuzhou, Shaoshan Valley, Stripey is resting. Gao Peng and Dozi bring the bronze statue and throw it on the ground. First, he says to Stripey, "I brought you a toy," then orders Dozi to release it. But after being bound by electricity and losing energy, this bronze statue still refused to give up. Turning to attack Gao Peng, he stood still. After being tied up for so long, it's still so energetic. At this moment, Stripey raised one leg. Toys shouldn't be too stubborn. As soon as it finished speaking, its stone-heavy spider leg struck towards the bronze statue. After a loud bang, the bronze statue was kicked into a rock crevice. Then it spoke up, asking him, "Gao Peng, the toy won't be broken by my kick, right?" He gently touched its leg and said, "No, as long as you don't use too much force, it won't break." Stripey was happy. "That's great." Stripey looked aggrieved and asked Gao Peng, "Gao Peng, when can I go out with you? Although it's nice here, I miss you a lot, and I miss everyone else too." Faced with this question, he suddenly couldn't answer. "Stripey, rest assured, I will definitely find a way. We will still go on adventures together in the future." After comforting Stripey, he didn't stay any longer, letting Dozi fly away with him. He looked back at Stripey. "I'll visit you again later." "Okay." Stripey looked sad. Stripey watched him gradually disappear into the distance, its sparkling eyes speaking to itself. Stripey isn't stupid. Stripey is getting bigger and bigger. "Gao Peng, does this mean I won't be able to follow you anymore in the future?" At this moment, the bronze statue continuously cried and begged for its life. "I just happened to see a fellow kind and was a little curious, that's all. What exactly do you people want to do to me? I'm not curious anymore." In the African region, Zambia-based city, During shift change, a man wearing sunglasses stood with his arms crossed, asking, "Doesn't anyone know what these symbols mean?" Another man explained, "Linguistics professors have looked at it. They say this isn't any script that exists on Earth." One professor said this resembles Atlantean script a bit. But the man in sunglasses didn't seem to care. "I don't care if it's Atlantean or Enchanic. I just want to know what these writings mean." The other man answered, startled, "Yes, sir." The man in sunglasses pointed to a corner of the inscription. "Don't just size, yes. Tell me, what is this?" The subordinate replied, "Boss, this place seems to be another undiscovered city." The man in sunglasses went crazy with excitement. "Our black badger group's strength isn't much weaker than red leopard or lion's head. All we lacked was an opportunity. A completely new, undiscovered city ruin. This is our chance." He waved his hand, leading his subordinates out, shouting, "Prepare for action." At this time, the black man thought differently. A city ruin, but no matter how you look at it, it looks like a maze. In Bai district, in front of the spatial rift, construction is underway. Xu Hedi arrived with the golden kangaroo. "So this is the spatial rift. It's my first time seeing it." Tang Tang said, "I won't be crossing over. I told Softy to listen to you." Gao Ping smiled. "Thank you, Sister Tang Tang." Softy meowed once. This time, besides the large Dumby, Gao Ping also brought all the familiars he had contracted. "Let's go." Not long after, they stood before the labyrinth monitor monster. "I knew you would come back." Once again, Gao Peng told Dumby to translate what he had said before. Dumby then said, "These are all my familiars. Is it okay for them to go through with me?" The labyrinth monitor agreed, "Of course, no problem." Gao Peng's eyes suddenly sharpened. Just now, he had Dumby intentionally say the word familiars, but the labyrinth monitor had no reaction. "So, does this mean humans in this world also have professions like beast tamers?" He glanced at the plant on the wall and asked, "Otherworldly plant, its name is breadfruit. Can be consumed directly, contains rich water content and nutrients." So, without further words, he picked it and tasted it on the spot. He even praised, "The taste isn't bad." At the same time, he used the contract to tell the money-grubbing mouse to pay attention and remember the way. They followed the labyrinth monitor for a while and finally reached their destination, a frozen palace before them. "The master is sealed in this main hall." Gao Peng asked the labyrinth monitor, "You hope I can awaken your master?" "But I don't know how to break the seal. Surely, it's not as simple as using fire to burn it." At this time, the monitor said, "Master sealed himself. As long as a beast tamer enters the palace, he will automatically awaken." Gao Peng understood. "Is that so?" He started walking and continued, "Goldie, you come with me." But inside, it had been frozen for a long time. "What kind of ice is this? Why is it so cold? If not for the elemental shield, I would have frozen to death here in 5 minutes." At the same time, Gao Peng was shocked by the sight before him. Before him were two figures sealed in ice, their life status unknown. One looked humanoid, perhaps a human from this other world, while the other, lying in the middle of the palace, resembled a familiar. Looking at the object before him, an information panel appeared in front of Gao Peng. Material name, perfectly preserved corpse of a blood-stained hunter. Brief description, it was once a heaven-ascending hunter, then turned into a corpse. You can do whatever you want with this corpse. Observing the corpse, he was somewhat surprised at this moment, thinking, unexpectedly, the corpse frozen on the ground is a blood-stained hunter. Then the one lying on the throne is, looking towards the nearby throne, he only saw a small lion sleeping soundly. Its information now appeared. Name, solitary frozen self-sealing lion. Level, 11 elite. Quality, legendary. Attribute, ice system. Weakness, rock-type monsters. Trait, solitary freeze. Extreme ice power grants it greater mastery over ice. Active effect 1. Solitary cold domain unleashes inner power to form a bone chill domain. All creatures within range will be affected. Those recognized by the solitary lion can be immune to this effect. Effect 2. Domain. Eternal freeze. In a single burst, fully unleashes the power within its body, causing devastating destruction in a specific area, but its power and bloodline will weaken. simultaneously falling into a deep slumber. Upon seeing the ice lion, Gao Peng immediately recognized it. The maze supervisor said their master was the bloodthirsty hunter, which is this corpse. As for the truly ferocious one, it might be this lion cub. Thinking this, he touched the thick ice wall covering the bloodthirsty hunter's entire body, feeling puzzled. Now they want me to awaken their master. Don't they know their master already kicked the bucket? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Gao Peng was shocked as he realized something. Or perhaps, this was a trap all along. Before he could doubt for too long, a noise came from outside. Hearing it, Gao Peng confirmed his suspicion indeed. Suddenly, Flamey's voice rang out, furious, cursing. Damn it, Gao Peng, there are many monsters outside. Hearing Flamey made Gao Peng even more anxious. He quickly called out, Flamey, damn it, Goldie, let's get out. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. Looking back, he saw the ice lion yawning on the throne. At this moment, Gao Peng became even more panicked. This kid is awake. Seeing Gao Peng and the other person, the ice lion pointed at the throne it was standing on and cried out a few times. Regardless of what it was doing, Gao Peng was already very worried about those outside and quickly ran off. Never mind it, let's go quickly. Being completely ignored right after waking up, the ice lion could only stare blankly after him. As soon as he got outside, Gao Peng hurriedly asked, Uncle Xu, what happened? Seeing him, Xuheti recounted everything. Young Master Gao, after you went in, those supervisors suddenly attacked us. Luckily, the undead contracted beast you summoned, the bone-seeking eel, blocked the entrance. Otherwise, they would have surrounded and killed us. Understanding the situation, Gao Peng turned to ask Flamey, how is your injury? It was trembling on the ground, but still spoke stubbornly. If those guys hadn't sneak attacked with axes, it's hurt. Be gentler. Just then, Goldie, with a temper as hot as fire, rushed off. It didn't forget to yell back to Gao Peng, damn it, I have to avenge Flamey. Seeing it run off, he quickly reached out to stop it. Goldie, there are many of them, don't be careless. Knowing well that Goldie wouldn't listen, Gao Peng also felt worried. No, this is going to be a tough fight. Nevertheless, he kept his eyes on Goldie. Suddenly, a small paw appeared, and footsteps echoed. Looking back, Gao Peng saw the ice lion. Seeing it looking cheerful, he reminded it, why did you follow, little lion? It's very dangerous here, go hide first. Meanwhile, Goldie had charged forward, attacking a supervisor. It couldn't stop cursing, how dare you harm Flamey? As it yelled, Goldie delivered a thunder kick to the enemy. Fighting harder and harder, the anger on Goldie's face became more apparent. It continuously attacked the supervisor. I'll beat you all to death. However, the supervisor didn't just stand there. He used the spiked mace in his hand to strike hard at Goldie, catching it off guard. Seeing this development, Gao Peng's jaw dropped. He felt like he was struck by lightning and yelled, Goldie. Suddenly, he noticed the ice lion continuously crying out behind him. His face darkened, his voice impatient. I don't understand what you're saying. Why don't you just sign a blood contract with me directly? Suddenly, the ice lion, which was crying out moments ago, now put on a confident demeanor. Its face practically screamed smugness. You think I'm some newborn little monster, still foolish, tricked by a few words from a deceitful, disgusting human like you. Then I can only say, go use. However, just as it finished speaking, Gao Peng's still bleeding finger pressed forward. Just upon contact, Gao Peng was transported to another ethereal place. He silently assessed, this lion's consciousness space is so vast, it feels like a magnificent yet weak consciousness residing deep within the sea of consciousness. This lion's level is definitely not just level 11, it's currently in a weakened state after unleashing its power. Just feeding it ice system treasures could quickly restore its strength. Suddenly, a pair of bright, seemingly dangerous eyes appeared. The ice lion's voice echoed, if you really want to sign a blood contract with me, fine. But you will face many powerful enemies, have you thought it through? Hearing this, Gao Peng immediately asked, what was your peak strength, what level are your enemies? At this moment, the ice lion, appearing as a spirit, hadn't lost its arrogance. It answered leisurely, my peak strength was just one step away from ascending to emperor level. Those who can become my enemies are naturally at least king level, so, if you're scared, let me go. I won't blame you for being too cowardly, because I know this is a burden someone your age shouldn't bear. Thinking Gao Peng would be scared after hearing this, he unexpectedly remained very calm. All right, complete the contract. As he spoke, the system panel in his hand gradually disappeared. This scene shocked the ice lion to its core. It hurriedly yelled for confirmation. Right, didn't you understand me? Seeing its reaction, he showed contempt. King level. Of course, I'm not afraid. I thought you were some big shot. Suddenly, I feel you're not that strong. Hearing him say that, the ice lion couldn't hold back and lunged forward. It flailed its limbs continuously, still yelling, "You actually think I'm weak? You humans are too arrogant. Although I sense you have a king-level contracted beast in your blood contract, you might not get a king-level one in your entire life." At this point, having the chance to get a near emperor-level contracted beast is incomparable. At 20, you've hit the jackpot. Seeing it acting up like this, Gao Peng felt even more disdainful. But right now, you're only elite level. Seeing this, it started using its age to argue. I'm 126 years old this year, older than your grandfather, but Gao Peng wouldn't back down. He repeated again, but right now, you're only elite level. Knowing he wouldn't give in, the ice lion brought up its achievements. I've killed no less than 10 king-level monsters. I dominated thousands of miles. They all called me the Frost-Bone Lion King. He still bluntly emphasized, but right now, you're only elite level. Feeling they had argued enough, Gao Peng leaned closer to it, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Stop talking nonsense, quickly tell me how to deal with the current situation. As soon as the ice lion heard the question, it replied, how to deal with it? Run, of course. Gao Peng was completely dumbfounded by this answer. His face went blank. What? The ice lion remained very calm. It began analyzing things one by one. These guys are so burly, and we're in a deserted maze. If we can't beat them head on, then fight. If we can't win the fight, then obviously we run. Don't worry, this maze is mine. I know how to escape. I built a tunnel that only monsters of a certain small size can pass through. These big idiots can't get through. As it spoke, an exit appeared in its memory. Hearing this plan, Gao Peng bluntly tossed the ice lion to Xu Heti. However, he didn't forget to instruct, all right, let's go. I can't abandon Goldie. Minister Xu, you take this lion and leave first. Knowing he wanted to stay, the ice lion yelled loudly, don't, we just signed a blood contract. Are you going to throw your life away? But Gao Peng had decided. He turned and left, waving goodbye to the ice lion. Don't worry. I still have a king-level contracted beast. Although it's not here, it will still lend me its power. Despite this, it was still very worried. The ice lion shouted angrily, are you kidding me? So what if you have physical strength borrowed from a contracted beast? How much can a king-level contracted beast give you? At this moment, Gao Peng approached a labyrinth supervisor. He quickly attacked one of his legs. Taking a powerful kick, the dungeon supervisor started staggering. Seizing this opportunity, Gao Peng ordered his remaining summoned beasts, Dorzi, Dumby, quickly use Thunder Sound and Heart of the Blood Demon. Hearing his command, Dorzi and Dumby quickly appeared. They immediately used their skills. The labyrinth supervisors were controlled by Dorzi and Dumby's skills, clutching their heads in pain, unable to stop screaming. Seeing it was effective, Gao Peng immediately commanded, Silly, quickly go heal Goldie. The enemies are all Lord level. Dorzi and Dumby's control skills might not last long. Upon receiving the order, Silly quickly rushed over. A green light appeared in its hands as it began healing. After Silly treated him for a while, Goldie could move again. He supported himself on the ground, his whole body trembling, but still tried to stand up. Even so, he didn't forget to taunt the labyrinth supervisors. Haven't you eaten yet, right? Just as he finished speaking, one of them rushed forward, attacking both of them. His giant fists flew swiftly. Seeing this unexpected situation, Gao Peng couldn't help but panic. He quickly warned them, no, the control skill has worn off. Goldie, Silly, get out of the way. Suddenly, Goldie's eyes lit up. A dazzling golden light appeared around his eyes. At this moment, Goldie's entire body had turned gigantic. Standing before that labyrinth supervisor, he asked coldly, "Just now, you guys had your fun hitting me, didn't you?" After saying that cool line, Goldie immediately kicked the enemy away. Seeing the axe fall from his hand, Goldie reached out and grabbed it. Goldie's aura became even more overwhelming. Full of killing intent, he pointed the axe towards the labyrinth supervisors. "Now it's my round." Goldie's body was surrounded by a golden aura. He swung his arm and threw the axe he had just taken from the supervisor. "Take this." The axe flew straight towards a supervisor, injuring him. Goldie, standing nearby, threw another punch at a different one. Sensing something unusual, the two supervisors standing behind cried out a few times, meaning, "Let's attack together." Seeing this, Goldie became even more contemptuous. "Is that all you've got?" Just as the two supervisors charged, Goldie unleashed a flurry of punches. There was a hint of satisfaction in his voice, invincible rapid duck fists. Not far away, a supervisor who looked quite intelligent stared intently at Goldie and then said, "This duck is too strange. Let's retreat." Understanding what they were saying, Goldie wanted to rush forward and stop them. "You want to run after fighting, dream on." However, he was stopped by Gao Peng from behind. "Come back. The enemy is in the light. We are in the dark." "Anyway, only 3 ran away. Wait until we finish things here, then we'll deal with them later." Meanwhile, the Ice Lion, after seeing the results of Goldie's fight, silently assessed, "This talent must be at least epic level, right?" No, an epic talent couldn't possibly challenge so many monsters like that. After everything was settled, Su Heti, who had been standing behind all this time, finally spoke up, asking, "Young Gao, how should we handle those corpses?" Outwardly, he was smiling cheerfully, but inwardly he was extremely shocked. Killing 8 of them in one go, if word got out, it would probably shake the entire world. After all, a single Lord-level summoned beast could protect an entire city. This also represented 8 Lord-level monster crystal cores and a large amount of rare materials. So this was his true strength. Hearing Su Heti's question, Gao Peng turned his attention to him. He looked at the man and began analyzing. "These corpses, someone needs to guard them. Golden is quite strong, but he can only handle 1 labyrinth supervisor. It's better if I stay here and guard them myself, wait for them to call for backup." Saying this, Gao Peng looked towards the treasure-seeking mouse and asked, "Do you still remember the way back?" However, the response was its blank look and silence. Knowing what it liked, Gao Peng quickly took out a block of ice, his expression mysterious. "If you can open the way back, this treasure is yours." As soon as it saw the item in his hand, the treasure-seeking mouse became enthusiastic. Treasure, the Ice Lion was also bewildered. It looked at the treasure-seeking mouse trying so hard to remember the path that smoke seemed to come from its head, thinking, "What is this? This is just a block of ice I casually froze back then." After waiting for a while, the treasure-seeking mouse finally remembered. It looked excitedly at Gao Peng. "I remember, give it to me." After giving it the ice block, Gao Peng cheerfully waved goodbye as Xu Heti, Dumby, and the mouse departed. However, he didn't forget to remind them, "Be careful on the way, make sure to protect Uncle Xu well." A moment later, Gao Peng returned. He and the Ice Lion observed Goldie and Dozy being treated. Just then, the Ice Lion commented, "This purple centipede only fought for about 10 minutes, it's a bit weak." Hearing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but retort, "Weak? Dozy is epic quality, for goodness sake, are you deliberately finding fault?" However, the Ice Lion paid no attention to his indignation. It was currently very shocked and asked back, "Epic quality? Then it must have innate characteristics." "But how could it be? You haven't unlocked its special abilities." As if enlightened by the Ice Lion, Gao Peng was somewhat surprised. He picked it up and eagerly inquired, "Unlock? You mean after awakening innate characteristics, they can be further developed? Looks like you believe it a little now." After a moment, the Ice Lion was laughing heartily, clutching its stomach and rolling around. "What did you say? The world you live in only started evolving 4 years ago. The strongest is only king level. How can you be so stupid? You have ore in your own house, but don't dig it. instead running to our place to eat dirt. Are you an idiot? Gao Peng, sitting on a nearby mound, didn't even bother getting angry anymore. He just kept asking persistently, you mean that when a world is in its most primitive state, it will produce some relatively special or very powerful treasures? Seeing his sincere question, the ice lion didn't hesitate to enlighten him. That's right. The real treasures of the Black Fog world have all been seized by powerful monsters. Finding an ownerless treasure is harder than ascending to heaven. If you want to snatch a treasure, you definitely have to fight those monsters or figure out how to steal it. But in the world you're in, which has only evolved for years, there are absolutely no unknown emperor-level beings. In other words, they're just lying there for you to pick up. As it said this, the ice lion suddenly roared angrily. However, Gao Peng still didn't understand. He replied, somewhat dejectedly, you said it's only evolved for years. If treasures can appear, of course I'll seize the opportunity. Knowing he still didn't fully understand, the ice lion explained once more. As it spoke, its expression seemed very focused. These treasures need time to mature, do you understand? You have to actively search for them, then snatch all of your treasures back, put them in your house, and watch them grow. Gao Peng was confused like an owl again. He quickly raised his hand to stop the ice lion, a pale look on his face. Wait, why did they suddenly become my treasures? Hearing that naive question from him, the ice lion became so excited it burst out laughing. Treasures naturally belong to the strong. Understanding this explanation, Gao Peng seemed contemptuous. He flicked the ice lion hard on the forehead, sending it rolling. His tone was slightly disdainful. For example, a strong one like you, I didn't expect your face to be so thick. Flicked by him, the ice lion couldn't do anything and started crying pitifully. Damn it. Out of the mountains, even dogs can bully you, just you wait. After some back and forth, Gao Peng became serious. He projected an image of Stripey and asked the ice lion again, all right, tell me, let's get to the point. Look at this. Is there any way to make its volume smaller? The ice lion looked at the image and started offering solutions to him. The first way is to continue evolving. It might awaken the ability to freely control its size, but I don't know the specifics of how to awaken it. Second, sign a contract with a high-level space system monster to open a portable space. It's just that this familiar's volume is very large, and the space requirement is also very large. As soon as it said this, the ice lion's face showed a serious expression. After hearing this, Gao Peng was also a bit disheartened. Looking over at silly leisurely drinking water, the expression on his face turned indescribable. Let's skip this one. Are there any other ways? After thinking for a while, the ice lion offered another plan. I remember the Black Phoenix mountain range has a camouflage fruit that can shrink a monster's volume by 1,000 times, but it loses effect upon entering combat. Moreover, there's a troublesome, black-feathered sparrow there. Even at my peak, I wouldn't dare fight it head-on. Speaking of which, it remembered the massive form of that bird. Over here, Gao Peng was still blankly asking about the location of the mountain range. Is the Black Phoenix mountain range far from the maze? Seeing this, the ice lion patiently pointed out, it's only over 5,000 kilometers. Previously, it took me a few hours at most to run there. After careful consideration, Gao Peng made a decision. Although over 5,000 kilometers isn't far, the danger level of the fog world surpasses the Earth star. King-tier monsters are not uncommon. But for Stripey's sake, I must make the trip no matter what. Who told me I promised Stripey I'd take it exploring? Just then, Xu Heti returned. He hurriedly reported back to Gao Peng, young Master Gao, the company has received the news. Logistics personnel will enter successively. As per your request, I have brought the ice system fruits that can be prepared. As he spoke, Xu Heti ran over, carrying a suitcase. Opening the suitcase in front of the ice lion, it saw the fruit inside and immediately scoffed, unexpectedly. You use such low-grade food as an offering to this divine master. Let me tell you, this low-grade food, even if I was starving, I wouldn't take a single bite. Seeing this, Gao Peng didn't bother persuading it, just thought smugly, well, hopefully, you won't eat your words later. Ignoring the ice lion putting on airs over there, Gao Peng and his familiars walked past it. He didn't forget to instruct Silly, put these things away. Let's go search other parts of this maze elsewhere. A convoy was speeding along. A group of people in neat suits stood before the maze. One of them spoke up, truly majestic. This is truly a miracle. Saying this, another man stepped forward, excitement on his face. We are the first ones here. The treasures inside all belong to us. Such a large ruin. Who knows how many good things are inside? Suddenly, a strong tremor occurred. Those behind panicked. No, something wants to break out. Looking up, the group saw a maze supervisor. What is this? Hearing the noise, that creature became even angrier. It roared continuously, seemingly asking, I've already run so far, and you humans still want to hunt me to extinction. With that, it angrily stomped its foot hard. The tremor caused those people to panic. Everyone hurriedly used colorful shields to protect themselves. It's the power of the shadow. Quick, use elemental shields. It's no good. The elemental shields aren't safe either. Everyone, retreat quickly. Suddenly, behind the creature, a beast tamer appeared. Riding a bird, he swooped down fast, his tone threatening. Stop. Seeing someone riding a bird approach, the supervisor became even more furious. Its eyes began to glow. Another damn bird. With that, the supervisor swung the axe in its hand forcefully, slashing straight at that person. Die for me. At Garpeng's location, he was feeding the Ice Lion Ice System treasures, still trying to probe for information. Why didn't the supervisors attack you back then? I don't think the stone hall could have protected you. Saying this, the Ice Lion replied very sincerely, of course, it wasn't that simple. Back then, I set up a restriction outside the maze. If that group dared to charge in, the released freezing aura would instantly freeze them. Hearing this answer, Garpeng's eyes suddenly sharpened. He thought to himself, this fellow indeed left a way out. That group of supervisors was also meant for me to scout the way here. He became a bit curious again. Then why didn't you attack me back then? But the Ice Lion remained very calm and replied, because you are human. Hearing this, Garpeng was a little surprised, thinking, because I'm human. Suddenly, not far away, a loud noise echoed. Seeing the thick rising dust, Garpeng immediately realized there was a fight. As soon as the Ice Lion heard something was happening, it turned into a money grubber. Awesome. Hurry up, let's go over there. Let's quickly go over there and pick up stuff. The thing I like doing most is picking up stuff. Suddenly, the back of a supervisor appeared. It was fighting those people riding bird familiars. Garpeng now realized it was the group of maze supervisors who escaped earlier fighting beast tamers. Seeing that there was no time to delay, Garpeng quickly ordered, Goldie, go save them. With permission granted, Goldie swiftly rushed over. On this side, a grey-haired man sat trembling on the ground, watching the supervisor prepare to bring its giant axe down on him, making him even more terrified. The grey-haired man quickly raised his hands to shield himself, still managing to yell out a few times, help. However, after waiting a long moment, he still didn't feel any pain. Leaving the grey-haired man bewildered, he curiously opened his eyes to look. As soon as he looked up, the grey-haired man saw Goldie landing a lightning punch on the supervisor, while the creature couldn't even resist. Pretty good, right, letting you escape just now. Let's see where you run this time. As for Garpeng, he stood behind the grey-haired man, observed for a moment, then asked the Ice Lion, are these the native people from this place? Saying this, the Ice Lion immediately explained, no, these are not people from the Black Fog world. Even standing this far away, I can still smell the same origin as you on them. In other words, they came from the same world as you? Hearing the Ice Lion say this, Garpeng was somewhat astonished, disbelief clearly showing on his face. From the same world? Impossible. Saying this, Garpeng immediately thought of the organization, his voice firm. The entrance to the maze is strictly sealed. Ordinary people simply cannot enter or exit, let alone a group of black people with such distinct features. With its vast knowledge, the Ice Lion wasn't very surprised to hear him say this. It continued munching on the thing in its hand before continuing to explain, then there's only one possibility. The spatial rifts between the Black Fog world and your world are not limited to just this desolate maze. Hearing this mentioned, Garpeng also remembered. He recalled the rift in another place and muttered to himself, "The only nearby spatial rift is Lusaka, Africa." Suddenly, Gao Peng realized something. He remembered the two different spatial dimensions of China and Lusaka connected by the rift. Before the cataclysm, Africa was very far from China. After the cataclysm, the volume of the Earth's star increased. The distance between the two places is at least tens of thousands of kilometers. But within the spatial rift, the entire journey isn't considered too far. If so, perhaps a trade route could be formed through this rift. Thinking of this, Gao Peng suddenly became cheerful. Then he walked over to ask the grey-haired man, "Brother, are you injured?" As soon as he saw Gao Peng, the grey-haired man recognized a Chinese person. Time passed, and both sides were seeing each other off. Seeing Gao Peng greet him warmly like that, the grey-haired man didn't forget to turn back and say goodbye. Chinese brothers are forever friends. Only the ice lion looked disdainful because it knew the whole story. These people were truly foolish, being completely led by the nose by someone and still feeling grateful. Seeing the ice lion's attitude, Gao Peng ignored it. He focused on calculating everything. According to the Black Brothers from the west, 1,000 kilometers from the desolate maze, there was a ruined city. In that ruined city, there was a spatial rift leading to the Lusaka base. At that time, notify the Explorers Guild to plan the rediscovery. That's another huge sum of money. Seeing him like this, the familiars beside him were speechless. Gao Peng suddenly became more enthusiastic. He turned around and Ag resolutely shouted, "Go! Let's go to the Black Phoenix Mountains first." Time passed until 3 days later. In the foggy world near the Black Phoenix mountain range, the Ice Lion and Gao Peng stood at the foot of the mountains. Only then did the Ice Lion explain, "I only know that the fruit is produced within the Black Phoenix mountain range, but I don't know specifically where it grows." Thinking he would be discouraged, unexpectedly, his thick skin, like reinforced concrete, proved useful. He lifted his face and confidently said, "It's okay. Some kind-hearted local resident will tell us." However, the Ice Lion was still very skeptical. It asked, puzzled, "Where would we find a local resident just like that?" Gao Peng pointed to the golden turtle lying nearby. Look. Seeing the golden turtle's bewildered expression while surrounded, the Ice Lion felt a bit sympathetic. "This golden turtle is quite pitiful." Suddenly, Gao Peng stepped forward. He smiled warmly and struck up a conversation with the golden turtle. "Little friend, rest assured, we guarantee we mean no harm. We just want to ask you about something. Do you know where the camouflage fruit is? It's the kind that grows on a white tree, has many black spots on the outside, and shrinks in volume after being eaten." Dorzi, translate a bit understanding. Dorzi immediately called out a few times, but it instantly made the golden turtle helpless. The turtle retreated into its shell. Seeing this scene, Goldie, being hot-tempered, immediately made a move. "Does this damned fellow want to die? My boss is asking you." Hearing the gangster-like way of speaking, the Ice Lion felt a bit confused. Have I joined a team of villains? Gao Peng waited until Goldie had threatened enough, then sat down, smiling, but continued the threat. "You heard him. This brother of mine has always been hot-tempered. Sometimes I can't control him either, so please trouble yourself to think carefully, okay?" Being blatantly threatened, the golden turtle was now helpless. It cried out a few times as if wanting to say something. Dorzi listened and translated back to Gao Peng. "It says in the east of the Black Phoenix mountain range, it has seen this type of fruit. It says climbing 5 mountains will lead to it." Now knowing the location, Gao Peng became even bolder. He and the Ice Lion climbed onto the turtle's shell. Both wore the smiles of winners. "I'm the master of this mountain," was warm and hospitable. "Then lead us to the mountain range in the east first." After a while, the golden turtle led everyone to a lush green forest. When it stopped, it cried out a few times again. Dorzi listened and understood immediately. It says the fruit is inside the mountain. There are many ferocious monsters in the mountain. It doesn't dare to enter. Seeing this, Gao Peng didn't dare to risk it either. He turned to Flamey and ordered, "Flamey, fly up and check the surroundings for us." Hearing him, Flamey immediately spread its wings and flew off. It carefully observed every nook and cranny. Suddenly, Flamey saw a monster clinging to a cliff face. It was somewhat surprised at this moment. This smell is a Lord-level monster. At this time, the monster had also seen Flamey, making it even more panicked. I'd been discovered. Before Flamey could do anything, the monster threw a white fruit into its mouth. In an instant, it transformed into a giant, surprising Flamey. It silently assessed. It got bigger. Something strange. Better stay away for now. Suddenly, Flamey noticed something. Wait a minute. Looking at the tree behind the monster, Flamey immediately recognized the white color covered in black spots. It was the fruit Gao Peng wanted. Upon seeing it, Flamey loudly announced to Gao Peng, "Gao Peng, I found it." Seeing this speed, Gao Peng was also a bit surprised. Found it already. Suddenly, the monster's lengthy information panel appeared. Name: White Steel Wind Blade Beast. Level: Lord Quality. Perfect. Attribute: Wind System. Abilities: Enhanced Armor, Sharp Piercing, Wind Element Mastery. Trait: Wind Howl Armor. Passive effect: Possesses a certain level of resistance to psychic and spiritual attacks. When moving quickly, a large amount of howling wind will be generated in the gaps of the armor, simultaneously enhancing flexibility and speed. Weakness: Ice-type monsters. There was also some other information. The monster angrily charged towards Flamey. However, it ignored it and flew to Gao Peng's side. "The fruit you mentioned, I saw it. It's on the mountain, but there's a Lord-level monster guarding it." After reading the info panel, Gao Peng was now a bit surprised, very sensitive about its own height. There's a saying, if you don't love, please don't speak harsh words. Yet, Gao Peng cast a judgmental gaze towards Dozi, at least 7 to 8 meters tall like that, and still sensitive about its height. Then what should our Dozi do? Gao Peng pointed forward and said to Dozi, "This monster is definitely not easy to deal with. But we must get the camouflage fruit. This is my promise to Stripey Dozi. Unleash lightning to attack Goldie." It received the order immediately. Goldie's body was quickly struck by Dozi's lightning attack. The monster shouted while charging towards Flamey, "I hate all monsters stronger than me." As soon as the words were out, it immediately launched consecutive attacks towards Flamey. Flamey struck quickly, using Flame Feather Dance to block. It used its feathers and fire to block the other attack. Neither side gave way. When the two blows collided, they created a large explosion in midair. Gao Peng panicked seeing Flamey injured. "No, quickly go save Flamey." The Ice Lion spoke up with a reminder. "This guy's burst power is very strong. I once personally saw this monster defeat a monster of the same level with just one move." Seeing this, Gao Peng instructed Goldie, Silly and Dumby, "Remember to defend the vital spots." Goldie turned to discuss with Dumby, "You and Silly go save Flamey. I'll go teach that rotten insect a lesson." It quickly agreed, "Okay." Goldie powerfully charged towards the monster. "Rotten insect, go kick the bucket." The monster was not one to silently take a blow, so it threw a move straight at Goldie. Gale cross-kill. Dumby and Silly, seeing Goldie knocked down below, covered their mouths worriedly. However, it raised its hand to stop them. "Don't come here," Goldie fiercely, its eyes glowing. Its entire body was enveloped by a golden aura. Its tone was full of determination. "Those who cannot destroy me will only make me stronger. Big brother, I want to fight it alone." After speaking, Goldie provoked the monster. "Come here, shorty. Continue using all your strength to destroy my flesh. Let me once again personally feel the pain of death." Hearing Goldie's words, the monster became angry. "How dare you call me shorty?" As soon as the words were out, it quickly rushed towards its opponent. Goldie wanted to catch the monster, but unfortunately, it was too fast. It even slashed Goldie's calf. The monster silently sneered at Goldie, "Want to catch me? Go back and train for a few hundred more years, then we'll talk." But not letting it celebrate its victory for too long, Goldie's body grew larger again. It smirked, putting on a disdainful look towards the monster. "Is that all? Pain will only make me stronger." The monster broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this scene, the wound recovered. Gao Peng observed the fight and pondered, forcibly controlling muscles to prevent excessive blood loss and death. While the passive ability repeatedly triggers, this is a sign of extremely high control over the body. But then, He paused for a moment and assessed it. Why is this Goldie becoming more and more immature? Even Dumby couldn't stand it anymore. Just as Gao Peng thought, Dumby was showing contempt. The monster silently calculated. It seems I have to end this quickly. This guy looks really strange, like he's crazy. Thinking this, he rushed towards Goldie. In just an instant, the monster inflicted massive damage on Goldie. However, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, what's happening? The system displayed Goldie's information. Injury status, severe. The monster looked in horror at his huge body. This guy, how is his size getting bigger and bigger? Goldie's face was sinister. He shouted, very good, very good. This is it. This is the feeling. Come on, use all your strength and continue to destroy me. Without hesitation, the monster flew forward to attack Goldie. You asked to meet your end, so I will grant your wish. Seeing the monster charge, he widened his eyes to observe. Thanks to his increased strength, Goldie could clearly see the monster's movements. In just a flash, he caught his opponent with one hand. Right now, got you? Goldie squeezed the monster tightly in his palm, mocking him. So what if you injured me so badly? Once I've caught you, the monster can only tremble, cry out, and bleed. Gao Peng sighed in relief seeing the situation. No danger. If Goldie hadn't activated several passive abilities before fighting it, I'm afraid the very first attack could have made Goldie directly lose its ability to fight. He ordered his beast familiar on his hand to go heal Goldie. It received the order and immediately healed Goldie. Goldie's whole body was enveloped by a green stream of energy. It regained its strength, and the wounds on Goldie's body also disappeared. It happily exclaimed, so comfortable, contrary to the state of Goldie. After finishing healing it, that beast familiar immediately wilted. I'm drained, I'm ugly now. Suddenly, Dumby placed a leaf on its head. Dumby smiled at the beast familiar. Beautiful now. It immediately became happy again. Not long after, Gao Peng looked up at the Black Summit mountain range. The system displayed information. Name, camouflage fruit. Effect, contains certain camouflage power effects, allowing the creature using it to change its volume by up to 1,000 times. Gao Peng fell silent. Only for fruits. If he didn't take the tree, it felt like he was losing out. Gao Peng ordered Dumby and Dozy to take the tree as well. After finishing, he turned and smiled sinisterly at the monster, saying, speaking of which, the tree is gone too. So I'll take you, my fellow countryman, along as well, okay. Hearing this, it angrily cursed Gao Peng, shameless, shameless, let me go. Later, the monster, bound hand and foot, trembled lying on the ground. It looked fearfully at Stripey and cried out, is this a demon? In front of them was the giant Stripey. Gao Peng said to the monster, see, I didn't lie to you, did I originally? When Stripey followed me, it was even shorter than you. Look at it now. Hearing this, the monster was doubtful. Dumby, beside him, translated, it says you really didn't lie to me. Gao Peng kicked Dozy behind him with his foot and promised the monster, don't worry, I feel you're a monster with great potential. Wanting to be as tall as it might be a bit difficult, but becoming as big as this skeleton isn't hard at all. Seeing itself treated like this, Dozy shouted, why kick me? Gao Peng immediately told it, I'm busy persuading over here, afraid you'll provoke it. Be good. Okay. When we get home, I'll give you 5 bags of dried insects. Hearing this, Dozy haggled, I want a whole barrel. The monster frowned, pondering, although I was defeated by this guy's beast familiar, and he might really have a way to make me bigger, but agreeing directly, doesn't that make me seem easy to trick? Dozy translated its words for Gao Peng, it agrees, but it says if you don't make it grow bigger, even if it signs the contract, it won't listen to your commands. He casually replied, no problem. Gao Peng gave something to Stripey and said to it, Stripey, haven't you always wanted to go adventuring with us? Look, eat this, and you can shrink down, it replied worriedly. But Gao Peng, if I shrink, won't I be unable to protect you? He reassured Stripey, don't worry, it's okay. It's just that after eating this fruit, you can't casually fight with other monsters, otherwise, the effect will be lost. Hearing this, it immediately explained, I never fight anyway. Flamey flew up and threw the fruit into Stripey's mouth. As soon as it finished eating, it shrank down. Gao Peng thought, although it's still very tall, at least I can barely take it along now. I didn't expect this tangerine tree wasn't dead yet. At this moment, Goldie cheerfully said to the monster, Shorty, you're not bad. When we get back, let's train together again. Dozzy also looked doubtfully at the monster. That newcomer, you can tolerate it like that. The monster then angrily scolded Goldie, who's afraid of whom, you damn duck, last time was just my carelessness. Gao Peng looked at them, murmuring to himself, the number has broken into double digits. The formation is also starting to take shape. Can attack, can defend, can heal, now added an assassin. Hanwoo appeared behind him. He praised Gao Peng. This lineup isn't bad. He happily looked at Hanwoo. Grandpa, the white dragon dropped 2 axes. Grandpa Hanwoo said to Gao Peng, I'm gifting equipment to your Goldie. He fell silent. Why does this axe look so familiar? Hanwoo laughed and explained, it's the axe from the hand of the maze supervisor you brought back. I found it quite handy, so I asked the lab to dismantle and modify it a bit. Goldie excitedly picked up an axe. It moved its hand. Goldie raised the axe and said to the monster, to light. Old Dragon King, do you have anything heavier? Hearing this, Gao Peng reminded it, could you watch fewer episodes of Journey to the West for me? Goldie put the 2 axes behind its back, just snorted once, and stopped. He said to Hanwoo, Grandpa, I met Beastmasters from the Lusoko base in Africa outside the Desolate Maze. From them, I learned that 1,000 kilometers west of the Desolate Maze is the location of Lacker's spatial rift. He wondered, only 1,000 kilometers, do other people know about this? Gao Peng replied, probably only the black people I rescued know. One of them is a high-ranking official there, the other is a high-level executive from the Black Badger Group. I've arranged with them to cooperate on a trade route then. Hanwoo continued to ask him, you don't need to worry about this, go ahead and do your own thing. But you just got back, and now you have to go out again, are you all prepared? Gao Peng stated his plan, yes, this trip might be relatively long. First, I'll go to Jellum City, the place likely to produce the soul of the Purple Heart. That's the material Dumby needs to ascend to mythical quality, only the soul of the Purple Heart is left. Getting it sooner will be better, his eyes sharpened. Jellum City is the capital of the desert country. On the way to the desert region, we'll conveniently pass through the Golden Sand area, where the headquarters of the Platinum Hand is located. Golden Sand, so there's a chance to conveniently visit old friends. Hanwoo placed a hand on Gao Peng's shoulder and said, you're an adult now. You make your own decisions about your affairs. Equipment and supplies are all in your little jellyfish. Be careful on the road, he obediently replied, yes. Not long after, at the Dodo Plateau, after sniffing with its nose, the mouse pointed forward and told Gao Peng, there's treasure under the mountain ahead. He was skeptical. Treasure? Let me check. He looked at the map and said to Stripey, that's Everest Peak over there. It's on the way to Stripey, let's go there first. Later, they arrived in front of a lake of ice water. The system displayed information. This is cold bar condensed water. It contains a large amount of liquid ice power. The intense ice power has strong corrosive properties. The ice lion happily spoke up, this water is very beneficial to me. Wait for me a moment. Gao Peng silently doubted in his heart. The system's description is quite vague, but isn't this just a lake of ice water? How can this count as treasure? The ice lion quickly jumped into the cold bar condensed water. Very quickly, he got his answer. When it emerged, it had leveled up to level 41, Lord rank. Gao Peng's jaw dropped in amazement. It broke through just like that. Is it really treasure? Seeing the ice lion climb ashore, he asked it, why didn't you continue absorbing? The ice lion explained, I broke through to Lord rank, so this water doesn't have much effect on me anymore. Only finding water with more abundant ice power will be effective for me now. Hearing this, Gao Peng became puzzled. Just ice water can let you level up. It shared the information it knew. Ordinary monsters definitely wouldn't be like this. This method only works for high-grade bloodlines. Of course, your other beast familiars are also not suitable to use it. I am just quickly recovering my strength. After all, I was previously at the peak Emperor rank. So I have the foundation. He seems to understand. Okay, one more question. I want to know how, after leveling up to Lord rank, you can still remain so small. The Ice Lion quickly replied, shallow condensation is the essence. Looking at the distant snow mountain, Gao Peng mumbled, climbing over Everest Peak will lead to the Golden Snake area, bringing so many Lord-level familiars. Plus the King-level Stripey. The vast world is within my grasp. He continued, Platinum Hand, old friend, we'll meet again very soon. After some time, Gao Peng and his familiars reached the Golden Sand Desert. He frowned, looking at the map. The map clearly indicated a nearby town for supplies. Gao Peng sighed. Areas far from the base are troublesome. Even positioning is unavailable. Flamey flew into the air to observe, then reported to him, Gao Peng, there's a house ahead. He spoke up. Finally, there are people. The system displayed information about the monkeys in front of Gao Peng. Their name, White-Spotted Monkey Swarm, normal quality. Elite, water attribute, level 5 to 19, initial ability. This is a type of monster that likes to imitate human behavior. They love wearing human clothes, have a certain IQ, and are lively and active. He spoke up. A bunch of monkeys in clothes ran off quickly, probably scared by Stripey's scent. Gao Peng wondered, did someone raise these monkeys here? He knocked on the door. Anyone home? A voice came from inside. No one's home. Hearing this, Gao Peng fell silent for a moment. He calmly replied, so no one's home? Thanks. The voice spoke again. No need to thank me. Gao Peng smiled lightly. I was just thinking, how could a normal person say something so foolish? Following his words, the monster swiftly slashed the door to pieces. Before Gao Peng appeared a fat white-furred monkey, he said, so it's a stupid monkey. The system showed its information, fat type, level 25, leader rank, perfect quality, ice attribute. Weakness. Due to being fat, its action energy is insufficient. There was also other information about it. White-furred monkey. The monkey flipped through something. The monster saw this and wondered, what is this monkey doing? Gao Peng replied, it looks like it's looking for something. This monkey doesn't seem hostile towards us, but we must remain vigilant. He frowned. Moreover, the scent in this room isn't right. A moment later, it smiled friendly and offered a bowl containing something to Gao Peng's guest to eat. However, he didn't accept it but walked towards another room. This doesn't seem like what you were just eating. How can you hide the good stuff when a guest arrives? I must see what you're hiding. Saying this, it broke out in a cold sweat. In the next second, the white-furred monkey's eyes turned red. It fiercely raised its hand and ran towards Gao Peng, wanting to attack, but things weren't that simple. Before the white-furred monkey could succeed, the monster quickly flew over and slashed it several times. In that room, he saw a pot still steaming. There were traces of humans here, but no one was seen. The room faintly smelled of blood and cooked meat. Inside the pot, human fingers were floating, Gao Peng thought, as expected. He asked the white-furred monkey lying on the floor, do you like eating what's in that pot? It screamed as if mad, you eat us, we will eat you. He ate my son, I must eat him, I must eat him, eat him. Gao Peng calmly replied, I understand, I'm in no position to criticize you, that would be too hypocritical. But our relationship is different, after all, I am human. Moreover, now that I've seen this, I can't just sit back and ignore it. He walked outside and ordered the monster, give it a quick death. It obeyed clearly. Night fell. From above, Gao Peng used binoculars to observe a group of people below. He mumbled, this must be it. The headquarters of the Platinum Hand. If not for Grandpa's friend providing the information, it would be really hard to find. Gao Peng listed their crimes, not only inciting the mountain spirit, endangering Yuzhou City, injuring Stripey, but also continuously sending people to assassinate me. Well, I'll give you all a surprise. After speaking, he ordered Dumby to act. Grey streams of air appeared around its body. Dumby spoke. Awaken. The sleeping dead immediately rose from the ground, desert giant whale skeletons. In a room, someone complained, haven't we subdued the desert wing yet? I've had enough of this same old routine every day. I hate this sand. When can we finally subdue that damn monster? Another person calmed him down. Calm down, wait. Actually, according to the information I have, after half a year of effort, the Desert Wing's attitude has softened. This time, it's preparing to come and see, the bald-headed man asked. See what? The blonde man replied, if there's a suitable beast tamer. If it finds a beast tamer it likes, it might even decide on one directly today. Hearing this, he sneered. Finds one it likes? You actually believe what a monster says. Just then, a subordinate rushed in reporting. Bad news. Bad news. Hierarch, the corpses buried around the town have come back to life. They are attacking our people. They were stunned. What? At this moment, outside, Dumby rode a corpse flying in the air. The crowd below fled in terror. Run. Help. Dumby activated its ability. It raised its hand and ordered, Spirits, fight for your glory. As soon as these words were spoken, the spirits below rose one after another and acted. The bald man nervously watched the scene. It's the desert giant whale skeleton. The leader level 1 destroyed a month ago. At this moment, a bell rang. A familiar appeared from nowhere, wanting to attack the desert giant whale skeleton with its claws. It was the blue scale 4-armed water ape, level 4B, water attribute, elite quality. Abilities include reinforced scales and water element control level 2, power burst level 1, weakness is wood element and lack of lower limb strength, difficult to exert power while floating. This is a type of monster that likes to live by lakes and rivers, likes to eat water pattern scale fish, hates noise. The two clashed. Seeing this scene, the people below felt relieved. It's the blue scale 4-armed water ape. The hierarchs are here. We're saved. Gao Peng observed the situation and spoke. Unexpectedly, there are so many bones around the town. Dumby's ability alone has completely kept the Platinum Hand headquarters busy. The Ice Lion saw something appear in the sky and said to him, something's coming. The system displayed information, name, Illusory Light Silver Wing Butterfly, level 42 illusion, light attribute, perfect quality. Abilities include Sharp Aura level 3, Light and Shadow Control level 2, trait is Illusory Light Scale Cloak. Additionally, there are passive and active effects, weaknesses, and brief information. Gao Peng spoke. So it was an illusion realm that concealed our perception. It could make Flamey and the others unaware. This illusion ability is indeed very strong. He ordered the monster, go. It quickly acted. Because of its speed, the Ice Lion almost fell. The monster used the Gale Cross kill. The Illusory Light Silver Wing Butterfly was immediately slashed, splashing blood. As soon as the monster landed, the opponent was torn to pieces. It calmly said, easy. The black-haired man watching this scene on the screen trembled, destroyed in an instant. The Silver Robe Hierarch's Illusory Light Silver Wing Butterfly was killed in an instant. He felt uneasy. Danger, the Earth Dragon is about to return. Currently, the Ice Lion is facing the corrupting Earth Dragon. The system displayed its information, level 45, Earth, Shadow Attribute, elite quality. Abilities include Vicious Corrosion, Element Control, Shadow Control, both level 2, weakness is Holy Element. It lives in dark, damp places, dislikes hunting. There was also other information. Now, the Earth Dragon's tail was partially frozen by the Ice Lion. The Ice Lion's eyes flashed. It scorned the Earth Dragon. This small fry requires me to act. Truly using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Seeing the Ice Lion like this, Gao Peng urged it not to waste words and hurry up. The Ice Lion spoke while creating simple ice to form an ice cage to trap it. However, those ice layers were quickly melted by the Earth Dragon using the black gas from its mouth. Gao Peng frowned, glanced at the Ice Lion, and said, nice talk. Your ice was corroded by the Earth Dragon in just a moment. It replied, I hate the desert environment. The ice element in the air is too thin, whatever. As soon as it finished speaking, the Ice Lion mobilized its power, directly using ice to freeze the Earth Dragon. I'm getting serious now. Gao Peng looked towards the battle between the Earth Dragon and the blue scale 4-armed water ape in the distance. The Earth Dragon was also dealt with. Now only it remained. The blue scale 4-armed water ape grabbed its opponent's head and broke it with force. It roared, beating its chest. Dumby stood before it and said, Death is the destination of all the living. Dumby gently approached and attacked the blue scale four-armed water ape's chest. Yet you show no respect for the dead. The sudden attack injured it, sending it flying backward. It lay on the ground, body trembling, looking up at Dumby. Suddenly, its eyes widened and shone brightly red. Dumby used a skill, causing it to clutch its chest wound and tremble. The blue scale four-armed water ape raised its head, enduring Dumby's power. Gaoping stood aside, assessing. It actually combined the flame of undead and blood thread into a skill. While controlling, it can also fully unleash the power of flames. Blue streams of light swirled around it. Gaoping spoke in surprise. This Lord-level blue scale four-armed water ape can only burst out its final elemental power like this. The blue streams of light began to surround and attack Dumby. Seeing this, the monster asked, "Boss, does Big Brother need some help?" The ice lion, perched on Gaopeng's shoulder, immediately retorted, "Ignorant little thing. This water element vortex looks big, but it can only dust off Big Brother's bones, you fool." The monster replied, "I don't compare knowledge with someone smaller than me." He watched their argument and chuckled, saying it was pointless. Seeing the situation, Dumby could handle the blue scale four-armed water ape quickly and easily. Gaopeng looked up at the sky and announced, "This place is secured. Flamey, continue observing from the air, don't let anyone escape." Elsewhere, the blonde man said, "Let's go, there's still a tunnel, just let these guys buy us some more time." But when he turned back, he saw the remaining two pointing guns at him. He immediately asked, "What is the meaning of this?" They replied, "Our tamed beasts are either dead or injured. Only your tamed beast is unharmed. We're worried you might get some funny ideas. Let your Lord-level tamed beast go buy time, then we'll all leave this place through the tunnel." The bearded man also threatened, "That's right. Your Lord-level tamed beast cannot come with us. Otherwise, no one gets to leave today." The blonde man suddenly agreed, "All right then." Suddenly, a golden light shone on the two. He spoke while using his skill. "Originally, I wanted to give you a glorious retirement. Money, gold, beautiful women, none would be lacking. But now, you can die in peace. I will lead the Platinum Hand to greater glory." The bald man watched in horror as the glowing ribbon wrapped around him. "Wait, let's talk this through." Instantly, he was swiftly dealt with. The blonde man quickly changed targets to the bearded man. "Next." However, when the ribbon flew towards him, he suddenly disappeared. The blonde man exclaimed in surprise, "Right, vanished." The bearded man had cleverly teleported elsewhere. "Lucky I always hid my true strength, never revealing my final life-saving trick." However, when he looked around, ice blocks appeared beside him. He exclaimed, "Right, not good." The ice lion's ice blocks had trapped him tightly. Gaoping spoke up. This one thought he was lucky to have slipped through the net. At the same time, Dumby, holding the ribbon in one hand, threw down the blonde man from earlier. "Master, this person tried to escape, but was caught by us. This is his tamed beast." Seeing the blonde man covered in wounds, the bearded man turned pale and thought, "How miserable. I can't believe the man who made the Platinum Hand famous in such a short time fell." Indeed, Gaopeng turned his back and decided, treat these two as captives. Taking them along is too troublesome, better to just dispose of them. Hearing this, the bearded man panicked and started negotiating. "Your Excellency, spare my life. I know where the Platinum Hand's treasure is buried. I'll tell you everything," he continued. "I beg you. There are also some outpost locations I can tell you about. Just give the order, and I'll be your dog. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Hearing this, Gaopeng felt a bit curious and wanted to talk. Sounds somewhat tempting. "Release the ice for him first. Let's talk in detail." Suddenly, Stripey warned, "Master, a fairly strong monster is approaching." Gaopeng thought, Stripey is a king-level existence. Ordinary lords are like shrimp in its eyes. Now it says the newcomer isn't weak. A large brown monster with huge wings appeared. It was the Desert Pillar Monster, level 52, abilities, control, manipulating sand, slow movement but extremely strong healing and regeneration. Can use absolute desert wings, but only in a desert environment. can cause terrifying sandstorms from its wings. Its weakness is the ice element. Looking at the monster before him, Gao Peng assessed, another king-level monster. The bearded man spoke up, "My lord, be careful. This is a king-level monster. Our platinum hand built the small town here precisely thanks to the protection offered by the desert wings." Stripey appeared, enormous and colossal, upon Gao Peng's command. "Stripey, take it on." The man sat on the ground in astonishment, looking up as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "This is definitely king level, absolutely king level. I didn't expect him to have a king-level tamed beast, so this was his trump card." The bearded man frowned, thinking, "This kid's strength is terrifying, but he looks very young. Maybe his temperament is unstable. If I just act humble enough and show my usefulness, I'll wait until they fight and find a chance to escape." Gao Peng didn't even look at the man, simply asking, "I asked, where is your platinum hand's treasure?" The man immediately smiled fawningly and said, "My lord, wait a moment. Let me try to recall." Gao Peng asked again, "Then do you know how to subjugate the desert pillar monster?" Outwardly, the man smiled, but inwardly he had cursed Gao Peng 10,000 times. He already has a king-level tamed beast and wants to subjugate the desert pillar monster. If you get another king-level monster, it's over. I fear no one in the human world could handle you. However, he replied, I also don't know how to subjugate the desert pillar monster, my lord. After all, it's king-level. Gao Peng cut him off coldly, really. You don't know this, and you don't know that. Then you're useless. He lowered his voice and called, Dumby. His action terrified the man, who shrieked as Dumby grabbed him. Wait, my lord. I remember now, I remember where the treasure is. Gao Peng merely thought, the leader of a terrorist organization, yet so naive, thinking that acting pitiful and throwing out some unverified information could make me spare your wicked life. The next second, a cracking sound echoed. The man stopped moving. Gao Peng said nonchalantly, Stripey, here's a little snack for you. Over here, the desert pillar monster suddenly appeared. It roared, very good human. You dare look down on me? I warn you, you have successfully attracted my attention. Gao Peng said with a cold face, attracted you? Damn, are you crazy, monster? Why do you talk so harshly? The desert wing roared, you're the crazy one. You're not welcome here, get out of the desert immediately. Gao Peng turned around and said, we won't leave the desert today. We're tired from walking. I must sleep one night in this small town today. The desert wing was stunned, then roared again. What, you dare refuse me? Do you want to die? No one has ever dared refuse me before. Gao Peng snorted, not only a foul mouth, but also a big ego, little lion, deal with it immediately. A barrage of ice arrows shot out, attacking the desert wing. The desert wing dodged while thinking, an ice element attack. I clearly sense this human possesses a king-tier beast familiar aura, similar to the earth element. Not using his strongest beast familiar against me, is he intentionally trying to exploit my weakness? Seems I have to capture him and ask clearly. It roared, start by killing that big one first. Saying so, it punched hard towards Stripey. Stripey, who was growing larger, suddenly felt something touch his skin and said, Mosquito. The desert wing was suddenly knocked back for some reason. It thought, what is this? What happened? Why did a large mountain suddenly appear? Seeing the scene before it now, the desert wing realized the current situation was not good. Too far from the ground, the blessings granted by the desert were diminishing. Stripey scanned around and found it. The desert wing, doubting life itself, thought, what? Is that the earth spider? How did it become so large? The thermal energy is too strong, not good. At this moment, the entire desert wing was gradually losing its resistance and slowly falling onto Stripey's mountain-like body. Stripey, neither fast nor slow, shot up a stream of lava, sending the desert wing flying high into the sky. With a satisfied expression, it said, I hate mosquitoes. Gao Peng raised his hand to aim, narrowed his eyes to follow, then smiled and said, unexpectedly, after the sea pillar demon beast broke through Stripey's sturdy external camouflage, Stripey's volume returned to its original state. Defeating the opponent in one move, such invincible loneliness. Gao Peng looked at the silk cloth in Dumby's hand. Monster name, Golden Thread Demon Carpet. Level, 43, Monster Attribute, Metal Type, Quality, Elite. Ability, Sturdy Golden Thread Level, Weakness, Fire Type, Introduction, Resistant Monster. Originally an ancient golden thread carpet passed down for over 3,000 years. After the world's cataclysm, its spirituality awakened, gradually becoming the golden thread demon carpet. Temperament, gentle, likes to eat carpets, hates fire. Gao Peng assessed, trouble resolved, let's continue processing the prisoner. A sentient golden thread carpet, a gold bishop, has been killed, but I really want to study this carpet's spirit properly. The ice lion then asked, do you want to subdue this monster? Gao Peng replied, it's not that I won't subdue it, I just want to study it. If its abilities aren't bad and it's ownerless, I could give it to my subordinates. But this is a beast familiar that already has a master. The ice lion sneered, so what if it has a master? It's not like this blood contract cannot be dissolved. Gao Peng was surprised, what did you say, blood contracts can be dissolved? The ice lion continued, as long as you have the blood contract dissolution spell, and under the condition that both the beast tamer and beast familiar are willing, it can be dissolved. But it must be truly voluntary. Using methods like charming, controlling, or illusions will not be effective. Gao Peng thought, parting amicably, perhaps this is the best option for blood contracts. If this method spreads, for an Earth that has only been mutated for a few years, it would be extremely dangerous. Seems I need to contact Grandpa and bring them back. If it's successful, I'll give this carpet spirit to Huangya. On behalf of Huangya, thank you in advance. Sometime later, as Stripey moved forward, several people from the military kept following. Quick, tell the engineering team behind to follow. This made Stripey a bit annoyed, saying, Gao Peng, those people have been following us the whole way. It's so annoying, Gao Peng replied, it's okay. We've cleared the path for free, if they can keep up, that's their skill. Perhaps we're not far from the target location. As he spoke, Gao Peng scrolled through his tablet. Monster name, Sinner Stone Statue, Level, 40 Tier, Commander. Attribute, Dark Type, Quality. Elite abilities, Speed Enhancement Level 1, Stone Axe Enhancement Level Weakness, Light Type, Brief Introduction. A top-tier cosmic stone statue. After the universe underwent changes, the statue was also affected. It most likes hearing others chant scriptures for it, and hates others speaking ill of the universe. Gao Peng then said, this place used to be a shrine built by the Holy Light Religion. The Holy Light Religion reveres white, all structures are white, white walls, white roofs, white windows. But the top of this statue's head has turned black. Does that mean everything black in this shrine has been polluted and mutated? Just then, the rat monster's eyes lit up like hearts, its own heart almost leaping out. It shouted, there's treasure. There's treasure. I'm about to faint. Gao Peng was immediately drawn by the rat monster's state. He turned his head, a wicked, smug smile appearing. This reaction probably means it's a good treasure. Gao Peng signaled Stripey to lower its head and follow the rat monster's direction. Appearing before their eyes was a mushroom with a bizarre face. Material name, Ghost Face Fire Mushroom. Material effect, contains rich fire element nutrients. Grows extremely fast in hot, humid environments. Contains a small amount of fire poison, so it's this thing. Gao Peng looked around, then put on a disappointed face, then thought, looks like there's still a guardian. Then he clapped his hands and said, what treasure is this? It looks so familiar, could it be the one our family planted? Then Dozy also chimed in, right, this is ours. Their shameless expressions left Dumby and Flamey standing behind speechless. Goldie stepped forward and said, is that so? Since it's our family's property, just let me bring it back, silly, give me the axe. The ice lion behind them looked grim, how gullible. Before Goldie could act, several centipedes guarding that mushroom rushed up to attack. Goldie said contemptuously, these little centipedes. Hilarious, hilarious. After speaking, he swung his axe and killed them. Goldie then dug up the mushroom and gave it to Gao Peng. Dozy then asked Gao Peng, what treasure is this? He replied, this is a good thing, useful for when Flamey evolves. In the desert area around the shrine, Gao Peng whispered, "We've finally arrived. That was pretty quick." Monster name, White Flower Tree Demon. Level, 35 quality. Elite ability, robust body level 1. Trait, Swarm Link. When more than 10 White Flower Tree Demons gather, they gain greater power, including two effects: physique significantly boosted, scales with number of survivors, recovery speed greatly increased, scales with number of survivors. Weaknesses, fire type, lightning type. Additional information available. Next, monster name, Stone Statue of the Sinner. Level, 41 tier, Lord quality, normal. Gao Peng observed this and said, "In the picture, this stone statue was only level 40, now it has advanced to Lord tier." He ordered, "Flamey, I'll leave these tree demons to you. White Steel, go destroy this stone statue." The two beast familiars received the order and immediately took action. Flamey spewed fire, burning down the entire grove. White Steel continuously slashed the stone statue multiple times. Gao Peng remarked, "Taking such damage, yet its expression remains stern. An ordinary lord might be destroyed in an instant. One cannot underestimate the world's heroes." The stone statue no longer stood motionless. It roared angrily, "Sinner, fall into the dark hell." Immediately after, it raised its hand and slammed it hard onto the body of a tree demon. Then it transformed into a dark and burning white flower tree demon. Level 35 +1. Weaknesses, fire and thunder systems. Gao Peng thought to himself, not only did its state change, but its level also entered a temporary enhanced state. The burning damage Flamey inflicted on these tree demons was no longer as high as before. After the dark burning, their fire resistance increased significantly. Gao Peng immediately changed tactics. He ordered Flamey to retreat and switch to Dozi. Dozi rubbed its hands together and eagerly stepped forward. "Before leaving, Master Thunder God taught me to moves. Watch me pull off a big one, Thunder Web Storm." Lightning immediately shot out, covering the entire forest once again. Gao Peng saw this and said happily, "Defeated for in the blink of an eye. The others are also injured to varying degrees. You've really improved." White Steel looked at its body in shock and asked, "Right? Why is there a black mark on my pure white shell? Damn it, I can't even wipe it off." Gao Peng explained, "Calm down, this is a sign of being eroded by dark power. It will disappear once we deal with that stone statue." White Steel became furious, saying, "This infuriates me. No one can defile my pure white shell. Take this." Infinite Storm 3000 slashes. The stone statue was instantly chopped into many pieces. Its fragments scattered all over the ground. Gao Peng went up to check and then yelled at White Steel, "You idiot. Be gentler, the monster core is shattered too." White Steel sulked and turned away. "Even if it's broken, I'm still not satisfied." Dozi suddenly called out, "Gao Peng, these tree demons suddenly stopped moving and are gradually withering." He explained, previously, they were relying on the dark power supplied by the stone statue to continue fighting. Having lost their source, they naturally wither. Then, Gao Peng ordered Stripey, who was waiting outside, "Wait for orders outside. Everyone else, follow me inside." Once inside, Gao Peng observed the surroundings and said, "Looks like there are no disguised monsters inside. Let's continue deeper." Just as they entered, looking at the stone statue in the middle of the fountain, Gao Peng wanted to burst out laughing. The disguise is quite convincing. Name, Punisher Sculpture Monster. Level, 43 quality, normal, attribute, dark system. Gao Peng pointed towards Goldie proudly and said, "It's time for Goldie to take action. Goldie, go destroy it." 3 minutes later, the stone statue had turned into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. Gao Peng picked up the monster core and gave it to the little flower. Grassy is now level 36. Absorbing this core might allow it to attempt breaking through to the Lord tier. Absorb it. Gao Peng continued deeper inside. Before them appeared a black door blocking the way. He said, "The area ahead is completely eroded by dark power. It seems the target entity is inside this darkness. Flamey, create a fireball for illumination." The light from Flamey's flame guided the group. After walking a distance, Gao Peng raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. There's something ahead. Item name, Death Core Crystal. Around the Death Core Soul, crystals naturally condense, formed from various incomplete soul powers in the air absorbed by the Death Core Soul. Gao Peng spoke. This is near the Death Core Soul. Flamey, increase the fire. Following his command, Flamey's flame burned even brighter. Meanwhile, Gao Peng suddenly shouted, found it. Before him was the Death Core Soul. This is a special condensation formed from the gathering of death belief faith. It can purify residual soul power in the void. The dregs left after purification transform into the source of the dark power eroding this place. It feels a bit ironic, he said. Gao Peng orders Dumby, go get the Death Core Soul. Goldie, dig a pit for me. Dumby grabbed the stone, and black mist immediately emanated from its hand. Gao Peng quickly poured various liquids into the pit, then threw something for Dumby to catch. Take it. Put the Death Core Soul into the eye socket. Put the 1,000-year yin heart into the chest cavity. Dumby followed Gao Peng's instructions. Its whole body emitted black smoke. It roared in pain. Gao Peng thought in horror. The power is too strong. Dumby is struggling to withstand it. After Dumby's reaction subsided, Gao Peng said, quickly get into the pool. Hang in there, Dumby. You must endure. Dumby endured the pain and stepped into the pool. Just moments after being immersed, a pillar of black energy shot skyward. Gao Peng had to shield his eyes. Such a strong phenomenon. The black pillar of air gradually dispersed. Dumby stood tall, red lines flowing across its body. Monster name, Bone Lord. Level, 47, Lord tier quality. Mythical attributes, Undead system, Dark system. Abilities, Death Bone Opening level 5, Undead Control level 4, Dark Flame Control and Soul Enhancement level 3. Characteristic, Yin Soul Heart. Additionally, passive and active effects. Weakness, Soul Defiling God Stone can weaken the Bone Lord. Path to Eternal Quality upgrade. Soul Intensity insufficient, unable to view. Gao Peng's eyes widened in surprise. Soul Intensity insufficient, unable to view. So enhancing soul intensity is the upgrade method. He frowned, thinking a level 5 ability appeared. Currently, haven't found one on monsters below King Tyre. This means Dumby is already comparable to King Tyre in some aspects. If we add the Undead Flame, that's another level 5 ability. Coupled with the permanent soul power enhancing talent, Dumby has limitless potential. Currently, the strongest familiar is still King Tyre Stripey, but in terms of potential, Dumby can definitely surpass Stripey regarding the soul aspect. I can transfer the soul chain to Dumby, Gao Peng said to Dumby. Now we need to check how much soul power percentage each slain monster can provide to you and your undead subordinates. Can killing monsters provide soul power to you? After speaking, he turned to Goldie. Go to Stripey and bring one of the tree demons we imprisoned over here. Goldie acknowledged the order with eyes and waddled off. A moment later, seeing Goldie carrying the tree demon back towards Gao Peng, here, Dumby used its undead flame to summon the soul, directly dealing with the tree demon still in Goldie's grasp. After finishing the task, Dumby turned back and said to Gao Peng, Master, if I absorb it myself, I'll probably get 20%. If this undead absorbs it, it will probably give me 10%. It can also absorb soul power similarly, Gao Peng chuckled inwardly. Dumby's ability is surprisingly not limited to Dumby itself. Goldie, dissatisfied about earlier, flew up and asked, Stupid big brother, why did you attack my little brother? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Just practice. It's good that you're strong too. Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying an old man. Gao Peng was still lost in thought over here. Undead revived by Dumby can also absorb a small portion of soul power, a legion of shock troops plus the characteristic of continuous growth. Mythical quality is truly terrifying. Gao Peng looked at the undead legion behind Dumby, newly subdued, and said, You have too many undead. Keep those level 40 and above, including level 40. Absorb all the others. Hearing this, Dumby reached out its hand to absorb the undead. A moment later, after absorbing the low-level undead, Dumby's monster level increased to 50. Gao Peng sighed internally. This leveling speed is too cheat-like. Now Dumby is just one step away from King Tyre. The Earth Star world is still developing and isn't suitable for the growth of familiars that thrive in slaughter like the Bone Lord, but the Black Fog world is different. Countless corpses are buried deep within that land. As long as your level is high enough, you can convert all of them into our combat power. Gao Peng then said to Dumby, after we return, take your servants to the Black Fog world to develop. Dumby looked slightly hurt and said, Master, you don't need me anymore. Gao Peng replied, how could I not need you? It's just that staying by my side will greatly limit your potential. Your potential shouldn't be wasted with me. Dumby bowed its head and said, I understand. Don't worry, Master, I will become stronger. So strong that no one can stop us from being together. At Black Dragon Base City Airport, Gao Peng asked Huangya, Old Huang, how are the preparations? Huangya replied, Young Master Gao, the supplies you need for going out have been prepared properly. Gao Peng continued, thanks for your hard work. Is everything all right at home? Huangya nodded, everything is fine. Chairman Ji is in good health, things at the school are normal. Teacher Guan is getting more stable. A few days ago, he even saved some students. Gao Peng seems to understand what's going on. I need to hear more from you when we get back. Then, as if remembering something, he said, that's right, Goldie, bring the carpet over here. Goldie immediately took orders and brought out the blood-soaked, gold-threaded magic carpet. Huangya was extremely surprised to see it and asked, is this a tamed beast? Gao Peng calmly replied, you've worked hard during this time too. If you like this Lord-level tamed beast, then take it. Huangya was shocked, unable to believe his ears. He shouted, and it's a Lord-level one, a gift for me. Gao Peng cheerfully patted Huangya's shoulder, that's right. You've also helped a lot with Dumby's matter in the Black Mist world. Goldie and Dozy have already helped bring them back first. As for me, I'll head directly to the North Pole. I'm off. After saying that, he turned and left. Huangya immediately bowed deeply, saying, thank you, young Master Gao. This time, going to the North Pole, Gao Peng only brought the ice lion, white steel, grassy and silly, seeing grassy constantly shivering, so cold. The ice lion created a protective barrier for grassy. No longer directly exposed to the cold wind, it became joyful, not cold anymore. Amazing, the ice lion looked smug and said cheerfully, it's nothing. Gao Peng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, if this North Pole doesn't have the materials that meet your requirements, then we can only go to the South Pole. The ice lion immediately replied, I vaguely sense something, let's go a bit further northeast. The feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Gao Peng persisted a little longer. Hearing this, he nodded, okay. Suddenly, something astonished Gao Peng. Far ahead, the silhouette of an ice city appeared before Gao Peng's eyes. The sky above it was covered in continuous auroras. He exclaimed in amazement, is this the ice city? In a flash, the ice lion also leapt down to the ground, it's right ahead. Gao Peng approached the ice city, thinking to himself, it doesn't look like a palace we could build. The gate suddenly opened, and a monster appeared before Gao Peng. Its name was Frozen Asura Knight level 51, King rank, epic quality, ice attribute. Abilities included Aura Blade level 5, hard armor, and ice element control level 4 trait, Frozen Ice Blade. Additionally, there were various other effects and information. Gao Peng exclaimed in surprise, a king rank monster. Dumby and Stripey aren't with me. Right now, my strongest fighter is probably White Steel, the level 50 Wind Blade Beast. Moreover, this is the Frozen Asura Knight's home turf. Looks like I can't just barge in. The ice lion's eyes sparkled as it said to Gao Peng, there's good stuff inside. He frowned, nonsense, do you think I can't see there's good stuff inside? The Frozen Asura Knight pointed its spear directly at Gao Peng's group and said, humans, leave this place. Gao Peng was surprised. Knowing human language made it clear this wasn't a wild monster. It must have had contact with civilized human society, possibly even being someone else's tamed beast. Gao Peng maintained a calm and gentle attitude, saying, we won't enter the palace, we just want to look around. We'll just look, won't go inside, okay? Please, we'll abide by the rules, he pleaded.